In the Eastern Divine Continent's martial world, an earth-shattering battle has seemingly just occurred. A sword covered in blood is plunged into the ground, and a wounded martial god collapses, his broken sword falling to the earth as he uses his last strength to laugh bitterly. Ha ha. Who are you really? The one who defeated the martial god floated above, slowly approaching and speaking. If you truly wish to know, I am willing to answer. I am the supreme god of the true family Gaultier. The true family. He then laughs, offering, believe in me, join the true god clan, and become my follower. With that he unleashed a golden aura and pressure upon the martial god, declaring, or die here. The martial god below was nearly crushed by the aura, his eyes glazed over, drool dripping from his mouth, unable to speak. Suddenly, a golden hand descended upon that Gareth like the palm of the Buddha. Jia Hide too, dumbfounded, watched the golden hand strike, and was instantly overwhelmed, slammed into the ground in a cataclysmic explosion near the Colossus. As the dust settled, his body lay powerless amidst the imprint of the Buddha's palm, his armor shattered, his face pale with terror at the immense power, and then he scrambled to his feet and fled. Before the teleportation array fully activated, he turned back to declare, this place will become my domain. After he left, the god of war slowly approached the deep crater in the ground. The sight of it made him clutch his head in disbelief, cold sweat pouring down as he wondered if such a powerful expert existed in Eastern Divine Continent. Could it be a celestial realm master? With that thought, he knelt and bowed, saying, Senior, thank you for saving Eastern Divine Continent. May I ask for your honorable name? At that moment, a man with a woman's beautiful face appeared, lazily draped in a robe, and said, You can call me Ling Shu. Many years passed, and now in a small village, that beautiful man was leisurely lying on a wooden chair, raising his hand to shield himself from the bright sunlight. The man took a long sip of tea and introduced himself. My name is Ling Ge, a transmigrator currently in hiding. I've been in Eastern Divine Continent for about 10 years now, but let me make one thing clear. Despite my appearance, I'm a man with a treasure down there, a male. East God Continent is a world where strength reigns supreme, and martial arts are paramount. In this place, my face has caused me no shortage of trouble. He recalls when he first arrived, a group of lecherous old men appeared before him, eyeing his beauty. At that moment I was pale with fear. No golden finger, no wise old master, and no fairy sister to dote on me. Luckily, it seemed I had a great power within me since childhood, and it was only growing stronger. I threw a punch, and the uncles flew 10,000 miles away. Years later, outside the Divine Infiltration Forest, I used my strength to suppress the infiltrators and save the martial world of Eastern Divine Continent. I thought I was invincible, so I retreated to the Emerald Bamboo residence. Years passed in quiet reflection until a crisp voice broke the silence. Sister Ling, a cute little beauty and an old geezer are coming this way. It's the lowly that Brother Ling has known all along. Qin Yu-Ni cheerfully ran over, calling him Sister Ling, saying, We've come to see you. Then she leaped onto Ling, who frowned and reminded her, Ni, I'm your brother, not your sister. I've told you that many times. Xin Yu-Ni playfully teases, Who told Ling Gege to grow up so pretty, just like a girl? Anyone who sees such a beautiful face would think Ling Gege is a girl, so Nini still likes to call you Ling Jege. The uncle chuckled along as she explained, agreeing that Ling Ge seemed even prettier than before, so it was easy to mistake him for a girl. Ling Ge, feeling wronged, cut her off, raising his pinky to his lips. Uncle Qin, even you're smirking. Seeing his reaction, both Uncle Qin and Nini blushed. Uncle Qin cleared his throat and said, Seriously, alright, let's talk business. Ling Ge took a sip of his tea, asking suspiciously, What business? Qin Yu-Ni quickly interjected, Well, tomorrow is the grand selection ceremony for the Tai Ming sect, and I was hoping Ling Ge could come with me. Hearing this, Ling Ge choked and spat out his tea. After coughing a few times, he wiped the water from his face and asked, What did you say? Tears welling, Qin Yunyang pleaded, Please, Brother Ling, won't you come with me to the Tai Ming sect? Her eyes sparkled with hope, trying to persuade him. Ling, you're the world's greatest hero. Nini's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Ling. In the end, Ling Ge had no choice but to give in. After all, his greatest weakness was Qin Yu-Ni's whining. With a sigh, Ling Ke approached Nini and patted her head. Time really does fly. Nini has grown up so fast. Seeing Ling Ge's adoring gaze, Qin Shu couldn't help but blush, clutching his chest to calm himself, thinking, Why am I acting like a startled deer? Ling Ge is a man. Langa stretches languidly, and Nini suggests Uncle Qin tell us about the Tai Ming sect and my sister. Uncle Qin begins to piece together the information. There are countless sects in the Eastern Divine Continent, but the Tai Ming sect is a famous one with promise. The Nam Li Min Mountain is on the Martial Gods Heavenly Sect Board, ranking in the top 300, a very respectable sect for ordinary martial artists like us. Hearing this, Ling Ge naively asked, What's the martial arts ranking? Uncle Qin's face darkened as he exclaimed in shock, You don't even know that. Ling Ge quickly covered his ears to lessen the blow of his words, explaining, I'm just a normal person. How would I know? Qin Shu then blankly realized, tapping his hand, That's right, you're not a martial artist, it's normal not to know, so I'll tell you. Uncle Qin continued. The martial arts ranking was established 10 years ago by the god of war, after the Ling Shu martial emperor suppressed the invaders. Every martial artist knows of it. The martial ranking specializes in ranking the strength of martial artists. The treasure ranking ranks divine weapons, and the sect ranking ranks sects. Hearing this, Ling Ge couldn't help but wonder, Ling Shu martial emperor, could they be talking about me? How did I become a martial emperor? Was he about to add something but then thought better of it? Lang Shu the martial emperor wasn't a bad title, and he wouldn't quibble with that old martial god about the changes, so he'd head down the mountain to take a look. Somewhere else, the martial god, after being mentioned by Ling Ge, suddenly sneezed and happily analyzed. Could it be that someone is thinking of me again? Senior Ling Shu only said to reduce indulgence to become stronger, not to abstain from it entirely. In that case, I must indulge just once. The next day at Quiyun City, a crowd gathered at the recruitment center of the Taiming sect. Before a large stone platform, a beautiful and graceful woman emerged from the gate, her face radiating not only beauty but also a hint of cold detachment and pride. The men below swooned at the sight of her, while those with wives were immediately beaten and dragged away. A man holding a scroll opened it and announced with a smile, "The Taiming sect's disciple selection officially begins. Please test in order." Below, the women take the opportunity to express their admiration. "So handsome, I want to have your babies. Tell me, is it possible to bring him home?" Standing in the crowd, Ling Ge pointed and asked, "This Uncle Qin, this is the grand selection ceremony of the Taiming sect." Uncle Qin, holding Nini, pointed to the stone tablet and explained, "Yes, it's basically the participants touching that stone tablet in order. If you have the talent to practice martial arts, you can trigger a resonance in the stone tablet. The higher the talent, the more stars will light up on the tablet, up to 7 stars. If no stars light up, then you have no talent for martial arts at all." Hearing this, Ling Ge nodded and asked Uncle Qin, "How do you know so much?" Uncle Qin blushed, scratched his head, and explained, "Well, I participated in the Taiming sect's disciple selection back in the day, but I wasn't chosen. It's embarrassing. The woman on the platform noticed the 3 of them in the crowd and immediately pointed, demanding, "Next, the long-haired one, come up here." All eyes turned to where she was pointing, as the girl smiled at Ling Ge, who broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming, "Is she crazy?" Why Us Ling looks at a man holding a sign that reads, "Such a beautiful girl," and mutters, "It's a soliloquy." After that, several people blushed as they held up signs that read, "Wife, marry her. I want to marry her." Ling Ge shouts angrily, "If you've got the guts, come here, I've seen plenty like you." Finally, he had no choice but to step onto the platform for selection, and as he passed the woman, she stared intently at him, noticing his handsome and refined features. The woman thought to herself that the girl was beautiful, and if her talent was good, she could join the sect as my junior sister. Before reaching the stele, Ling Ge softly suggested, "After I'm done, could my younger sister take the test?" The woman nodded. "Okay." Ling Ka approached the stone tablet gently, reaching out to touch it, wondering how much power to release. "Can this stone tablet even withstand my power? If I put my all into it, it's sure to explode." Ling Yun couldn't help but twitch his mouth, still too low. "If this thing explodes, Nini won't be able to test again. 3 stars it is. It seems like there aren't many who can light up 3 stars anyway." With that thought, Ling Ka focused his power, illuminating 3 stars on the stone tablet, eliciting gasps of amazement from below. To think there's another 3-star here today, with this girl that makes only 2. Ling Ka is curious. Who was that girl talking about just now? At that moment, a green-eyed girl with a scarf covering her face ran over, happily hugging Ling Ge, saying, "We're fellow disciples from now on, so take good care of me." With a beauty in his arms, Ling Ka tried to keep a straight face, but inwardly, he couldn't help but grin. So fragrant, so refreshing. Ling Ka blushed a smile, revealing his fangs. Seeing no reaction, the woman looked up, poked Ling Ji's face and teased, "You're embarrassed, we're both girls, what's there to be shy about?" Ling Ka then turned away, avoiding the woman's gaze, and said, "Miss, please, could you let me go?" But the woman didn't release him. Instead, she reached out and touched Ling Ka's chest inquisitively. "You're actually flat-chested," Ling Ge internally screamed. "I'm not flat, your whole family is flat, I have pecs." After a moment of internal scolding, Ling Ge calmly thought, "Why should I be angry because she said I was flat?" So, Ling Ge whispered into the woman's ear, hiding his face, "Actually, I'm a man." Hearing this, the woman's face flushed red, and she trembled hastily, pushing him away and fleeing. Seeing this, Ling Ge couldn't help but smile triumphantly. The crowd below wondered what they had said. They couldn't hear, but the 2 beauties together were a sight for sore eyes. The dark-haired woman, hearing the whispers, and recalling the earlier incident, smirked mysteriously, while Ling Ge sighed inwardly, realizing he seemed to have become the one harassing her. "Growing up like this isn't my fault." The dark-haired woman approached him saying, "It seems no one else has noticed you're a man. Even I didn't think there was a man who could be more beautiful than a woman." Ling, half asleep, taps the stela, lamenting that his beauty is his burden. It's not the first time he's been mistaken, and he's used to it, so perhaps he's qualified after all. The dark-haired woman smiled and replied, "Of course you triggered the 3 stars resonance of the 7 stars heavenly stele. That already makes you a genius. My name is Bai Su Ling, the head disciple of the Grand Sect, and you will be my junior brother from now on. But then Bai Su Ling hesitated. But Ling Ge warily trembled, and stepped back defensively, asking, My name is Ling Ge, what is it you wanted to say? Bai Su Ling approached him and replied, But I still want to call you junior sister. She reached out and touched his face, saying playfully, Even if you protest, it won't work. Ling Ge quickly backed away, avoiding her hand, and suggested, The test isn't over yet. Let my sister take it first. Hearing this, Bak Lin turned and called out to Qin Yuni. Alright little junior sister, you're up next. Qin Yuniang timidly approached the monolith, took a deep breath, and nervously placed her hand upon it. Immediately, a blinding light erupted, forcing onlookers to shield their eyes. When they looked again, everyone gasped in astonishment. Even the elders on the high platform exclaimed, 6 stars, a 6-star talent. Heaven blesses our Tai Ming sect. Our Tai Ming sect is about to flourish. Uncle Qin was moved to tears, covering his mouth to stifle a sob, saying, Heaven blesses the Qin family. Our ancestors' graves are truly smoking with good fortune. Ling Ge looked at the stone tablet like an enemy, thinking, did they have to exaggerate so much? So the stone is actually reliable. The number of stars lit on the stone determines a martial artist's limit. 1 star is normal, 2 stars is excellent, and 3 stars is a genius. 4 stars signify a rare talent, 5 stars a prodigy, 6 stars a peerless genius, and 7 stars, the supreme. Throughout history, there have been very few 6-star geniuses, and 7-star paragons exist only in legends, with the current god of war being the only known 6-star talent. With sparkling eyes, Bai Su Ling approached Ling Ge, expressing her admiration. Only the legendary Ling Shu martial emperor possessed the 7 stars. Even the martial god pales in comparison. As the strongest expert in the Eastern Divine Continent, he is the goal of all martial artists, my idol. Ling Ge feigned surprise, but inside he was screaming. Her idol was right here, right now. Outside Guiyun City, Uncle Qin tearfully bid farewell, dabbing his face with a handkerchief as he showered Qin Yuni with endless instructions, making Ling Ge feel overwhelmed. Nini, take good care of yourself at the Tai Ming sect. If there's anything you can't handle, find Ling Ge. And if Ling Ge can't help, let's just go home then. Langa was sweating, urging them on. Uncle Qin, it's getting late, rest assured. Nini has a 6-star talent, the sect will provide for her, and there's nothing I can't handle. The two set off, waving goodbye to Uncle Qin, who was still crying in the rain as he saw them off. The two joined the ranks of selected disciples heading to the Tai Ming sect led by Bai Su Ling, who announced, let's head back to the sect. As night falls, the group arrives at a forest, and Bai Su Ling waves her hand, ordering them to stop. She turned to the group and announced, we'll be camping here tonight, so be careful, and don't wander off. This forest is full of ferocious beasts. The group stopped on command and some began to whisper. Don't you know? The elders have returned to the sect to deliver the good news, so our senior disciple is the strongest here. To be safe, let's sleep together. One person already seated scoffed, you guys are disgusting. Ling Ge pulled Qin Yunie to a tree, and the two sat down by the fire. Qin Yuniang happily says, Sister Ling, it seems everyone still thinks you're a girl. Ling shrugs indifferently, I don't care what they think, as long as they don't bother me. Qin Yuniang leaned on his shoulder blushing and said, so, this is our little secret now. Ling thought to himself, that senior apprentice clearly knows I'm a man, so why hasn't she told anyone? Her average strength is just a facade. What is she really up to? Just then, Bai Su Ling approached, cutting off his thoughts and remarked that Nini seemed very attached to him. The two looked up at her, as Bai Su Ling leaned down saying, you two have a great relationship. Qin Yuni looked at Bai Su Ling's chest immediately thinking of rolling hills. After glancing at her own chest, Nini thought of her small, unimpressive mounds, and in a fit of pique, she puffed out her cheeks and burst into tears. Realizing what she was thinking, Ling caressed her head and comforted her. Nini, don't worry, they'll definitely grow bigger later. Hearing this, Qin Yuni glared at him and asked through gritted teeth, so, senior sister Ling likes girls with big chests. Hearing this, Ling felt guilty and backed away, stammering, no, that's not it. What I meant was that size doesn't matter. As night fell, the forest grew quieter, and the wind rustled eerily, as if danger was approaching. And just like that, deep in the forest, red eyes flickered as someone shouted, it's a disaster. Senior disciple, a pack of wolves is here. Bai Su Ling immediately reassured them. Everyone, don't panic, stay behind me. These wolves aren't strong individually, but a pack of them is troublesome, she said, turning to see everyone in a panic. Bai Su Ling immediately drew her sword and commanded, protect yourselves and make this a swift victory. Qin Yuniang fearfully tugged at Ling Jie's sleeve, asking nervously, Ling Jie, what do we do? Ling Ge smiled, patting her head reassuringly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Then hiding her hand behind her back, Ling Ge emitted a faint purple light from 2 fingers. I'll let you taste something big. As Ling Ge unleashed the energy from his hand, a purple vortex of spiritual energy appeared in the sky, followed by the condensation of a massive hammer-like object shocking the crowd below. What's going on? What is that? Such a terrifying form. Ling Ka snaps his fingers, and the hammer-like object descends. Turns out this was the Musi Te Ming, the Spirit Flame Clan's vacuum cannon, which Ling Ka called a man's romance. Ling Ka snapped his fingers again, and the cannon fired another powerful blast of spirit energy. The wolves, terrified by the blast, scattered and fled. One person cried out, "The wild wolves are running away." Seeing this, Bai Suling was stunned, wondering what was happening when an old man appeared and asked, "Are you all right?" One person pointed and shouted, "Is that Elder Min?" Seeing this, the others exclaimed, "Wow, a master has come to save us. You fool, that's an elder of the Tai Ming sect. Quickly thank him." The elder was bewildered, wondering what was happening. When did he become so revered, and weren't these all new disciples? He then descended before them, the elder reassuring, "Do not panic, I will escort you all back to the Tai Ming sect." Hearing that, Bai Su Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while Ling Ge smirked inwardly, pleased with herself. As expected, I knew this elder would make his move. Another hidden accomplishment to add to my name. The elder leads the way, reminding them that they're not far from the Clear Light sect on Clear Light Mountain, and should hurry on. Jin Yuni tugs on Ling Jie's sleeve, looking for help, as she asks Ling Jie, "How much further do we have to go?" Hearing this, Ling Ge glanced at Bai Su Ling for help, who pointed towards the mountain in front of them, saying, "That is Mount Li Ming." After a long night, dawn finally breaks, and the group arrives at Mount Li Ming. Everyone marvels, "Wow, Mount Li Ming is so high. These stone steps are suspended in the air. Won't it be terrifying to look down when we climb them? I'm afraid of heights." The elder standing on a stone step spoke, "All right, follow me up the mountain and let me remind you, this place is considered a trial." Hearing this, a spirited young man eagerly rushed forward, expecting an easy climb, but he suddenly froze, his face turning pale as he looked down. A stone fell, disappearing into the abyss below. The youth was terrified, collapsing against the stone steps, crying out, "It's too high, help me, this is too scary." Those below urged him on, saying a man should keep climbing. After him, Bai Su Ling gracefully leaped upward, as if she were born to it. The new disciples below watched in admiration. Look at her go, so skilled. No surprise, she's the senior disciple, not only the most beautiful woman of the outer sect, but also so strong. I hear many senior disciples in the Tai Ming sect admire her. Ling Ge approached a man with purple hair who looked dazed and asked senior disciple, "Did you say senior sister Bai is the most beautiful woman in the outer sect?" The man replied, "That's right. The number of people pursuing her at the Tai Ming sect could form a circle, but none have succeeded. They've all been rejected. What's more, those who tried to force themselves on her were beaten so badly they couldn't take care of themselves." Hearing this, Ling Ge stroked his chin and mused with a smile. Interesting. He looked at Bai Su Ling, so this senior sister Bai was so famous. Xin Yuni climbs the steps, urging Ling Ji, "Senior Ling, let's go too." Ling Ji offers his hand, suggesting, Ni, let me take you." The two ascended, but along the way, Ni was constantly distracted by other things, like little birds and the beautiful scenery. Seeing her so carefree, Ling Ge sighed inwardly, realizing his worries were unfounded. Meanwhile, behind them, the veiled woman followed, and a cry from the girl caught Ling Ge's attention as she shielded her face, lamenting, "It's so high and the wind is so strong." Suddenly, another gust of wind blew away her veil, revealing a beautiful and slightly adorable face. Ling Ke bent down and reached out to her, asking, "Do you need a little help?" Furious, she swatted his hand away, saying, "I don't need your help," but then, overcome with fear, she tearfully clung to his arm. He chuckled wryly, saying, "You don't need help, but your body tells a different story." The woman shouted, "I can do it. You're annoying, don't you dare let me go." Xin Yuni then suggested, "Sister Ling, please help this sister." Hearing this, Ling Ge agreed. "Since Nini has said so, I might as well take you both up together." And with that, he carried the woman in his arms, and Nip Nip securely on his back, declaring, "Let's go." Ling Ge's speed was astonishing, and the white-haired woman cried out in fear, "No, you slow down, you pervert, you lecher, you're going too fast." Meanwhile, the others were still climbing step by step, and they questioned each other in disbelief at Ling Ji's speed. What was up with that guy? Aren't you afraid of slipping and falling to your death? And carrying two people, did you train before? This is too fast. At the entrance to the Tai Ming sect, Bai Su Ling waited leaning against a stone pedestal, as Ling Ge brought the two up, the white-haired woman pale with fear collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Bai Su Ling asked suspiciously, "Did you carry both of them up here by yourself?" "Just who is he?" Ling Ge happily chimes in. "That's right, because one of the young ladies is afraid of heights." "Whoa, you're killing me." The woman, startled and embarrassed, blushed and shouted, "Drop dead, and my name is Mu Yueching." Inside the Tai Ming hall, the three entered together, standing in the center. Above them sat sect leader Lin Bei Mu, with his son the vice sect leader standing beside him. The elders on both sides fixed their gazes on Qin Yuni and Ling Ge, sensing their stares, wonders what they're up to. Every one of their gazes is practically perverted. The vice sect leader stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Good, cultivate well and quickly improve your cultivation. This sect will not be stingy with resources and will provide assistance for your cultivation path. I hope you can live up to our expectations. Now leave us." As Ling Ge departed, he sensed two early-stage martial emperors and several martial kings. The Tai Ming sect's strength was truly pathetic. "I'll stay here a while longer for Nini." After the three left, sect leader Lin Bei Mu smiled meaningfully. He declared, "You've all seen it, haven't you? This is the foundation for the rise of the Tai Ming sect, and we must nurture them with all our strength so they remember the sect's kindness. So you all know what to do, right? Hand over all your treasures to me." The elders below frowned as he spoke. But sect leader Lin Bei Mu continued, "Don't think I don't know, you're all hiding something. For the future of the sect, you must hand it over." With that, a man sighed and presented a flower, emitting a golden light, saying, "I happen to obtain this 1,000-year enlightenment flower, and I offer it to the sect." One by one, others began to offer up their treasures, hoping the sect could nurture an unparalleled powerhouse. This spirit fruit is for the sect, and this is a superior-grade mystic dragon essence. Seeing this, the Tai Ming sect leader chuckled to himself, "All of your secrets are within my grasp. A great haul, a great haul. It seems the supervision and control can't be weak." Bai Su Ling led Linga and the three others away, countless eyes following them, many unable to resist sighing. "Look, it's senior disciple, and the three girls behind her are beautiful. Whether it's the Lolita look or the white hair, I still prefer the black-haired girl with hair down to her waist. There seems to be a mysterious attraction." Hearing this, Linga couldn't help but get angry, thinking, "Is this a den of hooligans? Mine is bigger than all of yours." Suddenly, Bai Su Ling turned and winked at Linga, saying, "Little sister, it seems that because we're together, you're also being mistaken for a girl." Linga then playfully covered his face and whined, "Senior sister, you're so mean, I'm so embarrassed." Following behind Ling Ka Mu Yueching, knowing he was a man, couldn't help but shudder. A few days later, at the Tai Ming sect's martial arts practice field, new and old disciples gathered in the arena, sitting cross-legged in cultivation, each focused to the utmost, except for Ling Ka, who sat lazily bored. He listlessly recalled Bai Su Ling's words. "There are 3 tests in total, the talent test, the floating stairs, and the upcoming combat test, so you all need to cultivate quickly. If you can reach the body tempering realm, this combat test shouldn't be a problem." Langa yawns, muttering, "This is so boring, I hope the sparring is more interesting." Just then, a hand lands on his head, and he hears, "Junior sister, it's you, Bai Su Ling." She bonked him on the head, reminding him, "With your lazy attitude, even with great talent, you won't reach the body tempering realm. Straighten up and train hard." A muscular man cracked his knuckles and announced, "Right now you're just a group of trial disciples. Only by passing the combat assessment in 3 months can you be promoted to outer disciples. If you can't reach the body tempering realm in 3 months, you're doomed in the sparring assessment." With that, the man punched the large rock in front of him, instantly shattering it. After demonstrating, the man smiled, showing off his muscles as he introduced himself. "I'm Elder B. Loy, in charge of teaching you trial disciples, martial arts. You can call me Teacher B. Loy, let's have fun cultivating together." Then, with his arms crossed, he sternly lectured, "I previously taught you the basic cultivation method, Lin Vo Quiet, so you should have learned how to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Next, I'll teach you a basic martial skill for wielding spirit energy, called Roaring Tiger's Fury." He demonstrated with sweeping gestures ending in a powerful fist, like a great tiger baring its fangs and roaring. After demonstrating, Elder Billy pulled out a martial arts manual and asked, "How was that?" "This dragon tendon tiger bone fist looks powerful, and the key is in this manual. Now you all can learn on your own. This elder needs to relieve himself." Mu Yueching mimics his movements, thinking to herself that the technique seems simple enough. Lingo watched her for a moment, then turned away, casually praising her cuteness. He then looked at Qin Yuni, struggling to follow along, and thought, "This dragon tendon tiger bone fist is too weak, full of flaws. This is teaching the disciples wrong. I can't let Nini be delayed. I have to think of something." Master Billy made an excuse to leave, leaving everyone to learn from the manual themselves. At this thought, Linga's eyes flashed and he smirked. He had an idea. An hour later, the disciples lay exhausted on the field, lamenting, "I can't go on. Why are the basic techniques so hard to learn?" They felt like their bodies were falling apart, unable to even stand. Ling Ka smirked, recalling how he'd secretly altered the manual when no one was looking, making it worthy of the name Dragon Tendon Tiger Bone Fist. "The creator of this technique should thank me, but giving this enhanced version to Billy would be a waste." His eyes flashed, glancing into the distance as he licked his lips, thinking, "I've got it. The best defense is a good offense. I'll show her how powerful I am." As night fell, Linga moved stealthily, blending into the darkness as he sought out a place. Standing before the door, Lingge reached out, opened it and strode right in, finding Bai Su Ling inside wearing only a thin nightgown. Startled by his sudden entrance, she grabbed a robe to cover herself and asked Junior Brother, "What brings you here so late?" After quickly dressing, she added, "Sneaking into my room at this hour. Aren't you afraid? I'll throw you off the mountain." Linga chuckled. "I came at night because it's important, and I've heard of Senior Bai's reputation, so I wouldn't dare have impure thoughts. On the contrary, it's hard not to have strange thoughts about Senior's current appearance." Hearing his teasing words, Bai Su Ling blushed slightly, quickly tightening her robe. She shyly scolded him, saying he had no impure thoughts but was clearly plotting something. After she tidied her clothes, Bai Su Ling poured him tea and asked, "So what is so important that it had to be now?" Just then, a girl in pink entered and asked senior apprentice sister, "Who is this?" Bai Su Ling shyly smoothed her hair and replied, "This is a new disciple, Ling Ge. He came to discuss something with me tonight." Ling Ge then bowed to the woman who had just entered. "Greetings, senior sister. I am Ling Ge." With sparkling eyes the woman approached him, exclaiming, "I'm Lin Yin. A beautiful junior sister like you must have many admirers." Ling Ge chuckled, leaning in to whisper in Lin Yin's ear, "Actually, I am." Before he could finish, Bai Su Ling quickly intervened, preventing him from revealing the truth. She asks Ling Ge, "Tell me first what's so important." Ling Ge then takes out a manual from his chest, saying, "Senior Bai, take a look at this." Bai Su Ling picked up the manual and read Dragon Tendon Tiger Bone Fist. "It seems different." Ling Ge chuckled. "It is Dragon Tendon Tiger Bone Fist, but my revisions have made it stronger. With Bai Shiji's insight, perhaps she can see it." Lin Yin slammed the table, asking what kind of joke this was. The Dragon Tendon Tiger Bone Fist is a fundamental martial art passed down from ancient times, perfected over countless editions by predecessors. "You think you can just change it?" Bai Su Ling agreed. "That's right, Ling Ge. You stole the manual and made unauthorized edits. You deserve to be punished." Contrary to their worries, Ling Ge remained calm, saying, "Whether it's a mess or not, Bai Shijie will know," as she continues to read. "It won't take up too much time anyway." Hearing this, Bai Su Ling quietly continued reading, while Lin Yin anxiously watched. After a while, Bai Su Ling's face suddenly flushed red, her lips pursed tightly, and her whole body couldn't help but tremble. Ling Ka hesitantly asks, "Senior White, are you all right?" But in his heart he's screaming. The allure of alpha manuals is irresistible to martial artists. This reaction is like reading something a little too spicy. Bai Su Ling put the secret manual down on the table, turned and grabbed Ling Ge's shoulders, asking, "Did you really revise this? I never imagined you were so skilled in martial arts. I'll take this manual to the sect leader and elders. They'll surely be amazed." Seeing her excitement, Ling Ge nodded in surprise. Bai Su Ling then asked, "Do you have a master?" Ling Ge smiled smugly and replied, "No, I'm just naturally gifted." Then Bai Su Ling turned to Lin Yin and said, "Junior sister Lin, go back first, we'll talk about it tomorrow." Hearing this, Lin Yin understood and said before leaving, "Then senior sister, I'll take my leave." Now alone, Bai Su Ling moved closer to Ling Ge and suggested, "Ling Ge, why don't you join our Azure Moon Pavilion?" Ling Ge asked confused. "The Azure Moon Pavilion." "Bu Pavilion," Bai Su Ling explained. "It's a branch of the Tai Ming sect, along with the Xuanjian Hall, the Killing Blade Hall, the Qianghua Pavilion, the 100 Refinements Hall, and the Spirit Pill Pavilion. After passing the final test, the outer disciples will choose to join one of them. After joining a branch, the head will learn its secret techniques, so choosing the right one is important. And if you have a rare talent, you might even be chosen as a direct disciple." Hearing this, Ling Ge asked, "Is the Jade Moon Pavilion strong? What benefits would I get from joining?" With a graceful gesture, Bai Su Ling explained that the Azure Moon Pavilion only accepts female disciples. Seeing her allure, Ling Ge quickly refused, eyes shut. "Stop joking, Senior Bai. You know I'm a man, this isn't right." He turned to leave, but Bai Su Ling continued to explain. "Precisely because you're a man, joining the Jade Moon Pavilion would be a good thing. With your looks, the other female disciples won't notice, just like junior sister Lin." With that, Bai Su Ling smiled and waited, but Ling Ge turned and resolutely said, "I won't." "What kind of person do you take me for? I'm a real man." Hearing this, Bai Su Ling asked, "Then what will it take for you to join?" Ling Ge suddenly steps forward, grabs her hand, and confesses, "Senior Bai, it was love at first sight. If you'll marry me, I'll join the Azure Moon Pavilion." "Okay." Bai Su Ling blushes, striking his cheek with her scabbard and scolds, "Nonsense." Caught off guard, Ling Ge couldn't help but wonder, "Wait, what?" Suddenly attacking, Su Ling scolds, "You're asking for a beating." Ling Ge meekly apologizes, "I'm sorry." Bai Su Ling's sword is pointed at Ling Ge, freezing him in place. She threatens him, saying he has no choice, join as a man, or she'll make him a woman. Turning pale, Ling Ge pleaded, "Senior, spare me. I'll join, okay." Hearing this, Bai Su Ling sheathed her sword and said cheerfully, "Very good, now you can leave." As Ling Ge left, his fearful expression vanished, replaced by a smirk. "This Senior Bai Su Ling is rather interesting. Using this method to get me to join the Beach Nuye sect. It seems things are about to get interesting." Unbeknownst to him, Bai Su Ling was blushing in her room. The next day, in the main hall, the elders reviewed Ling Ge's revised Dragon Tendon Tiger Bone Fist, and Elder Duan of the 100 Refinements Hall praised it excitedly. "Wonderful, just wonderful." Even Elder Han from the Spirit Pill Pavilion was astonished, never imagining that this new disciple's talent in martial arts would be so high. "It's simply unbelievable." Elder Min of the Mystic Sword Hall finished reading and declared, "This one belongs to our Mystic Sword Hall." Upon hearing this, Elder Shangguan of the Saber Slaughter Hall angrily retorted, "Silence, you shameless old thief. I've never seen anyone so brazen." The two elders immediately glared at each other, an invisible spark igniting. They began to fight, while Elder Han turned to Elder Duan, boasting, "After days of observation, I've discovered that he's very talented in alchemy. Only our pill pavilion can consistently provide elixirs for a 6-star talent, so I won't compete for Ling Ge. Sect leader Lin Bei-mu couldn't help but angrily scold. You two idiots get out and fight. Only then did Elder Shangguan and Elder Min stop. Elder Yun of the Jade Flower Pavilion bowed and reported, Our Jade Flower Pavilion has no intention of vying for Ling Ge, but we do want that little girl, Mu Yuetian. Sect leader Lin Bei-mu stroked his beard as he read and commented, Ling Ge has a 3-star cultivation talent and a unique understanding of martial arts. Let him choose. If he continues like this, his achievements will rival Qin Yuniang's 6-star talent. As for the new Dragon Tendon, Tiger Bone Fist Manual, have the disciples start training with it immediately, and tell the God of War. Our sect has successfully improved basic martial arts with added physical benefits, further enhancing our sect's reputation. Elder Yun stroked his beard, adding that they would also need to consult with BUA Pavilion's Elder Ji, who likely didn't yet realize the potential of this new disciple. It seems BUA Pavilion's Bai Su Ling has brought out Ling Ji's beauty, so congratulations are in order for Elder Ji. Meanwhile, a scream echoes from a wooden house in the bamboo forest. Help! Dressed as a woman with delicate braids in his hair, Ling Ge, already beautiful, now looked like an exquisite young maiden. With that, she grabbed Ling Ge's hand, eager to show him off. I want the whole sect to know that my junior sister is the cutest. But Ling Ge burst into tears, clinging to a wooden pillar as she tried to pull him away. At the sparring grounds, a brawl erupted for reasons unknown. The women below were furious, cursing, I can't believe it, those jerks are fighting over a new junior sister. Men are all the same. Xuanjian Tong's Dan Yunshan Sha Dao Tong's Lai Xiao Dao Kuang Hentian, and even the gentle Wen Duliang of Qianghua Pavilion. Ling Ge, hiding behind a tree, peeked out and asked Senior Bai, What's wrong with them? Why are they glaring at each other? It's not because of me, is it? But I'm a man, Bai Su Ling said, with a dark smile. Those 3 idiots used to chase after me, but I beat them so badly they were bedridden for months. Now they're fighting over you. Looks like they haven't learned their lesson. Ling Ge frowned, tilting his pretty head. These 3 look so serious, who knew they were all womanizers? Baek So Ling explained that it was all about fighting over women, and these 3 branches had always had a strained relationship. The Mystic Sword Clan and the Slaughter Blade Clan had been fighting since their elders. The way of the murderous blade sect seeks violent slaughter, a path of rigid and overbearing dominance, the king of tyrants. The way of the mysterious sword sect seeks flexible change, a path of subtle and nimble illusion, the lord of phantasms. The sword and blade always vie to be king of weapons, so naturally their relationship is like fire and water. As for the Quen Hoa sect, its disciples typically use iron fans, projecting an image of gentlemen who talk but don't fight. But even when they do fight, they never resort to swords or blades, simply because fan weapons are so easily overlooked. In recent years, fewer disciples have joined the Qianghua Pavilion, so they want to use the sword and saber rivalry to gain some fame. Hearing such headache-inducing knowledge, Ling Ge warily hugged the tree and said, Senior Sister Bai, please don't popularize knowledge. For now, can you quickly drive those 3 away? Bai Suling asked with a smile. Are you sure you don't want to enjoy this love triangle a little longer? Ling Ge replied wearily. Don't tease me. Hearing this, Bai Su Ling finally stepped onto the platform and shouted, Hey, you guys are scaring my junior sister. Dan Yunshan turned to Kuang Hentian and yelled, Kuang Hentian, your shamelessness knows no bounds. Now you're stealing people. Kuang Hentian retorted, Enough with the nonsense. Dan Yunshan, if you have the guts, let's find a place to duel. My blade is itching for a fight. Bai Su Ling couldn't help but scold. Didn't you hear what I said? Step aside. Ling Ge is now a member of the Azure Moon Pavilion. Hearing this, the 3 men turned and angrily left. At that moment, Xin Yuni and Mu Yuqing arrived, and Xin Yuni ran over, embracing Ling Ge and exclaiming, Sister Ling, you really are Sister Ling today. Seeing him, Mu Yuqing blushed, stammering, You pervert, you actually dressed as a woman. Ling Ge ruffled Nini's hair, clearing his throat to change the subject. Let's talk about something else. Which branch are you all joining? Mu Yuqing approached Bai Su Ling and said, Senior Bai, I'm preparing to join the Quen Hoa Pavilion. Tan Niep happily announced, Ni is joining the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Elder Han is very good to Ni. What about Sister Ling Ge? Stammered in response. Well, the Jade Moon Pavilion. Suddenly confused, Mu Yuqing whispered to Bai Su Ling, If I remember correctly, the Jade Moon Pavilion only accepts female disciples. Cross-dressing to join the Emerald Moon Pavilion? This guy is definitely twisted. Hearing this, Ling Ge shouted back, Don't slander me, I was forced to dress like this. Mu Yuqing complimented Bai Su Ling's senior sister, well done. Seeing this, Ling Ge could only tremble with anger, but was powerless to do anything. After 3 months of training, the final combat assessment has arrived. At that moment, Beely loudly announced, The trial assessment now begins. The test is to defeat a martial dummy of equal level or higher. First up is Qin Xianyi. With that, Qin Xuanyi leaps onto the stage, bowing respectfully. Qin Xuanyi, a disciple of the 100 Refinements Hall at the Early Body Tempering Realm. Seeing this, the 100 Refinements Hall elder stroked his beard, secretly assessing. Not bad, it seems. His diligent training these past 3 months has him on the verge of reaching the mid-stage body-tempering realm. The man next to the elder chuckled. Xuanyi has a 2-star gift, plus he diligently cultivates the new dragon tendon tiger bone fist. His strength far surpasses his peers. I bet Bai Liantang's Tianquan was passed on to him. Let's see how he uses it. Meanwhile, Qin Hian Yit prepared for the competition as the wooden dummy began its assault. Unfazed, Qin Hian Yit calmly assessed the situation as the wooden dummy approached and struck. With quick reflexes, Qin Yitian dodges, the attack closes in and delivers a crushing blow that shatters the puppet. Not stopping there, Qin Xianyue focuses all his strength into his hand, then uses Doan Thien Qian to strike down on the martial puppet. In an instant, the martial puppet is shattered into pieces, its form completely destroyed. Having finished, Qin Xuan casually walked forward and stepped off the stage as the results were announced. Qin Xuan, a disciple of 100 Refinements Hall, has passed the first test. Below, Lang Ka, disguised as a woman, sneers, saying, "Showing off with such ordinary fist techniques, go shave your head first." Just then, the order to begin the next match rings out. Next up, Qin Yunia, a disciple from the Spirit Pill Pavilion, appeared like a celestial maiden descending to earth. Landing in the stands, Qin Yuniang bows and softly says, "Qin Yuniang, a disciple of the Spirit Pill Pavilion, late stage of body tempering realm." Hearing that Qin Yuniang is at the late stage of body tempering, the stands erupt in an uproar, with everyone buzzing. Late stage. She's already at the late stage. This person is terrifying. Seeing this, Elder Han smiled smugly and said, "What's so surprising? Nie Ni is extremely talented, and our Spirit Pill Pavilion has no shortage of elixirs, so it should be." Elder Han gripped the city wall tightly, and seeing this, Lin Bei Mu stroked his beard and chuckled. "Alright, stop pretending. You're shaking all over." Speaking of the body-refining realm, while the results are surprising, it's only the first step in cultivation. Higher realms await marrow, cleansing, spirit mystery, kingly wheel, sacred Tao creation, and finally, the celestial realm. The pursuit of martial arts is never-ending. Meanwhile, Xin Yu Ni unleashes her power, saying, "Sister Ling, watch this." With that, Xin Yu Ni used the myriad illusion butterfly in front of everyone's astonished eyes, prompting the Qianghua sect to angrily confront Elder Han. He shouted, "Elder Han! You've even taught her this. I feel it's unfair." Hearing this, Elder Han quickly replied, Ni is just too talented. She learned it with just a little instruction." As they spoke, a woman's voice cut in. "I didn't expect this year's disciples to be so talented." The beautiful Ji Mingshui stepped forward, continuing, "Truly, the younger generation is to be feared." Emerging from the crowd, her beauty causing a stir among those present. Seeing this, everyone present shouted in unison, "Congratulations, Elder Ji, on advancing to the Huangji realm," Lin Beimu added with a delighted expression. "Great, now our Tai Ming sect has another Huangji realm expert besides Wan Jun and me. Elder Ji's advancement to the Huangji realm is a great joy for our Tai Ming sect. Let's celebrate after this assessment." Ji Mingshui smiled, appearing happy. Meanwhile, Xin Yu Ni launches an attack on the puppet, destroying it with a single move. With the puppet defeated, Xin Yu Ni happily runs to Linga, embracing her and asking, "Lingji, aren't I amazing?" Linga embraced Qin Yuniang, gently stroking her head. "Amazing, amazing, Nia is the best." Seeing that Qin Yuniang had successfully passed, Mu Yuqing stepped forward and calmly said, "Qianghua sect disciple, Mu Yuqing mid-body refinement realm." Before long, the wooden golem lunged at Mu Yuqing, who swiftly dodged the attack. As Mu Yuqing fought with all her might, the others discussed how quickly she had mastered the cloud steps of the Qianghua sect. Without another word, Mu Yuqing turned the tables, landing a powerful blow on Wu Kui's weak point, shattering him into a pile of scrap metal. Having cleared the stage, it was Ling Ge's turn, who calmly listened to the call to action. "Friend Ling Ge, you have 30 seconds to enter the battlefield." Hearing this, Ling Ge immediately went to the arena, but before he could collect himself, the martial puppet attacked. But with his talent, Ling Ge leaps back, dodging the blow. After a brief exchange, he realizes this combat Quele is more interesting and agile than a machine. "Little sister, are you alright? If not, this senior brother will come help you." Ling Ka's eyes sharpened as he said, "Damn, I was so close to seeing it. Oh well, no more games." Meanwhile, the martial puppet continued its assault. Seeing this, Ling Ge was not afraid. Instead, he stuck out his tongue to mock it and began to warm up. After stretching, Ling Ge directly counterattacked the puppet, and 2 rays of light illuminated the sky. The crowd below watched in stunned silence, whispering, "Did you see that?" She faced the puppet head-on without fear of breaking her fist. The golem's strength is far greater than others at the same level, not to mention its size and hardness. A normal person couldn't withstand it. We're about to see a beautiful girl break her bones. Wait, it seems like she's doing just fine. After the fight, Vo Koi slowly collapsed, while Ling Ge calmly walked away, her hands behind her head. The fight ended, and the host announced that Bu Yue's disciple, Ling Ge, had passed the first trial. Hearing this, Qin Xianyet was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, "A young girl with such a strong physique. Lin Beimu, watching from above, stroked his beard, nodded, and said, although Ling Jie's current realm is only body, tempering her physical strength far exceeds her peers, truly a prodigy who can improve basic martial arts. At that moment, Master Beely announced, the first trial is over, the next is a combat exercise. In this trial, you must fight an outer sect disciple and withstand 10 moves to pass. Then Master Billy pointed at Linga and said, let's start with you. It's Linga of the Azure Moon Pavilion versus Bai Li Jianchen of the Profound Sword Hall. Hearing this, Linga reluctantly stepped onto the platform, arms crossed, thinking to herself, this is getting boring, let's just finish this quickly. She then replied, my name is Linga, please guide me. Hearing this, Bai Li Jianchen quickly replied, junior sister, I am Bai Li Jianchen of the Xuanjian sect. Rest assured, I will go easy on you. Before Lingka's beautiful face, Bai Li Jianchen couldn't help but fall in love. He was now immersed in Lingka's mesmerizing beauty. Seeing this, Linga thought to herself, judging by his lustful expression, does he think the disciple trials are a matchmaking event? Linga looked disgusted and angry. Seeing this, Bai Li Jianchen continued, junior sister, I guarantee you'll pass this trial, so after it's over, how about having a meal with me, on my treat of course. Hearing the offer of free food, Linga did a complete 180, happily agreeing. Okay, Linga said with a grin, as long as you don't mind that I'm a man. With a conceited air, Bai Li Jianchen asked, little sister, what did you say? Seeing that he still didn't understand, Linga angrily shouted, I'm a man. Bai Li Jianchen was stunned, frozen in place, but soon regained his composure. He hastily said, you say you're a man, but where's the proof? Linga retorted, annoyed. What kind of proof do you need? Do you want me to strip in front of everyone to prove it I Mo Cheng am like this, because of Bai Shijie's prank? If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Not only was Bai Li Jianchen stunned by the truth, but the other men couldn't accept it either. They collapsed, weeping at the revelation that Linga was a man. They said, no, it can't be true, I don't believe it. I thought I'd finally found a beautiful and witty junior sister. Dream on, anything is possible in dreams. The women chimed in equally shocked. Wait, isn't he a disciple of the Azure Moon Pavilion? When did the Bua sect start accepting male disciples? Another woman lost in her fantasies chimed in, and he's a man, he's so adorable. Another woman jealously said, I can't believe he's more beautiful than me, even though he's a man. A girl nearby, holding a stack of money, happily said, little junior brother, I'm rich, come to my arms. Meanwhile, Elder Duan, enraged, turned to Jiming Shua and asked Elder Ji, doesn't the Azure Moon Pavilion only accept female disciples? This time, they've made an exception. Hearing this, Jiming Shua stroked her chin and replied, I set the rules of the Azure Moon Pavilion and I decide whether we can accept male disciples. Ling Ge is now one of us. Hearing this, Bai Su Ling, Xin Yu Nie and Mu Yue Qing burst out laughing. Xin Yu Nie said, saying it at a time like this, Sister Ling is so bad. Overwhelmed with anger, Bai Li Jianchen gritted his teeth and frowned. You dare humiliate me in public. With that, he drew his sword and charged straight at Ling Ge. Seeing this, Ling Ge calmly observed, then gently stepped forward, stood before Bai Li Jianchen, pointed at his face, and scolded, Hey you attacked without warning. Hearing Ling Ge's scolding, but before Ling Ge's irresistible beauty, Bai Li Jianchen was once again shaken. He lamented, Why must someone so beautiful be a man? Why must my ideal type be a man? If you're a man, don't dress like a woman, and don't join the Azure Moon sect. With that, Bai Li Jianchen immediately attacked Ling Ge. Seeing this, Ling quickly dodged an attack. Now angered by the two sneak attacks, Ling shouted, demanding they listen, and immediately launched a counterattack. In a flash, Ling Ge struck Bai Li Jianchen, leaving him no time to retaliate. Bai Li Jianchen grimaced, drool flowing from his mouth when a loud crash from behind the wall stunned the entire hall. The wall now bore the imprint of a grotesque figure as Ling Ge looked on, muttering, Oops, I may have used a bit too much force. Ling Ka had sent Bai Li Jianchen flying dozens of meters with a single blow, leaving an imprint on the sturdy wall, and everyone was stunned by her power. They exclaimed, I'm shocked. This is the first time I've seen a trial disciple crush a senior brother, sending him flying with one punch. It's too exaggerated. No wonder even the Bishnuet Pavilion made an exception to accept a male disciple, a beauty that could topple kingdoms but actually a powerful man in disguise. Meanwhile, after defeating Bai Li, Jianchen Ling Ge scratched his head sheepishly and said, Well, this is going to be hard to explain. The elders watching the entire competition from above were surprised by Ling Ge's abilities. A brown-haired man watching the fight in shock wondered, a mid-stage body refiner defeating someone above their level. Are this year's disciples really that extraordinary? Jiming Shui smiled, thinking to herself, Ling Ge is no simple man. Su Ling didn't misjudge him. Lin Bei Mu couldn't help but lament that before they matured, their safety had to be ensured. After this assessment, the news would surely spread, and who knew what troubles it would bring. Meanwhile, a battered Bai Li Jianchen struggled to his feet, blood dripping as he gasped, Ling Ge, I'm going to kill you, he roared through gritted teeth. With that, Bai Li Jianchen pushed through the crowd, heading straight for Ling Ge, who remained calm as the sword approached. Xin Yu Ni and Mu Yue Qing cried out in alarm. Sister Ling, you pervert. Hearing this, Teacher Billy replied, the trial is not over yet, you cannot go there. Mo Yue Qing pleaded urgently. Then stop it now. That guy clearly wants to kill him. Realizing what she'd said, she covered her mouth, thinking, wait, why am I so worried about him? Meanwhile, Xin Yu Ni was going berserk, yelling, Mu Yue Qing is right, stop the trial, Ling Jie is in danger. Seeing this, Teacher Billy smiled helplessly and replied, unfortunately I still can't stop the trial. Bailey Jianchen still has the strength to fight, so for Ling Ge, this is also part of the trial. If anything unexpected happens, I'll stop it in time. Rest assured, nothing has ever gone wrong while I'm supervising. Meanwhile, Ling Ji calmly observed Bai Li Jianchen's movements as his sword thrust directly towards him. Ling Ge gracefully dodges the blow, even finding time to mock him, saying, why are you shouting my name like that? With that, Ling Ge somersaults away from Bailey. Enraged, Bai Li Jianchen replies, you think distance will save you? Watch as my sword energy leaves you in pieces. With that, Bai Li Jianchen unleashed a series of fatal attacks. Ling Ke's flexible movements allowed him to easily evade the attacks, leaving Bai Li Jianchen astonished by his technique. Enraged, Bai Li Jianchen roared, you'll pay dearly, and raised his sword high, slashing down at Ling Ji. Seeing this, Ling Ge smirked easily, catching Bai Li Jianchen's sword between two fingers. Witnessing this, Xin Yu Nie and Mu Qing Yue were astonished mouths agape, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. Bai Li Jianchen was in shock, angrily wondering, how is this possible? Unbelievable, he's completely unscathed. Seeing the bewilderment on Bai Li Jianchen's face, Ling Ge smiled and said, Senior brother Bailey, now it's my turn. Feel this with your heart. With that, Ling Ge snapped the sword in two with a single move. Seeing this, Bai Li Jianchen stared wide-eyed at his sword, now seeing Ling Ge as a terrifying monster. Overwhelmed by Ling Ge's imposing aura, Bai Li Jianchen trembled, breaking out in a cold sweat. He collapsed to the ground, staring at Ling Ge with a look of utter defeat. Seeing this, Ling Ge laughed and said, I yielded, senior brother Bai Li. With that, he turned and left the arena, leaving Bai Li Jianchen kneeling dumbfounded before the broken pieces of his sword. Master Bili then announced Bua Pavilion disciple Ling Ge has passed the second trial. Seeing that Bai Li Jianchen was mentally unstable, a man came over and asked Bai Li Jianchen, are you all right? He could only stammer, unable to speak. Above, Lin Beimu assessed the situation, noting that he could directly block a full-force sword strike from a martial artist of a higher realm with just 2 fingers, and even break the sword. It was beyond imagination, and seemed a bit too much like bullying. Lin Beimu looked at Ling Ge and said, it was just momentum. After winning the battle, Xin Yu Ni happily ran over and hugged Ling Ge, saying, Sister Ling. Seeing this, Ling Ge quickly said, Ni, be careful, don't fall. Xin Yu Ni didn't care. She was lost in happiness. She continued, Sister Ling is amazing. Suddenly, Qin Yunyang was pushed away by someone. Seeing Qin Yunyang nearly fall, Ling Ge rushed forward, embracing her soft body. His eyes flashed with anger as he scanned the area and said coldly, the one who appeared before them is Jiming Shui. She slowly approached, gently caressing Ling Ji's cheek, and praised, truly remarkable to withstand my pressure. Jiming Shui continued, I am the master of Azure Moon Pavilion, and your senior sister Bai is my disciple, which makes me your master from now on. I've just returned to the sect and happened upon the disciple trials. I didn't expect Su Ling to give me such a pleasant surprise. You truly are a special man. Hearing this, Ling Ge immediately became serious and respectfully replied, this disciple was rude just now and hopes that the elder will forgive me. He speaks politely, but his eyes and mind can't leave Jiming Shui's shapely legs, inwardly marveling. Beautiful legs, so beautiful. No wonder she's the senior sister's master. It runs in the family. As if reading his mind, Jiming Shui teased. What are you looking at, little rascal? Did Su Ling say you wouldn't behave? I think you're addicted to wearing women's clothes. You'll want to wear them all the time. Caught red-handed, Ling Ge panicked and waved his hands. No, absolutely not. Elder Ji, I was wrong. I don't want to wear women's clothes anymore. Seeing his flustered state, Jiming Shui couldn't help but laugh. Although I made an exception to let you join the Azure Moon Pavilion, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're surrounded by female disciples. If your conduct is improper, I will expel you from the sect. Do not be arrogant and ruin your promising future. With that, Jiming Shui gently set Qin Yunyang down, and Ling Ge quickly bowed his head in response. Yes, this disciple will remember Elder Ji's teachings. Jiming Shui added, your change of clothes is ready, go back and change. Lang Jie happily responded. Meanwhile, he rejoiced inside, finally free from altering and wearing his senior sister's clothes. The scene shifts to a cool stream, where Ling Ge gently removes his clothes to bathe. His figure was indeed alluring, almost feminine. After washing, Ling Ge put on the new clothes, remarking that pants were still more comfortable. Dressed, he tied his long hair back with a red string, and sighed. Senior sister Bai keeps telling me to cultivate and even punishes me by making me cross-dress. I need to find a way to avoid cultivation. Dressed and ready, Ling Ge returned to find a crowd gathered ahead. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what had drawn so many people. Without hesitation, Ling Ge pushed through the crowd, saying, "What are you all looking at? Let me see." As Ling Ka reached out, a man angrily shouted, "Do you know anything about waiting your turn?" But when he turned and saw Ling Ka's deadly sweet smile, his attitude instantly changed. Recognizing her, the crowd quickly parted and the man said gleefully, "Oh, it's junior sister Ling." "Ah no, senior brother Ling, please, please." Suddenly, a hand tugged at Ling Xia's sleeve and called out, startling him. He asked in surprise, "Senior White, what do you need me for?" Without a word, White Su Ling pinched his back hard and said angrily, "What are you touching here? Hurry up and train." Feeling the pain, Ling Ge whined, "Ouch, ouch, please stop. Senior Bai, all this training is a bit too boring." With that, Bai Su Ling exclaimed, "No, cultivation relies on accumulation over time. You can't slack off because you're lazy. Come with me to cultivate." Hearing this, Ling Ge quickly replied, "Senior Bai, if I told you I'd already broken through to the late stage of the body-tempering realm, could I take a break from cultivating?" Hearing this, Bai Su Ling just shook her head dismissively. "Nonsense. Do you realize how impossible it is to go from mid to late stage body refinement in one night?" Ling Ge tried to explain, "But I really am at the late stage." Hearing this, Bai Su Ling was shocked and exclaimed, "This aura really has broken through to the late stage. How could it be so fast? Were you cultivating in your sleep?" Ling Ge replies, "Actually, I vaguely felt that I was about to break through to the later stage, and yesterday's trial helped me a lot, allowing me to break through successfully." "Okay, since you've broken through to the late stage of body refinement, let's take a day off today and have your wish granted." Ling Ge happily jumped up and down. Then, "Senior Bai, let's go for a walk together." Hearing this, Bai Su Ling reluctantly agreed. "I'll indulge you this once, but I'm only watching to make sure you don't get any funny ideas, not to hang out." With that, Ling Ji clasped his hands behind his head and hastily replied, "Yes, yes." Then Bai Su Ling went ahead with Ling Ji following behind. Meanwhile, back in his study, Lin Bei Mu crushed his cup in anger, growling, "The Xuanqi sect is definitely up to no good. Our sect has a 6-star gifted disciple." After this news spread throughout the martial world, the first to come calling was the Xuanqi sect. Unable to contain his rage, Lin Beimu smashed his cup on the ground, continuing, "Does he really think? I don't know what that old fox Ning Wuyin is thinking." Seeing this, the sect leader's son, Zong Tai Ming, approached and gently massaged Lin Beimu's shoulders, comforting him. "Father, don't be angry. Even if the Xuanqi sect comes, they won't be able to do anything. They're clearly here for our new disciple, so we'll respond in kind. Look at this batch of disciples. They're all peerless geniuses. Luckily, the war god of the War God Temple didn't try to take Nini by force, or the Tai Ming sect would have lost a peerless 6-star genius, a truly irreparable loss." Hearing this, Lin Bei Mu angrily retorted, "If the War God Temple came by force, I couldn't do anything, but the Xuan Qi sect dares to cause trouble. Elder Min gathers the disciples at the training grounds, because in 3 days, the Xuan Qi sect will bring their disciples for a visit, and we absolutely cannot lose face. I want to see what that old bastard Ning Wuhen is up to." Following Lin Bei Mu's command, a voice echoed, "All Tai Ming sect disciples gather at the drill ground immediately." The booming voice forced disciples to cover their ears, their faces etched with discomfort and confusion, shattering the peaceful atmosphere as Ling and Bai Su Ling strolled along. Ling Ge asked Senior Bai, "What was that announcement?" Bai Su Ling quickly replied, "Elder Min is summoning the disciples to the training grounds. Something big must be happening. You should come too." Back in the main hall, Xuanjian Tong announced, "In 3 days, the Xuanqi sect will bring disciples for a friendly competition. The 2 sects will engage in a martial arts contest, so prepare well and don't let the Tai Ming sect lose face." A core disciple named Lan Yu stepped forward and asked Elder Min, "What is the purpose of Xuanran's visit?" Xuanjian Tong glanced over and replied, "The details are unclear, but it's likely because of that 6-star gifted disciple. After all, our Tai Ming sect has always had a poor relationship with the Xuanqi sect. Sect leader Ning definitely isn't here to build rapport. Those who come aren't friendly and those who are friendly don't come. Moreover, I heard that the Xuanqi sect found a peerless genius." Han Jiantang's eyes narrowed as if contemplating something. He continued, "It's Long Aotian, the one chosen for the prodigy list. Long Aotian excels at fighting opponents far stronger than himself. While still at the peak of the body-tempering realm, he defeated several marrow-cleansing realm martial artists. Rumor has it that he hunted several ancient demonic beasts and has now entered the spirit origin realm, possessing unfathomable potential and strength. It's said that even the sect leader's daughter, Ning Wujing, of the mystic Odd sect, is in love with him." Lam Yu replied, "That's too intense. Just how monstrous is this Long Aotian? I can't learn this, I really can't." Below, the disciples whispered, "Look, senior brother Lan Yu seems to be burning with fighting spirit. Is he planning to challenge Long Aotian? I remember senior brother Lan Yu is almost at the late stage of the spirit profound realm." With a radiant aura, Lam Vu stepped forward with a cold expression like a fairy tale god. Standing below, Ling Ge listened to the words with disdain, thinking to himself, just what the hell is Long Gao Thien? Could someone really have such an embarrassing name and cross-realm battles, slaughtering hordes of monsters, embracing the sect leader's daughter, power, fame, women, and probably a fortune to boot? Is this guy the real protagonist of this world? But hearing them talk, he's only at the spirit origin realm. That's too weak unless he's still growing. Lost in thought, a call of 7th apprentice brother startled Ling Gei. He retorted, "Why are you shouting like that? Does senior sister want me to go crazy?" With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Lang Ka's face, Bak Lin retorted, "Who told you not to pay attention to her? Don't just sit there like an idiot. Listen up, you need to prepare yourself. You're going to be in the martial arts competition, so don't embarrass our Azure Moon Pavilion." Obeying her instructions, Ling Ge complied. Soon the big day arrived and everyone gathered in the main hall of the palace. A massive yacht slowly descends from above, followed by hundreds of Qishuan sect disciples leaping to the ground, creating a piercing sound that forces the timing sect disciples to cover their ears in pain. A voice echoed, "Long time no see, sect leader Lin." Meanwhile, Xin Yunie, Mu Qingyue, and Bai Su Ling were also clutching their heads, looking extremely uncomfortable. Seeing this, Ling Ge immediately cast a spell, creating a barrier to protect the three of them. Then he glared angrily at the source of the sound. Hearing the commotion, Lin Beimu rushed out angrily, pointing at sect leader Ning and shouted, "Ning Wugan, do you want to start a war with my Tai Ming sect, coming to my sect and daring to unleash your pressure? Take a blow from this old man." Without another word, Lin Beimu immediately retaliated, and seeing this, Ning Wuhen angrily shouted, "You damned old ghost, who's afraid of who? When I get down there, we'll fight for 3,0,0,0,0 rounds." With that, Ning Wugan leaped from the airship, swiftly approaching Lin Beimu, landing gracefully on the ground. Then one by one, the disciples of the mystic odd sect also descended. Ning Wuhen and Lin Beimu, bitter, faced off like children. Nin Wugan cursed, "You old codger," but Lin Beimu retorted, "You're the old codger." Just then, a disciple of the Xuanqi sect, named Long Aotian, came to greet Lin Beimu. He knelt and bowed, saying solemnly, "Senior Lin, it's been a long time." Hearing the name Long Aotian, the disciples of the Tai Ming sect were overjoyed, shouting, "My God, look at me handsome." Xin Yunyi hides behind Ling Ge, saying, "Sister Ling, I don't think this person is a good guy." Mu Qingyue behind them unhappily adds, "His face is full of arrogance. I can't stand looking at him." "So you're Long Aotian Bai," Su Ling said, "but you're still not as good as junior brother Ling." Ling Ge then replied, "Your reactions are a little too genuine." "Wait, senior sister, what do you mean, not as good?" Meanwhile, Long Aotian greets them, and Lin Beimu disdainfully pushes Ning Wugan's hand away, saying, "Let go. At least show me some respect, old fool." Suddenly sensing something different, Long Aotian asked, "What is this aura?" He approached Ling Ge and the others who were chatting happily, and said, "So it was here. I am Long Aotian. May I ask for the ladies' names?" Bai Su Ling coldly replied. From the Azure Moon Pavilion, Bai Su Ling Qiang, Ha Mu Yue Qing, and Qin Yu Ni. Hearing this, Long Aotian grinned and asked which of them was the peerless six-star genius. Lin Beimu then replied, "That would be Qin Yu Ni, the six-star prodigy of our Tai Ming sect." Hearing this, Long Aotian sneered, thinking, "So she's just a little girl." Then, with a sinister smile, he plotted, "The Jade Moon Pavilion is good. It'll be easier to control. And those three women beside her." Long Aotian glanced at Ling Ge, understanding his intentions. Ling Ge stares him down and confidently replies, "Ling Ge." Long Gao, Tian and Ling Ge locked eyes, sparks almost flying. He smirked, thinking, "This woman dares to target me. Interesting." Seeing Long Aotian greet Ling Ka's group so enthusiastically, yet none of them paid him any attention, Ning Yujing angrily retorted, "Hey, what's your problem? Ao Tian is greeting you all so kindly, what's with the attitude?" With that, Ning Yujing ran over and affectionately linked arms with Long Ao Tian. Seeing this, Ning Wuyin calmly said, "Wujing, don't be rude." Long Aotian, seeking favor, added, "Wujing, it's okay, I don't mind." Hearing Long Aotian's words, Ning Yujing's heart fluttered, and she happily covered her blushing cheeks with her hands. Ling Ge, watching Ning Yujing from below, thought to himself that she was one of Long Aotian's harem. Nin Wuhen's daughter, Ning Yujing, is rumored to be hot-tempered, but little does she know that her father is here to compete for Nie Ni. Observing the situation, Lin Beimu's son speaks up, "Sect leader, Ning, time is of the essence, it's getting late, so let's start the martial arts competition." Hearing this, Ning Wujun replied, "You're right, let's start immediately. But this martial arts competition is mainly for exchange, so let the disciples of the two sects fight on their own." "What do you think?" Lin Beimu's son, finding the suggestion reasonable, quickly agreed, "Then let's do it that way." Meanwhile, Lin Beimu and Ning Gao Yin were still locked in a childish battle of wills. With the plan set, Lin Beimu's son cleared his throat and announced, "Attention everyone, I hereby declare the official alliance between the Tai, Ming and Xuanqi sects." No sooner said than done. A disciple from the Xuanqi sect leaped into the arena, declaring, "Very well, allow me to be the first to learn." Seeing the arrogance of the Xuanqi sect, disciples after their loss, Bai Su Ling could no longer stand it. She followed him onto the stage, landing gracefully, and said with a cold gaze, "Bai Su Ling, of the Timing sect, requests guidance." Without a word, Qiuluo quickly attacked Bai Suling. Seeing this, Bai Suling swiftly dodged his blows, then turned the tables, slashing at Qiuluo's leg, which he narrowly avoided. Not stopping there, Bai Suling continued her assault, using the 8 directions of impermanence, followed by the Changyang Spirit Division, striking Thu La, leaving him helpless. A fatal blow struck Thu La head-on. He stood motionless, unable to think, and instinctively recoiled in fear, his face trembling before Bai Suling's power. With one palm strike, Qiuluo was sent flying dozens of meters away. Having dealt with him, Bai Suling calmly left the arena to the admiration of the crowd. They cheered, saying how cool she was. "Our leader is mighty, we'll always love you." Bai Suling then rejoined her sisters. As Ling Ge chuckled, "Senior Bai, weren't you a little too harsh?" Hearing this, Mu Qingyue quickly chimed in, "Not at all. Senior Bai did great. That guy was full of murderous intent. Beating him like that was letting him off easy." With a murderous aura, Bai Suling drew her shining sword, and coldly said, "Yue Qing is right, this man is untrustworthy. If it weren't for the martial arts competition, I'd make him regret being born a man." Seeing the enraged Bai Suling, Ling Ge quickly tried to calm her down, saying, "Senior Bai, please put away your sword first, let's talk." Hearing this, Bai Suling sheathed her sword, and said with a displeased expression, "You didn't need to run so far." Meanwhile, Long Gaothien secretly observed Bai Suling's every move, realizing that the people of Azure Moon Pavilion were not as easy to deal with as he had anticipated. He contemplated that it seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. After a moment's thought, Long Gaotian approached his seniors and said, "I'm afraid I've embarrassed you all. Allow me to take over the fight. The Tai Ming sect will not be defeated so easily." Lam Yu steps onto the stage to continue the fight calmly, stating, "I am Lam Yu of the Tai Ming sect, here to learn from you. Please enlighten me." With that, Lan Yu began to move, and Long Aoshan, sensing his power, secretly acknowledged that Lan Yu was indeed a formidable opponent, likely the trump card of the Tai Ming sect. Lam Yu draws his sword surrounded by massive blocks of ice, which shatter into countless shards flying towards Long Aotian. Seeing this, Long Aoshan was not afraid. He smiled strangely, calmly raised his hand and shouted, "Dragon's roar." Immediately, a golden dragon appeared and enveloped him. Seeing this, Lan Yu unleashed the first move of the ice cloud, 9 swords. Suddenly, Lam Vu's eyes widened. Was something amiss? Long Gaothien had effortlessly lifted him high into the air. Long Aoshan shouts, "Get down, I don't have time to play with you." With that, he throws Lan Yu far outside the city of Tai Ming sect. Seeing this, the people of the Tai Ming sect were surprised, whispering, "This is the invincible Long Ao Tien." Senior brother Lan Yu was blown away. "He's too abnormal. Who can defeat him?" After dealing with Lan Yu, Long Ao Tien arrogantly looked at Ling Ge and said, "So will this junior sister discuss with me?" Hearing the invitation, Ling Ge happily replied, "I couldn't ask for more." Ling Ge thought to herself, "Today your protagonist halo will be shattered by this junior sister." Long Aotian, sounding intrigued, replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll suppress my strength to the same body-tempering realm as you, and I promise to hold back." Seeing the situation, Lin Beimu panicked, pointing at Ning Wugan and saying, "What are you playing at? Even if he suppresses his strength, his martial skills far surpass Ling Ge's. Do you, Xuanqi sect, even have any shame?" Hearing this, Ning Wugan calmly stroked his chin and replied, "Lin Beimu, rest assured, Long Aodian will know his limits." That's what Ning Wugan said, but in his mind he was thinking that if the Tai Ming sect lost such a talented star, it would be quite a painful blow. The Xuanqi sect crowd below sneered and gossiped. "We already know how this will end. Body tempering versus profound spirit is like an adult toying with a child. It's just for laughs. It's like senior brother Ling doesn't think he'll lose at all. Don't come crying to me when you lose." Below, Ning Yujing gazed adoringly at Long Ao Tian's back, clearly lost in a rosy daydream. Ning Yujing says, "I remember being like that, so foolish. Senior brother Long Aotian is so handsome and strong, she will be subdued." At this moment, Jiming Shui may appear calm, but she's secretly anxious, fearing that Ling Ge will ruin everything, while Bai Su Ling Xin Yu Nie and Mu Yue Qing are restless. Bai Su Ling shouted, "What is this idiot showing off for? Not only them, but even Lin Bei Mu's son is suspicious." Ling Ge, I'll ask again, do you really want to fight Long Aotian? Ling Ge replied cheerfully. Didn't senior brother Long say he'd hold back? Senior Long is suppressing his strength to spar with me, and I couldn't possibly refuse his guidance. With that, Ling Ge leaps into the arena, grinning, "Senior Long, let's begin." Seeing Ling Ka's fearless confidence, Long Aoshan arrogantly replies, "Very well, let's begin." And with that, Long Aoshan immediately attacks. Long Aodian advances on Ling Ge, who fearlessly dodges, standing firm to assess the situation. With a ferocious look, Long Aodian lunges toward Ling Ge, but Ling Ge simply smiles, mysteriously and effortlessly dodges. Having dodged Long Gaothian's attack, Long Gaothian face plants into the ground, sending rocks flying. Enraged, he screams, "How is this possible? How did you dodge that? Are you faster than me?" Hearing this, Ling Ge pondered. I don't know, maybe Senior Long just slipped. Seeing Ling Ge's feigned ignorance, Long Atian angrily launched a second attack. This leaves Ling Ge stunned. Long Aotian has used the ninefold avatar technique, splitting into multiple versions of himself, leaving Ling Ge disoriented, and he calls it holding back. Where's the mercy? All I see is a thug, Long Aotian thought. These clones have 80% of my power. Let's see how you dodge this. Without hesitation, Ling Ge coldly declares, I thought you were defying the heavens, but it's just a pointless shadow clone. Then carefully observing, Ling Ge locks onto the real Long Aotian and strikes him with a palm. The events unfolded too suddenly, too quickly for Long Aotian to believe his eyes. He suffered internal injuries, coughing up blood, and collapsed to the ground in agony. He wondered, what's happening to me? Seeing Long Aotian severely injured, Ning Yujing cried out anxiously, Senior brother Aotian. Ning Yujing rushed to Long Aotian's side, bursting into tears. How did this happen? Seeing the dire situation, Ning Wuhen exclaimed in shock. What is this sorcery? Touching upon my blind spot, could this be the legendary exploding on the spot? Without another word, Ning Wuyin immediately took Long Aotian back and ordered Xuanqi sect return to the sect immediately. Seeing the Xuanqi sect retreat, the Tai Ming sect disciples cheered. Breaking news, Long Aotian exploded on the spot. That's tomorrow's headline for sure. Seeing the Xuanqi sect guys looking so grim is so satisfying. Having dealt with the arrogant Long Aotian, Ling Ge thought to himself, now, that's what I call a power gap. Who told you to see me as a woman? Go experience being a woman yourself. Then Ji Xueming approached, asking Ling Ge, what exactly did you do just now? Upon hearing this, Ling Ge scratched his head innocently and replied, I didn't do anything. It's probably that senior brother Long couldn't control his martial arts. It sounded plausible to Shui Ming, who thought it could be explained, but that martial skill was not simple, and not everyone could use it, but something felt off. Meanwhile, Ling Ge seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed by Jiming Shui humming and skipping as he casually left the platform. Su Gyundo and the succubus queen had been watching from the start, following Ling Ge with interest. Ling Ge. Interesting. Perhaps he can be of use. Seeing Su Qiandao leave, the second demon king called out, Su Qiandao, you saw everything, so I may need your help. This is our deal. Hearing this, Su Qiandao quickly replied, rest assured, I will do what I have promised. After that incident, a crowd gathered outside the Xuanqi sect, clamoring to see the sect leader reporters looking for a scoop for tomorrow's headlines. They clamorously asked the old sect leader Ning why Long Aotian had exploded on the spot and if it was due to cultivation gone awry. Old sect leader Ning, there were rumors about Long Aotian and your daughter. Did something go wrong during their dual cultivation leading to this outcome? Hearing these relentless questions, Ning Wuyin's face darkened and he trembled with rage. The Xuanqi sect members rushed to calm him. Sect leader, please don't be angry. But Ning Wugen couldn't restrain himself any longer, and he punched forward. Get out of my sight. Days later, news of the Xuanqi sect spread like wildfire. Ling Ge read the headline, Long Aotian of the Xuanqi sect, paralyzed, suspected of cultivation deviation. The former sect leader Ning Wugan furiously attacked the martial arts reporters, as Ling Ge smiled, thinking that the Xuanqi sect had completely lost face this time. These martial arts reporters are vicious, like bloodhounds from my past life. Just then, Bai Su Ling entered, telling me, Junior the sect leader wants us in the main hall. Hearing his name, Ling Ge turned around and asked, huh? Soon the group arrived at the main hall, and after hearing the sect leader's words, Ling Ge pointed to himself in surprise, asking, huh? You want us to go down the mountain for training, Elder Ji Mingyue said, resting her chin on her hand. That's right, you all entered the sect together, so you should go down the mountain for training together, led by Su Ling. Hearing this, Xin Yuni excitedly raised her hands and said, great, we can go down the mountain and play. Mu Yueqing was equally excited, her eyes wide with anticipation as she said, this is great, I've been cultivating in the mountains. Every day I feel like I'm about to become stupid. Lingo was also very happy, thinking, that's right, the food at Shiming sect is too bland, maybe I can go down the mountain and eat something delicious, and have some chicken and wine. Not bad at all. With that thought, Linga began to salivate eagerly, anticipating this training excursion. Suddenly, Lingge was poked and quickly dragged away by Bai Su Ling, who said, then tomorrow we'll head to Wanluo City first. Linge was dragged along clueless and dazed, while on the high platform sect leader Lin Bei Mu of the Tai Ming sect couldn't help but laugh such lovely children. Linge was dragged away desperately shouting, wait, Senior Bai, I'm suffocating, why are we leaving so soon? Soon the four of them were heading down the mountain, unaware that a dark shadow was watching their every move. The red-eyed demon gripped his blade and said, the Demon King said it might be these four. The details are unclear, but they're just ants. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window as Linge stirred in her sleep. She groaned, opened her eyes, sat up and looked beside her to see Qin Yuni sleeping soundly. Seeing this, Linge froze, unable to move, while Qin Yuni murmured in her sleep, Hey, Sister Ling is so beautiful, and you belong only to me. Supporting himself on his hand, Linge watches the sleeping Qin Yuni and can't help but smile, thinking that Nier startled him on purpose. This girl is so silly when she sleeps. she's really cute. But then, Ling suddenly realized something freezing in place. Wait, why is she in my bed? Just then the door burst open and Bai Su Ling stormed in. Hearing the commotion, Qin Yuni sleepily sits up, rubbing her eyes as she asks, Lingge, what's wrong? Lingge hears Nini's voice, and his face darkens, a sense of unease washing over him as Bai Su Ling storms in like a demon, radiating murderous intent as she cracks her knuckles and glares at him. Langa trembled, sweat pouring down as he fearfully backed away. A loud voice screamed, "Die, you pervert!" The sound was so loud that everyone nearby heard it. Furious, Bai Su Ling led Qin Yuni and Mu Yue Qing away. Before leaving, she scolded Langa, telling him to reflect on his indecent behavior. Langa, with a large handprint on his face, sat dejectedly, sighing, Ni, I just went to the bathroom in the middle of the night and went into the wrong room on the way back. Is that my fault? There's no way I'm reflecting. At most, I'll just wander around. And so Linga went for a solitary stroll with his tea. Just then, a man approached Linga, clasped his hands and said, Brother, I see you drinking alone, looking troubled. Perhaps you have something on your mind. Why not drink with me and share your woes? What do you say? Seeing the man casually sit beside him, Ling thought, he just sat down like that. What a thick face. But he could tell I was a man right away. That's rare. Then Ling picked up the wine bottle, annoyed, and said, You're just here to freeload. I don't have any troubles to confide. Then Linga asked, Besides, who are you? Shouldn't you introduce yourself first? If you have something to say it directly. The man beside him chuckled, waving his hand. My apologies, I am Lin Qing. If that's the case, we can talk about something else. Do you know why so many disciples have been coming to Wanluo City recently? Linga asked, holding up his teacup. Oh, if you know, tell me about it. Lin Qing pondered, resting his chin in his hand. Seeing him beating around the bush, Linga stood up to leave, saying, If you're not going to talk, I'm leaving. Go find someone else to talk to. Like lightning, Lin Qing rushed in front of Linga, breathlessly saying, Please wait. Lin Qing suggested, Actually, I wanted to invite you to the Wanluo City auction. Hearing this, Linga stopped and asked curiously, An auction? So you approached me to invite me to this auction. What's so special about it? Lin Qing then explained to Lingge, brother, Ling, you may not know, but this Wanluo auction is selling important information related to the Dark Abyss realm, and I fear disciples from major sects will come. It's because of this that the Martial God Temple is also paying close attention. Seeing that you're a disciple of the Tai Min sect and thinking we could help each other, I thought you might be interested. He nodded, replying with a casual and slightly indolent air. In that case, I'll go with you and see. A flicker of curiosity sparked within Ling Ke. What kind of news could be worthy of auction? Before long, Lin Qing and Ling Ke stood before the grand hall of the auction. The place was packed, buzzing with excitement, and a staff member quickly approached to escort them inside. Please come in. The auction is about to begin. Ling Ge and Lin Qing entered without hesitation, found their seats and received their bidding paddles as the host took to the stage, welcoming everyone to the Wanluo auction. I trust the auction items this time will not disappoint. Please be seated and prepare to spend those spirit stones. With a glint of mystery in his eyes, the host lowered his voice and continued, I know what you're all here for, so I won't keep you waiting any longer. The starting bid is 1 million, with a minimum increase of 10,000 each time. The host announced, the first item presented with great fanfare is a major piece of news concerning the underworld. As soon as the item was named, the entire hall erupted in discussion. Wow, I can't believe they're starting with this. I thought it would be the final item. Goodness, they're starting big. Amidst the crowd, a man leisurely sat tea in hand and said with interest, 5 million. This man was none other than Zhou Xiao, the second prince of the heavenly Zhou dynasty, and he raised his sign, clearly repeating 1 million spirit stones. Immediately, another person waved a fan, laughing, responding, the second prince is truly majestic. I'll add a small hand, 7 million. That's Du Nu Fong, a disciple from Bichai Van Am Monday. Another voice echoed from Diep Do, a disciple of Dak Ma Tong, Tu Nuong. Nuong only added 2 million, too stingy, 10 million. Yan Li of the Great Sun Empire also stood up, declaring, You can all sit on the sidelines. My Great Sun Empire must have this information for 15 million. Not to be outdone, Lin Qing raised his sign and shouted, Martial God Temple, 15.1 million. Hearing this bizarre price, Zhu Zhao on the second floor slammed the table in anger, shouting, Martial God Temple, are you kidding me? Yanli also furiously crushed the wooden railing beside him. That's right. If you claim to be from the Martial God Temple, then prove it. Lin Qing glanced at them, his face clearly displeased. What's wrong? Since when do people from the Martial God Temple need to prove their identity? I do have a Martial God token, but you'd better think carefully, because if I take it out, this won't end simply. Linga, sitting next to him, looked very interested. Oh, so you're from the Martial God Temple, and you even have a Martial God token. You must be someone important. Perhaps a direct disciple of the Martial God. Lin Qing acted arrogantly but spoke humbly. No, I'm just a regular disciple of the Martial God Temple. Resting his chin on his hand, Ling Ge lazily raised his sign and casually announced 20 million source stones. Lin Qing turned sharply, staring at Ling Ge in astonishment. Brother Ling, brother. he whispered urgently, his voice full of worry. I'm bidding in the name of the martial god temple. No one dares compete with me. You don't need to raise the price. Linga confidently replied, it's an auction after all. Wouldn't it be a shame to leave empty-handed? Enraged, Lin Qing trembled as he raised his sign. 20,000. Hearing this, Linga laughed and offered an unimaginable price, 6.66 million spirit stones. Upon hearing this number, Lin Qing's face turned pale, and he trembled as he said, Brother Ling, you are a smart man. You must understand why I brought you here, right? Lin Ge smiled faintly, replying casually, isn't it for me to bid 6.66 million for you? Lin Qing was speechless, with anger stammering only, brother. At this point, Lin Qing couldn't hold back any longer. He glared and declared, the martial god temple is not something you can trifle with. I'll pay any price, 100 million spirit stones. Lin Ka casually leaned on his arm and countered with 1 billion. Enraged, Lin Qing lunged at Lin Ka, yelling, are you crazy? You're deliberately going against me, aren't you? 1 billion spirit stones, that's a bold claim. Let's see you produce them. Ultimately, no one could outbid him, and Lan Ka successfully acquired the information about the Dark Abyss realm. The host respectfully brought a treasure basin to Lan Ka, smiling obsequiously. Esteemed guest, please deposit all the spirit stones owed into this treasure basin. Lin Ka lazily produced a spatial ring and offered it. From the ring, countless spirit stones poured out like a waterfall, and after a long while, the 1 billion spirit stones were finally accounted for. Lin Ka yawned wearily, finally done. You guys are too inefficient. Watching this, Lin Qing was numb, with only one thought in his head, how could this be? He actually produced 1 billion source stones and he knew I was from the martial god temple, yet he still competed with me. Though furious, Lin Qing had to admit I misjudged you. Brother Ling is indeed generous. I am not your equal. Humph, we'll meet again. Watching Lin Qing's murderous figure disappear, Linga couldn't help but whistle with pleasure. He thought to himself, serves you right for being with that old martial god and wanting me to join you. Dream on, kid. Linga happily turned to the host. Now give me the information. My senior sister is waiting for me. Ling Ge took the scroll and opened it, finding only 2 lines. Tai Gutming Ghost Festival, Murderous Spirit, Myriad Spirit, Blood Sea, Subduing Ghost God. He flipped the scroll, looking for hidden clues, but there was nothing else. Disappointed, he exclaims. This is all I get for 1 billion. For a sect, this could have strategic significance. I'll give it to my senior as a small gift. The figure in the shadows thought I didn't expect it to fall into his hands. It seems this person is not so simple. Meanwhile, Bai Su Ling and her 2 companions strolled about, curiously taking in the sights, unaware of the demonic shadow that had been following them all the way from the Tai Ming sect. Passers-by in the alley, where the shadow lurks, shiver, sensing a chill. What was that? Meanwhile, Lingjia strolled leisurely down the street, wine gourd in hand, thinking how boring it was. Women loved to shop no matter where they were, but he didn't know what was so great about it. Suddenly, a demon general found Ling Ji. He smirked, swallowing hard. From above, Su Jiandao observed, assessing the situation. It seemed the ghost general was preparing to strike. A beautiful girl appeared behind him, giggling. If he just died like that, it would be interesting. Tao Jiandao never took his eyes off Linga. If she thought the ghost general could handle him, she was underestimating him. His current actions were enough to see some clues. He wasn't afraid of the god of war palace, easily taking out 1 billion origin stones. During the martial arts competition with Kaitong County Longgao, Tian vomited blood. He must have been secretly involved, and now that news has fallen into his hands. The second Demon King listened to the analysis, unable to suppress her doubts. If that's the case, Su Jiandao, why don't you take action yourself? Su Jiandao turns back, his face gloomy and cold. For now, let your ghost general scout ahead. If necessary, I'll step in. As for you, Enchantress Queen, don't just stand by. After all, this is your demon clan's grand plan. The second Demon King covered his mouth and laughed eerily. I hardly need reminding. Below, Ling Ge innocently strolled through the alley, observing everything around her, unaware that the ghost general was silently stalking her. Seeing that they were alone, he drew his sword, sneering, like a moth to a flame. But in the blink of an eye, Ling Ge vanished before him. The demon general stared in shock at the empty alley, wondering, what happened? Where did he go? Just then, a soft voice echoed from behind him. Why were you following me? Who sent you? The ghost general recoiled in shock, tossing aside his cloak to reveal his hideous true face. He turned, raising his blade. Humph, saves me the trouble. I'll butcher you now, and offer you as a sacrifice to the revival of our ghost clan. Linga leaned casually against the wall, his tone mocking. The ghost clan wants to kill me. You've been following us since the Tai Ming sect just to find an opportunity to strike. The demon general ignored him, swinging his blade, die. But just as the blade was about to hit Ling Ge, a stream of water erupted, hitting the demon general square in the face. He closed his eyes, savoring the liquid on his face, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. What an easy task. Just then, Ling Ka's voice echoed, Hey, open your eyes, stop basking in your own glory. The demon general opened his eyes, stunned by the sight before him. Ling Ka was unharmed. Only the wine gourd in his hand had been split in 2. The demon general frantically held his sword to Ling Gei's neck, applying slight pressure, but Ling Gei easily grabbed the blade. The demon general cried out in horror, "How is this possible?" Ling Gei gripped the blade, a smirk on his face. "That's not right. Let me teach you." He snapped the sword like a twig, and appeared behind the demon general in a flash. Ling Ji whispers that he's experiencing a lifetime of teaching in a single moment, and with a swift slice, the demon general's throat is cut. Ling Ji's eyes light up, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. "The demon race is it? How interesting. I'll play along with you." The next morning, an angry roar echoed through the room. Ling Ge sat up in bed, covered his ears and said miserably, "Do you have to yell so loud every time? Senior Bai. So noisy." Bai Su Ling approached and pinched Ling Ge's cheek. "What's wrong? How dare you have an opinion?" Ling Ge cradles his swollen cheek, smiling obsequiously. "I wouldn't dare. Senior Bai is as beautiful as a celestial being, elegant and devastatingly gorgeous. How could I have any complaints? How could I have any objections? You can call me anything you want, as loud as you want, and I still won't object." But inwardly he wondered who would dare marry such a fierce woman. Just then, Meng Yuqing burst in excitedly, asking Senior Bai, "Is that pervert awake yet?" Qin Yunyang followed, waving goodbye. "Sister Ling, good morning. The Myriad Melody Assembly is about to begin. Let's hurry and go see it." Bai Su Ling nodded quickly, leading everyone out. Only then did Ling Ge seriously ask, "What do you think of that news?" Supporting her chin, Bai Su Ling pondered, "I don't know where you got it, but this riddle is not simple. I'll submit it when we return to the sect and we'll review it then." With that, Bai Su Ling left, slamming the door shut. Watching everyone leave, Ling Ge couldn't help but feel confused. It seemed he couldn't rely on senior sister Bai's intelligence to solve it. He suddenly realized, wait, didn't she also admit that I'm a pervert? At the Wanluo Zither Music Festival, a picturesque scene unfolds with a building constructed in the middle of a large lotus lake. A voice calls out, inviting music fairy Qing. A girl holding a zither gently descends from the sky. She was ethereally beautiful, with a refined and otherworldly air. The music flowed from her delicate hands, stirring the hearts of all who listened. Wang Guxuan, the city lord of Wanluo City, greeted everyone warmly, welcoming them to his city. The people below deeply admired their city lord, truly worthy of the title, a master of the supreme realm. The crowd continued to express their adoration. The city lord is about to break through to the martial saint realm, becoming one of the most powerful experts of this era. My idol. And accompanying Wang Guxuan is Yue Qing Fairy. Wang Guxuan addressed the crowd. "You're all here to hear the fairy's song, so I won't bore you with more words. Please welcome Yue Qing, the music fairy of the Azure Sea Cloud Sound Sect, to perform for us." The musician's crimson lips were captivating, and as she began to play, the enchanting melody enthralled the audience. Ling Ge listened but didn't seem too interested. He thought to himself that this ancient melody wasn't bad, but it wasn't quite at the level to make people lose their minds. Are they really here for the music? Or just for the view? Or perhaps in my past life I heard too many flashy pop songs making me immune to this ancient style. After a while the music ended and the musician gently bowed her head in thanks. The crowd below erupted in endless praise. "Bravo fairy, I love you." Bai Su Ling turned to Ling Ge, saying that the woman's musical comprehension had reached an unprecedented level, and her cultivation was also much higher than hers. "Didn't you sense anything from her music?" Ling Ge shook his head vigorously. "No." Bai Tu Lin leans in her disbelief clear. "What martial arts talent do you even have? So you're saying you didn't hear anything? Were you even listening?" Ling responded, flustered. "Of course I was listening, but I'm not really interested in sonic martial arts." "Stop lying, I saw you, you savage. You don't understand music at all. I saw you wandering around earlier. Do you even know what absolute pitch is? Or how it can make cultivation easier? Do you even know?" Incensed, Mu Yuqing unleashed a torrent of words, and Ling Ge, unable to bear it any longer, snapped, "What's so great about it anyway? I could do it too." Yue Qing on stage noticed Ling Jie's bold words. She silently listened as everyone discussed Ling Ge, wondering who this woman was to dare say such things. What good is a pretty face? Sonic martial arts have nothing to do with appearance. Among the younger generation, Yue Qing Fairy considers herself second to none. After letting everyone talk, she leaned closer to Ling Ge and asked, "This young lady speaks with such confidence, so she must be very confident in her musical abilities. If you can play a piece, so I can broaden my horizons." Though her words were gentle, Yue Qing Fairy wanted to humiliate Ling Ge. She thought to herself that glib talkers were becoming more common, and that new sound-based martial artists were increasingly looked down upon. "This time I'll make you back down," Xin Yu Nie lightly scolded with worry. "Brother Ling, it seems you've stirred up trouble again." Qing was extremely worried. "We're doomed, you perverted freak. What nonsense did you spout? Tomorrow's headlines will be a sight to behold. We're about to become the laughingstock of the world." And to top it off, he's slandering the Tai Ming sect. Bai Su Ling glared at Ling Ge in anger. Ling Ge calmly addressed everyone. "Although I lack talent in this area, I wouldn't tell you all something I don't know." The Qing were stunned, unable to believe it. "Do you really know? Are you out of your mind?" Su Ling pleaded with him. "Junior, please don't be foolish." But Ling Ge, full of confidence, suddenly leaped onto the stage. He faced Music Fairy and asked, "May I borrow Music Fairy's zither?" Music Fairy generously replied, "Of course." Then Ling Ge took the instrument, sat center stage, and announced, "I will now play a piece for everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Ge's fingers danced across the strings, and an enchanting melody echoed through the space. The crowd below was stunned, their bodies swaying uncontrollably to the music, cheering wildly. "Oh dear, my body can't resist the seismic force, and has started dancing. This is a completely new sensation, never before experienced. Even the Music Fairy is impressed. Is this a new genre? Ling Ge is giving it his all on stage." Finally, he finishes his performance, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Setting the instrument down, Ling Ge was immensely proud, thinking that only this kind of song was good enough. Back then, this divine song, Blood Bombardment, dominated the charts. It's a pity that it lacked martial arts to complement it, otherwise it would have been even better. Afterward, Ling Ge returned the zither to Yue Qing. Yue Qing Fairy, her zither thanks her very much. Yue Qing took back her instrument, saddened but forced to admit, "I am no match for you." Then she suddenly snapped, declaring, "But I absolutely will not lose to you. I will also create a school of my own." Pointing at Ling Ge, she asked loudly, "What is your name?" Startled, Ling Ge blankly replied, "Huh, are you asking me?" "Yes, my name is Ling Ge." On stage, the Music Fairy was still shouting while the audience below felt regret. "Why do I still want to listen? Oh my, this is addicting, I want to hear more." Seeing the situation, Ling Ka quickly fled. Yue Qing and Su Ling are in trouble. "Let's go." But Su Ling is hooked on Ling Ka's music, and she stands there whining. "Junior, how are you so skilled? Ah, I want to hear it again." Even Nunit Thon had to give praise, never expecting him to be so amazing, asking for another round if possible. Tan Nguniep's eyes lit up as she approached Lang Ka, showering him with compliments. "So amazing. Brother, you're so good, please do it again." Being surrounded like this, Ling Ge thought to himself perhaps he had gone a little overboard this time. He grimaced, thinking, "Oh no, even they've been poisoned by my music." After the performances concluded, Wang Guxuan happily announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the zither music event. Though brief, I'm sure you all heard it. The zither music of Fairy Yue Qing and that young lady was truly stunning." Wang Guxuan continued, "I invite the two fairies and the guests to the city lord's mansion. I have something to discuss." Ling was surprised. "Huh, me." He clearly didn't want to participate. He quickly made an excuse. "Can I go back to the inn first? I think my stomach feels a little uneasy." Su Ling was stunned. "No way." But Ling Ge continued to leave, grimacing as if his stomach really was upset. That expression made Yue Qing and Yuni secretly laugh. Soon everyone arrived at the city lord's mansion of Wanluo City. Wang Guchen said to everyone, "The reason I've called you here is because of something. You must know that many demons have escaped from the nether abyss and are harming the world. Many innocent people have perished at their hands, and I, as city lord, have also been affected. The martial god temple has also sent down an order." With a heavy heart, Wang Guchen continued, "Therefore, I've decided to organize a ghost hunting event to eliminate the ghouls that escaped from the nether abyss. If you collect the ghost essence dropped by the demons, you can trade them at a special exchange set up by the city lord for spirit stones, weapons, elixirs, and more. Consider this hunt a form of training." And with that, each person received a transmission stone. Wang Guxuan explained, "This is a sound transmission stone. If you are in mortal danger, channel your spiritual power into it, and the city lord's Fu will come to your rescue. I suggest you all act together that way. Even if you encounter a higher level demon, you have a chance to kill it together." Seeing Wang Guchen say this, Su Ling also said to everyone, "One of the purposes of our training this time is to investigate the underworld. This demon hunt is a perfect opportunity for us. We all said we wanted to train, so let's use this to test our strength." Nguniep eagerly joined in, even calling out to Lang Kalang, "Let's join too." Ling Ge paused, thinking, "This demon hunting assembly sounds interesting. Let's infiltrate the demon race. That demon general seems like the first target." Soon the group arrived at the foot of a mountain, once a place of lush greenery, now shrouded in darkness. Death. Wang Gutian's subordinate, who was acting as their guide, spoke softly as they reached the foot of the mountain. "Everyone, let's stop here and rest for a bit." A purple-haired girl behind her agreed, adding that the journey through the valley would be dangerous, teeming with ghouls ready to devour the unprepared. Everyone took a break and began to discuss their plans. It's said that Mochang Valley is teeming with demonic creatures, and though they may not be strong, their numbers are enough to deter even Spirit Origin Realm warriors. I wonder if being assigned here is a blessing or a curse. Ling Ge and Su Ling overheard their conversation as the green-haired senior brother approached them, asking where they were from. "I'd like to team up with you ladies, so we can help each other once we enter the valley." Su Ling refused. "We're fine with just the four of us, no need to team up. You can leave now." The two had no choice but to turn away. After a short rest, the blue-haired senior brother announced, "Everyone, it's time to depart." As they entered the valley, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Suddenly, terrifying demons appeared roaring. Eerie black smoke swirls around them, slicing into one man's hand, and he quickly realizes he's bleeding. He cried out, "My hand! What's happening? I can't see anything clearly." The leading brother then encouraged, "Don't panic, let me use my spiritual power to dispel this evil mist." And so a circle of light spread out, dispelling the hazy evil. The green-haired brother drew his sword, swinging it wildly, as a stone fell to the ground. The green-haired brother shouted, "Everyone, these little devils are using the power of the black mist to hide themselves. Just do as I do, and use your spiritual power to dispel it." Meanwhile, Su Ling, seeing the demons fly towards her, cried out, "They're all coming this way, let's band together and support each other." Linga then charged headfirst into the swarm of demons to dispel them, while Yu Ni cast spells to stop the demons from attacking. Meanwhile, Yue Qing focused intently as the four of them stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to face the demons. Ling Ka's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "That's Ling Ka!" He rushed towards the screams, shouting, "What's wrong? Have the two siblings been hurt?" The junior disciple screamed, "No, senior," as others held her back. "Stop, he's beyond saving. Going there now is suicide." The junior disciple lamented in despair. "But senior brother, he's..." Ling Ka was shocked. Death was irreversible even for the gods. Suddenly someone leaps forward, slicing the demon in two with a single strike. He checks the senior brother's pulse and says, "It's too late." The junior sister Wen pleads desperately, begging for someone to save him, offering anything in return for his life. Lingge was stunned by those words, willing to pay any price to bring someone back to life. What was this feeling? Am I unknowingly losing something? A demon lunges from behind and a voice cries out, "Watch out, you pervert." Ling barely turned around when Mu Yuqing blocked the demon's deadly blade for him. Blood boiling, Ling kicked out, yelling, "Die for me." The surrounding crowd couldn't believe their eyes. The demon was kicked away. It was about to ascend, and yet, it was kicked away with a single blow. Linge quickly helped Mu Yueqing up, comforting her. "Hey, are you okay?" Mu Yueqing blushed and let go. "Ah, I'm fine. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I tried to hide it, but the wound hurts too much." Mu Yueqing's moans stir Linge's pity, and he quickly produces a pill, moving closer to coax her. "Come on, open up." Like a well-behaved puppy, Nguyen obeyed, and Lang Ka fed her the pill. Mo Yuqing cried out in alarm, "You perverted fiend, what did you feed me? It wasn't that kind of drug, was it?" Ling Ka replied, "What are you thinking? Just a normal healing elixir." At that moment, Xin Yu Nie and Bai Su Ling rushed over to ask Sister Yue Qing, "Are you all right? Are you badly hurt? Let me take a look." Looking at the wound, Bai Su Ling was baffled, exclaiming, "Junior sister Yue Qing, why has the wound already healed?" Yue Qing was stunned by this revelation. "How is this possible? What the hell did that pervert feed me?" Ling Ge replied brightly, "It's just a relatively high-grade healing elixir. It's a bit more effective for external injuries, no need to worry." Ling Ge thought to himself, "I have a habit of stocking up on elixirs. I don't even use them myself, didn't expect to use them now." Baich, Su Ling, asks worriedly, "Junior brother, tell me, clearly, where did you get this elixir?" Ling replies, "Hey, it's good that your injuries are healing. Senior sister, Bai, why do you care so much?" As they spoke, a demon lunged at Ling, but he swiftly retaliated, deciding to deal with these creatures first. He unleashed a flurry of moves. Monkey steals the peach, black tiger plucks the heart, black fruit plays chess, when suddenly a loud cry rang out, "Careful, something powerful is here." It was a massive demon, clearly the leader wielding a bone. Club felling opponents with each strike. The swordsman was shocked. How could such a powerful demon exist? He used his swordsmanship to leap towards the demon, but the demon's size and strength were immeasurable. The swordsman was instantly obliterated by a single blow, and the demon leader roared, displaying its power. Now invigorated, Ling Sa says, "With the fog rolling in, let's clear house." Without hesitation, Ling Sa charges toward the demon leader. The demon hunting game has officially begun. Ling Ka flies in, stomping on the face of the hulking demon, crushing its features beyond recognition. With one final blow, the demon leader fell, never uttering a sound as its body dissolved, and its spirit drifted away, leaving the others in stunned silence, wondering how it could have died so suddenly. These demons think some expert is helping us break through their encirclement. From the Ghost Valley, darkness covers the area, and the air is filled with death. The swordsman signals, "Good chance, everyone, follow me." After collecting the demon souls, they immediately leave the valley. The three Su sisters, Ling Ni and Yue Qing, rush over. "Let's go together." Ling is the only one happily staying behind, now surrounded by demons. "Then I'll stay behind and cover you. I can finally stretch my legs a bit longer." Ling calls upon his sword formation, saying, "I don't know what you demons are planning, but you've unfortunately provoked me, so you'll just have to accept your bad luck." Using his 10,000 swords, return to origin formation, the demons were obliterated. Ling suddenly facepalmed, realizing, "Oh no, I should have kept a couple that could talk. I accidentally wiped them all out, now I can't interrogate them." The three sisters finally stopped running, catching their breath. Bai Su Ling turned back, hoping to ask Ling Ge, "Are you all right?" The three girls were stunned to find him gone. "Where's Ling? He was just here. How could he disappear?" Mu Yuqing exclaimed in a panic. "No way, he was just behind me. He wasn't chased by a monster, was he?" No, it can't be." "Stop teasing me. Ling Ge, come out now." Xin Yu Ni looked around as well. Brother Ling was nowhere to be found. As the three sisters lamented, Ling suddenly appeared behind them, asking, what's wrong with you three? Bai Su Ling stepped forward and angrily shouted, where did you go? Why didn't you keep up? Ling replies, I just got lost in the black mist. I wandered around and saw some spirit shards on the ground. Some senior must have taken action, so I thought I'd found a bargain. Mu Yueqing pouted and grumbled, wondering why he was picking up ghost spirits at a time like this, when life was what mattered most. No, stop it, let go. How long are you going to keep pinching me? Ling cries out. Qin Yu Nip rushed over, embracing him and lamenting that, as long as Ling Ge was okay, nothing else mattered. Hearing this, Ling Ge thought to himself that she was truly a good younger sister, and he hadn't spoiled her for nothing. The two younger sisters clung to Ling Ge, refusing to let him disappear again. Good girls. Amidst the scene, only senior sister Bai remained calm, lamenting that her foolish junior brother had caused such worry. Ling Ge then showed off some glittering objects. Senior, look, I picked up a lot of ghost crystals. I bet we can get a big reward. A nearby swordsman stepped forward in surprise. These are my ghost spirits from the spirit realm. If we auction these off, they'll be worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. The purple-haired man elaborated. This quality of ghost spirit is rare and perfect for forging weapons. He explained that ghost spirits are the core of ghost creatures, incredibly hard and contain ghost energy, making them excellent materials for crafting divine weapons. It's said, absorbing a demon spirit can easily increase cultivation, but only demons can do it. A human would explode and die. Another warrior mocked Ling Ge, marveling that he not only escaped the Mochang Valley, but also found such a treasure. You're too lucky, but I advise you to leave the city immediately to avoid attracting attention. Back in town, the group sought out a treasure exchange shop. I want to trade for elixirs. Give me 1,000,000 bottles of great strength pills. The city lord and his entourage entered the shop, just as the mysteriously dressed shopkeeper came to greet them, recognizing the city lord. The city lord spoke, no need for formalities. I've brought the heroes who eliminated the ghost creatures to exchange them for items. Didn't you say you were in dire need of ghost spirits a few days ago? The shopkeeper replied, indeed, all items in our shop can be exchanged for ghost souls. Please help yourselves. The prices were clearly marked, and the crowd immediately began to trade, hoping to find a treasure this time. The shopkeeper's eyes flashed with cunning, thinking, if you want treasure, let's see if you have the luck and the eye for it. I wonder what those people will choose. Lingo looked around, thinking none of this is useful to me. Maybe I should find some rare trinkets for the girls to play with. Suddenly his eyes landed on a treasure that made him pause. Standing before a treasured sword, Lang Ka mused, looks like this toy is the real deal. Bak Tu Lin approached, asking junior brother, have you found something? Ling Ge unsheathed the sword, saying, Senior, there seems to be something different about this sword. Bai Su Ling approached, saying, let me see it. As she held the sword, she scoffed, calling it strange, but suddenly it flashed with a light that startled Su Ling. The light grew more intense, forcing her to release the sword. What insane power did it contain to cause such a commotion? The city lord and his entourage were stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. The city lord introduced the long sword as a damaged Xuan-grade weapon, but despite its age, it was still an extraordinary weapon. The crowd was astonished. A Xuan-grade weapon. Weapons are divided into low, medium, and high grades, but above high grade are spirit profound, and even celestial grades. The city lord analyzed. Although this profound grade weapon is flawed, the sword array on the sword can be activated, and its power is not weak at all. Unfortunately, triggering the sword formation comes at a great cost. He adds, even with my level of spiritual power, it's difficult to sustain. Bai Su Ling exclaimed, it's a treasure of this level. My junior brother found it, so shouldn't he have it? Ling Ge smiled, thinking I only did it for my senior sister. It's useless to me, and I really don't need a weapon. Ling Ge then explained Senior White, the sword chi scratched your finger, and your blood has bonded with the sword, completing the ownership ritual. Unless the wielder dies, it cannot accept another. He hands the azure treasure sword back to Bai Su Ling, and she's stunned for a moment. Touched, Bai Su Ling tells herself, this is from my junior brother, I must take good care of it. Suddenly flustered, she thinks, wait, why am I thinking like this? How embarrassing. The shopkeeper signaled, please continue browsing. As for this sword, it has chosen its master. It is this young lady's destiny. I shall gift it to her. Bai Su Ling was stunned. How is this possible? He replied, the Maha Pavilion is mine, so if I say it's a gift, it's a gift. It's also been a long time since I've seen a treasure of this caliber choose its master, so haggling over the price would be a mood killer, and besides, it's a gift for a beautiful woman. Bai Su Ling accepted the gift with a bow of gratitude. The sect leader's generosity left onlookers bitter to receive a divine weapon for free. Fate was mocking them. Why couldn't they have drawn such a prize? Nip and Thon stepped forward, saying, now that the sword belongs to you, Senior Bach, why don't you give it a name? Yes, Senior Bach, please give it a name. The two junior sisters said that, but thought otherwise. They should be happy, so why do they feel a little unhappy? Is it because of Brother Ling, you pervert? The two junior sisters quickly shook their heads, trying to avoid thinking too much about it. Su Ling then spoke up, suggesting they call it the White Song Sword. The old woman glanced at Ling, wondering what he was thinking. As he looked back, curious about what was on her mind, Su Ling turns away, sulking, calling him a fool. Ling Ka continues, I have one for my senior now to find 2 more. Let's see if there are any other treasures. He scanned the area, searching every nook and cranny of the Maha Pavilion. Trash, all trash. Ling Ka finally stopped, his eyes widening as he peered into the distance, a glimmering object. He'd finally found something that caught his eye. Ling Ka reaches for a jewelry cabinet, retrieving a gold ring with strange carvings, sensing a dormant dragon vein within. A flash of light erupts around him, stunning the crowd. What's happening? What's happening now? A fierce dragon soars through the gates of the Maha Pavilion, trailing golden light. The crowd stares in disbelief. It's the golden light. Is it finally here? A second golden bloom today. The dragon appeared, locking onto Lang Xia, who signaled it towards Nip Nip. The mighty dragon didn't understand and remained hidden, prompting Ling Xia to angrily shout, "Get down now." Reluctantly, the dragon flew towards Nip Nip, surprising her. Ling threw the ring, landing it on Nip Nip's finger, and the treasure began to recognize its owner. The crowd was blinded by the light. Nip Nip landed shyly, approaching and asking, Lang, brother Lang, I think I stole your treasure. Ling shrugs it off, saying, It's fine, Nip, just take it. The city lord, sweating bullets, asks, master of the demon pavilion, what do you think? The demon sect leader lowered his voice, saying, Little girl, this treasure only recognizes a master with talent. Since it has chosen you, it means your talent is exceptional. Just take it. I don't need the ghost essence. His heart ached, as if it were being torn to pieces. I don't believe you can choose all of the Maha Pavilion's treasures. There can't be a third time, absolutely not. Little Nini stepped forward and asked the sect master, Uncle, I heard a voice saying, this ring seems to be called the Qiangkun Dragon Ring. The sect leader explains that it's likely Qiangkun Dragon information transmitted to its master, and she probably knows the ring's effects now. Little Nip then recites Qiangkun Ring Dragon inscription, containing a dragon soul spirit. It will protect its master at all costs when in danger. It seems to be a mystic-grade weapon. With a yawn, Ling shrugs at the stunned crowd. Good luck, haha. The crowd blindly believed him, and rushed over saying, so all the good stuff is over here. That side is just garbage. Ling Ya sneered at the useless crowd as one of them shouted, haha, this must be a treasure. I can feel the hidden power, I bought it just now, he boasted. The young master glanced over and said, this is just an ordinary long knife. The man who'd spoken froze for a moment, but the crowd continued to fight over it. I'm certain this shield isn't low grade. I saw it first, so don't try to steal it, Ling Ka shouts. Mu Yueqing, come take a look at this. Channel your spiritual energy into it. Yueqing poured her spiritual energy into the silk that Ling Ge had placed. The clan leaders now followed Ling Ge closely, their hearts pounding each time he examined an item, wondering if this guy would find another treasure. No way, no way. His eyes widened in shock as the cloth changed color and floated into the air, gently wrapping around Mu Yuqing, who looked on in surprise. She says, This is the Azure Silk Sky Devouring Belt, and Xuan grade martial weapon. The crowd is already losing their minds. I'm tired, what about you guys? Ling happily replied, looks like my luck's not bad today. 3 at once, how refreshing is that? The sect leaders stammered, it's all fate. Get out of here, you anemic fool. He wants pain. Back at the demon burial grounds, a strange girl calmly walks through the piles of corpses, showing no fear. The demoness marveled that someone could wipe out such a massive number of ghost generals with such ease, implying this person's identity is far from simple. She continued, since the emergence of the ghost race, the martial world has changed, and such an interesting group has gathered in a small city like Luo. Haha, you'll have to try your best to please me. The two sitting in the room get straight to the point. What are you hoping to gain by helping our clan? What do you think we want? That old martial god is no match for us, but Ling Shu is more troublesome. You were suppressed by Ling Shu before forced to flee to this hidden sky domain. Surely you haven't forgotten that humiliation. If we join forces, we're sure to succeed. He laughed, Chen Ling Shu, this eastern divine continent is as good as mine. Xin Yu Ni stepped forward. Farewell, for now, Uncle Chiefs. The Maha Pavilion master tremblingly replied, Yes, farewell. Ling was also beaming as he said, This is the first time I've met such a generous shop owner, and there are so many treasures here, it's just amazing. The city lord barely suppressed a laugh. The clan heads are about to burst a blood vessel from anger. Well, thank you for your praise. Welcome back anytime. Anytime, my foot, you swindled me, made me sick to my stomach. Now, get out. Ling Ge cheerfully replied, Oh, you're so generous. Don't worry, we'll definitely be back. I'll come visit you often. You have so many treasures here. I'll pick out a few more next time. These words were the last straw for the city lord, who roared, Get out. With that, she slammed the door shut, leaving Ling Ji and Yu Nip bewildered. Now you speak up. What? Clearly, you're only speaking up because you want to give it to her yourself. A young woman's voice cuts in. What a coincidence. The beauty approached with her entourage, saying, You all just returned as well. A man approaches Ling Ge, offering her a rose, saying, My dear lady, your beauty and profound aura have captivated me. I am Du Ruofeng, a disciple of the Azure Sea Cloud Sound sect. May I ask your name? Infuriated Ling Gu accepts, while Ru Feng naturally takes his hand, as if his blood is now boiling over. Like this flower, she is beautiful to behold. The beauty then senses something is wrong and tries to dissuade him. Senior brother, you can't be so rude. But before she finishes speaking, Ru Feng is sent flying like a sack of meat. With a smoking fist still radiating heat, Ling said, I'm a man. If you mistake me again, I'll smash your head in. Ru Feng craned his neck, looked again and burst into tears upon realizing the truth. Enraged, Ling even conjured a spirit image, scaring him out of his wits, as Ru Feng crawled to the beauty and clung to her legs whimpering, I'm so scared, so scary. Feeling sorry for him, the beautiful maiden stepped forward to apologize. Young Master Ling, my senior brother, was just being rude. I apologize on his behalf. Young Master Ling, your features are quite delicate, so my senior brother mistook you. It was truly an unintentional offense. Su Ling stepped forward, giggling. Junior brother, isn't this not the first time you've been mistaken for a girl? I thought you were used to it by now. Why are you so angry? Mu Yuqing chimed in. Yeah, you perverted freak. I was tricked by you like that before. Ling Ge is defending herself, saying it's her own misunderstanding when a man's voice cuts in. May I ask which sect you all belong to? He replied, Yue Qing and Ru Feng are my friends, and since fate has brought us together, let's become companions. I am Zhu Xiao, second prince of the Tianzhu dynasty. His two subordinates stepped forward as well, disciple of the poison demon sect, Yedu great son, ancient kingdom, Yan Li. Su Ling stepped forward and replied, disciple of the Tai Ming sect, Bai Su Ling. These are my fellow disciples. Zhu Xiao speaks up. I wonder if Miss Bai has heard that the demonic sect has resurfaced. If this is true, the demon sect has always been elusive. The martial god once tried to suppress them, but the demonic sect suddenly vanished. Now they've resurfaced and they must have a plan. Ling murmured, the demonic sect. Su Ling steps forward asking, have you never heard of the demonic sect? She explains. Though called the demonic sect, they don't actually do anything that defies morality. It's just that their martial arts are strange and unpredictable. I endured, and my clan grew at an incredible rate. The god of war, fearing the balance of the martial world would be upset, tried to suppress us, and since then, the demonic sect has rarely been seen. Ling mused that the old thief, the god of war, was afraid that the demonic sect would become too powerful and threaten his position. Ru Feng says, but compared to the demonic sect, the threat of the ghost poison is what we righteous people need to prioritize. Yue Qing adds, every person who dies becomes a dried corpse, their body devoid of blood. Low-level demons are the only ones who eat people. High-level demons have never eaten people, only absorbing demonic energy. But I've never heard of demons drinking blood. Ling Ge wonders how did these demons become vampires? But I doubt anyone in this world knows what a vampire is. I've never seen such a creature in my ancient texts. Perhaps the demons have been up to something lately. Yue Qing wondered, seeing his serious demeanor, was this really her senior brother? It feels like he's been possessed. Liet put his arm around him and said, wow kid, you can be serious sometimes, huh? Haha, the sun must be rising in the west. Ru Feng waved his hand. Stop causing trouble. The headmaster entrusted me with this responsibility, so can't I be serious for once? Ru Feng thought, if I don't go, my junior sister will rat me out, and I'll be grounded again. And if I'm grounded, I can't go out and kill. Yan Li boasted, if the ghost sect dares to come, I'll use my great sun ghost subduing skill to burn them to ashes. Xiao Zhu nodded in agreement. That's right, my Tianzhu dynasty has never feared the ghost sect. The martial world belongs to humanity. How can we allow the ghost race to interfere? Ye Du also spoke up. How could you leave out my poison demon sect in something like this? Ru Feng replied. And I, from the Azure Sea Hidden Sound sect, won't be left behind either. Bai Su Ling replied, although the Tai Ming sect can't compare to you all, we must also stand up and contribute to the martial world of humanity. Qin Yunie and Mu Yue Qing exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. So will we. Ling Ge forced a smile seeing everyone's expressions. Then I'm the same. Hehe, this is so cringy, I'm so embarrassed. Back at the inn, Bai calls out to her junior disciples, it's getting late, you three should get some rest. Yue Qing asked curiously, Senior, are you about to break through to the spirit origin realm? Is that medicine to help you break through? Bai Su Ling replied, that's right, I feel like I can break through to the spirit realm soon, so I'm going to try tonight. Ling asked, then do you need me to protect you, Senior? Little Nip approaches, grumbling, Brother Lang, you wouldn't take advantage of senior sister Bai during her breakthrough, would you? Taken aback by Two Nip's blunt question, Lang.ca stammers confused, Nip, what are you saying, Bach? To Lin happily chimes in, no need Lang.ca, and wait a moment senior sister, I really didn't mean that. Back in his room, Linga sprawled out bored with nothing to do but lie there. In his past life he thought cultivators stayed up all night, but now he can't sleep. An idea suddenly sparks in his mind. Ling startled jumps up, I've got it, the manor gates are locked for the night but the guards still make their rounds. The stench of blood wafted from the spiked mace, dripping and heavy, as the other demon hand swayed with the chain. These two demons had come a long way to reach the martial realm. The guards spotted the demons and screamed in terror. A swift strike severed their heads, and the bloodthirsty demons laughed as they entered the manor. Waiting on the roof for their prey, they saw Ling Ji engrossed in the finest wine he had just stolen. The demon said, "That witch ordered us to investigate this person, but it turns out he's just a weakling. I say we just kill him." The other replied, "Agreed. No need to investigate. Let's kill him and take his head back to the witch. We're definitely not those useless trash like the ghost generals." With that, they vanished into the dark night. Ling Ka happily drank his spiritual wine, ate spiritual chicken, and slept soundly, enjoying his good life. The demons prance on the roof above, but these fools are no match for our hero's keen eyes. 1, 2, 3 tails. Lately, Ling Sa has sensed that the demons are becoming restless. "I killed one last time, and now 2 more have come." A shadow streaks past, and 2 demons land swiftly behind Ling Ka, who glances back at them. Did he leave after scouting? Be careful. I'm controlling the direction of the spirit energy. Maybe they didn't notice I stopped them. Let's take care of these 2 demons first. 2 demons hid behind the wall, whispering, "It's time to act. The rope demon will attack first, followed by me. I'll bind him with my chains." He smashes the brick floor with a blow, so powerful the ground cracks around it. The demon's eyes widen in shock as it cries out, "Where did he go?" The one with the rope was dumbfounded. "How can he be gone?" Lingji's voice echoed from behind. "Over here, you fool." He sizes up one in black, one in white, noting their fashionable appearance. "Trying to be the black and white impermanence?" he asks. The 2 demons angrily retorted, "Just a lowly human martial artist in the body-tempering realm. How could he escape the attack of the black and white demons?" Linga replied, "I'd like to ask you demons, why do you keep coming after me?" The black ghost replied, "Ha ha, the demoness personally ordered your capture. Do you really think you'll survive?" Lingji is intrigued. "Could it be that your demoness wants me dead because I killed some ghost general?" White ghost sneers, "Are you talking about Si Xiao, the ghost general? That kind of trash isn't worth the Dark Empress mobilizing her forces," Lingge wondered. "Oh, so you're saying your demon clan wants me dead for another reason?" The 2 demons menacingly approached, saying, "The demoness wants you dead by the 3rd watch. How could we let you live until the 5th? In the chilling darkness, shadows of demons lurk, and lives are extinguished in an instant." Ling sips his wine, pondering why the demons target them, when killing them would be so easy. Or perhaps he should capture these 2, and interrogate them separately. He imagines using methods of extracting confessions as a demon has infiltrated Wanluo City. The alarm blares, and Ling decides there's no time for interrogation. He has to deal with them quickly. Lingge says, "It's been a while since I've used this technique, perfect for practicing on you and sending you off to become true black and white impermanence." The strange technique, with immense energy created by Lingge, confuses the 2 black and white demons. The black demon cries out in terror, "What is this?" But there's no time for pleasantries. Ling Ka waved his hand, "I should be going too." In the blink of an eye, the 2 black and white brothers vanished without a trace. The next morning, Ling wakes up as usual, thinking that his master didn't wake him up today, probably because breaking through the spirit realm last night took too much energy. Still, half asleep, he goes to Bai's room and asks if she's awake. He opened the door and called out, "Senior, are you awake?" But she was nowhere to be seen. But there she was, Bai Su Ling sprawled out on the bed, fast asleep, her luscious figure simply irresistible. Ling couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, now that's what I call magnificent." He reminded himself, "Don't look at what you shouldn't. I'm only here to wake her up." But as he spoke, she mumbled, "Junior brother." Ling couldn't believe his eyes and ears, but he quickly regained his composure. "Looks like she's just talking in her sleep." "Scare me awake," Bai Su Ling mumbled. "Junior brother, how did you grow up so handsome? So lovely. What is she dreaming about?" Shi Ling thought, as his hand reached toward her fair skin, chanting, "I just want to wake her up." But just then, Bai Su Ling opened her eyes. Shi Ling Ge was already close to her fair lips. Seeing her sit up, he quickly said, "Senior, good morning." He waved his hand in relief, but Bai Su Ling was furious. Her gritted teeth barely contained her rage, and her scream echoed through the manor. "You shameless disciple, how dare you take advantage of your senior?" Ling quickly turned away, protesting, I really just wanted to wake you up, that's all." "What nonsense is this?" Su Ling cursed. The old steward sighed, lamenting that the youth of today can't even have a peaceful morning. At Tui Tian Pavilion, they've already made contact. This humble one has already made contact. The waiter reported obsequiously, adding that nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The female demon ordered them to continue observing and retreat, leaving her alone in the room restless. This intelligence is too simple, only stating that Ling Ge is a newly accepted disciple of the Tai Ming sect, nothing else. Who made the move back then? She was restless, not expecting things to be so complicated. The subordinate reported outside the door, sect leader, that Ling Ge is here again. The female demon ordered, "Good, test him, and see if you can get anything out of him. If you get anything out of him, you know what to do." "Yes, I understand." As the subordinate descended the stairs, he pondered, each sect leader of the 12 demonic sects is formidable. I'm just the leader of one of the 72 branch sects. To those high above, I'm less than an ant. He slapped his face a few times to clear his head, then stepped out to greet him. "You must be Master Ling. I'm the manager of this Drunken Immortal Inn. Actually, I want to be friends with you, young Master Ling. If you agree, everything at Drunken Immortal Tower will be free of charge." Linga cautiously replied, there's no such thing as a free lunch, and I don't remember being that famous. He suddenly turns 180 degrees. But if Ling Ke and Ling Zi are free, I'd be delighted. The manager invites him. Young Master Ling, please don't hesitate. I have no ill intentions. Please follow me. Seated at the table, the manager began to speak. Though we've just met, I feel a kinship with Master Ling. Linga, now a little drunk, was treated to his favorite wine. The manager's eyes flashed, wondering what brought Linga to Wanluo City. Linga replied, actually, it's nothing important. I'm just here traveling with my senior, Ling Ka said, his voice fading until he finally slumped over. The shopkeeper, believing Linge was drugged, approached him, thinking such beauty skin finer than a woman's wasted on the sect leader's favor. Take him to the woodshed. I'll inform the leader to leave him to me. The henchman hoisted Linga over his shoulder, and only then did Linga open his eyes to observe their path. Meanwhile, deep within the Ghost Valley forest, another female demon was unleashing a furious rage. I'm furious. The man stepped forward and was silent for a moment, a layer of spiritual energy rising around him. He asked, why are you so angry? The female demon replied, the life force of the black and white demons has vanished. I fear they are dead. I sent 3 of my clansmen all strong, but they're all dead. Who's responsible? Could it really be Ling Chen? The man quietly replied, though I feel he's not simple, I doubt he could kill even the black and white demons. He's only at the body refinement realm, surpassing a few levels. It's not realistic. The female demon turned back and asked, you think so? Now there's a task I need you to handle. Opening the door, the demoness found Linga sitting silently in the room and breathed softly on his face to check on him. Linge. The demoness quietly removed Lingjae's clothes. He panicked, wondering what she was doing. Her hands slowly removed his shirt, her breasts pressing against his skin. She lifted his chin, saying, I'm truly curious, how could someone with such a small body and cultivation at the body refinement realm kill a ghost general? Her hand caressed Ling Ji's thigh as she asked, what grudge do you have against the ghost clan? Ling Ka opens his eyes, wondering, how does she know I killed a ghost general? The demon queen thinks, what secrets do you hide within you? Let me take a closer look. Ling Ka activates his inner power, realizing the woman is trying to probe his mind. He decides to show her what a real disturbance feels like. The demon queen's eyes widen in pain and she recoils as if wounded, jumping up and stammering. You scoundrel, you weren't unconscious at all. Linga adjusts his clothes and replies, you shouldn't have touched me first. Don't blame me. You're lucky I'm not charging you. The she-devil stares at him in shock, and upon hearing his words she trembles, regretting that he has touched her fair body. What are you looking at? She roared, and the demoness unleashed her fury. Die, she screamed, but Ling quickly dodged the attack. He replied breathlessly, it was just a glance, wasn't it? You were the one who took advantage of me, and I haven't even settled the score. Hearing this, the demonic woman's veins bulged as she furiously attacked, wanting him dead. Who wants your tofu? Shameless Ling Ge sighed, dodging effortlessly. Bored, he leaped back to conserve the demoness's energy. She exclaimed in disbelief, how is this possible? I'm a supreme stage martial emperor, close to becoming a martial saint. Are you really just at the body refinement realm? How are you faster than me? What Ling Che teased, feigning shock. How can this be? This crazy woman not only poisoned me, but she's getting handsy. What is she trying to do? Do I know you? The she-devil lowered her voice. I'm starting to think you resemble someone. She vanished like the wind, reappearing behind him, and declared, someone I despise. Linga turned to see her massive assets smack him in the face. Linga nudged her ample breasts with his elbow, causing the demoness to moan, much to his delight. So it turns out there are bombs like that in the world. A sudden slap came flying, sending Ling Ge crashing through a wall. The female demon's face flushed with anger. I am the master of the underworld demon sect, yet you dare humiliate me like this. You deserve to die 1,000 times. The underworld demon sect, a demonic sect. Ling Ka looked up in surprise, then said, no wonder you looked familiar. You're that crazy old woman's disciple. He recalled meeting her a few years prior, emerging suddenly from sharp, massive rocks. Her relentless strikes crashed against the stone, forcing Ling Ge to be cautious. Yang Jian steps forward, and she angrily shouts, how dare you offend my devil sect? Ling Ka, now wearing a cat mask, replies, are you crazy? Why did you suddenly attack me? The furious she-devil cursed, you won't get away. Ling Ge looked up at her and said, you can't escape my formation. But with a leap, Ling Ge shattered a large rock, easily escaping the formation, much to the little girl's frustration as he got away. Finding a sturdy branch, Ling Ge took a rest. He removed his mask, letting out a soft sigh, and couldn't help but recall the little tag-along she used to be, now all grown up in both body and mind. Little Butian seethed, look at me again, and I'll gouge out your eyes. A surge of demonic energy suddenly filled the room. But Ling Ka remained unfazed. With a simple wave he lifted the veil of darkness, and the room was bathed in light once more, the formation dispelled. The girl was stunned, and asked him cautiously, just who exactly are you? Linga replied gleefully, I'll tell you. Don't rush to attack. Can't we talk this over? She shouldn't continue like this. Little Dot, now exhausted, slumped down and cursed. You lecherous scoundrel, you shameless, degenerate. I don't know what tricks you used, but my body is burning up. Ling Ge scratched his head, explaining, it's just a backlash from the divine sense. Why such a big reaction? Maybe it's been a while since I used it, and the effect is a little strong. Little Dot forced herself to curse, I will kill you, but she was completely powerless, collapsing and moaning. You shameless thing, just you wait. Ling Ge quietly walked away, thinking he'd leave it for now and slip away. Ling Ge dashed out the door, waving goodbye, as Little Bud just watched him go, cursing, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I swear I'll hunt you down. Out on the street, Ling Ge muttered to himself, back then that crazy old woman chased me for 3 days and nights, thousands of miles. Even I couldn't underestimate the demonic sect's power then. Now her disciple is the sect master. Time really changes everything. The 12 Devil Gates leaders under the demonic sect each possess extraordinary strength and cultivate unpredictable, bizarre martial arts. In addition, there are 36 routes. The top 20 route leaders all have strength close to the yellow extreme realm, and the remaining route leaders are all standard martial arts practitioners. The leaders of the 72 branch sects are mostly spiritual realm experts hidden throughout the martial world, mainly responsible for gathering intelligence. Long Si carefully calculated, I can move around under the surveillance of the demonic sect. Naturally, I want them to be angry, but unable to catch me. Ling hurried back to the inn to find his senior apprentice, and the others only to find everyone whispering. He entered each step scrutinized. Ling thought to himself that these people were definitely suspicious. As he ascended the stairs, he muttered, I should find Nini and the others first. My senior sister should be over her anger by now. Ling Ge was surprised. Why is the door still closed? Could they all be asleep? The sun hasn't even set yet. Ling calls out to his senior, but only silence answers. He tries his junior, Nini, your handsome Ling Gege is back. But the room was the same, an eerie silence pervading. Closing the door, Ling Ge was silent for a moment, confused, standing motionless in the eerily quiet hallway. Suddenly, a legion of bandits ambushes him from above, charging forward with a cry of kill. Ling Ka's eyes flashed with deadly intent. Ling Jie moved with blinding speed, leaving the bandits frozen in midair. With a flick of his wrist, they were torn to pieces by his rage. With bulging veins, Ling Ge demands, where have you taken my martial sisters? He commands, come out now, I'm in no mood to play cat and mouse with you lot. A voice from the shadows sneers, just some small fry, yet they dare to boast so shamelessly. A cat and mouse game, you say? You're the pathetic mouse, about to be caught, have some self-awareness. Ling Ge says, in broad daylight, you dare to act like this, aren't you afraid of the Wanluo city guards? The strangers sneered, everyone in this cloud-gazing inn is one of us. They're just putting on a strong front, hoping the guards will come to their rescue. Ling Ge observes, and even sets up a hidden formation, so the outside world won't know what's happening in the hotel. The bandits sneered, so just accept your fate. He chuckles then, says I advise you to release my senior apprentice sisters immediately. The bandits laugh, who do you think you're threatening? Once we catch you, we'll all have some fun together. The fat rat-faced man sneered, I especially love conquering arrogant people like you, but it's a pity you're just a little provoked. Ling sighed, then declared, then you've asked for death, don't blame me. Ling Ge leaps from the second floor to the first, his hand touching the ground. He looks up, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and says illusions. Such pathetic tricks. A massive formation appears on the ground, but with a light tap of his hands, Ling Ge shatters it completely, then turns to a corner of the room saying, looks like the preparations are complete. I began setting this up the moment I entered the hotel, but the guests and staff were all illusions. Meanwhile, among the men in black, after the illusionary formation was destroyed, the ball in his hand lit up. He covered his eyes and shouted, Big brother, that kid broke the illusion formation. How is that possible? Then the men in black rushed out, surrounding Ling Ge in a circle. Surround him. The men in black encircled Ling Ge, their footsteps echoing, as one of them stepped forward sneering, you can't even handle a broken illusion. It was just a means to avoid prying eyes. With a twisted grin, he declared, you won't be leaving this Qingyun Inn alive. Ling Ge, unfazed, smirked and replied, rest assured I have no intention of leaving. Suddenly, a large dark shadow appears behind Ling Ge, gradually forming into a large ghostly figure with terrifying red eyes and fangs. At this moment, the entire inn is shrouded in a dark aura, and the atmosphere is extremely gloomy. The ghostly figure then muttered an unsettling sound, a terrifying noise that pierced the leader's ears, causing him to clutch his head in agony. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped, the 8-demon curse. You're one of the demonic sect. Ling Ka stood amidst the swirling dark energy, casting a cold glare at the leader. Ling Zhi coldly said, would it have mattered if I told you? You're as good as dead anyway. The leader struggled to raise his hand, purple light emanating from his fingers, stammering, I must tell him. But before he could finish, demonic energy tightened around his neck, and he collapsed dead. Ling Ge surveyed the scene, releasing a surge of energy that dispelled all the demonic aura in the room. Ling Ka clasped his hands together, his eyes scanning the surroundings before approaching and opening a door to reveal many bound people. Ling Ka smiled radiantly as he freed them. The rescued shopkeeper said emotionally, "Benefactor, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we." He choked up with sobs. Ling Ka smiles reassuringly. "Shopkeeper, no need for formalities. I just need a small favor, a little cooperation." Meanwhile, Bai Su Ling slowly opens her eyes and looks around in confusion. Seeing Ling Ge, Bai Su Ling asked, "Junior brother, you're back. Why am I here? I thought Yue Qing Nini and I were talking in our room." Ling winked at the shopkeeper, then said to Bai Su Ling, with a touch of embarrassment, "I just got back and saw the three of you sleeping here." The shopkeeper chimed in, "That's right, this young master is correct. The other customers have left and I was just about to wake you ladies up." Mu Yuqing and Qin Yunyang also groggily woke up as Bai Su Ling answered without suspicion, "Is that so? Thank you, manager." Just then, Ling suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Senior disciple has broken through." Bai Su Ling shyly smoothed her hair and replied, Yes, it was a rather smooth breakthrough." Xin Yunye and Mu Yueqing excitedly ran to Bai Su Ling, smiling, "Congratulations, senior sister, you're amazing." Ling Ge also clapped and congratulated her, but in his heart he was analyzing how difficult it was for her to break through, yet she did so easily. Could it be some kind of aphrodisiac? And it helps with breakthroughs? I need to get my hands on some later. The city lord of Vanla City, Wang Guxuan, angrily crushed a corner of his desk, roaring, "They have a death wish, how dare they?" The two figures below bowed, trembling, afraid to look up as Wang Guxuan continued to rage. "This Yinsha sect is bold indeed, daring to sneak into my Vanla City, these heretics." In Wang Guxuan's mind, the Yinsha sect was ruthless and insidious, killing without restraint, accepting assassination contracts from anyone, doing anything for money, greedy for natural treasures, gemstones, high-level martial arts, and techniques which they violently seized. Though not as powerful as the demonic sect, they're as disgusting and unwelcome as sewer rats. Wang Guxuan reached out, stood up, and declared, "Investigate the Shadow Fiend sect's presence in Myriad La City. We cannot allow them to run rampant. These insidious people are definitely plotting something." One of them approaches a small alley and says respectfully, "They're all dead." The mysterious figure in the alley glared and said, "The yin-severing sect can't even kill a minor chi condensation realm martial artist." The other person fearfully replied, I don't know what methods Ling Ge used." The mysterious figure waved his sleeve and ordered tell the Yinsha sect to monitor Ling Ge at all times. The subordinate bowed and acknowledged yes before flying off to carry out the task. The mysterious figure clenched his fist in rage, crushing his jade ring as he growled, "Ling Ge, Ling Ge." The next day, at the inn, Ling Ge and his group approached Zhu Xiao's party. Seeing the situation, Zhou Xiao frowned and said, "These demons are becoming more and more rampant, and more corpses are being discovered, causing panic among the people of Wanluo City." Ye Du added in shock, "Not only that, but the demonic sect has also been making moves recently. Although their purpose is unclear, it's definitely not good." "The power of the demonic sect is beyond what a few of us can handle," Yu Qing worriedly said. "News has spread today that the sinister yin-severing sect is lurking in Wanluo City, and many have already died at their hands. Under the ghost's rampage, it's truly adding insult to injury." "Why would the yin demon sect appear in Wanluo City?" Bai Suling asked, looking at everyone's puzzled faces. "The ghost clan, the demon sect, and the yin demon sect. Three forces gathering here. What's happening in Wanluo City? Could there be a connection? What's the cause of all this?" Linga scratches his head, staring blankly at Bai Su Ling, while Mu Yuqing, seeing this, angrily pinches Linga's waist. Ling Ge winces in pain, his face paling as he rubs the spot where he was pinched. He turns to face Mu Yuqing annoyed and asks, "Why did you suddenly pinch me? Are you bored or something?" Meanwhile, Mu Yueqing pouted, crossing her arms, thinking, "Who told you to stare at senior sister, and not at me?" Realizing her thoughts were amiss, Mu Yueqing covered her face in embarrassment, thinking, "No, why do I want him to look at me? I don't want that pervert looking at me." Seeing her flustered state, Ling only grew more confused, wondering what was wrong with her. Meanwhile, Dun Yufeng fans himself as he analyzes, saying, "The yin-severing sect is a group of madmen who will do anything for a reward. They specialize in committing bloody crimes in the dark, making people seethe with anger and fear. What's more, those guys are always on guard, and they scatter at the mere mention of Feng Than." Angered Yan Li clenched his fist and said, "Back then, the Yinsha sect committed an act that shocked the martial world, and even the god of war couldn't wipe them out." Hearing about the god of war, Army Lingge turned in surprise, asking, "What did the yin-severing sect do that even the god of war couldn't eliminate them?" VM Liet then recounted the events of a decade prior, when the yin-severing sect poisoned an entire city, killing 100,000 people, every last one of them. The beasts even went so far as to hunt down any survivors, showing no humanity whatsoever. The martial god dispatched his army, and though the yin-severing sect suffered heavy losses, some managed to escape. Afterward, the martial god increased security in the martial world cities. Great Azure City would send martial emperors and saints to guard against the resurgence of the yin death sect. The martial god sent people to investigate the remnants of the yin death sect, and the truth behind the massacre of 10,000 people, but they couldn't find a single clue. Anyone who knew anything was silenced, leaving no survivors. Hearing this, Bai Su Ling paled, and said in fear, to poison over 100,000 people, that is truly atrocious. Qin Yuni and Mu Yuqing were equally terrified. Mu Yuqing trembled, tears welling as she hugged herself, while Qin Yuni burrowed into Ling Jie's arms, clinging to him in fear. Ling Ke frowned, saying, this yin-severing sect is indeed infuriating. His eyes narrowed as he thought. Moreover, this yin-severing sect seems to be targeting me and my senior apprentice sisters. A hidden arrow is hard to guard against. Just then, a man entered the inn saying, the city lord wants us to split up. He'll continue investigating the demon race, entrusting us with capturing the yin-severing sect. Perhaps we'll even uncover a connection between the demons and the sect. Hearing the strange sound, everyone turned to look and asked, who are you? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dao Xuan Chen, from the Xuanji Taoist sect. Seeing the newcomer, Zhou Xiao stepped forward saying, the mystic calculations move the heavens. The strange words command 3,000 Xuanzhen of the Xuanji sect, known as Xuanzhenzi. I've long admired you. Dao Xuanzhen returned the gesture, smiling politely. I've heard of the second prince, Zhou Xiao, whose spear shakes the 9 heavens. I too have long admired you. Looking at the group, Bai Su Ling thought happily, these top talents are strong and trustworthy, so I only need to protect my fellow disciples. That night, late in a room, a man leisurely drank tea. Facing him was a kneeling figure, reporting respectfully, sir, the city is full of guards. Are you sure we should act now? The man in the chair smirked, saying confidently, your men sent to watch him have all mysteriously disappeared, yet he feigns ignorance. The subordinate looked up, exclaiming in surprise, sir, are you saying someone is secretly protecting him, so we need to lure them out? The mysterious figure casually poured a cup of water and ordered, go, no need to engage. Report back with any news. Bring the Yin Slaughter sect as well. We can't let them profit. That night at the inn, Xin Yu Nia, in her pajamas, came to Ling Ge's side, tearfully pleading, Ling Ge, can I sleep with you tonight? Nia was a little scared after hearing what they said about what happened during the day. Ling Ge picked up Qin Yuni and said caringly, you slept like a log at the hotel yesterday, and don't remember anything. Qin Yuni trembled, terrified. I had a nightmare that bad guys kidnapped me, and then you came to save us. Hearing this, Ling Ge doesn't refuse and lifts Nini up, carrying her like a princess to the bed. Ling.ca tenderly stroked Qin Yunie's head, saying gently, silly girl, don't overthink things. Qin Yunie looked at Ling.ca with sparkling eyes full of reliance. Ling tucked Qin Yunie into bed, gently saying, sleep now, I'll stay with you. I remember before I went to the mountains, you would run to sleep with me. Finally, Qin Yunie closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep, as Ling Ge tucked her in his eyes, widening a murderous aura unleashed. Enraged, Lang said, I've been hidden in the mountains for years and now demons and monsters are appearing. It's like when the cat's away, the mice will play. Just then, Lang heard a noise outside, the sound of footsteps on the roof. Lingzhu turned and left the room, pulling a mask from his robes. Donning the mask and a large cloak, he said angrily, if the martial god can't deal with you, then Ling Shu will. From the rooftop, the assassin scoffed. What power could a mere body refinement realm martial artist possess? Then he ordered Wang Lunjing Dingfeng, you two go in first. The two hesitated. It's not that we don't want to go, it's just that Brother Ling is really strange. The assassin frowned coldly, asking Shadow Sect, aren't you supposed to kill for money? What's wrong? Regretting it already? He cast a cold glare at the two men, threatening, if you're unwilling to sell your lives for our master, then it seems there's no need to keep you around. Just then, Ling Ge's voice echoed, what's wrong? Before the mission is done, he's already preparing to eliminate us. The assassin immediately shouts. He looked around, but seeing no one, he angrily shouted, get out here, stop playing games with me. The assassin glanced around warily, thinking I can't sense any presence at all. How is that possible? What level of master is this? He said, to show himself if he had the skill. But then the voice spoke again, or what? Ling Ka then put on his mask, his black hair blowing in the wind as he sat perched on the roof opposite, speaking loudly. The assassin, seeing him, broke out in a sweat, and quickly clasped his hands in salute, asking, who exactly are you? I may have no quarrel with you, Linga said, calmly raising his hand. Think about it. What has your dark assassin sect been up to lately? Think slowly, think carefully. The assassin, gathering spiritual energy behind him, waved his other hand dismissively, explaining, you must be mistaken. How could we be members of the Dark Murder Sect? Everyone wants to kill evil cults like the Dark Murder Sect. Hearing this, Ling Ka spun his finger near his temple, implying the assassin was stupid, and told him to think about his qualities as an assassin. Feeling ashamed for you, the assassin flung out his hand, gathering spiritual energy to pull his subordinates together, then hurled them towards Ling Ge. Without even standing, Ling Ge traces a circle in the air, unleashing a massive blast of spiritual energy that tears through the assassin's men, while the assassin himself leaps across rooftops to escape. Looking back, he was shocked, his eyes wide and bloodshot, thinking how terrifying that was and how lucky he was to have escaped. Only then, noticing one person left behind, did Ling Ge finally rise. Oh, but I'm quick to retaliate. Let's see if you can escape my grasp. With that, Linga snapped his fingers, and an invisible black hole appeared in the sky, controlling the void, formless and invisible. The path of martial arts involves refining blood and chi, condensing will and comprehending mysteries, but the pinnacle of martial arts can even control laws. This is the application of spatial laws. The assassin ran for his life, gritting his teeth in anger, thinking how unlucky he was to encounter such terrifying power. This plan was ruined. No more plans, survival was more important. But as he ran, he suddenly collided with an invisible barrier, the force of the impact sending him flying backward. The assassin paled and cried out in fear. "What's this?" Ling Sa asked calmly, as he stepped out of the void. "Running so fast, where do you want to go?" He traced a wisp of spiritual energy with his finger. "Why don't I take you somewhere fun?" With that, the assassin and Linga vanished, teleporting to the back of a mountain. Under the bright moonlight, the assassin stared blankly at the scene, puzzled. Instantaneous movement. He suddenly jolted, kneeling to the ground in supplication. "If I reveal the assassination target of the Dark Murder Sect, would you spare my life?" Though in his heart, he plotted revenge 1,000-fold. "No matter who you are, be you a martial emperor, or even a martial saint before my lord, you'll only find death." Lingay seemed intrigued. "Interesting. Tell me more." The assassin bowed his head and replied, "I'm not with the Shadow Sect, but rather their client. Of course, I'm just an errand boy sent by my master to work with these assassins." With that, Ling Ka slapped him so hard his nose bled and the force sent him flying. Ling Ka questioned, "Too much nonsense. Do you think I'm stupid?" The assassin tried to continue, but Ling Ka slapped him on the other cheek. The assassin's cheeks swollen, he sobbed. "Why did you hit me again?" Ling Ka replied calmly. "It looks more symmetrical this way, much more pleasing to the eye." The assassin trembled as he continued. "I was ordered to assassinate a man named Linga and eliminate the 3 women by his side. I don't know the exact reason, but it's likely because he was caught up in some kind of incident. Besides my master, there was another client involved, but I don't know who they are." Hearing this, Ling Ka frowned and asked, "An incident? What event?" Linga wondered. "There are too many suspicious points. My senior apprentice sisters are in danger. The Dark Murder Sect, sending a few Spirit Origin Realm assassins is enough to pose a threat." With that thought, he unleashed a threatening aura. "Tell me everything about this master of yours, and don't leave out a single word." The assassin hesitated. "If you want information about our master, you'll have to ask the dead." He suddenly attacked, sending blades of spiritual energy towards Linga, who made no attempt to dodge. The spiritual energy strikes Linga, creating a massive explosion and a cloud of smoke as 4 more assassins descend, joining their comrade. The purple-haired assassin nudged the one Linga had attacked, sneering. "If we hadn't arrived in time, you'd be dead." The scarred assassin chimed in. "Let's make this quick. The boss is waiting for your report." The assassin who was attacked earlier replied, "This guy is strong. He's probably a martial emperor stronger than most of us." The green-haired assassin confidently declares, "With our formation, even a martial emperor will fall. Just kill him. My blade has been thirsting for the blood of a martial emperor for too long." As the dust settles, Ling Jie's figure slowly appears, still standing in his original position unharmed. His eyes widened, a mad power seeming to lurk within their violet depths as the black-haired assassin raised a hand and channeled his spiritual energy. "Then go ahead and use that move to finish him." The 5 of them combine their powers, their spirit energy colors, different, merging into a powerful light. From that light, they combined into a giant several times taller than Lan Ka, who quietly observed them. He smiled at their technique, intrigued, saying it might be enjoyable. Immediately, the assassin's combined attack hurtled towards Ling Ka. The giant approached, kicking Ling Ka into a rock wall, and a ball of energy emerged from its mouth. It then unleashed a powerful blast towards Ling Ka, a surge of energy tearing through the air hurtling towards him. But just as it was about to hit him, he raised his hand effortlessly, stopping the blast, and with a single strike tore through the power. But the giant formed from the assassin's combined power immediately dissipated. The surprised assassin exclaimed, "One blow shattered our combined power. He's far stronger than we anticipated." Suddenly, one of the 5, the swordsman, lunges forward, raising his blade to strike, but Linga retaliates, slamming his fist into the ground. Seeing this, the remaining 4 attacked together, and with a glare, a massive dark shadow appeared behind Ling Ka. The dark figure strikes, sending all 4 flying back as the light blue-haired assassin controlled by Lingay cries out to the others. With eyes now bloodshot, Ling Ka coldly states, "I gave you all a chance, yet you still couldn't wound me. I overestimated you. When your combined attack was shattered, you should have turned and fled." The assassin, controlled by Ling Ka, was being dragged to the monster's mouth, and he frantically struggled, shouting, "Let me go, let me go." Ling Ka suddenly asked, "Have you ever seen the Dance of Demonic Grievances?" The remaining 4 assassins trembled at the sight, their faces pale with terror as they screamed. Ling Ka, now resembling a scene from hell, snapped his fingers and commanded, "I'll give you one more chance, try your best to please me." Linga threatens, "If you can't, death is your only outcome." The 4 assassins huddle, and Scarface suggests they have no choice but to risk it all with that move. The 4 assassins combined their powers, and the scarred one activated his Cyclone Spear technique, creating a vortex of spiritual energy that rushed toward Linga. But upon seeing this move, he smirks as the whirlwind slams into him, continuing to swirl around him, pulling in dirt, wood, and anything nearby. After a moment, the wild spear technique finally dissipated, and the exhausted assassin collapsed to the ground, probing. Was it a success? But it was not to be. As the smoke clears, Ling Ka reappears, flicking his long hair back as he says, "Not bad, you guys have some skill, but unfortunately you ran into me." Ling Ka's eyes narrowed as he looked at the assassins like fish on a chopping board. The assassins couldn't believe their eyes, and they cried out in despair, "How can this be?" The four of us combined couldn't even make him flinch. Ling Ji snaps his fingers, chuckling. "How unfortunate you failed your challenge, so now let the punishment begin." As the finger snap echoed, the assassins found themselves engulfed in violet flames. Flames so intense they were soon consumed. Having finished, Ling Ka turned away with a sigh, realizing he hadn't gained any useful information, only the knowledge of more trouble to come. The flames died down, leaving only piles of black ash where the four assassins once stood. Disheartened, Ling Ka departs, vowing to settle old and new scores with the Yin Fiend sect in due time. The next morning, Bai Su Ling awakens from a long slumber in her alluring nightgown, wondering if her junior brother is awake. Bai Su Ling puts on her familiar coat and heads to Ling Jie's room, opening the door and stepping inside. Reaching the bed, she sees him still fast asleep and smiles softly. "He's still asleep, just as I thought." Wearing a loose sleeping gown that revealed his chest, Lange suddenly turned over, licked his lips and mumbled, "This chicken is so fat and smells so good." Seeing him like this, Bai Su Ling suddenly wanted to tease him, conjuring a foxtail grass. She walked over and tickled Lingge's nose with it, thinking, "Good junior brother, let your senior sister show you what I've got." Linga felt something on his face and sleepily opened his eyes, asking, "Is that you, senior sister?" Bai Su Ling continues to caress his chest, causing Linga to shiver. He puckers his lips and says, "So fragrant, and my nose is itchy." Seeing him like this, Bai Su Ling quickly retracted her hand, her face flushed, her eyes darting around, her thoughts in disarray. All she could think was that a boy with his eyes closed was just waiting to be kissed. Bai Su Ling's heart pounded as she leaned in close, her face growing redder with each passing moment. Marshal, brother." But just as Bai Su Ling closed her eyes to kiss him, Linga suddenly woke up and sneezed. He rubbed his nose and happily said, "Finally I can breathe freely. Did my senior sister wake me up?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Su Ling's hand landed, slapping Linga hard across the face. She was so angry she was emitting dark energy, and she growled, "Get up and come down to eat." Lingge thought his senior sister's way of waking people up was getting more and more brutal as he wearily headed downstairs. Just then, the shopkeeper saw him and asked, "Young Master Ling, is your elder sister angry with you? I saw her leave your room with a red face. Did something happen between you two?" Annoyed, Lingge points to his cheek and replies, "She was just waking me up. Boss, you seem pure, but are you actually a pervert?" The shopkeeper eyed the mark on his face, saying he didn't believe nothing happened. Hearing this, Lingge grabbed the shopkeeper's collar, raising a fist in threat. "All right, I'll reenact the scene so you can see how you got that mark." The shopkeeper panicked and refused, saying, "No, no, no, I have important business to discuss with the young master." With the joking aside, the atmosphere turns serious as the shopkeeper speaks, saying that the matter he asked his father about has turned up some clues. Hearing this, Ling Gei guessed, "You're talking about those men in black who kidnapped my senior apprentice sister at the hotel last time." The shopkeeper replied, "Exactly. Besides the Ghost Clan and the Yin Severing sect, they're also connected to an even larger force." "I suspected as much," Ling said. The Ghost Clan and the Yin Killing sect seem unrelated, yet they infiltrated Wanluo City, one after the other, so there must be a third party involved. The shopkeeper continued with a grave expression. "Young Master Ling is indeed intelligent. Has young master ever heard of the Abyss organization?" Hearing this, Ling frowned, thinking, "What's this about some abyss? But they're likely not as powerful as the Ghost Clan." The shopkeeper continued. "The Abyss organization is even stronger than the current Dark Assassin sect, especially in recent years. Their strength has grown, and they have a vague tendency to surpass the demonic sect." Lingge was lost in thought. The 5 from yesterday said they weren't from the Yin Kill sect, meaning they were likely members of this organization. The shopkeeper worriedly reminded him, "I've heard they never give up until they get what they want. Since the last assassination failed, they'll surely be plotting another sneak attack. Young Master Ling, please be careful." After the shopkeeper spoke, Linga cheerfully put his arm around him, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I'll be worried if they don't come." Lingge's expression was inscrutable as he stroked his chin, leaving the shopkeeper bewildered. "I have a mountain of questions, and I expect them to answer them when they come calling." Meanwhile, inside the Yuan organization's main hall, 3 figures kneel below, as the leader of the Yuan organization leans back, listening to the report that 5 martial kings disappeared overnight. He glared his aura, causing the 3 below to tremble, yet they had to report the truth. Yes, though no bodies were found, their survival is unlikely. The Abyss Master, enraged, unleashed his power, saying, "To fight 5 and escape unscathed, I underestimated this one." Despite the pressure, a subordinate stepped forward and suggested, "My lord, allow me to go next." The sect master waved his hand, retracting his aura, and said, "No rush. We've lost too many people this time. Someone must be secretly protecting him. Don't act rashly until we know the truth." Then he suddenly smirked and ordered, "Now I have another task for you." The three assassins responded in unison, awaiting the master's orders as he revealed their mission in hushed tones. He thought to himself, "I look forward to the grand gift I'm about to give you." In Vanla City, soldiers stood guard day and night as their commander shouted orders to be vigilant against the Yin Sha sect. The soldiers responded with a resounding yes, but just then, a mocking voice echoed, "Out, patrolling so late, how diligent of you all." The commander on guard drew his sword and shouted, "Who goes there?" Under the dim moonlight, three assassins appeared on the rooftops. One in yellow robes has white eyes, another with platinum hair, waves a fan, and the last, scarred at the lip, licks his blade, and says, "Here to kill you all." Then three dark figures descend. The blonde assassin landed, decapitating two soldiers, a dark aura emanating from him. The other soldiers cried out in terror, "It's the Yin assassins." The Yin Sat sect. The commander waved his hand, ordering, "Don't break formation." The blonde assassin licked the blood from his face, his smile terrifying. The commander shouted for formation, but as soon as he spoke, the fan-wielding assassin waved his fan, killing 3 or 4 more soldiers. Elsewhere, a soldier seemed to be controlled, his hand automatically, raising his sword to his neck, desperately trying to resist, crying out no, no, but to no avail. The blade is repeatedly forced against his carotid artery, drawing blood. The soldier cries out in despair, unaware that the assassin in yellow is controlling his movements with ocular arts, a technique even crueler than the others. The commander, unable to contain his rage, bravely charged forward, sword raised, shouting, "Stop this evil!" The assassin, with the sword sneered, a futile struggle. He then used his sword to block the commanders, as the soldier bravely dodged each strike, attempting to counter with his Xuanzhong sword light. But this assassin is not so easily dealt with. His blade glows crimson as he cleaves through the Xuanzhong sword light. Then, to the commander's shock, a stream of blood energy flew toward the young soldier, striking his arm and sending his sword flying. The assassin grinned savagely, unleashing 2 simultaneous strikes, shouting, "Die!" The injured soldier couldn't get up to dodge left to accept his fate, but just then, another hand appeared, blocking the assassin's 2 strikes, saying, "Damn, is this really how it ends?" The assassin was shocked. "How? Who are you?" Under the bright moonlight, Ling Ge appears with his familiar mask. Cool and detached, he sneers, "Making such a ruckus, you guys sure have a lot of nerve." The blonde assassin was still in shock. He deflected my full-force attack so easily. Just who is this guy? The fan-wielding assassin behind him speaks up, asking, "Who are you?" Langa points to himself, introducing himself as, "Just a passerby, seeing you guys making a ruckus. I came to see what's up." Hearing this, the assassin folds his fan and says, "Looks like you're determined to meddle in other people's affairs. If that's the case, we won't be polite." With that, he opened his fan, unleashing a green light, and at the same time, the blonde-haired assassin launched a powerful strike, their combined attack hurtling towards Ling Ge. As the attack neared, the soldier struggled to his feet, urging, "Get out of the way." But Ling Ji remained calm, saying, "Lend me your sword." He wields the soldier's sword, unleashing a shield-like strike that shatters the assassin's combined attack. As the smoke clears, Ling Ge stands firm, sword in hand, eyes closed, seemingly without any killing intent. The assassins were horrified, their eyes betraying their shock. How is this possible? How could our attacks not inflict any damage on him? Ling Ge playfully swung his sword and replied, "It's been a while since I've used a sword." With that, he leaped forward, dashing towards the 2 assassins. "Today is a good day to practice on you." The remaining assassin quickly cast his spell, the Soul Control Eye technique, summoning a large eye to attack Ling, but he swiftly dodged it. Wherever Ling Ka went, the eye followed, until it stood before him, and slowly opened. Mind Control Magic, a spiritual technique that can control a person's mind and body. Masters can unleash great power, catching any elusive movement. Ling Ge thinks this mind control magic is like a monster that likes to chase people, which is a bit interesting but ultimately insignificant. He swung his sword, slashing at the eye, which exploded on impact. Ling nonchalantly flipped his hair, the explosion erupting behind him. The platinum-haired assassin gritted his teeth, demanding, "Why do you repeatedly interfere with us? What do you want?" Ling Ka approached the soldier's sword in hand and declared, "This man's life is under my protection." "On the contrary, what do you want?" By attacking the Wanluo city guards in the dead of night. The 2 assassins exchanged glances, a shared thought flashing through their minds. The fan-wielding assassin frowned, thinking, "The master said to spread the news killing everyone isn't necessary. I just need to find a way to escape first." "That's right." He suddenly stepped forward, blocking the blonde man, and said, "If you want to be a hero, that's fine, but I wonder if you can bear the consequences of offending the Yin assassin sect." Hearing this, Ling Ge frowned slightly, narrowing his eyes in feigned surprise. "Oh, the Yin slaughter sect." The assassin took the bait, delighted. "That's right, our Yin slaughter sect has countless martial emperors and several Saint Realm elders who command respect. Even the demonic sect fears us. The injured commander struggled to his feet, cursing, "Damn you, you three yin slaughter sect bastards. If you want to kill, come for me, I'm not afraid to die." He then said, "Thank you for saving me, hero, but don't throw your life away. For this, get out of here." Ling suddenly stood in front of the guard, raised his sword, and with a wicked smile, emanated a dark aura like a Shura field, saying, "I don't know the consequences of offending the Yin Fiend sect, but you'll soon learn the consequences of lying." The three assassins stared in horror at Ling's aura, stammering, "That's demonic energy." You're a member of the demonic sect," one of the three thought, trembling. "Our Lord intended to frame the yin-severing sect and use Wang Gushuan to eliminate them. But how did we provoke someone from the demonic sect? A demon sect member, you ask? These ruthless people fear neither heaven nor earth, and even demons give them some respect." Linga smiled. "Not anymore." With a snap of his fingers, a small vortex of spirit energy appeared in Lingji's hand. He threatened, "If you refuse to tell the truth, then I'll just have to extract the information I need, my own way." The assassin cried out, "Even if you kill us, you won't ruin our Lord's plans." Hearing this, Linga coldly replied, "I wouldn't be so cruel. After all, once I capture all of you, the leader of that organization called Abyss will come to me himself." The three assassins were shocked by his words. "What? How did you know?" Before he could finish, Ling Ka unleashed the vortex in his hand. As it left his hand, the whirlwind grew violently, engulfing the three assassins and painfully constricting them. Soon the three men were knocked unconscious. The guard asked, "Are they dead?" Ling Ka replied, "Just unconscious. I'm keeping them alive for a reason." Hearing this, the soldier gratefully expressed, "I owe you my life, and I Yongquan will repay it. Even if you are a member of the demonic sect, I will never." Before he could finish, Linga knocked the guard unconscious, sat down, and began erasing his memories, saying, "I'm sorry, I believe in your character, but being associated with me will only bring you death." While erasing his memories, Linga also healed the guard's wounds, which gradually closed. Lingge sighed, healing their wounds, so they'd be fine when found. After cleaning himself off, he said, "Now then, what's next?" He slowly approached the three unconscious assassins, contemplating a good spot to await his guests. In the main hall of the Abyss organization, the Abyss Master summoned a soul imprint on his hand, calling for someone to come. As he finished speaking, a red-haired figure appeared, kneeling and bowing. "Fu Shangtian is forever loyal to the Abyss. I bring Shu to pay respects to the Abyss Master." Speaking of Hu, he's one of the three great branch leaders under the Abyss Master and the leader of the organization. The Abyss Master throws the soul imprint in his hand towards Fu Shangtian, below giving the order. These three soul imprints will turn red when in danger, meaning those three are in trouble. The imprints will lead you to them. Take them and find them, no matter what. I will naturally devote myself to the Lord of the Abyss with all my strength, never refusing to brave any danger. Hearing this, the Abyss Master smirked. "I'm curious to see who's behind this." In a certain forest, a wooden house was built in this remote place, and Fu Thuongtin followed the trail of the soul imprint to this location. The closer they got, the more the soul mark flickered. He told his men, "The disturbance is significant. It seems to be not far ahead. Move at full speed. You know the consequences if you fail the Abyss Master." The group quickened their pace toward the house, while inside, Lingji bored sighed. "So slow. Why aren't they here yet?" As he finished speaking, the door burst open, and a wave of murderous intent flooded in. Sensing this, Ryoga changed his posture, propped his chin on his hand and said, "Gentlemen, it's cold outside. Why don't you come in and sit down?" Fu Shangtian's men, showing no restraint, stepped inside, their murderous intent palpable, while others surrounded the house, forming a tight circle. They raised their blades at Linga as a challenge, to which he responded, "Is this how you greet people? How unfriendly." Fu Shangtian confronted him, demanding, "Who exactly are you?" Linga replied languidly, "A living person." Hearing this, Fu Kangtian frowned, his red eyes full of cold intent, and said, "Alive are you? You'll be dead soon enough." With that, he ordered his men to attack. "Do it now." His men obeyed, blades flashing, but Lingge merely smirked, then unleashed a torrent of dark energy, blasting Fu Shangtian's men away. Fu Shangtian summoned a barrier to protect himself and slow his momentum. He eyed the aura and asked suspiciously, "Demonic energy, are you with the demonic sect?" His eyes widened in disbelief. This demonic energy surpassed even the leaders of the 36 demonic sects. Could he be a Sacred Realm sect master from the 12 demonic gates? Linga didn't answer, but with a wave of his hand, he shattered Fu Kangtian's defenses. Fu Shangtian was sent flying, crashing through the walls of the house, and his men panicked, wondering if it was too late to beg for mercy. Ling Ka waves his hand dismissively, saying, "You're not weak, I'm just too strong." The battered Fu Shangtian clutches his face, contemplating his situation. The Abyss Master once said to avoid conflict with the demonic sect, but now Ling Jie rises, radiating a powerful demonic aura. He suddenly flew in front of Fu Shangtian, a purple orb of spiritual energy forming in his hand, ready to crush him, but Fu Shangtian immediately reacted, kneeling and begging for mercy. "Your honor, spare me." Seeing this, Ling Ge froze, and Fu Kangtian's subordinates were equally astonished, as he trembled and said, "I didn't know your excellency was a dignitary of the demonic sect." I beg your excellency's forgiveness, and to spare our lives. Ling Jia scoffed. You're truly the worst assassin I've ever seen. The others at least put up a fight. With that, Ling Jia summoned spiritual energy to his fingertip. Spare you, let you recover, and prepare to kill me again. How about this? Tell me about your organization, and I'll make your deaths quick. Fu Shangtian, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly smiled, jumped up, and with the soul imprint on his hand, glowing red, gritted his teeth, and replied, No problem, you'll just have to hear it in hell. The soul imprint glows, then forms red tendrils of spirit energy, draining the life force of his subordinates, leaving Ling Ge astonished. A spirit energy, self-detonation. Ling Sa's eyes widened in shock, and then a violent explosion erupted before him. Fu Shangtian tried to self-detonate his spiritual power to kill Ling Ge, but after the explosion's remnants faded and the dust settled, Ling Ge was completely unharmed. The ground in front of Ling Ge had sunk in a large area, looking like a spider web. He sighs, lamenting, was it necessary? All that effort for nothing, and such a commotion. Ling Ge removes his mask, knowing this will draw Wang Guxuan in. Sure enough, Wang Guxuan saw the explosion in the city and recognized it as a spirit energy detonation, a blast powerful enough to rival a martial saint's strike, at least a self-detonation from the Huang realm. Yunsu's disciple stepped forward saying, a self-detonating spirit attack. I remember the city lord saying it's a forbidden technique used to perish with the enemy. Wang Guxuan nodded. That's right, it's essentially a suicidal attack that instantly drains all the spiritual energy within 100 miles. The higher the cultivation, the greater the power. But a weak martial emperor would never choose to self-detonate even if they were trying to escape. After explaining to investigate further, Wang Guxuan immediately channeled his energy to the site of the explosion, reminding Yunsu, let's go take a look. When the two arrived at the site of the explosion, Ling Ge had already left. Yunsu observed the scene and concluded that the person who used the spirit energy, self-detonation, was dead, but there was still a faint aura lingering, who could possibly force a martial emperor realm expert to self-detonate. Wang Guxuan remained silent, channeling a wisp of spiritual energy to his fingertip, then firing it into the cracked earth. Upon contact, the energy flared brightly. At the same time, a purple aura appeared, and upon contact, the spiritual energy dissipated. The two were astonished. If it was demonic energy, then who was this martial emperor? Was it the Yin demon sect, or were the demons staging a double cross? The man from the demonic sect was likely at least a martial saint, and he quickly retreated from the scene, meaning he wasn't seriously injured. The demonic sect may have deep roots, but there are few who can become martial saints. And this is more serious than I thought. Meanwhile, back at the Abyss organization, the Abyss Master enraged, crushed his armrest, unleashing a powerful aura as he roared. Why did you provoke the people of the demonic sect? The subordinates below trembled in fear. Watching the recorded images, the Abyss Master frowned. This person's strength is at least that of a martial saint. Is there such a person in the demonic sect? Then he frowned and muttered. Ling Ge. Is he secretly protecting Ling Ge, or is this person? At that moment, a subordinate suggested, Master, should we investigate this person's identity first? The master raised his hand, letting the wood fragments he'd crushed fall to the ground and said, No rush. Wait until my grand plan succeeds. The scene shifts to ancient Sky Demon Peak, where Zihan, the young sect leader of the other Shore Demon sect, announces her return. Master, I'm back. Immediately, another woman rushes over, embracing her, and happily calling out Zihan. This master then lifts Zihan's chin, saying, So you've returned. Let your teacher embrace you. Embarrassed, Zihan pushes her master away, feigning disgust. Master, please have some shame. You're always like this, aren't you embarrassed? Her master Zhang Yunzi chuckled. We're master and disciple. What's wrong with letting your master take a look? After being away for so long, I wonder if our Zihan has grown up a bit. As she said this, Zhang Yunzi's eyes lit up, and her fingers twitched. Seeing this, Zihan quickly retreated, covering her chest and stammering, Master, how can you be so shameless? Jiang Yunzi tried to hold back her laughter, then asked seriously, All right, no more teasing. Tell me, why did you suddenly return? Zihan frowned and recounted that a body refinement expert had easily killed a ghost general a few days prior. She had gone to investigate his identity but was ambushed. Most importantly, the guy looked like someone she knew. Jiang Yunzi, who was examining her nails, asked with interest, Oh, who does he look like? Zihan replied, It's the one who barged into the sect and escaped when I was little. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said, Good, he's finally revealed himself. What's his name? Shu Haziqing, replied Ling. Hearing this name, Jiang Yunzi fell silent, her whole body radiating demonic energy as she ordered, Go and get those old fogies over here. She smiled dangerously, emphasizing, The demon lord has appeared. At the Yinsha sect headquarters late at night, a bald man rushed in to report. He bowed and said, Sect leader scouts from Wanluo City report that someone attacked the Wanluo City guards last night, claiming to be from our Yinsha sect. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yinsha sect, Li Wuxia, grimaced and demanded, Who in the world did this? His trembling subordinate replied, It was Yuan who sent people to attack falsely, claiming to be members of our Yinsha sect. Now Wanluo City is under full lockdown, and it won't be long before the disciples' hiding places are discovered. Enraged, Li Wuxia scowled and roared, "Damn them, how could they resort to such a despicable scheme of using someone else to kill?" A subordinate stepped forward, head bowed and trembled as he replied, "Even the leader of the blood assassins is dead. All of them." As he finished, Li Wuxia exclaimed in surprise, "To kill a blood assassin martial king, it would have to be Gu Xuan." But Li Wuxia's judgment was completely wrong. The subordinate pondered, "They all died at the hands of the demonic sect. Before that, they sent martial kings to assassinate a kid named Ling Ge, but those assassins were also dealt with by the demonic sect." Hearing this, Li Wuxia panicked, asking blankly, "Are you saying that brat used our Yin Sha sect's name to provoke the demonic sect?" At this, an enraged Li Wuxia clenched his fist and slammed it on the chair. Seeing this, his subordinate quickly tried to calm him. "Sect leader, please calm down. After all, they're already dead. No matter how powerful the demonic sect is, perhaps they won't." Before he could finish, Li Wuxia angrily cut him off. "What do you know?" Enraged, Li Wuxia roared, "The demonic sect is not what it once was. It's comparable to a martial god. Aren't those idiotic martial kings who died like trash enough of an example for you?" In his fury, Li Wuxia slammed his palm on the table, shattering it in two. The subordinates, terrified, immediately knelt and kowtowed, trembling as they said, "Calm your anger, sect leader." After regaining his composure, Li Wuxia stroked his brow and said helplessly, "Prepare the gifts. In 3 days, we will go to the demonic sect to apologize." Meanwhile, at Ancient Sky, Demon Peak, a purple light appears and the air grows heavy. The Demon Lord has returned, and after learning of the recent events in the demon sect from Jiang Yunzi herself, Old Devil Jing is enraged, gripping the arm of his chair as he demands, "Are you telling me the truth?" Hua Anshang laughed, "Jiang Yunzi, don't just grab someone and call them the Demon Lord just because you're anxious." Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi remained calm and charming, propping her chin up as she crossed her legs on the chair. She says, "What you don't believe, that the person Zihan met, according to her description, resembles the Demon Lord, by 9 parts. Xie Chuan then replies, "Zihan Jiang, Yunzi's disciple. I remember she's already at the king realm. Why would the Demon Lord appear before Jiang Yunzi's disciple? It's been years since the Demon Lord left. I wonder why he did in the first place." Upon hearing this, Old Devil Jing stroked his chin, pondered, and replied, "The Demon Lord has always been free-spirited. He probably didn't want to stay in the sect all the time, but as far as I'm concerned, he's always been the sect master of the demon sect, the person I admire and am most worthy of following in my life." Jiang Yunzi quickly added, "Regardless, I will investigate this myself. But there's another matter at hand. The Ghost Clan has been rampant and aggressive lately, repeatedly disturbing our bases. It's time for a purge." Hearing this, Hua An calmly added, "Why isn't the martial god palace dealing with them instead of letting them run amok in our demonic sect's territory?" Jiang Yunzi quickly replied, "The forces everywhere are a mixed bag, and they have been restless lately. I heard that Vanla City isn't peaceful either." Qin Lao Ma stroked his beard, pondering. The Yin Sha sect poisoned and killed 1,000,000 people 10 years ago. I remember that battle. The temple of the martial god was furious, even sending out the martial god himself. But the Yin Severing sect fled faster than rats. Even though the temple of the martial god launched a frontal assault, they weren't skilled at capturing people. Surviving that means they had some tricks up their sleeves. Hearing this, Zhang Quan crushed an ant in his hand and smugly replied, "Is that all? Eradicating them would be as easy as crushing an ant?" As they were talking, a voice echoed, reporting to the sect leaders, "Yin Sha sect master Li Wuxia seeks an audience." Hearing this, Zhang Quan smirked, perfect timing. Jiang Yunzi glanced outside and ordered, "Let him in." "Greetings, esteemed sect leaders," Li Wuxia said respectfully as he entered. Jiang Yunzi smiled faintly and replied, "Sect leader Li, shouldn't you be resting and recuperating?" "What are you doing at the demon sect?" Li Wuxia thought to himself. "Is he telling me to be direct?" Li Husat, drenched in sweat, quickly replied, "My disciples were disrespectful to yours in Wanluo City. I've come to beg for forgiveness, and I hope the sect leaders will be lenient and spare us." At that, the people of the demonic sect were dumbfounded, not understanding what Li Wuxia was talking about. Hua Anchang angrily shouted, "Which disciple of the demonic sect in Wanluo City are you talking about? What's their name? What did he look like? If someone dares to impersonate a disciple of the demon sect and kill in our name," Li Wuxia elaborated, "according to my men, this person wears a black robe, a black mask, and has long dark hair, making it difficult to distinguish their gender." Hearing about the black robe and bronze mask, the others gasped. Could it really be? Meanwhile, Jiang Yunzi seems to know who it is, and she replies with a scornful laugh, "It really is him, Van Lathan. It seems I have no choice but to go this time." Meanwhile, Linga suddenly sneezes repeatedly and sits wearily, wondering, how strange is someone talking about me? Suddenly, a hand reaches out and smacks Lingay hard on the head. It's Bai Suling. Seeing Lingay lost in thought, she asks what's wrong. Is he secretly dwelling on embarrassing memories this late at night? Hearing this, Linga, feeling guilty, quickly waved his hands, saying, I'm dispelling it. Linga smiled, glanced at Bai Su Ling and continued, "It wasn't me, I didn't." He then put on an adorable act saying, "I'm sorry, senior sister." Bai Su Ling, understanding his intentions, angrily replied, "You stinky junior brother, I was going to tell you that Yue Qing and Ni Ni have entered the marrow cleansing realm, and I came to help you cultivate, but you can cultivate on your own." With that, Bai Su Ling angrily turned and left, prompting Ling Ge to call out, "Senior, I really didn't mean it." Witnessing everything, the man beside him chuckled. Young people should focus on their cultivation. Hearing this, Linga flew into a rage, retorting, "Cultivate my ass." The next day, strolling down the street, Linga wondered, why was she so angry? But is it my fault for suddenly thinking of her? Is it because I've been using too much demonic power lately? As they entered an alley, Yun Su suddenly appeared, pinning Linga against the wall, who covered himself and asked, "Who are you?" It's not a good look to kidnap men in broad daylight. Yun Su then took out a piece of paper from her chest and asked him, "Are you Linga?" After confirming that the person in front of her was indeed Ling Yun, Su continued, "I am here on the city lord's orders." Before Yun Su could finish, Linga peeked at the paper and calmly asked, "Are you with old man Wang?" Then Linga snatched the paper from Yun Su's hand, wondering in surprise, "Is this supposed to be me? Even if the heavens themselves descended, I wouldn't admit this is me. Thanks." Hearing this, Yun Su coughed a few times and continued, "The city lord ordered me to take you there." Seeing this, Linga calmly replied with an adorable expression, "So sudden, and I haven't even had breakfast yet." Yun Su seems to have fallen head over heels for Lingge's charm, exclaiming, "How can he be so adorable? Is he really a boy? Are all boys this soft and gentle these days?" Lost in her rosy world, Linga suddenly speaks, sighing, "City Lord Wang, if you need me, please have this young lady lead the way." Jolted back to reality, Yun Su blankly replies, "This way please." The scene shifts to the city lord's mansion, where Yun Su quickly leads Linga. Standing outside, Yun Su calls out, "Lord City, Master Linga has arrived." Hearing this, Wang Guxuan gently replied, "Thank you, you may leave now." Van Tu obediently complied. Now alone in the room, Wang Guxuan eagerly says, "Brother Ling, you finally arrived. Come, sit over here." Linga couldn't refuse Wang Guxuan's warm and enthusiastic demeanor. He sat down and replied with a smile, "Lord Wang, you must have something important to discuss, so let's skip the small talk and get straight to the point. Last night, the city guards on patrol in the North District were attacked by the Yin slaughter sect. What do you think their motive was?" Hearing this, Ling Ge thought to himself, "As expected, it's that troublesome matter again." It seems he already has a vague idea why Wang Guxuan invited him here. Ling Ge calculated silently. "Although I know who's behind this, I can't say it directly. I have to find a way to guide him." After a moment's thought, Ling Ge smiled and replied, "Lord Wang, the reason the Yin severing sect came to Vanla City is at the behest of a patron. Have you considered that a sect like theirs, which stays out of the public eye, has now made such a blatant mistake as to attack the city guards, stirring up public opinion, making it known to everyone?" Hearing this, Wang Guxuan was still confused and hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" Linga then explained in more detail. "The Shadow Sect may have been dormant for 10 years, but their reputation remains. Back then, if the Martial God Temple could have taken a bite of such a juicy piece of meat, it would have been a great accomplishment. You must know that their alliance with the Ghost Clan means they have an inside man. But this sudden attack on the city guards isn't the style of the Yin Death Sect, so isn't the answer obvious? Someone wants to be the fisherman who profits." Seeing Ling Ge's reasonable analysis, Wang Guxuan continued, "So someone is deliberately framing the Yin Sha sect, and this mole probably turned on them." Linga snaps his fingers decisively. "Exactly." Realizing the truth, Wang Guxuan expressed his gratitude. "Brother Ling, you're a true prodigy. I'll immediately dispatch men to investigate this intermediary's identity. We should have a lead in a few days." Ling then stroked his chin thoughtfully. "No need to thank me. I'm just following the script." With that, Linga rose, clasped his hands and said solemnly, "Lord Wang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." He then turned and departed. Seeing this, Wang Guxuan quickly called out, "Wait, I won't see you off then. I was going to ask you to stay for breakfast, but never mind." The words "free breakfast" struck like lightning, causing Ling Ge's attitude to change in an instant. He immediately rushed back to Wang Guxuan, putting on an adorable face as he asked, "I'm suddenly not in a hurry to go back anymore. What are we having later?" Ling Xia's sudden change left Wang Guxuan dumbfounded, unsure of what to say. After a short pause, the meal was eaten and his belly was full. Picking his teeth, Ling Ge patted his full stomach and laughed. The city lord's food is truly impenetrable. He had barely returned to the inn when the owner rushed out, saying, "Benefactor, you're back. Something terrible has happened." Hearing this, Ling Ge urgently asked, "What happened? Tell me everything." He leaned in close, whispering, "My sources say one of the Eastern Divine Continent's major demon sects is coming to Wanluo City." The news hit like a thunderbolt, and the toothpick fell from Lingji's mouth. He gaped in shock, then grabbed the innkeeper's shoulders, shouting, You must be joking." He could only sigh and continue. I heard that the demonic sect is sending many disciples to Wanluo City led by a martial saint-level sect leader. All the martial sovereigns in Wanluo City combined wouldn't be able to defeat them. I've already prepared an escape route, but it's a pity about the hotel I've run for half my life. Not letting him say more, Ling Ge angrily asked, which demon sect leader is leading the team? After a moment's thought, he replied, I think it's a female sect leader from the demonic sect, something about the other shore demonic sect. Hearing this, Ling Ge seemed to freeze. He slumped helplessly into a chair as the hotel owner continued. In any case, benefactor, you should leave this troubled land as soon as possible. I don't know who Wanluo City has offended, but all sorts of demons and monsters are appearing. Suddenly, Ling Ge had a realization. That crazy woman is here to capture me. Her disciple must have told her. No wonder I've been so uneasy lately. Langa covered his face, his mind racing, and he thought furiously, damn it, I shouldn't have touched demonic energy. No matter how careful I am, this day was inevitable. If I hadn't stumbled into the demonic sect back then, I wouldn't be involved with her. A flood of memories washes over him, memories of when Ling Ge, cloaked in black robes and a bronze mask, first arrived at the gates of the demon sect. The disciples of the demonic sect shouted, Who is it? Why are you intruding upon our sect? Annoyed by the noise, Ling Ge scratches his head and replies, Excuse me, can you point me in the right direction? I'm lost. Mocked, the disciples of the demonic sect are enraged, shouting, How dare you deceive us? Suddenly, an authoritative female voice echoed from afar. Who dares cause trouble here? It's Jiang Yunzi. She appears with a radiant aura, shouting loudly, How dare you? Seeing Jiang Yunzi appear, the disciples of the demonic sect quickly kneel down and kowtow in greeting. Disciple greetings to the other shore sect master. So you're Jiang Yunzi, the master of the other shore demonic sect. With a fierce expression, she shouts, How dare you flaunt your power in the demonic sect? Her fiery figure and alluring attire only accentuate Jiang Yunzi's charm. Seeing this, Ling Ge covers his face in fear, replying, I really was just passing by, and could you please come down? I can almost see everything you're wearing today. Without another word, Jiang Yunzi angrily attacks, saying, Whether intentional or not, you trespassed into my ancient heavenly demon court. Before she could finish, Jiang Yunzi instantly created countless bright red spider lilies. Seeing this, Ling Ge's eyes widened in surprise. I've never seen this kind of energy form before, but the colors are beautiful. Seeing Ling Ge admiring the flowers without a hint of fear, the demonic disciples sneered. You're about to die, and you're studying demonic energy. Does our master have no face? They quickly retreated, whispering amongst themselves. Once our sect leader makes a move, everything within miles is doomed. Seeing that Ling Ge wasn't afraid to die, and had an innocent look on his face, Jiang Yunzi laughed and said, What an interesting man, so interesting that I can't bear to kill him. Then, let me see what you're capable of. With that, Jiang Yunzi struck a fatal blow towards Ling Ge. A deafening sound echoes through the mountains, the earth trembles, and Jiang Yunzi calmly observes the scene. Seeing no movement below, she bursts into laughter, saying, Could it be that he's already dead? How disappointing. I was hoping to teach you a lesson. Suddenly, Ling Ka appeared behind her, saying, This thing of yours is quite interesting. It even brings its own corrosive weight. Startled, Jiang Yunzi glanced back instinctively, recoiling as she angrily asked, You're not dead. Ling Ge crossed his arms, sneering, Is that all you've got? Before he could finish, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of him, shielding Jiang Wanzi. One of them, Jiang Quan, a member of the 12 Blossom Masters, smirked and glanced at Jiang Yunzi, saying, Sect Master Jiang, why are you making such a commotion? Can't you even kill an ant that wanders in? Beside him, Stone Elder, one of the 12 demon sect leaders, stroked his beard and calmly added, In my opinion, this person is likely not so simple to emerge from Jiang Yunzi's attack. Without losing a hair. Hearing this, Hua and Chang burst out laughing. She was also one of the 12 demon sect leaders. Hoa and Thuong then said, Why not just blow him away? Seeing someone come to Jiang Yunzi's aid, Ling Ge clasped his hands and pleaded, Please don't kill me. Is asking for directions not allowed? Why can't you be friendly? Can't I just leave now? Stone Elder angrily retorted. Boy, do you think the demonic sect is a place you can come and go as you please? With that, Stone Old Head bound Ling Ge tightly with small ropes, and Ling Ge struggled uncomfortably, angrily saying, You're going too far. It was just a wrong turn, wasn't it? So a person can't even turn back after getting lost. You're going too far, but just wait, I'll go even further. Hearing Ling Ge's boastful tone, Jiang Chuan chuckled. I thought he was so strong to provoke Jiang Yanji, but he still lost to Shi Lao To. Suddenly, Jiang Quan was ambushed, causing him to spit blood, and a palm strike sent both Jiang Quan and Shi Lao To flying, leaving them sprawled on the ground before the eyes of Jiang Yanji and Hua Yuanchang. So Ling Ge has freed himself and he shouts, You want to restrain me? You forced my hand. Seeing this, Hua Yuanchang smiles and says, He can throw old man Shi around like that. Seems he has some skill. I suddenly want to fight him. With that, Hua Yuanchang immediately attacked, striking Ling Ge with a palm, shouting, Let me take care of you. Seeing this, Ling Ge observed carefully, quickly counterattacking and resisting Hua Yuanchang, but Ling Ge's strength was too great, and Hua Yuanchang couldn't compete. With a ground-shaking boom, Hua Wanchang was knocked to the ground, clutching her wound in disbelief as she wondered, Who is he? How can he be so strong? He's at least a martial saint. Jiang Yunzi, amused by Ling Gei's strength, says, "You're quite interesting. I'm curious why I've never met you before." Without another word, she attacks again. Jiang Yunzi draws a massive sword, her power instilling fear in all but Ling Ge, who remains unfazed. He shielded his eyes, trying to see clearly, wondering how things had turned out this way. This woman was insane. Seeing Jiang Yunzi's final attack, the demonic sect members cried out in terror. "Jiang Yunzi, you're insane! Do you want to destroy the entire ancient heavenly demon peak?" Jiang Yunzi, now fully charged, roared, "Everyone listen to me. If you don't want to die, work together to activate the defensive barrier, or you'll be annihilated." Seeing this, Ling Ge scoffed, lamenting, "You spare no one, not even your own. You'd kill me, your allies, and destroy your home. Even I can't completely stop this." With that, Jiang Wanzi turned the blade directly towards Ling Ge. Seeing this, Ling Ge immediately countered, thinking that even though he didn't fully understand, and couldn't guarantee success, he had no choice but to risk it all. Having figured out a way to deal with it, Ling Ge used Void Control to absorb all of the Azure Sword's power, and soon the Void had devoured it all, restoring the peace and tranquility of before. Seeing this, Elder Shi Jiangquan and Hua Yuanchang looked blank, not understanding what was happening. Elder Shi asked in surprise, "Am I hallucinating? It seems to have disappeared." Jiangquan looked around and said, "That black hole just absorbed all of Jiang Yunzi's attacks." Having dealt with it, Ling Ge sighed in relief, thinking to himself that he was fortunate to have succeeded. Sure enough, Void Control could also transfer energy. Although this move still has many flaws, what he just did was a success. Hundreds of miles away, at a certain sect. As for the flaws, and to better understand Void Control, let's talk a bit about it. So Void Control uses the laws of space to manipulate the Void and transfer attacks, but in the early stages, where they're transferred to is random. Ling Ge happily dusts off his hands and says, "All done. Anyone else want to fight? If not, I'm leaving." As she spoke, Jiang Yunzi suddenly fainted, falling towards Ling Ge, who instinctively caught her. In his warm embrace, Jiang Yunzi thought, "Well done, you've injured yourself 10,000, while failing to hurt the enemy." Seeing Jiang Yunzi as a bit of a nuisance, Ling Ge inwardly cursed, wondering if she had to take it this far. What a crazy woman. Without a second thought, Ling Ge tossed Jiang Yunzi to Old Stone, then declared, "This crazy woman is yours. While she's still out, I'm leaving. Next time, be more discreet. I'll pass by you more easily." Meanwhile, Jiang Quan, awed by Ling Ge's imposing presence, looked on with admiration, seemingly surprised by Ling Ge's strength. He inwardly muses that the Demon Lord has always relied on the 12 sect masters, never having a true ruler, yet these sect masters were powerless against the man before them. Without a word, Stone Old Head helped Jiang Yunzi to the side, then knelt down with Jiang Chuan, bowing in worship as they chanted, "1,000 autumns, 10,000 ages, Lord of all demons, supreme heavenly demon." The entire demonic sect pays homage to the Demon Lord. Caught off guard by Stone and Jiang Quan's actions, Ling Ge was stunned, exclaiming, "What Back in the present, Ling Ge seethes with anger whenever he thinks about it, clenching his fist and slamming it on the table before collapsing in despair, thinking, "From then on, I fell into a black hole called the Demon Lord. Misery, misery. Not only am I stuck guarding Heavenly Demon Peak, but I can barely sneak out before that crazy Jiang Wanzi hunts me down to drag me back." Lost in thought, Qin Yunyang suddenly appeared, placing her hand on Ling Jia's shoulder. "Ling Jia, you're back." Hearing this, Ling Jia turned to look. Not only Qin Yunyang but also Mu Yueqing and Bai Su Ling arrived. Mu Yueqing angrily asked, "Where have you been? We've been looking for you all morning." Ling Ji replies, troubled, "I just went out for a walk." Hearing this, Bai Su Ling asked sternly, "Junior brother, you wouldn't be seducing innocent young women, would you?" Hearing this, Mu Yuqing yelled at Ling Ge, saying, "I saw you sneaking around. You're definitely hiding something. Tell the truth. Did you go to a brothel?" Accused Ling Ge protests, "How could I? I wouldn't even know how to get into the House of Blossoms." The commotion attracted the attention of nearby tables, who recognized Bai Su Ling's group and whispered about how the four sisters were always together, a feast for the eyes. "I've been coming here every day to see them, and one of the women is even disguised as a man, and they all think she is one. What a novel game. This type of thing should, in theory, be a gender-bending Yuri romance." Lost in their fantasies, they were interrupted by Ling Ge, who quietly said, "Excuse me." The two men were terrified, and with a single blow, she knocked them unconscious. Nian collapses on the table, and after scolding him, Bai Su Ling crosses her arms, saying helplessly, "I'll let you off this time, but don't go running off on your own again. The city's not safe right now. I'll scout for information. Wait here for our news." Hearing this, Ling Ge quickly replied, Yes, I understand. I'll return to my room and rest." With that, he turned and walked away, Ling Ji's mind racing as he returned to his room. "I'm in no mood to run around now. That madwoman Jiang Yunzi is coming, so I'd better prepare myself." As night fell, the shopkeeper suddenly knocked on Ling Ji's door, saying, "My benefactor, this is information. My contact risked their life to deliver. The letter says the demonic sect's forces are 300 miles north of Wanluo City at Green Peak Ridge, and they'll be here in 2 days at the latest. If I run, Wanluo City will be reduced to dust. After reading the letter, Linga shook his head and crumpled it in his hand. Seeing this, the shopkeeper said, I have to say, benefactor, do you really want to stop the demonic sect? This should be handled by the martial god palace and the city lord. Don't go seeking death. Hearing this, Lingge replied with a smile. It's too late, and it's not like I'm going to die. I'm strong enough to protect myself. Tomorrow night, I'll go to Bitch Sun Lin to intercept them. Don't worry, I'll definitely return safely to the outskirts of Vanla City. Jiang Yunzi arrives at the gates of Wanluo City, approaching the guards. Seeing a stranger, one of the guards angrily asks, What business do you have entering the city? Jiang Yunzi feigns innocence, smiling as she replies, I'm here to find someone. Then Jiang Yunzi used her keen nose to sniff out a familiar scent, the Demon Lord's. Having pinpointed his location, Jiang Yunzi laughed eerily. Then Jiang Yunzi licked her lips, revealing her sharp teeth and said, It really is you. Then, with a snap of her fingers, Jiang Yunzi summoned a massive black bird that landed and transformed into a man, Ming Yatang, the master of Yinya Hall. Seeing Jiang Yunzi summon him, Yin Yatang, head of the Dark Crow Hall, coldly says, Yin Yatang greets sect, master of the underworld demon sect. To which Jiang Yunzi haughtily replies, Why put on airs in front of me? Get it right next time. With that, Yinya Hall, master quickly replied, Yes, I understand. Without delay, Jiang Yunzi ordered immediately lead the troops from Green Mountain day and night to Wanluo City before noon tomorrow. Also, if you find any trace of the Demon Lord, report it to me immediately. Yinya Hall, master obeyed and departed to carry out the mission. Night falls, blanketing Vanla City. Lingge prepares to move, but seeing the situation outside the window, he sighs. Looks like the city is on lockdown because of the attack on the Vanla City guards 2 days ago. If I just go out like this, they'll definitely see me as an enemy. With that, Linga put on his bronze mask, used his magic to create a vortex and stepped into it saying, Looks like I'll have to use some tricks. Meanwhile, at Bitch San Ling, a black bird surveys the area from above. After finding nothing unusual, it lands on the ground. Seeing this, the disciples of the demonic sect quickly paid their respects to the master of the Dark Crow Hall. Hearing this, Ming Ya replied, All right, the sect leader arrived in Wanluo City 1 step ahead of us this morning. We must gather with the sect leader before noon tomorrow. Hearing this, the disciples of the demonic sect understood and replied in unison, Yes, we obey. Suddenly a loud noise erupted, and Ming Ya glancing over shouted, Who's there? A shadowy figure appeared in the night, calling out, Esteemed demonic benefactors, where are you headed? Perhaps this humble monk can be of assistance. His voice alone instilled fear in everyone present, as they all covered their ears. What is this? They cried in agony, as the sound invaded their minds. Me too, my head is about to split open. Seeing this, Yin Yatang quickly took a defensive stance. Who's pretending to be a ghost here? Show yourself, he yells. To dare block the path of the demonic sect is a death wish. It turns out he was the blood demon child, one of the 6 ancient Buddhas of the evil Buddha sect. Hearing Minya's words, he clasped his hands together and calmly replied, It's been a while, Minya. Have you forgotten me? Minya seemed to recognize him, frowning as he said, One of the 6 ancient Buddhas, the infamous blood Buddha. How could I forget? It seems our demon sect and your evil Buddha sect have never crossed paths, so why are you blocking our way? Huyet Datu of the evil Buddha sect calmly replied. Indeed, we have no prior grudges, so who would know it was the evil Buddha sect who killed you here? Without further ado, Min Ya attacks, shouting, You thieving charlatan, courting death, and rushes towards Huyet Datu, striking him from behind. Undaunted, Huyet Datu calmly chanted Amitabha, and a massive Buddha statue appeared, sending Ming Ya flying hundreds of meters. Badly injured Ming Ya was quickly supported by his disciples, but Huyet Datu pressed the attack, striking him with a massive palm. After dealing with Ming Ya's group, Shui Tuozi chanted Amitabha and turned to leave when a voice suddenly mocked him. He said, So this is how you save all living things. It turned out that Ling Ka had arrived, and he calmly continued dusting off his hands. How strange, isn't your Buddha supposed to be merciful? Hearing this, Shui Tuozi hastily asked, Who are you? Linga pointed to the pile of ashes where Ming Ya was lying, and replied, Who am I? Let them tell you. With that, Linga turned and called out to Ming Ya. With great effort, Min Ya struggled to his feet, covered in wounds, and angrily said, You damned swindler, you blocked my path for no reason, and even tried to silence me to cover up your crimes. Lam Lam refuses to accept this. You're truly shameless. Seeing the demon lord appear, Ming Ya was overjoyed, saying, You thieving bastard, where has your luck run off to now? This one is even more esteemed than our master. With that, he looked up at Linga with admiration and said, Apart from this disciple, the demonic sect pays respects to the demon lord. Hearing this, everyone knelt down to greet Linga. As Ling Ka stood tall, hands on hips, gazing at the sky with unmatched charisma, Blood Thistle was shocked to hear Min Ya call him Demon Lord. What, he wondered, is the rumored Demon Lord who unified the 12 demonic sects truly real? Seeing everyone so polite, Linga gestures for them to rise, saying awkwardly, Don't all look at me like that, I just happened to be passing by. Realizing the situation, Blood Demon muttered, So that's it, the demon sect brazenly entered the country to find their lord. Oh no, gotta run. Seeing how things were going, Shui Tuozi took advantage of the distraction and immediately fled. Ming Ya, still bitter about what happened, pleaded, "Your Honor, that old fox is treacherous. If not for your timely intervention, we would have perished. Letting him go would be a grave mistake. Please order us to pursue him." Hearing this, Ling Ge simply smiled and said, "I don't need you to tell me. I have no intention of letting him escape, nor do I need you to chase him. I'm just letting him run ahead for a bit." Like the Buddha's palm, Blood Devil desperately tries to escape, smugly thinking, so what if he's a demon lord? He still can't catch me. Rumors can't be trusted. Suddenly Blood Demon felt something was wrong, wondering, what's going on? Why can't I move suddenly? Huet Datu's legs were now bound by some unknown force. He frantically wondered, could it be that Ling Ka has played a trick, preventing me from escaping? Ling Ka mocked him up close. Why don't you run anymore? So the rumors about me are true. Just then the disciples of the demonic sect arrived with Ming Ya, who smugly said, "You wretched thief, why don't you answer our demon lord?" Hearing this, Shui Tuozi turned his head and glared, retorting, "How dare you mock me like this? What about the demon lord? I want to see what you're really made of." With that, Blood Demon immediately cast a dark spell. Seeing this, Ming Ya angrily shouts, "Blood Demon, you're asking for death." Soon after the Blood Demon breaks the seal. His clothes were torn, revealing his muscular body. Seeing the situation, Ling Ge secretly assessed that his strength had suddenly increased several times, surpassing the martial saint, and touching the door of the martial god. Without another word, Shui Tuozi unleashed a series of threatening blows against the demonic sect, declaring fiercely, even the demonic venerable would die by this move. With that, Blood Demon charged towards Ling Ka, attacking with full force, but Ling Ka showed no fear or worry. He calmly observes, then says, "Playing rock, paper, scissors in front of me." Before he finishes, Blood Demon strikes Ling Ge. Luckily, with his quick reflexes, Ling Ke dodged the attack. Now enraged, Ling Ke's eyes sharpened as he coldly stated, "You think you're strong, but you're still far behind." With that, Ling Ka leaped into the air and delivered a devastating kick to Blood Demon, sending him crashing to the ground, shaking the very heavens. Blood Demon lay writhing in pain, his body riddled with wounds. Seeing he was still alive, Ling Ka smirked. Still alive, not bad. After that, beating the terrified Blood Demon crawled out of the rubble. He knelt before Ling Ka, saying, "Monster, the rumors are true. The Demon Lord's power surpasses even a martial god. I've lost. Kill me if you wish." Ling Ka raised a finger and said, "Answer my questions truthfully, and I'll spare your life." Hearing this, Blood Demon roared in anger, wishful thinking, "I would never." Before he could finish, Ling Ge silenced him with a palm strike. With Huyet Datu silenced, Ling Sa pressed on. "Who sent you to stop the demonic sect, and what did they offer you?" Hearing this, Blood Demon clutched his mouth in pain, answering, "The Abyss Master. He gave me the Nether Soul Fruit to stop the demonic sect from entering Vanla City. I can't control my own mouth." He wondered in shock. What's happening? I can't control my mouth. As Ling Ge knows, the Nether Soul Fruit is a cursed fruit, containing evil karma. It only grows on the Nether Soul Tree of the Nether Abyss realm, and can greatly increase a martial artist's cultivation, but not everyone can withstand it. Ling Ge then asked, "The ancient power you just unleashed was based on this fruit?" Hearing this, Blood Thistle shook his head, replying, "No, it's a secret technique taught to me by a mysterious Westerner, which can temporarily increase my mind strength. I don't know the person's identity or purpose." Hearing this, Ling Ge fell into thought. The West again. The only Westerner I've met is that fake god I slapped into a pit, unless there's some connection to him. Ling Ge knew the answer to the story, so he tied up Blood Demon and then said, "I originally wanted to come here to explore, but seeing that this team didn't have a martial saint sect master leading them, I wanted to kill them all, but I didn't expect a legendary demon sect to jump out and kick me. He mentioned encountering you without the martial saint sect leader. Did you come here on your own?" Hearing this, Ling Ge exclaimed in shock, "She's already here," and moved the scene to Wanluo City. Jiang Yinjie relied on Ling Ge's lingering aura to pinpoint the location of the hotel he was staying at. Ignoring the bewildered innkeeper, Jiang Yunzi confidently entered the inn, thinking, "This must be the place." Zihan said, "That person is in this inn." Jiang Yunzi approached the innkeeper and softly asked, "Innkeeper, do you have a guest here named Ling Ge?" Hearing this, the shopkeeper exclaimed in surprise, "Ling Ge," but before he could say more, Bai Suling shouted from the door, "What do you want with my junior brother?" Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi glanced over to see three beautiful women glaring at her. She chuckled softly and replied, "Well, do you know where your junior brother is now? I have something I want to ask him." The shopkeeper observed from the sidelines, making a mental note. "This woman is aggressive, and she's one of Benefactor's outside debts. This is going to be interesting." Bai Suling angrily continued, "Unfortunately, I don't know where he is either. In fact, I want to ask you, who are you?" Hearing this, Jiang Wanzi shyly covered her ears and replied, "We grew up together and spent an unforgettable time together. You could say we were childhood sweethearts. I've come to take him home." Hearing this, Mu Yueqing angrily shouted, "You're lying. Ling Gege has been with me for 2 years and never mentioned a childhood sweetheart like you. You're lying." Xin Yu Ni chimes in, "That's right, Ni and that guy came down the mountain together, so don't go spouting nonsense." Mu Yueqing thinks to herself, that may be so, but this woman is definitely involved with that guy. Dressed so revealingly, she's clearly not a proper woman. You just wait, you tramp. The onlookers at the next table were having a field day, saying they never thought they'd see this kind of show. "Bring me wine and peanuts." Jiang Yunzi, now enraged, glared and said, "Tell me where he is while I'm still in a good mood." Bai Su Ling coldly replied, "I already said, I don't know." Hearing this, Jiang Su Yun angrily retorted, "If that's the case, you won't be leaving here today without telling me his whereabouts." Jiang Yunzi immediately attacked Bai Su Ling and the others, shouting that no one would leave this inn. Meanwhile, 100 miles away at Jade Peak, Ling Ge sits atop the mountain, gazing at the moon, lost in thought. "I didn't expect that the moment I left Jiang Yunzi, she would have already found a guest right. What if she runs into my senior apprentice sisters? It's not that bad. She and my senior apprentices have never met, and even if they did, a conflict might not erupt." Lost in thought, Ling Ge was startled by a sudden piercing scream that shattered the silence. The demonic lord has been tricked into waking up. At the same time, Blood Demon is wreaking havoc, screaming in despair. "Even if I die here today, I will jump from here and never submit to your lewd demonic lord." The defeated foe's insolence ignites Ling Ji's fury. "I'm no mad torturer enough, but now your core is destroyed, your meridians severed. Right now, you're not even a martial saint. A beginner could take you down." Hearing those taunts, Blood Demon was even more agitated. "You might as well just kill me." But as despair washed over him, Lang Ka smiled mysteriously. "I won't kill you. On the contrary, I can help you recover your strength on the condition that you betray the evil Buddhist religion and become a protector of the demonic sect working for the demonic sect. Is this a good deal?" Hearing a glimmer of hope, Blood Demon hastily pleaded, if you can really help me recover my strength, I am willing to work for the demonic master." Ling Ka nodded in satisfaction. With that, he placed his hand on Huyet Datu's head, and a surge of pure inner energy flowed, miraculously, revitalizing the old man's withered body, reconnecting his meridians, and regenerating his dantian. Feeling his power return, Blood Demon exclaimed in shock, "My power has been restored, ha ha." As he rejoiced, Ling Ka's cold voice rang out like a warning. "Don't get any ideas. I've placed a restriction in your body. As long as you do well, you'll certainly have a better time than you did in that Buddhist pagoda." Bloodied Tuo nodded furiously. "Yes, Demon Lord, I understand." Witnessing everything, Mingya steps forward worried, asking, "My lord, why would you make such a treacherous being, a protector of the demonic sect?" Linga replies calmly, "He knows much about the heretical ways, and with his considerable strength, why not use him?" He turned to Minya and ordered, "Just see him as a useful tool. What are you doing out here anyway?" He bowed and reported, "We learned of your whereabouts and came to welcome you, begging you to return to the demonic sect with us." Lang Ka spoke through gritted teeth, displeased. "Humph, I knew it. When the time is right, I will return. Go back from whence you came. This is an order. Do not question it." Mingya immediately kneels. "Yes, your subordinate obeys." In that moment, Ling Ka was already calculating his next move. So the demonic sect's people are all back. Now he just needs to focus on dealing with that crazy woman. When Ling Ge returned to Wanlu City, he was prepared for the worst, even thinking the city might be half destroyed. But upon entering his home, he thought, looks like Jiang Yunzi hasn't made a move yet. Suddenly, the furniture in the house went flying. Ling Ge rushed in to find Bai struggling to breathe. She rushed to support him, exclaiming with joy. Junior brother Ni and Qing were also overjoyed. "Brother Ling, you're finally back." Just then, a seductive voice echoed from the shadows. "Jiang Yunzi has been waiting for you. So you're Ling Ge." Ling Ka feigns ignorance, asking what for. "Who are you?" Jiang Yunzi smirked, her voice bewitching. "Take a guess." An invisible enchanting space enveloped Ling Ka, making him uneasy. This isn't good. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yunzi appeared before him, her delicate fingers lifting his chin. "Heh," she smiled, "you've grown up to be quite the beauty." With that, she grabbed Ling Ge's hand, and they soared away. "Come with me on a little trip." The sisters could only cry out in alarm. Brother Ling Ling has been captured. Qing comforted the stunned Ni, while Bai anxiously said, "I'm going to rescue our brother." "Senior sister, I'm coming with you. Ni, be a good girl, and wait for us here." Dozens of miles outside the city, Jiang Yunzi had taken Ling Ge to a secluded place. He quickly weighed his options. If Jiang Yunzi asks if I'm the Ling Ge from before, she's likely still unsure, so it all comes down to my acting skills. With that thought, Ling Ge pretended to shout, "Woman, who are you? Why would I let you go? After all, we were once so intimate. Now that we meet again, of course we need to find a secluded place." She caresses and comforts him, her hand sliding to his face as she whispers, "Isn't that right, Demon Lord?" Ling Ge feigns ignorance. "I told you, you've got the wrong person. I don't know you. Let me go home." Jiang Yunzi sneers. "Oh, I heard Zihan say that with your power alone you wiped out the demon clan of Mochang Valley. If you're just a novice martial artist, how could you be their match?" Ling Ka denies it all. What does it have to do with you? Can't I just be naturally gifted? Jiang Yunzi chuckled. Oh, so you're not a demon lord. Let's just see. With that, she swung her sword straight at Ling Ka. He was out of options, cursing inwardly. Damn it. After all these years, she hasn't changed a bit. She's going all out with her attacks. There's no hiding it now. Ling Ge narrowly dodged the first strike, but Jiang Yunzi smirked and followed up with a second. He's forced to use 2 fingers to stop the blade, confirming to Jiang Yunzi that he is indeed the demon lord. Ling Ge flicks his hand, sending Jiang Yunzi flying back as he thinks, well, no choice now. Jiang Yunzi hovers using her sword to stop herself. She says gleefully, no more pretending. Haha, then today, let's take this opportunity for the great demon lord to witness my progress. Has my subordinate finally improved? Her demonic power suddenly erupts, permeating the entire forest. Jiang Yunzi unleashes her power, and a bizarre demonic formation sweeps across the area. Ling Ge is surprised, never having seen such a terrifying technique from his disciple. Jiang Yunzi gestures towards him, chanting a spell, and suddenly countless demonic flowers appear, engulfing Ling Ge, forcing him to use his inner strength to defend himself. Though Jiang Yunzi's technique shattered, it still gave Ling Ge a hard time, and Jiang Yunzi licked her lips with relish, her full chest and vitality all the more prominent. Ling Ge cried out, "What kind of sorcery is this?" He gagged and spat. It all flew into my mouth. Xiao Yunzi stepped forward, laughing. Haha, this is a new martial skill I developed. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Ling nodded. It can penetrate my defenses. Anyone else would have had their organs incinerated. Being such a violent woman, you might never find a husband. Hearing this, his face suddenly flushed red with embarrassment. With a seductive sway, Jiang Yunzi leaned into him, whispering, "If I can't marry, I can't marry. Having the demon lord is enough." Lang suddenly panicked. Jiang Yunzi, what are you doing? Keep your distance. Are you trying to take advantage of me? He suddenly realizes what he said. Oh no, what did I just say? I misspoke again. Jiang Yunzi pressed her ample chest against Ling Ka and said, "So it really is you, demon lord." Ling Ge quickly explained, "No, I just heard you say it a long time ago." Jiang Yunzi, full of tricks, breathed death into Ling Ge's ear and asked, "What's wrong? After all these years, does the demon lord really not want to join forces with your subordinate in that way?" Ling Ge frantically replied as if he really had something going on with her. He thought to himself, this crazy woman is playing the seduction game again. She wasn't like this before, so why is she so skilled now? With no other choice, Ling Ka used force to push Jiang Yunzi away. She feigned resentment, saying Demon Lord is just like he was back then, completely oblivious to romance. Ling Ge breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost lost control. He asks, "How did you know I was in Vanla City?" Jiang Yunzi replies, "A few days ago, people from the Dark Assassins sect came to beg for forgiveness, saying they had provoked a disciple of the demonic sect and described your unique features. So, I came here to verify." Langa is furious that those bastards have revealed his whereabouts again. Jiang Yunzi explains that the Dark Shadow sect is within their territory, and they can eliminate them at any time with his command. Ling replied, "No need. But to proactively beg for forgiveness, it seems Uan has sold them out. They're afraid of offending the demonic sect, so they've come to beg for forgiveness. It seems the Shadow sect and the Ghost sect are quite close. This is going to be interesting." Jiang Yunzi suddenly became alert, and Ling Ka said, "This isn't good. Someone's coming." He senses a familiar presence. It seems Wang Guxuan and Old Man Maka are here as well. Since Guang Ziyun is stuck with me, he has no choice but to come along. Ling Ge ordered them to move out, saying, "I don't want to get entangled with the people of Wanluo City." Jiang Yunzi nodded, and the two disappeared without a trace. Lord Wang Guxuan examined the traces on the ground, saying, "This must be the place. The residual demonic energy is so intense, I doubt even I could withstand such an attack." Bai Su Ling was terrified and speechless. "My junior brother," Yue Qing reassured her. "Calm down, senior sister. Everything will be all right." Wang Guxuan asked Miss Bai, "Do you know why that woman in purple was looking for Brother Ling?" Baek So Ryung replied, "I don't know. That woman suddenly came to our door, and without a word, she just took my junior brother away. Moreover, her cultivation was extremely high." Wang Guxuan added, "Don't worry too much. There's no blood here, so I don't think it's a simple case of murder. It seems they only stopped here temporarily. I don't know why she used such overbearing martial arts. It might just be a threat. If they're from the demonic sect, they may have seen Ling's potential and want him as a disciple." The Demon Subjugation Pavilion Master added, "That's right. Even if the City Lord and I wanted to, we couldn't keep him here." The leader of Ma Ka Pavilion suggested that City Lord Vuong contact the Martial God Temple and request their intervention, as Vanla City was now embroiled in numerous sinister forces, creating a dire situation. They pleaded for a saint-level deity to assist so that the people of Vanla City could live in peace. "What do you think?" Wang Guxuan replied. "The Martial God Temple. It's the only way." Meanwhile, in Diling City, Ling Ge looks around, figuring no one would dare chase after her, because that would be suicide. Suddenly, Jiang Yunzi appears and says, "Demon Lord, don't just pop up like that. You need to correct yourself. Where is the Demon Lord going?" Speaking of the Ghost Clan, something comes to mind. He replies, "Oh, what secrets do you know? Tell me." Jiang Yunzi said. Recently, the demons have been encroaching on our territory, which is unprecedented. Although we eliminated them, it's still strange to think about. Ling Ka replied, they're even encroaching on our territory. It seems these demons are planning something big. Jiang Yunzi asks if they should investigate, and Linga agrees, saying their strength should make gathering information on the demons easy, saving him the trouble. Jiang Yunzi exclaimed, then come back with me now. The entire demonic sect is waiting for you to return and take charge. Lingge waved his hand and shook his head. I'm not going back. You know I can't stay put and love to run around, and the demonic sect has been doing just fine without me these past few years. It's not like you guys need me that much anyway, so please let me go. Thank you. Jiang Yunzi replied. But fortunately, your improvements to our sect's cultivation methods have greatly increased the overall strength of the demonic sect, otherwise it wouldn't have achieved what it has today. The demonic lord is and always will be the one and only leader of the demonic sect. Ling refuses to listen but suddenly terrified, screams echo from afar. Monsters are here, everyone run, monsters are here, back to the city. Ling and Jiang Yunzi are puzzled. What's going on? He asked a passerby. Brother, you said there's a monster attack. I see some of you are spiritual realm martial artists, so what kind of beast are you running from? He gestures, saying, if it were a normal beast, we wouldn't need to flee, it's a demon emperor. Recently, this demon emperor has been attacking Diling City every so often, and luckily, the city's protective formation has barely managed to hold it off. You're asking for death by saying things you shouldn't, Ling thought to himself. A massive demon emperor appears roaring with imposing grandeur. Humans, I the emperor have arrived, yet you don't kneel. Boulders the size of mountains rained down. Linga and the others were frozen in fear, crying out, we're doomed. But Linga remained calm, drawing his sword and splitting the massive boulder in two with a single effortless strike. The shattered rocks flew past her as Ling Ka stared straight ahead, while the commoner trembled at the sight. Damn, are all beautiful young women this fierce nowadays, slicing boulders like vegetables. Jiang Yunzi shouts, Demon Lord, that beast is coming this way. A loud voice calls from the city walls. You three hurry over here, it's about to be completely sealed off, get a move on. Those are the city lord of Diling City and his son. They think that although the purple-robed woman is strong, she likely won't survive the demon beast tide. Why Diling City of all places? What terrible luck for such beautiful women. Ling Ge thinks excitedly that encountering a monster siege is just like an event in a game. The demon emperor steps forward, threatening insolent humans. How dare you ants block my path? The commoner moans, it's over, I'm still a virgin, I don't want to die yet. Boo-hoo-hoo. Ling sighed, what a disgrace. With a flick of his finger, the poor commoner was sent flying over the city walls, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. The young girl asked father, was the formation you set up today fake? The city lord cried out in alarm. This formation was created by our predecessors to protect the city, and it has withstood countless monster tides to protect Diling City. How could it be so easily broken? The commoner landed with a thud, having been delivered right to them. The city lord was stunned, wondering just who are these two. Ling asks, isn't the demon emperor just a big talking cat? The demon emperor roars in anger, insolent low ants daring to act wildly before me. Ling quickly covered his nose, complaining, your breath stinks. Did you grow up eating garbage? Enraged, the demon emperor bared his fangs and lunged, daring to insult him. He's dead. His sky pounce shattered the ground. The young woman on the city wall said, her face drained of color. Why is she so foolish? She clearly had a chance to run into the city just now. The city lord despaired. The beast's power had grown, the city's defenses were failing, and today might be the day the city falls. The demon king gloated. Every human I see is arrogant, yet none can defeat me. The beast grew enraged, and the demon king ordered a massacre, demanding all humans be devoured. It led the horde before Jiang Yunzi, stunned by her beauty. What? It's still alive. Jiang Yunzi scoffs. Indeed, just a mindless beast. Take a look up. Above, the demon king is stunned and shrieking. What? When did Ling Ge get on its head? He says, I've always liked cats and dogs, but you're not cute at all, so how about I butcher you, kitty? The city lord and his son are shocked, having been obliterated by the demon emperor's kick. This young woman is far too wicked. Ling Ka lands and says, now it's my turn. With his sword in hand, Ling cuts a swath through the earth before him as the demon emperor stands uncomprehending. Ling Ge says, that's more like it. You were holding back and you looked like you wanted a beating. Kill, the demon emperor shouted. Slaughter them all for me. Annihilate this city. Leave no one alive. The archers on the wall quickly took aim. The demon emperor is attacking. Prepare yourselves. As the beast tide thundered towards Ling Ka, he narrowed his eyes and said, if you want to pass, you'll have to ask the blade in my hand first. Dragon energy erupted like a roaring earth dragon, and the city lord exclaimed in shock, weapon manifestation. Father, what is martial armament manifestation? The young girl asked. The city lord explained, martial armament manifestation is the form that the wielder gives to their sword aura and martial armament. This level requires immense power and the ability to personally observe and replicate the essence of the subject. He's shocked. The blade's aura has materialized into a dragon, overflowing with terrifying majesty. Could she have encountered a real dragon? A true dragon of pure energy illuminates the sky. The beast horde, seeing the majestic dragon, cowered in fear like obedient kittens. That is a dragon. It's a dragon. Dragon energy coils around her, causing the beast tide to cower in fear. The demon queen wanted to scream but couldn't, an infuriating, inescapable pressure from her very bloodline. Just who was this woman? What are you crying about? Get down on the ground for me, Ling shouted. The giant cat collapsed, not daring to utter a word of protest as Ling approached it. That's more like it. The people on the city walls stared in disbelief. The demon beast army has fallen, and cheers erupt throughout the city. This is great. No more monster invasions. Brothers who have died, did you see that? Finally, they wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. The city lord and his son were overjoyed, having waited so many years for this day to come. Ling treads on the demon king and asks, "Tell me, how should I discipline you? Back home we have little tricks for cats, might as well do one for you." The demon king remained stubborn. "Human. How dare you humiliate me so? Do you know who backs me? The indignity I've suffered today warrants your death 1,000 times over." Ling Ge is intrigued. "Oh, so I want to hear where your power comes from that makes you so arrogant." He replied, "My backer is the supreme being of the demon race, the celestial demon lord, ruler of all demons. If he were to come in person, you would surely die without a doubt." Ling was surprised. "The heavenly demon?" he asked. "Are you saying the heavenly demon sent you to attack the human cities? If I remember correctly, the heavenly demon fled with a group of beasts long ago." "Are you trying to deceive me?" the demon emperor asked, dumbfounded. "How do you know?" Ling replies, "Because I beat him so badly he had to run away." The demon emperor doesn't believe him. "You humans. I don't know what connection you have to the dragon race, but the heavenly demon lord's bloodline is so noble even dragons might not be able to stand against him. Believe it or not, I'll ask again. Why did the sky demon send you to attack Ling City? If you don't answer, Ling Jia will make sure you say goodbye to your little friend forever. The heavenly demon lord only told us to kill people, then drain their bodies of blood, and dispose of the corpses as we saw fit." Ling Ge scoffed, "Still trying to deceive us. Haven't you guys just been eating meat lately? Or is it that the technique this guy wants to suck blood with is deliberately trying to pass the buck?" The demon emperor insisted I'm not lying. The celestial demon lord really sent me. Linga waved his hand. "All right, I don't want to waste time arguing with you. If you want me to believe you, you'll have to sign a master-servant contract with me." The demon emperor was shocked. "What? You want me, this emperor, to sign a master-servant contract with you?" A human, Ling Ge, made a scissor gesture. "Otherwise, who knows, you might want to get cut down there." The demon emperor wavered, his manhood on one side, the pride of his race on the other. Pride came first, but the thought of losing his little buddy made him scream, "I'll sign." Ling Ka nodded. "Humph, you'll know later how rare an opportunity it is to latch onto my big leg." With the blood drawn, the forbidden heaven law's binding curse tightly gripped the demon emperor. The forbidden heaven spell can imprison all things, including the physical body, the divine sense, and it's even rumored to be able to bind the heavens themselves. Lang.ca is amused. "Oh, you know about the forbidden heaven spell. You seem to know your stuff." The demon emperor was shocked. Wasn't the heaven-restricting art lost after the disappearance of the heavenly martial sovereign? Did he leave behind a legacy? In an instant, the giant demon emperor transforms. After the contract, he's now an adorable kitten. Lang Ka is pleased. "I've never played with a kitten before. This is much more pleasing to the eye. I'll give you a name." I've decided to call you Iron Cudgel from now on." Iron Cudgel whimpered helplessly. "What kind of name is that? My reputation is ruined." The demon horde was terrified and disoriented. Their leader had become a human slave, and they fled. The demon emperor could only gape at his departing subordinates. "You dare betray me?" Linga asked, lifting the iron rod in his hand. "You want to run too? Too bad you're under the heavenly restraint spell. Your life and death are mine to decide. Tell me what you know about the demons and I might let you die peacefully." Jiang Yunzi steps forward, finally finding peace. "Demon Lord, let's leave quickly." Placing the iron cudgel above, Linga ordered, "Let's go, or the people in this city will surely try to keep us here." Just as Linga predicted, they had only taken a few steps when a voice called out, "Benefactors, please wait." Ling Ka replied, "D Ling City. Lord, you're too kind. Just call me Ling Ka. I'm merely a passerby. Seeing the city in trouble, helping out was the right thing to do. There's no need for thanks." The city lord of D Ling said, "Miss Ling is too kind. I would like to invite both of you to be guests in our city so we can show our gratitude." Miss Di Yang pleaded. Yes, please come with us, Sister Ling." Ling was mortified to hear those words again. "Just so you know, I'm a man, thank you." The city lord and his son were taken aback. "Oh, a man." The city lord bowed respectfully. We're terribly sorry. In that case, young Master Ling, would you care to join us in the city?" Ling Ji muses. "Very well, it's a good opportunity to lie low here. Once Jiang Yunzi returns to the demonic sect, I'll go find my senior apprentice sisters." Ling Ge replied, much to Jiang Yunzi's dismay. "Then we'll trouble the city lord." Dishuang moaned with pleasure. Our great hero has entered the city." Arriving at the demon beast headquarters, the demon emperor's legion had returned. A fiend inside roared, "Who's making such a racket out here? Disturbing my peace." The troops knelt and reported, "Your Holiness, we went to attack Diling City. Suddenly, a human appeared, subdued the demon emperor, and even made a pact. Our plan has failed." The Xuanbing demon beast, a member of the demon race and a demon saint, is furious, scoffing at those useless creatures who couldn't even conquer a small human city. "We've failed to live up to the heavenly demon lord's trust," the subordinate stammered. "But demon lord, that human is very strong. We are no match for him." The demon saint asks, "A powerful human, then I must see for myself," and turns back toward Diling City's main residence. The city lord said, "Please make yourselves at home and eat whatever you like." Sitting before a table laden with delicacies, Linga drooled and replied, "Then I won't hold back," he said, taking a bite of a chicken leg. The Diling City guard captain mused, never imagining that Master Ling was such a powerful and approachable person. The city lord mentions he has a matter to discuss with Ling, who asks while chewing. "What is it?" the city lord replied. "Although the demon emperor has been subdued, the demon army took the opportunity to escape. I'm worried they'll regroup and come back." The city lord worries too much. The demon army is scattered like snakes without a head. Even if they regroup, it'll only buy them some time. The city lord suggests they might return for reinforcements. He emphasizes that this is infinitely more dangerous for Diling City. Linge eats heartily, ignoring the city lord's request, prompting Jiang Yunzi to speak. "Is the city lord trying to keep Ma Ling here in case the demon army returns?" The city lord replies bashfully. "Well, if Master Ling could stay, we'd be secure, but I don't know what he thinks." Ling responded, "Sorry, but I have other matters to attend to, so I can only stay a few more days at most. I understand you can't stay long, but even a few days would be a great help. Diling City will treat you well." Ling responded, "Rest assured, if the demon army returns, I'll take care of them. If they don't come, I'll reinforce the city's protective formation before I leave to ensure its safety." The city lord is grateful. "Thank you, young Master Ling." Under the cover of night, a horde of demonic beasts surged forward, mobilized at a moment's notice. The mystic ice demon saint commanded them to advance with all their might, reach the human city by tomorrow, defeat the human powerhouse, absorb his power, and help him break through to the late stage of the saintly way realm, reaching its peak. Screams and roars echoed through the mountains as he returned to the Lord's mansion. Linga relaxed. "Now that no one's around, I'll let you out to get some air." Turn the demon emperor Tich Khan back into a meowing kitten. Lanka asks, "Can you tell me about the situation with your demon race over there?" Shikan replies, "Instead of overthinking it, why not figure out how to deal with that demon saint within the demon race?" Linga asks, "Why did a demon saint suddenly appear? Do you demons have so many leaders?" Shikun replied, "The Millennium Venerable One is naturally accompanied by powerful subordinates. That ice mystic demon saint has reached the late stage of the saint realm, once freezing a 100-mile-wide city into an ice city, leaving no one alive. Even you wouldn't stand a chance." Hearing this infuriates Linga, and he flicks the iron staff away in annoyance. He stands up and says, "Then let him come and try me." The iron cudgel struggled. "Release me. This is outrageous. How can I sleep?" The next morning, Linge was still fast asleep, but as he shifted, he felt something was amiss. His hand squeezed it, wondering what kind of toy it was. It felt soft. Opening his eyes, Lingke was horrified to find Jiang Yunzi sprawled out on his bed. "Good morning, Demon Lord," she says. Startled, Linge retracts his hand and asks, "Why are you here?" "In my bed. What did you do to me?" Jiang Yunzi replies, "I didn't do anything, just came to keep the Demon Lord company." Tai Kun chimes in, "I can vouch for her, all she did was touch your face, your chest, your legs, and your—" A shiver ran down Linge's spine as he grabbed T. Kun, darted outside, and slammed the door shut, demanding, "When did she come in last night? Why didn't you wake me?" Tai Kun retorted, "You imprisoned me on the table, how could I wake you?" Just then, a guard commander urgently called for Langa. He said, "Young Master Ling, the weather is strange today, and I fear something is amiss. The city lord has ordered me to invite you to observe." Ling Ge wondered a strange occurrence. Meanwhile, the city lord looked to the sky with unease, wondering why he felt such a strange premonition. Then he heard a voice, "City lord, young Master Ling has arrived." The old man said, "Young Master Ling, look at the dark clouds in the sky. I'm worried the demon army will come again today." Ling replied, "Lord City Master, aren't you worrying too much? It's just rain, and it's only been a day. How could they be here already?" A lightning strike near the city gate startled everyone. The head guard exclaimed, "Lord Lang, everyone look over there. The glacial ice demon saint and his army have finally arrived at Dailing City." He booms, "Humans, I have come myself. Kneel and welcome me." The demon king Shikun signaled that it had arrived, and Ling Ge was quite surprised. "Well, the frost demon saint has really arrived," Shikun shouts. "What kind of tone is that?" The frost demon saint has reached the saintly way realm. A mere flick of his finger could freeze this entire city. How can you even say that? The chilling air rises, throwing the soldiers into a panic. The demonic saint's aura is overwhelming. "I feel like my heart can't take it anymore." From afar, soldiers were frozen solid as they screamed. The commander, enraged, drew his sword and cursed, "You beasts, I'll fight you to the death." Ling Sirius stopped him and said, "Leave it to me." He jumped from the city wall, and the city lord worried the fate of Dai Ling City was entirely entrusted to young Master Ling. Ling advances alone before the demon saint and his army. The demon saint asks in surprise, "You can withstand my mystic ice demon energy. So you're the human who subdued the demon emperor. Just who are you?" Ling responds with a smile. "You sealed your fate from the very beginning." The demon saint raged, "Insolent ant, you know nothing of the world." Ling Jie then produced a magical treasure, but it was instantly frozen. "So you think subduing a demon king means you can act recklessly before me? You're nothing but a frog in a well. Arrogant fool, take your ignorant delusions to hell." On the city walls, the city lord and commander regretted Ling's rash actions. Young Master Ling is no ordinary man. His strength far surpasses our imagination. We must trust him. The ice encasing Ling suddenly cracks, catching the demon saint completely off guard. Melted it, the ice shatters into a million pieces. Linga stared ahead, raised his sword and said, "If I'm an ant, then so are you. But even if we're just pecking at each other, I'm still much stronger than you." The ice saint launched an ice spear shouting, "Die!" But Ling Ka leaped high into the air, throwing a spear with all his might. The spear flew through the air, tearing through the demon saint's ice spikes, and pierced his horse. The demon saint collapsed, trembling as Ling Ka approached and said, "A frog in a well, aren't you?" The demon saint groaned in despair. "So I didn't just misjudge your strength, I wasn't even qualified to sense it. The only person in the world who could reach this level is Ling Shu." Hearing this, Ling Jia coldly retorted, "Shut your mouth." With that, Ling Jia unleashed the final blow like a death sentence. "Who I am is irrelevant to you, only that you must know you'll die here." A blinding light erupts, causing even the demon saint and his army to squint. Amidst the screams, all things seemed to end. Was this the end? Only a flash of light and a deafening roar remained. In an instant the battlefield was empty, save for Ling Gei's silhouette, all traces of the demonic beasts erased. Meanwhile, at the demon cave, a panicked report arrives. Xuan Bing's life lamp has gone out. A hulking black bull roars in fury. What his subordinate trembled as he spoke. "Your Majesty, it appears that Xuan Bing is dead." The black bull roared in fury. Damn it, he was a demon saint. He didn't even have a chance to run. This is the celestial demon lord of all demons, and he can't believe what he's hearing. Is this even possible? Is this justified? This is the first time his subordinates have seen him so angry since his defeat at the hands of that human. The demon lord spoke gravely. "That azure citadel, once on its last legs, has suddenly begun cutting down my demon generals and demon saints one after another. My eastward advance into the eastern divine continent is delayed once more. Unthinkable." He immediately issued an order, instructing them to investigate carefully, find out exactly which powerful figure this human Thon Tri has invited. His subordinates bowed obsequiously. "Yes, Your Majesty." Back on the battlefield, Linga leapt to the chasm, but all that remained was emptiness. A pity turned to dust. The demon beasts were annihilated, and the beast tide was finally over. Cheers erupted from the city as the city lord wept with joy. I knew it. Young Master Ling will always prevail. The burden has been lifted. There's no need to worry anymore. No one will be eaten. Venturing outside the city is safe, and finally, a good night's sleep is possible." Shao Kun couldn't hide his shock. "You're too monstrous. You wiped out the profound ice demon saint and his entire army of beasts with a single move. I've never heard of you having this kind of power." Ling Ka simply replied, "I only lived in seclusion on the cliff for a few years. You must know me, just didn't think of it." Suddenly a hand on Ling Ka's shoulder startled him. It was the city lord. Tears streamed down his face as he said, "Young Master Ling, I am eternally grateful. You're a celestial being, the great benefactor of Diling City." Ling Gei modestly replied, "You flatter me, lord." The old man turned to the townspeople and declared that this was a day of good fortune for Diling City. The city lord has decided to throw a city-wide banquet, a 3-day and 3-night celebration. The entire city erupts in cheers. Hooray for young Master Ling. Long live the city, Lord, long live Diling City. That night the lanterns glowed, and the people celebrated their cheers, echoing through the night, welcoming the return of peace to Yi Ling. The young women were completely captivated. "Lord Ling is so handsome. I'd gladly trade my life as a single woman to marry him. I want to marry young Master Ling even if he is a man." Hearing this, several men scoffed derisively. The crowd immediately swarmed the speaker, fists flying. "You can't even read a page of the classic of mountains and seas, yet you dare dream of marrying young Master Ling." Amidst the chaos, cries for help ring out. The city's clamor continued until dawn, but as night deepened, silence fell, leaving Linga alone on the rooftop, savoring fine wine. Suddenly, a seductive voice broke through the silence. "With the city so lively, why is your excellency drinking alone, under the moon?" It was the alluring Jiang Yunzi flaunting her ample bosom, before Linga caressing his cheek and pulling him onto her lap. Jiang Yunzi sighed. "Your Grace, are you lonely again?" Gazing at Jiang Yunzi's irresistible beauty, Linga thought to himself, "This crazy woman always has the same expressionless face." She continued, "What are the demon lord's plans? Will you stay here or return to your martial sister?" Linga sat up straight and replied, "You know the answer to that. How do you expect me to explain my unscathed return after you took me away?" Ling Ge then asked, "Oh, by the way, is that old Yinsha sect leader still at the demon sect?" Jiang Yunzi replied, "He is. We'll investigate the truth first. The Dark Shadow sect is suspicious. He wouldn't dare leave without my orders. Ling Ge suspects the demons are involved, and perhaps he can extract information from them, and then deal with them and Abyss to end this completely." Langa stretches and says, "All right, in that case, we'll head back to the demonic sect tomorrow morning." The next morning, the city lord and his son see Langa off. The city lord extended an invitation. "Young Master Ling, can't you really stay a few more days?" Ling cheerfully declined. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have important matters to attend to, so I won't impose any longer." The city lord relents. "Very well, if you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. The gates of Dailing City are always open, and you're welcome anytime." Dai Yang shyly asks, "Will we ever meet again?" Ling Chen happily replied, "Haha, if fate allows, we'll surely meet again." Di Yang then presented a treasure, saying, "Consider this a parting gift." Ling picked up the stone and asked, "What is this?" Di Yang replied, "I'm not sure either, but this jade stone has a mysterious power, and I believe you'll find a use for it." Ling accepted it gratefully. "Thank you, Miss Di Yang, farewell." After promising to meet again, they journeyed to a remote part of the demonic sect, where Jiang Yunzi asked, "Your Majesty, I wonder how excited those old fogies will be when we return to the sect." Ling Ge was still examining the jade, not realizing its mysterious power, so he decided to use his divine power to investigate and see what secrets it held. Ling Ge closed his eyes to sense it, and immediately entered a strange space within the jade. He wondered, what is going on? He looked around but saw nothing but mist. Suddenly, a palm strike flew right towards him. Ling Ka of Divine Continent looked at the staff as a radiant golden hand flew towards him, and Jiang Yunzi's voice echoed, Demon Lord, Ling Ge suddenly awakens. She said, "Demon Lord, we've arrived at the demon sect." "What's wrong?" Ling Ge hesitated. "Oh, in your head you're still wondering, what was that just now? It looked like a move I used." "No, what is the Central Celestial Divine Continent?" Jiang Yunzi thought jealously. "So the Demon Lord really likes that Dai Yang girl's gifts, pinching my thigh like that. Is he missing her?" Ling Ge cried out in protest. "No, I didn't." Jiang Yunzi storms off, and Ling Ge wonders why her methods are so similar to his martial sister's. Don't women just know this stuff instinctively? But I'll put this aside for now and investigate when I get the chance. Putting the stone away, he dons his familiar mask. When Jen thinks it's been so long since I've returned to the demonic sect, it must have changed greatly. As soon as he enters disciples, both men and women rush to hug his legs, overcome with emotion and tears. "My lord, we've been waiting for your return." But Langa, overwhelmed by the sentiment, brushes them off. "Enough, you're all grown, stop crying and making a scene." The demon sect protector Vian Thong stepped forward to greet him. Subordinate Vian Thong greets the demon lord. Ling Ge is surprised that Do Hyul Daja has adapted so quickly to his role as a demonic sect guardian, even giving himself a name. Yuan Tong replied, "I must thank the demon lord for giving me the chance to turn over a new leaf. Now, as a member of the demonic sect, I eat and sleep well, my body and soul are complete, and my thoughts are clear. That's why I changed my name to Yuan Tong." Ling turned back and called out, "Right, where's that sect leader, Li Wuxia, of the Yin Sha sect?" A moment later, the Yin Sha sect members were summoned. The Yin Sha sect leader Li Wuxia knelt trembling as a subordinate stepped forward to reassure him. "Sect leader, even if he is a demon lord, he can't humiliate our Yin Sha sect like this." Li Wuxia retorted, "Nonsense, they could clearly wipe us out. Which is more important, our lives or our pride?" Li Wuxia turned back and cursed, "Who is it?" Ling Ge replies, "You ask me who I am, take a guess. Here's a hint, your sect's disciples met me in Wanluo City." Li Wuxia gritted his teeth and said, "Wanluo City, so you're the one who killed Bloodfiend there?" A subordinate charged forward shouting, "It's all your fault that the Yin demon sect has been reduced to begging the demonic sect for forgiveness, a complete disgrace. Today I will kill you and offer your blood as a sacrifice to the Yin demon sect." The Yin Shat sect subordinate charged forward yelling. Di Ling Ge simply smiled and shook his head, sending the attacker flying away in a whirlwind. Old Li Wuxia was shocked. With just one move, no wonder Bloodshed was forced to self-detonate his spiritual power, yet couldn't even injure this man. Ling Ge spoke up, "Sect leader Li, can we discuss serious matters now?" Ling Ka gets straight to the point. "Yin Sha sect. What is your relationship with Yuan? Where is their base and how do you contact them?" Li Wuxia replied, "I don't know their location. The Abyss has always sent intermediaries to deliver messages who also relay words to us from another client." "Our other client?" He paused as if something caught in his throat, then said, "Is the Ghost Clan." Finally, Ling Ke understands the truth. The mastermind is indeed the Ghost Clan. Meanwhile, at the Abyss's lair, its master is furious, wondering what happened to that damned swindler who was only supposed to eliminate a team of martial emperors from the Demon Horse sect. Why haven't I heard anything yet? He gritted his teeth, convinced that the rogue had taken the underworld soul fruit and run. That damned swindler. I swear I'll tear him limb from limb. A trembling subordinate approached. "Report a subordinate," stammered. An enraged Master Yuan asked, "What is it now?" The woman replied, "There's a man outside claiming to be a monk from the evil Buddhist sect who wishes to see Lord Yuan." Yuan was furious. Evil Buddhism, one blood devil child wasn't enough, now another one comes. He roared, "Tell him to get lost." A monk barges in, saying, "Amitabha, I am Yodhardzi of the Buddhist order. Why so angry, benefactor Uyen? This is not good at all." Uyen immediately changed his tone, "So it's the evil Buddhist's demonic strike. Master Tu has arrived. I lost my temper earlier, please forgive me. I wonder why the master is here this time." The blood demon suddenly grabbed Gu Yuan, saying arrogantly, "Doesn't the master of the blood sect know when I'm here?" He grunted, signaling, "Then tell me where he is." Uyen stammered, "I said blood demon was probably captured by the demonic sect. Even I don't know where he is now." Yao Tuozi, wondered the demonic sect. Why did he provoke the demonic sect? Blood devil is so lustful. What treasures did you use to entice him to attack them? Uyen was speechless, saying, "I hired blood demon to stop the disciples of the demonic sect, but those demonic disciples were all small fry." The enraged demon child raised his hand and declared, "In any case, you shouldn't have lured senior brother blood demon to stop the people of the demonic sect. This concerns the reputation of our sect, so please atone with your death." A figure suddenly bursts in yelling, "You're nothing but a bunch of heretical fire starters, daring to run amok on my territory, utterly outrageous." The injured Yao Tuizi asked, "Who are you?" Uyen's subordinate replied, "Why would I give my name to a villain like you?" "Hurry, Uyen, luckily you emerged just in time. This damned thief is pushing it too far. Help me kill him." The anxious Yao Dazi realizes this man's strength surpasses even a martial saint. He seems to have opened the door to the laws. Yao Dazi strikes first, never imagining that this newly discovered organization Abyss would have such a powerful expert. That subordinate swiftly moves behind Yao Dazi like the wind and asks, "Oh, trying to leave? What do you think this place is? A playground where you can come and go as you please." With a fatal blow, he pierced through Yao Tuzi's body, crushing his core. So much for the evil Buddha sect's Yao Tuzi. Uyen steps forward to absorb the power, knowing his strength will increase exponentially. Little did Yao Dazi know his cultivation would become Uyen's wedding dress. How laughable, how sad, how pathetic. So spoke the helpless Yo Datu. "You heretical devils, the entire evil Buddhist sect will never give up, vowing to exterminate you mongrels." The subordinate said, "Now, his spiritual power belongs to you, so you can deal with this fool." Like a bloodthirsty fiend, Yuan steps forward. "Now I can settle our debt." Meanwhile, at the demon sect, a long line of powerful figures awaits. Minye sect's leader Yu Tianming spoke up. "It was said that a feast would be held for all, but the sun is about to set, and the gates are still closed. We've come to congratulate the demonic sect's founding, but they think too little of us." The beauty sect's daughter chimed in, saying even the demonic sect couldn't ignore them like that. Yu Tianming turned back to greet her. "Isn't the beauty sect usually above such things? Why come to celebrate today? There must be another motive." The beauty replied, "Just like everyone else. Why don't you ask how many people are truly here to celebrate?" The grand doors opened with a loud announcement. The sect leader invites all honored guests to enter. The crowd seethes as they enter, wondering what the demonic sect is planning, after years of silence, and suddenly opening its doors. Rumor has it that the demonic sect has been leaderless, divided, and weakened for too long, forcing them to open up. So inviting the other heretical sects was to curry favor, maybe yes, maybe no, but some will always think it's true, and want to take a bite. Black eats black isn't uncommon. After all, strength is king. The beauty pondered. No wonder it's known as the top base of the demonic sect. The spiritual energy is incredibly dense, incomparable to our small place. Hearing this, Yu Tianming felt a surge of disdain. Top base. He sneered and shouted, "Yu Tianming, the master of the Min Da sect, is here to congratulate the demonic sect on its founding." "Is that so?" a voice echoed in Yu Tianming's mind. "Then I must thank you on behalf of the demonic sect." Wu Min coughed up blood, not understanding why, as Jiang Vantu looked at him from afar. "She says that was the master of the Shore of Death sect, and that a single master could crush Yu Tianming. Who was it that said the demonic sect wasn't what it used to be?" Jiang Yunzi speaks. "Everyone, the heavenly demon hall awaits." The guests acknowledge and step inside, leaving a shaken Yu Tianming behind. "How does it feel to be threatened by the demon sect master? Weren't you so brave before?" the beauty taunted. "See if you dare to shout at someone's doorstep again." Inwardly, Yu Tianming seethed with hatred. Dark sect, he seethed with rage, vowing to overthrow them one day. Just wait. The guests had all entered. Jiang Yunzi spoke. "The feast is prepared. Please wait inside the hall for a moment." Yu Tianming then added, full of flattery, "I've long admired the demon sect's reputation, and I'm honored to be here today. I never imagined its domain would be so vast, truly worthy of being called the leading force of evil. I am in awe." He thinks it seems this demonic sect banquet is meant to subdue us, but how could we simply submit? Huamu replies, "Demonic sect, I've always preferred those who speak frankly." "Sect leader, you speak plainly, why beat around the bush?" Yu Tianming replied. "Master Hua is right. As the leading force of the heretical path, the demonic sect's strength is naturally immense. We wish to witness the power of the demonic sect firsthand. How about a competition between our disciples? Jiang Yunzi scoffed. If they can't beat the strong, they bully the weak, and want to use this opportunity to establish their power. How shameless. From within the wings, Ling Ge was quite excited. Oh, this is so familiar. They all like to tease disciples. It seems they've found another Song Long Aotian from somewhere. An underling adds, they're smart enough not to mess with us directly, so they target our disciples instead, shameless old geezers. Master, shall we teach them a lesson? Ling Ge replies, no need. The demonic sect has indeed been silent for too long. We can take this opportunity to suppress their arrogance, lest they constantly think about climbing over us. Jiang Quan obeyed and withdrew. A seductive beauty then spoke, I agree. If the demonic sect is so renowned, then its disciples shouldn't be weaker than others, or else they wouldn't be worthy of the title of the top evil sect. Jiang Quan stepped forward, and the demon lord said, since you all feel this way, let's set up a ring here and erect a barrier so you juniors can unleash your full power. Kuang Ton thought to himself that Mo Zun wanted to play with them, and in doing so, suppress their vigor. Yu Tianming stepped forward and said, Lin Ye, among the disciples of our sect, you are outstanding, and your strength has reached the peak of the spirit profound realm. I have high hopes for you. Don't let me down. Rest assured, sect leader, I won't fail you. The crowd buzzed. When you fight, kill them. Take these my best weapons and strength-enhancing pills. We must crush the demon sect. Look, the Myriad Knight sect has even sent out Lin Ye to deal with the demon sect. That's right, they've always been trampled by the demonic sect, and now that they finally have a chance to rise, they're going all in. Who is this, Lin Ye? Ling Ge suddenly appears, asking the gossiping disciples, where did you come from? They say that Lin Ye was a slave of the Dark Knight, sect of lowly status, who suddenly displayed incredible talent, his strength suddenly increasing greatly. He was specially promoted by Yu Tianming to be a true disciple, and his reputation within the evil sect is also very great. Ling Ge thought intently awakened suddenly that day. He seems a bit like me and I'm a little excited. That Lin Aodian guy must be stronger. Jiang Quan instructs Qin Mu to step forward. Qin Mu obeys the order and steps forward, declaring himself a disciple of the demonic sect. Qin Mu of the Minu sect gives the order, Tu Than, this one is half a step into Martial King, you must be careful. Tu Qing replied, yes, rest assured, sect leader. Her red lips parted, I am from the Enchantress sect. With a seductive gaze, Xu Qing spun around, saying, guide me. Her charm rushed towards Qin Mu, who opened his eyes wide and struck, shattering the Enchantress sect's formation. Qin Mu says, your tricks are useless against me. I spared you because you're a woman. Step down. Tu Than, her cheek slightly grazed by Qin Mu's attack, speaks in fear. Oh, Xu Qing concedes. The crowd is shocked. It was only one exchange. It seems we underestimated the demonic sect, assuming that, aside from those masters, the other disciples were useless. Qin Mu commanded, you're next. Lin Ye's voice echoed. Let me. Stepping forward, Lin Ye says, since everyone's waiting to fish in troubled waters, Lin Ye of the Dark Knight sect requests your guidance. As Lin Ye enters the arena, the crowd roars, recalling how he single-handedly defeated several prodigies, leading them to believe the demonic sect will fail this time. Qin Mu gripped his sword, wary of Lin Ye's power, as Lin Ye smirked, that's good. His fist flew with lightning speed, and Qin Mu, shocked, blocked with his sword. Damn it, I have to use my evil eye. But before he could unleash it, Lin Ye's fierce fist arrived. The sword and tassels fall limp. Qin Mu loses the first exchange. Lin Ye declares, too late, I am Lin Ye of the Dark Knight sect, no games, just brute force. Truly powerful, overwhelmingly so. This man will surely become a powerful overlord. Lin Ye issued his challenge. I wonder if there is anyone else from the demonic sect who would like to come up and compete with me. Ling Ge's voice rings out. Lin Ye, you're not bad. He steps forward, asking playfully, care to play with me? The disciples of the demonic sect were stunned, thinking, the demon lord is making a move. How could Lin Ye be powerful enough to warrant the demon lord's personal attention? Ling Ge, masked, thought, even though we're close in age, I still feel like I'm bullying a junior. Lin Ye scanned Ling Ge, thinking, this person is a woman. No, why do I feel a chill when he looks at me? The onlookers were stunned and began to whisper amongst themselves. Who is this woman? The man beside him replied, I don't know, but seeing the disciples of the demonic sect so excited, they must be formidable. The black-haired man on the scarlet goat didn't care, confidently, thinking it didn't matter who he was. Lin Ye was no ordinary man. Even those with great power fell before him. Lin Ye then declared, I am Lin Ye, of the Dark Knight sect. Ling Ge remained unconcerned, replying calmly, okay, I'm Mo from the demonic sect. You can go first. Feel free to attack. As he spoke, Lin Ye suddenly accelerated towards Ling Ge, shouting arrogance. Seeing his intensity, Jiang Quan broke out in a cold sweat. Jiang Yunzi marveled. He's faster than before. Is this his true strength? Lam Da unleashed a deadly blow, putting all his power into a punch aimed at Lang Ka, shouting, it's over. The boy below sneers. He didn't dodge, didn't block, just took it head on. Is he crazy? He smugly thinks he's walking to his death. Suddenly he witnessed the moment Lin Ye touched Ling Ge, and stunned exclaimed, Wait, he's not hurt. Before Lin Ye's powerful punch, Ling Ge stood firm as a mountain unfazed. Lin Yi, seeing him take the blow head-on without reaction, paled in shock, exclaiming, You… Ling Ge cheerfully replied, This little fist is quite different when used in reverse, but the power is still lacking. Hearing this, he trembled, and with a flick of his finger, Ling Ge easily deflected Lin Ye's arm, saying, A little more strength, you're probably not giving it your all. Seeing his strength, Lin Ye immediately retreated, looking for a way to respond, his hand already bleeding from a single blow. Lin Ye wondered how could the demonic sect have such a powerful disciple. This is definitely not the strength a disciple should possess. Just who is he, the new sect leader? He then transforms, his eyes glowing red, his body radiating a black aura as he says, Looks like I have no choice but to use this. Seeing his opponent resort to his strongest move, Ling Ge responds with amusement, creating a cloud of white smoke. But that's not what I want to see. A thick white smoke envelops the arena, causing everyone to cough and choke. Why is there so much smoke? I can't see what's happening. As the smoke obscures their vision, they wonder, what's going on in there? Ling Ka then raised 2 fingers and rushed towards Lin Ye. With incredible speed, he touched his fingers to Lin Ye's, leaving him in stunned disbelief. Seeing his opponent's dominance, Lin Ye thought, This is infuriating. The gap is too wide. He's just toying with me. I can't retreat like this. He then channeled his energy with both hands, strengthening his body, and a dragon-shaped silhouette appeared, radiating brilliant light. He thought decisively, Even if I can't win, I'll make you pay. Using all his power, Lin Ye created a massive explosion, engulfing the arena in his energy and causing it to erupt. Having exhausted himself, his body too weary to continue, he gasped for breath, sweat pouring, as he thought with confidence, Taking a hit at such close range, I refuse to believe you can still go on. He thought he'd defeated Ling, but suddenly Ling spoke up, Is that all? Seeing Ling still alive and standing there, Lin Ya was speechless and aghast. Ling mocked him, If you have any other moves, bring them on or it's my turn. Seeing that he couldn't even touch Ling, Lin Ye broke down in fear and ran away as fast as he could. Those who witnessed the fight were suspiciously silent. Seeing Lin Ye's humiliating retreat, Zhang Yunzi asked if anyone else wanted to challenge him. Clearly everyone was in awe of Ling Ka's power. The young man from before, seeing the obvious outcome, hurriedly said, The demonic sect truly lives up to its name. We are completely convinced, and will take our leave now. Thank you for the invitation, demon sect. We will firmly support you from now on. Seeing everyone leaving, the man from the Minda sect hurriedly said, Since everyone is taking their leave, the Minda sect won't stay any longer. I admit that the demon sect is the best in the world. Soon the stands were empty save for the 3 of them. Overwhelmed by Ling Ji's power, Jiang Chuan staggered forward, clutching his leg and said, As expected, you didn't even need to lift a finger to make the other sects submit. My admiration for you has increased countless times today. Ling Ge, finding him so polite, replied, Don't hug me, it's disgusting. I want to stay by your side forever, my lord, Jiang Quan replied. Elsewhere, atop a mountain peak, the devilish ghost queen speaks with a demon. The enchantress heard his report on the mission, and said, The siege failed. You demons and the demon saint couldn't even take a dealing city guarded by ordinary human martial sovereigns. Or are you saying the heavenly demons want to intentionally break our deal? He trembled at her accusations, bowing his head to the ground as he replied, I speak the truth. A powerful human suddenly appeared, killing the demon saint and wiping out the entire demon beast army. The demonic ghost king was surprised, saying, A powerful human. She pondered for a moment, then firmly told him, Tell your heavenly demon lord that we'll gather at the Hidden Sky Valley in a few days. As for this human, we must discuss this. He replied, Yes. Yes. Cut to a new scene. Meanwhile, back at the Great Hall of the Heavenly Demons, Ling Ge and his group had returned. Jiang Quan turned to Ling Ge with a smile. These past few days, rumors have been spreading that the demonic sect is overflowing with talent. Any disciple can take on 10 men. Those guys who once had other intentions are now hiding in their own sects. Jiang Yunzi replied, But that Lin Ye is only a half-step martial king. It's indeed not simple for him to defeat our sect's disciples in a few moves. Intrigued, Ling Ka, a martial king, asked as he drank from a large jug of wine. He wiped his mouth and said, You underestimate him. That kid's true strength has reached the Huang realm. Surprised by his true identity, Jiang Quan exclaimed, He's a martial emperor. Why couldn't we sense his true cultivation level? Ling Ge explained that the boy harbored the soul of a martial artist at least at the Huang realm level, and even if they attacked, victory wouldn't be assured. He added that the boy's rise from trash to genius was due to this soul, and that he was patient, never revealing his trump card even when humiliated, showing he was used to playing dumb. With a glint in her eye, Ling Se continued, If I hadn't intervened, no disciple of the demonic sect could have matched him, but it was inappropriate for the sect master to act. I was almost fooled. Jiang Quan, impressed by Ling Xiao's knowledge, said admiringly, So that's how it is, but how can you analyze his thoughts so thoroughly, master? Hiding his strength, feigning weakness, a seasoned protagonist, Ling Gi hesitated, swirling the wine bottle in his hand. Ah, well. He then composed himself, cleared his throat, and replied. In short, after this incident, all the surrounding sects have become honest and are now within the scope of the demonic sect's power, so we can have some peace for a while. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yunzi approached, sitting intimately close to Ling Ka, her face alluring as she praised him, truly worthy of being the demon lord. Having just taken over the demonic sect, you've already expanded its territory. Your subordinate is truly impressed and can't help but want. Finding himself in an awkward situation, Ling Ka was frozen in fear, unsure of what to do. Then he abruptly stood up and declared, Jiang Yunzi, I'm warning you, I don't know where you learned these tricks, but you're not allowed to come near me again. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi gazed at him adoringly, licked her finger and replied, Huh, demon lord, are you a eunuch? Clearly, whenever you want me, I'm yours. So what if I get closer? If you hate it, you can just push me away. You didn't push me away. You do like it after all. With that, Jiang Yunzi lunged at Ling Ge as if he'd struck gold. Seeing the situation, Jiang Quan steps in saying, Your Majesty, I'm trying to keep him safe. Ling Ge's heart warms at Jiang Quan's concerned gaze. He turned back gratefully, saying, Jiang Quan, you're the most trustworthy in the sect. You truly are my best subordinate. Before he could finish, Jiang Quan's strong arms suddenly wrapped around his waist. The joy of having a loyal subordinate was short-lived as Jiang Quan's next action was a cold slap in the face. He suddenly tightened his grip, locking Ling Ge in his arms and whispered, Sorry, Demon Lord, only with you here can Jiang Yunzi be a little normal, at least he won't vent his anger on others all day long. For the sake of the demon sect's peaceful and loving development, please sacrifice a little. Feeling the sting of betrayal, Ling Ge roared, Let go, you wretch, don't force me to take action. Just then, a sharp pain shot through his back. Lang Ge realized in horror that he'd been hit with pressure points, rendering him immobile, and that he'd fallen into both of their traps. Jiang Ziyun escorted Ling Ge to the room, giving Jiang Quan a grateful look. Seeing that everything was in order, Jiang Quan happily said, Your subordinate bids farewell to the demon lord and wishes you happiness. Jiang Yunzi carried Ling Ge to the bed, gently laying him down, preparing for a passionate night, her face revealing satisfaction and a stimulating desire. She says, My lord, no one will disturb us this time. Let me help you relax. Realizing his situation is dire, Ling Ge replies, Jiang Yunzi, do you intend to defy me? Jiang Yunzi began toying with Ling Ge's body, replying softly, Your subordinate has simply discovered that this is the best way to keep you here, my lord. Ling Sa didn't want to become her plaything, so he struggled to sit up. Loosening up shouldn't go that far. In his mind, Ling Ji thought, This crazy woman really wants to defy me. Suddenly, Ling Ji threw Jiang Yunzi to the ground, stunning her. Ling Ka hastily grabbed his clothes, thinking fearfully, No, she's strong. If she comes at me like this every day, I can't resist. I have to find a way back to Shiji, that's the only safe place. Calming himself, he declared, Now that the demonic sect is stable, I trust you can manage without me. So, farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Ge ran away as fast as he could, leaving Jiang Yunzi behind. Seeing her plan fail, Jiang Yunzi said angrily, Demon Lord Ling Ge, no matter where you run, I will bring you back, even if it's to the ends of the earth. The scene shifts to a prison cell, where a monk is bound, his body covered in wounds from a beating. Suddenly a figure appears approaching the monk. He stomps on the monk to wake him, saying, Wake up, you damned bald fraud. The monk opens his eyes to the sound of an announcement. You dare call yourself master of this place, the monk sneered. You're nothing but a bully and I curse you to a painful death. The Yuan master marveled at the bound monk's arrogance. Oh, you still have the strength to talk big. It seems you still have spiritual power. He immediately stomped on the monk's wound and replied, Then let's see which of us won't die peacefully. Suddenly, a subordinate burst in, frantically reporting, Master Yuan, this is bad. Master Yuan wondered what was happening. The subordinate knelt and reported, 2 monks from the evil Buddha sect have stormed the main hall, demanding we hand over the demonic Yoda, or they'll kill everyone inside. He muttered, They're here. Knowing his people were coming to rescue him, Yao Dazi smirked, You're done for. You're done for. Enraged, the Abyss Master grabs the monk by the throat, shouting silence. The dying, Yoda too gasps for air, his face contorted as he curses them with his last breath. You're all going to die. The monk's eyes glazed over, and he slumped to the ground. Seeing this, the Abyss Master said, He's dead. Suddenly a voice came from behind, Good riddance. The one who spoke was none other than Blood Demon. He slowly approached and declared, Even if we return him alive, they won't let this go. After seeing the state of the demonic monk, the Yuan master wondered about his plan. So what do we do now? They're already at our doorstep. Blood Demon was unfazed, his eyes cold as he replied, It's nothing, just 2 Buddhas. I alone am enough. One is the evil Buddha sect's Ming Tuozi, with a distinct scar on his face, and the other behind him is the evil Buddha sect's Hun Tuozi. Old Blood Tuozi opens the door to greet them. What has angered these two so? He greeted them with a smile. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner, esteemed ancient Buddhas. The 2 monks, however, cut to the chase, wasting no words. Where are Blood Demon and Shadow Demon? He feigns ignorance. You've come to the wrong place. We haven't seen them, so how would we know where they are? Seeing the old man feigning ignorance, Honda 2 immediately stepped inside and said, "That's nonsense. Don't blame us for being impolite. We'll find them ourselves." Seeing he had no respect, old blood demon roared, "You dare intrude!" He unleashed his power upon them. Huan Dazi immediately retaliates, chanting a mantra, Namo Amitabha. A magical seal is created, stopping the old man's attack. Then Hun Datu continued to cast spells, and unexpectedly, Huyet Datu was bound, realizing he'd been imprisoned by a pre-prepared incantation. Taking this opportunity, Ming Dazi rushes forward, grabs the Abyss Master by the throat and demands, "Where is my demonic disciple?" The old Blood Master is immediately terrified. The Abyss Master remained stubborn, refusing to speak. "I told you I don't know." Unable to breathe from the chokehold, the clan leader cried out, "Damn, con man, let me go." Seeing his stubbornness, Ming Hezi uses his inner strength, saying, "You don't know." He strikes the Abyss Master, adding, "Let's see if you know now." Seeing the dire situation, the old blood devil struggled to break free, then suddenly charged towards Ming Hezi, yelling, "How dare you!" Old man Blood Demon hastily grabbed the Abyss Master and fled, hoisting him onto his shoulders, as he ran into the forest plotting how to protect this kid. Seeing the situation turn against him, he decides to retreat for now, as the two monks give chase as he flees into the mountains. On a desolate rocky mountain, a figure appeared, walking alone. It was Ling Ge, fleeing from Jiang Yunzi. He breathed a sigh of relief, finally escaping, and decided to return to his senior apprentice sisters as soon as possible. Once the matter of Van Lathan was resolved, he could return to the sect and live a peaceful life. Before he could rest, Ling Ge suddenly heard a resounding voice. "Where do you think you're going? Where do you think you're going?" the old man said. Curious, Ling Ka witnesses a strange monk chasing after an old man and thinks, a fight, and a 4-on-1, they all seem pretty strong too. Ming Dazi angrily gives chase, unleashing a move and shouting, 10,000 heavenly left Buddha curse. The old man turns to see the attack coming. Without hesitation, he clasps his hands together, forming a seal, and counters the attack. Above, Ling Ge leisurely took a sip of wine, calmly enjoying the good show below. Not bad, why avoid it? Fight him head on. The old man, gravely wounded in the arm, painfully tried to explain, "You damned treacherous heretics of the evil Buddha sect. You said Yao Tuozi's disappearance had nothing to do with my abyss. You underestimate me too much." Upon hearing this, Ling Ge spat out his wine in shock, thinking, "My Buddhist abyss. How ironic I keep running into people who want me dead." Seeing the old fool still refusing to admit it, Ming Tuozi angrily said, "You still want to deny it at this point. Yao Tuozi's soul lamp went haywire after entering your territory. The evidence is overwhelming, yet you claim ignorance." The old fool, realizing there was no escape, thought, "Damn it, it seems they're determined to make us pay with our lives. There's no avoiding it this time. Is our only option to fight to the death." Unexpectedly, the Abyss Master attacked the old man, piercing his arm right through him. The old man, betrayed, cried out, "I protected you. You're worse than an animal." The Abyss Master laughs, revealing his true intentions. "Just a pawn, easily discarded. With this martial saint's dantian, breaking through will be a breeze." With that, he used a secret art to conceal himself, vanishing before the astonished eyes of the two monks. Min Dazi angrily said, "Damn it, that guy escaped using a secret art." Hun Dazi replied, "Fine, catching one of them is good enough. After we return to the sect, we'll send people to find him." He refused to believe they couldn't catch him. On the contrary, that old martial saint risked his life to protect that Abyss Master, never expecting to be bitten back in the end. How laughable and pitiful. The old fool died at the hands of the Abyss Master, sprawled on the ground in a pool of blood, as Ling Ge watched from above and realized the fleeing figure was the Abyss Master himself. Overjoyed to find the enemy he sought, Ling Ge exclaimed, "I've been looking everywhere for you. Now our old and new debts will be settled." After killing the old man who risked his life to protect him, the Yuan Lord fled into an underground cave, ecstatic to have stolen the elixir, and proudly declared, "Once I absorb this elixir, I'll surely break through to the Saint Realm. From today on I am the Abyss Saint, haha." His moment of arrogant glee was cut short as he heard a voice echo from the darkness. "I think beast spawn is more fitting." He cried out in fear, a thought flashing through his mind. Could those two con artists have followed him here? Impossible. This is a concealment technique taught to me by the demon race. Even a martial saint couldn't track my aura. How could they have followed me? Enraged, the Abyss Master unleashed a shockwave, yelling, "Come out here. Hiding in the shadows is the act of a coward." Ling Ka then appeared behind him, replying, "Is that your line? Don't forget who was stabbing people in the back just now." Enraged by his elusive movements, the Abyss Master throws a punch at Ling Ge. Ling Ka simply dodged and retreated, prompting the Abyss Master to exclaim in confusion, "Ling Ka, what are you doing here?" Ling Ge, feigning ignorance, scratched his head and replied, "Just passing by." The Abyss Master calmed down, thinking, "Wait, he's alone. The expert protecting him must not be here." Seeing Ling Ge alone, the Abyss Master attacked, saying, "Then I'll send you to meet the King of Hell." Ling Ge calmly replied, "You're just unlucky. In your next life, be careful not to let others see you doing bad things. Especially me." No sooner had he spoken than Ling Ka delivered a merciless blow to his chest, the force of which sent him reeling and coughing up blood. Ling Ka summons massive stone slabs into the air, saying, "I'll help you build a purely natural grave, free of charge." Ling Ka sent him to meet his ancestors so quickly he forgot to mention it. In his haste, he forgot to check the man's spiritual consciousness for any traces of the demon race. That guy was definitely dealing with demons in secret. Linga pondered, wondering whether to dig up the corpse, but ultimately decided, the body's cold now. Digging it up won't do any good. I'll head back. After reuniting with his senior apprentice Nep Nep, we cut to Wanluo City, where Ching Ching Bai Bai's junior apprentice Linga confidently strides into the city. As he passed the city walls, he noticed wanted posters plastered everywhere. He almost missed it, but then he recognized a familiar face and stopped. Wait a minute. He reads the information about the person drawn on the paper, and upon finishing his face, contorts in horror as he reads that Ching Ching and Bai Bai have been captured by a demoness. What is this? Delusions. Posters plastered all over town. He imagines a scene with his senior sisters. The night is young for your sisters to care for you. Then, in despair, he clutches his head. My senior sisters will definitely think I was taken by that crazy woman. No, if my senior apprentices see me return unharmed, they'll definitely grill me for answers. I need to come up with a reason first. Suddenly he notices a poster with a hammer, and an idea sparks. That's when he got an idea. Got it. Elsewhere, Ling Ka arrives at an auction house. Ling Jie entered the building thinking, as the saying goes, to win a woman's heart, you need gifts. He planned to get something at the auction as a small apology gift for his senior sisters. A guard outside stopped Ling as he tried to enter, saying, "Hold it right there. You take off your mask." Then Ling Ka reached into his robes and showed him something, his VIP card. "You think just anyone can attend our auctions?" he asked. The guard, seeing Ling's VIP card, was utterly bewildered, trembling as he leaned against the door, thinking, this black card is only given to those who spend at least 100 million at the Myriad Luo auction. Ling then told the guard that he wanted a good seat. Realizing his mistake, he replied, "My apologies, esteemed guest. Please follow me. I'll ensure you have an excellent seat." And so, Ling followed the waiter inside. He led Ling to a spacious room with seats and said, "Esteemed guest, this is your room. We'll send 2 maids to attend to you shortly." Seeing that he wanted him to enjoy the beauties, Ling refused immediately. "I don't need them." Seeing that Ling Ka didn't want female beauty, he was stunned, and then had dirty thoughts, replying delicately, "No maids, so you want men." Ling Ka, seeing that he was thinking of him in such an impure way, retorted, "I don't like that kind of thing. Does your auction house include that kind of service?" Hearing this, he replied, "Well, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll take my leave." Outside, the auction had already begun, and a wealthy nobleman stepped forward to announce, "Ladies and gentlemen, the new round of auctions will now begin. Let's take a look at the first auction item." Unbelievably, it's a living thing. With that, he pulls the cover off the cage. Inside the cage was a trembling, frightened fox, a superior spirit beast, the 3-tailed snow fox. This snow fox hails from the frozen land of the eastern god continent, possessing immense hidden potential, capable of being nurtured to the saint realm. If it can be made to develop 9 tails, it could even reach the creation realm. The starting bid is 1 million spirit stones. Bidding is now open, and the scramble to own the fox begins. 1 million, 2 million. A sudden shout grabs everyone's attention. 5 million. So that's Su Tiandao. He calmly said, "I bid 5 million. Ling Ji, observing from above, noticed his easy spending, and exclaimed, "Crazy 5 million spirit stones for a 3-tailed fox." Ling Ge scrutinized his face, finding it familiar while the crowd buzzed, calling him a rich fool. Everyone wondered about Su Tiandao's identity. 5 million spirit stones could buy several top-tier treasures. Does this young master need a follower? Just eats and does nothing else. Su Tiandao sits proudly thinking of the billions of spirit stones the demon clan gave him. What's 5 million spirit stones? Once I get this snow celestial fox raise it's bound to be useful to me in the future. Seeing such an astronomical bid, the auctioneer's eyes lit up as he announced, "That gentleman bids 500 million spirit stones. Are there any other offers?" A portly man immediately countered, "I bid 10 million. Su Tiandao was surprised, thinking no one would outbid him, but others continued to raise the price by 20 and then 30 million. Annoyed, Su Tiandao immediately countered with 50 million. But the fatty from before was about to bid 60 million. When his slave stopped him, saying that the young master didn't need to go that far or they'd run out of money. The auctioneer confirmed the 50 million bid, asking if anyone wished to counter, and Su Tiandao, seeing no higher offers, smugly thought that money could buy anything, wondering who would dare compete with him. Suddenly a voice outbid Su Tiandao's offer with a Tianlong pill. Su Tiandao exclaimed in anger, A Tianlong pill, I must be hearing things. That's a priceless treasure, refined from the demon core of a sky dragon over 9981 days, and he's using it to trade for a fox whose fur hasn't even fully grown. Bitter and resentful, Su Tiandao wondered, just who dares to ruin my good fortune? Ling Ge in a VIP room removed his mask, eyeing the fox and musing. This snow fox looks so soft. It would feel amazing, and my sisters would love it. The auctioneer, sensing a windfall, eagerly pushed the price higher. This esteemed guest has bid 1 Sky Dragon pill. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid? Below, everyone remained silent, no one daring to bid higher, and Su Tiandao scowled, frustrated by his disadvantage. It's just a fox. I don't need it. I just need to get my hands on the next item. The auctioneer happily struck his gavel and announced, "Congratulations to this esteemed guest. The snow fox is yours." Without delay, he continued the auction, saying, "Next we have the most precious item of this auction left behind by a Creation Realm cultivator." Seeing such a valuable treasure, Su Tiandao thought excitedly, "Here it comes. I'll definitely get it this time." The auctioneer then presented a scroll that appeared to be thousands of years old, introducing it as a treasure map from ancient ruins. Not wanting to give anyone a chance to compete, Su Tiandao immediately shouted, "I bid 50 billion origin stones." The auctioneer was stunned by the exorbitant price and asked, "This guest can't take it anymore, so is there anyone else who wants to bid?" Observing the treasure from above, Ling Ke thought to himself, "This ancient treasure map is interesting, and I have mountains of pills, so it'd be a loss not to buy it." Ling Ke suddenly spoke up, "I'll bid." With a cool swagger, Ling Ke jumped down from the upper level, landing gracefully, before raising a finger and declaring his bid a grade 9 reincarnation pill. The auctioneer was stunned. A celestial grade elixir, even the Temple of the War God barely has any. He'd be losing money trading one for 100 treasure maps, not to mention he just traded a Sky Dragon pill for that fox. Does he have too much money to spend? Having been thwarted twice, Su Tiandao slams his hand on the table in frustration, gritting his teeth as he thinks, "It's him again. Damn it, this guy keeps ruining my plans." The auctioneer, seeing that he'd landed a big spender, quickly said, "I believe no one here can offer more than a heavenly grade elixir, so this treasure map will belong to our distinguished guest." Suddenly, Su Tiandao spoke up, "Wait." He stood and pointed at Ling Ke, ready to expose him. "You first used the heavenly dragon pill to get the snow heavenly fox. Then he used a heavenly elixir to buy the treasure map. I don't believe he has that many supreme elixirs. I thought he was all talk and no action, just showing off." Seeing that he wanted to interfere with his transaction, Ling Ke replied, "That's right, even a grandmaster alchemist probably wouldn't have that many pills. Don't try to scare people. I think he's just bluffing, maybe even colluding with the shop." Ling Ke glanced at Su Tiandao, thinking he wanted to cause trouble. "If I don't beat you to a pulp today, you won't know why your butt is red." Ling Ke then confidently produced the 9 Revolutions creation pill, saying, "Let me inspect the goods first, then we'll decide if this transaction will succeed." The pill emitted a radiant golden light, dazzling everyone who saw it. The auctioneer had to wear sunglasses just to look at it, exclaiming, This is the 9 Revolutions creation pill." Seeing this radiant glow, the young man in the back hallucinated, wondering if he was about to become an immortal. Ling Ke, seeing that he was completely captivated by the treasure, asked if he had finished inspecting the goods, and if he could take them. Lost in bliss, he nodded furiously. Of course, we'll package everything up and present it to you." Then Ling grabbed the fox and instructed it, "From now on, you're coming with me. I guarantee you'll eat well, dress well, and meet plenty of cute girls." Ling, holding the map case, says he'll figure out the map later. With his spoils in tow, Ling happily thinks, "I'm back, my dear, Shijie Ni, Yue, Qing, and Shidi." Meanwhile, the infuriated Su Tiandao vows to avenge this humiliation. Cut to Ling Ge, who has returned and opens the door to his room. Inside the room, Bai Su Ling sleeps peacefully, looking incredibly adorable as Ling Ge thinks to himself, so she's still asleep. Ling Ge approaches Bai Su Ling, gazing at her face, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. Ling Ge gently strokes her forehead, thinking she must have been worried sick these past few days, and turns to leave, not wanting to disturb her. But never mind, I'll talk to her when she wakes up. I'll go check on Nep Nep and Nagit Thon first. Unexpectedly, Bak. To Lin reached out a warm hand, took Lan Ka's hand, and whispered, "Junior, don't go still lost in her dream." Even in her dreams, Bai Su Ling held tightly to Ling Ge's hand, calling out, "Junior, the demon has returned. I must." Hearing this, Ling Ge was overjoyed, thinking so his senior sister still cares about him so much, even in her dreams. How annoying I was having fun. He then overheard her say, "I'll break your leg so you can't go anywhere." Ling Ka froze, feeling a crack within him. He tried to pull away and run. His life depended on it, but Bai Su Ling held him fast, and he couldn't escape. She opened her eyes, looked at him, and murmured, "Junior, you." Ling Ge scratched his head, flustered. "Senior sister, you?" Bai Su Ling asked in disbelief. "Is it really you, or am I dreaming?" Ling Ge pointed to himself, explaining, it's me, I'm back." As soon as he said that, Bai Su Ling immediately rushed forward and hugged him. She sobbed, leaning against his cheek. "You're back, you're finally back." Ling Ge embraced her trembling form, blushing as he realized he'd never seen this side of her. Was this really the overbearing, powerful senior disciple who always hit him? Just as he was touched, Bai Su Ling bit down hard on his shoulder. Ling Ka froze, realizing it was still her. Only after biting him for a while did Bai Su Ling let go, leaving teeth marks on Ling Ka's shoulder. Silently wiping away her tears, Ling Ge comforts her. "It's my fault for worrying you, senior sister. It won't happen again." Bai Suling remained silent, reaching out to touch his chest, then standing on her toes, her beautiful lips drawing closer to Ling Ge's face. Bai Suling bravely kisses him on the lips, and Ling Ge can't help but widen his eyes in surprise. After pulling away, Bai Suling blushed, twirling her hair as she shyly said, This is compensation for you still having a conscience. Biting her lip in embarrassment, she covered her face and ran off, saying, I'm going to talk to Ni and Yue Qing. Come out here soon, little brother. In the room, Ling Ge remained motionless until finally reacting and touching his lips, realizing his first kiss of both lifetimes was gone. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Ling Ge broke out in a cold sweat, his hands trembling as he muttered, Wait, that's not the point. The important thing is that my senior sister kissed me. She actually kissed me. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, an explosion rocks the land. As Mira Demon Queen vents her rage, that useless Su Tiandao couldn't even retrieve a treasure map. Did I give him 100 billion spirit stones for decoration? The trembling demon reported from the ground. Your Majesty, Su Tiandao asked me to tell you that the reason he couldn't retrieve the treasure map was because someone else appeared and offered a heavenly grade pill, taking the treasure map directly. Even 100 billion spirit stones can't compare to a heavenly grade pill. Furious, the Demon Queen asked, A heavenly elixir, who was it? Her subordinate replied, That's unclear, but he said, the figure resembled the one who offered 10 billion spirit stones for our demon clan's intel. Hearing this, Yi Luo the Ghost King frowned. Ling Ge, how could it be that mere mortal kid in the body-refining realm? The demon flattered him with a smile, saying, Don't rush, my lord. Su Tiandao said he sent people to investigate and we should have results in a few days. Ngila coldly reminds him, I'll give him one more chance. If he fails again and delays the revival of the demon gods, I won't show mercy even with our agreement. He then returns to the inn where Lan Ka and the others are. He sat in his chair solemnly, recounting everything that had happened, how he had overcome countless hardships to return to his senior sisters. Sitting across from him, Bai Su Ling and Mu Yue Qing listened with growing suspicion. Mu Yue Qing questioned him. That demon wanted to drain you, but you escaped while she was bathing, even throwing away her clothes so she couldn't chase you, and then you returned unharmed. Ling frantically nodded. Yes, you don't know how despicable and cruel that demoness is. He pulled out a handkerchief from who knows where, pretending to cry with grief. Luckily, I always remembered you all in my heart, and finally endured it. Otherwise, I don't know when I could have escaped her clutches. Of the three listening, Bai Su Ling and Mu Yue Qing remained skeptical, but Qin Yuni naively believed him, tugging at his sleeve as she tearfully comforted him. Brother Ling, you've suffered so much. Moved Ling Ka declared that Ni was truly his good little sister. After a moment, Bai Su Ling finally spoke. All right, it's enough that you're back safe. How it happened doesn't matter anymore. Mu Yue Qing pointed out, You pervert, you better stay by our side from now on, or you might not be so lucky next time. Hearing this, Ling Ge nodded furiously, replying yes 5 times in a row. Bai Su Ling then instructed, We haven't told Lord Wang about your return, have we? He was very worried when you went missing, so now that you're safely back, go to the Lord's mansion and let him know. Hearing this, Ling Ge immediately raised his hand and replied, Yes, senior sister. The four then headed towards the city lord's mansion, Ling Ge leisurely taking in the sights along the way. Just then from a dark corner a lecherous voice echoed, Well, what do we have here? A gathering of fairies. A gathering of celestial maidens. The voice came from a man in lace with a long scar on his forehead and a missing eye. He smirked, stroking his chin as he said, Good, I want that little girl, and the rest of you can divide the other 3. His men cheered in response. Yes, boss. Ling Ge and the others entered a small alley. Ling Ka turned to the others, wondering if that old devil was still in the city lord's mansion, as he wanted to pick up a few more items from the demon subjugation pavilion. Just then, something white fell from the sky. Bai Su Ling reached out to catch it, wondering, What is this white powder? Just then, 4 beauties appeared behind Ling Ka and Scarface. Fak Dao leered, taunting, Why not stay and take care of some business with us? Seeing their disgusting appearances, Ling Ge angrily retorts, You call that business? You mean digging your own graves? As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of sobbing echoed from behind Ling Ge. He quickly turned around, stunned by what he saw. Bai Su Ling, Mu Yue, Qing, and Ni all showed signs of being affected by the evil drug, their bodies flushed red, trembling uncontrollably and crying out, It's so hot. The one-eyed man licked his lips in anticipation. He raised the vial, introducing it with a smug look. This is our sect's specially made ecstasy powder. The drug is potent. Come with us and we'll cure you. Immediately, Ling Ge creates a barrier around the 3 women. With everything in place, Ling Ge's dark pupils contracted, and a thick black aura emanated from his body as he growled. Are you courting death? The thugs, sensing the brutal aura, cried out in terror. Demonic energy. Impossible. He said these 4 were disciples of the Tai Ming sect, so why is one of them from the demon sect? Was his information false? Hearing that, the coldness in Ling Ka's eyes intensified. He channeled spiritual energy into his hand and said mockingly, Oh, his intel. Let's see who it really is. With that, Ling Ge snapped his fingers, unleashing his attack. Soul-severing hand technique. After your souls are severed, you shall cease to exist in this world. Immediately, the thugs' souls were ripped from their bodies, and Ling Ka collected them as they struggled and begged for mercy. "Spare us, please, spare us, we won't do it again." Ling Ka coldly reached out and extracted a golden ray from one of their souls. He said coldly, "Spare you, Ling." K's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he crushed the souls without hesitation, declaring, "Too late." Having dealt with the thugs, Ling Ka closed his eyes and used the golden light he had extracted from one of their souls to perform a soul search, replaying the scene of their conversation with someone. "That man is Su Tiandao," his voice echoed. "I want you to take care of someone for me, a disciple of the Tai Ming sect. He's the one who bought information about the demons for 10 billion spirit stones. I suspect he's also behind the treasure map this time. You work for me, Su Tiandao, which means you work for the demons. You'll be well compensated." The thugs eagerly agreed, ending the soul probe. Ling finally confirms the mastermind's identity. The purple-robed man who caused trouble before is colluding with the demons. Ling then summons a puppet of the Saint Dao realm from his spatial ring. As soon as it appears, the puppet kneels and greets its master. Ling gave the order to watch Su Tianhao and report any information immediately. The Saint Realm puppet obeyed and quickly departed to carry out the command. Linga laughed, thinking to himself, "I finally get to use the Saint Realm puppet I found in the cave back then. Su Tiandao is it. I want to see what you and the demons are up to." Just then, Linga remembered something. He turned to check on his senior and junior disciples, still trapped within the barrier, blaming himself for almost forgetting to deal with the effects of the drug on them first. To ensure their safety, Linga erected an invisible BT Zides barrier sealing off the alley to prevent anyone from entering, otherwise it would have been an attempted crime. Ling Ka hurried to dispel the barrier, reassuring them, "Are you all right? Let me help you dispel the drug's effects." But as the barrier fell, Mu Yueqing lunged at Linga, knocking him to the ground in a shocking turn of events. Flustered and blushing, Linga tried to stop her. "Wait," Mu Yuqing seems to have lost her mind, grabbing his face and leaning in. Linge manages to push her away, but then Bai Su Ling's hand also reaches him. Ling Ka panicked, thinking, "Heavens, why is senior sister doing this too?" Bai Su Ling embraced him, blew softly into his ear, and then gently licked his earlobe. Ling screamed, "Don't use your mouth, senior sister. That's a crime. A crime." But Bai Su Ling seemed to hear nothing and continued to kiss his ear. Meanwhile, Mu Yueqing also took the opportunity to hug him, moaning, "It's hot, so hot." Ling Ge felt tortured, his eyes and words beginning to falter. Ling Ka clung to the last vestiges of his sanity, reminding himself to stay calm. "The drug is making them act this way. You have to remain calm." Bai Su Ling's chest brushed against his arm and Ling Ge steeled himself. I won't be able to hold on if this continues." After struggling to stay conscious, Ling Ge quickly channeled his spiritual energy to heal himself, unleashing a burst of light that pushed Bai Su Ling and Mu Yeqing away. Ling Ka then released another burst of spiritual energy into the air, dissolving the white powder's properties and healing the three unconscious figures on the ground. Mu Yueqing and Bai Su Ling's flushed faces began to return to normal. As for Ling Ka, he collapsed to the ground, disheveled and relieved, muttering that things almost got out of hand. A moment later, Bai Su Ling stirred her cry, startling Ling Ge. Clutching her head, Bai Su Ling sat up, groaning, "My head is spinning." Relieved, Ling Ge rushed to her side, asking, "Senior, you're awake. Are you all right?" Bai Su Ling noticed a red mark on Ling Ji's neck and immediately questioned him. "Junior brother, what's on your neck?" Then looking at her own clothes, Bai Su Ling blushed, clutching her body in embarrassment. Wat Longa touched the mark on his neck, freezing in place and breaking out in a cold sweat. "Oh no, I was in too much of a hurry to fix things." Soon after, Mu Yuqing and Qin Nini also woke up. Nini yawns, remarking, "Why do I feel like I took such a long nap? I think I even dreamt that Brother Ling and the senior sisters were fighting." Hearing this, Ling quickly pointed at the corpses of the thugs, explaining, They used the bewitching fragrance powder to try and capture you, but I defeated them. Luckily nothing happened." He then pointed to the marks on his neck, saying, "These marks are from when I fought them." Hearing his story, Mu Yueqing gratefully says, "You pervert, so you saved us, thank you." Nini worriedly tells Ling, "That wound looks so deep, it must hurt a lot." She then leaned in close to his neck, offering comfort. "I'll blow on it for you so it won't hurt anymore." Xin Yu Ni then blew on the red mark, causing Ling to blush all over from the ticklish sensation. He hurriedly clutched his neck, jumping back as he said, "Thank you, Nini. I feel great all over now, nothing's wrong. We should still head to the city lord's mansion to take care of the demon." Bai Su Ling agreed, urging them on, saying it was right to report to the city lord first. The three went ahead with Ling Ge at the back, sighing to himself, "I've been tormented by them already, and now my whole body is sensitive. I really can't take it anymore." Meanwhile, at the Lord's manor, Lord Wang paced anxiously, wondering what was taking so long. When a voice chuckled, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Lord Wang. It's been too long since the martial arts tournament." The newcomer was a divine envoy from the Martial God Temple, who greeted the city lord with a bow, saying, "I hope the city lord is well." Seeing him, Lord Wang bowed his head in greeting. "Greetings, divine envoy. I'm honored by your presence, divine envoy." The divine envoy waved his hand, saying, "Don't stand on ceremony, city lord. This is no small matter, and the Martial God Temple will not refuse." The city lord lamented, "The demons have been brazen lately, their eyes are everywhere in Vanla City, and they can't be eradicated easily. I had hoped Ling Ge could help, but now." The envoy of the gods, surprised, asked, "Oh, to catch the city lord's eye, this Ling Ge must be quite the character." The city lord nodded. "Indeed, he's incredibly talented and capable, but a few days ago he was captured by a woman in purple, and his whereabouts are still unknown." He was interrupted by his subordinate, rushing in to report Lord Young. "Master Ling is here to see you, along with Miss Bai, and the others outside the manor." Hearing this, the city lord eagerly asked Ling Ge, "Has our young friend returned?" "He has, but then remembered the people from the martial god temple," the city lord said, troubled. "Divine envoy, what do you think?" The divine envoy chuckled. "It's fine, let him in. I want to see what this young hero is all about." With permission granted, the city lord ordered, "Spread the word, but since we have esteemed guests, let him enter alone first." Obeying, Ling stepped inside, only managing to say, "Greetings." In an instant, the city lord lunged toward him. Startled, Ling Ke exclaimed, "City lord." The city lord draped his arm around Ling Ge's shoulders, patted him a few times, and said with a happy laugh, "You're finally back. I've turned Vanla City upside down, looking for you these past few days." Ling Ge smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, city lord." Then the city lord brought him before the envoy, and introduced him. "It's good that you're back. This is the envoy of the martial god, whose strength has reached the Saint Realm, a powerhouse many aspire to be." The godly army officer humbly said that the city lord was too kind, and Ling Ka enthusiastically greeted him, saying hello to the godly army officer. At that moment, a glint of light flashed in the godly army officer's eyes, and he secretly exuded a probing aura. He reached out to Ling, telling him not to stand on ceremony, but Ling frowned as a wave of energy washed over him. He was being tested. He usually doesn't complain or act rashly, so why is he following the villain's lead? Seeing Ling Ge's lack of reaction, the divine lord continues to smile. After a moment of silence, he extended a friendly invitation just as Lord Wang had said. "Young Master Ling is calm in the face of adversity, meticulous, and a rare talent. I wonder if young Master Ling would like to join the martial god hall." Hearing this, Ling Ka was speechless, realizing after a moment that he was being poached. He politely declined. "I appreciate your offer, but I am a disciple of the Timing sect. I'm only traveling with my senior sisters to see the world and have no other intentions. I'm afraid I must decline your kind offer." The envoy was about to speak when he noticed a red mark on Gu Ling Ka's neck. "It seems even heroes can't resist beauty. If you're not interested, I won't force you, but I'd still like to be your friend." The envoy took out a token and handed it to Ling, saying, "This is a martial god palace command token. If you're ever in trouble, just break it and I'll sense it." Linga smiles outwardly, tucking the token into his chest, saying, "Then, I thank you, Lord God," but inwardly scoffs. "Worthless, I wouldn't sell it, even if I could. I'll just give it to my senior, it'll be a good luck charm." The city lord extends his hand, inviting them both. "Now to celebrate Ling Xiaoyou's safe return, and welcome the divine envoy, we must drink together." Ling Jie scratched his head, reminding him that his senior sister was still outside. The city lord reassured him that he had already sent for them so he shouldn't worry. That night, at the frontier fortress, a patrolling soldier sighed wearily. "The martial god temple told us to be vigilant here, but it's been so long we haven't even seen a shadow of the demons. We'd be better off spending this time drinking," his companion reminded him. "Alright, get back to your patrol and don't slack off." Just then the moon turned red, an eerie laugh echoed, and a demon king appeared. He says, "So you remember me after all. Well, I can't disappoint your expectations, can I?" Seeing the demons appear, the soldiers cried out, "That eye! High-ranking demons are the only ones with that feature." The demon laughed, praising them for guessing correctly. With that, he swung his hand, cutting 2 soldiers to pieces, saying, "This is your reward." Above the city, the demon king and countless bats lay in ambush. The demon commanded, "My swarm, kill them all." At his word, the swarm descended, devouring the soldiers as screams filled the air. The night demon king commanded his bats to kill, chanting, "Kill, kill them all. You humans oppressed us demons, now you'll pay with a sea of blood." As he reveled in the thrill of slaughter, a shout rang out, "Stop." With that, a martial artist charged forward, blade in hand. The soldiers under attack by the Night Demon King's dark magic cheered at his arrival. "It's the City Lord. The City Lord is here," the Night Demon King sneered. "Just a martial emperor dares to act tough before me, the Night Demon King. D." With that, he unleashed countless skulls upon the City Lord, who struggled to defend himself but ultimately proved no match for the Night Demon King. The skulls shot toward him, exploding violently on impact. As the smoke cleared, the Demon King gleefully seized the City Lord, lifting him into the air, and sneered, "Just a bunch of weak ants." After killing the City Lord, the Demon King threw his corpse to the ground, admiring the accumulating essence. The essence of humans is truly a treasure. When the demons recover, all of Eastern Divine Continent will kneel before our demon race. Under the eerie red moonlight, the Night Demon King continues his killing spree, and Green Pool is plunged into bloody despair. Kill them all, spare not a single one. Meanwhile, back at Ling Gi's lodgings, a candle burned in his room as he stood with his arms crossed, a frown etched on his face. Langa slams his hand on the table, where the map he won at auction lies. Frustrated, he shouts, "Not again. At least last time there were a few words about the demons, but now there's nothing at all. Do I have to soak it or burn it to reveal something?" Since those two methods didn't work, Ling Ka held out his hand. He cut his palm and wondered, does it need a blood offering? Ling Ka dripped his blood onto the map, but after staring at it for a while, nothing happened. Frustrated, he clutched the map, muttering, "If you didn't want anyone to find the treasure, then don't leave a map, only to torment them with how to open it. It's outrageous. I'm done with this," he thought, and in a fit of anger, Ling Ka tore the map in two. But to his surprise, tearing the map triggered a reaction, and it began to glow. Beams of light appeared surrounding Ling Ge, who commented in bewilderment. Other people design mechanisms that work when the paper is intact, but this guy intentionally designed the map to only work when destroyed. How creative. Ling Ke reached out to touch the light, and suddenly, his entire room lit up. When he opens his eyes, Ling Ge finds himself in another place. Is this the map's inner realm? As Ling Ka looked up, a giant dragon flew toward him in the sky. He couldn't hide his surprise. A dragon was inside the map. He reached out to touch the dragon, but suddenly he was back in his room, staring at the map with a red X, marking what was likely the treasure's location. Beside the X was a strange inscription. Ling Ge stored the map in his spatial ring, thinking this is a map of the Dark Abyss realm with a dragon. How interesting. Ling Ka's eyes were met with a bloody light, and he immediately looked towards the red mark. It was then that he realized something was amiss. Could something be happening? I suppose I have some time to kill. Thinking this, Ling Ge flew through the window towards the scene. At the city's border, the bloody massacre continued. Countless bodies lay slain. Blood flowed freely, staining the city walls crimson, and smoke threatened to engulf everything. The bloodthirsty Night Demon King harvested more and more. He gloats. More essence from a city of the living. Soon my ghost deity race will descend upon the eastern divine continent. Just then, Ling Ge arrives, witnessing the scene, and declares, "You demons are truly audacious." The Night Demon King, seeing someone appear, turned and shouted, "Who's there?" Ling Ge looked at the slaughtered soldiers below a heartbreaking scene, and couldn't help but declare in a rage, "You all deserve to die." The Night Demon King sneered, "Just a puny human. Do you know who I am?" Before he could finish, Ling Ge's hand seized his face, crushing it and instantly killing the Night Demon King. His corpse quickly dissipated, and the remaining demons below were terrified. Who was this man who killed their king with a single move? Not stopping there, Ling Ge raised his hand, forming a vortex of spiritual energy. His eyes turned cold, almost devoid of his usual carefree demeanor, as he said, "Today I'll slay demons to appease lost souls." With that, a colossal hand emerged, engulfing the entire city and trapping the struggling demons. Ling Ge then waved his hand, causing a violent tremor to erupt throughout the city, killing the demon race, and coldly uttered, "Burial." As the smoke clears, a massive handprint is visible around the citadel. Ling slowly says, "I was too late." With the remaining starlight, he transformed it into vibrant red spider lilies. Ling landed heartbroken, embracing a flower, saying, "All I can do now is this." Crimson spider lilies rise from the ground, carrying away sorrow and pain, a sea of flowers to send off these innocent souls. Elsewhere, the Lord of the Martial God Temple slams his fist against a rock in frustration, cursing that he was too late. Upon receiving news of the demon attack, he and his men rushed to the city to help, but the reality of the situation made the outcome clear. His subordinate wondered just which great power intervened. This palm strike is incredibly powerful. Throughout the martial world, only the martial god could likely achieve this. The martial god hall's leader gritted his teeth and said, "I fear even he was a step too late. These damned demons dared to launch a surprise attack, but ultimately it's our martial god army's fault." Fortunately, that great power intervened, and though they couldn't prevent the city's destruction, they did kill a Saint Realm Demon King and his subordinates protecting the surrounding cities. It's just a pity that Emperor Ling Shu has been missing for so long. If he were here to guard the martial world, how would the demons dare invade Sen Luo? The Lord of the Martial God Temple raised his hand to stop him, instructing, "Alright, don't make a big deal out of this. Quickly report back to the martial god and inform the Divine Army envoy in Vanla City to prepare. Carry out the order." Then the two teleported away, returning to Vanla City. On the way to the City Lord's mansion, Bai Su Ling couldn't help but ask anxiously, wondering why the City Lord was so eager for them to enter the mansion. Ling Ge yawned and replied, "Yes, they sent someone to invite me first thing in the morning, after I haven't woken up this early in hundreds of lifetimes." Even so, he had already guessed why. What else could it be but the news of the demon clan destroying the city yesterday? Suddenly a figure appeared, calling out Senior Apprentice Sister Bai. Ling Ge turned around instantly on guard, but Bai Su Ling happily recognized the voice as that of her acquaintance, Senior Apprentice Brother Su Tiandao. Feigning familiarity, Su Tiandao said, "It's been a while, Junior Sister Bai." Ling Ge turned to her puzzled and asked Senior Brother, "Do you know him?" Bai Su Ling introduced, "This is our senior brother from the sect. I joined the sect while he was away training, so we never met." Still playing the good senior, Tu Thien Dao greeted Ling, saying, "This must be one of the disciples recruited a few months ago, right?" 3-star talent, no wonder the sect leader and elders sent you to help them resolve the disaster in Wanluo City. Ling Ge inwardly sneered with dissatisfaction. A traitor actually appeared among us fellow disciples. But outwardly he remained friendly, replying, I am Ling Ge, greetings senior brother Su Tiandao. What brings you here? Su Tiandao explained. I heard that the divine envoy of the martial god temple came to Wanluo City a few days ago, so I sent an invitation and came to pay a visit today. Hearing this, Bai Su Ling gestured for him to come along. Perfect timing, come inside with us senior brother. Su Tiandao politely responded, thank you, junior sister, and with that he stepped forward. After passing by Ling Ge, he suddenly flashed an evil smile. Ling Ge watched him thinking, he's colluding with the demons, he's not just here for a courtesy visit but to gather information. Lost in thought, Ling Ge didn't notice Bai Su Ling's anger as she pinched his ear and dragged him inside, scolding, get in here, and don't keep the city lord waiting. My ear is about to fall off. Inside the city lord's mansion, upon hearing the news, the city lord couldn't help but be furious. Clenching his fist, he trembled as he spoke. Damn it. The martial god temple just sent word this morning that the demons dared to take advantage of our unpreparedness and slaughter the entire city. Our people were garrisoning. How hateful. The divine envoy added. However, the demons also lost a demon king and a large number of demonic soldiers, suffering a great loss of vitality, so they probably won't make any big moves in the short term. Hearing this, Bai Su Ling asked in surprise. The demons lost a demon king, the divine envoy replied. Yes, fortunately, a great power helped last night, wiping out all the demons. Now that city has turned to dust buried deep underground. Hearing this, Su Tiandao lost his composure, thinking the war god temple master himself sent the message. This must not be public knowledge yet, I must find a way to inform the demons. Ling Ge, who had been staring at Su Tiandao, chuckled inwardly at his anxious expression. Perhaps he only just learned about the demon king's demise. The divine envoy turned to the city lord, saying that the god of war had gathered much information about the demons these past few days, and was sure to find their hiding place soon. Hearing this, the city lord replied, the martial god hall has worked hard. Once the ghost clan is dealt with, we must have a drink together. Bai Su Ling added, once this is over, we can return to the sect and report. He recalled the lively days in Wanluo City, far more bustling than on the mountain. It felt a little sad to return so soon. Looking at her now, Ling Ge blushed slightly and smiled softly, thinking that after all, she was a girl, and it was hard not to have sentimental thoughts. How adorable. He suddenly and unconsciously recalled the first days he met her, when she made him wear women's clothes and praised him for looking beautiful, saying he could definitely charm half of the male disciples of the Tai Min sect, and then when she was drugged, leaning close to him gently, calling him junior brother. Lost in thought, Bai Su Ling turned and asked junior brother, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Flustered, Ling Ge fanned his face, saying, it's nothing, I just suddenly feel very hot. After covering it up, Ling Ge slumped against the chair, lamenting, how can I erase these images from my mind? How will I ever face my senior sisters again? After their conversation in the city lord's mansion, Bai Su Ling, Ling Ge, and Su Tiandao take their leave. As they reached the door, Su Tiandao excused himself, saying, junior sister Bai, junior brother Ling, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Farewell, he said, and quickly departed. As Bai Su Ling watched him hurry off, she wondered, senior brother Tiandao seems to be in a rush. Could it be urgent sect business? Ling Ge feigned ignorance, replying, perhaps, but inwardly chuckled, thinking, so you couldn't hold back any longer, huh? What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? I can't wait to see. In a forest, Su Tiandao's voice echoed, come out. As he finished, a demon emerged from the cliff face, asking with a smile if he had news for the myriad demon queen. Su Tiandao frowned and said, I just came from the city lord's mansion. The martial god temple has set its sights on you, and the martial god army commander is on his way. Be careful. Hearing this, the demon confidently replied lofty words, but finding our hiding place won't be easy. Su Tiandao chuckled mockingly. Even though one of your demon kings died last night. The demon, shocked, asked, is that true? No wonder we lost track of that demon king. Do you know who did it? Su Tiandao replied, I'm only responsible for delivering the news. The rest is up to you to investigate. Speaking of which, he said, revealing a drop of treasured blood essence, the human blood essence you've given me is running low. Next time we meet, I'll need to see blood essence stones or the deal is off and I won't provide you with any more information. Su Tiandao clenched his fist and departed, reminding the demon to remember. After he left, the demon spat on the ground in disdain. Just a human whelp, what's so special about him? Meanwhile, on his way back, Tathin Dao bumped into an old man, knocking him to the ground. The old man rubbed his head and complained. Hey young man, why don't you help me up? This old man can't take it. Ignoring the old man, Su Tiandao brushed past him, scoffing, damn old faker. As he passed, the old man frowned, sensing an unusually high concentration of human blood essence and the aura of the demon race within the boy. How strange. He muttered, but I've finally found him. My efforts weren't in vain. Just then, a young man ran up from afar, calling out to the old man, panting and wiping his sweat. "I finally found you, sir. The demons have been unstable lately. Please come back with me, uncle," the old man retorted. "I'm not going back. Life is much better out here. Besides, that old martial god is guarding the palace. Even so, he can't stop me." He then used his lightness skill to run away, reminding him, "Go back quickly. Don't come looking for this old man again." In desperation, the young man cried out, "Uncle Su Tiandao is indulging in the pleasure of killing, collecting blood essence." Just then the old man appeared behind him saying, "Young as you are, your bloodlust is immense. You are not on the righteous path." Surprised, Su Tiandao recognized the old geezer, who gestured saying it wasn't convenient to fight in broad daylight. Feeling provoked, Su Tiandao was about to roar in anger, but another voice echoed, "What good is talent without a brain?" Hearing this, Su Tiandao turned around to look. Ling Ge was standing on the cliff behind him, watching. That was also Ling Ge, speaking as he cheerfully looked down and asked, "Wouldn't you agree, senior brother Su Tiandao?" With a twisted face, Su Tiandao gritted his teeth. "It's you." The old man glanced at Su Tiandao, then back at Ling Ge. The two glare at each other, animosity sparking in the air. The old man watches silently, like he's enjoying a movie with popcorn, and asks, "Are you two enemies?" So Su Tiandao admits it with a shout, "Yes." Meanwhile, Ling Ge replies, "No." Seeing this, the old man clasped his hands together, his face flushed with hidden meaning. Ling Ji's face darkened as he thought, "This old man is no good. Is he another lecher?" Ling Ka cleared his throat, then put on a pitiful face, saying, "Senior brother Cao, what are you saying? First you called me junior brother Ling, and now we're enemies. It breaks my heart." "Don't play dumb. Do you think I didn't recognize you?" sneered Su Tiandao, glaring at Ling Ka. "You're the one who traded me the treasure map at the Maka Pavilion a few days ago." At this point, Ling Ka dropped the pretense, tossing a stone in his hand as he asked, "And did you think no one would notice the demonic energy within you? Without those things, you'd still be stuck in the spirit origin realm." Hearing this, Su Tiandao's face turned pale, his pupils contracted, and he stammered, "How do you know?" The old man suddenly leaps onto the cliff where Ling Ge sits approaching him with a smile. "Oh kid, you're pretty impressive, aren't you? How did you see the demonic energy in him?" Ling Ge, seeing him approach, shoved him away, scolding, "Don't get so close. Men and women shouldn't touch." Below, consumed by rage, Su Tiandao gripped his sword hilt, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Now that you know, I absolutely won't let you live in this world. Anyone who dares stop me from reaching the pinnacle of martial arts will die." Before he could even finish yelling, a stone from Ling Ji's hand struck him in the mouth, sending Su Tiandao flying. He crashed to the ground head first. Ling Ji remained in his attack stance, reminding him that villains die from talking too much. The old man beside him clapped in admiration. "Wow, kid, you hit hard. I didn't realize you were so strong. I couldn't even see your movements just now." His body slammed against the rock wall, causing internal injuries, and he coughed up blood, his eyes bloodshot as he asked in disbelief, "How? How is this possible?" Ling Ge approached calmly, his voice cold. "You know better than anyone where your power comes from, Su Tiandao. You think that's enough to reach the pinnacle of martial arts? Keep dreaming." He looked at Su Tiandao with disdain, and continued, "After all, nothing is real in a dream, don't you think?" Su Tiandao screamed madly, "Shut up, be quiet." Before he could finish, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, followed by a fit of coughing. The old man approached to check on him, his brow furrowed with suspicion. The spiritual energy in his body, Ling Jie calmly replied, "It's fine. Whether it's human blood essence or demonic energy, I've extracted it all. His strength is now only a fraction of what it was." With a playful wink, he added, "The human blood essence in you is from at least 100 people. The demons must have paid you handsomely. You sold out quite a few comrades, didn't you?" The traitor Su Tiandao, completely losing his mind, screamed wildly, "Give it back to me! Give it back! You took my things!" "Is this what you're talking about?" Ling Ge asked, holding the blood essence stone in front of him. "To betray your own kind for an object and still claim you deserve it. This will be your end." With that, Ling Ge crushed the blood crystal. "Take a look at this." The moment the crystal shattered, Su Tiandao's heart began to pound. His entire body suddenly turned red, and with a heart-wrenching scream he exploded as if he had lost control of his inner fire. Ling Ka simply turned and left, uttering, "You brought it upon yourself." Seeing him about to leave, the old man hurriedly introduced himself. "Friend, wait, I am Li Zhenwu, also known as Zhenwu Yuzun. In the martial world, my reputation is not inferior to that old martial god. Surely you've heard of me, friend." Ling Chen remained unfazed, replying that he hadn't. Then, with a flick of his fingers, a spatial gateway appeared before him, leaving Li Zhenwu in utter shock. This is a void rift." As Ling Ge was about to step inside, the man grabbed his sleeve and pressed him for answers. "Hold on," he said. "Tell me, where did this portal come from?" Ling Ge, out of patience, yanked his sleeve away and snapped, "Why are you being so nosy?" Meanwhile, in a city destroyed by the demons, the demon kings gathered to observe the situation. The demon ox king looked at the giant handprint on the ground and sighed. "This power is terrifying. Even the residual power is too much for us to bear." Even the Debat demons frowned, suggesting this person's power might rival their demon gods. Then the demon queen Mi La descended, declaring, "Let me test it." Seeing her intention to descend, the two quickly tried to stop her. Mira, are you crazy? Even we can't withstand the residual power of this formation. Once you step in, you'll be suppressed. We won't be able to pull you back. Mila, don't do anything foolish. But Mira ignored their warnings, slowly descending towards the ground. With her feet just centimeters from the ground, the two demon kings reacted even more intensely, shouting Mila, but the demon queen calmly landed, saying softly, I'm fine. Seeing this, the demon whale king beside her shouted, How is this okay? Dibat Gui anxiously added, clearly sensing the intense pressure. Meanwhile, as the Mila Devil King approached, she quickly calculated that while there was no physical damage, this pressure was truly uncomfortable. Should I try using my devil energy first? Without hesitation, the enchantress demon queen began to channel her energy, and a surge of power enveloped her. Suddenly, the enchantress queen screamed in pain, her face filled with terror as she hastily withdrew her demonic energy. In an instant, she was overwhelmed by the oppressive force. She sat on the ground, exhausted, wondering, what's going on? Why am I suppressed when I release my demonic energy? Could it be that this person only opposes the demon race? Observing everything the demon seemed to understand, something calmly stating, it seems that, as long as we don't release demonic energy, we won't activate the grand formation. Dibagui quickly added, Yao, let's try suppressing our demonic energy. Diba explained, see how the succubus is fine, it's just residual power, we just need to be careful. Without hesitation, the eighth devil and the demon Owl devil entered the area of oppressive force. Seeing this, the strange devil king asked in surprise, why are you going in there? The demon crocodile quickly replied, since you're okay, we want to explore inside too. Suddenly, Dibat demon tested the suppression, then laughed and said, this person is strong, but there are still loopholes. I'll find the flaw in the formation. Without another word, Dibat Gu immediately used all of his strength to try and break the suppression. As they watched, the strange charm queen exclaimed in surprise. But before she could finish, a loud crash echoed. The formation's suppression backfires on Dibat, leaving him unprepared and heavily injured, coughing up blood with a look of shock on his face, as Yi Luo cries out, this is bad, we've fallen for their trap. Without another word, the demon lord Ni turned and fled. As the demon howler cried out, wait for me, only Dibat is left struggling to stand. Without delay, the demon king flew forward with the demon crocodile close behind, secretly thinking, almost there, almost free. And so the demonic mirage king, and the demonic sea monster, charged forward only to find an invisible barrier that shocked the demonic sea monster. He reached out to test it, terrified, and exclaimed, what is this? Why can't I get out? He punched the barrier, bursting into tears. Why? Why the demon lobster was terrified, unable to believe that he alone was trapped. Meanwhile, the bewitching ghost king had escaped with ease. She sank to the ground, eyes fixed on the demon whale, trembling with fear, as it reached out towards the bewitching demon king. The myriad enchantress queen could only watch in terror, frozen in place. Suddenly, the suppression barrier began to react, and a beam of light shot into the sky, witnessed by all those observing from outside. They whispered amongst themselves, saying this phenomenon was just like the Ling Shu sword formation of old. Could the Ling Shu martial emperor have returned? Meanwhile, Tian Yao looked down from above, cursing in anger. Damn it, it's him. This aura. It has to be him. He's back. With a fierce look, Tian Yao scowled and spoke angrily, as news of the Ling Shu sword formation reached the martial god palace. The god of war rejoiced. The return of 10,000 swords, it must be the esteemed Ling Shu. He's as powerful as ever. Even within the god of war's mansion, the radiant light was visible. Meanwhile, in a tavern, people discussed the suppression formation, saying, did you see it today? Ling Shu martial emperor has returned. Ling Jie woke up early, still yawning, half asleep, and overheard people talking. He thought to himself, the formation I left behind was indeed activated by the demon race, but making such a big commotion is too high profile. Suddenly, Bai Su Ling appeared before Ling Jie, looking adorable as she said, junior brother, did you see it yesterday? It was so magnificent. Caught off guard, Ling Chen was scared out of his wits, jumping up in fright as he exclaimed, Senior, you scared me half to death. Oblivious Bai Su Ling gushed eyes full of admiration, drawing close to Ling Ge. The martial emperor Ling Shu truly lives up to his title as the best in our martial world. His strength is immeasurable. Hearing this, Ling Ge, guilt-ridden, broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, no, only the sight of Ling Shu martial emperor watching little ascension to heaven can be considered number one. Unable to bear any more praise for the Ling Shu emperor, Ling Ka feigned a stomachache, saying, Senior, my head suddenly hurts. Seeing this, Bai Su Ling quickly replied, headache, but you're holding your stomach. Realizing his cover was blown, Ling Ka immediately fled, shouting back, I'm just going for a walk. With that, Ling Ge vanished, leaving Bai Su Ling behind, looking utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, thousands of soldiers surrounded the suppression area as the martial god approached the slain demon ogre pierced by countless swords. The god of war approached the demon, examining the sword with his power, and said, Senior Ling Shu, it was you. Seeing this, the lord of the martial god temple stepped forward sternly, saying, "These demons have done many evil deeds, and now they have angered martial emperor Ling Shu, bringing disaster upon themselves." Hearing this, the god of war added, "Back then, during the great war between the demons and our race, we annihilated countless demons of the saintly way. Now that Senior Ling Shu has taken action and eliminated 2 more demon generals, they must be severely weakened." With that, the god of war immediately issued a clear order. "War god, army, hear me." Hearing this, the soldiers responded in unison. "Yes, sir," the god of war continued valiantly. "Set out at once, blockade the nether abyss realm, and attack the yang god might of the ghost race." After escaping Bai Su Ling's grasp, Linga stands in the street wiping sweat from his brow, thinking, "Good thing I ran fast, otherwise she would have nagged me for 3 days and nights, and in front of me no less." Come to think of it, yesterday, I clearly sensed 3 streams of demonic energy, activating the sword formation, and they even reached the Saint Dao realm, so why did we only kill 2? Linga sighed, walking slowly, scratching his head as he muttered, "There's too little information about the demons. I should have pressed that Zhen Wu guy for more details." Cao Cao is Cao Cao arriving. Spotting Li Zhenwu strolling ahead, Linga felt like he'd struck gold, rushing over to put him in a headlock, saying with a grin, "Old man, I was just talking about you, and here you are. You really are Cao Cao incarnate." Linga's actions startled him, his face blank with confusion as he asked Fire Cao Cao what. Suddenly, Li Zhenwu remembered something, his eyes widening as he stared at Ling Ka. Then overcome with emotion, Li Zhenwu shouted, "Wait, it's you. I haven't settled the score with you for kicking me last time. What do you want now?" Hearing this, Langya quickly replied, "It's rare to meet an old friend, we must catch up. Let's go." No sooner had he spoken than Li Zhenwu retorted angrily, "Even if it costs me my life, I won't follow you." Cut to Li Zhenwu happily gnawing on the grilled fish, a bowl of wine completing the picture. As he ate, old Li Zhenwu said, "Don't think a bottle of wine and a fish will make me forget what happened last time. You broke my bones." Hearing this, Linga didn't dare say a word and just focused on grilling the fish. Then Linga took a bite of the grilled fish in his hand and replied, "Don't go blaming me. I asked him if he was the Li Zhenwu who was connected to True Marshal Heavenly Mountain." Li Zhenwu replied, "I was once a member of True Marshal Heavenly Mountain, but I left to travel the world." Ling Ka, still eating his fish, continued, "Giving up riches to wander the mountains, you're the strangest martial saint I've ever met. Sadly, I've been stuck at the saintly path realm for too long to break through, and I don't want to return in such a pathetic state." With that, Li Zhenwu couldn't say anything more and just sobbed as he continued to eat his fish. Seeing this, Ling Ka sighed, thinking, "So, it's just about saving face, but this is a good breakthrough." Understanding Li Zhenwu's feelings, Ling Ka stood up, turned to look at him, and said happily, "Old man, how about I help you break through to the creation realm?" Hearing this, Li Zhenwu was surprised and disbelieving. He said with a hint of arrogance, "Young man, you jest. You may be strong, but if even the old martial god couldn't do it, how could you?" Hearing this, Linga smiled and replied, "You're wrong about that." With a blade of grass in his mouth, Linga stood tall, pointed to his chest and declared, "You should say that, even if that old martial god can't do it, only I can." Then Ling Ka beckoned Li Jinwu, with one finger adding, "Old man, bring your aching head here, I'll show you something." Li Jinwu, half in doubt, still decided to follow Ling Ka's words. So he stood up thinking, "What do I have to lose by trusting him? It can't get any worse." With that thought, Li Jinwu faced Linga. Linga then focused his energy, transferring his chi into Li Jinwu's head, and suddenly a surge of power enveloped them. Li Jinwu focused on the energy Linga was channeling into him, and soon the ascension was complete. Ling raises 2 fingers, blows on them, winks, and says, "All done." Now Li Jinwu's hair and beard have turned from white to black. Not only that, but his skin seems to have been rejuvenated, leaving him speechless in astonishment. Then Li Jinwu felt his power surging, and he tested his abilities with a few punches. With a single strike, Li Jinwu created a massive crater in the ground. Overjoyed, he leaped into the air like a child marveling at his breakthrough to the creation realm. Now with a single punch, he could take on 100 men. Lingge, observing from the side, gave him a thumbs up and said, not bad, you're really something." With that done, Ling Ka approached Li Zhenwu, placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Old man, I've done you such a great service, shouldn't you offer me some kind of reward?" Hearing this, Linge laughed and said, "That's not necessary. I just want to know the exact location of the demon's current residence and what they're planning." Li Zhenwu pondered, stroking his beard, and said, "After the demon's great war against the humans, they retreated into the underworld, but their exact location is now unknown. As for what they're planning, I just heard that the demons have been aggressive lately, so the God of War Temple decided to quell the disturbance, and they're probably in the Nether Abyss now." The God of War fights valiantly, facing a red orb blocking the path to the demon realm, an orb that must be destroyed. Together, the God of War and his soldiers combine their strength to break through the barrier, shattering the obstacle in their path. Raising his sword, the God of War roared, vowing to leave no demon alive. Obeying his command, the divine army charged into the demon realm, a battle cry on their lips. Meanwhile, back in the demon realm, the enchantress Demon Queen was lost in thought when a panicked demon soldier rushed in, blurting out, "Demon Queen, your majesty, we're doomed." Hearing this, the enchantress Demon Queen angrily retorted, "The demon god's revival is only a moment away. What's with all the panic?" The terrified demon soldier knelt, reporting that a human army had entered the underworld, 10,000 strong, including many saintly way soldiers, and were headed this way to kill. Stunned, the Demon Queen gasped, "What?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, she gritted her teeth, thinking, "It's over. All of it. We were so close." Suddenly the Ghost King's hand trembled, a drop of blood fell, and a great noise erupted behind her, startling her. Then some force began to drain the blood from her hand. The sight terrified Yi Luo, and she screamed in agony, before collapsing to the ground. Suddenly a red light emanates from behind. The Demon Queen, sprawled on the ground weakly, looks up and whispers, "What's going on?" Suddenly, an eerie laugh echoed as he emerged from the wall behind, saying, "The alluring devil physique is truly powerful, O alluring devil. So the demon god of the demon race has been resurrected." He laughs ominously, appearing before the bewitching Demon Queen, saying, "You truly haven't disappointed me." The demon approaches the queen, eyeing her bleeding hand, and continues, "Clearly you possess human blood, yet you also wield the alluring demon physique. I haven't tasted such fresh blood in ages." Then channeling his energy, the demon god roared, "Humans, I have returned." His appearance is sure to cause great trouble. Meanwhile, outside the underworld, the divine army is fighting desperately against the demon army. As chaos reigns in battle, a voice echoes, "It's been a long time." Hearing the familiar voice, the gods realize the demon god has returned. They exclaimed in disbelief, "How can this be? The martial god destroyed the demon god, leaving only a remnant soul. How could he be resurrected?" With that, the demon god appeared fearless and imposing, and with a wicked grin, he said, "I owe my resurrection to your human blood. I have slumbered for too long. Today I shall use you martial god soldiers to test my blade." With that, the ghost god immediately attacked the humans. In an instant, the divine sovereigns were controlled, overwhelmed by the demon god's power, and withered away. Sensing danger, the master of the martial god temple covered his nose, thinking, "This is bad. What kind of demonic energy is this? I didn't expect the demon god to revive first." The great martial god is still guarding the entrance to prevent demonic energy from escaping. He can't worry about this side. What should I do? At this moment, the demonic energy infiltrated the master of the martial god temple, threatening to consume him. Seeing this, the master pondered his options. There's no other way. I'll have to use the martial god's jade pendant. With that, he immediately took out the jade pendant and crushed it in his hand. Empowered by the martial god's jade pendant, the temple master swiftly recovers, prompting the demon god to mock. An interesting trinket left by that fellow. Let's see who wins and who falls this time. Meanwhile, in the Nether Abyss realm, Linga arrives at the main hall, observing the scene. He shakes his head, saying, Looks like I'm a step too late. That old ghost god has revived and left. That's not right. How could his resurrection be ahead of schedule?" Lost in thought, Lingge noticed the unconscious enchantress Ghost King in the distance. Seeing this, Lingka rushed over, took Mila Ghost King's hand, and noticed her red blood. Lingka exclaimed in surprise, "How can there be a human here?" "Never mind, I'll save her first and ask questions later." With that, Linga immediately began to heal the succubus queen. After healing her, the succubus queen leaned her head against Linga. Noticing this, and unable to resist his nature, Linga gazed at her and chuckled. "She smells nice. Very nice." Something felt off to Lingka, and he scolded himself. "What am I thinking? Saving her is what matters." Regaining his composure, Linga immediately began healing the succubus queen's wounds, and she soon awoke. She writhes in discomfort, coughing up a plume of black smoke, demonic energy, Lingge realizes. Lingka wondered, she's clearly human, so why does she have demonic energy within her? Is it like Su Tian's deal with the demons? I can't keep going like this. I need to purge all the demonic energy from her body before I can transfer my spiritual power to her. With that, Linga immediately began to dispel the demonic energy within the enchanting demon queen. After a short time, Linga successfully dispelled the energy, saying smugly, "Now there's not a trace of demonic energy left." Holding the unconscious Mila Kwai Vuong in his arms, he says, "I'll wait until you wake up to say hello." Looking at the unconscious Mila Kwai Vuong, Langka couldn't help but gently shake her, saying, Miss, wake up, there's still fighting going on up there." But Mila Kwai Vuong was in a deep coma and couldn't hear Lang Cha's calls. Outwardly, Linga calmly waits for the enchantress Ghost King to awaken, but inside, he's celebrating. He muses that while his senior sisters all have their own unique qualities, they are all soft and fragrant. Lost in thought, Linga was startled by the sounds of fighting above, and looking up, he wondered, are they still at it? With no other choice, Linga hoisted the enchanting demon queen over his shoulder and left. As he left, Linga resolved to be her support for now and demand compensation when she awoke, before soaring upwards and shouting, "Demon God, I'm here." Meanwhile, with the martial god's support from the Jade Pendant, the martial god temple's soul is still fighting desperately against the ghost god. After a long time, the ghost god still can't defeat the martial god's phantom, and he shouts angrily, "Damn it, even though it's just a phantom of the martial god, its power is still formidable." Having devised a plan to deal with the martial god's phantom, the demon god immediately launches his final attack, wasting no time in setting up an array. With everything in place, the demon god smirks mysteriously, leaving us to wonder what he's up to. It turns out the demon god set up a demon vein to surround the martial god's afterimage. Seeing this, the master of the martial god palace panicked, shouting, "This is bad. It's the demon race's demon vein. Stop him. Don't let him absorb it." Hearing the order, the divine lord immediately drew his bow and fired at the ghost god, while the ghost god's dragon veins were about to devour the martial god's phantom. Soon the demon god easily devoured the martial god's phantom, licking his lips with a wide, toothy grin. The demon god laughed. "Too late. Even if that old martial god himself came, you'd all die." A dark, gloomy pall fell over the Mingyuan realm. Having absorbed the demon vein, the demon god's power seems to have multiplied, and he arrogantly unleashes magic to destroy the area. The commander quickly replied, "If we retreat, the demon race will flood out of the underworld, and all of Lord Marshal God's efforts will be for naught. The entire martial world will suffer." Suddenly the commander's eyes sharpened, and he declared, "We cannot retreat. We will stop the demon god, even if it costs us our lives." With that, the lord of the martial god temple immediately attacked, sword in hand, charging towards the demon god, shouting, "Kill." The demon god, unfazed, simply laughed mockingly, saying, "You overestimate yourself." The martial god temple leader managed to reach the ghost dragon vein apparition, but before he could act, the ghost god seized him in an instant, sneering, "Got you, little ant." Helpless and knowing he couldn't defeat the demon god, the martial god, temple master glared and shouted, "Kill me if you want, I'll die on the battlefield." Amused by his bravado, the demon god laughed and said, "Such spirit. Then I shall grant you your wish." But before he could strike, someone landed a blow to his chest. A complete surprise. The demon god, bewildered, cried out, "Who?" only to see Ling Ka appear, carrying the Miela Ghost King on his shoulder, and answering with a smile, "Long time no see." Seeing this, the bewildered demon god hastily asked, "Who are you?" The divine army, seeing Ling Kei's arrival, knelt down in surprise and said, "Greetings, martial emperor." Hearing that he was the martial emperor, the demon god stammered in shock, How could you be here?" Unable to believe it, the demon hadn't finished speaking before attacking Ling Ge with its massive claws. Seeing this, Ling Ka calmly laughed and said, "Don't get too excited." As he spoke, Ling Ka gathered his energy and shouted, "Genesis begins, Genesis ends, the demon race has lived long enough." With that, a massive ball of energy formed, dwarfing even the demon god's grotesque hands, leaving him stunned and uttering, This is impossible." Unable to believe his eyes, the demon god opened his mouth wide and screamed. With a desperate cry, the demon god was defeated by Ling Ge with a single blow. The demon god screamed in agony. A blinding light flashed, then faded, revealing a massive crater in the ground, smoke rising from within. The image of the defeated demon god was now imprinted on the ground, and the dumbfounded deities looked on in disbelief. The lord of the martial god temple exclaimed, "The demon god is dead. The demons have been completely wiped out, not even one remains." Before he could finish, the gods cheered, "The demon god is dead, the demons are gone forever." Ling Shu, the martial emperor, was the strongest in the martial world, and they rejoiced in their glorious victory. After dealing with everything in the Dark Abyss realm, Ling Ge took the enchanting demon queen back to the Qingyun Inn, gently placing her on the bed to rest. After a long time, the enchanting demon queen finally awoke. She slowly opened her eyes, and seeing this, Ling Ge happily asked, "How do you feel?" Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, and Ling Ge beside her, the enchanting Ghost King attacked without a word, but Ling Ge anticipated this, and sighed deeply, quickly seizing her hand. Ling Ge looks at her and says with a smile, "What a strong essence." The demon queen is furious and yells, "Let go of me, I'll kill you, human." With that, the bewitching Devil King immediately tried to attack Ling Ge, but something felt off. Clutching her chest, she asks, "What's happening? Why can't I use my demonic energy?" Hearing this, Ling Ge proudly boasted, "That's me." Then Ling Ge got up, went to the table, and poured water, turned to look at the bewitching Devil King, and continued, "I don't expect you to be grateful, but please be gentle with your savior. Ever since waking up, she's been yelling. Drink some tea to soothe your throat." With that, Ling Ge kindly offered the Ghost King a cup of water. Ling Ji's concern only fueled Mi Luo Gui Wang's rage, as he angrily knocked the cup from his hand, shattering it. "Why did you save me?" he demanded. "I belong to the Ghost King." Hearing this, Ling Ge replied with a smile, "Ghost King, you're not anymore. And even after years of cultivating demonic arts, your bloodline cannot be changed." Ling Ge approached the demon queen, pointed at her face and continued, "Whether you're human or not, you know best. While you were sleeping, I delved into your memories. You were taken from your human family as a child by a demon god forced to be loyal to him, but the blood flowing through your veins is still human, and you can't escape that." Hearing this, the succubus queen clenched her fists, trembling with rage, and shouted, "So what? I'm a demon king, so I won't side with humans. Hearing this, Linga sighed and replied, "You're so stubborn. Well, I guess it can't be helped that you get angry when you meet beastmen." Linga sat back in his chair, crossed his legs and casually said, "How about we get to know each other better first, then discuss other things. My name is Linga, and you are?" Upon hearing that the demon queen, Mila suddenly exclaimed, "Linga." Seeing that the bewitching Ghost King recognized him, Linga quickly asked, "How do you know me? So you're Linga?" The Ghost King's eyes sharpened as she replied, "Su Tiandao conspired with so many assassins to kill you, and yet here you are, saving me." "How ridiculous, utterly ridiculous," Langsa exclaimed in surprise. "What the Siren Ghost King," continued with a laugh. "After you bought the information about the Dark Abyss realm at the auction, I sent countless ghost generals to retrieve it, but I never expected it to end up in your hands. If you were still alive, even if Su Tiandao had attacked, he wouldn't have been able to kill you. It's a pity I didn't take care of you and your precious senior sister back then." As the truth spills from Mira Ling, Ge freezes, a cold fury hardening his gaze as he grits out, "So it was you." Facing Ling Ge's wrath, Mira laughs defiantly, her tone mocking, "Now you know, kill me." As Ling Ge slowly approached the Ghost King, a terrifying truth became clear, as he connected the dots to the suppression in the Netherworld Abyss years ago. So she was one of the 3 demonic presences interfering with the sword formation that day. No wonder only 2 were killed and she was deliberately spared. Ling Ka placed a foot on the bed, propped himself up on his hand and smirked. "You truly are loyal to the demon gods. Do you know why the demon god took you to the demon clan? Why you can cultivate so much energy? He just saw your potential, something he could use later." Hearing this, Yi Luo Ghost King couldn't believe his ears. She covered her ears and screamed, but Lingzhou wouldn't let her escape, the truth twisting the knife even further. "Once you become a demon god, he'll drain your essence to increase his power. In the end, you're just a tool to him. Don't talk to me about gratitude, he's raising you just to kill you. It's no different than fattening a pig for slaughter." A brutal truth that shatters the Ghost Queen's very being. She wept in anguish, screaming in despair, begging him to stop talking. And then the Demon Queen Mi Luo, unable to bear it any longer, angrily grabbed Lingji's shirt. She screamed like a madwoman, "Kill me, just kill me." Unmoved by her outburst, Linga coldly brushed her off, saying, "I won't. Keeping you around has its uses." As for Su Tiandao, Yinsha sect and the others, none of them met a good end. Guess where they are now? He reached into his pocket as if searching for something, then continued with disdain, "Probably playing mahjong with the King of Hell. Even the underworld has been flattened by the God of War. That demonic master is gone now. This is a technique I referenced years ago that can cleanse your meridians and heal your neither human nor demon cultivation." As he spoke, Linga tossed the cultivation manual onto the bed, adding, "I'll leave it here. Whether you cultivate it or not is up to you. Stay inside and keep your identity a secret. Don't let anyone know you know me." He left her with a cryptic warning, urging her to consider who her true allies were. With that, Ling Jie turned and left without hesitation, while at Kangtian Valley, a tense atmosphere was brewing. 2 beast demons rushed in with dire news. "Your Majesty, the ghost god has been annihilated by the god of war. Not a single survivor remains. Now that Uyen Min realm has completely become the territory of the humans, we'll be next if this continues." Hearing this, Tin Yo could only helplessly tear at his hair. The Beastman continued, "If the Lingsu Martial Emperor really comes to our door, I fear we'll be annihilated like the demons." Hearing this, the heavenly demon angrily slammed his chair and shouted, "Enough! Do you think I haven't considered that?" But that's Ling Shu, the Martial Emperor, the supreme being of his era, a monster who knows how many years he's lived. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this state. I abandoned that great forest to hide in this little mountain valley to avoid him, or we'd all be doomed. I won't accept that. After some thought, the heavenly demon immediately ordered go, and spread my command, invite them to gather at Hidden Sky Valley. The beast demon was surprised and asked Heavenly Demon Lord, but before he could finish, the heavenly demon shouted, "Enough talk, you yourself said we can't just sit still. The demon clan must not perish. Now we can only rely on those demons from hell." Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Inn, the innkeeper gives Linga a strange look, a knowing smile on his lips. Annoyed, Lingji scratches the back of his head, crosses his arms and asks, "From the look in your eyes, I can tell your perverted mind is thinking about something dirty again." Linga recalled bringing Mi Luo back to the inn on a whim, and if his senior apprentice sisters found out he'd be in big trouble. Hearing this, the innkeeper crept closer and whispered, "Young Master Ling, if you don't want others to know, you must restrain yourself. Tell me who was that girl you secretly brought back yesterday." Hearing this, Linga was unnerved. His expression turned fierce as he reached for the clerk, his voice dropping to a low growl. "So you found out. In that case, I have no choice." Sensing danger, the shopkeeper frantically waved his hands, trembling as he explained, "I only asked because I saw you sneaking someone into your room. There's no need to kill me." Suddenly, Linga grabbed the shopkeeper's hands, leaving him frozen for 5 seconds, utterly bewildered. Linga then asked for a favor. "I was supposed to return to the Taiming sect with my senior sister today, but I still have unfinished business and can't leave yet. Help me put on a show to send them back first." Hearing the simple request, the shopkeeper angrily replied, "Is that all?" "Yeah, I thought so." Suddenly, the shopkeeper sensed a conspiracy. He pressed, "Wait, if you have a reason to stay, why not just tell them? Is there something you're not telling me about you and this girl?" Listening nearby, Ling felt like his head was about to explode, cursing inwardly. "Is that all you ever think about?" Though itching to lash out, Ling suppressed his anger, needing this man's help. "This is a long story," he said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "The martial world has been stable recently, but evil factions are trying to invade the human race and harm innocent people. The parents of that young woman were also killed by demons, leaving her alone and helpless. I'll see this rescue through. I'll return once she's settled for peace of mind." The shopkeeper quickly replied, "Young Master Ling, doing good deeds is a virtue. Why hide it? You don't know, but after that girl's parents were killed, she became mentally unstable, her behavior increasingly erratic, and she only lasted a few days. My senior apprentice sisters shouldn't know about this tragedy." Linga thought to himself, if they knew Mi Luo's true identity, I'd be the one in trouble. Hearing the touching story, the shopkeeper continued, "I see young Master Ling's actions are truly moving. Rest assured I'll help you with this." Having achieved his goal, Lingjie bowed and said, "Thank you, Manager Qiao." Suddenly, a hand gently touched Lingjie's shoulder. It was Bai Su Ling. She pinched Lingjie's ear and angrily said, "Good junior brother, you didn't return to the inn all day yesterday. Where did you go?" Hearing this, Lingjie quickly smiled, acting cute as he replied, "I was just wandering around the city and lost track of time." Hearing this, Bai Su Ling relented for the moment, taking a deep breath and turning to ascend the stairs, her face stern as she said, "I'll settle accounts with you when we return to the Tai Ming sect. Go pack your things. We'll set off at noon." Hearing this, Ling Ka pondered for a moment, then boldly declared, "Senior, I don't plan on returning to the Tai Ming sect." Seeing Ling Ka's vague words, Bai Su Ling angrily grabbed his hand and said, "Why did you do something you shouldn't have and now you're too guilty to return?" Then Bai Su Ling grabbed Lingjie's face, stared into his eyes and angrily shouted, "If you don't explain yourself today, I'm not going back either. I want to see what you're planning to do here." Seeing Bai Su Ling's unrestrained behavior, Linga quickly said, "Senior sister, aren't we a little too close?" Bai Su Ling didn't care, replying firmly, "Do you think I would mind?" Hearing this, Linga was even more delighted. He reached out and took Bai Su Ling's hand, smiling happily as he said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I heard that yesterday the god of war sent troops to besiege the Min Uyen realm, and although they won, there were many casualties. Aside from this being a major event for the martial world, the Lord of the Royal City and the Divine Sovereign have always treated us well, so I must go and help." Hearing this, Bai Su Ling was surprised by Lingjie's thoughts and asked, "Is that why?" At that moment, Linga winked at the shopkeeper, signaling him to play along, and without delay, the shopkeeper chimed in. He said, "Indeed, young Master Ling cares for the entire martial world. His profound sense of righteousness is admirable, but the aftermath requires labor. Miss Bach, you don't need to follow, just return home. It won't delay you for more than a few days." Hearing this, Bai Su Ling still hesitated, so Lingjie quickly added, "We came down the mountain to train, but after so many days, I haven't accomplished anything. That way I'll have something to report when I get back." With that, Bai Su Ling lowered her voice, looking worried. She asked, "Can't I come with you?" Seeing that Bai Su Ling was still worried about her, Linga stepped forward and gently placed her hand on her shoulder to reassure her. "Then I'd have to worry about you all day. You should go back early, and after I finish things here, I'll return to the sect immediately." Then Linga leaned in close to Bai Su. Ling took her hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Hearing this, Bai Su Ling sadly replied, "Then be careful, I'll go back to my room and pack." With that, she turned and headed back to her room. Seeing their plan succeed, the shopkeeper and Linga smiled triumphantly, giving themselves a mental pat on the back. Good job. With everything settled, Linga returns to his room. He thought to himself that once they left, he could safely explore the secrets on the treasure map, but he couldn't bear to see his senior sister's tearful face. But this is too much for them. He shouldn't involve them. Arriving at his door, Lingjie gently opened it, only to be greeted by a surprise attack. He swiftly caught the hand and mocked, "Your strength has increased quickly. Just one day, and you've already reached the late stage of the drunken body realm." At this, the ghost queen Yi Luo, enraged, glared resentfully at Linga before quickly retracting her hand. "Isn't it your fault for destroying all the ghost energy I've cultivated over the years?" she said, gently rubbing her hand. Hearing this, Lingjie sat down and casually replied, "Can you change that weird way of talking? You've already started cultivating the technique I gave you, so you must have thought it over, right?" With that, Yama Demon Queen looked away, frowning as she said, "I just want to return to the Saint Realm as soon as possible, and to get revenge for you ruining my cultivation." Hearing this, Linga secretly thought that Mi Luo was being too contradictory. He then took out a map, held it in his hand and said, "It's up to you, but this is a separate matter. A life debt must still be repaid. I have something I need you to look at." With that, Linga spread the map on the table. Mi Luo Ghost King examined it closely, pointed and said, "This is the Nether Abyss realm." Hearing that, Linga quickly replied, "That's right, this is the treasure map you've been trying to find, but I didn't expect it to be a map of the underworld realm." Suddenly, the Enchantress Devil King noticed something and frowned. "There's something unusual here." Linga hurriedly asked, "Have you seen this place before?" the demon queen. Miluo stroked her chin, lost in thought, and continued. I've heard that the great war between humans and demons took place in the martial world and the underworld. Where the two armies met, there was a strange entrance leading to an unknown place. No one who entered ever returned, so it was called a place of misfortune. Later, the demon god was sealed, and the entrance to the underworld was also sealed, and that place was forgotten. Hearing this, Ling Ge fell into deep thought. Your demon race went to great lengths to obtain this map, just to find this passage right. No, it's not that. A creation realm treasure map. Just hearing about it makes it sound valuable. Who wouldn't want it? She secretly cursed Ling Ge in her mind, thinking simple minds, underdeveloped limbs. Your demon race deserved to be destroyed. After hearing that, Ling Ge continued. After my senior apprentice sister leaves, I'll take you to the underworld realm. I want to see what makes this legendary place so unlucky. I'm exhausted after 2 days, and I need a good rest. Hearing this, Mila Kuai Vuong panicked, rushing to the bed and shouting, This is my bed. Sleep on the floor if you want. Ling Ge quickly retorted, What? This is my room. Can't I even lie down? Before he could finish, Mira threw a slipper right in his face. Defeated, Ling Ge grabbed a blanket, muttering, So selfish. I shouldn't have saved you. You should be left under that altar cold and trampled with no one to care for you. A good man doesn't fight a woman. I'm so angry. Meanwhile, the demon queen Mi Luo sits on the bed, clutching a pillow, glancing at Ling Ge before smiling faintly. Outside, Jiang Yunzi secretly observes Ling Ji's actions, and seeing Mi Luo in the central room with Ling Ge, she curses. Under her breath, where did this fox spirit come from, daring to seduce the demon lord? Ling Ge clasped his hands and said, Thank you, Miss Yunsu, for taking care of my senior sisters on the way. Yunsu placed a hand on her chest, bowing slightly. Young Master Ling is too kind. I will follow the city lord's orders and escort the 3 young ladies back to the Tai Ming sect, so you can rest assured. Qin Yuni, teary-eyed, ran to grab his hand, sobbing. Brother Ling, are you really not coming back with us? Ling kneels before her, gently wiping away the tears streaming down her cheek. He coaxed, Be good, Neep, go back with your senior sister first. I'll return to the sect after I'm done here. What a pervert. Mu Yueqing called out to him, then hesitated. Be careful in all things. Yes, don't worry. Yunsu said, It's getting late, let's get going. Holding a fluffy white ball, Bai Su Ling said shyly, Junior brother, I haven't thanked you for the fox you gave me. It's so adorable, and I love it. And one more thing. She tugged at his sleeve and whispered, I'll be waiting for you to return. Her soft voice, though faint, carried enough for Ling to hear his eyes widening as his heart stirred. Senior apprentice Qiao Chang Kui cuts through the atmosphere. Are you regretting it already? Just look at that reluctant gaze. How can you be so heartless? Young Master Ling, don't say, I didn't warn you. It's not too late to regret it now. As she spoke, she hugged herself adoringly and puckered her lips, her eyes brimming with affection, as she rushed to embrace him, gazing deeply into his eyes before kissing him, only to have her face slapped, shattering her fantasies. Unable to bear her nonsense, Ling gestures behind him, saying, That girl upstairs is helping me. I'll be back later tonight. Qiao Chang Kui, crestfallen, asks, What are you going to do? You couldn't wait to find some fun the moment Miss Bach left, Ling Ge replied as he ran. Is that even a question? Of course I'm going to eat. A roast chicken was brought out and placed on the table. Ling Ke gazed at the beautifully presented roast chicken, his mouth watering. Though Jiang Zihan, that crazy girl, had taken half of his last one upstairs, the food here was still amazing. Once I go to the underworld in a few days, I won't have time to relax, so I'll eat my fill first. Ling didn't know that someone was watching him, their eyes filled with fear. The young man saw Ling Ge sitting next to him and immediately stood up, bowing his head repeatedly. Greetings, demon lord. Seeing him, Ling Ge was surprised. Aren't you the manager of Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Wait, how did you know who I am? He lowered his head, hiding his face with his sleeves, as if to conceal his trembling fear. I am a subordinate of the other Shore sect master. I offended the demon lord before, and from that I guessed your identity. I used to think you were just a errand boy. I hope the demon lord won't blame me. Remembering something, Ling Ke waved his hand dismissively. Oh, you mean that thing. It's all right. I haven't been the demon lord for many years. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion's manager replied awkwardly. I wouldn't dare. Our sect leader said to treat you with the utmost respect should we meet. Does the demon lord have any orders for us this time? Let's eat. The manager bowed deeply. Then please wait a moment, young Master Ling, while I bring you some more dishes. Ling happily nodded. You're very considerate. He picked up the chicken leg secretly, rejoicing that he could finally enjoy his meal. Just as he opened his mouth to take a bite, a voice drifted from behind him. My lord, you've been difficult to find. Ling Jie's hair stood on end as he whirled around his eyes, nearly popping out of his head. Jiang Yunzi. What are you doing here? Gently, Jiang Yunzi said. Your unique aura. I could find you at the ends of the earth. Who was that fox spirit in your room last night? As she spoke, she rubbed her chest against Ling Ke, playfully tracing his shoulder as she questioned him. Seeing him stiffen, Jiang Yunzi sneered. Calm down. Let's go inside and talk. If your identity is exposed, the entire Wanluo city will hunt you down, and then you'll be in big trouble, won't you? As she asked, she gently caressed his pale face. I've long wanted to share a room and a conversation with you, my lord. As he was dragged away, Lingjia glanced back at the untouched food on the table with regret. My spirit chicken. From afar, the drunken Immortal Pavilion's manager was shocked to see Jiang Yunzi dragging her demon lord away, so his visit for food was a ruse. She was the main course. In the room, Jiang Yunzi pushed him onto the bed, then pinned him down, asking softly, "All right, demon lord, can you talk now?" Blushing furiously, Lingjia retorts, "I only wanted to borrow her demon identity to get me into the underworld, nothing more." Jiang Yunzi's eyes widened, veins popping on her face. She questions, "Does the demon lord think I don't know? You gave her cultivation methods and martial skills for nothing, and you say you're just going to the underworld together. You're clearly running away behind my back." Enraged, Jiang Yunzi vows to kill the fox spirit who dared seduce her demon lord, as Lingjia curses her under his breath. Gritting his teeth, he clasped his hands together, and a blinding light erupted before them as Jiang Yunzi raged. "That reaction? You really do have something going on with that fox spirit, and you're protecting her. Today I will take that fox's life no matter what." Lingjia panics. "I told you, it's not like that. Calm down." The light grew brighter, washing away the dark energy within Jiang Yunzi, and Lingjia nervously watched what would happen next. Jiang Yunzi returned to normal, no longer angry, and stared blankly at her tattered clothes, as Lingjia blushed, covering his face, but peeking through his fingers. Is that enough coverage? Lingjia wondered to himself. Oh my, is this a free show? Can I watch? No, I'm blind. As he told himself this, Ling Ka patted his face, trying to regain his composure. He quickly grabbed the thin blanket on the bed and draped it over her. Licking her lips, Jiang Yunzi gazed at him with affection, thinking, this subordinate underestimated the demon lord. He's still a man after all, and the same when it counts. Little did he know, Jiang Yunzi had misunderstood his intentions. Ling Ka turned away, flustered, and said, I don't. Talk to me after you've taken care of things. You've already seen it all. Like a little snake, she slowly wrapped her arms around him. Jiang Yunzi whispered in his ear, I'll be yours sooner or later, so why not take care of this and let me understand the demon lord's heart? Lingjia turned away abruptly. I'm warning you, I'm not normal, so you should be afraid of me. Jiang Yunzi clung to his arm, pleading, no, calm down. Before such beauty, the demon lord remains unmoved. Is that even possible? As she spoke, she gazed up at him with vulnerable eyes. Seeing those eyes, Lingjie's mind went blank, and he thought, this can't be happening. Jiang Yunzi was stunned as she was suddenly lifted into the air. Lingjie held her close, telling himself that a man must never admit defeat. He gently placed her on the bed, and Jiang Yunzi knelt there seductively, saying, Demon Lord, you're so eager. Lingjie lifted her chin and replied with a smile. How do you know if you haven't tried? Jiang Yunzi wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, Then why don't you try, my lord? At this point, there's no way Lin Zhen can escape, she said, licking his lips. The next morning, Ling Ka awoke, sat up in bed, and said, with his head down, just like that, I've graduated. A soft hand then rested on his shoulder from behind. It was my first time too. Jiang Yunzi snuggles against his back. Now that I belong to you, you can't escape me. Husband. As Lingjia tightened his belt, he cheerfully asked, what would you like to eat first? Jiang Yunzi giggles, I'll do whatever you say. As he watches her dress, Lingjia thinks to himself, how did I still fall into her hands despite all my precautions? If my senior apprentice sisters knew I shared a bed with Jiang Yunzi, they'd kill me? Oh well, business first, I'll worry about this later. Muttering to himself, he broke out in a cold sweat, contemplating his bleak future. Leaving the room, Lingjia donned a black mask to cover his eyes. Standing before him, the manager of Drunken Immortal Tower bowed. Greetings, Demon Lord Master. Lingjie waved his hand in response. Bring breakfast here. The manager excitedly replied, Yes. The Demon Lord and Master have been working hard all night. They must replenish their energy. I'll prepare it at once. As he ate, Lingjia scanned the other guests. These people all seem to have quite the background. It's not like they're just sect members meeting for a meal. Asterisk. Clap times, all eyes turned to the door. A foot steps in, accompanied by a tinkling sound, the sound of bells on an ankle. A woman with soft white hair enters her figure, slender and her skin a healthy tan. Her face is veiled, revealing only mysterious eyes, and bells adorn her wrists and ankles. With each step she took, everyone around clutched their ears and screamed, There's something wrong with these bells. They cried out as if the sound was torturing them. Jiang Yunzi tensed, but the demon lord Lingjia stopped him, saying not to rush and to just sit and watch. Nearby, someone slammed a teacup on the table. The blond man gritted his teeth. The sacred maiden Gu Miaoyan, of the ancient Mo sect of the western region's Ji country, to bring your sect's step-by-step life. Breath into this chaotic martial world do. You really think there's no one left in our martial world? Lingjia frowned. A mysterious woman from the western regions enters, the very Saintess Miao Yan of the ancient Mo sect. As she entered, she said, I didn't expect the reclusive Blood Sea to send out its second Bloodmaster just for this. Quite the price to pay. Hearing this, a man drinking water at a nearby table responded to Gu Miaoyan. He is the Blood Lord of the Azure Blood Sea, and he says, the ancient desert sect isn't so bad either, even sending their Saintess. Looking at your soft, delicate skin, what if someone carelessly slashed your face? You should obediently take your servant and return to the howling wastes. Seeing the Gumo sect humiliated a sect slave upon hearing this angrily shouted, "How dare you?" Seeing this, Gu Miaoyan quickly raised her hand, signaling the sect slave to be silent. Looking around, Gu Yaoyan thought to herself, the Sky Palace, Azure, Blood Sea, and Stone Sect are all renowned hidden sects of the Eastern Divine Region. They must be here for that. I should be careful this time. Suddenly she noticed something was off. Gu Qiuyan glanced at Jiang Yunzi and Linga, enjoying their meal, and wondered, their strength seems to be only at the Saint Realm. Are they from some unknown sect, hoping to get a piece of the pie? At that moment Ling Ka sensed the prying eyes of the Western Territory group. He slammed his glass on the table and glared back. He wondered to himself, the western regions are right next to the eastern god stream, 10,000 miles away. What could possibly make them want to get involved? Seeing this, Jiang Yunzi took Ling Gei's arm and gently asked, Demon Lord, why? Do you think these people are gathering in Wanluo City? Hearing this, Ling Xia replied, if I'm not mistaken, they're likely here to find treasure in the Nether Abyss realm. Mention of the Nether Abyss realm immediately sparked jealousy in Jiang Yunzi. Her eyes widened, a bitter expression on her face, as she wondered where that little fox spirit was hiding. Do you still want to run away with her? Meanwhile, Gu Miaoyan secretly observed Linga and Jiang Yun chatting. Seeing them hand in hand, she thought they were just lovers out for a stroll exchanging flirtatious glances. After observing everything, it seems to be fine. No problems here. Kuk Yen calmly sat at the table and continued, I'm sure we all know each other's goals, but getting in there won't be easy. Bitch Hu Yet Hai scoffed. Easy or not, we'll see when we try. Not to be outdone, Zhu Diayan retorted. That entrance is guarded, and you're not strong enough. Feeling belittled, Crimson Blood Sea slams his hand on the table, his face twisted with rage. You. Undaunted Zhu Juyan calmly suggested. Instead of fighting to the death, now why not cooperate until we're inside, then settle things? An old man nearby stroked his beard, adding, she makes a valid point. The gatekeeper there is formidable. Otherwise someone would have explored it by now. As she finished speaking, Zhu Dian glanced at Bai Shuihai and continued, if anyone disagrees, I won't force them. I'll just go in myself. But if there are casualties along the way, don't blame others. At this, Crimson Blood Sea was furious, cursing, that damned woman. Seeing this, the old man interjected. He lowered his voice and said, all right, we're all in the same boat now. We can settle the rest later. After speaking, he looked towards Linge and Jiang Yunzi, carefully observing them before continuing. But although those two look unfamiliar, their aura is extraordinary. If they're really Saint Origin experts, they might be from a hidden sect. Hearing this, Bi Shuihai followed his gaze. Suddenly, he slams the table and stands up. Bitch Huyet Hai looks down at the table thinking to himself, how could I not have noticed what a beauty that woman in purple was? With that thought, Bloodsea immediately left his table and approached Jiang Yunzi, saying, let me ask, if we can get them to join, we'll have 2 more Saint Realm powers, which is a win. She thinks this Bloodmaster is eccentric and extremely fond of beauty, liking to seize other people's wives. I'm curious how those two will deal with him. True to his word, Bloodsea approaches Linga and Jiang Yunzi's table. Realizing this, Linga watched him guessing Bi Shuihai's intentions and then said, it seems he set his sights on us. Jiang Yunzi heard this and coldly replied, if they dare offend us, kill them all. Approaching them, Bi Shuihai smiled and said, you two seem strong. You're here for the same thing, aren't you? Linga responded indifferently, so, what if we are? You have business. Bixuhai stared intently at Jiang Yunzi, then continued, would you two be willing to join us on our journey there? Linge thought it sounded reasonable, and after a moment's consideration said, that does sound like a good idea. Ah no, I refuse. Rejected by Lingyi Bai, Shuihai's anger boiled over, and he retorted, you refuse. Rather than risk conflict later, I'll just deal with you here and now. As for the beauty by your side, I'll take good care of her. With that, Bi Shuihai immediately attacked Ling Ka. Seeing this, Ling Ge smirked, then struck Bi Shuihai with a palm, sending him tumbling. Ling Ge scoffed, what did you say? With a pained scream, Bi Shuihai collapsed to the ground, as a bracelet suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This bracelet unleashes a powerful force enveloping Linga and Jiang Yunzi. It seems Gu Miaoyan has intervened. Using her energy, she creates a strong barrier, cutting them off from the outside world. Seeing this, Crimson Blood Sea flies into a rage, attacking Linga while hissing through his teeth. How dare you? But his path was blocked by Gu Miaoyan's barrier. Helpless, he turned to her, demanding, Gu Miaoyan, what are you doing? Gu Miaoyan calmly replied, that's what I should be asking you. Daring to fight in the Wanluo holy ground, do you want to bring Wang Gushuan here? And you? She moved closer to Lingge's face and asked, that energy you used was very special. What's your name? Caught off guard, Linge could only stare blankly at Gu Miaoyan, unable to utter a word, while Jiang Yunzi, consumed by jealousy at another woman approaching. Linge immediately drew her sword to warn Gu Miaoyan. Witnessing this, Linge could only laugh out loud, prompting Jiang Yunzi to angrily growl, what do you want? Seeing Jiang Yunzi's overreaction, Gu Miaoyan retracts her looklap bracelet and turns to Ling Ka saying, "It seems you two are wary of me. May I ask your names?" Hearing this, Ling Ge sheathed Jiang Yunzi's sword and quickly replied. After learning their names, Gu Miaoyan approached Ling Ge and gently asked, "Are you really unwilling to join me? Come with me, and we can help each other." To this offer, Ling Ge arrogantly replied, "No need, we'll surely meet again." With that, he immediately turned and left Jiang Yunzi, hurrying after him, but not without a glare at Gu Miaoyan. Gu Yaoyao watched the lovebirds leave hand in hand, a secret smile playing on her lips. "We'll meet again soon enough." Back in their room, Ling Ge angrily confronted Jiang Yunzi. "We agreed. No getting angry, no losing your temper, and definitely no killing people." Faced with Ling Ge's fury, Jiang Yunzi simply smiled apologetically and replied gently, "Whatever the demon lord says is law. I'll obey you." Her sweet words calmed Ling Ge, and he stroked his chin thoughtfully, deciding to trust her this time. Even if things got out of hand, he could stop it. At worst, they'd just destroy the living room. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunzi slowly closed the door, a happy look on her face as if she was plotting something with Ling Ge. Suddenly, a soft voice broke the silence, as the sleeping succubus queen slowly opened her eyes. "Ling Ge, you're back." Seeing another woman dare to lie on Ling Ge's bed, enraged, Jiang Yunzi screamed, "Get out of my demon lord's bed." Without another word, she drew her sword and lunged at the succubus, yelling, "Get down here." Standing by, Ling Ge could only watch helplessly, as if he had foreseen Jiang Yunzi's reckless actions. Her sword aimed directly at the enchantress Devil King. However, the demon queen dodged it, but the wayward strike shattered Ling Ji's bed. Seeing the stranger, the demon queen angrily asked, "Who are you? Did I come to the wrong room?" That question only added fuel to the fire, and Jiang Yunzi glared at the succubus, her face flushed with anger. "To cut down a vixen like you, daring to seduce my demon lord and bring him shame," the demon queen retorted furiously, "You lunatic." Now both Jiang Yunzi and the enchantress demon queen are enraged, neither willing to yield. Caught between these two beauties, Ling Ka doesn't know what to do, and forces a smile trying to calm them down. "Please calm down. If you break things, the shopkeeper will cry. Let's go outside to fight." But his advice only fueled their anger, and Dongqing roared at him to shut up. Hearing this, Ling Ge could only stand by helplessly, as the chaos continued, until he finally snapped, shouting, "Have you two had enough?" A shocking sound erupts, terrifying Jiang Yunzi and the succubus queen, who clutch their heads. Jiang Yunzi collapses to the ground, screaming in pain. Meanwhile, the demon queen was faring no better, unable to withstand the attack, her face contorted in pain. Seeing them both incapacitated, Ling Ge ceased his assault. He helped Jiang Yunzi up, then said angrily, "I shouldn't have trusted you." But Jiang Yunzi was already sulking and didn't care what Ling Ge said. Seeing this, Ling Ka helped her up and explained, "I only brought her along to guide us. Once we're done with you two, we'll go our separate ways, so there's no need to be jealous." Hearing that, Jiang Yunzi immediately perked up, hugging Ling Jae's arm and happily replying, "You said it yourself." Ling Jae quickly confirmed, "I did." Witnessing everything, the demon king of pleasure could only fume inwardly, thinking, "I should be under the bed, not here." With everything settled, Ling Ge clasped his hands together, closed his eyes and said, "All right, so we're acquainted now. Let's rest well tonight, and tomorrow we'll set off for the Nether Abyss realm. But now, this room is uninhabitable, and there's only one room left, so how about I sleep on the floor tonight, and you two sleep together?" Hearing that, Jiang Yunzi and the succubus demon king immediately glared at each other, and Dongqing replied, "No way." Meanwhile, Ling Ka smirked to himself, thinking, "You didn't expect me to sleep on the floor while one of you gets the bed, did you?" As night fell, Ling Ka's face was blank, staring vacantly as he wondered, so how did it end up like this? He didn't dare move, he really didn't dare. It turned out that the final solution Jiang Yunzi and the demon queen chose was for all three of them to sleep in the same bed. Lying between them, Ling Ge couldn't have asked for a better situation, sleeping between two beautiful women. Elsewhere, in a dark cave with crimson streams, a being neither human nor demon, the eternal night, Blood Demon laughs, saying that thanks to Ling Shu Martial, Emperor's actions, the long-dormant Yudu has finally been restored. He thought he'd never see it again, and now he intends to thoroughly explore the mysteries of the Central Heaven realm. He continued, adding that he would throw the martial world into chaos, leaving it in turmoil. The next morning, Ling Ge awoke in the inn, and sensed something was amiss. He wondered, "Why do I feel so heavy?" It turned out he was being embraced tightly by Jiang Yunzi and the Manhwa queen, their heads resting on his arms, making his limbs feel heavy. This scene made Ling Ge sweat bullets as he thought, "I suspect you two are doing this on purpose, but I have no proof." Then he gently touched Jiang Yunzi's head and whispered, "Hey, wake up." Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi hugged Ling Jae's arm even tighter, smiling sweetly as she said, "Don't, my lord." Ling Jae couldn't help but chuckle, wondering what dreams she was having so early in the morning. A moment later, Jiang Yunzi opened her eyes, gazing affectionately at Ling Ge. "Demon Lord, good morning." Suddenly she screamed. There, sleeping soundly in Ling Ji's arms, was the succubus queen. Jealous as she was, Jiang Yunzi angrily shouted, "You vixen, get out of here!" The scream echoed through the room, startling the succubus queen awake, who retorted, "What's with all the morning yelling, you lunatic? Your bickering is waking everyone up." After they had all freshened up, the three went downstairs for breakfast. With a helpless expression, Ling Ka explained, "What happened this morning was truly an accident. We just shared a blanket and slept." But his explanation was useless. Jiang Yunzi and the succubus queen continued to glare daggers at each other as Ling Ge calmly added, "Nothing happened." As soon as he spoke, Jiang Yunzi grabbed onto Ling Je's arm, glaring at the succubus queen. "You're sleeping on the floor tonight. Don't even think about seducing my Ling Lang." Hearing this, the succubus queen angrily kicked the table, shouting, "I'd rather be single forever than seduce him." With that, the two resumed their staring contest, leaving Ling Ge to watch helplessly. Exhausted, Ling Ge held his head and said, "When you're done arguing, remember to pack your things. We're heading to the Nether Abyss realm today." Suddenly, his eyes widened as he sensed something amiss, and he signaled to the others, "Stop arguing." Hearing this, they immediately fell silent. Sensing trouble, Ling Ge left the table saying, "I sense a power heading towards Vanla City, a significant threat. Go and see. It might be related to that thing in the Nether Abyss realm." Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi immediately obeyed, and they hurriedly left the inn, following the direction of the mysterious power. From behind, Zhu Dian secretly observed them, then turned to ask the cult slave, "Did you find anything?" The cult slave quickly replied, "Reporting to the Holy Maiden, the two of them are from the demon sect. It's said that Mo defeated a disciple of the Lin family a few days ago, and the woman in purple is one of the demon sect's 12 demon lords, her strength having reached the Saint Realm, while the other woman's identity is temporarily unknown." Hearing this, Zhu Yuyan pressed, "What is it?" She thought to herself that they were indeed formidable rivals. Even though she suspected they were extraordinary, she didn't expect them to be members of the demonic sect, the infamous leaders of the heretical path. "Let's see what they're up to. We'll follow them." With that, Gu Miaoyan and the cult slave immediately departed. In Wanluo City, Wang Gushuan sits leisurely thinking, "The demon clan's affairs are finally settled now, I can rest." Suddenly, he notices something, glances over and wonders, "What's this? Where is this overwhelming stench of blood coming from?" Suddenly, a loud noise erupts outside, and sensing something is wrong, Wang Gushuan goes out to investigate. Outside, something enormous wreaks havoc on the city, and he wonders, what is that? The people of the city seeing this cry out in fear, "What's happening? Could this be the end of the world?" Just then, splatters of blood rain down, sending the people of Vanla City into a terrified frenzy. Wang Gushuan watched from above, noting that the strange entity was growing larger. But what was it? So, that strange thing was the Eternal Night Blood Demon. He laughed, surprised to find such a prosperous city near the underworld, perfect for his ritual. "With this, I'm one step closer to the Yudu trials." Seeing the Eternal Night Blood Demon's rampage, Wang Gushuan immediately stepped forward, shouting, "What demon dares to wreak havoc in Wanluo City?" Hearing such bold words, the Eternal Night Blood Demon laughed and replied, "Since you've offered yourself, I'll use you as my first sacrifice." With that, he immediately pointed his large blade straight at Wang Gushuan. Seeing this, Wang Gushuan immediately raised his hands to block, but the Eternal Night Blood Demon was too strong. Wang Gushuan was no match for him. Immediately, Wang Gushuan was sent flying by the Eternal Night Blood Demon, crashing into a rooftop, but undeterred he rose again, ready to fight. Seeing this, the Eternal Night Blood Demon laughed, "Mockery, you're still alive. I'll give you one last move, then you'll become my nourishment." With that, the Eternal Night Blood Demon immediately attacked, and Wang Gushuan, with no strength left to resist, resigned himself to his fate. Suddenly, a force shielded Wang Gushuan from the Eternal Night Blood Demon's attack. It was Ling Ge's group Jiang Yunzi and the Enchantress Devil King, arriving just in time to help. Langa appears laughing and says, "How dare you evil demons cause chaos in the righteous domain of Wanluo City? You have a death wish." With that, Ling Ge immediately attacked the Eternal Night Blood Demon, prompting Wang Gushuan to glance at Ling Ge's group, wondering where they came from, as he'd never seen them before. Seeing that the Eternal Night Blood Demon was no simple foe, the second Demon Queen whispered into Ling Ge's ear, "That fiend is overflowing with dark energy. He's killed at least tens of thousands. I advise you not to risk your life and end up dying." Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi chimed in, "Wuji Lingka, what kind of person do you take me for, that you need to say so much?" Finding them a nuisance, Linga immediately said, "You all fall back, I'll handle this." Yes. In his mind, Ling Jie planned to take care of this old man, to warn the worm behind him. Hearing Ling Ge's bold words, the Eternal Night Blood Demon laughed, "Such arrogance, if you seek death, then I shall grant it." With that, the Eternal Night Blood Demon channeled his energy through his massive claws, preparing to strike Ling Ji. He unleashed a palm strike directly at Ling Ge, who stood unfazed, observing calmly with a provocative glint in his eyes, and a triumphant smirk, thinking, the worm behind all this. Thinking quickly, Ling Ge conjures a wall to shield himself from the Blood Demon's deadly attack, but the force is too great, and the barrier begins to crack. Seeing this, Ling Ge immediately retaliated, shouting, "Eat this." Meanwhile, in a dark corner, Gu Miaoyan was secretly watching Ling Ge's every move. Ling Ka's power astonished Gu Miaoyan, her eyes widening in disbelief, when suddenly a massive explosion sent her flying despite her distance from the battle. Then, Kokdu Yen landed gracefully, facing Lang Ka and Vinda Huyet Ma. Seeing her, Lang Ka said awkwardly, "I'm so sorry I accidentally hit you." Ling Ge looks at Gu Yaoyao and smiles, but upon hearing this, Gu Yaoyao glares at Ling Ge, speechless with anger. In her mind, she thought, "Ling Ge, you did this on purpose." Sensing her thoughts, Ling Ge approached and replied with a smile, "It really wasn't me." Seeing Ling Ge fighting while flirting with a woman, the Eternal Night Blood Demon sneered, "You're about to die, and you're still flirting." With that, the Eternal Night Blood Demon flew into a rage, gathering his strength into a violent storm. The commotion draws Ling Ge and Gu Miaoyan's attention, as the Eternal Night Blood Demon relentlessly attacks, Ling Ge inadvertently striking Gu Miaoyan, who falls to the ground in pain. Seeing this, Gu Miaoyan cursed inwardly, "Damn it." She then used her 6th synergy bracelet and began to cast a spell, unleashing a surge of power, and with a shout successfully created a barrier. The barrier allows Gu Yaoyan to withstand the Nightless Blood Demon's relentless attacks, prompting a scornful laugh from the demon who then shatters it with a single, effortless blow. With that done, the Eternal Night Blood Demon sneered, "Western region sorcery is indeed interesting, but it's still not enough in front of me." He immediately attacked Yaoyan. The Eternal Night Blood Demon roared, "Today I shall make this pool my first sacrifice." Caught off guard by his power, Gu Miaoyan could only brace for the inevitable. Startled Gu Miaoyan marveled at the demon's terrifying power, realizing escape was impossible. As the attack neared, she closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. Instinctively, Gu Miaoyan raised her arms to shield herself, but a force intervened, blocking the Nightless Blood Demon's attack and protecting her. Sensing something amiss, she slowly opened her eyes to see what was happening. Seeing Ling Ge protecting her, Ku Xiaoyan exclaimed, "It's you, why?" Before she could finish, Ling Ge glanced at her and quickly replied, "So you'll remember next time you want to watch a show, stay away. You think I didn't know you were following me?" Then a fierce and determined look comes over Ling Ge's eyes. He swiftly draws a sword, grips it tightly, and rushes toward the Eternal Night Blood Demon with a grin. He shouts, "I'm getting serious now. Lotus is my family name." Ling Ka triumphantly counters the Eternal Night Blood Demon, tearing through his blood sea with immense power. Seeing this, Gu Yaoyan was astonished by Ling Jie's strength, while the Eternal Night Blood Demon resentfully glared at the blood sea. Enraged, the Eternal Night Blood Demon roared, my blood sea that I've spent years building." Hearing this, Ling Ge with his blade over his shoulder mocked, "Don't just worry about your precious blood sea. Worry about your own life." Overwhelmed by Ling Ji's power, the Eternal Night Blood Demon grew wary, thinking to himself, "Damn it, he's stronger than me, and I can't do anything to him. I have to change his focus and find a chance to escape." Having made up his mind, the Eternal Night Blood Demon laughed and said, "A big shot like you, showing up here must be because of Yudu, right? Don't tell me you want to enter the Central Heaven Realm too." Hearing the name Middle Heaven's Realm, Ling Ge was puzzled, wondering, Middle Heaven's Realm? Why does that sound so familiar? Ling Ge recalled someone mentioning the gods of the Middle Heavens. Ling Ji thought to himself, he seemed to have heard this name in the Jadestone Barrier last time. Could what's in Yudu be related to the Central Heaven Realm? Ling Ge stroked his chin in thought, and Yongye Blood Demon saw this and smiled strangely. The Eternal Night Blood Demon thought, "I can't defeat you, but surely the people of Yudu can. I'll see how you die then. I'll take this chance to escape." With that thought, the Eternal Night Blood Demon fled, leaving Ling to his thoughts, but Ling quickly noticed his escape. Ling grinned and immediately gave chase, sword in hand, coldly, aiming it at the fleeing Eternal Night Blood Demon before striking. Meanwhile, the Eternal Night Blood Demon was still trying to escape, glancing back at Ling, thinking, "Just you wait until next time." Before he could finish, Ling struck him with his sword. Ling Ka's strike engulfed the Eternal Night Blood Demon, causing him unbearable pain as he screamed, and in an instant, his soul was scattered, his body incinerated, dissolving into nothingness. With that done, Ling Ka immediately returned to Jiang Yunzi and the Charm Demon King. He landed and said, "Now that the fight's over, let's go. Van Lathan is no longer safe. We're heading to Yudo immediately." Behind him, the Demon King Yi could only stand in silence and listen. With that, Ling Ge casually slung his blade over his shoulder and strode forward when something suddenly occurred to him. Ling Ka turned back and said, "Oh right, we'll meet in Yudu." With that, Ling Ka immediately led Jiang Yunzi and the Succubus Devil King on their way to Yudu. Below, Zhu Dian watched Wang Guxuan leave, clutching her stomach in pain, as she ran after him shouting, "Benefactor, benefactor, please wait, at least tell me your name so I can repay your kindness in the future." Zhu Dian silently watched Ling Ji's back as he left, thinking to herself, "Demon Lord." Soon after, Ling Ji, Jiang Yunzi, and the Enchantress Demon Lord arrived at the entrance to the Nether Abyss Realm. Ling Ka surveyed the area and said, "The underworld has people from the Martial God Army. We'll have to go around them." Jiang Yunzi, sensing something was off, asked, "Why would the Martial God Army be here?" Hearing that, Ling Ka replied with a smile. After the demon race was destroyed, this place was handed over to the god of war. The demons have resided here for many years, so a thorough search is necessary. As she finished, Jiang Yunzi added, I heard that the ghost clan was personally suppressed by the Lingshu war god, who had a woman on his shoulders at the time. Hearing this, Ling Ka rested his head on his hand and replied with a smile, Is that so? Is that so? As soon as he said that, Jiang Yunzi embraced Ling Ka tightly. She gently kissed Ling Ka's cheek and whispered, I didn't expect the Lingshu martial emperor to be unable to bear the loneliness, still needing a beauty by his side. Hearing this, Ling Ka raised a hand to the sky and laughed. Indeed, it's getting late, we should hurry inside. With that, Ling Ka and Jiang Yunzi walked away hand in hand, a loving couple. Seeing this from behind the Demon King, Yi grumbled, May they break up soon. Entering the Nether Abyss realm, Jiang Yunzi held tightly to Ling Gei's arm, smiling brightly, looking very happy, when suddenly a figure appeared ahead, secretly observing Ling Gei's group. He flickered in and out of sight, sizing up Ling Se, noting he'd never encountered such a powerful surge of energy. The masked one is a big player. The humans always send the same boring people. I'm so tired of it. This time it's finally getting interesting. The mysterious figures chuckled to themselves, saying, I'll play with you all for a bit. Deeper and deeper they went, led by Nagi, who knew the demon realm's every path. With the Demon Queen leading the way, Jiang Yun and Ling Ka followed close behind, hand in hand, as she focused on finding the path forward. The second Demon Queen led the way, insisting it was this way, and Ling Ge and Jiang Yunzi followed without question. The second time they returned to the same spot. The second Devil King sensed something was wrong and hastily said, Doesn't it feel like we've already been this way? The third time they returned to the same spot again. The second Demon Queen looked around, confused, and exclaimed, Isn't it here? Seeing this, Jiang Yunzi snaps, yelling, Have you found it yet? We're going in circles. What are you up to? Hearing that, the Incubus Queen angrily huffed, glaring at Jiang Yunzi as she roared, Damn it, you think I want this? I've searched every path I know, but I can't even find the entrance. Damn it. Being cursed out by the Succubus Queen, Jiang Yunzi refused to back down, angrily shouting, Vixen. Then the two locked eyes, firing sparks like bullets. Seeing the situation, Ling Ka gestured for Jiang Yunzi and the Demon Queen to stop, calmly saying, Alright, let me try. With that, Ling Ka took the lead. Using his power, Ling Jie sensed everything around him, feeling the aura that led into the netherworld. In an instant, Ling Ka found the entrance, opening his eyes and coldly stating, I've found it. Hearing this, the second Demon Queen exclaimed in disbelief, He found it. Having spent years in the demon realm, even she couldn't find the path. How could a stranger like Ling Ge possibly succeed? The second Demon Queen pressed, If it was so easy to locate, why didn't you use it before? Hearing this, Ling Ge replied, It's because I thought bringing you here would save us the trouble. The Enchantress Queen was stunned, replying helplessly, I didn't expect. Before she could finish, Jiang Yunzi chimed in, mocking, How useless. Hearing that the Succubus Queen was stung once more, her face contorting as she glared at Jiang Yunzi. Before the Succubus Queen could speak, Ling Ge produced a compass lamp and left hand in hand with Jiang Yunzi, saying, Now that we've found it, let's hurry before we run into Wu Shenjun and get into more trouble. Hearing that, Jiang Yunzi quipped, The Demon Lord is indeed the strongest. Meanwhile, the Demon Queen is forced to eat the crumbs of their affection, rendered speechless. The three ventured deeper into the netherworld, when suddenly, the Succubus Queen stopped. She scoffed, saying, This is what you found. Following me at least leads somewhere. It turned out that the path Ling Ge led them on was a dead end with a massive stone wall blocking their way. Seeing this, the Demon King of Righteousness said, You've done well, leading us straight to a dead end. Sensing the situation, Ling Ge carefully examined the wall, thinking, Strange, it shouldn't be. My divine sense clearly pinpointed this location, so why isn't it there? Has Ling Ge discovered something? He declares, There's no path ahead, it's a dead end. With that, Ling Ge immediately unleashed his power, striking the wall before them, and with a deafening roar, the wall exploded. With that, Ling Ge smugly says, Then I'll just make a path. Jiang Yunzi looks at Ling Ge with admiration, while the second Devil King is shocked by his strength. From within the wall, a pair of crimson eyes glared at them, and a furious voice boomed, Humans, you dare trespass here. Emerging from the rubble was a monstrous beast with fierce eyes and razor-sharp teeth. Seeing this, the second Demon King was shocked by his appearance, staring intently behind the monster as she shouted, Behind him is the entrance to the underworld. Hearing that, Ling Ge smiled and said, Looks like this is the place. The beast, enraged, raised its claws in warning, You'll enter the netherworld in your next life. With that, the beast immediately attacked, slashing at Ling Ge with its sharp claws, its eyes fixed on them with fierce intent. Ling Ge quickly used his free hand to block the blow. Undaunted by the beast's size, Ling Ge calmly smiles. Not bad, but you alone can't stop me. He casually blocks the monster's powerful hand with one hand, showcasing his immense strength. Seeing this, the beast grimaced, thinking to himself that this was indeed a difficult person to deal with. Then the beast cried out in pain, as Ling Ka immediately used magic to counterattack. The power radiates throughout the dark abyss realm, and the light startles the martial god's people who rush to observe. Approaching, he asked, What happened? What was all that commotion? Suddenly, the god soldier's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock that that's a massive beast before him, and Ling Ge is using a burst of spirit energy to block the guardian demon's claws. Seeing this, the divine general cried out in alarm, "That's demonic energy, a member of the demonic sect." The giant demon, eyes blazing red, raised its hands with sharp claws and roared, "Damn humans, today I will kill you right outside the gate." The demon slammed its hands down where Ling Ka stood, but he nimbly dodged. Ling Ka then pulled out a hammer, swinging it excitedly, saying, "I've only used this staff once, and the one who tasted it became my obedient cat, letting me pet it without scratching." Ling Ka struck the demon with his hammer, and it retaliated with a punch, the collision creating a powerful shockwave, leaving the demon's hand dented with the hammer's mark. Ling Ka then excitedly declared that it was time for the demon to taste blood. With that, he slams the club into the demon's face, sending it crashing into a wall. Dust and sand filled the air as the demon gradually vanished, and Ling Ka clicked his tongue, landing back on the ground. As the guardian demon of Yudu faded away, he scoffed, thinking it was weaker than he expected. Jiang Yunzi gazed at Ling Ka with sparkling eyes, admiring the demon lord's strength and versatility, while Yi Luo was shocked, thinking that just a few strikes had killed the guardian of Udo, deeming this person too abnormal. The group hiding behind the rocks were stunned, one whispering, "Captain, this guy is way too strong, we can't beat him." The captain remained silent, and another turned to him for guidance. "Captain, should we try to negotiate? Are you trying to die? Ask them to investigate the sovereign's affairs," he retorted. "That's the demonic sect, known as the #1 powerhouse. Besides, you saw that sky-filled demonic energy. We might not make it back alive if we ask." The captain finally broke the silence. "Are we sure about this?" "He's right. This may be our only chance to get information about the monarch. Even if he really attacked, we wouldn't be able to escape." Having reached a consensus, they decided not to run, and stepped forward together. The captain called out, "You there." Ling Ge immediately turned around, a delighted smile on his face. "So after watching the show for so long, you finally decided to come out." The warriors bowed, and their captain respectfully explained, "We have no intention of making things difficult for you, but the situation is urgent, and we have no choice but to ask for your help." Ling Ge raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "The martial god army asking for help from the demonic path. News of that wouldn't sit well." The captain solemnly vowed, "I'll bear all consequences and blame myself. I just need information on the sovereign, I won't regret it." Seeing his resolve, Ling Ge crossed his arms and silently observed. After a moment he smirked, praising him. "You have backbone. Tell me what happened." Hearing Ling Ge ask, the captain couldn't hide his joy, and hurriedly recounted the whole story. After Ling Shu, the Martial Emperor, killed the demon god, the remaining demons were annihilated by the Martial god army. "We planned to delve into the Nether Abyss realm, to deal with the remnants of the demons, but unexpectedly, following a flashback, the group was toiling away in a desolate space. One of the men, while working, complained about how ugly the demon's realm was, saying they had no sense of aesthetics. While working, he suddenly struck a thin patch of earth, creating a hole, and wondered what it was. "It seems there's an entrance here." Another divine warrior noticed it, and approached thoughtfully, stroking his chin. The god was curious, where would such a deep entrance lead? To be sure, he gave his men an order. "Leave a few men here, the rest of you will come with me to investigate." The flashback ends, and the captain tasked with staying behind continues Jiang Duje's story with a worried look. "We guarded the entrance for days, but our lord never returned. We wanted to report to the god of war, but we couldn't find our way out, and we lost contact with the outside world. When we returned, the entrance had vanished. We were truly at our wits' end." After hearing the whole story, Ling Ge pondered, realizing they had accidentally stumbled upon the entrance to the netherworld. This entrance is strange and hard to find, and the cave is filled with vaporous miasma, no wonder they couldn't find it. After a moment of silence, Ling Ke spoke, "All right, I'll go in and explore anyway. Helping you is just a matter of convenience." Hearing this, the group was overjoyed and thanked him in unison. "Thank you, your kindness is boundless. The martial god temple will remember this." As the words of gratitude faded, an eerie voice echoed from the void. "Your gatekeeper is dead, and you still dream of entering Yudu. You truly don't fear death." Hearing the strange voice, Ling Ge and the others immediately turned to look behind them. Just then, a spatial gate opened from nowhere, its interior resembling an endless vortex. Someone immediately exclaimed, "Was the entrance moving?" "The portal seems to be moving further away, terrifying everyone. This entrance is moving." Ling Ge calmly confirms that it is indeed moving and closing. From within the gate, the voice continues to echo, "Humans, you won't set foot in Yudu." But Ling Ge only smiled mysteriously, unconcerned. He conjures a dark energy in his hand, warning, "Stand back." With that, he unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy towards the gate, the invisible barrier shuddering as it absorbed the blast, silencing the voice. Ling Ka urged, "Let's go in before it reacts." With that, he shot forward, pulling Mi Luo and Jiang Yunzi along, lest the entrance close and they waste more effort. Reaching the edge of the gate, Linga held up 3 fingers to the people of the martial god palace. The miasma in this cave has been cleared. You can leave now, and if I have any news about them, I will inform you. The people of the martial god temple rejoiced, shouting in unison, "Thank you for your great kindness. Please be careful." Just then, a small figure suddenly darted through the gate, a girl's foot with a familiar anklet, none other than the holy maiden Diu Yen. The captain rubbed his eyes, asking suspiciously, "Did something just fly past?" Judging by the clothes, it looked like a person. A woman. The gate then vanished completely before them, and the captain could only pray for their success. Meanwhile, deep within the gate, a completely different world unfolds. This is the Mingyuan Road, where molten lava weaves through precarious cliffs. Lingji's group stopped before a massive stone statue, and Lingji gazed up in awe, marveling at its size. He curiously circled the base, pausing at one point to examine it closely. Inscribed on the statue's pedestal were 2 lines of text which Linga read aloud. "The depths of the underworld echo with sorrow, and ancient colors fade into the netherworld." After reading it, Linga commented with some appreciation, "Well written." Just then, some stones fell in front of him, followed by a loud mechanical voice. "Who dares trespass into the netherworld?" The voice came from the stone statue itself, and at that moment, it began to move, causing a massive tremor as it stepped onto the ground, splitting the earth. Lava erupts as he sighs, "Not another one. You've set up far too many outposts." The stone statue, now off its pedestal, raised its weapon, its voice laced with threat. "Without the token, you won't take another step into the underworld. Leave now, or face the consequences." Hearing this, Ling Ke narrowed his eyes and asked, "The token?" The stone statue replied, "To obtain the token, you must pass my trial. You forced your way into the path, and the Yudu breaking the rules, so you are no longer qualified to participate." Before the word test could even leave his lips, Ling Ka suddenly appeared before the stone man, shocking him. With his familiar club, Ling Ka channeled his energy and struck. With a single blow, the stone statue shattered, its massive form collapsing to the ground. Ling Ge stepped on the statue's nose and asked, "How's that? Am I worthy of your permission yet?" The stone statue argued through clenched teeth. "That didn't count. You ambushed me." Seeing his reluctance to yield, Ling Ka revealed a murderous aura, raising his club once more, and asked, "So shall we do it again?" Seeing him looking like a devil from hell, the stone statue quickly sat up, opened a small space, and said, "Wait, let me take out 3 purple tokens, and give them to Ling Ge for guidance. This is the only pass to get to Yudu. Go all the way, and show the token to enter." Linga immediately took the 3 tokens, winking to signal the others. "Okay, that's more like it. We didn't need to fight." With that, Linga urged the other 2 onward. "Let's go." As he watched the 3 figures enter the city, Xiangxi chuckled to himself, thinking, "Even if you get into Yudu, you're not guaranteed to make it out alive." Just then, another voice echoed, "Is this the Yudu?" Hearing this, Xiangxi turned around and angrily asked, "Who else is here? Did you think this was a petting zoo?" Gu Miaoyan crossed her arms and introduced herself, from the Western Ancient Vane Sect's martial world. "My name is Gu Miaoyan. Have you seen a masked man in black robes pass through here?" At that, Xiangxi felt a pang but smiled and asked, "Do you know him?" Yao Yan nodded. "Yes, he told me we'd meet in Yudu, but I was a step too late to follow him." Hearing this, Xiangxi threw her another token. He pointed in a direction saying, "This is your pass. That person has already gone to Yudu. You can find him there yourself." Gratefully, Gu Miaoyan said, "Thank you, senior." Meanwhile, Xiangxi sighed inwardly, thinking, "If I can't tease him, can't I at least hide? Mo will be meeting soon. Back then, even when the Eternal Night Blood Demon came, I wasn't this useless. Mo will be meeting soon." A magnificent city appears before them, and in the sky a spatial vortex is forming. From that vortex, Ling Ge, Jiang Yunzi, and Mi Luo emerged, quickly landing on solid ground. Mi Luo read the 3 words inscribed on the city gate, Manzang City. Ling Ge looked up and said, "Looks like we've arrived at one of Yudu's cities." Suddenly, a noise from behind caught his attention, and he turned around. Behind them, a figure cloaked in black struck a gong and asked, entering the city. Jiang Yunzi and Mi Luo cautiously prepared to attack, but Ling Ge stopped them, presenting 3 transit passes. Seeing this, the figure in black walked past them, saying that, with the passes, they were qualified to enter Manzang City. He approached the city gates, requesting entry. The gates opened, and Ling Ge and the others stepped inside. Before entering, he turned back, clasped his hands, and said, "Thank you." Once they entered, the gates closed again, and the atmosphere beyond was completely different from what they'd seen before. If before the sky was gloomy and the surroundings were flowing with magma, now the sky is clear, and the streets are bustling, not only with humans but also demons and beasts. Just then, a loud voice caught Lingji's attention. "Come over here, come get your intel," the vendor eagerly called out. "Whatever you want to know, I've got it, don't miss out. We've got strange happenings and all the gossip you could want, plus intel, on Yudu." Ling Ge stepped forward eagerly. "How much?" Seeing the 3 of them, the vendor smiled warmly and said, "Oh my 3, such beautiful young ladies. Where might you be?" From the phrase, 3 young ladies, immediately infuriating Linga, who forced a smile. Behind him, Mi Luo couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle as Jiang Yunzi asked, "We're from out of town and don't know much about Udu. How much do you charge for information here?" The vendor immediately boasted, "You've come to the right person, miss. There's nothing that Liu Chang doesn't know about in Udu. For example, old Liu's hellhound stole old Ba's spirit meat, and old Li was caught peeping at Aunt Wang next door while she was bathing." Ling finally couldn't stand the vendor's trivial stories any longer. He angrily slammed a bag of silver onto the table, demanding basic information about Udu and a map, and to swallow everything else. Hearing that, Liu Chang quickly stopped his rambling and began searching for information, thinking to himself, "Though beautiful, this young lady has quite the temper." After searching, Liu Chang presented 3 scrolls, saying, "Here are your items, please take them. There's an inn not far from here called the Yellow Springs Abode. If the 3 of you ladies don't have a place to stay, you can check it out." Liu Chang kept repeating 3 young ladies, which angered Ling Ge. He reached out with a menacing aura, startling Liu Chang. But instead of hitting him, Ling Ge snatched the 3 scrolls in anger, then leaned close to Liu Chang's face and said, "Thank you." Liu Chang thought nervously, "This young lady has quite the temper." But Liu Chang's heart beat faster and faster as he clutched his chest and sighed. Are all the young ladies from the outside world so charming? At Yellow Springs Giant, the 3 of them entered, and the shopkeeper stepped forward as usual. "For the 3 of you, a room is 1,000 spirit stones, no bargaining." Ling Ka throws a bag of spirit stones at him, demanding, "Then please get us 3 top-level rooms." Receiving the money, the shopkeeper leads the 3 upstairs. "Please follow me." As they walked, he explained, "We have 3 rules here at Huangju Xuan. First, no loud noises. Violators will be expelled. Second, fighting is prohibited. Violators will be handed over to the city lord of Mantang City. Third, the Yellow Springs Inn has only 10 floors, and only those with a pass are allowed on the top floor." At the door, the manager gestured, "These are your rooms, please." Ling Ge thanked him, then turned and reluctantly asked Jiang Yunzi and Mi Luo, "Do you 2 want rooms next to each other, or far apart?" As soon as he asked, they pointed at each other, yelling, "Far apart, as far away from this fox spirit, this lunatic as possible." Hearing this, Ling Ge sighed, "They're fighting again. All right, I'll take the middle room, you 2 can find your own." With lodging settled, Ling Ge soaked in a bath while reviewing the information scroll. Hidden Dragon City lies east of Yudu, the closest city to its entrance. Each city in Yudu is said to have a city lord with the strength of the Saint Realm. Among them, the city lord of Vanlong City is the strongest. Reading this, Ling Ge frowned, thinking Vanlong City. Could the red dragon in the treasure map barrier be referring to Vanlong City? Lost in thought, Ling Ge didn't notice Jiang Yunzi enter his room. She embraced him and seductively purred Ling Ge. Noticing she was undressed and rubbing against him, Ling Ge blushed and scolded, "Why are you here instead of in your own room?" Jiang Yunzi breathed into his ear, replying, "To frolic with you, of course." Her hands began to caress his body, and he clenched his fist, reminding her, "I've told you, don't surprise me like that again." Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi gripped Ling Ji's arm, her eyes filled with resentment, as she asked, "What are you saying you don't want to be with me?" Ling Ge wearily sighed. "Not again." Jiang Yunzi continued to emanate a dark aura, scowling at him. Helpless Ling Ge could only surrender, saying, "No, please continue as you wish." Her hand moved further down in the water as she wondered, "I wonder how many men would be captivated if you wore a dress." Hearing this, Ling Ge froze, his expression as serious as could be. He hastily evaded Jiang Yunzi's hand, declaring, "You'd better drop that dangerous idea as soon as possible. I'd rather jump naked out the window than ever touch a woman's clothing." He suddenly recalled his time at the Tai Min sect when he first joined. The last time he was forced to wear women's clothing by his senior female disciples and dragged onto the stage. "I never want to be a tomboy again." Jiang Yunzi then climbed into the tub, sweetly pleading, "I won't tease you anymore. The spring night is short, let's not waste it." She leaned in close to Ling Ji's lips, saying seductively, "Just accept it. And so what will be will be." In the next room, Yi Luo was also taking a bath, but the sounds from Ling Ge's room kept assaulting her ears, filling her with anger as she bit her lip in resignation. Mi Luo covers her ears, annoyed, thinking, "Don't these 2 have any shame?" As the sounds continue, Yi Luo takes a deep breath and submerges herself in the bathwater, hoping to sleep and forget it all. Out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, outside of Mantang City, Juju Yao had arrived, looking around and thinking that entering the underworld was easier than she thought, with many races living peacefully on the streets. She steeled her resolve, thinking, "What the predecessors couldn't achieve, I will." Just then, someone approached and called out to her, "Pardon me, miss." Hearing the call, Zhu Yaoyan turned to see a handsome man with a fan who said, "Your attire is quite unique and your face is veiled. I don't think you're from the underworld." Zhu Yaoyan nodded, "Indeed, I'm from the outside here to meet a friend." Hearing this, the man replied amiably, "What a coincidence. I am Yun Hua, a disciple of the Qingyun family, and also come from beyond these lands like you. May I ask who you are meeting? Are they in Mantang City?" Kukyoyan sadly shook her head. "They went to Yudu before I did so. I don't know what city they're in now." Hearing this, Yunhua reassured her, "Don't worry. Although outsiders are randomly teleported to different towns upon entering Yudu, all towns are connected, so you'll find them with patience. Thank you for the guidance, young Master Yun. Please call me Miss Gu. Yun's eyes suddenly darkened for a moment, then returned to normal as he continued. Miss Gu, it's actually quite easy to find someone in Yudu. In a few days, the underworld will host the Mid-Heaven Challenge. You might find your friend there. Guk Yo-yun looked doubtful. With all due respect, we've only just met. This young master seems a bit too eager. Yunhua quickly waved his hands, clarifying, Don't misunderstand, Miss Gu. I have no ill intentions. I only wish to help you seeing you alone in Udo, so I invited you to participate in the Central Heaven trial. Once I'm settled, could you tell me more about the heavenly trials before I decide? Yunhua eagerly agreed, assuring her that she could send someone to inform him once she was ready. Without another word, Gu Miaoyun turned and left, saying with a smile, That's wonderful, I'll be going now. Yunhua replied, Safe travels, Miss Gu, as he watched her disappear into the distance. At that moment, Yunhua smiled meaningfully, thinking that even finding one person was enough. Meanwhile, Ling Zhe was still at the Yellow Springs, Giant Gap, pondering over the map in his hand. Since the appearance of Lin Yun Dragon City, there had been no further movement on the map. The routes are a mess, and it's unclear what hasn't been activated. Just then, a familiar, delicate voice called out from the doorway. Ling Sa, startled, asking, Why are you here? Weren't you looking at information in the room? Jiang Yunzi asked, holding a piece of paper that looked like a map as she delivered the news. I heard good news and wanted to share it with you. She entered the room, leaned close to Ling Ge, and asked, Have you heard about the Zhongtian challenge? Ling Ge leaned back, disinterested. What's that? Jiang Yunzi unrolled the scroll, explaining. Every so often, Yudu hosts the Zhongtian trials, attracting geniuses to compete in what's known as the Heavenly Ladder Tournament. But after so many years, no one has ever received the final reward, so no one knows what that reward actually is. Hearing this, Langa listlessly turns his head and says, I'm not interested in this kind of level-breaking game. As Ling Ge's map nears the scroll, he adds, It's just some big and small sects banding together for fun. I'm not interested. Suddenly the map glows. Ling Ge looked at the map in his hand, wondering what was going on with this treasure map. The map glowed as it touched the scroll, and Ling Ge quickly unfurled it to take a look. The map's image has changed. Ling Ge recognizes the shape and confirms it's Dragon City, but more information is needed to unlock the treasure map's hidden locations. The map's original owner must have been a fully grown NPC in his past life. Jiang Yunzi rested her head on Ling Ge's shoulder and asked, What has Ling discovered? He replies, Right now, I only know that the transit trial may be related to Dragon City, but more information is needed. Jiang Yunzi frowned, wondering, Udu is so vast, where do we even begin? Ling Ge snapped his fingers with a smile. Investigating on my own is troublesome. The easiest way to gather information is to ask others. Ling Ge quickly tidied his clothes and then he left. He stood before Liu Chang's stall, waving with a smile. Brother Liu Chang, we meet again. Liu Chang looked up at Ling Ge, and after a few seconds blushed and said, You're the person from yesterday. With a smile, Longe declared, I'm here to support you again. But to Liu Chang, the image was embellished, making Longe especially beautiful and charming, causing his heart to pound violently. Seeing him motionless, Lingyi waved her hand, calling out, Brother Liu Chang, Brother Liu Chang. Liu Chang finally snapped out of it. He hastily unfurls a paper filled with text, stammering, Miss, please take a look, let me know if you need anything. Excuse me, Liu bro, is there any information about the heavenly tournament here? Hearing this, Liu Chang began rummaging through the wooden box, saying, It's been a while since anyone asked me about this. Please wait a moment while I find it. He rummaged through the pile, tossing scrolls left and right, exclaiming, Not this one, and not this one either. After a moment, Liu Chang held up another scroll, cheering, Found it. He happily presented it to Ling Ge with both hands. Please, miss. Ling Ka, used to being called Miss, ignored it and picked up the scroll, reading the title, Ultra-Detailed Edition of the Central Heaven Tournament. Amused by the childish name, Ling Ka chuckled. Brother Liu, did you name it this way, so people would know you're hiding a big secret here? Liu Chang chuckled, scratching his head. Just trying to make a living. Business isn't easy these days, so I have to use exaggerated names to attract attention and just barely scrape by. Hearing this, Ling Ge suddenly became serious. I learned from the information you provided yesterday that Liu is a major clan of the Tibetan man, not to mention you live in the Liu capital. Why are you living on the streets, selling information? Hearing Ling Ge ask this, Liu Chang was suddenly startled, his face turned pale, and then he lowered his head sadly and said, It's best not to pry into my family's affairs. After all, I'm just a nobody, not worth your concern. Seeing this, Ling Ge didn't press further, putting the book away and sighing, Since it's inconvenient for you to say, I won't ask. He then pulls out a bag of gemstones, thanking Liu Chang for the information. Suddenly, two red-skinned beastmen appear in the street, shoving people aside and shouting, Make way, don't block our young master's path. The person approaching is Liu Tang, the young master of the Liu family who snapped his fan shut and headed straight for Liu Chang's shop. Seeing him, he slams his fist on the table, asking, Why is he here? Last time I was humiliated and beaten so badly, I couldn't move. This time, it's going to be even worse. Liu Chang hastily urged Ling Ge, "Miss, I'm closed today, please go home." Ling Ge, hearing this, asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" Just then, Liu Tang's beastkin subordinate approached Liu Chang's stall, arrogantly saying, "In a hurry, how rare the young master still wants to reminisce with you. Have you thought about what I told you last time?" Liu Chang grits his teeth and shouts, "In your dreams." Seeing this, Ling Ge had a thought. Do they know each other? Seeing his resolve, the henchman grabbed Liu Chang's collar and threatened, "You're just an illegitimate son of the Liu family. It's an honor for the young master to even glance at your sisters. Hand her over and avoid unnecessary pain." Liu Chang, furious, his eyes bloodshot, stubbornly refused, retorting, "Damn it, I'd rather die than hand her over." Liu Tang smiled faintly, saying, "An illegitimate child who has committed a crime and dares to insult me in the street." With a wicked grin, he ordered his men to strike. His beastly subordinate, eager to obey, raised a fist, gathering strength, and grinned with anticipation. He raised his fist, ready to strike Liu Chang, who closed his eyes, resigned to the blow. But a hand intervened. Liu Chang slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw who it was, his eyes widened in shock. Ling Ka, now wearing a mask, had stopped the subordinate's fist and was coldly gripping his wrist. Meanwhile, Liu Chang exclaimed in shock, "Miss," as Ling Ge seized Liu Tang's subordinate by the wrist. He smoothly twisted the man's wrist, then grabbed his collar, surprising Xia. "What?" Ling Ke throws him down, smashing into Liu Chang's merchandise table, shattering it to pieces. The henchman, hurt from the fall, roars, "Who's the busybody kid? You dare interfere with the Liu family's business?" Liu Chang threatened, but Ling Ge turned to him with a smile. "Oh, does your family own this road? Why run to this road to do your chores?" Liu Chang hurriedly approached Ling Ge and whispered, "The Liu family has deep roots in Mantang City, and that young master's strength has reached the Huangji realm. You don't need to cause conflict with them for my sake." Unafraid, Ling Ge retorts, "If they want to do housework, they should do it at home behind closed doors. They're blocking my business, so shouldn't they be punched?" Liu Tang's subordinate then stood up, his tone startling Liu Chang. "You dare speak so rudely." He lunges forward with a surprise attack. "Once I catch you, I'll hand you over to the young master and see if you still dare to talk back." In a flash, Ling Ge spun around and kicked him sky high. He vanished into the heavens, leaving only a glimmering trail as Liu Chang trembled in shock. Liu Tang then slammed his fan into his other palm, unleashing his spiritual power in the form of a blood dragon. His pupils contracted as he roared, "You dare oppose the Liu family." With that, he unleashed the blood dragon spirit behind him towards Ling Ge, who showed no signs of dodging as it approached. Ling Ge smirked, raising 2 fingers. His eyes changed and the word "break" appeared. Immediately, a wisp of blue spiritual energy dissipated the blood dragon, piercing through Liu Tang. He coughed up blood, his clothes torn to shreds. "What are you doing?" Ling Ge said, with a snap of his fingers. "Enjoy it while it lasts." With a snap of his fingers, Liu Tang was instantly paralyzed, then collapsed to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, the subordinate cried out. Young Master Liu Tang struggled to ask, "What have you done?" Seeing him like this, the subordinate panicked. Young Master, what's wrong?" "Young Master." Seizing this opportunity, Ling Ge grabs Liu Chang by the collar. Using that momentum, he pulled the boy up and they took off. "Bye-bye." Liu Chang, caught off guard, cried out in fear, while at the Mantang City, Lord's mansion, Chu Gu, the city lord's guard reported. "City Lord, the guards have reported that the young master of the Liu family was severely injured on the road, and has been taken back to the Liu family for treatment." The Lord of Mantang City, Ming Chen, elegantly plucked a grape and asked, "Oh, who's bold enough to go against the Liu family?" The assailant wore a mask, their identity is unknown, and their whereabouts are currently unclear. This will surely alarm the Liu family's elder, which could cause trouble. The city lord Ming Chen nonchalantly grabbed a bunch of grapes and plucked one off, saying, "Let them be. Perhaps Liu Tang's injury is a blessing in disguise. This guy was mediocre, got a spot in the Central Heaven trial but didn't care. Now it's great he's basically giving up his spot for someone else." Surprised by this, Chu Gu asked for clarification, and the city lord explained that the Zhongtian trials were the priority, and since a spot was now open, they should find someone better to fill it, someone who could easily defeat Liu Ye, and nothing else mattered. Chu Gu clasped his hands, indicating he understood, and replied, "Understood, your subordinate will obey your orders." Meanwhile, at the Liu estate, a furious man shattered a vase, berating a trembling physician. "You're useless, Liu Jun." The head of the Liu family roared in anger. "After all this time, you still can't find a cure. Get out." The terrified doctor quickly agreed and hurried out. Beside Liu Tong's sickbed, a woman wept into his body, crying, "Tonger, my Tonger, what heartless bastard hurt you so badly?" Liu Jun turned towards the sickbed, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white, his whole body trembling with hatred, as he vowed, "Whoever dared to hurt my son will pay 100-fold. "Guards, quickly summon the Grand Elder Lang Ka," said, landing on a rooftop. He set Liu Chang down, assuring him that no one would bother them now. Suddenly released, Liu Chang instinctively hit the roof with his butt and slid down, due to the slope, trembling as he clung to the roof's peak, his face pale as he stammered, Where are you taking me? Ling Ka removed his mask and tucked it into his robes, replying, even though you're from a branch family, you're still a descendant of the Liu family. How is it that you haven't even reached the minor meridian realm? With a sigh, Liu Chang explained, it's not easy, you know. Our branch's weekly allowance isn't even enough to live on, let alone cultivate, and I have a sister to take care of. Liu Tang used every trick in the book to force me to abandon my sister. The other members of the clan didn't dare offend him, so they isolated us, making our lives even harder. Ling Ge narrowed his eyes, piecing together what he'd heard. So that's why you sell information to survive. Having settled on the rooftop, Liu Chang spoke with a heavy, troubled tone. Indeed, to be honest, you really shouldn't have helped me offend the Liu family. You'll likely find it difficult to live peacefully in Manzong City from now on. Hearing those pessimistic words, Ling Ge reassured him, Brother Liu, don't worry. If I were afraid of trouble, I wouldn't have helped you. But really, Brother Liu, what are your plans next? A smile flickered across Liu Chang's lips. I'll take my sister away and settle her down, and then, well, I have my own 2 hands and a little business sense, so I'll figure it out. It won't be too difficult in the future. Ling Ge admired. It's rare to see you so positive. I have something to ask you. What are the requirements to participate in the Central Heaven trial? Liu Chang strokes his chin, his expression tightening as he explains, it's quite difficult. First you need a spot. Each city offers a fixed number of spots to represent it in the trials, but those spots are all taken by the great families. Commoners can't get them at all. Ling Ge muttered to himself as if pondering. A spot, huh? A crisp clap echoed as Liu Chang exclaimed, struck by a brilliant idea. That's right, Liu Ye had a spot in the Central Heaven trials, but you severely injured him. There might be an opening, they need a certain number of participants. Why don't you try your luck at the City Lord's mansion? Ling Ka frowned, the gears in his mind beginning to turn. So a spot could be requested, but with Mi La and Jiang Yunzi, at least 3 spots would be needed. With that thought, he suddenly stood up, arms outstretched with determination. Alright, it's just the City Lord's mansion, right? Let's go see what's what. With that, Ling Ka immediately bowed, then turned to Liu Chang before disappearing. Thanks for the info, Liu. I'll go check out the City Lord's mansion. Startled, Liu Chang reached out to stop him. That's not a place you can just waltz into. But before he could finish, Ling Ka shot off into the sky, his voice echoing back, I'll buy you a drink when I succeed. Liu Chang could only reach out in vain. Wait, I wasn't finished. Now he's all alone on the rooftop. A cold wind swept by, causing Liu Chang to mutter to himself, you should at least take me down. On the way to the City Lord's mansion, Ling Ge explained everything to his 2 companions. After hearing this, Yi Luo asked, so you want to participate in the Mid-Heaven trial? Ling Ge casually put his hands behind his head and replied, why wouldn't I go where the excitement is? Besides, the heavenly trials are related to the hidden treasure country, so of course I have to hurry and see. Outside the City Lord's mansion, a man was waiting, announcing himself, I am Liu Jun. Seeing this, Ling Ka surmised it was the Liu family. Liu Jun firmly stated his intention to meet the City Lord, but his subordinate, unable to remain calm after being stopped at the gate, angrily shouted, Master, we've come to visit. How dare you stop us? Just then, the heavy gates of the City Lord's mansion opened, and Chiu Hu strode out booming, apologies for not greeting the arrival of the Liu family head. Liu Jun clasped his hands and requested, please inform the city, Lord Guard Chiu, I have a matter to discuss with him. With a wave of his hand, Chiu Hu explained that the City Lord was aware of Liu's request but was currently in seclusion and unable to receive visitors. Master Liu, please return. After being flatly rejected, Liu Jun was furious, but he held back, deciding to try again, asking the guard to please announce his presence. Just then, Ling Ge interjected, I also have a matter to request of the City Lord. Chiu Hu looked at the 3 of them, his voice hesitant. Who are you 3? He thought to himself he'd never seen these 3 before, and regardless of their strength they seemed extraordinary. Surely he'd remember them. Ling Ge offered a friendly smile. We're all from out of town, having arrived in Udu a few days ago. Hearing this, Chiu Hu was surprised, and his mind immediately connected the events to the outside world. According to informants, the masked man who injured Liu Tang yesterday couldn't be identified by anyone in the capital. Thinking one of the 4 outsiders might be responsible, Chiu Hu quickly turned and gestured. Follow me. Hearing this, Ling Ka replied, thank you. He then calmly walked past the stunned Liu Jun and his group as Liu Jun looked at Ling Ge and the others with a questioning gaze. Who is this person? How could a single sentence change the City Lord's guard's mind? Why bother with his identity? It's more important to find the City Lord and secure the Liu family's quota. He secretly followed after Ling Ge and the others, but when he reached the gate, he was stopped. Chiu Hu offered a friendly yet meaningful smile, reminding the head of the Liu family to return, and that they would be the first to know when the City Lord emerged from seclusion. With that, he turned and entered the City Lord's mansion gates, closing coldly behind him. Seeing this, Liu Jun trembled with anger, and his subordinate couldn't help but speak out in indignation. Why do they get to go in, and we don't? Are they trying to humiliate us? Liu Jun gritted his teeth, making a decision. Fine, we'll wait here today, and see what makes those 3 so special. Chiu Hu led Ling Ge and the others inside with utmost respect, inviting them to stand before the City Lord. Lord Ming Chen raised an eyebrow, observing him, then cut straight to the chase. You're from the outside. Yesterday, the young master of the Liu family was severely beaten by someone on the street. Was that you? Ling Ge stepped forward confidently, pointing to himself, and stated, "Wise city lord, I did it." Min Tran asked Ling Ge, with a slightly mocking tone, "Ah, so what kind of trouble have you caused that brings you here? You're not here begging for mercy because you fear the Liu family's revenge." Ling Ge raised his hands, winking playfully. "If I wanted to beg for mercy, I wouldn't have messed with the Liu family before coming here." Then Ling Ge waved his hand dismissively, and continued casually, "Besides, he disciplines others, and I discipline him. What goes around comes around, so I don't know what I did wrong." Seeing Ling Ge so arrogant, Ming Chen was intrigued. "I'm here to talk to the city lord about Liu Tong's slot." "Ha, what arrogance. What makes you think you can snatch the quota from the Liu family? And even if you do, they'll surely seek revenge. Aren't you afraid? I think Liu Tang being bedridden proves my point. To think a young master is inferior to another. Even if they seek revenge, they'll only lose face. Besides, the city lord himself decides who gets the trial slot, doesn't he? I've never met such an arrogant person. You're quite interesting." With that, a radiant look spread across Ming Chen's face as he clapped his hands and laughed. "Not only did you teach Liu Ye a lesson on the road, but you even dared to make the Liu family head's face swell up. Truly amusing." Hearing this, Ling Ge couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking angrily, "Are you sure you're the one embarrassing Liu Jun, and not yourself?" Ming Chen smiled, propping up his face with his hand. "Very well, I knew I hadn't misjudged. I'll grant you this spot." Hearing this, a subordinate presented Ling Ge with a tray. Seeing the token, Ling Ge beamed. "Thank you, Lord City Master." Ling Ka, holding the token, turned to Mila and Jiang Yunzi and shamelessly said, "But there are 3 of us, and 1 spot isn't enough. City Lord, if we acquire the other 2 spots in a similar fashion, will you grant them the qualifications to participate in the trial?" Resting his chin on his hand, Ming Chen watched Ling Ge below, amused. "He wants 2 more spots. Does he intend to challenge the great clans of Mantang City?" Ming Chen addressed the 3, his voice firm. "Mantang City has only 5 slots. If you can seize them, I can grant them to you. But if you fail and lose your lives, don't blame others." Hearing the city lord's confirmation, Ling Ge clasped his hands in thanks, saying, "I won't let you worry. What I say, I'll do." Min Chen, the city lord, smirked amused. "Then I'll await your good news." As the 3 left the city lord's mansion, it was already dark. Walking down the street, Yi Luo asked curiously, "Do you really want to fight those great families? Even if you're strong, it's hard to fight a snake in its own den, so it won't be easy." "Wrong. I'm not stealing, I'm taking. The heavenly trial is all about the strong. The quota is the same. If you can't win, you can follow me and watch the fun. Don't worry, Ling Ling, I wouldn't miss an opportunity like this." Yi Luo crossed her arms and scoffed. "Who wants to go watch the fun with you?" Ling Ge put a finger to his lips, feigning mystery. "Just be careful who you choose to compete. As for the major families coming after you, leave them to me." Jiang Yunzi listened to Ling Ling with dreamy eyes full of admiration, while Mi Luo said, stubbornly though embarrassed, "No need, I really don't need your help." As the 3 were talking, the Liu family guard stepped forward, and Liu Jun said coldly, "So how long are you all going to follow us?" He glared at Ling Ge and angrily demanded, "You've seen the city lord. What did you say? Tell me now." Feigning innocence, Ling Ge replied, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just heard that the young master of the Liu family was severely injured on the road yesterday, so I was curious and went to gossip with the city lord. In this man-hiding city, no one has dared to speak to me so rudely." Mi Luo stepped in front of Ling Ge, coldly retorting, "I advise you to consider your own weight. In this hidden burial city, you might have some status, but to outsiders like us, you're not even worth a thing." Ling Ka feigned surprise, questioning, "Well, what do you know? The fox spirit's actually making sense for once. You talk too much, you crazy woman." Seeing the arrogance of the people before him, Liu Jun unleashed a great surge of spiritual power. He angrily roared, calling it arrogance. Seeing Liu Jun unleash his power, his 2 subordinates fearfully ran away, letting him show off. Liu Jun's eyes glowed crimson as his spiritual energy formed into a massive blade, but Ling Ge unleashed her own power, shrouding her hand in a vast purple aura. Ling Ge coldly said, "I'd really like to show you who's arrogant." But just then, Yi Luo suddenly rushed forward, standing in front of Ling Ge. Seeing who it was, Ling Ji exclaimed in surprise. "Weren't you going to let me get the spot myself?" Yi Luo declared with imposing arrogance. "I'll test him out first." Faced with this display, Ling Sa had no choice but to withdraw his power and surrender, sighing as he retreated. All right, have it your way." With Ling Ji's approval, Mi Luo knew it was her time to shine. Mi Luo's finger extends, and a flame slowly appears condensing at her fingertip before transforming into many fiery apparitions of herself, forming a grand spectacle. Seeing this formation, Liu Jun was inwardly shocked. Before he could even react, Mi Luo unleashed a torrent of flames straight towards him. Faced with the immense power of the flames, Liu Jun unleashed his sword, firing a stream of spiritual energy to counter. In the sky, the red and green energies collided, neither yielding until a burst echoed, and the forces merged into a massive purple explosion. Liu Jun stood confidently thinking, "Impressive, but still not enough." He spoke with disdain. "Now do you understand my power? I advise you to come with me to the city lord's mansion. But before Lu Jun could celebrate, his face turned green, and he cried out in shock. What is this? There he saw Luo standing dispiritedly between Ling Ge and Jiang Yunzi, who were laughing. Nihila dejectedly says, I still can't use the Three Pure Ones avatar technique naturally, and its power is only at 20 or 30%. Ling Che comforts him, saying that reaching this stage in just a few days is already impressive. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunzi covered her mouth and giggled. You're really not up to par, Fox Spirit. Seeing that the three people in front of him didn't take him seriously and were laughing and talking, Lu Jun's face darkened. Trembling with rage, he spat out each word. To dare underestimate me is unforgivable. Then Liu Jun swung his blade toward the three. Seeing Lu Jun attack, Ling Ge pushed Mi Luo back, taking her place. He flew towards Lu Jun, smiling. That's a good warm-up now for the main course. Meanwhile, Lu Jun's blade unleashed a surge of spiritual energy hurtling towards Ling Ka. Just as the blue energy was about to strike, Ling Ka raised his index finger, gently touching it. Then, from Ling Ge's index finger, a stream of demonic energy was unleashed, striking Lu Jun's spiritual energy. Before Lu Jun's astonished eyes, the demonic energy flew straight towards him. Terrified, Lu Jun quickly raised his blade to block the terrifying power, but Ling Ge suddenly appeared right in front of him, wearing a gentle smile. Liu Jun was caught off guard and stumbled backward as Ling Ka grinned and raised a fist, saying, Here's a free death blow on the house. With that, Ling Ka's magic-infused fist slammed into Liu Jun's face, sending him flying back several meters as dust swirled around him. Liu Jun's face contorted as he roared, Damn you, I'll never forgive you. Meanwhile, Ling Ge calmly approached Liu Jun. You wanted to know why I visited the city lord, didn't you? Ling Ka sat down next to Liu Jun, casually holding out the jade token in provocation. Behold this jade token. Your son was arrogant, but not your equal, so his place is mine. It was then that Liu Jun realized the person before him was the one who defeated his son. His eyes bloodshot, he stammered in rage, So it was you. Ling Ka, having achieved his goal, put away the token and looked down at Liu Jun. If you're not satisfied, come find me. I'll be waiting for the Liu family in Yellow Springs. Lying on the ground, Liu Jun watched Ling Ge and the others leave, his hands trembling as he spoke. You. Seeing Ling Ge leave, his two subordinates helped Liu Jun up, asking worriedly, Master, are you all right? Furious, Liu Jun trembled as he ordered return and invite the Grand Elder to descend the mountain. Even if I have to turn the Yellow Springs upside down, I will find those three. Back at the Liu estate, Liu Jun ascended the mountain to a simple thatched house, bowing respectfully, as he said, Liu Jun begs the Great Elder to avenge the Liu family's humiliation. Outside the bamboo house, disciples whispered, wondering what kind of person could compel the master to request the Great Elder's presence. Another disciple shook his head. I don't know, but the master and young master have been injured for 2 days in a row. If we don't ask the Great Elder for help, the Liu family won't be able to hold their heads up in Manzang City. Meanwhile, Liu Jun entered the house and respectfully reported, Great Elder, welcome. A figure emerges from the house, an old man with a long silver beard and a weathered face, the Great Elder Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped down and asked Liu Jun sternly, What happened? Liu Jun lowered his head and explained. Recently, 3 human race members appeared out of nowhere, injured. Tong stole his slot for the Central Heaven trial, and I almost died. At their hands. These 3 are arrogant. I beg you, Elder, to help our Liu family seek justice. Liu Ming frowned and asked sternly, Where are these 3 now? Liu Jun hurriedly replied, Huangquan Inn. The next morning at Huangquan Inn, the 3 were leisurely eating breakfast. Yi Luo sat at the table idly, pushing his wine cup as he asked, What do you plan to do next? You don't really intend to fight the great families, do you? Ling Ge poured himself a cup of wine and retorted, What else is there to do? How else will we get the slot if we don't fight? With her hands on her face, Erla wondered, Did you come for the quota, or just to take what you want from people you don't like? Hearing Mila's words, Jiang Yunzi became angry and annoyed, grabbing Ling Ge's arm and taunting, Fox, Spirit, are you scared? If you're scared, run back to your fox den. Stop bothering Ling Ling and us. Infuriated by the accusation of cowardice, Mi Lo retorted, Scared, I'm just afraid no one will collect your corpse, you mad woman. Refusing to back down, Jiang Yunzi confronted Mila face to face. What? Didn't you learn your lesson last time, said the fox. Ling Ge, used to this sort of thing, calmly drank his tea unconcerned. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore and said, If you two want to fight, take it outside and don't waste the food. Just then, a loud shout echoed outside the Yellow Springs Tavern. Get out of the way! The tavern's staff rushed to stop him, but he shoved them aside. Outside, an angry man shouts into the restaurant, Liu, come out here, you trash, get out of my way! Ling Ka slammed his teacup down, looked at the newcomer and said, They found us so quickly. He stood and told Mila and Jiang Yunzi, You two go back to your rooms, I'll handle this. Jiang Yunzi steadies herself and says to Ling Ling, I'm going with you. But Mi Luo grabs Jiang Yunzi's hand, looking at her sternly. Annoyed by Mila's interference, Jiang Yunzi angrily shook her off, saying, What are you doing, you vixen? Gila then reasoned, He specifically told us to wait here, clearly not wanting us to interfere. There's no need for you to cause more trouble. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi pulled away from Mi Luo and stormed off, leaving Mi Luo to rub her injured wrist, thinking unhappily, like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. Seeing the Lu family arrive, the owner of the Yellow Springs Inn respectfully greeted them. "May I ask what brings you here?" The troublemaker is Lu Heng, the second elder of the Lu family. He angrily rebuked Liu family. "We don't need to report our actions to you. Get out of here." Seeing the troublemakers arrive, the owner of Yellow Springs Inn darkened his face and sternly said, "Even if you're from the Liu family, you're not allowed to run wild here." Lu Heng retorted unreasonably, "You're just a shopkeeper daring to stop us. Today, I'll do as I please." With that, Lu Heng unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, forming a massive sword. Lu Heng brandishes his sword, slashing at the innkeeper and shouts, "Let's see what you can do." But the innkeeper quickly caught Lu Heng's greatsword with his bare hands, and angrily declared, "I told you Huangquan Inn will not tolerate anyone acting presumptuously here." The owner then crushed the sword, shattering it into pieces. Ling Ge, witnessing this, thought to himself that the owner was truly hiding his strength. No wonder Liu Chang recommended that I stay at the Yellow Springs Inn. It seems there was a hidden meaning. The innkeeper's eyes widened as he roared, "Late-stage Supreme Clarity Realm. And you're already this arrogant." Just then, Liu Ming charged forward, swinging his hands oblivious to his own mortality. But the shopkeeper immediately drew two swords, blocking his attack and sending Liu Ming reeling back. Liu Ming stared at the shopkeeper, now transformed into a red-skinned being, with two large horns, and exclaimed, "Red horns, red skin. You're of the Asura clan." The shopkeeper now engulfed in crimson energy slashes at Liu Ming, who leaps back to evade the blow. Looking at the shopkeeper, Ling Ge stroked his chin, pondering he'd seen Asuras in Liu Chang's intel before. They were a race trapped in the northern Yu capital, born with red skin and capable of transforming into Asuras. Moreover, they can create their own Asura martial weapons, so those twin cleavers must be good too. Elder Liu Ming steadied himself and commanded, "Suppress him all at once, don't give him a chance to breathe." Liu Heng nodded quickly in agreement. Then Liu Ming and Liu Heng, one standing and one sitting, formed a seal, releasing a surge of immense spiritual power. Like a massive hand, it flew toward the shopkeeper, seizing him. The shopkeeper, caught in its grasp, cried out in alarm. "What?" Before the shopkeeper could react, he was pinned to the wall by the large hand of spiritual energy, unable to move. Liu Ming picked up the shopkeeper's twin blades, saying, "I didn't expect you to be of the Asura clan. This is quite the unexpected reward." Liu Ming looked at the twin blades in his hand and said, "Happily, your Asura twin weapons are of high quality. My Liu family is happy to accept them." Just then, footsteps sounded behind Liu Ming. Liu Ming turned back in surprise, roaring with anger. "Whose side are you on?" Ling Ge leisurely walked forward, clapping and smiling. "The Liu family's genes are truly something." Then looking up with disdain, he said, "Even shamelessness can be passed down from generation to generation." Hearing the mockery of the Liu family, Liu Heng pointed directly at Ling Ge, threatening him. "Where did you come from? I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs." After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly changes his demeanor, pointing to himself with a confident yet endearing gesture. "Because I am the one you're looking for." Liu Heng was stunned, exclaiming, what he couldn't believe. This was the one who'd severely injured Liu Jun, but he quickly found out the truth as Ling Ge landed a punch on him. The punch was incredibly powerful, sending him flying several meters, coughing up blood. Seeing Liu Heng plastered against the wall, Ling Ge continued, "The one who severely injured Liu Tang stole his spot in the Central Heaven trials and then hurt the Liu family head." Langa turned, shrouded in a dark aura, and said ominously, "Ah, I'm the one you're looking for. Now it's your turn." Then Langa smiled, a truly terrifying sight. Old man Liu Ming turned around to see Liu Heng plastered against the wall, and a wave of hateful resentment washed over him. He couldn't even see her movements. This little lady is no simple character. How could her strength be so domineering? Across from him, Ling Ge stretched and cracked his knuckles, saying cheerfully, "I won't use my manly strength to bully you today." Then he moved like a whirlwind. He swiftly lunged forward, striking the old man's stomach. "I'm just using my body weight to play with you." With a crash, he was sent flying backward, smashing into the blue wall behind him, leaving a gaping hole as Ling approached the trembling Liu Ming, who clutched his chest. Ling Ka said, "Remember, don't be so stubborn next time. Guests are for eating and sleeping." Liu Ming resentfully struggled to his feet, hissing, "Your arrogance won't last long. Do you think the families deeply rooted in Mantang City are all incompetent? Sooner or later you will." Ling Ka cheerfully interjected, "But right now I see that the Liu family is indeed incompetent. As for the others, I'll visit them one by one to see for myself, so don't worry." Liu Ming was so angry he couldn't speak, and could only point at Ling Ge, muttering resentfully. You. Ling Ge casually turned and left. He cleaned his ears as if to erase the old man's harsh words, humming cheerfully. The shopkeeper, finally able to stand, bowed to Ling Ge. "Thank you for saving my life." Ling Ka scratched his head, knowing the man misunderstood, but didn't deny it, saying with a smile, "Well, this is because of me, and it's my fault for causing so much trouble for the Yellow Springs residents." I should be the one to take responsibility to the manager. I'll cover all the losses of the Yellow Springs residents. As he spoke, he paused, as if suddenly remembering something. Ling Jie turned to the shopkeeper and softly said that there was one more thing he wanted to ask. The old shopkeeper was stunned, and Ling Ge replied, "Which families have been given the mid-heaven trial slots for Mantang City?" The shopkeeper hesitated. "As far as I know, besides the Liu family, there are also the Shen and Liu families, all of which are powerful families in Mantang. The Shen family, the Liu family." Ling Ge found a certain intrigue in these two families. He smirked inwardly, then glanced around uncomfortably, beads of sweat forming on his face. "I mean, are people not allowed to walk on the crosswalks? Why are you two sticking so close?" The road was wide open, yet Jiang Yunzi and Mi Luo were glued to his side. Jiang Yunzi frowned, displeased. Did Ling Ling not want her to get close? Ling Jie's face turned purple. How could this be? How could that be? He felt a pang of guilt, as if she could see right through him, always hitting the nail on the head. Yi Luo blushed, noticing the intimate looks between the two beside her, and Longshu coldly scoffed, shameless. The three stopped before a large gate bearing the name of the Shen family, and Ling Ge happily announced, "We're here." The gatekeeper, seeing three strangers approach, stepped forward to stop them. "Halt, this is the Shen family estate. No entry without permission." The gatekeeper beside him, easily swayed by beauty, gazed at the two beauties beside Ling Ge, mistaking Ling Ge for a woman, and chuckled amiably. Hey brother, these three young ladies are quite the sight." Seeing his blunder, the young man stopped him saying, "Don't be rude." Ling Ge then said, "Is this how the Shen family treats its guests? We have urgent business with the head of the Shen family. Can you bear the responsibility if you delay us?" The lecherous guard replied, "You're pretty, but your tone is something else." Hearing this, Hao became angry and scolded, "Shut your mouth. Our duty is to guard the Shen family's gate. Control yourself." "Yes, yes." The lecherous guard changed his tune haughtily, replying, "Hear that, our master doesn't receive strangers, so be on your way, little lady." Ling Ge then said, "Even the guard's spears are made of refined steel. The Shen family's wealth is indeed considerable. My spear." The guard finally noticed his weapon was missing as Ling Ge spoke. "Since when?" he stammered. "When did the spear in my hand end up in yours?" Ling Ka smirked. "Take a guess." With a whoosh, the spear was at his throat. Ling Ge calmly said, "Is this invitation enough? I said I have business with your master. Can we go in now?" The guard beside him remained stern. "The Shen family rules state that without an invitation you cannot enter. Even with important business, you must wait for me to announce your arrival." From within the gate, a male voice calls out, "Let them in." The guards turned around in shock, realizing it was their young master, and hurriedly greeted him. Young Master Shen." Shen Moning exudes an air of authority, his blue eyes somewhat stern. Seeing him, Ling Ge bows respectfully. "Are you the young master of the Shen family?" Shen Moning returns the greeting. "Indeed, I am Shen Moning. I know why you've come, and I won't hide it. The quota for the heavenly trials is in my hands." Ling Ge replied, "Young Master Shen, if you let me participate, is this negotiable?" Shen Moning answered, "The purpose of the Central Heaven Trial is to select true experts. The slot can be yours if you defeat me in a contest. I will gladly hand it over." "What do you think?" Ling Ge smiled. "No problem." He pointed behind Jiang Yunzi and continued, "But I already got a spot from Liu Ye, so my companion will take the next match. I won't interfere." Shen Moning nodded. "Very well, the three of you may proceed to the Thom family's martial arts arena, where Giang Van Tu and Thom Mak Nung await you." Thom family subordinates bellow from below. "Is there even a need for a competition? Our young master achieved fame at such a young age, and is favored by the ancestor. How could he be inferior to a woman?" A nearby voice replied, "Not necessarily. I heard these three are from the outside world and you do, and their strength is extraordinary. This match is worth watching." Raising his teacup, the head of the Shen family, Shen Ge, intently observed the two combatants, scoffing inwardly, just a farce of provocation. They actually dream of snatching the trial quota. How laughable. Shen Mo Ning gestured forward. "After you, young lady." Jiang Yunzi smirked, channeling her spiritual power into her sword and unleashing a devastating strike. Against the storm of attacks, Shen Mo Ning immediately raised his hand to defend the shockwave from the collision, forcing the subordinates below the arena to shield their eyes from the dust. Looking at the deep grooves carved into the ground by his heels, he couldn't help but tense up, thinking to himself, "So strong." Shen Moning clenched his fist. He threw a punch, but before he could react, he realized the danger. The young woman's reflexes were too fast. She deflected his attack with the flat of her blade. Feeling the terrifying force, Shen Moning gritted his teeth, realizing, this is bad. Jiang Yunzi's sword energy gradually enveloped and tightened around him, finally reaching his limit. In that instant, Jiang Yunzi poured her remaining power into the hilt, sending Shen Moning flying, leaving a smirk on her face. Boom. A massive explosion suddenly rocks the Shen family's training grounds, unleashing a pillar of purple energy that sends shockwaves in all directions. The Shen family patriarch who had been observing was shocked, crushing his teacup in his hand. "What?" Immobile in the cracked earth, blood trickled from Shen Moning's lips as he coughed. Jiang Yunzi approached him and coldly declared, "You've lost." Shen Moning replied with a bitter laugh. Your skills are impressive. I've lost. I'll hand over the slot as promised. But then a commanding voice roared from the side. Worthless. Who allowed you to make decisions? Who are you, people? Daring to come to the Shen family and injure my son, you won't be leaving here alive today. Seeing Shen Qian's aggression, Shen Moning cried out in alarm. Ling Ka steps forward, declaring, Head of the Shen family, this contest was agreed upon by me and the young master. Now that the outcome is clear, the promise must be fulfilled. The young master doesn't want to go back on his word. What right do you have to object? Enough nonsense. Ling Ka narrowed his eyes coldly, stating, You brought this on yourself. Suddenly, his aura shifted and lightning crackled around him, a threatening display. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock as the weather shifted, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed a sign of heaven's impending wrath. Ling Ka coldly uttered a single word, kill, and lightning immediately descended from the heavens, a relentless barrage that devastated the Shen family's training grounds, sending everyone scattering in terror. A stray bolt of lightning nearly struck Mila, but she narrowly avoided it, turning to scold Ling Ge. Hey, can't you control your power? Aim before you strike. But then her eyes widened in shock. Looking at the familiar figure before her, Mila wondered what was happening. Lang Ge's conditions seemed unstable, his eyes bloodshot. Ignoring the danger, Jiang Yunzi stood amidst Ling Ge's raging storm, calling out to the familiar figure. Ling Lang's figure silently glides, and Ling Ge, his eyes filled with ice, unleashes a devastating lightning strike towards Jiang Yunzi. She was stunned, but her feet were rooted to the spot, unable to move. Yi Luo rushed from the side, determined to pull her out of danger. Luckily, they were just barely out of range, but the blast still shook the very air around them. Gila, still embracing Jiang Vantu, breathed a sigh of relief and scolded. Can't you see, he's not himself right now? Were you just going to stand there and die? Jiang Yunzi blankly replied. Of course I knew, but if I don't wake him up, Jiang Yunzi hesitated, unsure what he might do. Ling Lang Jiang Yunzi couldn't abandon Ling Ge, her voice filled with longing. Ling Lang, but Ling Ka continued silently towards the portal. He stepped inside, his figure fading into the void, leaving no trace. Into a fiery realm, zombies shrieked beneath rivers of molten rock. Ling Ka glides effortlessly, while whispers echo in his mind. Give up, give up. A perfect body. Finally, I can seize my chance. Langa closed his eyes, listening to the voice. Entering his own mind, Langa wondered, Is this my sea of consciousness? How does it feel to lose control of your own body? You're clearly not from this world, yet you possess such immense power. I've craved your body for so long, a shadowy figure within, Ling Ge proclaims. I've been hiding in your body for so long and you didn't even notice. Without any real power, you might as well hand it over to me. Ling Ge asked, Who are you? Thinking back to when I entered the dark abyss realm, I felt a faint power. Was that when my spirit was imprisoned? How careless. The shadow moved closer, saying, Your twisted negative emotions created me, and now you ask who I am. The shadowy figure, elusive and ever-changing, silently circled behind Ling Ge and whispered, Ah, so it's you. It conjures a memory. Your memories are quite interesting. Having met so many people and experienced so much, these are the four you cherish most, aren't they? Jiang Yunzi Bai Su Ling Mu Yueqing Xin Yu Ni? It taunts. I'll erase them from your memory, turning you into someone with no past and no future. Soon your body will be entirely mine. Almost got you. Before it could finish, Ling Ge's hand shot out and grabbed its face. Its eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Ling Ge had broken free. What impossible, the shadow screamed. Ling Ge replied, You dare try to possess me. Don't you see where you are? You're in my sea of consciousness. This trick might work on others, but… Ling Ge crushed the shadow. The moment you couldn't resist jumping out, you were already dead. Ling Ge suddenly woke up. Ha, this thing is not simple at all. It could hide on me for so long and even discover my memories. Luckily, it was foolish and revealed itself early. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster if it had clung to me for too long. Ling Ka glanced toward the commotion, finding a sea of molten lava, and wondered what hellish place is this. A call put him on alert. Human meow. A cute cat below calls out, Human, come here, meow. Ling was utterly surprised. A cat. How can there be a pet in this strange place? The cat replied, Meow. 500 years. I've finally waited for someone to arrive. Ling imagines a scene from Journey to the West. 5 million years. You've got to be kidding me. You're clearly just a cat. The cat, enraged, retorted, Enough talk. It roared, You've made it this far, so your strength is clearly considerable. Hurry, try to undo the seal on this mountain so I can see the light of day again. Ling jumps down to the cat. He feigned ignorance, asking, Why should I help you break the seal? The cat flashed its pitiful eyes. It replied, Saving a life, or rather a cat's life, is worth more than building 7 pagodas, especially since I'm a divine beast. Those old geezers sealed my powers, intending to tame me. If you save me, I can defeat many Buddhas. Taking the opportunity, he asked, If I can save you, what will you give me? The cat began to panic. Meow meow, I can give you anything you want. Ling Ge reaches out his hand. Okay. As he reached out, the cat cried out in warning. Wait, don't touch it directly, it's life-threatening, you know. But ignoring the warnings, Ling Ge makes the stone glow. The little cat thought not only could it not leave, but it had also needlessly killed someone. Woe is me, my sins are even greater now. Even if the world ends, I fear I'll never escape. Suddenly, Ling's voice cuts through. What's the rush, little cat? Jingling lifts the stone mountain with one hand asking, can you leave now? The cat, still in disbelief, righted itself, and cautiously stepped out of the rocky boundary. It was only then that its face lit up, as it exclaimed, I can really go out. The seal is truly broken. Then Ling Kia dropped the boulder and said, I helped you see the light of day. Shouldn't you repay me somehow? The cat licked its paw and replied, I'm a cat of my word, what do you want? Supreme weapons and divine armaments. Ling Ka shook his head. I have plenty of those in my ring. What I need is a pet, and I want you by my side. The cat bristled, howling. Are you kidding me? I'm a divine beast. I can't become a human's pet no matter how supreme your techniques are. Ling Ge conjured a cultivation manual, stunning the cat. Isn't this a heavenly grade cultivation technique? Having lived so long, this is the first time I've ever seen a heavenly level cultivation technique. Is this cat dreaming? The cultivation manual flickered back and forth as Ling Ka said, I sense a strong spiritual energy within you. You must have cultivated for many years. This manual can help you increase your power by another level. The greedy cat immediately became docile. I'm willing, it purred. Ling Ge thinks this trick of temptation is always a guaranteed win. He picks up the cat, finally getting one, after having to abandon the iron rod last time. He took it and flew away. Wu Ho then said, was that idiot who tried to steal me something I accidentally brought out with me? Meanwhile, at the City Lord's mansion, a subordinate reported, City Lord, we've just received news that Shen Wanning has also failed. Moreover, it said that the Shen family head refused to pay his debts after losing, and that person forcibly destroyed most of the Shen family's estate. The City Lord excitedly said, on the contrary, this personality is quite impatient. Ling Ka interjected, City Lord, all this talk is hurting my feelings. He then squinted towards the door, to see who was there. Ling Ge enters and announces, greetings, I'm here to fulfill my promise. The City Lord replied, you're here sooner than I expected, and what's that black cat on your shoulder? Ling Ge looked at it, not wanting to get into a long story. The kitten yawned widely and rubbed its cheek against Ling Ge's chin. He replied, as you can see, it's just a stray cat I picked up on the road, nothing special. Oh, right, I'm sure you know the results of our competition with the Shen family, right? Shouldn't their quota be given to us, the City Lord said, fiddling with something golden. That is only natural. The City Lord held out a token. Ling takes it and immediately bows. Thank you, City Lord. I must visit the other families, so I won't stay long. The City Lord watched him leave, musing, your decisive style is quite something. I'm increasingly looking forward to the mid-age trials. He ordered the next family in trouble was the Liu family, watching from the high platform, as that man severely injured the Liu family and destroyed the Shen family. You do, since when did such a formidable figure appear? His subordinate replies that it seems to be one of the 4 outsiders from a few days ago, to which he replies, outsiders. Udo is now in chaos with many changes, so hopefully this mid-level trial will allow us to retrieve that fragment. The people below are still helping each other. The subordinate asks, when do you plan to return? He replies, there's no going back. We're all criminals, and those people won't let us return anyway. The man nodded. True, a bunch of self-righteous pricks scheming behind everyone's backs. His accomplice replied, patience, their suffering will be repaid tenfold. Back at the inn, Ling Ge was fast asleep, when a hand reached out and gently stroked his cheek, prompting him to swat it away, saying, stupid cat, stop it, let me sleep a little longer. But the hand continued to caress him. Ling Ge groaned from the ticklish sensation, and he suddenly lashed out. Meow, are you looking for a fight, this early in the morning? Watch me beat you. But as soon as he said that, Ling Ka's eyes widened in shock. It's Jiang Yunzi, sitting right in front of him. Ling Ka scratched his head and asked, why are you in my bed? Her luscious red lips trembled. Overjoyed, Jiang Yunzi embraced Ling Ge, saying, Ling Ge, you've finally returned. Overcome with emotion, she couldn't hold back her tears, and Ling Ka was overjoyed to see her like this. Holding the beauty in his arms, Ling Ka says, don't you know my strength? There's no need to worry so much. Tsuni sobbed, next time you go somewhere, I'm going with you. Don't you dare leave me behind. Ling replied, okay, I won't leave you. Zini closed her eyes contentedly and nodded, inching closer to Ling, who wondered if this was how the morning would start. Jiang Yunzi was about to kiss Ling Ge, and he puckered his lips in anticipation of the passionate moment, but she unexpectedly fell asleep against his chest. Cradling her in his arms, he thought about how worried she must have been these past few days, judging by the dark circles under her eyes. He gently laid her on the bed, then quietly stepped out, saying, rest well. Meanwhile, Mi Li saw him outside and approached him, surprised. You're finally back. Are you okay? Ling Ji replied, I'm fine. I just went out for a bit and even caught a cat. I know you're usually tough on me, but you really do care. Mi Li is furious, saying she doesn't care about him, and that crazy woman will ruin everything if he dies. Lang Ka walks away saying, fine, no need to be so fierce. What are you up to now? She asked. Ling replied, Why, I'm just seeing which house will be next to face disaster. Your match is next, so prepare yourself and don't embarrass your master. Mi Li was furious. Ling Ge waved goodbye and left. Only then did Mi Li lean against the door, place her hands on Ping An's chest, and sigh in relief, telling herself that now that he was safely back, she wouldn't argue with him. In a remote and desolate place he's finally been found. A surprise, since even the Dragon Soul Mirror couldn't locate him. Holding the Dragon God, he asked, "Do you want to go back?" The Dragon God nodded slightly, and the man smiled. "We're heading to Mantang City immediately. Once we find that person, you and I can both return." "In the city," the city lord exclaimed. What, he asked, is the city of asking, dragons, sending someone. Reporting in this is confirmed news. They say they'll arrive at Mansong City in 3 days. The city lord suspects it's because of the recent events involving the Liu and Shen families, which is understandable. Outsiders entering Yudu is already a big deal, but they stole 2 major spots from the Liu and Shen families. It's no surprise it caught his attention. But did they say who's coming? The subordinate replied, "That's currently unknown, but no matter who it is, my lord must prepare in advance." The city lord sighed. "Every year the Zhongtian trials are never peaceful. I wonder what big trouble will happen this year." Meanwhile, Mi Li and Zi'er diligently practiced in their rooms while Ling Ge and the kitten watched them. The kitten says, "I bet the one in purple will finish training first." Irritated, Mi Li's veins pop, and the two quickly change the subject. The red-haired imposter whistles. The red-haired imposter eats chicken. Furious, Mi Li considers retaliating, but ultimately gives up and focuses on her training. Mi Li closed her eyes, pondering, and slowly her spiritual power grew stronger. Ling Ge was quite surprised. "Through your training these past few days, your spiritual power has reached the late stage of the kingly realm. Try a little harder. Breaking through to the supreme realm before the trial isn't impossible." Mi Li turned back and asked, "If I could also cultivate demonic energy, I'd definitely improve faster than I am now." Ling Ge replies, "Don't be too greedy. Spiritual and demonic energy each have their own strengths and weaknesses. Most people can't even cultivate spiritual energy, let alone demonic energy. Just being able to touch it is already pretty good." Mi Li wondered, "Then how can you cultivate both demonic and spiritual energy?" Ling Ge cheerfully replied, "Because I'm not an ordinary person." Mei Li is repeatedly mocked by Ling Ke to the point of fury. I want to hit him. At that moment, Jiang Yunzi opens her eyes. Ling Ke is excited, it seems. Jiang Yunzi has finished cultivating as well. Ling Ke and Mi Li sense an overwhelming aura. Jiang Yunzi senses her own power and laughs with delight. The purity of her demonic energy has indeed advanced quite a bit. She glanced at Mi Li, then said, "Ha, you dare compete with me with your measly Wang Lun realm strength?" Mi Li retorted, "It's just that your cultivation is a little stronger, that's all. What's with the attitude? I just can't beat you right now, that's all." "Crazy woman, just you wait," Jiang Yunzi replied. "For a fox spirit she sure has a big mouth. Your Lingji will have to cover his ears and moan, so save some energy. Tomorrow we're visiting the Liu family to try and get that last spot." "You can fight all you want after that," Jiang Yunzi said gleefully. "Did you hear that? Ling Lang and I are going to sleep, so anyone who isn't involved should leave immediately." Mi Li was speechless with anger, stood up abruptly, scolded, and dragged the kitten away. "Fine, I'm leaving," Mi Li said as she stepped outside. "I'm afraid I'll hurt my eyes if I stay here." With a slam, Mio closed the door, leaving only Ling Jie and Zi'er. Zi'er sat on Ling Jie's lap, caressing her. "Ha, that vixen is finally gone." Stroking Ling Ji's chest, she said, "Ling Lang, let's rub against him too and feel the second male lead's aura." So Mi Li was still outside, unwilling to leave. How shameless. Back at the Liu Manor has the Grand Elder uncovered the truth. Liu Yun, the great elder of the Liu family, replied, reporting to the head of the family, "The mysterious person who led the competition against the Shen family is a girl named Ling Ge. Her identity is unknown, only that she is not from our Mantang city." Liu Diao, the head of the Liu family, replied, "A girl, so what? She can be considered to have done us a favor, so we will have a better chance of taking the lead in the Zhongtian trial." Liu Yun asked, "What is the master's intention?" Liu Diao replied, "Even if the Liu and Shen families are useless, the slots for Mantang City shouldn't fall into the hands of outsiders. Tomorrow I'll go to the city lord's mansion and demand those 2 slots for myself. That Ling Ge may have eliminated 2 threats, but for an outsider to act so presumptuously in Manchang City, I'll find her and kill her." He then crushed the teacup, and Liu Yun replied, "The master is wise. I will follow your orders." Suddenly, a voice cuts in. "Well, I'm honored to have arrived just in time to hear the head of the Liu family mention my name." "Who goes there?" they roared. Ling and his 2 disciples entered, replying, "I am the one you just mentioned." Ling Ge and Lin He entered, amused by the story, as Liu Yun spoke haughtily. "Humph. So what if I heard you brought this on yourselves?" Emboldened by this, Liu Yun leaps forward, heading straight for Ling Ke. "Well, this saves me the trouble of finding you." Just as Liu Yun reached for Ling Ge, a blow sent the old man flying back, coughing up blood, and Liu Diao trembled as he looked at Liu Yun. "Is this how the Liu family welcomes its guests?" Ling Ke asks. "But I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. I've heard of the Liu family's style. Murder and arson are nothing new, so my grievances are meaningless." Ling Ka waves his hand again, sending Liu Diao flying. He tumbles like a log several times, lying unconscious in the middle of the courtyard, and the manor erupts into chaos because of Ling Kei's actions, with loud shouts of, "Who dares to be presumptuous in the Liu family estate?" It's the Liu family's ancestor, Liu Baichuan, and his daughter Liu Diao. Ugh! The Liu family girl cried out. Liu Diao stood up and said, "Father Duoer." Liu Baichuan asks, "What is going on here?" Liu Diao points, and says, "Those two severely injured the Liu and Shen families, and now they're after Duoer's quota, deliberately trying to take it." Ling Ge retorted, "You're mistaken. I came here to compete fairly, not to steal. The rule of the Central Heaven trial is that the strong prevail, but as soon as I arrived, I heard you threatening my life. I'm simply defending myself," Liu Baichuan said angrily, "and she dares to use our porridge to demand our quota." Zhao entered the sword formation, cursing, "Then I'll show you what it means to come here alive, but leave in a coffin." Liu Jia Toa spoke up, "Grandfather, I'll help you." Yi Li then asked Thoa, "What if the quota is in your hands?" Thoa responded, lyrically, "Very well, I'll abide by the rules and compete fairly with you. If I win, Xia Yi will be mine." With that, Li Ni unleashed her silk. Liu Baichuan aggressively launched his formation, his flying swords aimed directly at Ling Ge. Ling Ge marveled, impressed by the momentum. Unfortunately, with a flick of his wrist, the sword energy shattered, and he said, "You're too weak." Liu Baichuan retaliated with another attack, saying, "Arrogant brat, taste the power of my Liu Heaven One sword." Ling Ge responds, "It's said that the Willow Heaven One sword can divide and accommodate all things," and the old man laughs, "Indeed, you can die by my sword without regret." Ling Ge says, "Dividing and accommodating is still too small," and he draws his treasure. Severing the heavens, splitting mountains, and parting the seas are all great sword douse. Unifying the three can cut through anything as you will it. Ling Ge declares that merely dividing the river is not enough. Without further progress and enlightenment, one will forever be confined to a lesser path. Qiao Baichuan's eyes widen in disbelief, and he points his sword scolding, "Insolent brat, you're arrogant." Ling Ka's hand knows no mercy. The old Bak Shu Yen suddenly stops, shocked, and asks, "What?" Something terrifying descends upon the Liu family estate. As the dust settles, Shi Ling scabbards his sword, and Liu Diao cries out, "Grandfather, father." Ling Ka watches as Liu Diao cries out, no longer seeing her father Baichuan. Liu Tuo is also struck down by Mi Li, his stubborn face refusing to yield. Mi Li steps forward saying, "This is the 6th time you've been knocked down. Won't you give up?" Ling Ge nods in approval. "Not bad, you haven't disgraced me." Ling Ge asks Liu Diao, "So your daughter lost the competition, and now the two of you want to kill someone and end up getting killed instead. Are you really not going to hand over this quota for the heavenly trials?" Liu Diao sat there in stunned silence for a moment, then suddenly laughed maniacally. "Ah, the quota is it?" Veins bulging in his hands, he revealed his wicked intentions and charged towards Ling, shouting, "Let's see if you have the life to take it." Ling Ka remained unfazed, grabbing the old man's hand. He replied, "You've brought this upon yourself." With one hand, he flung the old man backward. Liu Diao flew without a sound, the force of the throw sending him through the manor and out of sight. At that moment, Mi Li jumped to Ling Ka's side, saying, "I've finished fighting that young girl." Ling Ka replied, "We've caused such a commotion the city lord will surely come. We'll have to waste energy explaining this mess. Let's hurry and leave while we can." With that, the two masters departed as the city lord received news from within the city. Sensing something amiss, he walked to the door wondering, what exactly happened? Where did such a massive surge of spiritual energy come from? A voice called out from behind him, "Brother Ming Shen Qi Baiyan, General of Longyun City is here to see you. How have you been since we last met?" Haha. Lord Min Chen stepped forward and replied, "General Qi, I heard rumors that Longyun City would send someone, but I didn't expect it to be you." "Well, hasn't it been a while?" General Bai Yan laughed. "Haha, yes it has. By the way, you seem to be in a hurry just now. Were you rushing somewhere?" General Day asked seriously what was happening, and the old city lord replied, "I suddenly felt a violent surge of spiritual energy, and was about to investigate what happened to the clan." Qi Baiyan was surprised. "Is that so? In that case, I'll come with you." With the midterm trials approaching, there's no room for error. The two then stepped out, saying, "Good, we should hurry." Arriving at the Liu family residence where the city lord had tracked the disturbance, the two were stunned. What had happened here? How could the once beautiful Liu manor be in such a state? The two were stunned by the devastation, and Bai Yan spoke up, "It seems to be more than that. What does this mean?" The city lord questioned him, and General Tai's sudden jump made him wonder. The two head towards the anomaly, and Qi Baiyan points ahead, revealing a sight that leaves Lord Ming in stunned disbelief. A strange fissure has appeared in the sky as if something has pierced through it. General Tai says, "The sky is fractured." He explains, "There's a boundary wall above. How could something like this happen? Could it be that the people above are making a move?" Lord Min carefully considered the situation, realizing that if the heavens were truly responsible, the trouble would be immense. Approaching the rift, Lord Min observed it further, attempting to draw back some of the spiritual energy. There to sense it, but the connection shattered. The Lord said, "This rift contains a dense sword energy. It must have been cut by someone." General G was shocked a human did this. How could anyone possess the swordsmanship to rend the sky itself? Whatever the truth may be, this is of great importance, and I must report it to the Vanlong City Lord at once. Chi Bai-yan hastily says, "I'll go first. Farewell." The City Lord pondered alone. Last time, Linga said he would find a few major families to initiate a challenge to seize the quota for the Central Heaven trial. The Liu and Shen families have already been defeated, and now even the Liu family has encountered this. The City Lord is shocked. Could Linga be responsible for this celestial event? Just then, the stranger steps forward, startled by the distant disturbance, and exclaims, "A tear in the sky." The fissure emitted a blinding light, and sensing danger he used a divine token to summon a technique. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted towards the fissure, only to be effortlessly absorbed into his token. His face remained serene amidst such immense spiritual power. With a wave of his hand, the surge vanished. He stood alone in the sky, gazing around for a moment, and then spoke. "The remaining power of the golden light is so strong that even the dragon soul mirror can't deduce its origin. Could it be the mysterious person from before it? Seems I must personally investigate Mantang City." Through the crack, I can see the devastated scene of the Liu family manor returning to the city. At that moment, Linga emerged after hiding for a while. Good, it seems the city lord and the others have left. The cat reminds him, "Weren't you afraid of causing trouble? Why did you come back to the Liu estate?" Linga retorts, "Didn't you see the crack? If it's not fixed, it'll only get bigger and cause more trouble." The kitten grumbles, "If you knew this would happen, why did you hit so hard? Have you even thought about how to fix this?" Lingja then used his chi to leap onto the roof. He took a look, and thankfully the gap wasn't too big. Perhaps a little help would do the trick. He signaled to the kitten, who chirped, "You don't mean to repair the hole with spiritual power, do you?" Lingge replied, "Well, let's give it a shot. If I can cut it open with spiritual power, then I can certainly repair it with spiritual power. Be a good kitty and wait here." He placed the cat in a safe spot. Alone, Ling Ge soared into the sky, saying, "I never thought I'd have to be Pangu and Nuwa in one day." Gathering his spiritual power, Ling Ge began to mend the tear bit by bit, but unexpectedly, the tear began to heal itself. Ling Ge mused, "This light seems to have a spirit. Seeing how unsatisfied you are, I'll let you have your fill today, so you won't go out and cause trouble for others in the future." Weaving a forbidden spell, Ling Ge declared his resolve to the heavens, willing to endure its power. The forbidden magic rushed forth blindingly bright, and with a single strike the final crack sealed shut without a trace. The kitten watched in astonishment, realizing this man possessed such divine power, and perhaps there was hope for the seal on her body to be broken. He caresses the sealing chains, and the patch in the sky doesn't look too bad. Ling's dusting off his hands and says, "Done. Now we can go to the city lord's mansion." The cat hisses, "Why do you still want to go?" "Want to take the blame," Ling Ka replied. "Of course he's going to retrieve his belongings." At his behest, the two of them quickly head to the city lord's mansion. As he stepped through the doorway, Linga heard voices echoing out, troubling the city lord to come here in person. He wondered how the city lord intended to resolve this matter. The mysterious guest continued Liu Shen, Liu Sanjia, and that heaven slaughterer must be thoroughly investigated. The city lord Ming replied, "Yes, we will do everything in our power." Just then, a guard announced, "Lord Linga has arrived." The unexpected news startled the city lord. Linga. Before anyone could wait, Linga strolled in with a radiant smile, greeting everyone. The city lord hesitantly stood, his face etched with surprise. "Miss Ling Ling." The stranger spoke. "Another guest has arrived, Brother Ming Chen." The city lord of Still Dragon City, Ming Chen, suddenly lowered his voice to ask, "So, what brings you here today?" Lang replies cheerfully, "I'm here to claim the last spot from the Liu family as agreed." The city lord asked in astonishment, "You caused the crack in the sky above the Liu residence. Who are you?" Linga quickly waved his hand, explaining, No, I was just visiting. That day, my companion competed with Liu Tianjiao. After winning, we wanted to leave, but unexpectedly, a masked figure in black appeared. Seeing that I was no match for him, I left first. And I still bear the wounds of that battle," the old city lord wondered. A man in black, General Qi, stands and asks, "Where were you injured, miss?" Ling points to her cheek. A scratch, barely 2 millimeters, was so expertly done. General Qi steps forward regretful. Such a beautiful face, marred by such a cruel hand. That black-clad man is truly despicable. The city lord Old Ming was suspicious, thinking, "Suffered a cruel fate. Are you blind, or am I?" But last time, there were clearly 4 people from the outside world who entered the underworld. It's been so long, and I've only seen 3 of them. Could it be that someone else really caused the sky to crack? He then brought up the Li family's quota, saying, "Never mind, I'll send someone from my manor to investigate the Li family matter myself, and I'll give you this quota as agreed." Ling happily accepted. "Thank you, Lord City Master. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Ling bowed to the 2 city masters and stepped outside. Everything went smoothly. Chi Baiyan was still captivated by her beauty. "That young woman exudes an air of elegance. A rare find indeed," Lord Yuan inquired. "Who was that just now?" The city lord replied, "Her name is Ling Ge, and she's from the outside world." She and her companions earned 3 spots in the Central Heaven trial through their own strength. The city lord paused to consider this. Linga, the city lord, worried if he had inadvertently revealed something. That old goat is already making moves, and the city lord is asking about her name. Ming Chen thinks to himself, has the old man been single for too long? Is the 1,000-year-old tree finally about to bloom? Back at the great Ming sect, Xin Yu Nie sat alone in a daze, gazing at the sky and wondering, it's been so many days and Brother Ling hasn't returned. Mu Yuiqing, sitting beside her, said, that pervert is probably off having fun somewhere. We don't need to worry. Bai gently pats Nia's head. Why are you all moping around here instead of cultivating? The 2 junior sisters reply in unison. Senior Bai, we're thinking about Brother Ling, not that we miss that pervert. Bai Su Ling replied gently. Don't worry, although our junior brother is always grinning, he's very proper in his work, he'll be fine. Nair wiped away her tears. Yes, let's wait for him to return. The 3 sisters sat together, gazing at the sky, praying for their little brother's safe return, even though she said that Bai Su Ling was still worried. When will you return, brother? I miss you too. Meanwhile, Ling kept sneezing. The 2 girls fuss over him, worried, but why is he suddenly sneezing? Is someone talking about him? Mi Li speaks up. Didn't you say someone would come to take us to the Central Heaven trials after you finished? Aren't they here yet? No one's here yet, Jiang Yunzi interjects. What's the rush, vixen? It's your honor to travel with Ling Ling. Her blood-boiling Li Ni retorted. You think everyone's as boy-crazy as you are. You crazy woman, Jiang Yunzi retorted, equally incensed. Vixen, are you itching for a fight? Lingei's daily task of stopping these 2 women from fighting has begun again. Just then, a domineering voice cut through the air. Sorry, I'm late. City Lord Min Tran has arrived with 2 female attendants, making the 3 young ladies wait. Ling replies, you are too kind, City Lord. We never expected you to greet us personally. Allow me to introduce the 2 behind me, the City Lord said. Our fallen dragon city has 5 geniuses who qualified for the Central Heaven trial. These 2 are the Feng family's genius, Feng Nan, and the Li family's genius, Li Aosheng. Li family's Li Aochang and Feng family's Feng Nan stepped forward to greet them. Ling also returned the greeting, acknowledging the 2 scions of the city lord's family, and they chatted leisurely along the way. The Zhongtian trial is less than 3 days away. It's important that we quickly reach Fallen Dragon City, the city lord said, leading the group. Let's get going. Jiang Yunzi sticks close to Ling Ka. Ling, let's go together. Ling Sa instructed us not to fight. Feng Nam glanced at Ling Ka's 2 pets, his mouth agape. Could these 2 new women be lesbians? They traveled for half a day, crossing a forest. Ling Ka and Zi'er have felt eyes on them for a while now, that Feng Nam is staring at them from behind. They really want to gouge his eyes out and crush them. Linga lightly reminded him, the city lord is here, don't cause trouble. Feng Nan stared in a daze, they're sticking together again. Oh my, these 2 beauties are entangled. What a sight. Jiang Yunzi shot him a glare, and Feng Nan pretended to look away, saying, oh look, a tree, and another tree, and so many more trees. Jiang Yunzi hypnotizes himself, which proves that Ling Ling is incredibly alluring, not only to women but to men as well. Looks like I'll have to keep a close eye on you. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Lord Min warned, be careful everyone. This path ahead is treacherous and we may encounter wandering spirits. I have no doubt in your abilities, but caution is advised. Li Aochang took the lead, but sensing something was wrong, she stopped to investigate. A mist was rolling in. Everyone halted cautiously, observing their surroundings. The city lord asks, what day is it? Feng Nam replies, your lordship, today is May 31st, tomorrow is June 1st. Ling couldn't help but wonder, what about June 1st? You guys celebrate Children's Day in Udo too. Suddenly the city lord signals them to pick up the pace, aiming to reach Vanlong City before tomorrow. They all hasten their steps with Feng Nam remaining at the rear, wary of the treacherous forest. As night falls, the city lord leads the way with a glowing stone. Feng Nam wonders why the mist hasn't dissipated after all this time. This is strange. Ling asked, City Lord, is there a major holiday tomorrow? Why are you so panicked? The old city lord explained at length. Even if we all work together, I'm afraid it will be difficult to fight them. Why don't we know about this? Feng Nan wondered. The city lord replied. The soul-devouring ghost appears once every 1,000 years. I haven't seen it many times myself, let alone you. In short, we need to move quickly and hopefully we won't run into them. Ling Ka replied, no, we definitely will. Suddenly everyone stopped at Ling Ka's words. What is it? Everyone exclaimed, and Lingei replied, didn't you realize we're already lost in the fog? For the past hour we've been going in circles, and we have less than an hour left until tomorrow, Feng Nan said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move forward, and once we're out of this misty, mysterious forest, we can fight them head-on. I don't believe a bunch of monsters can do anything to us. Linga glanced around, and Yi Li asked, what's wrong? Linga replied, something's coming. Yi Li readies herself. So there really were demons following us. Linga takes her hand. Don't worry, let's see what they do first. Let's go. They continued onward only to be surprised by a wave of demonic energy. The city lord spoke. This is bad. It seems they've arrived. A horde of creatures swarms overhead as a demon appears laughing. So many people, enough for a feast. Haha, Lord Ming ignites a purifying flame, warning everyone to be careful. Flames erupt, bisecting the demon, while another lunges, barely missing the city lord. The demon unleashes a barrage of vengeful spirits as Ling asks, just how many spirits has this thing consumed? The Feng family elder also joins the extermination, with Feng Nam saying, I thought it was a fake, but it couldn't withstand a single blow. Ling Ge says, we can't underestimate it. This is definitely not as simple as it seems. A shocking tremor shakes the heavens and earth. The demon's formation suddenly shifts, absorbing all the souls, shocking everyone, as it becomes even more ferocious. Feng Nan exclaimed, It's not dead, it's getting back up, the female demon shrieked. You overestimate yourself. Come on out, the familiar city, Lord Min says as two more appear. The gathering demons inspire terror. What is this? The demon shrieked, a ghastly sound freezing Feng Nan in terror. They're really here. The city lord Ming stepped forward, ordering everyone to fall back. He stared directly at the demons, who responded with lightning speed, causing everyone to scatter. An enraged Liao Chong said, as expected, dealing with wandering soul demons is difficult. Under the silent night sky, the demons were surprised by Ling Ka's fearless presence before them. He turned back, ordering his two disciples, one each, and I'll leave the remaining two to you. Mi Li and Zhang Yunzi quickly jumped towards the remaining two demons, as Ling Ge wondered if he could resurrect himself. Then I'll hack you to pieces. Ling Ge's relentless strikes terrify the demon. Chop, chop, chop. Ling Ge unleashes a flurry of blows. The stranger stared in shock. What's going on? Are all the ghost soldiers dead? A voice from behind took him by surprise. Yes, you're next, Ling Ge said, now standing behind him. I've known about you for a while. I'm surprised you've been so patient. The man smugly replied, Humph, you want to kill me? Lang Ge, veins popping, retorted. Or did you think I came to hug and kiss you? The man laughs. Haha, everyone who meets me acts all aloof and profound like you. But do you know what happened to them? The man sneered, die. Ling Ka replied, funny, everyone I've met who's as stupid as you want to guess what happened to them. The dark figure cackles. I don't care what happened to them. You're going to die today. Ling Ka scoffs. Ha, a villain like you can't even finish your lines before attacking. Ling goes into the technique without a care, as the man above traps him in a magic circle chanting, explode. The magic explodes, sending black matter flying everywhere. The dark figure sneered, such is the fate of the mad. Ling Ka, still high above, says, my story wasn't finished, and everyone who's met me has met the same fate as you. He's gaping, how is he still alive? Without a word, Ryoma plunged his sword down, piercing the dark figure's head. Another kill for Ryoma. Meanwhile, in a long-abandoned city, a strange figure sat slumped in a chair, opening his eyes and declaring, my spiritual body has been destroyed, but no matter its destruction has awakened my wounded true form. He then rose up laughing, haha, it's been so long since I've moved this body, I can finally see the light of day. He wondered. You were able to shatter my spirit body. Come to think of it, you can't be one of those high and mighty upper realm folks. Why would they come to this broken place? Regardless of who you are, I must thank you. He then transformed into a stream of fiery red spiritual energy and sped away. Unexpectedly, the wandering soul was blasted away, collapsing to the ground, its strength fading. As the soul devourer collapses, Lord Mintran exclaims, it's down. I don't know what happened, but it seems we're free. Turning to the others, he asks, are you all right? Confused and worried, Feng Nan asked Lord Citymaster, what should we do next? Citymaster Ming Chen turned and replied decisively, of course we're going to Vanlong City. We must report this to Lord Citymaster Vanlong as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at Vanlong City's central heaven trial grounds, a gate to the trial appears in the sky, flanked by massive stones, as onlookers gaze in awe. On the city wall, the Vanlong City Lord appears, declaring, you will lead this competition. Ling Ge looks up at the city lord thinking, looks like the city lord is furious about last night. Ming Chen said, I'll go greet them first, don't wander off. The beautiful enchantress couldn't contain her excitement. I haven't participated in a trial in years. Jiang Yunzi agreed, having never participated in a trial back in the demon sect either, while Ling Ka, lost in thoughts of his senior sisters, reassured himself that he was fine. There was a trial when I first entered the sect. Ling Ka stood there imagining things and chuckling to himself. Ling Ka blushed, lost in thoughts of Bak to Lin. Suddenly, the city lord of Still Dragon clapped, drawing everyone's attention as they looked up in curiosity. The city lord of Everpeak raised his hand, announcing that the heavenly trial was about to begin, as a staircase emerged from within the trial gate, rising from the ground. Seeing this, one person was stunned, and couldn't help but exclaim, ah, it's so high. The Dragonfall City Lord then presented the spirit-grade elixir as a reward, and began to give orders. The first trial, Heavenly Road, whoever arrives first wins a spirit-grade elixir. Those below, spurred on by the valuable reward, surge forward together, and a great cry arises. Upon hearing the command, Feng Nam urged his companions, did you hear that? We must seize the elixir. But before he could finish, they were already sprinting ahead, leaving him dumbfounded for a moment as he muttered, damn, am I the only one not moving? On the path to the trial gate, everyone fought tooth and nail, attacking and slaughtering each other for the lead. A green-haired old man battled a young man who was overpowered and sent flying off the stairs. Not wanting him to fall to his death, the city lord of Still Dragon took action, creating a net to save the young man. Though saved, he was eliminated from the game by the city lord, while the old man, having defeated an obstacle, arrogantly shouted, "Trash, get out of my way, don't interfere with my plans. I'm taking your dog lives." Just as he said that, he sensed someone attacking him from behind, and a young woman struck at him with her sword. She stared him down, her cold demeanor matching her arrogant words. Amused, the old man stuck out his tongue, a perverted grin spreading across his face. You've got some fire in you. Let's see if I can't tame you." The young woman summoned shards of ice and chanted an incantation, but the old man fearlessly brandished his flaming sword, scoffing at her recklessness. The small shards of ice flew to attack, but he easily dissolved and blocked them. Seeing how weak she was, he swung his sword triumphantly, saying, "If you know what's good for you, you'll surrender quietly." Before he could finish, he looked down to see the ice shards rising up again, and wondered what was happening. She continued to summon her power, conjuring blades of ice to attack him. Not only did she fail to kill the old man, but she was caught off guard by his counterattack. The old man laughed mockingly. "You think you can hurt me with just a little ice?" The girl was confused, unable to harm him, when suddenly he frantically dodged an unseen attack. Sensing an extraordinary inner power, he grew worried, realizing this strength was unusual, and decided that retreat was the best option. But before he could escape, the Demon King of Bewitchment blocked his path, asking where he thought he was going. Realizing he's trapped, the old man quickly waves the white flag. "Wait, I surrender." Not giving him a chance to escape, the Demon King incinerates him. With that done, the alluring Demon King urges the young woman, "Let's go." The girl, flustered and unsure why she was saved, simply replies, "Thank you." The air above is fresh and clear. At the gates of the trial, Ling Ge was already there, enjoying sweet wine, while everyone else was still fighting for the right to advance. Suddenly he remembered something, and froze as Ling Ka looked down with curiosity. "Why aren't they here yet?" While others fought below, a young man approached the gate. He excitedly declared, "They're finally here. I'll be the first." Ling Ge casually remarked, "Someone almost made it. What took them so long?" Suddenly, Ling Ka caught sight of a familiar figure, a girl in a white headscarf he thought he recognized. As the others approached the gate, Yun Hua confidently declared, "The spirit grade elixir is mine." Following behind were Ji Huan Qinming, Zhu Yaoyan, and Xia Yunqing. Seeing everyone had caught up, Ling Ge, who had been sitting around, finished several bottles of wine and said, "Everyone is surprised to see that Ling Ge is already there." Recognizing him, Zhu Yaoyan happily says, "It's you." Ling Ge waved back in agreement. "I didn't expect we'd meet again. After you guys went in, I rushed in too, but sadly, I couldn't keep up. By a stroke of luck, I also obtained a quota for the Central Heaven trial." Ling Ka said with a smile, "I have great faith in your strength. Your strength is about the same as Yunzi's, so getting this quota shouldn't be too difficult," Gu Yaoyao replied. "Where are the two ladies who were with you?" Ling Ge replied. "They should be here soon." Seeing them chatting happily, Yun Hua, clearly displeased, stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Yun Hua, of the Yun family from Taithon City. May I ask your names and which city you hail from?" "Ling Ge, frankly," replied Ling Ge, "from Mantang City, from the outside world." Yun Hua then jokingly said, "Brother Ling, you don't mind me addressing you like that, do you?" Annoyed by his probing, Ling thought he's trying to kill me with sound-penetrating spirit energy. Seeing this, Gu Miaoyan immediately stepped in, interrupting their conversation, and scolded Yun Hua. "Yun Hua, what do you think you're doing with this sudden attack?" Yun Hua casually waved his head in rebuttal. "I just wanted to test Brother Ling's strength. After all, someone who can get ahead of us must be very strong." Gu Yaoyao, not allowing him to act against Ling, said, "If you want to lay a hand on my friend, you'll have to ask me first." Seeing how concerned and worried she was, Ling Ge put his hand on her shoulder, reassuring her with a warm smile that there was no need to be angry with him, as he was fine. Seeing their closeness, Yun Hua clenches his fist in anger, stepping past them and declaring, "You arrived first, Ling, but you haven't activated the mechanism. Give us a chance." Seeing him try to cut in line, Ling Ka blocked him, saying, "Why should I let you go first?" Van Hoa nonchalantly replied, "So we can get to the second station, of course. You're a trial participant who can't even trigger the mechanism, wasting time here. Since we've arrived, you should let us pass." Langa was speechless at his words, while those behind him pleaded, "Langa, if you're not going, let us through. The spiritual pills are precious." Seeing their desperation for the spiritual medicine, Ling Ge said, "If you want it, I'll give it to you. I'm not letting you pass because I want to." Yun Hua scoffed, "Who do you think you are? You're an outsider who doesn't even care about spiritual elixirs. You're probably just pretending to be strong to keep us out." Hearing these insults, Ling thought, "Can't you villains just listen to what I have to say?" Seeing Yun Hua trying to eliminate the obstacle, Ling Ka Gu Miaoyan quickly took an offensive stance, saying, "Yun Hua, don't bully people too much. He was the first one here." Yun Hua didn't care who came first and shouted, "In Liu Du, strength is everything. If you want me to shut up, then show me your strength, you soft rice eater only knowing how to hide behind women." So strength is everything, huh? And if I were a kept man, that's just my skill. And since when did I say I was living off her? Yun Hua and Gu Miaoyan were stunned into silence. Langa cheerfully retorts, I haven't even made a move, and you've already labeled me as trash. We're clearly not the same. Yun Hua, enraged, retorts, how dare you insult me? Yun Hua, eager to show off, unleashes his power, declaring, I'll show you how I crush you. He summons massive hands to attack Ling. Undaunted Ling recognizes the technique, the Cloud Sect's heavenly hand. Yun Hua charges forward, creating an earth-shattering explosion of dust, but his attack is too weak and slow. Ling teleported behind him, clasped his hands in a defensive stance and said, that's supposed to be Heaven Sect defense, let me show you a real move. Yun Hua, frustrated that Ling Ka easily dodged his attack, turned back to look, only to see Ling Ka conjuring the Thousand Hands Buddha. Ling swiftly lunges, shouting Buddha's palm. Ling's counterattack is even more devastating than before. Then Ling gently lands on the ground. Ling Ka playfully asks, anyone else want to go next? But seeing his godlike power, they can only gape in fear, shaking their heads in terrified confusion. Seeing this, Ling Ka calmly said, that's good. Witnessing Ling Ka's invincible power, Xia Yunqing cautiously approached Gu Miaoyan. She looked at Ling Ge with timid, worried eyes, and seeing her lack of confidence, Gu Miaoyan reassured her not to be afraid that he wouldn't hurt them without a reason. Besides, you're my friend. He wouldn't dare lay a hand on you. Ling Ge chuckled, trying to ease the girl's tension. Actually, I'm quite approachable, it's just that some people go too far. Ling Ka looked down and said, I was just waiting for someone. They're here. You can wait over there for a bit. Ling Jia finally sees the people he's been waiting for, and says, they're finally here. The Demon Queen's group has caught up. Seeing him, Zhang Yunzi happily called out his name, while Zhu Yuyan, noticing the unfamiliar girl, curiously asked who she was. Ling quickly explained, she's a companion of mine. She was in the hotel last time, so you didn't get to meet her. The demonic Ghost King glared at Ling with a sharp look after hearing this. Finding the situation awkward, Ling thought, why are they glaring at me like that? Unable to contain herself, Jiang Yunzi rushed over, leaping onto Ling and exclaiming, Ling, Ling. Jiang Yunzi leaps onto Ling, embracing him tightly with uncontainable joy, causing Ling to say awkwardly, can't you be a little more composed? It's always like this with you. Jiang Yunzi replies, I missed you. And so they embraced like a sweet couple. Jiang Yunzi turns to meet eyes with Gu Yao Yao, and Feng Nan speaks up, unable to contain his curiosity. Seeing that he didn't seem to know the demonic Ghost King, said Ling is a man. Stunned, he exclaimed. A man. A man. Seeing the tension between Gu Yao Yao and Jiang Yunzi, the bewitching Ghost King asked Ling, do those two know each other? Seeing that Ling could not explain, he just went along with it, but something unexpected happened. Ling sighed, holding his head as he watched them fight and become jealous of each other because of him. So Ling Ka flicked them both on the forehead to stop their bickering, then lectured them. Can't you two behave? Are you here to fight, or to participate in the Central Heaven trial? Hurry up and get to the gate. Jiang Yunzi didn't argue further, but stuck out his tongue at Gu Miaoyan, saying, okay, for Ling Ling's sake I won't bother with you. Gu Yao Yao swallowed her anger and everyone headed toward the trial gate together. Those lagging behind still scramble below, failing to reach the gate in time. Then an announcement echoes, the first trial ends. All participants will now be transported to the second trial. Then the city lord of Fallen Dragon froze everyone with a spell, and those unwilling to give up cried out, damn it, how can we possibly win against such a monster? Unforgivable. Even if it costs me my life, I'll seize first place in round 2. Then they vanished into thin air, leaving the staircase deserted. As a result, they were transported to a strange place, wondering, where are we? I can't wait. I must get first place in this round. Meanwhile, Xia Yunqing noticed the dense fog, and thought to himself when suddenly, the city lord's voice echoed, in this trial, you'll face wraiths lurking in the mist. There is a teleportation portal here, but it's guarded by wraiths. If anyone wishes to leave, they can channel their spiritual energy into the jade tablet bearing their name. The Dragonfall City Lord announced the rewards for this trial, a spirit-grade weapon and a spirit-grade elixir. Finally, the city lord said, good luck. After hearing the announcement, everyone rushed off, saying, time to get those weapons. This reward is mine. Seeing them take off so quickly, Ling Ka was left speechless, and soon only Ling Ka's group remained. Suddenly, Ling Ka shouted, startling Feng Nan. Ling Ka then warned everyone, we've encountered a powerful wraith. To be eliminated so early, what bad luck. Hearing this, Xia Yunqing asked Gu Miaoyan, Miaoyan, do you think he'll let us come along? Gu Miaoyan reassured her, he will. He's not a heartless person. Xia Yunqing replied, but this fog looks dangerous. If we want to follow him, he'll definitely have conditions. Gu Miaoyan hesitated. Then Xia Yunqing approached. Ling Ge tugged at his sleeve and asked, can we come with you? Let's go to the teleportation together. Ling Ka didn't refuse but explained clearly, if you want to follow us, you'll have to fight the wraiths with us. When you enter the portal together, you must deal with any wraiths you encounter. Hearing this, the others grew anxious, but Xia Yunqing was happy that Ling Ge agreed and cheerfully said, okay. Suddenly, in the misty fog, everyone sensed the presence of a hidden creature, and a young man broke out in a cold sweat. He could feel its breathy growls lingering nearby. Turning back, he shouted, "It's a wraith." Linga sensed their spiritual energy and thought, "It doesn't feel like a soul-devouring monster." Terrified, the young man warned everyone, "Cover your ears." Then the ghostly monster let out a deafening roar, and the others quickly covered their ears. Undaunted, Ling Ge, the swordmaster, decided to teach the monster a lesson, declaring, "So not soul-seizing fiends but fallen ones. Stay here, don't move, I'll be right back." Seeing Ling Ge face the monsters alone, Feng Nan hastily warned Brother Ling, "These specters are strong, at least Huang realm, and their attacks are bizarre. Even at the peak of Huang realm, you could be seriously injured if you're not careful. Don't act rashly." Ling Ge had no intention of hiding. He faced the monster head-on, raised his sword in a fighting stance, and confidently declared, "What's there to fear? A real man faces his opponent with a sword. Show me what you've got." Ling Ka smirked at the ghostly beast, then struck it with a single blow. Witnessing this, everyone was amazed, and finding his opponents too weak, Ling Ka scoffed, "Your broken fingernails aren't even enough to sharpen my blade." Suddenly, in the misty fog, glinting eyes full of murderous intent appeared, and an assassin burst from the fog, slashing at Ling. But Ling casually dodged the attack while yawning. The assassin was shocked that his attack was so easily neutralized as Xia Yunqing worriedly asked, "What are you doing?" No sooner said than done. Ling Sha's group was quickly surrounded by knife-wielding assassins. A masked assassin threatened, intending to give them a painless death, but then suddenly summoned another monster to attack Ling Ka. From behind, a ghostly beast roared as it lunged at Ling Ge, and Feng Nan cried out in terror, "Why another one?" Ling Ge's eyes suddenly sharpen as he channels his inner power into his blade, the monster unaware it has chosen the wrong opponent. Instantly, it was cleaved in two by Ling Ka's blade, leaving the assassin stunned as his beast was destroyed with a single strike. They were all stunned while Jiang Yunzi was overjoyed and admired how cool her Ling Ka was. The monster vanished in an instant. Ling Ka's single strike made the wraith disappear immediately. The stunned assassin shouts in disbelief, "What are you doing? Run!" The remaining assassins, not wanting the same fate, vanished into the mist, prompting the bewitching demon queen to turn to Ling. Unbeknownst to her, Ling had already given chase, prompting Queen Miluo to rally the others. "We must give chase as well." The assassins flee in terror, heads down trembling. The leader gasped. He probably didn't catch up. The man behind him added, "That guy is terrifying." He took out a wraith with a single strike. The leader steadied the team, saying, all right, hurry and find the portal." Suddenly a voice rang out, startling them. "Oh," trying to leave, Ling Ka appears before them, saying, "I don't have time to waste here with you. Either hand over the jade tokens or get out." Ling Ji's stern words terrified them, and their leader trembling ordered them to put their jade tokens into their rings, scatter and flee, shouting, "Run, run." Annoyed that they were trying to escape again, Ryuka says, "You can only run if I allow it." He then uses his power to ensnare them, saying, "Go." The assassins were caught in his palm, unable to struggle. From them, Ling Ka extracted the rings and said, "Why even bother running? Didn't I catch you anyway?" One of the assassins retorted, "Capturing us is useless. Without our spiritual power, you can't open our spatial rings." Ignoring their words, Ling Ka easily opens their spatial rings. No longer needing them, Ling Ka decides to leave them behind, cheerfully saying, "Goodbye, see you later." Looking at the rings, Ryoka thought, "Oops, I've become a robber." He then put the rings away, and thinking of the others, said, "I wonder where Jiang Yunzi and the others are now. This white fog is so complicated." Suddenly, an idea struck Ling. "If I find the portal first, I can meet up with the others and stop anyone else from getting through." With that thought, Ling resolutely set off. And so Ling strides forth light on his feet. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. Another wraith appeared before him. Unexpectedly, it quickly flew to surround Ling, intending to devour him as prey. Ling just brushed off whatever he said. Then the wraith laughed triumphantly, thinking it had defeated Ling. He rejoiced. "Finally, I'm out. I've been hiding here for so long, gathering so much resentment all for the day. I could see the sunlight again." Suddenly, Ling appeared behind him, speaking up. "Are you finished?" Ling asked him sternly. "Now that you're done, be quiet. Let one focus on finding the gate. If you're done talking, be quiet," Ling impatiently reminds him. "Let Wen come find the portal." The masked demon was startled and turned to look at him. Intrigued, he says, "Still alive. Kid, you're interesting. I'll allow you to state your name." Ling Ge, with one hand on his hip, and the other casually carrying his sword indifferently, replied, "Ling Ge, and who asked for your life story?" The masked demon sneered, advising, "Boy, you should watch your tongue in public. Have you ever heard of the 100 Ghost Regiment?" Hearing this, Ling Ge picked at his ear, replying nonchalantly, "Never have." "Should I have asked go, kill yourself?" He wearily thought to himself, "You expect me to recognize you just from your name, but something about this guy seems familiar." The masked demon stubbornly introduced himself. "My name is Ye, and I serve under the Lord of the 100, Ghost Legion. Back when we ruled the demon metropolis, you were just a kid playing in the dirt. It's no wonder you don't know our name." Ling Ge sighed, gripping his sword. "I've forgotten about playing in the dirt, but I'm more than capable of playing with you now." Without a word, Ling Ge lunged at Yan effortlessly, slicing him in two. Yan didn't even have time to react. Ling Ke landed firmly, an invisible pressure radiating from him. He scoffed, such terrible acting, trying to play two-faced. A cold laugh echoed as black and red energy gathered once more. The fiend reappears this time, without his grotesque mask. Chains like weapons surrounded him as he grinned wickedly. Interesting, very interesting. Yem glanced at Ling Ke, asking, "How did you find me?" Ling Ke chuckled. "You reek of the same aura as that black monster. I knew the moment you appeared." Hearing this, Yom clutches his head, clicking his tongue in regret. "In the end, I was too hasty, and the body I finally found has been destroyed by you. What to do now?" Ling Ke frowned, wondering what those soul chains behind him actually were. Yem manipulates the soul chains, suggesting, "Your body seems pretty sturdy. How about I use it as a vessel?" Then he unexpectedly unleashes the chains at Ling, aiming to seize his body. The soul chains wrapped around Ling Ge's sword, but he quickly sliced them apart. Ling Ge used his lightness skill to approach Ye, but the chains followed wherever he went. Just as Ryu Kalin was about to strike, the fiend blocked his attack, gritting his teeth as he desperately plotted his next move. "My true form has only just awakened, and I can't unleash my spiritual power. I didn't expect this kid to have some skill. If I keep messing with him, I'll be the one at a disadvantage." Thinking this, Yem quickly retreated, reverting to his spirit form as dark energy enveloped him. As the darkness nearly consumed him, he shouted, "I'm still injured, but I'll be back for a fair fight once I've recovered." Hearing this, Ling Ge frowned in disdain as the demon turned into a small ball and scurried away. As he fled, he shouted a promise, "You just wait, I'll be back." Ling Ge, infuriated by his escape, flipped him off, thinking, "Run, if you want, why pretend to be the big bad wolf?" Ling Ka didn't linger. Hoisting his sword and turning away, he sighed, "Fast escape, but next time we meet, I wonder if you'll be so lucky." Elsewhere, by a cliff face, two figures played Go. One placed a white stone on the board, and the elder opposite him stroked his beard, before picking up a black stone. The man in green pointed to the board, asking, "Why not continue? What tricks are you scheming to turn the game around?" The old man frowned, saying that the evil thing had awakened. Hearing this, the man in green couldn't help but wonder if he hadn't been sealed by Mo Zun 8,000 years ago. "How could it be broken?" the old man replied. "You know, many years have passed and anything can change." As he placed a white chess piece on the board, he continued, "Now that that fiend has returned, who knows what chaos will ensue." The man in green sighed, picking up a chess piece, and said, "That is fate. What can you and I do? Besides, Mo Zun spent all his energy to seal him, surely anticipating his return, so this calamity has nothing to do with us." The old man raised his hand, saying he was just worried he'd start all over again. "Don't forget, we had to join forces back then." Before he could finish, the man across from him scoffed, placed his piece, and reiterated that since he'd lost the Nether Flute and the 100 Ghost Legion had scattered, even if the seal were broken, he'd have no chance. The old man across from him then moved his piece, feigning a prayer, hoping for the best. The man in green then looked back at the board, discovering the old man's cheating, and grabbed his hand to question him. "So all that talking was just to move my piece and get your hand back?" The old man retorted. "I'm just helping you move your piece to a better spot." Seeing their heated argument, the crane fairies quickly flew away, prompting the old man to feign concern. "Quiet, quiet, you're scaring the feathers off my cranes." The man simply scoffed. "Serves you right." Back with Ling Ge, he now stood before the portal. Looking at it, Ling Ge couldn't help but complain. "Is this the portal to the next stage? Seriously, are all these teleporters just copy-pasted from one stage to the next? They all look exactly the same. Lazy, huh?" Just then, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Ling thought to himself, "Footsteps, they're here." Ling turned to see three strangers in identical robes as if they were from the same sect, who also noticed him. The blue-haired one with a headband whispered, "Senior brother, when did the second level's teleportation point get a gatekeeper?" The senior brother didn't care. He drew his sword, saying, "Whether he's a gatekeeper or not, if he dares block our path, we'll strike first and ask questions later." Just as the three were about to attack, a shout suddenly came from behind. "Out of my way." A purple-clad man and a pink-haired woman rushed in, arrogantly, declaring, "First place is mine." He sped past the three, intentionally bumping into one of them, and snapped, "Out of the way." Just as he reached the portal, Ling Ge leaped in front of them. The purple-clad man glared at Ling Ge, demanding, "Who are you?" Ling Ge tilted his head, smiling. "I'm sorry, I'm waiting for someone. This area is off limits." Seeing him block their path, the purple-haired man asked, "Who are you waiting for when the teleportation gate is right before us?" The pink-haired woman retorted, "Don't waste your breath. He's probably just waiting for backup to get through the barrier." Ling Ka immediately summoned his sword, asking, "Are you all in such a hurry? But I was here first, so I'm afraid you'll have to wait with me." The purple-clad man, enraged, clapped his hands together, unleashing a surge of spiritual power as he roared, "Meddlesome fool," his power, then coalescing into a massive giant that roared into existence. The giant slams its hands down, shaking the earth and sending a wave of metal and boulders towards Ling Ka. Ling Ka doesn't flinch, unleashing the three-devil blade manual, splitting the rocks and decapitating the giant with two swift strikes. Purple Robe is struck by a backlash, coughing up blood. The pink-haired woman grits her teeth and charges forward, shouting, "You bastard, how dare you? Just die already." She unleashes a technique, her spiritual energy forming a massive dragon that lunges towards Ling Ka. He lowers his gaze, showing contempt, then raises a hand, slapping the spirit dragon away, the force of which seems to affect its summoner, sending her flying backward. The injured purple-robed man couldn't react in time, and could only shout her name, Long Chao. After dealing with the two, Ling Ka smiled and said that with such great resentment she should calm down. "There's no rush now, right?" He then turned to the three from before, asking, "And what about you? Are you in a hurry?" The three who had witnessed the swift battle were startled to be addressed. Each of them smiled obsequiously. "No rush, no rush. We were just about to make a fire and cook a meal. Would you like to join us?" With that decided, Ling Ge waved goodbye, saying, "I'll head out first, take your time." The three men bowed their heads in unison. Outside, through the observation mirror, the scene within was visible to all, and the city lord of Fallen Dragon City declared, "The second trial has been cleared." Ming Chen City Lord happily expressed that this kid has the momentum to overcome all the trials. A truly formidable youth. I wonder what kind of mental landscape he'll create in the third trial. The Van Long City Lord waved his hand, announcing, "The second trial is cleared. The third trial officially begins. All participants, please prepare yourselves for teleportation." The Min Tri-City Lord gazed into the distance, whispering, "I can only wish him luck." Through the portal, Ling Chen enters the third trial surrounded by darkness. Ling Ge scratched his head, taking in his surroundings. He gathered spiritual energy to illuminate the area, and after a moment of observation, he concluded that it seemed to be a realm of illusion. Suddenly a voice from behind says, "You've finally arrived." The speaker is none other than a copy of Ling, seemingly his inner demon. The inner demon smirked, "I've been waiting for you." Ling frowned at the figure that looked just like him. Another trick. It seems the third trial tests the power of mental focus. The inner demon gives him a sinister smile. Ling Ka confidently gathers his strength, declaring, "I said before, a strong man like me has no inner demons. Since you dare appear before me in this form, don't blame me for destroying you for the greater good." With that, he strikes at the figure resembling himself, but it simply waves a hand, instantly shattering Ling Ka's attack. Ling Ge was stunned. "It can dissolve my attacks." The figure was silent for a moment, then its voice suddenly changed, asking an incomprehensible question. "Looks like this is your choice." Ling Ge frowned, sensing that this being's aura was even more fierce than before, though it did seem different from the parasite he had encountered before. Seeing his silence, the illusionary Ling Ka raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you afraid?" Ling Ka remained silent, simply raising a hand to unleash a small amount of spiritual energy, causing the inner demon to frown even deeper, as his entire being erupted with even greater pressure. Suddenly Ling Ka had a thought. Something wasn't right. His strength was at least creation realm level. If this was just a test of mental state, why use someone so powerful as a gatekeeper? Unless... Before Ling Ka could figure out what was next, he suddenly knelt down, simply closing his eyes to meditate. Seeing this, the inner demon was puzzled, but could do nothing but silently sit down outside like Ling Ka. "The city lord of Min Tran," said puzzled. "I've never seen anything like this before. Is he just chatting idly in the illusion?" Suddenly, the observation mirror lit up, and everything inside seemed to be obscured. Lord Min Tran asked in surprise. "What's going on here?" Lord Van Long explained. "Someone is concealing us. It seems someone will clear this trial soon." Within the illusion, Ling Ge with his hand on his chin calmly says, "As expected, just like the imposter demon, you really are me. As long as I'm calm, you don't need to make any extra moves." The inner demon hearing this stands up and laughs, saying, "You figured out the rules of this formation so quickly, truly worthy of being me. It's just a pity that you still have doubts in your heart and you still can't get out. I've blocked all external senses. What I say next is for your ears and mine alone." Ling Ka raises his hand in denial. "Spare me the lecture. What you call suspicion, how could I, who's living it, not know?" The inner demon immediately affirmed, "You do. Dare you say you've never wondered why you came here? Why did I transmigrate into the body of Emperor Ling Shu Wu? And how can I return?" Ling Ge was startled. The inner demon continued, saying that most who attempted this trial were consumed by their own lingering regrets, ultimately going mad and dying. But you are different. If you cannot pass this trial, your soul will completely leave this body buried here forever. Because you've always seen yourself as the center of this world, you can't completely let go of your worries, and so this world can't fully accept you. Ling Chen frowned considering this. This isn't wrong. I'm still hung up on these issues, even thinking about how to return. Thinking of this, Ling Ka suddenly asked, "Are you saying you want me to settle down here as Ling Ka, as the Ling Shu Emperor, and never think about returning?" The inner demon shook his head, saying, "No, I want you to believe that your strength lies in your heart, not your body. No matter what form you take, you are still you." Then placing his hand on Ling Ka's chest, the inner demon reminded him one last time to cast aside his worries and doubts, so that he may seek the truth of this path. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Che slowly awoke. The scenery has changed once again. He looks around, assessing the area. Is this the fourth trial? Langa sits on a rocky outcrop, molten lava flowing below. He muses that this trial is far more interesting than he imagined, creating a version of himself to enter, even answering his questions and resolving his doubts. Looks like this trip wasn't a waste after all. I wonder what else this fourth trial has in store. Suddenly, Ling Ke heard a strange noise, and a red dragon emerged from the lava below. Ling Ke's eyes sparkled as he looked at it, marveling. Another dragon, and in spirit form no less. It looks quite majestic. Feeling scrutinized, the spirit dragon spoke up in annoyance. Show me some respect. I'm not just any dragon. At this, Ling Ke became a bit more serious, crossed his arms and asked, Are you the final boss of the fourth trial, the last test? The spirit dragon confirmed, Indeed, in previous trials you are one of the few who have reached this level, but you are different from them. I can feel that your strength is no less than the transformation realm, and even stronger than the fallen dragon city Lord Mozun. Ling Ke snapped his fingers humbly, saying it was too much, and asked if the so-called fallen dragon city had something to do with him. The spirit dragon replied, That's right, I originally lived in the celestial realm, but after falling to the lower realm, my spirit was trapped here. As for the fourth trial, it's to take my dragon soul and enter the dragon-raising ground of the central heaven realm. If you can do it, I will have a chance to be reborn, and you will reap unimaginable rewards. Hearing this, Ling Ke stroked his chin, wondering, Dragon soul, what's that? Ling Long then produced a dragon pearl and explained, My time is short. I've placed my 3 souls and 7 spirits into a new dragon soul, awaiting someone to take me away. With that, the dragon spat the dragon pearl into Ling Ji's hand, and upon contact, an image of a small dragon appeared. This is my dragon soul, it said. Looking at it, Ling Ke gaped his cheeks, flushed as he exclaimed, Wow, so cute, I guess even the fiercest creatures are adorable as babies. The dragon then led Ling Ke to a city, telling him that the entrance to the central heaven realm was blocked by a wall and could not be opened. The people of the upper realm divided the key to the entrance, and this is one part of that key. Its dragon soul held a hexagonal block with a circular hole in the middle and presented it to Ling Ke, saying, I have one too. Looking at the circular shape in the center, Ling Ke couldn't help but recall the jade. Dishi gave him the jade that showed him illusions. He picked up the fragment and suddenly his spatial ring glowed, ejecting the map and surprising both him and the dragon soul. Seeing the map, the dragon soul asks the central heaven divine map, what a twist of fate. The central sacred map will tell you the location of the next jade, and my dragon soul can pinpoint its exact position. Ling Ke looked intently at the map as the dragon soul faded away. The dragon soul burrowed into a piece of the key, and a blinding light flashed before Ling Ge's eyes as the scene seemed to shift. When Ling Ge opened his eyes, he was no longer in the city or the molten lava field, but standing on a vast sea with many ships sailing across it. Suddenly the sea churns, and a colossal figure leaps from the depths, a massive, whale-like creature that breaches before quickly diving back down. What's more, a strange structure sits on the water, resembling some kind of holy church, and a man smiles wearing a cross around his neck. Below the man and a group of identically dressed followers clutch their necklaces, eyes closed in prayer. Seeing this, Ling Jie realizes that this is the Western Divine Continent, so the destination has been confirmed. The dragon's roar echoes again. This is all I can do. The rest is up to you. Remember the great ancient dragon abyss of the central heaven world. Erect the dragon monument there, and my dragon soul can guide you. Ling clutched the map, clasped his hands in farewell, and promised to meet the old dragon again if fate allowed. The spirit dragon closed its eyes, and the scene reverted to an old city. A beam of light flashed, and the spirit dragon roared from beneath the rock, escaping the illusion of the central heaven. Seeing it, Mozun, the city lord, confirmed, Looks like your benefactor has arrived. The spirit dragon then soared into the sky, as if speaking to the city lord. And so the city lord replied with 3 very wells. He leaped into the air, frowned, narrowed his eyes, and transformed into his true dragon form. Witnessing this, the crowd below gasped. The city lord of Fallen Dragon City is a dragon. The 2 dragons faced each other, and the city lord's dragon form roared, answered by the spirit dragon's own cry. With everything seemingly in place, the spirit dragon slowly closed its eyes, its body gradually dissolving, as did the dragon form of the city lord. Mozun smiled faintly. It's finally over. Just then, the fallen dragon's soul returned to Ling Ge. He saw it and immediately asked, You're back. Ling Ge landed on the wall, confused. Where are the others? Asked Lord Mozun. They haven't been teleported yet, but if you pass the 4th trial, they should be out soon. You've passed his trial, and the heavenly trial is no more. Mozun jumped down, approached Ling Ge, and asked, Young man, what are your plans for the future? Ling Ge replied, Of course I'll be searching for the fragments of the heavenly trial key to reach the heavenly realm. Hearing this, the city lord Mozun chuckled and said, In reality, the heavenly realm is just a higher-level realm, and there are no magical legends. However, it is indeed a wonderful world filled with powerful beings. Ling Ge clasped his hands and bowed. Thank you, Lord City Master. In the next few days, I need to prepare some luggage before leaving. Back in his room, Ling Ke listlessly examines the map, noting the stark contrast between the Western Divine Continent and the Demon Metropolis, suggesting a deliberate separation. Too bad otherwise. I could have found a route from the Demon City straight to West Divine Continent. Just then, Jiang Yunzi entered her call, interrupting Ling Ji's thoughts. Lang Ling happily jumps into Ling Ji's lap, who pats her disapprovingly, telling her not to overdo it. Seeing this, Yi Luo simply sighed, while Gu Yaoyi couldn't help but get angry, glaring, and asking, "What are you doing sitting on him? Why aren't you packed and ready to go?" Jiang Yunzi snuggled contentedly against Ling, who chuckled, "Alright, if everyone's here we can get ready to leave." The streets of Manseng City are as bustling as when Ling Che's group first arrived, with people coming and going. As they walked, Gu Yaoyao remarked that this place was much more lively than their western regions. Linga says, "You've lived in the western regions for so long that you're used to it and don't find it fun anymore." Chu Gu leads the four to the city gate and says, "Young Master Ling, I can only see you off this far. The city lord ordered me to inform the guide that after you leave, return to your starting point and go straight to find the entrance." He then raised his hand and channeled spirit energy to open the gate. The four approached one by one. As the city gates opened, a glimmer of light revealed a long tunnel ahead. After entering, Linga didn't forget to turn back and thank Chiu Gu. Once they had all left, Chiu Gu turned to leave, only to be met by the city lord. Lord Ming Chen asked, "Have they left?" Chiu Gu replied, "Yes, they're gone." But then he suddenly put on a friendly smile and asked, "What brings you here, Lord of the City?" Seeing this, the Lord of the City, Ming Chen, stammered, "Well, I just came to see them off." Chu Gu, not wanting to hear any excuses, grabbed the city lord's collar and dragged him back to the manor, grumbling, "Lord City Lord, you still have much work to do. You can't rest yet." The city lord of Min Tran desperately pleaded, "Please let me rest for a couple of days." As for Ling Ji's group, their guide held up a small lantern to lead the way. After a while the person pointed ahead, saying that was the path, and they should continue on their own. Linga and the others followed the directions. After a while, Ling Ke suddenly stopped and frowned. Jiang Yunzi immediately asked Ling Ling what's wrong. Linga replies, "Someone's there." Suddenly the space turns dark, strange cries echo, and the long road ahead seems to shrink. Yi Luo cries out, "The path has disappeared." As Zhu Yao Yi shakes her bracelet, it emits a light. She warns that this is a type of sonic martial art that creates illusions. They must use their mental strength to resist, and not let the demonic sounds enter their bodies. Langya furrows his brow and immediately unleashes his power, his body radiating light that illuminates the space. The scene clarifies, revealing a path now littered with skulls and blood, the air thick with a morbid stench. Looking down at her feet, Kuk Dieu pales and asks, What is this?" Just then a voice echoed, "Do you remember me, human?" As the voice faded, the silhouette of the banshee and other eerie figures emerged. Ling smiled at him and replied, "Of course I remember you. You're the fastest human I've ever met, you know, so are you ready for a serious rematch?" The green-haired demoness, followed by Yama, immediately reached out and summoned 100 demons march. "I fear no one. My children come forth instantly." Countless little demons appeared in the sky, mouths agape, crying, "I'm hungry, I'm hungry." Jiang Yunzi gathers her energy, forming a spider lily in her hand. She blows on the flower, transforming it into a stream of purple energy. But surprisingly, the little demons casually inhaled the streams of energy, as the green-haired demoness sneered. "We are demons, and my children are demons as well. Do you think they would fear death energy?" Jiang Yunzi gritted her teeth and clenched her fist as the demons that had just absorbed her death energy exploded in the sky. But the demon woman immediately raised her hand and said, "It's useless." The little demons that had just exploded reappeared, growing in number, still chanting in unison, "I'm hungry." Ngi La grimaced, assessing the situation. The demon spawn, summoned by the female demon, were powerful, likely placing her at the Yellow Sky realm or higher. He warned Yem to be careful. If they were caught, they'd be devoured, bones and all. The two-headed demon beside Yem pointed at Lan Ka's group, remarking that they didn't seem as formidable as reported. Yem simply scoffed in response. The demon infants immediately lunged forward, their ghastly hands reaching for Ling Ka, mouths chanting incessantly, wanting hugs, wanting hugs. Instantly, Ling Ka spread his arms to shield the three behind him. He summons his sword, sneering, "You want a hug? I think you're sick in the head." Seeing the dire situation, Yem shouts a warning, "Run," but it seems it's too late. Ling Ka unleashed a powerful slash, a sword aura, sweeping hundreds of miles, nearly annihilating the demon horde and even conveniently lopping off the head of a two-faced demon. He playfully remarked, "Too late." The two-headed demon's head rolled across the ground, stopping at Lingge's feet, who feigned regret while scratching his head. Mi Luo, looking at him with disdain, asks, "You could have taken them all out at once, so why let them go?" Lingge chuckled, raising a hand with a strange mark and reassuring her, "Don't worry, they're not getting away." The nightmare and the remnants of his army scattered wailing in despair. "Wah, my head, my brothers." The two-headed demon was furious but helpless. "Damn humans, next time we meet I'll devour you and use your blood to appease the 100 ghosts." But before she could finish, the demoness shrieked, His subordinates asked in shock. What's going on? The demoness, as if losing her mind, looked around frantically when suddenly millions of sword energies burst forth from her body. Yin cries out in terror. He left a blade intent on that human, intending to kill us when we weren't paying attention. Blade intent radiates outwards, wiping out the minions, turning a vast area into smoke, and Yin looks in horror at the mangled corpses of his comrades howling in fury. Very well, brat. I'll remember this debt. When I fully recover, I'll tear you to pieces. Lingei's group approached the petrified figure and Lingei, retracting his formation, said, Too bad, we only eliminated one, but you won't be so lucky next time. He points forward, and the group curiously looks at the petrified figure as Mi Li speaks. We're here. Ling Ka approaches gleefully. Hey, time to greet your guests. The statue sweats bullets but stubbornly plays petrified. Ling Ge stared at him teasingly for a long moment, finally drawing his divine dagger and threatening, You won't cooperate until I get my hands dirty. The statue flinched quickly, replying, Yes, I was wrong. What do you want to do this time? Ling Ka states frankly, We've had our fun in Udo, and now we're leaving. The statue cries out in shock, You're leaving. Ling Ge pointed directly at it, asking, Why are you so happy? It quickly replied, How could I be? I don't know when we'll meet again, and I'll miss you dearly. Gu Miaoyan stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Thank you for allowing me to enter before senior. The statue, seizing the chance to show off, demurred, I wouldn't dare take credit. I'll reopen the portal for you all, and we shall part ways here. The portal swiftly opened, and the group departed without hesitation. The statue spoke, After you. Long Ling Ge felt relieved. Reaching the exit, he says his final words, Farewell. Mi Li felt a surge of vitality return, a feeling she hadn't experienced in ages. Where should we go next? Jiang Yunzi stepped forward, grabbing Ling Ling's hand, and pleading, Ling, go back to the demonic sect, but she stubbornly refused. I don't want to go back to the demonic sect. I want to stay with Ling. Lingei pressed her head, explaining, Hurry back. You have authority in the demonic sect. You've neglected your duties these past few days, and who knows if things are stable there. You absolutely must go back and see. Jiang Yunzi reluctantly agreed. Then, after I've taken care of things at the demonic sect, I'll come find you. Lingei thought to himself. Now that Jiang Yunzi is gone, I can return to the Taiming sect and report back. Haha, Zhu Yaoyan stepped forward, saying, I must also return to the western regions. She snuggled up to Lingjie and whispered, If you ever come to the western regions, come find me in the Ji kingdom of the Gumo sect. This is my mother's jade pendant, my most prized possession, which I've kept with me for years. Show them this, and they'll let you in. Goodbye, Lingge. Lingge silently wished the little girl a safe return, then turned to Mi Li and asked, Have you decided where you're going? Mi Li hesitated. Well, I have nowhere to return to. The ghost clan is destroyed, and the human clan has no place for me. I don't know where to go. Langa pondered for a moment, then an idea struck him. Easy go, change into some clothes, and I'll take you back to the Taiming sect. He seemed excited about his plan, and they found a bustling clothing store in the city. Mi Lai marveled at the shop's grandeur, commenting on the human's extravagance. Lang warned her that if she didn't watch her words, she'd be mistaken for a demon and executed upon arriving at the sect. Lingge led Mi Li inside, where a young woman noticed them and approached with a curious greeting. You two are new faces. This girl is the shop owner. She bowed and continued, I am Kwang Kam Ngiet, the owner of this clothing shop. What can I help you find? Give her a makeover, dress her in spiritual garments, and give her this pouch. And make sure you give Xia the best. The shop owner stared directly at Ling and replied, Rest assured, young master, we will certainly satisfy you. The subordinates then said, Please, young lady, come inside. The shopkeeper turned to Lingge and said, It's too noisy here. Why don't you come inside with me? Lingge politely replied, If you insist, please lead the way. Lingge remarked in surprise, Your shop is so thoughtful, you even have a parlor. He thought to himself, Why does this feel like a groom waiting for his bride to try on her wedding dress? The door slams shut strangely, and the shop owner suddenly kneels. Subordinate Jiang Jin Yue, head of the Jin Luo branch, greets the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, can't you support them? Why is everyone running to Wanluo City to develop side hustles? You jest, Madzun, she replied. Ever since Jiang Yunzi learned of your stay in Wanluo City, he's moved a portion of the sect's forces here to monitor your movements and assist you at a moment's notice. But rest assured, Madzun, I won't inform sect leader Jiang that you brought another young lady here for clothes. Well done. Settling in, he spoke. Your aura concealment is impressive, but your cultivation is lacking. Long-term, you'll struggle to reach the Saint Realm. I beg the Demon Lord for guidance. Ling Ka then unleashed his spiritual power immediately, releasing a terrifying surge of energy. Cam Nuet was astonished by the sheer magnitude of spiritual power. Ling Ka then unleashed it upon her to aid his disciple. Jin Yue obediently waited for Ling Mazun to cast his spell, the stream of spiritual energy shining directly on her face, causing a powerful impact. At that moment, Jin Yue felt a surge of vitality within her body. I've imprinted the heavenly devil's shadow into your spiritual consciousness. You may glean much from its Taoist essence, but it all depends on your own efforts. Thank you, Demon Lord, for your grace. Lingge rises and says, It's nothing. You're a disciple of my sect, so guiding you is what I should do. Even if I'm not here in the future, I hope you can all stand up and build a future together. Yes, I understand. A maid entered to report, young master, we have finished dressing the young lady. Please come and see. Linga arrives, his eyes shining like the stars themselves, as little Lini now looks like a dazzling angel. Linge was so captivated that he blurted out something. What was that? Ling admired her for a while, then replied, not bad. They both stepped out saying, thank you shopkeeper, we'll take our leave now, and hope to meet again someday. Farewell, Jin Yue said, seeing her dark lord to the door, thinking truly, he is the demon lord. If the sect leader Jiang were to see this, the demonic sect would be in turmoil. No wonder he's the demon lord. This subordinate can only help you this far. Lost in thought, Jin Yue returned to the inn, as Ling Ge advised. Mi Li, tomorrow I'll take you to the Tai Ming sect. Suppress your spiritual power and cooperate with me. Don't worry. Mei Li blushed and replied, understood. Ling felt something was off. She'd been like this ever since they left the clothing store. Why is she acting like a different person after changing clothes? Ling Ge wondered. Okay, close your eyes, circulate your energy, and don't get distracted. Mi Li complies and they both sink into focused cultivation once more. Linga delves deeper within himself as a radiant aura shines beyond the window, shocking the people outside who have no idea what's happening. A pillar of spiritual energy like a divine storm shoots into the sky. Damn, this must be an anomaly of heaven and earth. Back at the Tai Ming sect, the massive pillar of spiritual energy caught everyone's attention. A female disciple wondered, what on earth is causing that? The old sect leader urgently replied, whatever the reason, such a world-shaking phenomenon is rare, a chance for enlightenment. He then ordered, quickly, send word to gather all disciples in the training grounds. Yes, disciple obeys, returning to the Clear Cloud Inn in the Milky Way. Mi Li wondered, staring at Ling, who was clearly just a minor disciple of the Tai Ming sect, without the sect's teachings, yet his strength was so profound. Even the gods of old couldn't produce such a phenomenon, yet he does it with ease. How many secrets are you hiding, Ling Ge? The surge of spiritual energy flickered and died down. Ling Ge finally withdrew his power, sighing, my strength has increased again during this time. Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have cultivation techniques written on my face or something? Caught off guard, Mi Li stammered, her face flushed. Nothing, it's just annoying. There it is again. That look. Could Jiang Jinyue have tampered with the clothes when she sold them? Ling Jie yawned and said, never mind, it's getting late, I'm going to sleep. But there's only one bed, so let's just do as we always do and each take half. Li Ni retorted, wait, who's doing things as usual with you? You tell me. But no matter how she called, Ling Ge was already sound asleep like a kitten. Li Ni exclaimed, tonight I'm sleeping on the floor. I won't share a bed with you, not even for a moment. The next morning, as dawn broke, Ling Ge groggily awoke. He saw Mi Li fast asleep, her arms and legs draped all over him. Her rosy pretty face looked so tempting. Ling Ge sits up thinking she's kind of cute when she's asleep, and drooling. Suddenly Mi Li's eyes shot open, and a strange sound echoed through the house, startling the birds on the roof. What are you up to so early in the morning? She screamed. Ling Ge, his face still bearing the mark of a hand, says, who told you to sleep so soundly? Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face, we need to get back to the Tai Ming sect. As Ling Ge quietly left, Ni Li wondered what had been happening to her lately. Back at the Tai Ming sect, a martial arts demonstration was underway, and the old sect leader finally opened his eyes, as Bai Su Ling and the other female disciples rejoiced. The disciples of the Tai Ming sect offer their congratulations to the sect leader, who replies, indeed, last night's celestial anomaly was a rare sight. It seems you've all gained some insight. Perhaps the heavens are aiding the Tai Ming sect. The martial world's competition of champions is about to begin, so you must all cultivate diligently and strive for first place. Do you understand? The disciples understand. Suddenly, someone rushes in breathlessly, announcing sect leader senior brother Ling is back. This joyous news revives the sisters. Su Ling cried out, junior brother's back, where is he? He replied, he's right outside the mountain gate. Before he could finish, the three sisters had vanished. It turns out he's brought a young woman back with him. Reaching the gate of the Tai Ming sect, Ling Ge asks, why are you the only one on guard duty today? Where are the other disciples? The gatekeeper replied, didn't you see the strange phenomenon in the heavens last night? Everyone is meditating to comprehend it. Didn't senior brother Ling see it yesterday? The gatekeeper said, with a smile upon recognizing Ling. Ling smiled and replied, oh, I saw it, it was truly beautiful. Ha. The man greeted her. Wow, senior disciple, even making brother Ling turn his head. The three sisters, after days apart, seemed to not believe their eyes when they saw brother Ling. It had been decades since they parted ways with their senior disciple. They must miss her dearly, perhaps he should give them a hug. Yi Lai noticed the caution in her sister's eyes, as they approached, asking in quick succession, young lady, who is she? Ling Ge. The atmosphere at the Tai Ming sect was exactly as Ling Ge had predicted. He thought to himself he'd barely returned before running into these three tigresses. Senior sister, these are my two junior sisters. Well, Ling Ge thought, sweating but trying to remain calm. Good thing I came prepared. Ling happily ran over senior sister Yue Qing. Nie, it's been so long, I've missed you all so much. Ling quickly pushed Mi Li forward, urging, "What are you waiting for? Go on, greet them." Lin He seemed out of place. They glared at each other, clearly displeased with the moment, but for the greater good, Lin Yi had to endure. She stepped forward and bowed her head. "Greetings, senior sisters." Su Ling waited for an explanation from Ling Jia, who said, "This is Luo Mei, the junior sister I brought back. Her family was killed by robbers. I felt she had nowhere to go, and it was truly pitiful. So I took the liberty of bringing her here. From now on she'll be a disciple of the Tai Min sect. Ninie is the most sentimental." "I see." She then stepped forward, taking Mi Li's hand in welcome. "From now on, you're our little junior sister. Don't worry, everyone in our sect is kind. Starting today, we're your family." Mi Li felt a warmth in her heart, and gratefully replied, "Okay." Senior apprentice Sister Bai Su Ling then said, "Never mind, it's enough that you're back safe. Nini and Nini, take our new junior sister to register and test her talent, then give her a tour of the sect so she can choose which faction to join for training." "Yes, we understand. Let's go, we'll show you around." Ling breathed a sigh of relief, but then Senior White patted his shoulder. "As for you, the master instructed me that if you return, you must immediately go to the Jade Moon Pavilion to see her. Tell me about our new junior sister later." "Follow me," she ordered. Ling cried out to his senior sisters, "Hey, I'm falling apart here." All the senior sisters in the sect were overjoyed. "Oh my, junior brother Ling is back. It's been so long, junior brother." Ling greets his female martial siblings, who eagerly swarm around him. "You looked so pretty when you dressed as a woman last time. Let me doll you up again." "Senior sister, please stop. This isn't appropriate. Don't come any closer or I'll scream." Ling felt dizzy from the women's enthusiasm and ran for his life. "I'm terribly sorry, my master needs me urgently, so please forgive my junior brother for not being able to entertain you." Bai Su Ling smiled as she watched them leave, speaking softly. That rotten junior brother brought both siblings to meet their master, who was overjoyed to see them. "So you're back. I heard you brought a poor girl back with you on this trip." "Yes, it was just a chance encounter. Her family suffered a tragedy, and I didn't know what else to do but bring her back to the Tai Ming sect." The sect leader rose and said, "Well done, my disciple of the Tai Ming sect is indeed kind-hearted." She added, "Your return is timely, for the martial world's grand tournament of the Chosen is just a few days away. I hope you can prepare well during this time, and this time you must bring glory to our sect." The Martial Arts Heavenly Pride Competition. "Why haven't I heard of this before?" the sect leader explained. "There's a reason you haven't heard of the Heavenly Champions Competition. This competition is a major event in our martial world, held only once every 10 years. This is closely tied to the Heavenly Pride leaderboard, so you and Su Ling must do your best. This time I'm recommending you both to represent our sect in this battle." The master approaches, placing a hand on their shoulders. "Don't disappoint your master, you two." Blushing Bai Su Ling couldn't take it anymore while Ling Gei froze. "Help one competition after another, why is so much being dumped on me?" Their master gestures, ending the conversation, and tells them to remember to practice their techniques. He awaits their performance. "Yes, we'll take our leave." Bai Su Ling pinched Ling Gei's ear and dragged him away. "Let's go, silly disciple." Jiming Shui watched them leave with longing. Youth is so wonderful. Night falls on the Tai Min sect, and Lang Ka relaxes in his chair, thinking he could finally study the secrets of the family heirloom, but it seems he'll have to put it off. Suddenly, the window bursts open, and a figure lurks outside waiting for Lang Ka to speak. Ling Ka calmly replied, "Sai, if you want to come in, just come in. Stop pretending to be a ghost and scaring people." Lini's delicate feet stepped in. First she glided past Ling Ka's head, her whole body as light as silk, landing on the ground without a sound, her voice rising. "Isn't it inappropriate for a junior sister to visit her senior brother's bedroom late at night?" Sitting in the room, Lin He said, "Today I learned that only female disciples can join the Azure Moon Pavilion, so what's so strange about me visiting your room late at night?" Lin He looked over and asked, "Am I right?" "Senior sister Ling." Ling Gei suddenly snapped, "What nonsense has that little brat Nini been spouting to you?" "Nothing much, just that you're a plaything for the senior and junior sisters in the sect, and that you brazenly cross-dress, becoming popular with many senior and junior brothers." The more he heard, the more the veins on Ling Jie's forehead bulged. Mi Li became more excited as she spoke. "What a glorious saga." Ling Ka rolled up his sleeves. "I'm going to crush that girl's head." "Okay, let's get down to business. I had my talent tested today, and the results weren't bad. 4 stars. You already possess the strength of the Saintly Way realm." Lini added, "I heard the martial world is about to hold some kind of prodigy competition, and the Tai Ming sect will also participate." Ling Ka replied, dejected, "That's right. In a few days the sect's selection will determine the 10 disciples who will participate in the battle. If that's the case, won't your plan to go to the immortal realm be put on hold?" "What else can I do? I'll take it one step at a time, deal with what's in front of me, and then figure it out." Ling Ka turned and instructed, "Don't be idle. Use this time to cultivate your skills. You still have to pass the sect's test." My senior sister explained it clearly. She almost got interrogated because she covered for you. Li Ni approached, swaying. "Why are you so afraid of your senior apprentice, sister? I need someone I can be afraid of too." For example, are you afraid of me? Li Ni paused, then suddenly pinched him hard, making him jump. How do you know this move? That senior sister was right. It seems dealing with you will be quite simple from now on. Lin He departs, reminding him I'm off. Prepare well for the sex competition. Senior sister Ling is furious, her fists clenched. Beautiful women are indeed terrifying. 2 days later, at the Timing Sex Training Grounds, the sect leader announced, soon the martial world's Heaven's Pride competition will begin. Today we'll select the most outstanding disciples to compete, so I hope you'll all do your best. He points forward. Next is the first hurdle of the selection. Contestants who can withstand 10 moves from Senior Sword will pass. The disciples began to whisper, Sword Brother, they'd never heard of him before. He's an inner sect disciple, said to be very strong, usually in secluded cultivation. Ling Ge thought so. They're using an inner sect disciple to test the participants. It seems the sect leader is quite invested in this martial arts prodigy competition. Lin Fan steps forward declaring, I'll go first, he's next. Greetings, disciple Lin Fan, requests guidance from senior brother. Ling observed him sensing a strange and powerful spiritual energy emanating from him and detecting the hidden soul of a great master within. It seems even the Tai Ming sect has someone worth watching. Swordmaster speaks, inviting him to begin. He leaps forward, brandishing his sword with power, but Lin Fan is ready with his staff, as lightning descends from the heavens, striking Sword Brother. The disciples were stunned. A storm raged in the arena and the Sword Brother appeared before Lin Fan. Lin Fan gratefully says, Senior Brother yielded. The Swordmaster replies, You're not bad either. The sect leader stood and signaled, and Lin Fan passed. The crowd cheered, praising Senior Brother Lin. The sect leader then declared, Now, for the next challenger. Little Nini from the Azure Moon Pavilion steps forward, her cheerful demeanor pleasing Brother Ling. The arena falls silent, and the sect leader decides, Let little Nini go. Ling.ca ruffled his little sister's hair. Go on, Ling.ca will be here cheering for you. Okay. Little Ni nodded, leaping onto the arena and landing right in front of Senior Swordsman. She bowed in greeting her femininity, giving him pause. This 8-star genius. I hope she's worthy of my blade. Please, Sword Brother, show me your shadowless sword. Su Ling worried Junior Brother, will Nini be alright? Don't worry, Nini's strength is already at the Spirit Origin realm, not far from the King Profound realm. She can definitely withstand 10 moves from him. Nini quickly casts a formation and with a hum, her pink array surprises everyone. The Sword Brother is shocked, she broke my illusion with a single move. Nini appeared before Sword Apprentice, unleashing a flurry of blows that forced him to defend. Sword Apprentice was surprised by the strength of such a young disciple. Not bad. He strikes a blow to break the stalemate, and Chin Ni happily expresses her gratitude. The senior disciple lasted 10 moves. Thank you for going easy on me. The swordmaster happily sheathed his sword. Nini happily jumped down and embraced Linga, exclaiming that she had passed. Junior sister Nie is truly powerful. The surrounding men seemed disgruntled. Is this the power of a 6-star talent? How infuriating. It's hard to know who to admire more. I want to be close to senior brother Ling and junior sister Nie. The sect leader announces with a smile, Senior Nie passes. Who will be next? The crowd looks on with doubt. Could it be that the sword brother is deliberately holding back, trying to boost our confidence so we don't lose face? The arena is in an uproar. Let me go. Sect leader, pick me. Half an hour later, the crowd was dizzy and groaning. It hurts my legs, my back is broken, another one is blown away like paper. Sword brother has defeated so many, losing in less than 2 moves. The sect leader is bored. No one can land a hit. But why hasn't that kid Ling stepped up yet? Is he waiting for Christmas? He seized the moment Langa was distracted and gave a signal. Seeing the sect leader's expression, Langa thought it was genuine. So Ling Ka steps forward, addresses his senior and says, Allow me to learn from you next. Aren't you the senior brother Ling, who defeated Long Aotian in the martial arts competition a few months ago? This should be interesting. I doubt junior brother will have any problems. Lin Fan thought to himself, Senior brother Ling, let me see your true strength. The sisters from the Azure Moon Pavilion cheered wildly. Go junior brother Ling, don't disgrace our Azure Moon Pavilion. Go Lang. The male disciples marveled at the perks of the Azure Moon Pavilion. Ling thinks to himself that the best way for his female martial siblings to encourage him is to just be quiet. Stepping in front of Sword, Ling pulls out his treasured beak. Senior sword brother, you go first. The disciples below were shocked such arrogance. Is senior brother Ling just showing off? This is the first time sword brother has met a junior who dares to speak like that, so he rushes forward with youthful arrogance. With a smile, Ling quickly dodges sword brother's attack, his hammer flying forward, leaving his opponent stunned. Too fast he couldn't dodge it. Ling's mace sent Sword flying off the stage, his sword clattering from his grasp. Ling couldn't help but think, oops, did I overdo it? The disciples below were stunned by Ling's attack. Sword brother spat blood as he flew through the air, his soul seemingly leaving his body. He crashed far behind the stage into the crowd. A concerned disciple rushed to his side, propped him up and said, he's just unconscious, nothing serious. The sect leader stood and applauded. Excellent, very strong. In that case I'll assign you to the inner sect and little Nini as well. If sect leader Lin says so, then let's assign senior sister Bai and Yue Qing to the inner sect too. Both of you have reached the spirit origin realm. Very well. But this trial was specifically designed for outer sect disciples. Since you're entering the inner sect, you'll need to compete for rankings with the inner sect disciples first. I understand. If there's nothing else, sect leader, I'll return to the Azure Moon Pavilion to continue my training. Returning home, Ling Ge opened the door to his room, where Mi Li was already waiting. She asked, "You're back, how did it go?" The shy girl was on the couch, cradling his cat. Ling Ge approached and replied, noticing something interesting. He handed her a package mentioning that someone's necklace concealed an old geezer, but since he hadn't caused any trouble yet, he wasn't concerned. "Right, I'll give you this." Mi Li asks what it is. "This mystic pill will help you consolidate your spiritual power. Refine it completely, and your strength will surpass your peak." Mi Li accepted. "If you insist, I'll take it." Ling Ge watches Mi Li silently for a moment, then speaks. "Hey, am I some kind of wild beast or demon? Do you have to be so careful taking a pill?" Ling lowered his voice. "Could it be?" he wondered. "Could it be her?" Ling Sa approached his face close to Li Ni's. "You don't feel warm. I thought you were sick." Li Ni's face suddenly changes as she punches Ling Ge, yelling, "You, son of a," before running off, leaving Ling Ge confused. Why is she so angry? Ling Ka thought, "Never mind, I'll use this time to return to the demonic sect and see how things are." Ling Ka quickly returned to the demonic sect and asked his assembled disciples, "What's the situation been lately?" An underling stepped forward and replied, "Recently, the heretical path has been unstable. Many sects have taken action to compete for resources, and several major forces are secretly supporting these smaller sects, seemingly with the intention of letting them fight to the death. What about in the demonic sect? The demonic sect is stable with many disciples out training, but otherwise nothing else to report. If there's nothing happening in the demonic sect, that's one less problem for me." He stood and ordered, "I'm only staying for 1 day this time. I have to leave tomorrow." Jiang Yunzi pressed him, disagreeing. "No, Ling Ka needs to coax me. Don't worry, I'll be back. Until then, manage the demonic sect well." So Ling Ka decides to scout around the demonic sect, looking for anything to be wary of. The scenery is as bleak as ever. Rustling sounds echo, but one sound grows louder, drawing ever closer to Ling Ka. A young woman targeted him playing a strange flute, and her magic struck Ling Ge without fail. It wraps around Ling Ka, but he doesn't resist. In an instant, Ling Ka is cocooned. The girl landed with a triumphant laugh, approaching with a cheerful demeanor, saying it was all so boring, she thought he might have had some skill, but he was nothing special, a real disappointment. Looking around, she says her worries were for nothing. "Are you having fun?" Ling Ka's voice echoes from within. The girl was shocked. Hearing the veiled words of the scoundrel before her, she innocently replied, only to realize her mistake, and quickly back away wary. She's clearly never met anyone like him. Lang Sa suddenly appears above her asking, "If you're having so much fun, then let's see what other delights you have to offer." Ling Ge smiled silently, as the girl played another tune on her flute, summoning venomous snakes, a familiar death march. She said, "I didn't expect the martial world to be so fun. I wonder how long this place will entertain me." Ling Ge smiled, thinking that this girl must be from the Five Venoms sect. With a flick of his hand, Ling Ge vanished into thin air, leaving the maiden bewildered and anxious. Ling Ge then emerged from behind asking, "Are you still having fun?" The young woman eagerly prepared for her next attack. In an instant, she transforms into a swarm of moths to confuse him, but after observing them, he smiles, plucking out one particular moth, causing her to revert to her original form, crying out in pain and surprise. Ling Ka says, "Trying to run, I can give you a few more chances." The girl feigned weakness, saying, "Now that I'm in your hands, will you use me for your evil cultivation?" Ling Ge approached and lifted her chin to get a better look. "Tell me, if I were a disciple of the Joyous Union sect, wouldn't I be doing myself a disservice by not taking advantage of a pretty little thing like you?" The girl screamed and lunged toward a poisonous insect. "Go to hell, you martial arts scoundrel." Ling Ge easily snatched the bug. Ling Ge exclaimed, "I only wanted to scare you, but you released a venomous insect. If I were truly one of those scoundrels from the Joyous Union sect, you would have been swallowed whole long ago." Ling Ka asked seriously, "I am Ling Ka of the Tai Ming sect, and you? Are you from the western regions?" The girl replied, "My name is Yun Meng, and I'm a disciple of the Five Poisons sect. Because the other disciples were out training, I followed them out. I heard we could get a reward for capturing heretics, but I ran into you instead," Ling Ka asked, amused. "If you hadn't run into me, you might have been taken away to practice dark arts." Yun Meng remained silent, and Ling Ge continued, "Which city is your Five Poisons sect based in? It's getting late, so I'll do you a favor and take you back there. Vanla City, that is." Xiao Lingge sighs. "Why does it have to be Wanluo City again? Why do people from the western regions like to set up camp there so much?" Ling Ge spoke up, "Let's go." And with that he grabbed Yun Meng by the collar, startling her. And so Ling Ka took flight, dragging Yun Meng along with him, as she screamed all the way. "Ah, my clothes," arriving at the Xuanqi sect. Just then, Long Gao Tian swaggered forward, announcing his return. The impostor kowtows in gratitude, thanking the envoy for his help, to which the envoy replies that there's no need for ceremony, and now that Long Aodian of their sect is healed, it's time for him to return and carry out his orders. He then instructed them, remember, never betray our Lord's expectations. The impostor replied, rest assured we of the Xuanqi sect will carry out your orders to the very end, even if it costs us our lives. He replied and left immediately, then I can rest assured. Two elders played chess on desolate mountains as one spoke. The devil has emerged, what do you intend to do? The other replied, what can I do? It's not like you're going to the lower realm. I'm helpless. The old man raged, helpless my foot, with your strength, sneaking down to the lower realm is possible. Just be careful, and you won't be discovered. The old man replied, easy for you to say. Without the boat of time I can't break through the barrier. Why don't you go then, instead of just talking? His friend angrily retorted, but the old man calmly replied, the ship of time isn't with me. It was borrowed by those Taishu realm folks. His friend wondered, didn't they say when they'd return it? Speaking of which, will I ever get it back? Those bastards swore they'd return my boat, but it's been years. His friend replied, they borrowed your things, and they're up to no good. Their grand void mystic realm can't penetrate the barrier, so if they want to go to the lower realm, where do you think they're going? The old man was startled. Could they be searching for the key? Enraged, he roared. Those damned Taishu realm bastards. I only hope Mozun can withstand that old demon's 8000-year seal. You know, it's just a last resort. We can't contact the Dragon Clan, so let's just observe from here. Back at the Tai Ming sect, all the elders were present. The sect leader announced, today is the day of the inner disciples trial, and grouping do not forget, and absolutely do not slack off. Ling Ge, looking weary after a sleepless night, was startled by a voice that surprised everyone. Oh, they're selecting disciples for the Heavenly Champions tournament. Long Iotian's group has arrived, and he boasts long time no see Tai Ming sect. The sect leader angrily shouts, Mystic Oddity sect, today is the crucial selection for our inner disciples to participate in the martial genius competition. What are you doing here, causing trouble? The old man snapped. Humph, this isn't just causing trouble. Today we'll wipe out your entire Tai Ming sect. The female master, Ji Ming Shui, angrily shouted, speaking arrogantly. And so, the battle begins, a chaotic, free-for-all. The Bai Su Ling sisters clash with the Xuanqi sect disciples, while Yue Qing and Nie Ni join the fray. Yi Li was all too familiar with crushing trash, and Ling Ge finally reunited with his nemesis Long Aotian. He charged forward, yelling, Ling, today I'll take your dog's life. He flew forward with arrogance. The old sect leader exclaimed in shock, the spiritual power of the supreme realm, but the old man from the Mystic Oddity sect managed to block his path. Where do you think you're going, Lin Wanjun? Ling Ge scoffs. You're just a loach trying to call yourself a dragon. Long Aotian's dragon claw flies in, slamming into Ling Ge's hand, shaking the entire city. Long Aodian changed his tune, realizing Ling Ka wasn't so easily dealt with. He turned and fled with a sinister smile. Ling Ka watches him go, realizing this is clearly an ambush to lure him in. He glances at the chaos, noting Mi La's presence, meaning they have things under control here. Rest assured, Ling Ka immediately gives chase, pitying him. I initially spared your life out of mercy. Even though I don't know what tricks you used to recover if you don't value your dog life, I'll come and take it. Long Aodian lured Ling Ge to a desolate mountain, and he spoke up. Your strength is indeed not simple. Ling Ka picked his teeth and replied, just get on with it. He then clasped his hands together to form a magic circle, and a Bagua diagram appeared beneath his feet. Dragon growth again, but this time with two heads. He shouts, savor this, the yin-yang heavenly dragon formation. The two-headed dragon unleashed a terrifying pillar of fire, engulfing Ling Ka's position and vaporizing the massive mountain. Long Aodian's slander ends here, too weak. I thought you had prepared many formations, but it seems there's nowhere to use them, Ling Ge said from the side. I heard you prepared many formations for me, is that right? Long Aotian asks anxiously. Still alive. Perfect timing, seems like the formations I prepared for you weren't a waste after all. Ling Ka is good at setting up formations and likes to provoke others. Am I supposed to respect you? The formation encircling him fills Long Aotian with dread. These are the dragons Ling summoned. Ancestral dragons filling the sky before him. Ling Ka says, you like formations so much, then experience this. I've remodeled the 8 desolate wandering dragon formation just for you. Long Aotian summons a divine fire halberd, launching a powerful attack against Zhao Lingjia's dragons. The halberd strikes, severing Lingjia's dragons, but it's far from over. Ling Ka's dragons are immortal, reviving in an instant, and flying towards Long Aotian, rooting him to the spot. Oh no. Ling Ka summons a strange magic, a giant hand descending from the sky, heading straight for Ling Ka's dragon god formation and dissolving it. The two figures above are none other than the envoy who saved Long Aotian from Ling Kei's fatal blow. Next to the envoy, Long Aotian remains arrogant, lamenting that they let him escape again. The envoy says his strength is greater than you think, and he doesn't know how he escaped that last attack. Unfortunately, there wasn't time to use my tools, otherwise he wouldn't have escaped. The envoy ordered, let's go. The Tai Ming sect will be destroyed, and he will surely return. We'll wait for him to walk into our trap. but he suddenly stopped shouting. "Hide behind me!" Long Aotian cried out in alarm. "What?" "The sword is coming." Long Aotian stared, wide-eyed as the blade hurtled towards him. The mysterious envoy swiftly retaliates, blocking Ling's attack, and saving Long Aotian once more, who trembles afraid to even blink, and asks, "Who is it?" From above, Ling Ji's voice echoed, "Don't ask about someone as heaven-defying as me. Of course it's truly." The two look up in shock as Ling Ka smiles a smile of arrogance. Enraged, the envoy pulls out his weapon and shouts, "You're still here, aren't you afraid to die?" Ling Ji smirks, "Not a bad sword, but do you really think you can kill me with that?" Ling Ka then retrieves his long-hidden treasure, unfurling a sword formation scroll and says, "You broke one of my swords earlier, but sadly for you, I have many more." It seems this myriad sword manual wasn't a waste after all, and the swords from the myriad sword seed should suffice. The envoy chants an incantation, Supreme Yin Celestial Void, Sword Ling Ka, activates his formation, Heaven-Splitting Sword, surrounding his bizarre blade with a poisonous flame. The stunned envoy could only watch as Ling Ka attacked their blows, shattering the very heavens. The envoy barely withstands Ling Ka's attack, as Ling Ka declares, "My myriad swords manual may not contain a true myriad, but it holds all 72 swords." The envoy glared and asked, "What do you want?" Ling replied, "I want to know what kind of person you are." The envoy unleashed his swords, striking at the spiritual void, but Ling Ka was intrigued by his opponent. Gathering spiritual power, he forms the heavenly sword formation, his eyes burning with killing intent as a storm of blades descends upon Ling Ka. That's when Ling Ji strikes, with a mere flick of his hand, sending the envoy's bizarre formation into another dimension. The envoy watched Ling Ge discovering an escape route. He and Long Aotian leaped toward it, but Ling Ge, done playing around, asked, "Did I say you could leave unleashing a binding force that shattered the giant hand?" The envoy watched, waiting to see what would happen, as Long Aotian muttered, "Just you wait, my revenge is far from over." Ling Ke was resolute, Long Aotian must die, and even if you try to save him, you won't succeed. Ling Ke prepared to unleash a technique that would decide his fate. Seeing the two streams of light, one green and one red chasing after him, the envoy felt a sense of foreboding. He turned back in alarm and shouted towards Long Aotian, but it was too late. He saw Long Aotian kneeling on the ground, two streams of spiritual energy, one bright and one red, piercing his head and heart. The light then passed through Long Aotian and flew straight towards the master of this place. The master of this place was no pushover either, as he twisted space to avoid the two great swords which pierced the ground, causing it to crack open. The mysterious figure looked at his bloodied arm wounded by the two swords, and said somberly, "For such a small world to have such a powerful expert, it seems building the border will be fraught with difficulties." He gazed at the two swords, one blue and one red in the distance. The sword domain envoy brought Long Aotian before his master, his eyes downcast with worry. Just how deeply is he hiding his true power? The mysterious man shook his head. "There's no need to investigate further. With his strength, he could have killed you just now if he wanted to." Hearing this, the envoy was shocked, and said in disbelief, "Why would he want to spare me?" The mysterious man shook his head, and said silently, "I don't know either. Even if he has a purpose, he's not in a hurry to deal with us. First send someone to investigate the Tai Ming sect, but remember, don't probe too deeply, or you'll end up with no grave to call your own." The envoy bowed then, looking at the two swords, asked, "What should we do with these swords and the Xuanxi sect, my lord?" The mysterious figure said, "Leave the swords here for now, I have no way to move them. As for the Xuanxi sect, they're useless pawns, so discard them." Meanwhile, back at the assembly hall, Ming Wuhen was arguing with the Tai Ming sect leader, when suddenly his face turned pale, his eyes widened, and he froze speechless. Seeing Ming Wuhen's expression, Lin Beibu was shocked, and stepped back, not understanding what he was planning. Ming Wuhen then collapsed to the ground, those nearby no longer sensing his breath. As Mi Wujing fought Mi Luo, she saw Mi Wu Yin collapse and cried out in shock. Taking advantage of her distraction, Mi Luo struck her down. Seeing their sect leader die right before their eyes, the Xuanxi sect disciples were terrified, clutching their heads and looking at each other in a panic. The sect leader is dead, what happened? Just then, Elder Jiming Shui charged in landing. A few punches on the Xuanxi sect members. Jiming Shui ordered the disciples and subordinates to capture everyone in one fell swoop, while Ling Ka finished off Long Aotian and descended to the ground. Looking around, Ling Ka says, "Looks like things are wrapping up here." Above on the platform, Lin Beibu addresses the Tai Ming sect disciples below. "Though many of you were injured in this battle, thankfully, no one died. We've sent word to the Martial God Hall, and the inner sect selection will be held in a few days." As Ling Ka eavesdrops, his long hair is suddenly tugged. Ling Ka groaned, turning to see Mi La behind him, propping up her chin and smiling meaningfully. Ling Ge looked at Mi Luo and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" Mi Luo put her index finger to her lips and said, resentfully, "Who told you to dump all the work on me?" Hearing this, Ling Ge hastily explained, "It's not that I trust you. With someone from the Tai Ming sect there, I can chase after Long Aotian with peace of mind." Hearing Ling Ge's sweet talk, Yi Luo flicks him on the nose and he clutches it now red and swollen. "Ouch. Having punished Ling Ge, Mi Luo's mood brightened, and she turned and happily left. Ling Ka watched Mi Luo, and wondered, why does she seem so strange? Then the competition continued. Langa defeated everyone, claiming victory. The referee announced, "The winner is Langa." Exhausted from his win, Langa stretched and yawned. Ah, finally approved. Just then, Xin Yuni excitedly rushed over, hugging Ling Ge and happily saying, "Brother Ling, that's great, we can participate in the competition together." Bai Su Ling approached beaming, "You did well today. Remember to pack your things when we get back. We'll be heading to the martial world in a few days for the Heavenly Pride competition." Ling Ge ruffled Qin Yunia's hair and nodded to Bai Su Ling, understood senior sister. Meanwhile, at Azure Moon Pavilion, rows of bamboo swayed in the breeze as Ling Ge sat amidst them, cradling his zither and plucking out sharp notes. With force, Ling Ge's fingers unleashed a series of sounds, like knives cutting through the air. After a display of power, Ling Ge finally calmed, closing his eyes to sense his surroundings. Just then, Yi Luo arrived behind. "Ling Ge, surprised I didn't know you had such a hobby, sneaking off to play the zither when we weren't looking." Ling Ge picked up the zither, dusting off his clothes, and said, "I was bored, so I practiced a little." Ling Ge then reverted to his usual shameless self, confidently boasting, "It's a pity we didn't know each other before. There will be a chance for you to witness the power of my pure land of ultimate bliss." Mi Luo, seeing his demeanor, coldly scoffed. "As if I care." Ling Ge strummed his instrument, teasing Mi Luo's fierce expression. "Such a beautiful and refined young lady, why such a sharp tongue?" Annoyed by his teasing, Mi Luo glared at Ling Ge coldly. "Do you have a death wish?" Ling Ke closed his eyes and waved dismissively. All right. Tomorrow my senior apprentice sister and I will set off to participate in the Heaven's Pride competition, so I'll leave the matters of the Tai Ming sect to you." Mi La, thinking of the upcoming competition and seeing Ling Ka with his instrument, asked suspiciously, "Are you really going to bring that instrument with you this time?" Holding his instrument, Ling Ge confidently replies, "Of course I must win a title for the Tai Ming sect and make our name known." Mi Luo looks at Ling Ge with suspicion. "I only knew you used swords, knives, and staffs. I didn't know you also used a zither." Ling Ge posed and said, "This is nothing. I have many more surprises you don't know about yet." Seeing that Ling Ka didn't notice her concern, Mi La turned her head away, pouting. "Whatever, you're leaving the sect tomorrow, I just came to see you off." Ling Ka sighed, seeing Mi La's embarrassed expression. Clearly she came to see me off, but she has to beat around the bush. What a strange personality. The disciples participating in the martial arts tournament then gathered before the main hall. Elder Lin stepped forward, instructing the Xuan Ming sect disciples. "This martial arts tournament will be held at our martial god sect, led by Elder Bi Li. Show your best, achieve a high ranking, and bring glory to our sect. Of course, safety is also very important." Ling Ka asked Elder Lin, with doubt, "At this rate, will we be able to leave this mountain before nightfall?" To this question, Elder Lin cleared his throat and said, "That's all I have to say. You have a long journey ahead and I won't delay you any longer. Safe travels." Elder Billy stepped forward, cupping his hands towards Elder Lin, and said, "Rest assured, I will ensure everyone's safety." The disciples behind him followed suit, chanting in unison, "We obey." Elder Lin waved goodbye, wishing them well, and the disciples eagerly set off to compete for supremacy. Soon, Ling Ge and the other Tai Ming sect disciples descended the mountain. A fellow disciple noticed the instrument on Ling Ge's back and asked curiously, "Junior brother Ling, didn't you usually travel empty-handed? Why are you carrying that long instrument now? I don't recall us having any sonic martial arts in the Tai Ming sect." Bai Suling glanced over, saying suspiciously, "Junior brother, you seemed so lost when you listened to Yue Qingshanzi play the zither at the Wan Luo City's Rain Language Pavilion. Don't you feel you have no talent for sonic martial arts?" Ling Ge confidently raised his head and said, "Senior sister, have a little faith in your junior brother. Just listening isn't enough. You have to try it yourself to know if you have the talent." Narrowing her eyes, Bai Su Ling said suspiciously, "Just how many secrets are you hiding from me?" Junior brother Ling Ge felt a chill run down his spine from her gaze, and he quickly waved his hands in denial. No. Hearing this, Bai Su Ling decided to let it go, saying, "Forget it, I'll let you off this time." Relieved, Ling Ge clutched his chest and sighed, while Bai Su Ling smirked, thinking, "I'll get you to spill your secrets sooner or later." 2 days later, they arrived at a city gate and everyone exclaimed, "Once we pass this town, we'll be at the foot of Mount Martial God. The tournament is only a few days away, so we should get to the Martial God Palace as soon as possible." Hearing this, the disciples of the Tai Ming sect were invigorated and shouted in unison. Just then, hurried footsteps came from behind, and a group of people rushed forward, clearing the way. "Make way! Get out of the way!" A protected figure stepped forward, approaching Bai Li with a taunt. "Oh, the Tai Ming sect." Elder Bai Loi, hands on his hips, looked at the person before him, and asked defiantly, "Who might you be?" Just then another person stepped forward and said, "Looks like you haven't misidentified us. We are disciples of the Tai Hu sect." Upon learning they were from another sect, Elder Billy respectfully clasped his hands and said, "It's an honor. We look forward to learning from you in the Hegemon of the Skies contest." But in response, the disciples of the Tai Shu sect simply waved the Tai Ming sect disciples away. "Sorry, we're in a hurry, please make way." The disciples of the Tai Ming sect said unhappily, based on what? Did you build this road? We were here first, so if anyone yields it should be you. Ling Ge watched the scene unfold, realizing the Taishu sect was deliberately provoking conflict to eliminate rivals before the upcoming Battle of Tianzhou, a troublesome situation indeed. The leader of the Tai Min sect pointed 2 fingers at Elder Bai Li's face, saying, "In that case, let's see who has the ability to get through this gate." How could Elder Bai Li endure such humiliation? He throws a punch forward angrily, saying, "You guys stay back, I'll handle this one." From Elder Bai Li's hand emerges a large palm, a massive spirit energy hand. The Taishu sect member's eyes widened, and he was immediately seized by the spirit energy hand, unable to move. He cried out in terror to his young master, "Young master, save me." Seeing this, the man quickly waved his hand, releasing spiritual energy to save him. Ling Jia couldn't help but sigh at the sight of this spiritual energy so domineering and powerful. No wonder they dared to be so arrogant. Meanwhile, the Tai Ming sect disciple frowned at his subordinate on the ground, scoffing, "Useless trash." The Taishu sect disciple glared at his own subordinate, angrily retorting, "You accomplish little and ruin much. You've disgraced the Taishu sect. Prepare to be punished upon our return." He could only nod and obey the scolding. Meanwhile, the Tai Ming sect disciples looked at Bai Li with admiration. "Elder Beloy is amazing, truly worthy of being the elder of our martial arts department," praised. Elder Beloy blushed with embarrassment and smiled brightly. Then a disciple from the Taishu sect approached Elder Beloy and proposed, "Elder, if you wish to pass, send forth a disciple to fight one of ours. Win or lose, we will yield." How will they respond? Elder Beloy is furious at the suggestion from the Taihu sect. The Taishu and Tai Ming sects glared daggers at each other, ready to brawl. The Tai Ming sect said, "Let's fight, I'll take on 10 of you." Not to be outdone, the Supreme Clarity sect retorted, "We could spot you 2 hands and still win." Seeing the 2 sides at each other's throats, Qin Yunyang excitedly cheered. "Wow, the fight for supremacy hasn't even started. It's already this lively." Ling Ge watched Qin Yuni cheering from the sidelines without a care in the world, and could only rub his temples in exasperation. To quickly end this mess, Ling Ge stepped forward and said, "Let me handle this. Don't waste time. I only need 1 match." Seeing someone from the Tai Ming sect step up, the guy from the Taishu sect clapped and laughed, saying, "Excellent, it's rare to find someone so interesting." Then he glanced at his own people and asked, "So which of you will go?" Hearing this, the disciples of the Tai Ming sect all lowered their heads, unwilling to step forward, until a large disciple emerged from the back. Wielding a massive blade, he declared fiercely, "Let me handle this." He then looked at Ling Ge and asked, "Will you make the first move, or should I?" Ling Ge simply smiled and said, "Whatever." Then the man from the Taishu sect charged forward, swinging his greatsword at Ling Ge. With a commanding tone, he declared, "Then I won't hold back." But as the longsword descended, Ling Ge gracefully dodged his strike, hitting only the ground. Ling Ge spun through the air like a leaf, landing lightly on his opponent's blade. Ling Ka looked at him saying admiringly, "Not bad speed," he panted, replying madly, "You're not so bad yourself." The disciple swung again, furious that Ling Ka didn't retaliate. "Why won't you fight back?" he roared. "Where's your zither, Ling Ka? Doesn't need weapons against the weak." Ling Ka effortlessly closed the distance, striking his opponent's chest with a seemingly gentle palm, sending him hurtling into a distant wall. The disciples of the Taishu sect watched in shock, fear, and rage at their sect's defeat. Looking at the disciples of the Taishu sect before him, Ling Ka said disdainfully, "I don't even need my instrument to deal with you." Meanwhile, the people of the Tai Ming sect cheered. "Ling Ka is amazing. He only needed 1 move. Senior brother Ling is the best." Ling Ka approached the disciples of the Taishu sect and said calmly, "Well, are you going to make way now?" The Tai Ming sect disciples stared at Ling Ka, speechless and grim-faced. Having no choice but to honor the agreement, the disciple gritted his teeth, stepped back and gestured, "After you." Inwardly furious, he thought, "Never mind, the plan is more important. I'll endure this for now, and see how long he can remain arrogant." He ordered his disciples to follow him and quickened his pace. The remaining disciples acknowledged the order, and the Taishu sect turned and departed, each seething with anger. At the martial god palace, a young man stood before the hall, gazing down as a soldier approached, bowing respectfully, and saying, "Lord Martial God, several sects have arrived at Martial God Mountain." So this man was the martial god himself. The god of war turned to his subordinate and waved his hand, saying, "I know you may step back now." The subordinate bowed and acknowledged, understood. The god of war looked up at the clear sky, and said, "It's been so long since the last battle of the Xuanming realm. I wonder if Senior Ling Shu will come to watch this battle of hegemons." Disciples from various sects have gathered at the foot of Mount Martial God, all here to participate in the Martial God's battle of hegemons. Qin Yuni looked at the crowd before him and excitedly said, "Wow, there are so many people." Just then, a chubby hand slapped Qin Yuni's bottom, but the moment it made contact, the arm was seized. The hand was lifted, belonging to a fat man. The fatty, seeing his hand gripped angrily, threatened, "Who dares? How dare you grab me? Get out of here." The one gripping his hand was none other than Ling Ke. Langa's face darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as he angrily said, "You dare lay a hand on someone in front of me, do you have a death wish?" Despite the scolding, the lecher grinned and asked, "What's a pretty little thing like you, called?" Linga curtly replied, "Get lost." Hearing the commotion behind them, Xin Yuni turned to Linga and asked, "What's wrong, Linga?" When Zhou Ming heard Xin Yuni call Linga brother, he was shocked and exclaimed, "Ah, you're a man." Hearing this, Linga glanced at Jiming and replied, "Now that you know, get lost and stop bothering me." It seemed that knowing Linga was a man would make Jiming give up. Unexpectedly, he pointed at Linga and said, "Isn't that even better? I like it. You can replace that little lady. Of course, I wouldn't mind having both of you." Hearing this, Linga flew into a rage, rushing over and grabbing him by the neck without hesitation. Gasping for air, Zhuming struggled, but Ling Ka lifted him effortlessly with one hand. Seeing this, the crowd exclaimed, "A fight already, and we're not even at the martial god temple yet." Before the words were even out of his mouth, a look of annoyance flashed in Ling Ka's eyes as he glared at Zhu Ming. Amidst the curious crowd, someone recognized the troublemaker and exclaimed, "Wait, isn't that Zhu Ming from the Tai Do sect?" Those nearby overheard and whispered in response, "How could someone so powerful appear so weak?" Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, startling Ling Ge, who quickly looked around. It was Chu Ming's father. From afar, a furious voice roared, "Stop, you impudent junior!" Chu Ming's father strode confidently into the stunned silence. Seeing the spectacle, the crowd grew excited, whispering, "Someone from the Taido sect is here. This is going to be good. It's the martial emperor of the Taido sect. The martial emperor is making a move." Without a word, Chu Ming's father flew into a rage, attacking Ling Che and sending the crowd scattering in fear. Just then, Ling Che slapped Chu Ming hard, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. Witnessing this, Chu Ming's father's face filled with panic and worry, and he cried out in anguish, "My son!" He could only watch helplessly as Ling Ka punished his beloved son, and soon Chu Ming lay unconscious on the ground. Seeing this, Chu Ming's father rushed over, heartbroken, and cradled his son weeping. Ling Ka then warned, "You should focus on teaching your son properly. I'm in a good mood today. Next time you might not just faint." Enraged by Ling Ka's humiliation of his son, Chu Ming's father glared at him and roared, "You dare hurt my son and think you can leave? Pay with your life." With that, Chu Ming's father immediately attacked Ling Ge. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Ling Ge quickly fled to avoid the old fiend's attack, when suddenly a voice called out from the crowd, "Young Master Ling." Hearing someone call out, Ling Ge stopped and turned to see who it was. It was Luo Qing the fairy. Like a fairy, her appearance captivated the crowd, who exclaimed, "It's Luo Qing, the celestial maiden." With an adorable expression, Luo Qing fairy softly says, "I knew young Master Ling would participate in this competition. I was fortunate enough to hear your song last time, and I've often wondered when I could hear it again." Hearing this, Ling Ge was surprised and asked, "It's you?" Then Luo Qing fairy smiled and replied, "It seems that young Master Ling is in a bit of trouble." Meanwhile, Chu Ming's father watched fuming as whispers arose. "That kid knows Bihai Union sect's Luo Qing fairy, and they seem close." Behind her, someone carried a zither. At this point, Chu Ming's father was terrified, sweat pouring down. Seeing the excitement die down and time running short, the onlookers urged each other to leave. Ling Ge, sensing Luo Qingxianzi's intention to help, bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Luo Qingxianzi, for resolving my troubles." Hearing this, Luo Qingxianzi happily replied, "No need to thank me. I didn't do anything." Ling Ge then turned to leave, saying, "Meeting is fate. We'll meet again on the field later." With that, Ling Ge left, leaving Luo Qing to watch him go, wondering what surprise he would bring next. The scene shifts to the arena, where members from all the sects have gathered. High above the god of war and the war god pavilion observed the scene, and as the time for the competition arrived, the war god pavilion announced, "The War Realms Genius Competition officially begins." Today a total of 80 sects have arrived. The first round will be 2-on-2, with the 40 winning sects advancing to the next stage. All the sects present today are included in this draw, and you will draw lots to determine which sect you will fight. So who will go first? As soon as he finished speaking, the representatives of the various sects scrambled to draw lots, and Ling Ka was no exception. He thought coldly, "Just grab one." Bai Su Ling hurriedly asked as he held the lot in his hand, "Which sect did you draw, junior brother?" Hearing that, Ling Ka slowly opened his draw and replied, "Hao Yue sect." Just as he finished speaking, another draw flew straight towards Ling Ka and Bai Su Ling, falling to the ground. A massive foot stomps down. Langa watches in disbelief as the card bearing the name of the Tai Ming sect is crushed, and a figure arrogantly introduces himself as Wang Hao, of the Hao Yue sect. Hearing this, the people of the Tai Ming sect were furious, their faces contorted as they said, "To start with an inner disciple, the Hao Yue sect is really going all out." Seeing this, Ling Ka smiled reassuringly. "It's okay, they'll soon find out who's really full of hot air." From above, the martial god temple surveys the scene, noticing something. It looks towards Ling Ge, wondering, "Is that Ling Ge?" Observing Ling Ge, the martial god hall, thought to himself, so he really did come to participate in the competition. How unexpected that the Hao Yue sect and the Tai Ming sect would have such a connection. he's drawn his opponent again. But don't disappoint me, kid. Below, Ling Ge calmly approached Wang Hao, standing before him with a confident expression. Below the stage, the disciples of the Tai Ming sect cheer him on, shouting, "Go senior brother Ling, go get him senior brother." Ling calmly returned the greeting. Ling Ka, of the Tai Min sect. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao crossed his arms and proudly replied, "I've long heard of the Xuanqi sect. To be defeated by you today, I'll see what you're really capable of." With that, Wang Hao drew his blade, a fierce look on his face as he prepared to attack, Ling Ge quickly closing the distance and striking a blow. Ling Ge swiftly observed and dodged his blade, showing no fear. Ling Ge smirked at Wang Hao and quickly retrieved his instrument. Wang Hao scoffed. "When did the Tai Ming sect start using instruments like the Bai Hai sect? Are you too weak to wield a blade?" Without another word, Ling Ge began to play. The sounds began to resonate, shocking the onlookers, and Ling Ka's fingers danced across the strings even faster. The sounds surrounded Wang Hao as the disciples from the other sects watched Ling Ge intently. Suddenly a shout rang out. "Wang Hao is seriously injured and has fallen to the ground." Wang Hao painfully sat up, wondering how can this be? When did the Tai Ming sect develop sonic martial arts? Hearing this, Ling Ge smiled and replied, "Weren't you curious about how badly the Xuanqi sect lost? You'll find out soon enough." Seeing Ling Ge's smugness, Wang Hao was annoyed, and angrily shouted, "Don't celebrate too early." Without another word, Wang Hao unleashed the moon shadow kill of the Hao Yo ring, rushing towards Ling Ge, striking a fierce blow. Bai Su Ling, hearing this, cried out anxiously, "Junior brother." Ling Ka remained calm, observing, and with a faint smile said, "I've been waiting for you." Then he began to play. The eerie sounds sent Wang Hao flying. He crashed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and lay still unconscious. Having dealt with Wang Hao, Ling Ge stood up with his instrument, looking smug. A blue-haired disciple of the Tai Ming sect cheered. "Senior brother Ling won. Ling Ge is amazing. I knew he would win." Cheers erupted from the disciples of the Tai Ming sect, as Ling Ge issued a cold challenge. Next. Below Luo, Qing Xianzi looked up in admiration, marveling that she knew his musical skill was high when they met, but didn't expect his sonic martial arts to be so accomplished. Yue Qing's senior brother heard this and replied, "No, he didn't use sonic martial arts. He simply played a few notes, poured spiritual power into them, and from there each move was full of desolate coldness." As the chilling intent faded, Luo Qing with a scornful look asked senior brother, "If you were to fight him, could you win?" Yue Qing's senior brother with a somber gaze pondered and replied, "I don't know. I can only try my best." He thought to himself that this man had defeated a strong inner disciple. With just a few moves he was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Lingyi leaned against her instrument, her face expectant, and wondered, who will be next? Hearing this, the martial god hall looked down and Linga hurriedly said, "Next, Hao Yue sect, hurry up and send a disciple to the stage." Hearing this, an old bald man quickly bowed and replied, "Divine military advisor, our Hao Ye sect concedes." No sooner were those words spoken than a commotion erupted below. They said Hao Yue sect is admitting defeat. The once proud Hao Yue sect is actually surrendering. Even Wang Hao and the strongest disciples were beaten so badly. What else is there to say? Meanwhile, from above, the war god temple observed everything, pointing and sternly declaring, "The rules cannot be broken. Even surrender is not for you to decide. Have your remaining disciples confirm that no one wishes to compete, then you may leave." Hearing this, the divine strategist and the Hao Yue sect disciples were all stunned, exclaiming, "What?" The disciples of the Hao Yue sect were terrified, and hastily asked Divine Master, "Does it have to be this way?" Meanwhile, Linga on the platform was tired, yawning, as he waited for Hao Yue sect's response. Seeing this, the martial god temple reluctantly announced that if they surrender, they must follow the rules and not waste any more time. At this moment, the divine strategist, seeing his sect humiliated and looked down upon immediately, turned to glare at his disciples and decisively said, "Line up and go." Upon hearing this, they were shocked, unable to believe their ears, and stared blankly at the strategist, speechless. Obeying his command, the disciples of the Hao Yue sect lined up one by one to enter the arena, while the crowd from the Tai Ming sect whispered amongst themselves. Someone laughed. "I've lived long enough to see everything. The Hao Yue sect has really lost face this time." One by one, the disciples of Hao Yue sect approached Linga reluctantly, saying, "I yield." Then they turned and fled, crying like bullied children running to their mothers. Meanwhile, Ling Ge, basking in his victory, chuckled, "Yes, yes, remember to train harder. Believe in yourself. You can do it." The crowd below roared with laughter, telling him to train harder. He's already plundered everything on the mountain. The strategist heard this, grinding his teeth in anger, but not daring to retaliate. Soon it was the last person's turn who with a terrified expression stood before Ling Ge and said, "I concede." With that, the martial god temple announced Tai Min sect versus Hao Nguyen sect. Tai Min sect wins. Next up, Van Lin sect versus Dao Ta sect. Tan Engu Neep, overjoyed by the victory, instinctively jumped to hug Langka, exclaiming, "Langka is the best." Master Billy approached Lingyi, gave him a thumbs up and said, "Well done, rest up and we'll wait for the other sects to finish their matches." Then we'll decide on the 40 winning sects, and tomorrow will be the final battle. Shin Yu-ni happily pushed Linga into a chair, saying, that's right, it's important to rest now. Let me help Linge relax his muscles. With that, Shin Yu-ni quickly began massaging Linge's legs. Linga felt ticklish and laughed. Stop not there. The crowd below grew envious. They looked at Linga with admiration, thinking, is this the benefit of being strong? As night fell, enveloping the forest, a mysterious figure cloaked in darkness calmly asked, what's the situation? Hearing this, the messenger quickly bowed and replied, the Tai Ming sect won, and the Hao Yue sect lost. Ling Ka alone defeated the Hao Yue sect's inner sect, achieving total victory. Hearing this, the mysterious figure continued, with Ling Ji's strength, he's more than capable of handling things there, so this outcome was expected. What about the Dark Knight sect? Did they agree to the deal we discussed last time? The messenger quickly replied, Yu Min has long been enemies with the demon sect, so they agreed without hesitation. He personally sent a letter the other day saying everything was ready, just waiting for the master's order. Hearing this, the mysterious man slammed his hand down and said, good, tell them to move tonight. Meanwhile, back in Martial City, Linga yawned as he watched through the window, saying, they've probably already set out. Then he looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Having thought it over, Ling Ji immediately flew away from the inn, muttering, forget it, I should go myself to be sure, confirm things, and then come back. It shouldn't interfere with tomorrow's match. Outside, the troops of the Dark Knight sect have gathered in full. Yu Tianming stands high above and asks, are all of you here? Hearing this, a disciple stepped forward and replied, reporting to the sect leader, everyone is here and ready to depart at any time. Seeing that the situation was stable, Yu Tianmin immediately declared, good, let's go. Don't let a single member of the demonic sect escape. I want them all wiped off the face of Eastern Divine Continent. Hearing the order, his subordinates responded in unison. Suddenly a voice echoed from afar, sighing, looks like the last lesson wasn't enough. We meet again. So it seems members of the demonic sect have come to mock Yu Tianming. Enraged, Yu Tianming roars, how dare you? Hua An calmly added, you want to wipe out the entire demonic sect in the Eastern Divine Continent. How dare you even think that? The man beside him sneered, enough talk. Let's see who disappears first. With that, the demon sect's forces immediately launched an attack on Yu Tianmin's people. Seeing things go too far too suddenly, Yu Tianmin gaped and shouted, damn it, the demon sect is going too far. With that, Yu Tianmin immediately used the Min Da Qi Nyan Bat Kui Do to counter the Ma Tong's attack. Suddenly a loud noise erupted, and Jiang Yunzi and Hua Anshang exclaimed in surprise, what's happening? From the ground, a towering pillar of stone erupted, stunning everyone present. With the unreturning nether night blade, Yu Tianmin swiftly bound his disciples, leaving them terrified and helpless. They desperately begged sect leader, save us. At this, Yu Tianmin, eyes dark and hollow, silently watched his disciples die, a faint smile playing on his lips. Seeing this, the man was shocked, unable to believe his eyes, and angrily shouted, this madman is even killing his own disciples. Old Shu, aren't you supposed to be the best at formations? Hurry up and break his. Hearing this, the old devil turned around in fear, replying, you think breaking a formation is that easy? I need time to find the formation's eye. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunzi struggles to fight on, but something feels wrong. Something is wrapping around her legs, and soon her entire body. Jiang Yunzi cries out in pain, and old Shu alarmed shouts, sect leader Wang. Sensing danger, Jiang Yunzi swiftly cuts the chains with her sword, and urgently shouts to old Shu and Hua Anchang, how is it going? How do we break this formation? Old Shu frowned, realizing they'd have to destroy the pillars and the formation's eyes first. Hearing how to break the formation, Jiang Yunzi immediately charged towards the magic pillar, confidently declaring, leave it to me. Without another word, Jiang Yunzi poured all her strength into destroying the magic eye pillar. Living up to everyone's expectations, Jiang Yunzi shattered the formation eye with a single strike, as Yu Tianming watched from the sidelines with a sinister smirk. Very good, very good. Suddenly the earth shook, the ground began to crack, and the whole area trembled. The disciples of the demonic sect panicked, not understanding what was happening. Hua, and sensing something was wrong, hurriedly asked, could it be that the pillar wasn't the eye of the formation? Suddenly, a foot with 4 sharp claws emerged from the ground as Yu Tianmin began his attack, laughing triumphantly. Thank you for breaking the seal on that evil spirit. I couldn't have released it on my own, so your reward is death. With that, Yu Tianmin commanded the clawed foot to attack the demonic sect. Stunned by Yu Tianming's cruelty, the old devil shouted, Yu Tianming, there are still many of your disciples here. Do you not care for their lives? Yu Tianming chuckled eerily, replying, saving myself is hard enough. Why would I save them? This evil spawn is a demonic entity our ancestor subdued, using a formation to suppress it beneath the gates of the underworld sect. Yu Tianmin's eyes turned fierce as he laughed. This formation is the very seal of evil magic. I can't believe you of the demonic sect have forced your way to your doom. Don't blame me for what comes next. With that, Yu Tianmin commanded the evil infant to attack the demonic sect. Seeing this, Hoa and exclaimed in shock, what the hell is that? Jiang Quan quickly added, kill that brat, Yu Tianming. He's the real key to the formation. Yu Tianming laughed. Don't worry, I'll be waiting for you in the Yellow Springs. With those words, Yu Tianmin activated the formation, and the evil infant raised its head to the sky, unleashing a deafening roar. The shriek terrified the demonic sect, and the evil spirit's power sent them crashing to the ground. Seeing the situation, Jiang Chuan immediately used Underworld Soul Devour to fight back. Recovering, Jiang Yunzi joins forces with Jiang Quan to fight back against the evil spirit. Enraged, the evil spirit screeches and launches a furious assault on the demonic sect. Seeing this, Jiang Quan frowned and said uncomfortably, "Damn it, the more we fight this big bird, the more energetic it gets." Old Man Shu, sweating profusely, shouted, "Damn it, how can one bird cause us so much misery?" Suddenly the evil spirit bird cried out in agony, shocking the demonic sect. A familiar figure stood proudly atop its head. It was Linge, all along, his sharp eyes fixed on the evil spirit bird. Linge, masked and clad in mysterious black, stood atop the demonic bird, exuding immense power. Seeing this, Hoa and Thuong and Quang Toan rejoiced happily, calling out to their demonic lord. Then the demon sect members knelt and greeted in unison, "Greetings, demon lord." Linge powerfully stomped on the evil hawk, declaring, "No wonder Yu Tianming dared to trade with that person, plotting to destroy our demon sect. So he was hiding such a great treasure underground." Before they could speak, Jiang Yunzi suddenly ran and clung to Ling affectionately, calling out Ling. Ling was startled and painfully said, my back is about to break." Meanwhile, the old ghost, Jiang Quan and Huan Chang, looked on, helpless and annoyed. Jiang Quan said blankly, "Jiang Yunzi finally got him." Meanwhile, Hua An turned away, stroking his chin as he said, "Even daring to go after someone like sect leader Jiang, the demon lord is truly kind." At that moment, Lingjie gently embraced Jiang Yunzi and jumped off the evil bird's back with her in his arms. Then Linge patted Jiang Yunzi's shoulder and said, "Let's take care of business first, let's go down." Jiang Yunzi obediently replied, "Okay." Meanwhile, Old Shu, enraged, kicked the demonic bird, bitterly cursing that if the demon lord hadn't discovered the Mingye sect's plot in time, this thing might have caught them off guard. The demonic bird was now dead, collapsed on the ground. Linge gently stroked its feathers, saying, "Last time Yu Thianmin dared to openly challenge Thien Mafong, but he seemed dissatisfied when he left, so I left a puppet by his side to monitor his every move. You didn't disappoint me. You've stirred up quite the trouble." Upon hearing this, Jiang Quan bowed and reported, "Your Majesty, what should we do with the remaining members of the Dark Knight sect?" Hearing this, the Knight sect members were terrified, their eyes wide with fear as they awaited Ling Ka's judgment. After a moment's thought, Ling Ka raised his hand and declared, "Leave them be, but this evil eagle is a rare cultivation material, and I intend to take it back to the demon sect." Old Man Shu exclaimed in shock, "That evil spirit is the size of a mountain. Where did we get such a large storage ring?" Linge proudly presented a purple ring, replying, "If a ring can't hold it, can't a small void do the trick?" With that, the massive evil bird was sucked into the purple ring, leaving Hua Anchang and Old Man Shu dumbfounded. Before they knew it, the massive bird vanished into thin air. With the matter resolved, Linge retrieved the ring, cheerfully announcing, "All done." Jiang Chuan was stunned, wondering, where did the big evil bird go? Old Man Shu proudly told Hua Anchang that the demon lord lived up to his name, resolving the situation so quickly. Suddenly, Lingjie threw the ring to Jiang Quan, instructing, "Take this evil spirit back with you, do what you want with it, refine it or tame it." How unexpected. Jiang Quan quickly asks, "Lord Asura, won't you return to the demon sect with us?" Hearing this, Lingjie turns around and replies, "No, I still have some things to take care of. If I have time, I'll see how things are at the demon sect." Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi rushed over, grabbing Lingjie's hand and calling out Ling Ling. Hearing this, Linge gently reassured her to be obedient, then turned and left. Jiang Yunzi watched him leave, then suddenly remembering something, she turned back, scaring Jiang Quan, who quickly gave her the ring. Jiang Quan said, "I'll give you this ring." Jiang Yunzi took the ring, gazing at it fondly, thinking, "Ling Ling, sooner or later I will have you by my side so you can never leave." The next morning, at the Martial God Temple Arena, disciples from all the world's sects gathered, and one hoped desperately for a lucky draw. Hearing this, Ling Ka with an indifferent expression secretly prayed, "Please let me not draw the name of the lute player from the sect next door." Meanwhile, on the platform, the Martial God Palace clearly announced that the rules of today's competition remained the same, each side would draw their opponent. And so it begins. From above, the Martial God Temple presents the drawing slips, and one by one, each sect sends forth a representative to draw their fate. Ling Ka quickly grabbed a lot, staring intently before exclaiming, "Damn it!" Wondering which sect Ling Ka drew to elicit such a shocked reaction, Yuan Shu rushed over and snatched the lot from his hand. Yuan Shu held the lot in his hand, looked at Linge and laughed. "This lot is for the Tai Do sect." Hearing that, Bai Su Ling added, "Tai Do sect, isn't that where those two brothers you taught a lesson to at the mountain gate were from?" Linge replied, "Indeed, a narrow road for enemies." Meanwhile, Master Beely stroked his chin, pondering, "Although some of Tai Do sect's disciples lack virtue, their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Who among you will take this match?" Before he could finish, Yuan Shu interrupted, shouting, "Elder, let me." Hearing this, Ling Ge laughed, encouraging him. "Go for it, Yuan Shidi. Don't hold back." Master Billy sighed, adding, "Very well, be careful." With that, Yuan Shu steps onto the stage, brimming with confidence, and announces Tai Ming's sect, Yuan Shu. With that, Yuan Shu drew his sword, staring intently at his opponent. Seeing this, the disciple of the Tai sect smirked, thinking, the Tai Ming sect, no words needed. He immediately used the Tai Do to attack Yuan Shu. Seeing this, Yuan Shu quickly used his zodiac capture to counter. Caught off guard by the Tai sect disciple's sudden attack, he exclaimed, "An ambush right from the start." Below, all eyes are glued to the fight, while above the disciple of the Grand Sect and Yuan Shu struggle to the bitter end. Worry creases Yuan Shu's face as he locks eyes with the disciple of the Tai sect, a sudden explosion erupting in a cloud of dust. We see Yuan Shu struggling on the ground, coughing in pain, as Da approaches, and the disciple of the Supreme Sect holds a blade to Yuan Shu's neck, smirking triumphantly. Seeing this, Yuan Shu had no choice but to surrender, reluctantly, saying, "I lost." After dealing with Yuan Shu, the disciple of the Tai sect carried his blade on his shoulder, glanced at Yuan Shu, and sneered. "Is that all there is to the Tai Ming sect?" Seeing this, Elder Biloi calmly approached and said, "Nguyen Hook, you were too careless in this match." Hearing this, Nguyen Hook lowered his head in shame. "Elder, he ambushed me. Please give me another chance to fight." Biloi replied, "Normally a loser can't fight again. Besides, are you sure you can win next time?" Seeing that the elder didn't believe in him, Yuan Shu immediately knelt down and declared, "Having fought him once, I've seen openings in his movements. I can definitely win this time." Seeing One Hook's determination, Elder Billy said, "All right, you'll fight the next match, but don't underestimate him." One Hook, full of vigor, responded clearly. At that moment, the God of War Hall announced the next match, and Yuan Shu immediately stepped into the arena. Seeing this, the disciple of the Tai sect scoffed. "A defeated dog dares to come on stage again. Forget it. Any disciple from the Tai Min sect is the same." Humiliated, Yuan Shu drew his sword, his eyes piercing, as he coldly told the disciple of the Grand Sect, "Enough talk. Let's begin." No sooner had he spoken than Yuan Shu charged towards the disciple's sword aimed directly at him. Seeing this, the disciple of the Grand Sect remained unfazed, a mocking smile on his face. Bai Su Ling, standing below, stroked her chin thoughtfully, saying, "This disciple of the Grand Dipper sect seems to be targeting our Grand Bright sect." Hearing this, Ling Ji replied, "Such brutal moves, disregarding the rules. It seems they're avenging Zhu Ming of their sect." But then, Ling Ge fell into thought, wondering how senior brother Yuan's movements and strength were not inferior to his opponent's. Even if ambushed, it shouldn't have been a completely defenseless situation. Soon Yuan Shu was knocked off the stage, and Master Billy rushed to his side. Seeing this, Yuan Shu, a disciple of the Tai sect, stood tall and mocked. How useless. Yuan Shu, in pain, could only grit his teeth and curse. Witnessing the arrogance of the Tai Tong disciple, Ling Ge said, "Senior brother, allow me," and strode confidently toward the arena, a mysterious look on his face as he thought, "This one is a bit strong." Seeing this, the disciple of the Tai sect tensed up. Observing Ling Ge, carefully noticing the zither on his back, and seemingly remembering something, he shouted, "It's you. You've finally shown yourself." Seeing this, Ling Ge calmly bowed and said, "Ling Ge of the Tai Ming sect requests to know your esteemed name." Hearing this, the Taizong disciple angrily pointed his blade at Ling Ge's face. He shouted, "That day you relied on the Azure Cloud Sound sect to back you up and openly injured my junior brother. And now you dare to show your face here." Hearing this, Ling Ge crossed his arms and said proudly, "So you want to avenge him?" Before he could finish, the Tai sect disciple interjected, "I'll give you a chance. Kneel down, admit defeat, and apologize to my brother, and I might let you live." Before he could finish, Ling Ka declared, "Your junior brother brought it upon himself. You can't tell right from wrong. Your Tai Du sect is just a bunch of bullies." Insulted, the Tai sect disciple roared, "Do you want to die?" Seeing this, Ling Ge was not afraid at all. He quickly took out his instrument and began to play. At this moment, the Tai sect disciple went mad, slashing his blade straight at Ling Ge. Unfazed, Ling Ge calmly assessed the situation, his zither singing a deceptively gentle tune, each note a thunderous blow aimed at his opponent, leaving him terrified. Struck by an invisible force, the Tai Do sect disciple coughed up, blood collapsing to the arena floor in stunned disbelief. After effortlessly dealing with the arrogant disciple, Ling Ka put away his instrument, a smirk playing on his lips. So who should be giving whom a chance now? Knocked down by Ling Ge, the disciple coughed up blood, sprawled on the ground, clutching his chest, and glared at Ling Ge. You can ignore the words of a loser." Ling Ge simply smiled, turned, and waved to his fellow disciples as the defeated disciple's brothers rushed to his side, asking, "Are you all right, brother?" The envoy from the Temple of the Martial God then announced, "Ling Ge wins. Next disciple, from the Tai Du sect, please step forward." Below the stage in the Tai Ming sect's area, Elder Billy couldn't hide his joy as he shouted, "Well done, Ling." Bai Su Ling cheered as well. "Well done, senior brother Ling." Ling Ka grinned, making a celebratory fist towards his fellow disciples, but in stark contrast to the joyful atmosphere, the Grand Elder of the Tai Do sect gnashed his teeth at Ling Ka's triumph, inwardly cursing the boy's annoying behavior. Immediately, the elder called out another disciple, ordering, "You're up." The disciple paled with fear but obeyed, and stepped onto the platform. Facing Ling, he hesitantly introduced himself, Tai Do sect Gao Lin. Ling Ge responds in kind, cradling his instrument. Tai Ming sect Ling Ge. Without hesitation, Gao Lin drew his sword and charged, yelling for Ling Ge to make his move. But before he could even find his footing, Ling Ge plucked a string, sending an invisible blast of spiritual energy that sent him flying. Moreover, perhaps due to the vast difference in strength, Gao Lin was sent flying back down, landing among his fellow disciples, before the astonished eyes of the elder who had just pushed him forward. Even so, the elder wasn't satisfied and ordered, "Next, one after another, each of you from the Tai Do sect will go." The contest dragged on from morning till late afternoon, with Ling Ka effortlessly defeating every challenger. The Tai Ming sect. Very well. If fate allows, we'll meet again. The road ahead is long. Let's go. The Tai Ming sect's plaque glows once more. The Divine Arbiter announced the victory of the Tai Ming sect over the Tai Do sect. As Ling Ge stepped down, he was immediately surrounded. Master Billy happily praised, "You did well, kid. I'll reward you when we return to the sect." The other disciples couldn't hide their admiration. Amidst the cheers, Yuan Shu couldn't help but feel a surge of envy in a hidden corner. He quietly turned away, grinding his teeth in hatred as Ling Ka seemed to sense something and looked back. But just then, Yuan Shu masked his anger and approached Ling Ka, cheerfully congratulating him. "Junior brother Ling is truly gifted. I'm ashamed of my own inadequacy." Ling Ka responded with a polite smile. "Senior brother Yuan Shu, you flatter me." Master Billy put his arm around Ling, exclaiming, "Let's go get a feast. We fight again tomorrow." Though he showed nothing on the outside, Ling frowned slightly, thinking, "What a strange person. Let's see what tricks you're really up to." That evening, at the Tai Min sect's inn in his private room, Wen Hook slammed his hand on the table, seething with jealousy. "Damn it, Lang Ka always makes me lose face in front of so many people." Just then, the window suddenly burst open, startling him. He rushed to the window, looked around and shouted, "Who's there?" The next morning, the intersect competition continued. The deity in the sky announced that today's competition would proceed as before, and the drawing would now begin. With a wave of his hand, Namepai appeared spinning in a circle. Below, Ling Ge lazily rested his hands behind his head and asked Yuan Shu, "Senior Yuan, are we still drawing lots today?" Yuan Shu scratched his head, forcing a smile. "Of course it's up to you, Junior." Hearing this, Ling Ka asked no more, picking up his zither and leaping into the air. "Then I shall accept your offer." He flies up and snatches a card, but just then, two streams of energy, one red and one blue, suddenly rush in from both sides. Ling Ge immediately summoned his spiritual power, creating an invisible shield that blocked the two streams of energy. Then two figures suddenly emerged from either side, launching a surprise attack. They both swung their swords at him, but when they separated, Ling Ka had vanished without a trace. They both wondered aloud where he'd gone as those below mocked them with laughter. They really are fools. Ling Ge had already landed safely on the ground unnoticed, and he looked up at the two, smiled mockingly. Nep Nep, standing nearby, playfully pulled at his eyes and stuck out his tongue in provocation. "Still trying to ambush us, you stupid fools." The Divine Lord glared at the two sneak attackers, roaring, "Get down here now." Though unwilling and resentful, the two dared not offend the Divine Lord and could only resort to threats. "Just you wait." Linga then leaned in to ask, "The Peerless Sect, what kind of sect is that?" Nani shook her head, never having heard of it. Just then, a massive hammer appeared, circling in the air before slamming into the stone floor. A large fat man approached and grabbed the handle. The burly man with a bulging belly spoke arrogantly, "Someone from the Tai Ming sect, come and face me." Ling was about to step forward, but Qin Yu stopped him, indicating she wanted to fight. "Brother Ling, let me handle this one." Hearing this, Ling happily patted her head. With cheers of encouragement, Qin Yu Nian leaps into the arena. The girl bows politely, "Qin Yu, of the Tai Ming sect." The disciple from the Peerless sect immediately charged forward, bellowing for her to shut her mouth, swinging his axe, but Qin Yu Nian quickly ducked to avoid it. Immediately, she braced her hands on the ground, her small feet kicking the unmatched sect disciple square in the face. He clutched his injured nose, bewildered, and asked, "What happened?" Before him, Qin Yu was chanting an incantation, her whole body radiating a pink light, and then she unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, sending the axe-wielding disciple flying, his weapon knocked from his grasp. He then crashed to the floor, and the victory belonged to Qin Yu Nia. She raised her hands in the air, cheering. Below, onlookers recognize her and whisper, "Isn't that Qin Yune, the legendary six-star disciple of the Tai Ming sect? Her strength is indeed extraordinary." Qin Yune ran off the stage and hugged Ling Ge, showing off her victory. "Brother Ling, I won." Ling embraced her and praised her. "Good job, Nep Nep." Before they could celebrate, another member of the Peerless sect appeared in the arena. This slender figure wields twin daggers, radiating a blue aura, their eyes challenging us, seeking to test the Tai Ming sect with the Lin technique of the Peerless sect. Ling Ge noticed at a glance that the daggers were poisoned. Seeing this, he suddenly smiled coldly, thinking, if you have no martial morality, then don't blame me for letting you taste the suffering of this world. Nini expresses her desire to Ling Ge, saying she wants to show off her skills in this fight. Ling Ka crouches down to the girl and says gently, hold on, you've already won one match, shouldn't you give Ling Ka a chance to get on stage? Xin Yuni pouts with a hint of regret. Okay, I'll let you have this one, brother Ling, but you have to win. Ling Ka chuckled, assuring her, don't worry, I will. Behind them, Yuan Shu seemed to overhear their conversation, and he secretly poured some powder into his hand. As Ling Ka prepared to step onto the stage, Yuan Shu called out to him, Ling Ka. He held out his hand, which he had just rubbed with some powder in front of Ling Ka, offering a friendly smile and a handshake for good luck, nothing malicious intended. Ling.ca glanced meaningfully at Yuan Shu's hand, paused for a moment, then smiled and grasped Yuan Shu's hand. Thank you, senior brother Yuan. With that, Ling.ca turned and continued onward. Behind him, Yuan Shu's expression twisted with envy as he watched Ling Ge's back, thinking, don't blame me, Ling Shidi. Blame yourself for standing in my way. Ling Ge stepped onto the platform facing Lin Shu of the Wushuang sect, both wearing seemingly harmless smiles. Lin Shuo of the Peerless sect raised his blade, speaking first. You've been called undefeated these past few days, and I've been eager to learn from you. Ling Ge gestured for him to come forward. Very well, please. With that, Lin Shu swiftly lunged towards Ling Ge, attacking with his blade. But Ling Ge remained unmoved, raising his instrument to meet his opponent's descending blade. The clash of spiritual energy shook the arena, and below Yuan Shu thought with tense anticipation, here it comes. Ling Ge closes his eyes, focusing on the strings, but suddenly his face contorts in pain as he cries out. Below, Nini and Bai Su Ling can't help but worry. What's wrong with Ling? Yuan Shu secretly smirks. It's a success. Back to Ling Ge, who was still pale and groaning, but a few seconds later he sneezed. Lin Shu was furious that his knife couldn't pierce Ling Ge's defense, while Ling Ge awkwardly rubbed his nose with an embarrassed smile. My apologies, my nose was a little itchy. Bai Su Ling breathed a sigh of relief below. What is this? This lousy junior brother made me worry for nothing. The confused Yuan Shu gritted his teeth. What's going on? Was that guy lying? On the platform, Lin Shu still gripped his blade, struggling to pierce Ling Ji's defenses. Suddenly, a blue liquid flowed from the blade, splattering towards Ling Ge, but he quickly dodged, sneering. What is this filthy thing? You haven't even tasted it, and you're already getting excited. Then Ling Ge waved the hand he'd shaken with Yuan Shu and said with a smug grin, it just so happens that senior brother gave me some good stuff before I came on stage. Out of respect for you being his fellow disciple, I'll reward you with this. With that, Ling Ge struck Lin Shu with his palm, instantly paralyzing him. The poison seemed to seep into him, causing him to collapse, gasping, What? As Lin Shu struggled with the poison, Ling Ge continued to play his instrument, knocking him off the stage, leaving him severely injured and spitting up blood as his fellow disciples cried out in alarm. After dealing with Lin Shu, Ling Ge immediately looked down at his sect, his cold eyes sweeping over Yuan Shu, making him uneasy. Yuan Shu bit his teeth nervously, thinking, could he have found out? No way. If he's found out, why is he still on the stage? Ling Ge glanced at him for a few seconds, then turned away, leaning against his instrument and gesturing. After you, next contestant, please. The Wushuang sect continued to send challengers, but like the sects before them, each was immediately defeated by Ling Ka. Ling Ka casually yawned, provoking them. Who's next? At that moment, a blue-haired man angrily suggested, Elder, let me go up there and kill him. The elder of the Peerless sect, already filled with anger, turned and ordered, use all your strength to defeat that brat. Let's see how arrogant he can be then. Receiving his orders, the man leaps onto the platform, brandishing his weapon as he roars, you little brat, eat my axe. He swings twice, but Ling Ge dodges each blow, which instead cleave into the arena floor, shattering it. The green-haired man advanced on Ling Ge, threatening, prepare to die. But then a massive explosion rocked the arena, sending debris flying. Dust fills the air, and the blue-haired warrior is confident that his axe can cleave mountains that no one could withstand its blow. But then from within the dust cloud, the sound of a zither emerged. It was Ling Ge. Hearing the music, the Wushuang sect disciple stared in disbelief. Across from him, Ling Ge continued to play eyes closed until he suddenly opened them, startling the blue-haired man. How could this be? Ling Ji's melodious music continued to play softly, then the melody suddenly changed, and Ling Ji unexpectedly waved his hand, the notes transforming into a powerful force, flying out to strike his opponent. Below, Yue Qing couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Sound transforming into form. Had his sound technique reached such a level? The senior disciple beside her frowned, analyzing. He's reached the point where he can use sound as all things. The power unleashed by Ling Ge surged forth, twisting and turning before piercing through the blue-haired man, as if trapping him in another dimension. The Wushuang sect disciple immediately aimed his weapon at Ling Ge, questioning him. If you want to fight, then fight. The disciples of the Wushuang sect have never feared defeat. Why use this imprisoning technique to humiliate me? As he spoke, a drop of sound suddenly fell. The moment it touched the blue-haired man, a patch of green appeared on his skin, then spread across his face. Ling Ka smiled, unleashing 2 bursts of energy that sent his opponent flying back to the familiar space of the arena. The Wushuang sect disciple crashed off the stage, the green spreading across his body. Luckily, just before he hit the ground, an elder of the peerless sect reached out to stop him. But upon seeing the green spreading onto his own hand, he immediately let go, letting the man fall hard. Ling Ka maintains his position in the air, approaches the green-haired man, and with a flick of his finger, a strand of golden spirit energy appears. Soon after, the green patches on the peerless sect disciple faded away, and he slowly regained consciousness. The blue-haired man faced Ling, asking, "What are you doing?" Ling, hands on hips, laughed. "It's just a competition. No need to fight to the death. Just use fair methods, and even losing is admirable." Hearing this, the man was grateful. "Ling Ge, at the next martial arts tournament, I will do everything in my power to defeat you." Ling nodded in agreement. "Alright, I'll be waiting for that fight." At that moment, Lord Envoy Shen declared, "The victor of this match is the Tai Ming sect." In the next group, Yue Qing anxiously turned to her senior brother, stammering, "We drew them, senior brother." The senior brother held up the token, nodding in confirmation. Indeed, the Tai Ming sect. With that, he couldn't help but stare intently at the token. Yue Qing asked, "This is an internal competition. Will you participate, senior brother?" He smiled and replied, "Since fate has brought us together, I'd like to learn from him." Hearing this, Yue Qing happily recounted, "Don't worry, senior brother. I met Ling Ge once before at Jade Tower. His musical talent is exceptional, and he's not a bad person, a rare opponent." Her senior brother nodded and smiled. "I understand, I'll go now." With that, he leaped onto the stage. As he landed, the man politely bowed and introduced himself. "From the Azure Sea Cloud Sound Sect, Suhai." Ling Ge looked at him happily and said, "The Azure Sea Cloud Sound Sect, what a coincidence. I was fortunate enough to study music theory with your sect's music spirit fairy, and now I have the pleasure of meeting you." Without further ado, Suhai produced a bamboo flute and offered his hand, saying, "Then please enlighten me." He raised his flute and began to play a melody, its notes both sweet and deep. Ling Ge across from him brought forth her instrument and plucked a note in response. Her delicate fingers danced, releasing pure notes that transformed into sharp rays of light hurtling towards Suhai. He reacted instantly, lifting his fingers from the flute for a beat before resuming his playing. Lightning bolts begin to form as the 2 sound waves collide, creating a powerful explosion of spiritual energy that sends shockwaves through the crowd below. Those below desperately shielded themselves from the dust and debris, crying out, "Is this the apocalypse? Is this really a fight between kings?" Seeing Suhai break his sonic attack, Ling Ge praised him with a hint of delight. "Your sonic martial arts are truly something else. As a token of my appreciation, I present to you Peach Garden Love Song. I hope you enjoy it." With that, Ling Ge began to play a powerful melody, causing Suhao to exclaim in astonishment, "What?" Qing Yue tensed as well. Something flashed in her mind, unless the entire space was filled with Ling Ge's echoing zither music. That day, everyone remembered the power of that song. Their feet once still couldn't help but dance to the music. Everyone seemed lost in the melody, and one person in the crowd immediately covered their ears, shouting a warning to do the same. "That song he played at Jade Pavilion is still stuck in my head. Not again." He gritted his teeth, but his voice soon faded away. "Impossible." And now everyone is completely immersed. Ling Ge spoke again. "Next, please enjoy the Peach Blossom Dreamland I've prepared for you." As if compelled by some strange force, everyone moved in the same direction. The space was no longer a martial arts stage, but a peach blossom forest, and everyone reached out in awe. "So beautiful, the most beautiful peach blossoms I've ever seen." Ling Ge continues to pour his heart into playing the zither, and as the peach blossoms bloom and dance in the wind, Suhai drifts deeper into the dreamscape. Before him lay a vast space at the center of which stood a giant peach tree. In a daze, Suhai reached out and murmured, "So beautiful." He walked towards the flower tree, unaware that he had already reached the edge of the arena. In the illusion, Suhai leaped forward, his eyes love-struck, muttering with a smile, "Flower Island." Just then, Ling Ge suddenly stopped playing, and the illusion vanished. Everyone dazedly woke up asking, "What just happened? Where has my grand escape gone?" But Suhai now startled awake, realizing he was in the competition, but it was too late. He was now off the stage, while Ling Ge stood in the center of the arena, bowing. Senior brother Suhai has yielded. Realizing his defeat, Suhai had no choice but to accept it, bowing in acknowledgement. Junior brother Ling's sonic martial arts have reached the true transformation realm, I concede. With that, the Divine Sovereign announced the results. The Tai Ming sect has defeated the Bitch Hai Van Am sect. Now of the 80 sects only 6 remain. Rest well, and prepare for the final contest tomorrow. Ling Ge returned to his sect where he was immediately swarmed by disciples cheering him on. "Senior brother Ling, that last move was truly amazing. Indeed, I feel like I'm flying." Lang Sa happily responded to each of them. From his private observation point, the god of war watched him with interest, saying, "How interesting. This Ling Ge is no simple man." As night fell at the inn where Ling Ge and his fellow disciples were staying, the waiter trembled as he watched the hooded figure sipping tea. The cloaked figure raised an eyebrow. "They're back." He turned to the trembling waiter and said, "In your martial world's terms, this is opening time. I hope they don't disappoint." I was still hoping. The cloaked figure crushed the teacup in his hand, implying he wanted to play with them a little longer. The disciples of the Great Bright Sect returned to the inn and standing before the entrance. Bai Su Ling couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Why is the inn's front door closed today? Master Billy then went to open the door, but just then the waiter suddenly appeared with a smile, flinging the door wide open and asking, "You're back. Come in." Mu Yueching frowned suspiciously. "Why did you close the doors, waiter?" Smiling, the innkeeper gestured them inside, explaining, "We were just cleaning the inn, so we closed the doors. We hope you weren't inconvenienced." Hearing this, Ling Ge and the others from the Tai Ming sect entered with peace of mind, but upon entering, Ling Ge couldn't help but frown. Yuan Su immediately plopped down in a chair, yawning wearily, clearly exhausted from the day. As he did, the waiter arrived with a tray of tea, offering it with a friendly smile. "If you're tired, we have tea that will invigorate you. One sip will banish fatigue." Yuan Shu happily picked up the tea and drank it, exclaiming, "This tea is quite sweet." Ling Ge picked up the tea, examining it carefully. It seemed to have no unusual scent, but he sensed something extraordinary about this inn. Bai Su Ling, seemingly sharing his thoughts, approached him and whispered, "Junior brother, don't you think this inn is a bit strange today?" "You're just figuring that out," Ling Ge said coldly, as Bai Su Ling eyed him suspiciously. "You little brat, what's with that tone?" Just then, Lang Ge transforms into the waiter, his eyes wide and bloodshot, as he replies with a cold laugh, "Too bad you realized it too late." As Bai Su Ling looked on in shock, Ling Ge suddenly appeared and pulled her back. "Senior, that waiter is charging at us like a madman, his mouth spewing ominous black energy." Langa frowned, a puppet. Just then the man in black emerged from the dark mist, sneering, "Correct, it seems one of you is clever after all." Seeing him, Bai Su Ling shouted, "Using innocent people as puppets, how shameless can you be?" The man in black sneered, "Such a temper, but your vigilance is too poor. Tonight, none of you will escape." As soon as he finished speaking, those who drank the tea began to react, clutching their heads and stomachs. Yuan Shu cried out in alarm, "Damn it, he dared to poison us." Just then, the candles in the room suddenly went out, and the cloaked figure thought, "What's going on? Where did everyone go?" The cloaked figure wondered, as Ling Ge's voice echoed, "Having fun." The man in black reacted instantly, turning around to see a stream of dark energy like an arrow hurtling towards him, but he was quick enough to dodge. At that moment his hood fell, revealing a man with short brown hair. He drew a magic staff, brandished it, and shouted, "Come out, ants. This entire inn is now my domain. You won't escape. If you don't show yourselves, I'll come and get you." With that, the ring on his finger glowed, and the waiter was instantly puppeted. The master commands, "Search for him." The waiter frantically searched, as the cloaked figure muttered in the shadows, annoyed that their target had taken someone with them. "I truly underestimated you," the waiter reported after searching for a while. "Nothing." Hearing this, the dark figure frowned and gritted his teeth as he questioned him again. "Didn't you see the heart?" He raised his scepter, striking the waiter as he scolded him, "You're useless." Just then, a surge of dark energy arrived, startling the black-robed figure, who turned in confusion. "What is it?" He casts a spell at the dark energy, but it seems to be stronger. It explodes outward, repelling the dark figure's magic, and he stares in disbelief at the radiant light. "Wait, this pure dark energy is exactly what I've been searching for. To possess this power, you absolutely can't be a disciple of some small sect. Just who are you?" Ling Ge suddenly appeared behind him, retorting, "Well, who are you?" The black-robed man, now devoid of his earlier arrogance, bowed respectfully. "I hail from the continent of Nar, a dark mage of the Western Divine Province. My name is Masatuzer." Hearing this name, Ling Ge was suddenly reminded of a small puppy. "Ma Tats." The man corrected him, "It was Ma Tats, sir." He bowed his head once more in repentance, begging forgiveness for his earlier insolence. Mo coldly stares at him and answers with a single word, as Mazersil begins to flatteringly inquire, "Mac, Eastern names are indeed different from ours in the West. Master Mac, could you unleash that pure dark energy again?" Ling Ge approached him, channeling dark energy, and said, "I have an endless supply of this energy, and I can even teach you how to create it yourself." Masatoshi asked excitedly, "Really?" Ling Ka raised his hand, unleashing dark energy, his eyes deep as he replied, "Of course, but I have a condition, though I don't know if you'll agree." Masir, eyes fixed on the energy, hurriedly responded, "To become the strongest dark mage, one must be prepared to pay any price. I've had an epiphany. As long as I can do it, I'll follow your orders." Hearing this, Ling immediately withdrew the dark energy and pointed at Matatsu, demanding, "Tell me, who is the leader of your continent?" This question startled Masatsir, and he suddenly avoided Ling Ka's gaze, stammering. Ling Ka then coaxed him, "Just tell me, and I can give you this power." Finally, Ma Tassier relents. Okay, the one you're cooperating with is Tai Shu, and he has a subordinate named Ling Shu. I don't know their identities, only that they're both stronger than me. As soon as he finished speaking, Masat's pupils suddenly contracted, his face contorted with bulging veins, and he clutched his chest in agony, vomiting blood. Linga immediately sensed something within him, and with that thought, he channeled a surge of dark energy into Ma Tassier. He then collapsed to the ground, blood aura seeping out of him. Linga looked at him and said, "Someone slipped something into your body when you weren't paying attention, and once their presence is revealed, it's enough to take your life." After regaining his composure, Mazars turned and nodded slightly to Ling Ka, saying, "Thank you, Lord Mo, for your help." Ling Ka waved his hand dismissively and said, "It was nothing." Continuing our previous discussion, "Do you know why they want to come here?" Ma Zisi replied. "To kill you, at least that's what I thought before coming here, but after fighting you, I realized their goal was more than that. It was to have me seek death and thus probe your true strength." Hearing this, Linga stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing they must have a grand plan in the works. Meanwhile, in Udo, at the foot of the city, Yan's army shouted, "Mozun, do you dare come down and fight me?" Mozun, the city lord, standing atop the city, laughed and replied, "I don't dare." Enraged by this attitude, Yan gritted his teeth and reluctantly ordered 100 Ghost Army raise Undead Dragon City for me today. The demons eagerly responded, their voices echoing in the chilling wind, as Yan arrogantly roared, "What's wrong, Mozun? Perhaps you know the might of my 100 Ghost Legion, don't you?" Before he could finish the city, Lord Motsun waved dismissively, eyes half closed. "Didn't you already give the order? If you want to attack, then attack. Why so much talk? I have official business to attend to, and no time to waste arguing with you. If you want to attack, then try it. Do you think my underworld can't handle a few imps like you?" Hearing this, Yam roared in anger. "How dare you insult me?" A little devil next to him whispered, "Your Excellency, shall we attack?" Hearing this, he suddenly fell silent, then frantically ordered, "Surround Dragonfall City, top to bottom. Let no one in or out. Let's see who gets worn down first." Back with Linga, after writing the last character, he said, "It's done," then tossed the book he'd written to Masatir, instructing, "This is my own creation, a magic cultivation method that will greatly benefit your training." Masateaser happily caught the book and eagerly opened it. Ling Ka turned and asked, "Do you understand it?" To which Masatsu Air replied, "Honestly, I don't." Ling Ka was speechless. "Of course it's because you're holding it upside down." Masasser held up the book, forcing a smile. "The writing of the Eastern continent is indeed difficult to understand. I need to study it more." Just then, Lingge suddenly coaxed, "I have higher-grade cultivation methods. Do you want this basic one, just as long as you?" Hearing this, Masatsugu thought to himself with glee, having long heard of a certain Eastern continent's dual cultivation technique. Could he want to? Thinking this, he suddenly blushed. But he has one too, so how would they duel? Cultivate. Wait, could he actually be a woman? No wonder he's so beautiful. If that's the case, it's not out of the question. Masael was lost in a nosebleed-inducing fantasy, but Ling Ke, seemingly aware of his thoughts, shattered his dreams, inwardly scolding. Does this guy's brain reside in his chest? Ling Ge gritted his teeth, emphasizing his point. I just need you to write down the intelligence of the Western continent, and I can give you any cultivation technique you want. That offer made Ma Tatsgarn wrinkle his brow, his lips pouting in dissatisfaction. So all you want is information. Catching that expression, Ling Ka snapped. What are you disappointed about? Shedding his mocking tone, Ling Ka turned serious, retrieved the familiar mask, and assigned another task. Also, I have another task for you. I want you to go to the demonic path sect on Mount Ancient Heaven. The demonic energy there is dense. You might enjoy it. This mask contains a wisp of my divine sense. Once you arrive, give them the mask, and your mission will be complete. Skeptical Massager accepts the mask, wondering what secrets it holds. A godstone. But I don't see any stone at all. Linga explained patiently, it's not a stone, but a technique for secret communication. Just give it to them. Rest assured, we'll set off tomorrow. The next morning, the tense atmosphere of the sect competition returned. In the corner, Bai Su Ling clutches her head, fatigue etched on her furrowed brow, as Linga appears beside her asking with concern, Senior, does your head still hurt? Bai Su Ling sighed. Yes, I don't know why, but I still feel a slight headache when I woke up this morning. Hearing this, Linga was suddenly startled, thinking to himself, that's right, having so many memories erased, it must still be very painful. In the arena, the Divine Arbiter summons 6 cards representing 6 sects, announcing the start of the draw, and quick as lightning, Linge leaps up to grab one. He flipped it over to see the words, Supreme Void Sect. Old Man Billy stroked his chin and decided Yuan Shu will fight the first match. Hearing this, Linge passed the card to Yuan Shu, encouraging him. Good luck, senior brother Yuan, we're counting on you. Wanhyuk accepted it, forcing a smile as he replied, Thank you, junior brother Ling. Then Wanhyuk stepped into the arena, bowing respectfully as he announced himself. Tai Ming sect Wanhyuk, and his opponent returned the gesture. Tai Shu sect Li Yuan. No sooner were the words out, than Li Yuan launched a surprise attack. He landed a vicious blow to Wanhyuk's stomach. The surprise attack felt like it turned his insides out, and he coughed up blood as he was thrown from the stage. Ling Ge quickly caught him, and seeing the pain on Yuan Shu's face, he wondered how he could be so badly injured from a single punch, without even the use of spiritual energy. From the platform, Li Yuan condescendingly says, "I've already shown mercy." Ling Ke looked up and met the man's provocative gaze, immediately sensing something was amiss. Something was definitely wrong with this Taishu sect. Ling Ge caught Yuan Shu, his eyes sharply fixed on Li Yuan on the arena, who smirked disdainfully. Ling Ge thought, the Taishu sect wants to play dirty. I'll play along. Ling Ge approached Bai Su Ling, and whispered in her ear, "Senior, let everyone else have a turn this time. I know you all want a turn. Heh, it would be pretty shameless of me to take first place." Ling Ge patted Bai Su Ling's shoulder, smiled, and stepped back, and hearing his words, Bai Su Ling blushed before resolutely stepping onto the stage. Bai Su Ling extends her hand, radiating a brilliant orange-gold light as she grips her sword, her eyes filled with determination. Bai Su Ling Jade Wheel Realm White Song Sword, profound grade weapon. On the arena, Bai Su Ling and Li Yuan stood facing each other. Li Yuan looked at Baek So Young, his tone provocative. "Why isn't your sect's Ling here? Is it his turn to cower today? Could it be? I see perhaps the beauty has drained him so much he's too weak to come on stage." At these merciless taunts, Bai Su Ling's eyes widened. Without a word, she raised her sword and slashed directly at Li Yuan. Seeing the fierce sword attack, Li Yuan cried out in fear. He quickly evaded the first strike, but immediately, countless more came from all directions. A loud explosion echoed through the arena as dust flew everywhere and Li Yuan screamed in agony. Meanwhile, Bai Su Ling raised her sword, delivering a decisive blow to Li Yuan, whose blood splattered as the blade struck. Below the stage, Ling Ge excitedly raised his hand and cheered, "Go, senior sister." But in his heart, Ling Ge was calculating. Everything is like playing chess, controlling everything. Let's see who wins in the end. This situation is a game of chess, and the players are Ling Ge and a mysterious figure. They are both manipulating this game. In another space, the mysterious figure turns to his subordinate and asks, "Anything? Do we have any news of Masaja yet?" The envoy who helped Long Aotian reported, "None. We've searched Qinghuo Inn in Wushan City thoroughly, but there's not a trace." Hearing his subordinate's report, the master frowned, pondering whether Masat Gyani was dead, his tracks erased by Ling Ge, or if he was still alive, taken away by Ling Ge, either living well or suffering in torment. Then the master went towards Ling Sa's two swords, which were now engulfed in flames, their power growing stronger and stronger. The master looked at the two swords and mused, these Xuan-grade weapons left behind by Ling Ge must be dealt with quickly, or once the sword domain expands, the mirror world will become the sword domain of Zheng Hai and Fen Tian. Faced with this difficult problem, he angrily shouted, "Get as far away as possible from me." With that, the master channeled two streams of spiritual energy to cover his hands, grabbed a sword in each, intertwined them and hurled them outwards, angrily shouting, "I'll throw these troublesome swords out of here." But the two sword domains quickly escaped his spiritual power, shattering it into pieces, as the sword's light engulfed the space. Witnessing this, the lord looked up in shock, gritting his teeth and saying, "What?" Equally shocked, his subordinate anxiously asked, "Lord, what is happening?" The lord gritted his teeth and said, "Could he have left behind some kind of secret move? Let's isolate this sword domain first." The overlord raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy, and shouted, "Supreme Void, heaven-shaking severance." The released spiritual energy formed a barrier, completely enveloping the two sword domains, and an insignia appeared on the barrier, sealing the two swords. Meanwhile, Ling Ge sensed the change in the sword domain, and with great interest he rested his chin and thought, "How amusing. I'll stop playing with you for now and resolve this matter first. The situation over there is giving you a headache already." Ling Ge then turned to Qin Yunyang, ruffled her hair and instructed her, "Next up is little Nini. Be careful, Nini, and don't get hurt." Qin Yuni's eyes lit up as she looked at the arena, eager for the match to begin. She stepped onto the platform facing a portly opponent. Full of energy, Qin Yuni charged forward to attack the disciple, who hastily summoned a large mirror, shouting, "Mirror of Zhonghai, unleash a great torrent." Qin Yuni raised her hand, revealing a ring that radiated a brilliant golden light. Determined, she said, "I can't let Brother Ling down. You have weapons, but so do I." From the ring, a golden dragon soared forth, charging towards the water. The disciple was defeated, falling from the arena, his mirror of Zhonghai shattered. The crowd below, witnessing this, paled in fear, while Qin Yuni, eyes shining, gazed at the ring on her hand, and said to Ling, "Brother Ling, the ring you gave me is truly powerful." Ling replied smugly, "Of course it is. I'm your brother after all." With Qin Yuni finished, it's now Meng Yueqing's turn. Hearing Ling Ge call her name, Yue Qing tilted her head and asked, "What is it?" Ling Ge replied softly, "It's your turn." Of course Yue Qing knew it was her turn, and she confidently stepped forward, twirling her braid as she said, "Humph, I know. My opponent is a disciple of the Taishu sect." He leaps into the arena, cupping his hands towards Mu Yueqing. "I am Mu Yueqing, of the Tai Ming clan." Tianshu looks at Mu Yueqing, a sneer on his face. "Is this your weapon?" Ignoring him, Mu Yueqing felt a throbbing headache and said, "Why are you so talkative? Normally Mu Yueqing is gentle, but hearing her speak like this, Linge panicked and stumbled backward, crying out in alarm. Seeing Ling Gei's reaction, Bai Su Ling couldn't help but angrily say, "You're the one who corrupted Yu Qing." Seeing Bai Su Ling's anger, Linge quickly tried to explain. "She learned it herself and she's talented, so don't blame me." On the arena, Tian Shu controlled his swords, sending them flying towards Mu Yueqing. Mok Nguyen Thon quickly leaps into the air, dodging his sword. Tian Shu raises 2 fingers and says Void Sky Sword Manifestation, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy, transforming his sword into 1,000,000 blades that pursue Mok Nguyen Thon. In mid-air, Mu Yuqing dodges left and right, evading the sword's attacks, then raises a hand, unleashing spiritual energy like a vast net engulfing his swords. Then the swords trapped in the spirit energy net shattered completely, turning to dust in the air. Seeing his swords about to break, Tiansu gritted his teeth and raised his hand saying, "Return," but it was too late. His eyes widened as he saw Bai Yueqing approaching, who struck him down from the air, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing the man lying motionless on the ground, eyes wide, Bai Yueqing scoffed. All talk and no action. Bai Yueqing had won, and she left the arena in triumph. Seeing this, the disciples of the Tai Ming sect cheered from the sidelines. "You're amazing, Yueqing, senior sister, you're amazing." As Bai Yueqing descends, Ling Gei approaches, giving her a thumbs up and a wink, saying awesome. Seeing this, Bai Yueqing couldn't help but blush, crossing her arms, and turning away shyly as the presiding referee announced from above, Tai Ming sect versus Tai Shu sect. Tai Ming sect wins. The crowd below was shocked and began to murmur. "The Tha Min sect hasn't lost a single match since the beginning. How can we even fight them? Who says we can't? Didn't that Yuan Shu already lose? But besides him, Ling Ge and the 3 girls in that sect are the strongest." Hearing those words, Yuan Shu trembled with rage, his fists clenched tightly, his face contorted in fury. The presiding referee then announced, only 2 sects remain in the battle of the heavenly geniuses, the Tai Ming sect and the Voan sect. Hearing this, the Voan sect disciples anxiously asked their elder, "Elder, should we continue?" "Elder, let's just give up. We've only made it this far thanks to lucky draws avoiding strong opponents. We can't afford to provoke the Tai Ming sect." The Wu Yin sect elder, in a difficult position, said with great reluctance, "My Wu Yin sect." Then the elder crushed his token and announced, "We admit defeat to the Tai Ming sect." Hearing this, the referee announced, raising his token, "I declare that the ultimate victor of this heavenly pride battle is the Tai Ming sect." Upon hearing this declaration, the members of the Tai Ming sect jumped for joy, excitedly shouting, "Tai Ming sect, we've won. Long live the Tai Ming sect." Seeing everyone so excited, embracing each other and ignoring him, the presiding judge cleared his throat and held out his hand saying, "All members of the Tai Ming sect, please come with me to the hall to meet the martial god." Seeing this, a disciple excitedly raised his hand and shouted, "In my lifetime I've finally met my idol." A nearby disciple mocked, "Wasn't Ling Shu, the martial emperor, your idol?" Annoyed, the disciple retorted, "Get lost, can't I have 2 idols?" Ling Ge lazily rested his head on his hand, wondering what was so great about that old martial god. At the martial god hall, the presiding referee gestured, "The martial god awaits within. Please divine envoys enter." The group stepped inside, marveling at the hall's grandeur. The martial god seated high above smiled and said, "Truly, heroes emerge in youth. You have all greatly surprised me." Those below gazed up in admiration, exclaiming, "Martial god, I've finally met the martial god." Ling Ge watched the excitement of those around him, his eyes twitching helplessly, then looked at the radiant god of war above, thinking he's even more energetic than the last time I saw him. The martial god approached Elder Beely with a bright smile, saying, "Congratulations, you've overcome the 6 great holy lands, defeated the dark horses of the Tai Shu sect, and taken first place in this martial arts competition." Elder Beely clasped his hands in acceptance, and the martial god continued, "Here is the reward for first place. A bottle of spirit-grade elixir, 3 spirit-grade weapons, and soon someone will take you to the body-tempering lake of Martial God Mountain. The lake's waters are condensed from the essence of heaven and earth, greatly benefiting your cultivation. Rumor has it that soaking in it not only prolongs life, but also makes the skin smooth, truly a wonderful reward." Elder Billy quickly bowed his head in thanks. "Thank you, Martial God." The Martial God waved his hand, saying, "No thanks are necessary. These are things you were already entitled to. Enjoy this time." That evening, the people of the Tai Ming sect leisurely soaked in the body-tempering pond. In the warm water, fatigue melts away, and one disciple sighs contentedly. After a moment, another asks curiously, "Do you think Brother Ling will be joining us in the nude later?" Speaking of Ling Ge, another disciple drooled, nodding. "That's right, senior brother Ling Ge's appearance." But before he could finish, a voice echoed from behind, "What are you talking about?" Startled, the 3 turned around to see Ling Ge standing before them, his hair down a scarf wrapped around his waist, fluttering in the wind, his already feminine features now even more beautiful, a true vision of loveliness. They exclaimed in surprise, "Senior brother Ling Ge." Those below couldn't help but blush, drooling as they stared intently at Ling Ge. The female disciples were getting nosebleeds just from Ling Ge's glistening figure. Ling Ka slowly entered the lake, as the disciples huddled away in fear. After a long and tiring day, Ling Ka leaned back and relaxed. Watching Ling Ka bathe like a celestial maiden was too much for his junior disciples to handle. Despite knowing he was a man, his saintly face and exquisite figure sent them fleeing. I can't stay in any longer, or I'll bleed to death. Senior brother Ling can soak all he wants. I need to go out and calm down. So, instead of fresh air, it's just Ling Ka and the silent, empty space by the lake. Ling thought to himself that this class of disciples was the worst he'd ever seen, when suddenly, a girl casually entered the lake. Unaware, Ling Ge is startled awake, asking, "Who's there?" Senior Bak to Lin, shyly approached without a word prompting Lang Xie's surprised senior. He blankly asks, "Why are you here, senior sister? Where are Nini and the others?" Bai Su Ling replied, "They're still cultivating, I just wanted to see you." Ling Ke scratched his head, confused. "What's there to see about me?" Taking the opportunity, Bai Su Ling gets straight to the point, "I just wanted to see you." Ling Ge suddenly has an idea, whispering to his master, "Unless you've taken a liking to one of the male disciples and came to sneak a peek, right?" Her face flushed. Su Ling playfully chided her junior, "You stinky little junior," but suddenly she slipped and tumbled, head over heels out of the water. To Ling cried out, as they both plunged into the water. Ling Ge struggled for a moment, and managed to pull his senior sister out of the water. Gasping for breath, they clung to each other, and Su Ling, her eyes filled with longing, couldn't help but ask junior brother, "What kind of person are you really? I sense you're hiding many secrets." Ling Ge felt a bit flustered by his senior sister's eagerness. He replied, "When the time is right, I will tell you, but rest assured, you are all most important to me, and I would never harm any of you." Then Su Ling leaned in, ever so gently. "Tell me, do you like me?" Her burning touch made Ling Ge freeze for a full 15 seconds. This fan of Ling Ka is definitely a goner. He replies, "Is this what you call a confession, senior sister? But what is it that Bak Ta Lin wants to know for sure?" She pinched Ling Ge's cheeks to make sure he remembered, then asked again if he liked her or not. Images of Senior White and memories flood through Ling Ge's mind. "My name is White, so Ling. From now on, you are my junior brother. I will take good care of the weapon you gave me." Ling Ge finally knows what he should do and smiles faintly. With a wave, he created a protective barrier, ensuring their privacy, and embracing Bai Su Ling, he replied with a passionate kiss, "I like you very much." Bai Su Ling yielded to her desires, offering no resistance, and whispered her consent in the clear waters of the Heavenly Body Lake. And for a long while, the waters of the Heavenly Body Lake churned violently, as Bai Su Ling's soft moans echoed. The love between Ling Ke and Bak Ta Lin is something readers have been waiting hundreds of chapters for. Ta Lin moans softly, Ling Ke, and he whispers, "Don't be afraid." He consoled her, "The night is long, let's take our time." Before the great tear in the barrier, the master and his messenger couldn't help but feel regret and hatred for Ling Ka, who had mercilessly destroyed it. The envoy regained his composure and reported, "Master, we can repair it now." The master nodded in agreement, as the two of them unleashed a massive wave of internal energy. The messenger sends more internal energy to his lord, who gathers spirit stones to create a powerful force, feeling ready to begin. He unleashes this energy at the hole, mending it as he did before, and they strain with all their might. The hole slowly begins to seal. The master observes that although the effect is minimal, some repair is better than none. The envoy says, "Master, we've exhausted all the natural treasures. What do we do now?" Their combined strength failing, master and servant are thrown into disarray. The master wiped his brow, panting, "Find more, this must be repaired." "Yes, master." Now he hates Ling Ka even more, cursing him terribly. "Ling Ka, damn you, I will never forgive you." Back at the Heavenly Body Lake, the lovemaking seemed to have ended, and the lake had returned to its calm state. Ling Ka stretched and woke up, rubbing his eyes. They were so passionate that Bai Su Ling fell asleep in his arms without realizing it. Ling Ka thought as he held his master's hand, even though he had arranged spiritual energy everywhere, and outsiders couldn't detect it, his consumption over a long period would cause trouble, so he should wake her up. "Wait, my master's core." Ling Ge noticed something strange. She's about to break through. Lang Ge then moved Bai to a more favorable position in the lake, pressing his hand against Bai Su Ling's back. He's certain he didn't expect the celestial lake's water to be so effective. If she absorbed a little more, the spiritual energy in her body would break through its limits, rising to a higher level. After a moment's thought, Ling Ge waited for her spiritual energy to stabilize, then swiftly cast his technique, pushing Su Ling to a new realm. Withdrawing his hand, he happily announced, "It is done." After a while, Su Ling finally exhaled and woke up, her eyes slowly opening, still carrying traces of the previous night's intimacy. Looking up, she saw Ling Ge holding her in his arms. He asked, "Senior sister, are you awake?" Blushing, Su Ling quickly stepped out, saying, "Oh dear, I fell asleep." But then she suddenly paused, sensing something and looking surprised. The surge of new spiritual energy flowing through her was unmistakable, and she exclaimed, "How can this be? I've broken through again." Calming herself, Su Ling turns to Ling Ge and asks, "Did you do this?" Ling Ge scratches his head and replies, "Maybe just think of it that way." Touched but feigning annoyance, Su Ling kissed Ling Ge's cheek and whispered, "Thank you." Ling Ge, overjoyed, embraced her, and vowed, I'll take responsibility. Bai answers, you're not so bad after all. Ling Ge wipes away Su Ling's tears. Alright, Hu Wushentian's seclusion is only an hour away from ending. If we don't gather, they might turn the entire Mount Wushentian upside down looking for us. Understanding the situation, Su Ling nodded in agreement. Elsewhere, an envoy sighs with relief. The mystic expanse is truly worthy of being our realm's treasure. Even repairing a small piece of it takes so much effort. But it's finally done. And he turns to his master. Master, the mystic realm is repaired. What are your orders? The master nodded in agreement, and after a moment of thought asked, they're on their way back then. Are you asking about the people from the Taishu sect? The messenger carefully inquired. They've already returned from Mount Martial Heaven. The master analyzed. On Mount Martial Heaven, there are only people from the Great Clarity sect and some from the Martial God clan right. The Martial army will now be stationed in the Dark Abyss realm, so the remaining forces are insignificant. He drew his divine weapon and ordered an attack, saying, let's see who can stop me this time. Back at Mount Vothan, the divine envoy spoke. Behind me are soldiers of the Martial God army. They will escort you back to the Taimin sect. The road is long, and I will not go any further. Farewell. The martial artist kowtow thanking the divine envoy who gestures to the horses, saying, these spirit steeds are a gift from the martial god to ease your journey. With that he waved goodbye, saying, may our paths cross again. Ling and his senior apprentice, along with their fellow disciples, bowed in farewell, until we meet again. The divine envoy quietly watched the departing group from the Taiming sect, a bit wistful. Stretching, he said, presiding over the Battle of Tianjiao for so long has been exhausting. I need to go back and rest. Arriving at Thonduang City, the martial god army, led by Luo Jun, halted. He turned to the martial artists and explained, it's getting late. Let's find lodging for the night and continue our journey tomorrow. Everyone nodded in agreement. Understood, but who are you? The soldiers asked as Luo Jun urged his horse forward. Why are you entering the city? Luo Jun held up his badge and said, we're from Mount Wushen, escorting tournament participants back to the sect under the Wushen's orders. We only seek lodging for the night as it's getting dark. The guards exclaimed, you're warriors of the god of war. Knowing their importance, they bowed and stepped aside. Welcome, welcome, please, enter the city. This scene made Ling Ge sigh. Bai Shijie, confused, asked junior brother, why the sudden sigh? Ling Ge turned and replied, noting the guards' reaction, they clearly idolize the godly martial army. Tonight wait for the city lord to send an invitation to a banquet. One soldier hastily ordered, telling another to quickly inform the city lord, as escort by the god of military prowess must mean they're top tier in the heavenly pride battle. The soldier hurried off, saying, I'll go right away. That evening, inside the city lord's mansion, Ling Ge sat languidly and spoke. Heh, just as I thought. The Qingyang city lord raised his glass, saying it was an honor to host the great lords of the martial god army. And the leader of the Taiming sect is here from the martial world's hegemon of the Heavenly Geniuses competition. I never imagined my small city would have the rare opportunity to host you all. Had I known sooner, I would have prepared rooms for everyone in the Lord's manor. Luo Jun gratefully replied that it wasn't necessary, and thanked the city lord for his kindness. The old city lord happily stood and said, your presence here is an honor for me. Allow me to offer you all a drink. Everyone raised their glasses in response. You're too kind, city lord. Ling raised his glass suddenly, sensing something was wrong. What was that strange smell? Luo Jun took a sip and hesitated. This wine. Then in an instant everyone drank and collapsed at the table. The wine was poisoned. Ling Ge's eyes widened as he watched General Luo fall so easily, realizing there was a sinister plot at play. He pretended to be drunk and collapsed. I'm so dizzy. With everyone unconscious, the new city lord spoke. What a useless bunch. He removed his mask, revealing his true face, unaware that Ling Ge had caught a glimpse of the situation. Ling Ka recognizes him, an associate of Lu Taihu, one of the subordinates ordered to hunt them down as they sweep past all the masters present. One of them threatens, how should we divide these heads, he thought gleefully, knowing a Saint Realm head could be traded for a lot. Ha. Another swordsman steps forward, drawing his blade and threatening, whoever gets it, keeps it, enraging the first who rushes to the corpse to claim it. Then it's mine. He throws a punch, aiming straight for the general's head. The swordsman swiftly moved behind him to adjust, declaring the head was his. The swordsman slashes mercilessly, leaving the soldier lifeless. Those behind him clamored to claim the kill, urging everyone to charge forward. A motley crew of fighters charge into a chaotic brawl as Lingji claps, saying, this team is hilarious. Ha. The soldiers looked up, bewildered by the appearance of this feminine-looking figure. With excitement, Lang Ge calls out, keep fighting, I've got a good show to watch. The others panic, wondering how he woke up. Suddenly bored with the theatrics, Ling Ge spoke up. Why the tense expressions? It's not like I'm the final boss. The dark-faced man looked around, then asked, where's the city, Lord Ling? Then pulled out the man who had been sitting in the master seat, seemingly beaten to a pulp. Ling asks, are you looking for him? The thugs are shocked, not understanding what's happening. Lang Ge then became a figure of murderous intent, saying, preparing such a grand gift in Qingyang City, it seems I must personally pay your leader a visit for tea. Point out each of your leaders and the rest of you will die. Ling Ge drags the imposter city lord to where he needs to be interrogated. When he awoke, he stammered in fear. Who are you? Langa stood before him, feigning friendliness. Do you know about the spirit void? After I severely wounded him, he was rescued. I considered killing him, but he's been more useful alive. Otherwise, how would I lure you all here? Ling Ge asked menacingly. Do you think they've betrayed you? The man swallowed Langcha's script, hook, line, and sinker, his heart now filled with hatred. Why didn't they tell us how strong Langcha was, instead of sending us to our deaths? Why? Why would the Tai Shu and Ling Shu abandon me so callously? I must find them and demand answers. Having the upper hand, Ling Ke declared, I'll give you an hour to run and see where fate takes you. Ling Ke waved his hand, dispelling the magic restriction on the man, who was shocked but decided to flee first and think later. Without looking back, he ran as fast as he could, hoping to save his life. Ling Ge calmly followed his direction, knowing he would lead him to the lair he sought. Ling Ke smirked, so their hideout is in the myriad demon forest. The man ran for his life, his mind racing. From above, the Tai Shu and Ling Shu watch in surprise he's still alive. Ling Chen spared him. Perhaps his survival isn't such bad news after all. Tai Shu consoled himself, but a deep sense of unease washed over him, and he ordered the messenger, Ling Shu, bring him here. Ling Shu nodded in response, as you command. Stepping out of the mystic realm, the spirit couldn't foresee the dire situation about to befall them, and as he looked at the defeated warrior, the warrior erupted in fury, snarling, I've made countless contributions to the Grand Void Sect, so why have you abandoned me? His eyes bloodshot, veins bulging, he couldn't comprehend the treatment he'd received from the Tai Shu sect. Why? Is this really the attitude you're going to take with me? Lin Shu coldly intoned. Lin Shu conjures a barrier, imprisoning him according to the law, his eyes filled with disappointment for his subordinate. Though I was fortunate enough to escape from Ling Ke, that doesn't mean you can flaunt your power before me. Under the immense pressure, the man's body began to break, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Raising his hateful eyes, he laughed madly. Haha, I'm just a dying dog you abandoned with only an hour left to live. Ling Shu suddenly noticed the abnormality in the man's words, a sense of impending danger flashing in his mind. But when did Ling Ge get there? Silently observing their exchange, it was too late to escape the fatal fire attack that struck the subordinate down. Langa stood there calmly, gazing at the enemy who had plagued his life for so long and said in a low voice, The hour has come. Ling Shu lay motionless amidst the dissipating smoke of the explosion. The ground around him shattered. The attack was too vicious, too brutal. He died a miserable death without a sound, his mouth agape like a dead dog. Ling Ke knew the mastermind was still lurking above, and he spoke out, He's neither dead nor alive, and you're still watching. That's not good. As Long Hu Qian rises, Ling Ke wastes no time actively attacking with his sword, a sharp blade flying straight towards the Nine Profound Realm. Knowing he could hide no longer, the master emerged like a moth to a flame, roaring with earth-shattering force. If he wasn't going to die today, he would face Ling Ge head-on. Today is the day you die. Ling Ke smirks with delight. Is that so? Then I'll play along. The life-or-death battle begins with neither side willing to yield. Ling Ke and that Tai Shu clash swords flashing, unleashing earth-shattering formations that turn the heavens and earth upside down in a cataclysmic storm. Thinking he had the upper hand, the Grand Void moved behind Ling Ge, but Ling Ge saw through it, unleashing the Spirit Shadow, Devil Fist, a powerful blow forward. Ling Ge was wary of this rare technique. A cataclysmic explosion lights up the night sky. The Grand Void is skeptical, doubting Ling Ge could be defeated so easily. It must be a trap. Before he could react, a razor-sharp blade descended from the sky, severing his right arm. Blood gushed out, and the excruciating pain blinded him. With a hint of disappointment, Ling Ke remarked, Is that all it takes to become so miserable? Despite his heavy blows, Tai Shu couldn't even touch a hair on Ling Ke's head. He channeled his remaining spiritual power into his other hand, determined to try a different tactic, rather than die so easily. He roared and charged again, but Ling Ge just smirked, curious to see what other tricks he had up his sleeve. Unmoved Ling Ke kept a safe distance, then suddenly gifted him a sword stroke, or rather a shearing cut, a 30-error combo, 7 steps to shave off a chunk of hair, creating a rather trendy hairstyle. But Ling Ke seemed to like it, and he rushed forward saying, Here's a free Mediterranean haircut for you, no thanks needed. A fist flew out, and Ling Ke punched the guy back even faster than he came. The man roared in desperation, straining with all his might, though hope was slim, and finally, he regained his footing. His eyes burned with murderous intent. Tai Shu's mind had shattered, and not even the gods could stop him from reclaiming his honor. He roared as he charged towards Ling Ke, screaming, I swear I'll kill you. Knowing he couldn't hold back against someone who no longer valued their life, Ling Ke drew his sword and met him head-on. His attack, fueled by a desire to obliterate Tai Shu, shattered the heavens and left the surrounding space in chaos, shocking the distant divine envoy. He wondered, since when did such a powerful being exist in the martial world, a being at the level of the two venerable creation realm, possessing the energy of dark purple. This is the #1 technique of the demonic sect's evil demonic chi. A clash within his mind causes him unbearable pain. He collapses, cursing, his probing senses rejected. Has he been discovered? Confusion swirls in the God Realm envoy's mind. Even as far away Ling Ge, aware of his presence, is forced to erase all traces. Now I'll use demonic energy as the demonic sex master, not Ling Shu the martial emperor. If the martial god sees my face, I won't be able to explain it. With no advantage, Tai Shu dared not fight. For him now, even moving his body was a miracle. It wasn't his crippled state, but fear. Fear so profound, he could no longer feel his body when he thought of Ling Ge. What kind of monster was he? No matter what, survival comes first. Tai Shu summons the mystic treasure, the Tai Shu mystic realm mirror, narrowly escaping, because Ling Ge didn't react in time. Fleeing, he takes the body of his loyal subordinate and vanishes. Ling Ka felt his time was being wasted on trivial matters. He sighed, finally rid of this nuisance. If I don't deal with Tai Shu's plans, how can I leave the martial world for the central world with peace of mind? Next time we meet, I hope you won't run away like you did today. Tai Shu was bored to death. Back home, a mysterious figure approached, announcing himself. I'm from the demon sect, sent by your people. This mask is proof, and it contains the demon lord's telepathic message, the guard asked as he approached the demon lord's mask. Let me see it. Ling Ka's familiar mask suddenly flared with intense energy, and the voice of the demon lord echoed. This is Masa Jiani. I've sent him to the demon sect to train for a while. I'll be back to fetch him soon. Also keep a close watch on Jiang Yunzi. Don't let her cause any trouble, or you'll regret it when I get back. The guard understood and happily gestured. In that case, follow me. I'll introduce you to the leaders of the other demonic sects. Ma Sa Jia Air senses. Well, the demonic energy here is perfect for my cultivation. He excitedly steps into the demonic sect's territory, truly a paradise for a dark mage like himself. That evening at the Azure Moon Pavilion of the Taiming sect, Ling Ge reunited with his beauties. In the peaceful evening everyone chatted together, but things were not as peaceful as Ling Ge thought. He'd wanted to rest longer, but returning to the Taiming sect meant dealing with the troublesome Jiang Yunzi, who as we all know becomes obsessed with Ling Ge, forgetting everything else in the world. Whether Mi Li likes it or not, she's furious at this loud lunatic, but has no choice but to tolerate her. Annoyed, Ling Ge flicks Zi Air on the head. Humph. When did you get here? Jiang Yunzi replied, I came to the Taiming sect not long after you left. Ling caressed the beauty's hair, saying, next time you come, remember to let me know in advance. He stepped forward, cautioning, your recklessness at the Taiming sect could cause trouble if discovered. Jiang Yunzi replied innocently, what does any of that matter, as long as I can see the demon lord? Frustrated, he held back and asked, can you return to the demonic sect now? After all, how could Jiang Yunzi let him off so easily now that she's found him? To Mi Li's shock, she pins Lang Sa to the ground. Tu Ni is determined to kiss Lang Lang at least once. Mi Li and the kitten couldn't believe how brazen she was. It was truly an eyesore. Ling, as tempted as he was, had to maintain propriety and not let her overstep. With a third party present and no regard for the situation, he cries for help. Knowing what to do, Yi Li slaps Zi Air across the face. Ji is furious, having missed her chance, and glares daggers at Mi Li, while Ling feels like he's caught in the middle of a lover's quarrel. Speaking up, he says, can't you two behave? Jiang Yunzi and Mi Li completely ignore each other. They fell silent for a moment, and during that time Ling Chen had to admit that Zi Ni was quite pitiful. The more he looked at her, the more adorable she seemed. Her angelic face always leaves him wanting more, but for the sake of the bigger picture he must resist. Ling Ge tells her to sleep and closes the door. Yi Li and the kitten wait outside, relieving Ling Ge of some of his burden. He carefully instructed Mi Li. She's exhausted. Don't disturb her. Okay, Mi Li asked tentatively, holding the kitten. She seems to like you quite a bit, Ling Ge replied. Then you don't understand her. Her past has deeply affected her personality. Lang Ka explained a little about Tu Ni's past to help Mi Li understand her better. Since she was young, Yunzi lived in the demon sect, burdened with the responsibility of being the next sect leader, making her a target for the other sect leaders, creating tragic memories that would haunt her forever. So, when Yunzi grew up and had enough power to hunt down those 11 sect leaders chasing them around Mount Ancient Demon, Mi Li felt some sympathy, but she felt even more lonely thinking about herself. Compared to Jiang Yunzi, her past seemed even more unfortunate. She had grown up in the Ghost Clan, regarded as a nutritional tool to store energy. Ling Ge comforts Mi Li, telling her not to dwell on the past. What about you now? Li Ni looks into Ling Ji's eyes as he continues. The you of now is not the you of before, understand? Like a light illuminating a dark path, Li Ni's face brightens, and she replies, yes, I understand. That evening at Yang Truk Bich Njita Pavilion, Lang Ka sat in peaceful contemplation amidst the tranquil space as Mi Li, filled with curiosity, boldly crept closer thinking he was asleep and stole a kiss. Knowing all along, Ling Ge opens his eyes, a scene Lin He didn't foresee, nor could she have imagined she'd so easily give in. But it's Ling Ge's arms wrapping tightly around her. Though shy, Lin He doesn't resist, curious to see what Ling Ge will do next. Ling Ge speaks, seemingly teasing. Looks like I've caused trouble again, haven't I? His arms wrapped around Lin Yi's waist, and she obediently didn't resist. Looking up at Linga, Lini asked softly, so what do you plan to do? Looking into her eyes, Linka replied, of course I'll take responsibility to the end. The next day, at the Taiming sect's training grounds, after a night of longing with Lini, Linka yawned on the field. Bai Su Ling steps forward, concerned. Junior brother, even though you're the top contender in the Heavenly Champions competition, her voice is stern with reproach. You still can't neglect your cultivation. Linge still loves her as always, but his senior sister is truly strict. Feigning obedience, Linga playfully replied, I know. Not wanting to waste time, Su Ling sat down and focused all her energy on cultivation. He secretly rejoiced as he watched Su Ling diligently cultivate, noticing the spiritual energy beginning to erupt from her body. Feeling tired of standing, Linga lay down on the training floor to relax, keeping watch over Bai as she cultivated. Looking up at the sky, Langka felt at peace far from the noise and strife. This was truly comfortable. Once he'd enjoyed this time, he could seek out Tai Hu, aiming for something greater, the demonic seed, the highest level of the demonic sect's cultivation technique. He figures that, since he's already planted the demonic seed in Tai Hu, his life and death are in his hands. In a vast, desolate desert we find Tai Hu. He was healing his internal injuries and recovering his power, when suddenly his eyes widened and his veins pulsed. The bizarre demonic seed devoured him, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remove it. It turns out his subordinate Lin Hu wasn't dead, and Tai Hu had healed him back to normal. He stepped forward anxiously, saying, Master, if there's no way to remove the demonic seed, let's put it aside for now. We don't know where we are, so we should focus on getting out of this damned desert. Tai Shu thoughtfully agreed. Let's go. The mirror of the Grand Void Mystic Realm is depleted. We're on our own now. Ling Shu looked puzzled. Master, don't you still have the boat of time borrowed from the old man of time? It was as if the fog had lifted from Tai Shu's mind, and he retrieved his storage ring, unwilling to waste this last chance. The time boat was a godsend, his only hope for survival, and a chance for revenge. The faces of the master and servant lit up as if they'd seen light in a dark tunnel. The boat of time flew towards the infinite. For now, Tai Shu and Ling Shu only want to escape this cursed desert, and the Bua sect disciples gather around, whispering, Is that senior brother Ling Ge? Senior brother Ling's strength is formidable, ranking in the top 20 of the Heavenly Pride Board, and his beauty puts even us girls to shame. Ling Ge was only pretending to be asleep, so he heard everything. Bai Su Ling, annoyed by the whispers, interrupted her training to scold them. What are you all doing here? The three girls, Xiao Niu, quickly scurried away, though they wanted to admire Ling Ge a little longer. Ling Ge sat up, groaning. Senior sister is mighty. Bai Su Ling gestured. Let's go to the main hall. The sect leader and elders wish to see you. In the main hall of the Taiming sect, Bai Su Ling brought Ling to meet the elders and sect leader. Hearing of Ling Ge's triumphant return, the elders prepared generous gifts and greeted him with beaming faces. Ling Ge, you took first place in the martial arts competition, bringing glory to the Taiming sect, so we have prepared some rewards for you. Another elder rushes forward, presenting 2 superior weapons and several pills specially crafted by the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Though not of the same quality as the Spirit Pills from the Heavenly Champions competition, they are the best pills our Taiming sect has to offer. Ling Ge thought, I see this is the best medicine and weaponry in the whole village. Ling Ge stepped forward to receive the gifts, replying happily, since the sect leader and elders are so kind, then I shall accept them. Seeing Ling Ka's radiant smile as he accepted the gifts, the elders felt as though their souls were being cleansed by heavenly dew. Phew, thankfully Ling Ka didn't refuse. And so the acceptance of gifts was complete. Ling and Su Ling returned home, and upon opening the wooden box to examine the elixir, Ling offered it to Su Ling, saying, Senior, this is for you. Use it when you cultivate. Slightly hurt, Su Ling replies. Are you afraid my cultivation speed won't keep up with yours? Ling Ge grins. Of course not, senior sister. If you want to catch up to me, it's going to take a long time. Ling Ka thought to himself but didn't dare say it out loud. But the headstrong Su Ling resolutely replied, I want to rely on my own efforts to catch up to you. Knowing this, but still caring for Su Ling, Ling Ge challenged softly. Then, as your man, I'll give you a chance to transcend. He then placed the packet of pills in Su Ling's hand, telling her to take it as she might need it someday. So Lin paused, watching Ling Ge leave, her heart stirred by his words. But their exchange was witnessed by another woman in Ling Ge's life. Jiang Yunzi, who had been watching from afar, gritted her teeth and said, Damn it, I want Ling Ge to give me gifts too. As dusk settled over the Taiming sect's training grounds, the disciples eagerly practiced together. Ling Ka also joined in, greeted with bright smiles wherever he went. With each step, Ling Ka circulated spiritual energy around him, which emanated from his body. It was rare to see Ling Ka so radiant with super spiritual energy, and everyone marveled. He spoke to a familiar face. Old man, long time no see, your strength has improved again. Li Jinwu, now at the late creation stage, approached and respectfully paid his respects, saying the martial emperor was as strong as ever, perhaps even beyond the creation stage. He asked, "Why doesn't the martial emperor lead the martial world?" The old man replied, "The martial world is only superficially peaceful. As long as the Azure Dragon Society exists, the undercurrent of evil will never cease. With the martial emperor leading the Azure Dragon Society, and other evils could be completely eradicated." Ling, uninterested, waves it off, saying he doesn't know. Li Jinwu dejectedly replies that it's a very straightforward reason. Ling thinks that only the generations of martial gods can sit in the seat of the leader of the martial world. Li Jinwu spoke like that surely under the direction of the god of war, and he was right. Li Jinwu pondered the mission he'd promised, the martial god, his heart filled with unease. Ling Ka feigned exhaustion and gestured, "You should return now. As for the affairs of the martial world, if anything happens here, I will certainly intervene. I also need intel on other cities. Don't tell me you don't have it. The god of war definitely does." After pondering, Li Zhenwu comes to a conclusion about Ling Ka. This martial emperor is truly extraordinary. The old man remembered Ling Ka's instructions and quietly left in peace. That night in Ling Kei's room at Azure Moon Pavilion, a fierce battle for every inch of Ling Kei's bed unfolded between the two beauties. "Ling Lang is mine. You sly fox, you seduced Ling Lang while I was away. So what? All you do is cling to Ling Ge all day." They clearly know that Ling Ge is busy, yet Zier and Lier are equally matched in their squabble. Ling Ji can only sit helplessly in his chair and sigh. "You two start arguing the moment you meet. You should just share a bed for a night." Zi and Li blamed him, saying it was his fault that made Ling Lang so angry. Even the kitten was helpless, they were too noisy, and it couldn't reason with them. Luckily, you intervened in time. He reaches out to pet the kitten. Ling Ka asks, "How has your strength recovered?" The obedient cat replies, "Probably Saintly Wei realm, otherwise I would have been blown away by those two when I tried to mediate." Ling Ge replies, pleased, "It seems your strength has recovered nicely, but don't even think about running away." "Maybe I should add another seal, just in case." The cat angrily retorts, "If you dare add another seal, I'd rather die than tell you anything about the Central Heaven realm." Grabbing the cat by the scruff of its neck, Ling Ka whispered, "Don't worry, I can just extract it from your memories." Hearing this, the cat despaired at its unfortunate feline existence. It huddled in the corner, looking at Ling Ge as if he were a monster. Ling Ge approached and changed his tone. "I was just teasing, you don't get so paranoid." The cat thought to itself that this person certainly had some terrifying hobbies. Startled, Ling Ge realized he had nowhere to sleep tonight. What to do? He slipped out, closed the door, and instructed the cat, "Take care of them tonight, okay kitty?" The cat hadn't recovered from the last ordeal when another came. Why was it now stuck being a babysitter? That evening at the White So Lin's chambers in the Azure Moon Pavilion, no matter her appearance, Su Ling diligently trains her body. Having just bathed and entered her room, Su Ling notices something strange under the covers and cautiously approaches. "Alright, a solid punch to that mysterious lump." Ling emerges with 2 swollen lumps on his head, demanding compensation. "You hit hard, senior sister," he said, surprised. "Junior brother, why you?" She playfully pinned him to the bed and asked, "What is it?" "Why did you suddenly come to my room?" Ling responded blankly. "Because tonight I want to sleep with my beautiful sister." Blushing, Su Ling coyly asks, "Why do you want to sleep with me?" Shi Ling Ge embraces her, and Su Ling replies, "How about I answer with actions?" Ling Ka takes Bai Su Ling down. Su Ling moans softly, "Be gentle, there are people nearby. Don't worry, they won't hear us." After a passionate night, sunlight streams into the cozy room. Bai Su Ling opens her eyes to see Ling Ge lying next to her, already awake. Chin resting on his hand, Ling Ka instructed, "You're awake. Rest well today, senior sister." A bashful Su Ling replied softly, "It's all your fault." She slithered over and whispered in her little brother's ear, "And you were so rough last night." Night falls on the Tai Ming sect, and Ling Ka lies on the roof with the kitten and little dragon soul, as the kitten sadly asks, "Are you planning to leave?" Longa replied casually, "Although I enjoy the leisurely life at the Tai Min sect, I still have to deal with matters in the Central Heaven realm. Little Dragon Soul will guide me to search for the key fragments there." Scratching Little Dragon Soul, who seems to enjoy it, Ling Ka says, "You can't change, can you? You're clearly a massive black dragon, so why are you acting like a pet now?" Ling Ka sighs as the little dragon spirit flits onto his head. Looking around, Ling Ka laments, "What a pain I still have to come up with, a reason to say goodbye to my senior sisters." The kitten gazes at the sky, lost in thought, then asks, "You're not planning on taking them with you? The 3 of them will definitely miss you." Ling Ka confessed a hint of worry in his voice. "This journey may be quite dangerous. Before I leave, I'll arrange everything so they can cultivate in peace in the Eastern Divine Continent." The time had come. Ling Chen mustered his courage and entered his room where Jiang Yunzi and Mi Li awaited, but before he could explain, the 2 women were already in a frenzy, determined not to let him leave. The 2 women cried out, "Why can't we go with you?" Jiang Yunzi, consumed by jealousy, confronts him with a bloodthirsty question. Is he planning to elope with that senior sister to a faraway place? Ling Ge is annoyed with these women, telling them to stop overthinking things, as he pulls out 2 shimmering spirit orbs, leaving the 2 beauties speechless. He instructed, I'll be back soon, and while I'm away, you can use the spirit pearls to contact me at any time. As Zier and Lier accepted the spirit pearls, Long felt a weight lifted. Ling says, this is something I made with my spiritual power. Do you like it? Mi Li remained silent, feigning displeasure, but thought to herself, at least this guy has some conscience. Meanwhile, the crazy Zi hugged the pearl like it was Ling gushing. Ling is so good to me. Then Ling added, next I'll be heading back to the demon sect. Yunzi, come with me. Hearing this, Li Ni returned to her displeased state, as Lingge said, you two should separate or no one will be able to stop your fights later on. Despite Lingge's advice, the two women were too busy fighting to listen, leaving a sulking Li Ni to watch them leave, teased by Jiang Yunzi. Jiang Yunzi trotted after Lingge on the way back to the demonic sect along a desolate and frigid path. Suddenly sensing something amiss, she spun around, her eyes narrowing as she coldly rebuked. Insects lurking in the shadows, show yourselves. A stranger shot forward, boasting, the master of the other shore demonic sect is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Yunzi draws her demonic sword fiercely, rebuking the rude intruder. So it's the persistent specters of the life and death sect. What brings you to me today? A murderous aura rises, the scent of death emanating from Zier's eyes. Gao Yang shouts, are you courting death? That heretic Buddha and the Saint Realm cultivator from the life and death sect must be fuming. They're grinding their teeth, determined to tear these two demonic sects apart. His accomplice rushed forward, circling around with childish necromancy to distract the two Lings. He spoke up, don't struggle, just obediently leave your lives here for us. Observing the situation, Zi says, the alliance of the life and death sect and the evil Buddha sect. Are they trying to unify the evil path? Linga remains silent, but welcomes the chance to stretch his limbs. The evil Buddha roared, speaking to the dead is not a problem. Your demonic sect is the greatest scourge of the heretical path, and eliminating you is to restore peace. Linga scoffs, then bursts into laughter, slapping him across the face. Haha, your last words are truly laughable. The evil Buddha's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging like roots across his head. He stomped up to Ling Ka, looking down at the small figure with contempt and asked, who are you? Ling Ka thought, there's no reasoning with these fools. He unleashed his demonic power, an eerie force that sent the evil Buddha reeling back, overwhelmed by its sheer magnitude. The two evil Buddhas and their cohorts could only gape, paralyzed with fear. Growing tired of these nobodies, Lingge waves to Jiang Yunzi, kill them all, leave no one alive. The evil Buddha ancestor and his useless companions realize their mistake and begin to cry out for their parents. Soon only their death throes echoed through the desolate landscape, paving the way for Ling and his master's return. Before the demonic sect's mountain gate, a crowd ferociously attacked the sect's defenses. They unleashed a barrage of attacks, every kind of palm strike, spear, and sword imaginable. If they had guns, they'd be emptying clips like crazy. But after all that wild, frenzied assault on the protective barrier, it didn't even budge. Some began to grumble. We can't break the demonic sect's grand defense array. We can't attack at all. An aggressive elder roared. Since force doesn't work, the demonic sect resorts to empty words. Do you intend to become shrinking turtles? After their rant, they waited, watching for any new developments. But after a long while, nothing new appeared beyond the protective barrier and themselves. The elder, now seething with rage, cursed the damned demon sect master. His blue-haired disciple spoke up. I've heard the demonic sect master is a peerless beauty. After we attack today, she will be mine. Inside, the oblivious members of the demonic sect are still playing cards, but these words finally catch their attention. One hot-headed disciple repeated what he'd just heard, as if to confirm he wasn't mistaken. If Jiang Yunzi were to hear this, the old one-eyed man would seize the opportunity to strike. I won. The other guy got even angrier, yelling that I cheated. He chuckled. How's that cheating? Hee, it's a fair game. All right, no more arguing, let's play another round. The brothers discussed that the heretical sects were restless, perhaps having conspired for a long time, gathering all the sacred Tao realm experts, wanting to attack the purifying demonic sect. One of them cursed loudly, saying they were just a pack of barking brain-dead dogs. The one-eyed white hare replied, I received news from the demon lord a few days ago that he would be returning to the demon sect. He should be back soon, right? Holding his cards, one of them says listlessly, what terrible luck! But whether he's faking or has an excuse, it's all the same. Getting up, he said with bulging veins, no more cards, I'm going to play with them a bit. The old white-haired man mocked, if you can't beat them, remember to run back here quickly. It didn't take long for Jiang Quan to emerge, his face, a mask of murderous intent, his eyes fixed on the rabble before him. One of them pointed and shouted, look, the turtle's poking its head out, why are the other 10 still hiding? But before he could finish, a blow pierced his brain, silencing the loudmouth instantly. Enraged, Jiang Quan roared, how dare mongrels like you come to the demonic sect's mountain gate and act so presumptuous? A swarm of vultures descends upon Jiang Quan, mocking him in his final moments, while dark magic binds him, preventing his escape. A burst of dark magic erupts from him as Jiang Chuan shouts, "Nether, Eye of Destruction," the dark energy swarming the enemy like a ravenous beast. Back in the gambling den, the remaining brothers intently watched Kang Quan's every move, a little worried because the heretical sect outnumbered him so greatly. One of them asked, "Do you think Jiang Quan can defeat so many Saint Realm cultivators?" The one-eyed old man replied, "I think I saw Jiang Quan getting beaten pretty badly. I'll go out and save him later." Haha, outside, where Jiang Quan is, that underworld eye is indeed powerful. Jiang Quan breaks free from the forbidden technique, striking down the rabble like flies. He seized the opportunity, thinking this would be a great achievement, making him famous throughout the demonic sect. The Saint Realm cultivator who tried to block him looked grim, but with a single blow, Jiang Quan sent him to meet his ancestors. The elder of the evil sect was furious watching Jiang Quan wreak havoc, and ordered a concentrated attack to prevent his escape. A barrage of evil spells rained down, binding Jiang Quan tightly. Kwang Toan, a true fan, was sweating bullets, realizing he was in deep trouble. But then, a glimmer of hope. The one-eyed elder inside, predictably annoyed, rushed out as if someone had pulled him back with great news. "Hold on, the demon lord is here." And just in time, Ling Ge appeared before Jiang Quan. He was surprised, but more than that, he was enraged by the arrogance of the evil sect. To Jiang Quan, it was like a desert meeting rain, seeing the demon lord as if he were a national idol. Without another word, Ling Ke landed a blow and said, "Spare me the excuses." Back at the gambling den, a battered Jiang Quan asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" The three brothers sneered, mocking them, no need for words, as they glanced back at Xinyi. Ling then ordered, "Return to the demonic sect at once." Xinui departs, still looking back. Ling Ka reassures her, saying not to worry, as those Saint Realm cultivators pose no threat. Meanwhile, the heretical Saint Realm cultivators gather around, eyeing Ling Ka and Xinui. They drool and whisper, "Is that the master of the shoreless demon sect? The woman beside her isn't bad either." Who could resist the beauty of Xinyi and Lingji? Xinyi told Lingji to be careful, and then she left. Left alone, Ling Ka glides before the leaders of the evil sect, who growl, "We don't know how you blocked our attack, but today the demon sect will drown in blood." He spoke with unwavering conviction, but his words seemed misplaced. Ling Ka, never one for idle chatter, simply waved his hand and replied, "Why so verbose? Your big move has stored up a lot of power." The evil sect leader understood and rushed towards the law elder, seemingly with some momentum. Ling casually flicked his hand, sending the sect leader flying 100 miles, exploding beyond perception. The demonic sect members were dumbfounded, staring at Ling as if he were an alien being. The old man tried to reassure them, not wanting them to lose their nerve, telling them not to panic. The Sin 2 sect and the evil Buddha sect ambushed the master of the other shore demon sect, and now that he's nowhere to be seen, he may already be dead at this man's hands. The leader glared back, cursing, "Humph, you're all useless trash." The old man spoke to his comrades, but the leader didn't respond. Had fear broken his mind? He drew a treasure, declaring, "I've prepared for your arrival to show you true power. This golden needle is sealed with an ancient god demon, said to be even stronger than the martial god of the martial world." He describes this thing to Ling and the others in impressive detail. He throws the needle into the air and chants, "Ancient god of destruction, grant me your power." Ling Ka watches with his arms crossed, finding the display a waste of time. How long will this go on? Suddenly, the ancient god demon within the treasure shot into the man's mouth. Now, a bloodthirsty aura emanates from him, as something sinister transforms him. The sky is stained with his boiling bloodlust as he howls in agony. Finally, the opening act concludes, and he clutches his head, his voice hoarse, declaring he has his body at last. That was the voice of an ancient god and demon, and he swiftly appeared before the old sect leader and his minions. They were confused, not understanding what was happening to him. A deadly glance, and the ancient demon mercilessly pierced through the old man, blood splattering everywhere. Even the old man couldn't believe this guy would turn on his own allies so savagely. Turns out, the demon god wanted his spiritual energy, and he greedily eyed the orb before swallowing it whole. The creature chewed and swallowed, then said, "A little dark perhaps, but this bloody, glistening flavor is something I've long awaited. I can't quench my thirst for blood on land." He sought out the lackeys nearby, binding them all. Death spread everywhere, and the sky turned dark. In the demon sect's forest, the horrific screams of those being deprived of their lives echoed. The henchmen below couldn't even bear to face the bloody scene, some stunned, others covering their eyes and ears in disbelief. The lifeless corpses fell before them, grasping a handful of souls. The ancient demon was pleased, so many, each one a Saint Realm cultivator. "I can't believe I woke up to such a delicious meal. How wonderful." He shoved a handful into his mouth, chewing voraciously, as the spiritual energy seeped into his body, causing his muscles to swell. His body explodes with power leveling up, in a way never before seen, peak Saint Path Realm, late Saint Path Realm, initial creation realm. But the corpses continued to pile up, for this ancient demon god was of the Korean mukbang style. The demon sect's mountain gate had become a sea of blood, the stench rising thick in the air. That body was too weak to contain such power, but for the divine continent, or rather the eastern continent, it was enough. He eyed the remaining people hungrily, as they stared back in disbelief when they should have been running. But this bizarre, unholy thing defies belief, leaving them unsure if they're even real. The ancient demon god roars, unleashing a storm of dark magic. If this ancient demon is revived, it will witness the glory of the demon race once more. Ha ha ha. The spirit energy of the corpses is gathered and rapidly absorbed, adding power to the ancient demon who stretches and feels the surge in its veins. Meanwhile, Ling Ka had been silently observing from behind, taking it all in. This dark aura is somewhat similar to demonic energy, a familiar sight to Ling Ka. The demon god's neck bent, inadvertently looking behind it. Only then did it discover Ling Ka standing there. Seeing such a powerful entity behind it, the demon god felt its life was truly beautiful. He says, thinking he'd have to spend some time refining a new demonic body, but now it seems your perfect body is incredibly perfect for him. He turns and slowly approaches Ling Ka. Ling Ka seemed unconcerned that he was about to be devoured, and the ancient demon pointed at him, saying as if speaking to a child, "Human, give me your body." Linga shakes his head wildly. "I don't want to give my body to someone else." Where? But does he realize that Lingji sees this ancient demon as something fast? It zipped past, saying, "I wasn't planning on getting your consent anyway. I just wanted to hear your last words. It's a shame I won't get to see the look of fear I imagined on your face." But how could the demon not sense death after that tiger's lunge? Something felt wrong. He turned around to find no one there, and the demon shrieked. Could he still be alive? He clenches his fist, ready to strike a heavier blow, and declares, "Then, let me unleash my giant fist. This time, I'm determined to fight properly and claim Ling Ka's perfect body." Back at the ghost sect, a surge of purple energy suddenly hurtles toward the demon god Gala, catching him completely off guard. That dark energy is too strong. It shattered the boulder behind me. Galamather quickly dodged the blow, narrowly escaping, and wondered what this dark purple energy could be. Suddenly, Galamather realized something. It was Ling Ka, appearing in a flash behind him, striking him through a massive boulder with a single blow, the earth-shattering explosion echoing through the heavens. On the opposite rock, dust fills the air, as the Gala demon god struggles to sit up, his silhouette imprinted on the stone. Garland demon god clutched his head in agony, realizing his dark energy was no match. After all he'd done to be reborn, only to face such a terrifying foe. With a thought, the Rakshasa god rose and faced Ling Ge, gathering all his strength for a counterattack. With an earth-shattering boom, Jialuo the demon god was sent flying as Ling Ge watched him from afar. Severely wounded, Jialuo struggled to sit up, thinking, "If I can't beat him, I'll run." As a demon god of high status, what's more important than his life? With that thought, the Gala demon god immediately turned tail and ran. Ling Ke wouldn't let the Asura devil get away so easily, and immediately struck him with a palm. Meanwhile, the Asura devil was trying to escape the demon sect, but was blocked by a barrier, causing him to fall painfully. Gala, dazed, rubbed his head and muttered, "This mountain wall is sturdy indeed. I refuse to believe my creation-level power can't break its defenses." He poured all his remaining strength into shattering the barrier, but before he could, Ling Jia's attack struck from behind. Seeing this, the Kala demon god was terrified, watching with a trembling gaze. Before he could react, he was struck in the chest. He clutched his chest in pain, trembling as he spat. "Damn it, my consciousness is trapped in this body again." No sooner had he spoken, than Ling Ge bound him with magical force. Then Ling Ke immediately raised his hand, calmly surveyed his surroundings, and with a gentle wave, streams of energy appeared, swirling in the direction of his hand. As the surroundings fell silent, with only barren trees remaining, Ling Ke bound the motionless Gala, stepping triumphantly on him, and declaring, "To be reborn, you must have been quite powerful in your previous life." Hearing this, the expression on the fallen god's face turned fearful and panicked. Seeing this, Ling Ge chuckled and continued, "Or perhaps you could tell me where you were a god in your previous life." As he finished, Ling Ge unleashed his magic, and a stream of purple energy emanated from Jialuo, who grimaced and replied, "I am Jialuo, a demon god from 10,000 years ago, a supreme being of the celestial realm." Hearing this, Ling Jia continued, "I don't care what kind of demon god you are. If you don't want to die, answer my question. What did the divine continent look like 10,000 years ago?" Ling Ge smiled mysteriously and continued to ask. As soon as he finished speaking, the Gara devil god obediently replied, "In the ancient times, the divine continent was one entity, and the supreme beings of the celestial realm were not a minority, almost reaching a scene where all races sprung up like forests. I was one of the top experts of that era. Then other races besieged the demons. I abandoned my physical body and was sealed in the diamond tree." Ling Ge understood the situation, crossed his arms, and calmly asked, "So why was Shenzhou split up later?" Now there are the four great divine continents of East, West, South, and North. Under the influence of the magic power aided by Ling Ge, Jialuo Mochen replied, "It seems to be related to the heavens and the earth. The celestial realms of the ancient era no longer exist. Only I, buried in these ruins, was fortunate enough to survive." In fact, divine continent split into 5 with a place above the 4 great continents. The original central continent ascended to the sky, completely separating the other 4, forming its own continental border. Hearing this, Linga stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, "That's interesting. It seems the central continent of Shenzhou is the current Zhongtian realm." Helpless, the Gala demon god burst into tears. Having obtained the information he needed, Ling Ji said, "I didn't expect to learn so much ancient history on this trip to the demon sect. You're still of some use, so I won't kill you just yet." With that, Linga immediately released Jia Luo from his restraints, but Jia Luo's resistance was futile. He was already under Lingge's control. Then Ling Sa used magic to shrink the Gara demon god who struggled helplessly in vain. Gala, cursing under his breath, thought, "Damn it, why am I facing such a miserable end, right after being resurrected?" Without another word, Ling Ke took out the soul-devouring vessel and imprisoned Gala within. Inside the soul vessel, the bewildered Rakshasa god observed his surroundings, desperately seeking a way out, but to no avail. The Asura demon god wondered what this strange thing was that could trap a soul. Meanwhile, Lingyi listened closely to the spirit container, and upon witnessing the ignorance of the Gala demon god, he burst into laughter. Lingka says, "Stay put in there." And with that, Lingka immediately leaves the ghost sect. Inside the demonic sect's main hall, all its members had gathered. Shugu stepped forward, bowed, and reported, "Your Excellency, the heretical sects have been restless lately, starting to rebel again. Perhaps we should eliminate a few sects while we're at it." Hearing this, everyone smirked with anticipation as Zigu continued, "With just one order from the Demon Lord, we will immediately take 36 divisions and 72 factions to seize their assets." Hearing this, Lingka sat down, propped his chin on his hand and pondered, "There's no rush. Where's my mask? That guy Matasa Yerni sent it back before." With that, Zigu immediately took out the mask and replied hastily, "The demon mask is here." Taking the mask in his hand, Linga instructed, "Listen to me, I've decided." He's passing the mantle of Demon Lord to Zigu, his expression now serious and resolute. With that, Linga immediately threw the mask at Zigu, forcing it onto his face. Zigu was caught off guard, bewildered, and quickly asked, "Why this?" The newly appointed Demon Lord Shugu stared wide-eyed at Linga, awaiting an explanation. Linga stroked his chin, pondered, and replied, "I've long since grown tired of being the Demon Lord. With you leading the demon sect, I can finally leave in peace." Hearing this, the people below were shocked, and Hua An hurriedly asked, "What does the Demon Lord mean by this?" Jiang Quan quickly added, "Are you gravely injured? Are you dying?" Old King hurriedly added, "You can't die, you're the most reliable person in the demon sect." Then they all shouted in unison, "The Demon Lord can't be bothered." Looking annoyed, Lingge roared, "I'm alive and well, just taking a long trip, and I don't have time to manage the demonic sect." Hearing this, the crowd below scratched their heads sheepishly. Linga calmly continued, "I'm about to set off for the southern divine continent, and will be gone for a long time, so I'm relieved that Shugu will be in charge of the demonic sect." Pointing to Shugu standing nearby, Lingka instructed, "I'm leaving the demonic sect in your hands. Is that a problem?" Shugu immediately bowed in response. "Subordinate Shugu of the Xuangu branch obeys your orders." With everything settled, Lingka turned and left without delay, leaving Jiang Yunzi to watch him go. Leaving the demonic sect, Lingka nonchalantly rests his hands behind his head, thinking, "Let the new demonic sect deal with those restless heretics. If I time it right, I can still return to the Tai Ming sect and visit my senior sisters one last time." Lingka gazed up at the sky, smiling as he took in the beautiful scenery. Soon, he returned to the Tai Ming sect, when a familiar voice called out, "Ling, why have you returned?" Hearing this, Ling turned to look. It turned out to be Mila greeting Lingge, who smiled and replied, "I plan to set off tomorrow morning." As she finished speaking, Mila stroked. Lingge's face leaned in close and whispered, "It's perfect for tonight." Before she could finish, Lingji's mind raced with possibilities. He thought to himself, tonight he planned to be with his senior sister. Ngila softly added, "Tonight you can say goodbye to your senior sisters. I'll head back to the Azure Moon Pavilion first." With that, Ngila turned and left. Lingge watched Miluo leave, scratching his head as he wondered to himself, "Miluo hasn't been here long, and doesn't have many friends in the sect. Now that I'm leaving Eastern Divine Continent, leaving her alone, why am I agonizing over this?" After a moment, Linga said, with a satisfied, "Look, I guess there's no choice. Let's move the scene to the Azure Moon Pavilion." Miluo sat on the bed cheerfully asking, "Am I allowed to join you on this journey?" Hearing this, Linga smiled and replied, "Well, do you want to come with me?" Linga knew that abandoning Miluo would only leave him with regret. Hearing Lingka say that Mila immediately agreed, but Lingka stared at her lost in thought. It seems Lingge has been captivated by Miluo's exquisite beauty. Unable to resist, Lingge embraces Miluo, tightly startling her. Changing scenes to the south of the martial world, outside Thantri Linga and Miluo soon arrived. Standing before the city gates, Lingge said, "This place is close to the southern border of the martial world, and further south is no longer within its bounds. Let's rest at the city ahead, and tomorrow we'll leave this place." Hearing this, Yiluo waved her hand and said, "Why is the environment here so hot?" As he spoke, Lingka pointed ahead, gazing into the distance and replied, "Because the south is the Vermilion Bird Continent and Vermilion Bird Island hangs in the sky south of the Divine Continent. Hearing this, Mila softly replied, "Worthy of being a divine beast, it possesses such divine might." Cut to Vermilion Bird Island, where a fiery red hue blankets the landscape with lava flowing and flames blazing everywhere. On the dry branches, vermilion birds perch, radiating an intense aura. Then the vermilion bird spreads its wings and flies toward the fiery red sky as the scene shifts to a guest house filled with people. Ling Ge and Mi Luo are enjoying a pleasant lunch together as Shi Kun stretches out wearily. He says that being in that dark place these past few days has been suffocating him. Then Thiet Khan looks at Lang Ka and continues, "Don't you have the little dragon soul with you?" Suddenly Tie Kun sees a couple entering the inn and blurts out, "That insect." Hearing this, Shi Yue cries out in surprise, looking at Tie Kun with interest. Shi Yue then approached Tie Kun, pointed at him, and asked, "Can this spirit beast actually talk?" She glanced at Ling Ge and Mi Luo, her eyes wide with surprise. Seeing this, Shi Yue's older brother Shi Lian bowed and said, "I am Shi Lian, the eldest son of the Shi family, and this is my younger sister Shi Yue. May we ask your names?" Hearing this, Ling Ka rested his chin on his hand and replied, "I am Ling Ka." Then pointing to Milan he continued, "Her name is Lak Mai." Seeing Shi Yue's fondness for the iron cudgel, Shi Lian speaks up, "Young Master Ling, would you be willing to sell us this spiritual beast?" Shi Yue quickly brings out a money bag, adding, "We're willing to trade treasures for it." Seeing this, Ling Ge crossed his arms and said, "Then you'll have to ask him. If this guy wants to go with you, you can have him." Shi Yue reached out to touch the iron cudgel, saying with delight, "Kitty, come with me, and I'll take good care of you." But the iron cudgel immediately turned its back and left, shocking Shi Yue. Seeing this, Ling Ge concluded that it wasn't willing, so there was nothing to be done. Unsatisfied, Shi Lian suggested, "In that case, would you two do us the honor of visiting the Shi clan?" Before he could finish, Ling Ge quickly replied, "I'm sorry, we're not available." Seeing that, Shi Lian immediately flew into a rage. He points at Ling Ge and shouts, "Don't refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a penalty cup. In our Shi family's territory, even dragons must obey, and tigers must submit." Hearing this, Ling Ke remained unfazed, replying with a smile, "Such a quick change of face. I wondered how long you could keep up the act." Without another word, Shi Lian immediately attacks, and seeing the situation, the customers quickly flee the scene. Enraged, Shi Lian pressed, "Will you honor us with a trip to the Shi estate? We'll treat you as honored guests." Before he could finish, Ling Ge slapped Shi Lian across the face. Seeing this, Shi Yue shouted angrily, "Stop, you can't afford the consequences of hurting my brother." Without a word, Ling Ge silenced Shi Yue with a single blow, leaving her collapsed on the ground, and with that, the Shi siblings were dealt with swiftly. With the matter settled, Ling Ge dusted off his hands as a waiter whispered, "Those siblings were always bullying men and women, causing trouble, they deserved it." Seeing this, the manager, terrified, hurriedly said, "This is really going to cause trouble. The head of the Shi family is known to be protective of his children. You should take this chance to escape." Hearing this, Ling Ji, unconcerned, arrogantly replied, "I want to see what the Shi family is all about." With that, Ling Ka led Mila away, leaving the shopkeeper to sigh deeply in resignation. Cut to Shi Lian and Shi Yue, lying motionless before the Shi family gates. Langa and Mi La stood defiantly at the entrance, surrounded by the Shi family disciples. Langa then said, "We've come to visit. Shouldn't the Shi family head greet his guests personally?" Hearing the commotion at the gate, the head of the Shi family, Shi Mingshan, rushed out to investigate sternly, saying, "Insolent whelp, don't be so arrogant." Without another word, Shi Mingshan immediately attacked Ling Ka. Caught off guard, Ling Ka is sent flying by Shi Mingshan's attack, who then presses his advantage. Having grasped the situation, Ling Ka smiled, "Just playing with you." He then charged towards Shi Mingshan, landing a solid punch to his face. Dumbfounded, Shi Mingshan cries out, "How can this be?" as Ling Ge sends him flying. With Shi Mingshan dealt with Ling Ka, dusted himself off, took to the skies, and surveyed the area. Something was amiss. He focused his energy and unleashed a devastating blow upon the Shi manor. The Shi family estate was now nothing but rubble, and Shi Mingshan could only gape in disbelief. Seeing this, Ling Ge said, "That's right, I've already reported all of the Shi family's misdeeds here to the Hall of the Martial God, so no need to thank me." Hearing this, Shi Mingshan was utterly devastated, burying his face in his hands as he wept uncontrollably. With the matter resolved, Ling Ge immediately stomped down with great force. Instantly, Ling Ge and Mi Luo soared into the sky, and Mi Luo, with her arms crossed, said, "Let's go, we'll leave the rest to the Martial God Hall." With that, Ling Ge and Mi Luo departed at once, leaving the Shi family's estate in ruins. As people passed by, they whispered, "How did the Shi family end up like this? They must have angered someone they shouldn't have, and then were eliminated. What a delight." Cut to Vermilion Bird Island, where Ling Ge and Mi Luo have swiftly arrived. As they walked on Suzaku Island, a voice boomed, "Humans, this is not a place for you." Ling Ge and Mi Luo looked around to see a vermilion bird perched on a withered branch. Suddenly, the vermilion bird angrily roared, "Why you?" It seems the vermilion bird and Ling Ge know each other. Hearing this, Ling Ge chuckled and replied, "Suzaku, long time no see." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant red bird transformed into a beautiful and alluring woman. The vermilion bird steps forward aggressively, demanding, "What are you doing on Vermilion Bird Island?" Ling Jia strokes his chin, thoughtfully replying, "Just visiting an old friend." Enraged, the vermilion bird retorted, "Who said we were old friends?" Recalling the past, she thought to herself, "Damn it, I still remember, even with my memories shattered." Too enraged, vermilion bird immediately transforms into a giant bird, perching high on a branch, then angrily swoops down to attack Ling Ge. Seeing this, Ling Ge remained fearless, calmly emitting a magical force that enveloped him, protecting him from the vermilion bird's attack. A resounding boom echoed across Vermilion Bird Island as a beam of light shot high into the sky. Seeing that Langa was unharmed, he smiled, surely plotting something. Unable to affect Langa, the vermilion bird transformed into a human, glaring at him, before Langa used magic to conjure a giant hand, seizing the bird and squeezing it tightly. The vermilion bird screamed in agony, prompting Ling Qi to ask, "What race do you belong to?" "Looks like a firebird." The vermilion bird, looking displeased, reluctantly replied, "What firebird?" "I am the vermilion bird divine beast." Hearing this, Ling Jia immediately released the bird. Suzaku, now in human form, stood on a dry branch looking down in anger, thinking that Ling Ge actually knew the divine beast Suzaku, and was very close to it. With that thought, Zhu Kei sighed and continued, "If there's nothing else, please leave. Vermilion Bird Island does not welcome outsiders." Hearing this, Ling Ge smiled and replied, "Actually, I came to you to get some information about Southern Divine Continent." Mentioning Southern Divine Continent, the vermilion bird pondered, then turned to ask Southern Divine Continent, "What are you asking about it for?" As soon as he finished, Ling Ge replied, "We want to go to South Divine Continent." Hearing this, Suzaku rejoiced inwardly, smiling to herself, "Finally this devil is leaving." "Great." After a moment, Zhu Kei asked, "Why didn't you tell me something so important sooner?" "From what I know, the continent of South God is divided into 4 regions, each with different cultivation methods, and they gain power by worshipping totems and gods. But what exactly are these so-called gods? You'll only know once you go. The divine continent has been divided for too long, and too much has changed. That's all I can tell you." Having learned about the Southern Divine Continent, Ling Ge and Mi Luo immediately leave Vermilion Bird Island and head to the boundary wall, where Mi Luo is amazed by what she sees. She said, "This is the azure border." Standing before it, a barrier blocked Ling Ge and Mi Luo's path. Ling Ke quickly replied, "That's right." With that, he used his magic to break the barrier. Ling Ge puts all his strength into creating a hole in the barrier, as Bi Mila stands close by. Before acting, Lang Ge turned to Mi Luo and instructed, "When we pass through the barrier, space will be distorted. Hold my hand tightly." Ling Ge then reached out his hand to Bi Mila, who took it and gently nodded. With that, Ling Ke grasped Mila's hand and led her through the azure boundary. Inside the barrier, peacocks soar through the sky, and black dragons frolic in the sea, emerging from the vortex of the barrier. Stepping out of the vortex, Mila, astonished by the sight, asks, "Is this the Southern Divine Continent? Why is it all ocean?" Hearing this, Ling Ge scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "We've probably been randomly teleported to High Province." With that, Ling Ge immediately attacked the sea. The sea churns, waves rising high, and without hesitation, Ling Ge strikes again when suddenly a ferocious shark with razor-sharp teeth emerges from the water, angrily attacking him. Seeing this, Ling Ge immediately retaliated, shouting, "Behave yourself or I'll kill you and roast you for food." After a period of subduing the monster, it cried out in pain. Submitting, Ling Ka stands on the shark's back, observing another Huang realm beast. "I wonder what else is hidden in this vast ocean." Before he could finish, the water's surface began to churn violently, and a deafening roar echoed from the depths. Intrigued by the sudden appearance, Mila's eyes sparkled as she spoke. "Another big guy's here. Let me handle this one. I haven't fought since I advanced to the creation realm." Hearing this, Ling Gekung gently stroked Mi Luo's smooth cheek, his voice full of confidence. "Then I'll leave it to you." With the agreement, Mila closed her eyes without hesitation, gathering spiritual power throughout her body, preparing to unleash her divine power. Immediately, Yi Luo's eyes snapped open, and a powerful palm strike was unleashed, aimed directly at the rising beast, just as the ocean roared more fiercely than ever. From the depths of the sea, a colossal black dragon suddenly appears, its majestic form shattering the water's surface. Seeing Mila's attack coming, it cried out in alarm. "Wait!" The sudden sound stopped, Ling Ge and Mi Luo in their tracks, their eyes fixed on the dragon. The majestic black dragon parted the waters and approached, stopping right in front of them, then said in a deep voice, "I mean you, no harm. I am simply here to escort you, honored guests." Ling Ge and Mi Luo exchanged surprised glances, wondering how their arrival was foreseen. Not wanting to keep them waiting, the black dragon gracefully lowered itself, inviting them aboard. "Please step onto my back, and allow me to escort you to the sea folk, as honored guests." The invitation was met with Ling Ge's immediate and wary response. "I don't recall ever having dealings with the Sea Clan, and as the saying goes, one should be wary of people's hearts." Seeing Ling Ka's attitude, the black dragon looked helpless and hurriedly explained, "We are the Sea Clan, not the human clan. In the name of the Sea God, the Sea Clan harbors no ill intentions towards our guests." Hearing this, Ling Ka frowned slightly, stroking his chin in thought, muttering, "The Sea God." Sensing Ling Gei's doubt, the black dragon patiently explained, "The Sea God is the embodiment of the ocean. If I break my oath, I will be punished by the Sea God." Ling Ge calculated to himself that the sea race seemed to have no ill intentions, and this was an opportunity to learn more about Southern Divine Continent. Sensing the sea creature's sincerity, Yi Luo turned to Ling Ge, her eyes full of anticipation. "Alright, let's go broaden our horizons with you." Without hesitation, Ling Sa and Mi La jumped onto the black dragon's back, diving deep into the ocean towards the magnificent palace of the sea folk. A fantastical world unfolded before them in the deep sea, leaving Mi La and Ling Ka overwhelmed. Soon they arrived before a magnificent palace built of coral and pearls. The black dragon spoke softly, "Esteemed guests, we have arrived." Hearing the call, Mi La, a little frightened, quickly grabbed Ling Ka's arm, both in awe of the majestic scenery. A figure in pristine white robes and unique horns greeted them, smiling warmly. "The Sea Clan chief has been waiting." With that, he led Ling Ge and Mi Luo inside, where the magnificence of the Sea Clan palace left them in awe once more. The Sea Clan leader and elders were already waiting in the main hall, and upon seeing Ling Ka and Mi La, the leader immediately gave an order. "Someone prepare seats for our guests." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 Sea Clan disciples quickly brought out 2 exquisitely carved chairs, placing them behind Ling Ge and Mi Luo, surprising them with their thoughtfulness. Finding it peculiar, Ling Ka asked, "Isn't the Sea Tribe's leader, the Dragon King, why don't you have horns?" This blunt question left everyone speechless, surprised by Ling Gei's innocence. The Sea Clan leader laughed and replied, "Esteemed guest, you jest. I am of the Whale Clan and have never been cuckolded." A bit embarrassed by the humorous reply, Ling Ge quickly apologized, explaining with a light chuckle, "My wife and I are new here, and unfamiliar with many things. Please forgive our ignorance." Hearing Ling Ge call her his wife, Yi Luo's heart blossomed with joy, her radiant smile unable to conceal her happiness. The Sea Clan leader followed up, "How should we address you? Do you have a title?" Ling Ka quickly replied, "Just call me Ling Ka." Hearing this name, the Sea Tribe leader seemed to sense something amiss. He stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, "That doesn't seem quite right. I should call you Lord Ling Ge." His voice became more serious. The esteemed Ling Ka suddenly appeared in the skies above this sea, but from where, the Sea Tribe leader's eyes sharpened as he frowned in observation. Seeing this, Ling Ka smiled and calmly replied, "We come from a continent outside of South Divine Continent." Hearing this, the Sea Clan leader continued, his voice full of meaning. No wonder the Sea God said the boundary wall had changed. With that, he produced a book, his expression serious, and said, "These are records detailing the situation in South God Continent. Please, Venerable Ling, take a look." With that, the Sea Clan leader handed the book to Ling Ge, who accepted it with a hearty, "Thank you, Clan leader." Ling Ka opened the book and examined it carefully, thinking to himself that the Sea Clan leader was indeed a talented man knowing so much. Suddenly a figure flashed like the wind, appearing in the middle of the Sea Clan's hall. This person carries the power of the sea, and everyone present, including the Sea Tribe leader, immediately knelt in reverence. The Sea Tribe leader respectfully greets the Ocean God standing by to observe, while Mira and Ling Ge stare in stunned silence at the Ocean God. Ling Ke gripped Mi Luo's hand, turned to her with a knowing smile as if signaling something. Mi Luo understood instantly, returning a smile of agreement. With that, Lang Sa stepped forward, explaining his sudden visit. "Please forgive me, Sea God." The Sea God finally revealed his handsome, composed face. He slowly opens his eyes, looks at Ling Ge, and says, "Greetings, powerhouse from the Eastern Divine Continent. You may leave us," the stern Sea God commanded. Now only the Sea God Ling Ka and Yi Luo remained in the hall. The Sea God asked, "Do you have some purpose in mind for crossing the azure boundary to the Southern Divine Continent?" Hearing the probing question, Ling Ge calmly replied, "Don't worry, we're just travelers from another continent here for a visit." This attitude made the Sea God skeptical, and he calmly continued to question him. Such an answer is hard to believe. "Are you declaring yourself an enemy of the sea?" "Actually, I wouldn't mind flattening the entire sea. I truly am here for leisure, and even if I had ulterior motives, it's none of your concern." Seeing that Ling Ka was a bit arrogant and showed him no respect, the Sea God continued uncomfortably, "You're quite arrogant. Are you familiar with the saying, 'A frog in a well'?" Ling Ka's face turned fierce as he retorted, "Don't you think it suits you better? The Ocean God is ultimately just a being confined to the sea." These words struck like lightning, and Ocean was suddenly enlightened, staring wide-eyed at Ling Ge. After a moment of silence, the Sea God sighed, lost in thought. Seeing this, Ling Ge continued, "The taste of constraint isn't pleasant, is it?" Hearing this, the Sea God looked slightly disappointed, then closed his eyes and calmly replied, "When I am strong enough, I can escape this sea and go to a wider world. Perhaps you are not far from that level of power." Hearing this, Ling Ge wore a smug expression, thinking to himself, "I'm already immeasurably strong. Then taking Mila's hand, Ling Ke glanced at her and said with a smile, "My wife and I must be going. Thank you for your hospitality." With that, Ling Ge immediately left with Mi Luo, but not before turning back to Hai Shen, saying, "A gift for you." The spirit examines the creation, forging the Ming Yuan to reach the heavenly palace. Hearing those profound words, the sea god stared blankly as Ling Ge departed, cutting to a small seaside village where Yi Luo curiously asked Ling Ge if his previous statement was equivalent to giving him a blank book, leaving him to comprehend it on his own. Hearing this, Ling Ge quickly replied, "If cultivation had no difficulty, wouldn't everyone be a powerhouse?" After he finished, Mi Luo continued, "That's true. Where are we going now?" Hearing Mi La's question, Ling Ke looked at her affectionately and said, "Of course we're going to find a place to stay, and then do some indescribable things." Mi La seemed to understand something, and she responded with displeasure. "It's still daytime," she says, but Ling Ka gazes at her stroking his chin. "Who told you to be so beautiful?" Hearing Tang Mi's words, Mi La looked disgusted and scolded him sharply before she and Ling Ka entered the village. Ling Jie grabs Mi Luo's hand and says, "Little one, follow me obediently." Suddenly a foot appears, blocking their path. A fat man in orange robes blocked Ling Ka's path, smiling amiably as he said, "Please stop right there." Seeing this, Lang Ge's expression changes and he frowns, asking, "What do you want from us?" The man quickly replies, "I am Guang Yang, the harbor's supervisor. Please take a look." With that, Guang Yang immediately presented Ling Ka and Mi La with a record book, which Ling Ka slowly opened to examine. Inside were portraits of Ryoga and M. Seeing this, Ryoga asked, "What is the meaning of this?" "It's as if we're wanted criminals," the steward quickly explained. "Young, master the family head, gave me these two portraits and told me to monitor your movements and treat you like honored guests." Mi Luo suspiciously asks, "What's the reason for this?" The Guangyang attendant nervously replies, "I'm just an errand boy, I don't know the specifics." Hearing this, Ling Ge frowned in thought. "We just arrived on the mainland from the sea, how could someone already be paying attention to us?" To get to the bottom of this, Ling Jie spoke up, "Take us to meet the head of the Guang family." The Guangyang deacon, relieved at his agreement, happily led the way. "Please follow me." The two followed him to Guanghai City, then quickly to the Guang family's residence. As they reached the gate, the guards bowed. "Welcome back, great attendant." Guangyang immediately ordered, "Quickly inform the family head that two honored guests have arrived." The man obeyed at once. As the three entered, they encountered a young woman in pink, quite lovely and adorable, who curiously asked Uncle Guangyang, "Who are these two?" Guangyang, a little flustered, chuckled awkwardly. "Young miss, they are honored guests. We're on our way to see the master. Farewell, young miss." Hearing this, the young lady remained silent, watching intently as Ling Ge and Mi Luo passed by. Ling Ge couldn't help but wonder if the family's young miss was some kind of terrifying beast. This encounter was fleeting. A while later, Ling Ge was in the drawing room, quietly sipping tea. The head of the household sat opposite him, smiling warmly. "We are honored to have you as our guests. We received instructions from the sea god to treat you as honored guests and to look after you until you leave Sea Province." Hearing this, Ling Ge immediately asked, "So, that's how it is?" "So it was that sea god fellow," the family head enthusiastically said. "You two have traveled far and don't yet have a place to stay in Haizhou. If you don't mind, you're welcome to stay here." Without hesitation, Ling Ge replied, "Then I shall accept your kind offer." The Ling family head then said, "I'll have someone arrange your rooms right away." Ling Ge glanced at Mi Luo, smiling as he instructed head butler, "One room is enough." Beside him, Mi Luo blushed and tried to feign a humph. The next morning in his room, Ling Ge opened the window, stretching contentedly, as arms wrapped around his waist. "Awake?" he asked gently. Mi Luo nestled against his back, whining, "Yeah, I woke up and you were gone." Seeing this, Ling Ge turned and teased her. "Since when did Mi Luo become so clingy?" Mi Luo feigned anger and asked, "Is that not allowed?" He gently kisses her forehead, telling her to get dressed and prepare to go downstairs. After changing, Ling Ge and Mi Luo head down, running into Steward Guang Yang along the way. He announced that the master wanted to invite the two honored guests over, and they politely followed him. In the reception room, the eldest young lady sat solemnly looking towards the door, as the family head reminded her, "Lian Yu, don't cause trouble, they are my guests." Just then, Ling Ge and Mi Luo appeared in the doorway, and Lian Yu thought to herself, "Here they come." As they arrived, Ling Ge cheerfully asked Master Guan, "What can we do for you?" Master Guan replied awkwardly, "It's really nothing much." Before he could finish, Lian Yu interrupted, pointing at the pair and demanding, "Who are you people? Why aren't you practicing properly?" Lian Yu angrily turned to him and said, "Father, why do you keep people of unknown origin in the house? Did you make some unspeakable deal with them?" The clan head immediately pointed and scolded, "Mind your own business, child. Don't you know what kind of person your father is?" With eyes full of disdain, Lian Yu accuses her father of being a sneaky low-life thief. The words strike the head of the household like an arrow, and he asks in disbelief, "Who talks to their own father like that?" Ignoring him, Lian Yu ran to Ling Ge, grabbing his clothes and asking, "What's your name?" This action caught Mi Luo's eye, her gaze sharpening as the Guang family head shouted, "Lian Yu, don't be rude, let go." Linga smiles, tilting his head. Shouldn't the young miss of the Guang family introduce herself before asking for someone else's name? Lian Yu stubbornly frowns, staring at him. The head of the Guang family trembled, wondering why his daughter was so agitated and what would happen if she caused trouble. Suddenly Lian Yu smiled, releasing Ling Gei's clothes and introducing herself. Seeing his daughter's sudden change in attitude, the head of the Guang family was shocked. What's with her behavior today? Ling Ka adjusted his clothes and replied Ling Ka. Guang Lianwu glanced at Mi Luo and asked, "And you?" Mira angrily points at her haughtily saying, "Why should I tell you anything?" Linga interjects, "She's my wife." Hearing that Guang Lianwu suddenly smiled meaningfully. She muttered Lenga. Luo Mei doesn't see anything else. Lenga politely bowed, "Master Guang, if there's nothing pressing, we'll be going." The Guang family head, still shaken by his daughter's attitude, apologized. "My daughter has caused you trouble. I will discipline her better in the future." The two then left the Guang family's reception room. As they left, Yi Luo wondered, "Why call him old?" Linga raised his hand and replied, "It's understandable. You don't get it. The young mistress of the Guang family is no simple character." Ngila followed up, "What's so special about her? Her strength is only at the yellow extreme realm." Langa didn't know how to respond, and could only sigh. Meanwhile, a meeting of the heads was taking place in the Guang family hall. The head of the Guang family spoke, "The day of the sacrifice is approaching. Are the offerings prepared?" Guangyang the steward immediately replied, "Rest assured everything is in order. But should we invite our two honored guests to participate in the sea god sacrifice?" The others exchanged glances, hesitant. The head of the family was offering the sea god's power through the right of the sea god, but they were already more than that. This sea god offering means nothing to them. Just inform them, and it's up to them whether they participate. After the meeting, the clan head went to his daughter's room and knocked, asking Lian Wu, "How is your training going?" Lian Yu called out from inside, "No problem, what do you need?" The Guang family head said, "Can I come in and talk?" Hearing this, Guang Lianwu shouted, "Even if you're my father, you can't just barge into your daughter's room." Seeing this, the head of the Guang family had no choice but to speak from outside. He instructed, "The sea god offering is about to begin. You must seize this opportunity to advance the future strength of the household. It all depends on you." Guan Lianwu then teased, "It's like you knew you were going to die, father." This immediately angered the Guan patriarch, who demanded an explanation. "Whom did you learn that venomous tongue?" From Lianwu stubbornly replies, "No one taught me." Innate. Not wanting to argue with his daughter, he turned away with a sigh, reminding her, "Girl, be prepared." In her room, Guang Lianwu sat cross-legged in cultivation. After a while she opened her eyes, frowning as she said, "I don't have much time left." Meanwhile, in Ling Gei's room, a gentle breeze stirs the curtains, revealing Mi Luo in disarray, her alluring attire enough to make anyone blush. Ling Ge approached the bed, gently caressing her golden hair, and softly said, "Wake up." Mi Luo awoke, coldly replying, "I know." Hearing this, Ling Ge chuckled teasingly, "Are you awake?" Embarrassed, Yi Luo pulled up the blanket, suggesting as she turned away, "I need to change." Ling Ge, not stopping, feigned surprise. "Huh. Can't I even watch my own wife change?" He suddenly jumped onto the bed, whispering intimately to Mi Luo, "Last night we did far more scandalous things." Unable to contain her embarrassment, Mira repeatedly hits him with a pillow, scolding, "Aren't we going to the sea god sacrifice today?" Lang Ka stubbornly replies, "I still haven't seen enough." In the Guang family courtyard, almost all those participating in the sea god sacrifice had gathered. Moments later, Ling Ge and Mi Luo arrived. Ling Ge proposed, "Clan leader Guang, we'll go with you." The clan leader was taken aback by this. "Are you too sure about this?" "Yes, I don't think the sea god would mind." Once everyone was assembled, he announced their departure, leaving Quanghai City and heading towards the harbor. The blue sea whispered, waves rising and crashing against the shore. Two figures from the Sea Clan appeared on the water, a man and a woman approaching the group. The Guang family head introduced them to Ling Ge, explaining that the sea god's altar was located in the sea, so they would need a Sea Clan guide. With that, the sea creature parted the waves, revealing a path. The head of the Guang family descended first, then turned back and said, "Please follow us." Ling Ka turned to Milan with amusement and whispered, "We haven't been gone long, and we're already back in sea creature territory." Everyone gradually moved to the sacrificial site, a treasure trove filled with swimming fish, leaving everyone in awe. The grand sacrificial hall appeared with an image of the sea god holding a scepter at its center. The Sea Clan leader was already waiting, greeting Lord Guang with a bow, but he suddenly flinched, noticing Ling Ge and Mi Luo playing with a small fish behind him. He clenched his fist in alarm, thinking, "Your Honor, Ling Ge, what are you two doing here? I absolutely can't let them interfere with the sea god's plan. The main event is at hand. The sea god's sacrifice must not be neglected." With that thought, the sea tribe leader spread his arms wide and began the ritual, proclaiming, "Great and noble sea god, grant us the power of the ocean." Beneath the sea, God's monument, he continues to chant, "We faithfully believe in you, we are your loyal followers," as if by magic beams of light descend and merge into the bodies of the Guang family. Ling Ge, stroking his chin, saw the light descend and wondered, "Is this the power of faith? Such pure power." He then reached out and grabbed a strand of that power, which seemed to weep at the sensation of Linga's strength. Seeing this, Ling Xia released the power, which quickly fled, prompting him to wonder, hey, am I really that scary? The Sea Tribe chief announces that the next Sea Tribe human hybrid child will enter the secret training realm. Hearing this, the crowd cheered into the secret realm as Lian Wu defeated the monster with a single blow. She sliced open its stomach, retrieving the soul stone within. Seeing this, the others murmured, that's Guang Lian Wu, the top contender in the sea god's offering throughout the ages. Two sea demons lurked behind a rock, observing. One clenched his fist and suggested, that's right, if we defeat her, we'll be famous in Sea Province. Then the two suddenly rushed out from behind to ambush her, but Guang Lian Wu immediately noticed. As the two attacked, a powerful shockwave erupted, but when the dust settled, both of them exclaimed in confusion. Where are you going? Suddenly Guang Lian Wu appeared behind them, striking them down with a single blow. She dismissively scoffs, so weak, and you try to ambush me. Observing from afar, Ling Ge points at the screen and asks, Mi Luo, what do you think of that? Guang Lian Wu. Mi Lu frowned, questioning, do you have feelings for that young girl? Ling Ge anxiously explained, that's a false accusation. No, I just noticed something was off. There's another consciousness within Guang Lian Wu. Hearing this, Yi Luo silently watches the screen, reflecting Guang Lian Wu. Meanwhile, in the underwater palace, the sea god closely observes Lian Wu. He chuckled. Soon when the time is right, I'll break through the heavenly realm, and then there will be no more constraints. Just then, the Sea Clan leader suddenly appeared to report, Lord Sea God. Those two have also joined the Sea God sacrifice. What should we do? The Sea God watched them for a moment, then smiled darkly and instructed, have them followed, but don't act rashly. This Sea God sacrifice is crucial. If anything unexpected happens, I will hold you accountable. Hearing this, the Sea Clan leader bowed in obedience and quickly departed to carry out the order. Inside the secret realm, Guang Lian Wu relentlessly slaughters demon beasts, her pouch now filled with their inner cores. Seeing this, a group of others grow envious, and the white-haired man shouts a suggestion. If we surround Guang Lian Wu, we can definitely seize the ferocious beast's inner cores from her. Meanwhile, the Sea Tribe also complained, saying that human Guang Lian Wu is a big problem. We must deal with her first. Outside, the stewards were tense, seeing the situation inside, but the head steward reassured them, don't worry, has Lian Wu been targeted any less before the sea god offering? Just as he said, Guang Lian Wu wasn't worried at all. She happily tucked the pouch of cores away, and continued on her way. Behind a stone pillar, a figure watched her. It was the white-haired man from before. He gritted his teeth, cursing, damn you, Guang Lian Wu. Let's see if you can still smile. The white-haired man stealthily tried to attack Guang Lian Wu, but she quickly noticed, coldly reaching out and unleashing a burst of spiritual energy, knocking him down. The white-haired man clutched his chest in pain, struggling to his feet, and asked, how can this be? I was discovered again. Immediately, a horde charged forward, yelling, then let's just attack. A fierce battle erupted as both sides clashed, Guang Lian Wu single-handedly taking on the other humans. The sea folk were surprised by the melee, and the man in white urged them to go over and take a look. Guang Lian Wu frowned at the people in front of her, saying, it seems the lesson the previous sea god sacrifice taught you wasn't enough. With that, she raised her hand, conjuring a blue orb that reflected the image of the sea god. Guang Lian Wu unleashed her power, transforming into the sea god, and the orb began to spin, emitting a blinding light that forced everyone to shield their eyes. Outside, Ling Ge watched the scene unfold, surprised. Is this the power of a god? This is getting serious. What do you think of this girl? Mi Lu replied. Not bad, but it's a pity. Her sea god transformation isn't normal. Ling Ge raised his hand, capturing a strand of blue spiritual energy. He says, so you see it too. For a sea god to resort to such underhanded tactics, how pathetic. Yi Luo scoffed, and Dan Zhao watching the screen said, what's so scary about him? We might as well help that girl. Ling Ge looked at her suspiciously, asking, are you sure you hated her before? Hearing this, Ni Luo glared at him, and Ling Ge quickly clasped his hands in apology. All right, then we can wait until the sea god sacrifice ends before making our move. Afterwards, Ling.ca rests his head on Mila's lap while she sinks deep in thought. Guang Lian Wu's current state is similar to Langa's out-of-control inner demon from the beginning. Seeing her pensive look, Langa asks, what are you thinking about? Mi Luo honestly replied, I was thinking about your inner demon back in Yudu. Ling Ge immediately interrupted, reassuring her, it's already gone. I swallowed that thing ages ago. Why are you still worried about it? Hearing this, Yi Luo finally smiled and replied, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought it was just temporarily suppressed. Ling sheepishly sat up, scratching his head. Oops, that's because I forgot to mention it. Yi Luo immediately became angry, punching him repeatedly, scolding, you forgot something like that. Seeing her intense reaction, Ling's Ka took her hand and explained, because I've already taken care of it, there's no need to worry about it. At that moment, the two noticed the monitor screen. Ling Ka reveals that the secret realm trial is over, and even the inner cores of the ferocious beasts will absorb the sea god's power within the Holy Land. As for the sacrificial altar, the sea god himself appears. With a wave of his hand, pure spiritual energy like seawater surged forth, and in the center, an altar rose from the waves, resembling a blooming lotus. At this moment, both humans and sea creatures sat cross-legged around an ancient censer, above which swirled a vortex that seemed to absorb spiritual energy, and among them was Guanglian Wu. She closes her eyes, a small vortex forming before her. From it, a stream of spiritual energy flows. Seeing this, the Guang family head exclaimed with joy. As expected of my daughter, her talent is truly astonishing. Deacon Guang Yang also clapped and congratulated. This time the young lady will refine the sea god's power, and her strength will surely increase, breaking through to the yellow extremity realm. Observing this, the sea god pondered, thinking thankfully, this myriad spirit-snatching technique will make me the strongest being in the 4 continents once it's complete. The spirit seed chooses a genius, plants itself, and quickly develops consciousness, becoming a cultivation aid. When the time is right, the spirit seed will merge with Guanglian Wu, becoming a treasure of heaven and earth. Guanglian Wu feels something merging into her, and cries out in pain. Seeing this, Hai Shen was overjoyed, thinking he could break through the heavenly realm and escape the shackles of this ocean. Meanwhile, the spirit within Guanglian Wu appeared looking sadly at her, thinking, even if I develop sentience and want to resist Hai Shen, I can't save you or my fate. The spirit seed embraced Guanglian Wu, gently kissing her hair, then merged into her, becoming one with her. Seizing this opportunity, the sea god appeared, touching Guanglian Wu's forehead and casting spirit seizing. As if controlled, Guanglian Wu suddenly opens her eyes, a small vortex appearing above her head, followed by countless characters surging out, trapping her body as it gradually loses consciousness. The Guang family head sees this and cries out in panic. What's going on here? Why would the sea god suddenly attack Lian Yu? Just then, Ling Gei's eyes sharpened. It's time. Under the sea god's control, Guang Lian Yu's body floated up and he said, too bad this time it has to be you. Seeing this, the Quach family head angrily shouted, no, this damned sea god wants to use Lian Vu as a tonic and absorb her. We have to save Lian Vu. Just as they were about to rush forward, the sea clan leader appeared to stop them. The sea god has ordered that no one is allowed inside before the sacrifice is complete. The Guang family head immediately summoned his sword and cursed, well done, sea tribe, you're willing to be the sea god's lackeys. If I don't turn the world upside down today, spilling blood like rivers, I of the Quach family swear I won't let this go. With that, the Quach family head brandished his sword, unleashing the 9-dragon sword. Immediately, the image of a divine dragon appeared, charging towards the sea race, beheading several of them with a single strike. The sea clan leader wouldn't stand idly by raising his scepter and shouting, sea god scepter, use all your strength to stop them, and so the Guang family and the sea clan clashed in a chaotic battle, filled with cries of charge, kill them, all attack. Meanwhile, Lingjia had appeared hovering above the sea god, who immediately shouted, Lingjia, you must not interfere. She's the key to my ascension to the celestial realm. Without Guanglian Wu, all my efforts would be for nothing. Hearing this, Ling Ge smirked, playing with his hand as he asked, what do you take me for? Why would I listen to you? Enraged, the sea god roared, no matter who you are or where you're from, anyone who stands in my way must die. With that, he unleashed his ultimate technique, tides of 10,000 seas. The once calm sea suddenly churns and dark clouds blot out the sky, but Ling Ka only smirks at the terrifying sight. Oh, then you'd better remember this. I am Dong Shenlai, and people call me the Martial Emperor. With that, Ling Ge channeled his spiritual power, and the giant waves surrounding him instantly shattered. Bathed in golden light, Ling Ka commanded the sea, creating a vortex of monstrous proportions, ready to swallow everything in its path. How long that earth-shattering battle raged, and what its outcome remains unknown for. When Ling Ka awoke, he was back in the Guang family residence. He lay in bed, clothes disheveled, a look of satisfaction on his face, just as a charming voice echoed in his ear. Are you going to tell me or not? It turns out Mi La was lying next to him, propping her head up with her hand, playfully asking, if you don't tell me today, you're not getting out of this bed. Seeing that Ling Chen remained silent, Mi Luo climbed on top of him, her soft hands caressing his robes. Under this relentless assault, Ling Chen finally opened his eyes, grabbing her wrist and saying helplessly, I surrender. Tell me quickly, my great Lingsu Martial Emperor Yi Luo giggled, pressing closer. Ling Ge had no choice but to embrace her and explain, I never thought about being the Lingsu Martial Emperor. It was all just a coincidence. I was wandering around when I came across a battle between a martial god and a deity, and I simply stepped in to save the martial god. It was only later that I learned I was being called a martial emperor. After hearing the story, Yi Luo poked him playfully and asked, don't you want to be a martial emperor? Ling Ge chuckled, no, I hate trouble. Silence then filled the air. They gazed at each other with longing, and Mi La leaned in slowly. Ling Ge followed suit, closing his eyes as their lips drew near, mere millimeters apart. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, the door burst open, and the frantic head butler rushed in, shouting, the martial emperor has been interrupted. Ling Ka could only offer a friendly yet helpless smile, while Mi La glared daggers at the intruder. The head butler, pale as a ghost, stammered, it seems I've arrived at a bad time. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-curdling scream echoed. It's safe to say his situation afterward was dire. He was blasted into the courtyard with tremendous force, cracking the ground and creating a deep crater. Even so, the Guang family head gratefully clasped his hands, thankful that the martial emperor had eliminated the sea god and saved Lian Yu. The martial emperor's great kindness was deeply appreciated. Ling Ge waved his hand, replying, "No need for such formalities, just think of me as a passerby." With that, he stood up, indicating that he wanted to leave. Now that everything was resolved, it was time for them to leave Haizhou. With that, the two turned to leave, but the Guang family quickly stopped them, saying, "Wait, great, martial emperor." Just then, a girl rushed in, her voice hurried. "Wait, you can't leave." Guang Lianwu rushes in front of them, breathless from running. She repeated, "You can't leave." Mi Luo glanced at Lian Yu, thinking, how dare this girl ignore her when she was standing right here. Ling Ge quickly took Mi Luo's hand, reassuring her, "All right, don't overthink it." Then turning to Guang Lianwu, he politely asked, "Does the young miss of the Guang family have any advice for me?" Seeing his daughter's strange behavior, the head of the household turned pale, secretly praying, "Why isn't this little troublemaker resting in her room? What is she doing out here? Please don't cause any trouble." After steadying her breath, Lian Wu placed a hand on her chest, her eyes filled with determination, as she proposed, "I want to cultivate with you." Ling Ge calmly asked, "Why?" Guang Lian Wu's eyes sparkled like stars. "Because you're strong." Ling Ge raised a hand to refuse. "Our paths are different, but Lian Wu insisted I can rebuild myself." The head of the Guang family rushes forward, scolding, "What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to the two seniors at once." Guang Lianwu immediately turned to face him, resolutely arguing back, "I'm serious. I'll destroy my cultivation to rebuild it. That's my resolve." Her eyes shone with unwavering determination, and the Guang family head could only sigh and walk away. This girl has been stubborn since she was little. Lian Wu clenched her fist, expressing her resolve. "I no longer believe in gods. Only my own power is trustworthy." With that, she knelt, clasped her hands, and bowed to Ling Ge. "I'm not afraid of hardship. Please, master, take me in." Looking at the girl before him, Ling Ka replied, "This is only your wish. I have not accepted you as a disciple." But Lian Yu persisted, calling him master. Ling Ka relented, touching her forehead, and warning, "Listen carefully to what I say next." As he spoke, he imparted the Tao into Lian Yu's mind to cultivate through martial arts, within which lies the body, within which lies the spirit. The path of martial arts is limitless. My path is the martial path of tomorrow. The Guang family head and Guang Yang were shocked by this scene, and exclaimed in surprise. Did the martial emperor impart his teachings to Lian Wu? She sits in the courtyard, meditating and cultivating. When she began, it was morning, but when she opened her eyes, the sunset painted the sky red. Lian Yu looked around blankly, asking, "Where's master?" Her father told her they had already left, causing Guang Lianwu to pout, muttering about being left behind. Suddenly she stood up, shouting with determination, "Next time we meet, I'll show my master how powerful I've become." Elsewhere, Ling Ge suddenly sneezed, blew his nose, and said, "It's getting late, let's find a place to rest." The two came to an abandoned temple, with the words, "Qin King Temple," inscribed above the door. Ling Ge and Mi Luo entered together, and with a flick of his fingers, the oil lamp was immediately lit. Ling Ge walked over to a stone statue, then sat down next to Mi Luo, reminding her, "Sleep. Now we have to continue on our journey tomorrow." Mi Luo leaned on him, and they both closed their eyes, ready to fall asleep. Suddenly, Ling Ge's eyes snapped open as a figure entered from outside, glancing at him before asking, "Little brother, we're just borrowing this place. Is that all right?" Langa points behind him, saying, "This is the Qin King Temple. Ask the Qin King if you can stay. It's not my call." The man laughs, sitting opposite Langa. "You're amusing. No one believes in the Qin King anymore. He's long dead. You don't seem like ordinary kids. Why are you resting here in the middle of the night?" Ling Ka didn't answer. His eyes drooped sleepily, and he yawned widely before closing them. The man, thinking Ling Ka was asleep, slowly rose and approached, a smug grin spreading across his face. In the dead of night, prey comes knocking, an opportunity too good to pass up. He draws his sword, raises it high, and shouts, "Robbery!" Disturbed, Ling Ge opens his eyes. No one knows what happened, only that the space went dark, and a scream echoed. Milo then woke up, rubbed her eyes sleepily, and asked, What happened?" Ling Ka chuckled. "It's nothing, just get some more sleep." But then the wails started up again. Mi Luo turned to look at the bandit groaning on the ground, and scoffed at the noise. Ling Ge ordered him to shut his mouth, and the tightly bound robber immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another sound. A moment later he kowtowed, begging, "Great master, I'm blind. Please have mercy, and spare me." Ling Ge smirked and asked, "Tell the truth, who are you? Why did you come after us?" The robber, pale as a ghost, replied, "My name is Guzi, you can call me Guzi." He turned to the stone statue and recounted. After the god of faith died, Qin Wang Mountain became the territory of bandits. I was ordered to stay at the Qin Wang Temple, attacking passers-by, and taking them back to the mountain camp to report to the chief. At this, Guzi trembled and pleaded, "I'm only doing this out of desperation. If I return empty-handed, the chief will surely punish me." Ling Ge waved his finger, dissolving the ropes binding him, and said, I happen to need someone to gather information. Take us to your stronghold as guests. The thief's restraints vanished, and he immediately approached the door, gesturing, Very well, I'll lead the way. Ling Ge and Mi Luo followed him out, and he led them to a mountain, announcing, This is Qin Wang Mountain. Ling Ge crossed his arms and asked, Where's this stronghold you mentioned? The lackey replied, It's just ahead. Follow me. He heads forward, then suddenly breaks into a run. He smugly thought, You two are too green, you're completely unguarded. Just then, countless bright eyes appeared from within the trees as gray wolves approached, surrounding the two. The outskirts of the mountain camp are filled with wolves. Let's see where you run now. The wind rustled through the trees, scattering the leaves. Ling Ge smirks. Now do you see why I wasn't worried about you? He sends out a stream of spirit energy, manipulating the leaves into sharp weapons. He continued, Because you're still not worthy. With that, Ling Ge sent the leaves flying towards the wolves. In mere seconds, the entire pack of wolves and the bandit Chu Zi were annihilated. Soon after, hurried footsteps approached, and a voice called out, We heard wolves howling. Let's go see what happened. When the group arrived, only the corpses of the gray wolves remained. The spiky-haired man exclaimed in shock, They're all dead. Moreover, upon seeing the corpse of Chu Zi, he deduced a fatal blow. The others were confused, and the man with the bun said, No ordinary person could do this. Do you think those people still haven't given up? His companion dismissed the thought. Don't overthink it. It's been so many years. The meteor is long gone. What could they possibly find here now? They hurried away, one urging, We can't delay. We must report back to the chief. Ling Ge overheard everything and watched them leave. After they were gone, he wondered, a meteor from beyond the heavens. It might be related to the key fragment in the celestial realm. Thinking this, he took Mi Luo's hand and said, Let's go see what's going on. They arrived at a large mountain fortress, the three scouts entering together. In the main hall was the fortress's leader, Han Xiao. The three men who had just entered knelt down and reported, Chief outsiders have infiltrated the fortress, Chu Zi is dead, and the wolves are dead too. Hearing this, Han Xiao frowned. To dare cause trouble on my turf, he slammed the table in anger, rose and roared an order. Even if they have to turn Qin Wang Mountain upside down, they must find this person. The men responded with a resounding, yes. After his subordinate left, Han Xiao sat on his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. His eyes widened as a thought flashed through his mind. Something was wrong. He could sense another presence. Then Han Xiao shot to his feet, throwing a punch forward, but it only hit air. As Han Xiao warily eyed the front, Ling Ge appeared behind him, casually remarking, Chopping people right off the bat. Why so hasty? Startled, Han Xiao whirled around with his sword, intending to strike, but Ling Ge's hand was already there, flicking his forehead. With that gentle flick, Han Xiao flew back several meters, collapsing to the ground in a dizzy heap. He struggled to his feet, cursing inwardly. The difference in power was too great. He was no match for him. Seeing Han Xiao's reluctance, Ling Ge sat down and asked again. Han Xiao shook his head in fear. No, I can't beat you. Seeing that the fight was over, Han Xiao changed the subject. Then cooperate, I ask, and you answer, what exactly happened a few years ago? Han Xiao explained that an extraterrestrial meteorite had fallen, turning the once bustling city into a desolate wasteland devoid of life, with everyone transformed into vengeful spirits. Hearing this, Ling Ge frowned and asked, Then where is the meteorite? Han Xiao sat down, pondering. Its whereabouts are unknown. Initially, various factions came to investigate, but the meteorite vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Ling Ge stepped in front of Han Xiao, placed a hand on his shoulder and said, If that's the case, take us to see it. Soon, Han Xiao led Ling Ge and Mi Luo to the city gates, where a thick miasma of death permeated the air, suffocating the entire area. Seeing them about to enter the city, Han Xiao jumped out anxiously, saying, Wait, a ghost. Domain has formed here. Going in now is certain death. Ling Ge glanced back nonchalantly, replying, We know now, leave. Seeing that Lang Ke didn't care about his words, Han Tu angrily scoffed, If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. With that, Han Tu turned and quickly left. But just as he turned to leave, Ling Ge grabbed him by the collar like a chicken and dragged him into the city, annoyed so slow and chatty Li Mei. With tears welling in his eyes, Han Xiao was dragged along, and the three quickly entered the city. Ling Ke and Mi Luo remained calm, observing everything while Han Xiao trembled fearfully, taking in the grim surroundings. As they turn a corner, a horde of red spirits appears before them, and Ling Ge orders Little Demon go greet our guests and devour them. The little devils obeyed, quickly flying towards the red ghosts, and in a flash they opened their massive mouths and devoured them whole. Han Xiao, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in shock and cried out, What the hell is this? The little ghoul, having completed its task, returned to Ling Ji's side. Ling Ge smiled brightly and said to Han Xiao, Let's keep moving forward. Ahead, they saw a procession of night demons, their horns blaring, creating a chilling atmosphere. From within the sedan, a hand with sharp claws reached out, accompanied by a resentful voice. My husband. Han Xiao, standing outside, points at the sedan and shouts, Who's your husband? Don't call me that. Get out of the way, you're blocking us. The bridal sedan is flung open, revealing a bride with blood-red eyes, dark lips, and a deathly pale face, a truly terrifying sight. she says with deep affection. Husband, why don't you understand my heart? Before Han Xiao could respond, she unleashed a palm strike, forcing him to parry with his sword. Meanwhile, Ling Ge simply observes, advising Mi Luo not to intervene just yet. Meanwhile, the bride levitates, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. Han Xiao struggles to defend himself against the onslaught. Han Xiao angrily retorts, "Will you stop already? Why are you only targeting me?" The bride's eyes softened at his words, yet her attacks grew more brutal, as Ma Mei said, "Because you are my husband." Han Xiao glared at the unmoving Ling Ge and Mi Luo, wondering why they hadn't intervened, not even to save their dying comrades. He then turned to the bride, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "I can't believe anyone would marry a ghost." Han Xiao wields his sword, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy towards the ghost bride, snarling, "Today I will definitely slay you." As the sword struck, the ghost bride dodged the blade, slicing through the air, when suddenly massive black tentacles emerged from the void riddled with eyes. This is the ghost spirit controlling the ghost domain. Han Xiao, in disbelief, says, "I've been the one hurting you all along." Ling Ge, supporting himself, looks at the ghost spirit and laughs. "You've been secretly watching for so long, and you've finally shown your face." The ghost spirit revealed 3 large eyes, colored blue, red, and purple, and coldly threatened Ling Ge and the others to leave the ghost domain. "This place does not welcome you." And with that, the ghost spirit unleashed a thick, killing intent, as if to crush everyone. Ling Ge and Mira were unaffected, but Han Xiao was trapped, struggling and crying, "Help." Ling Ge raised a finger hovering in the air, and declared, "Celestial Sword Finger." A beam of purple light descends from the heavens, piercing through the clouds and scattering the demonic energy. The sky clears, revealing the demon spirit, unleashing its dark power. Then the demonic energy completely dissipated, and Han Xiao looked at his hands, sighing in relief. "Am I alive again?" Han Xiao, seeing the still emanating ghostly energy, cowers on the ground, thinking, "The ghost spirit isn't dead yet. I need to lie low for a bit." The ghost spirit flies toward Ling Ge, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Ling Ka looked at the ghost spirit and coldly said, "Flail until you die." Then Ling Ka raised his hand and released his little ghost. The ghost spirit shrinks back at the sight of the little ghost, fearfully glancing in its direction, knowing it's outmatched and desperate to escape. The little devil couldn't forgive him, and sucked the ghost spirit into its belly. Terrified, the ghost spirit ran to Ling Ge, pleading, "Great One, I am willing to sign a contract with you, just please give me a way out." Ling Ge asks, "What use are you to me?" A cloud of white smoke appears, and the ghost spirit transforms into an extremely cute little girl. The ghost spirit says, "I can shapeshift." Her eyes sparkling, she asks Ling Ge sweetly, "Do you like it? If you don't like it, I can change into something else." With that, the ghost spirit shifted forms from female to male, a variety of genders. The ghost spirit eagerly says, "Gender isn't a problem either," but Ling Ge feels a chill down his spine. Ling Ge knows this is bad, so he quickly waves his hand, shaking his head. "Ahem, no need, you should keep your original form." Rejected, the ghost spirit pouts. "Humph. Pretending to be proper. Aren't you all into this kind of thing?" Ling Ka then asked Ghost Spirit, "That's right, you control the ghost domain, so you probably know about the extraterrestrial meteorite, right?" Ghost Spirit shook her head and said, "I don't know." With the ghost domain destroyed, a new city is formed, and the ghost spirit says, with sparkling eyes, "But I can read the memories of souls before they die. Perhaps the meteorite was taken by a mysterious, powerful being. I've told you everything I know, will you let me go now?" Ling Ge takes out his treasure, trapping the ghost spirit inside, saying, "I'll keep you locked up for a while I think." Imprisoned in the orb, the ghost spirit knocks annoyed and asks, "Where is this? Let me out." But after repeatedly slamming into the sphere, the ghost spirit still couldn't escape. Ghost Spirit cried, "Damn it." Finally, Azure Pond regained its light, the ghostly energy completely dissipated, and life slowly began to form. Vibrant sprouts emerge, and as Ling Ge playfully teases Little Dragon, he nuzzles her cheek. Ling Ge smiles, stroking Little Dragon, saying, "All right, stop flattering me. Sense if there's any remaining aura of the key here." Hearing this, Little Dragon takes flight, radiating golden light. Seeing this, Ling Ge excitedly says, "Is it really true? Perhaps the Stone of Stillness is a fragment of the Heavenly Realm's key." Little Dragon then flies forward. Following behind, Ling Ge excitedly asks what you can sense the key by following the remaining aura. Following Little Dragon's lead, Ling Ge exclaimed in surprise, "That's the direction of Yun Province." The demon spirit pounded on the barrier, pleading, "Let me out." Suddenly a voice echoed from behind. "Oh, so a little ghost wandered in here." The demon spirit scanned its surroundings, but no one was there. Annoyed, the spirit shouted, "Whoever's out there, stop hiding." Then revealing himself, it was the Asura demon god. He looked at the spirit and said, "Little demon, you smell quite delicious, but alas, I am the great Gara demon god and I have no taste for demons." With narrowed eyes, the Gara demon god taunted, "Then try and attack me." Unable to bear such words, the ghost spirit clenched his fists and unleashed his ghostly energy. But as soon as the ghostly energy was released, it backfired. The ghost spirit collapsed to the ground in pain, her face filled with disbelief, not understanding why this was happening to her. Seeing this, the Golem demon god laughed. Forgot to mention there's a barrier here. Using your own power will backfire. Just then, Tycoon appeared casually saying, "Little Lazi, don't bully the newbie." Hearing the familiar voice, Gala demon god's face darkened and he roared inwardly, "Who are you calling a larva?" But outwardly, the Asura demon lord didn't dare. He looked at Tycoon and asked, "Why are you here too?" The adorable Tycoon waddled over, saying, "Brother Ling told me to keep an eye on her." Then he approached the demon spirit, sniffing, You smell nice." Seeing Tycoon circling her, the ghost spirit fearfully hugged herself, saying, "Don't eat me." Tycoon replied, "Rest assured I won't eat just anything." Then Tycoon dove into the ghost spirit's arms like lightning, wriggling around and purring contentedly as she stroked him in surprise, while the Gala demon god looked on in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. The next day, Ling Ge, Yi Luo, and Han Xiao set out for Yun province together, and Han Xiao wondered why he was even brought along, as he was reluctant to abandon his thriving mountain stronghold. And seeing the two lovebirds in front of him, Han Xiao was even more furious, thinking this was going too far. "You used to crush me with your strength and now you're attacking me with your lovey-dovey act. I scoff at you." As Han Xiao pondered, Ling Ge felt his burning gaze and turned back, saying, "Follow me quickly." Startled, Han Xiao replied in a fluster, "Yes, sir." In Kaiyun city of Yun province, Ling Ge and the others have arrived. Looking at the bustling city before them, Ling Ge excitedly says, "We're here in Yun province." Then with a cold look, she turned to Han Xiao and said, "You're free now." Hearing this, Han Xiao felt abandoned, his eyes glistening with tears as he said, "I can't believe you're abandoning me in the end, bringing me here, and not intending to take responsibility for me." With darkened eyes, Ling Ge angrily says, "Weren't you unwilling to follow us before?" Then pulling Mi Luo away, he says, "We'll be staying here for a while, and we don't want to drag you around every day." Watching them skip away hand in hand, Han Xiao seethed, his face darkening as he vowed, "Just you wait, you may have released me, but I won't let you off the hook." Meanwhile, in Kaiyun city, Ling Ge and Mi Luo entered a tavern for a meal. As they sat, they overheard a conversation at a nearby table. One man sighed, "We still haven't gathered all the offerings." The other man replied, "No need to rush. The heavenly shrine ancestral rite is still 3 months away. There's plenty of time." Hearing this, Ling Ge grew curious, wondering why a sacrifice. Could this be a unique custom of South God Province, the heavenly court ancestral ritual? Ling Ge recalled seeing it somewhere before. A flash of insight struck him. The Sea Clan's sacrificial scroll also contained related records. Ling Ge quickly retrieved the scroll of sacrifices to the sea gods and opened it, discovering that the Heavenly Court ancestral sacrifice was the largest worship event in the southern divine continent. Pointing to a spot on the map, Ling Ge says, "All the forces of Yun, Fire, Wood, and Sea provinces are heading to the Forbidden Area, the ancestors of the 4 provinces' sacrifices." Little Long flies over curious. "The key is in the Forbidden Area," Ling Ge exclaimed, "unless the mysterious master who obtained the extraterrestrial meteorite is the ancestor of the 4 provinces." Hearing this, Little Dragon stared at Ling Ge with wide eyes, scratching his head in confusion. Ling Ge looked at Mi Luo and said, "Forget it, we'll find out when we go to the Forbidden Area for the Heavenly Court's ancestral rites." The next morning in Kaiyun City, Yi Luo went to Ling Ka's room, where Ling Ka was still asleep in bed. Yi Luo went to the bedside and poked at the teased Ling Ge, who sleepily covered himself with the blanket. Seeing this, Yi Luo was surprised. Then a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. Yi Luo brushed her hair back, went to Ling Ji's side, and gently blew into her ear, whispering, "Wake up, it's time to get up." Hearing this, Ling Ka's face and ears flushed red, and Di La bit her ear. Suddenly, Ling Ge raised his hand, startling Yi Luo, and the bed curtains fell, revealing no one outside. Under the covers, Ling Ge embraced Mi Luo. Ling Ge whispered in Mi Luo's ear, "Don't make noise, let me sleep a little longer." A while later in Ling Jae's room, Ling Jae was fully awake, his arm over his head, looking at Mi Luo lying next to him. Looking at Ling Jae, Mi Luo says, "Aren't we going out today? The Heavenly Court ancestral sacrifice is 3 months away, we can't just sit around and wait doing nothing." Ling Ge leered at Mi Luo and said, "Staying in this inn with you, we can do a lot of things." He grabbed Mi Luo's hand, adding, "Like using your hands to help me." Annoyed by the teasing, Mi Luo pushes Ling Ge away, retorting, "Deal with it yourself. I'll wait downstairs." And with that, she swiftly heads down. Finally, Ling Ge and Mi Luo head downstairs, where Ling Ge places some silver on the counter and asks, "Any merchant guilds around here?" Seeing the silver, the shopkeeper smiled and said, "Of course. There's the White Dragon Company and the Shang Yun Company, the 2 largest in Kaiyun City." The shopkeeper leaned in conspiratorially, "But I've heard the White Dragon Commerce Association has fallen into disrepute recently. You should definitely avoid them." With this information, Ling Ge and Mi Luo headed out into the street. Ling Ji waved the grass in his hand, saying, "Let's go, let's check out the trade association today." The two quickly made their way to the White Dragon Trade Association, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Seeing the desolation, Mila asked Ling, "Why come here when the White Dragon Trading Company's reputation is ruined?" Ling didn't answer, but pulled Mila into the trading company. Ling Ka said, "The trade association's reputation is ruined, which is why we're here. Otherwise we'd just be going back to the inn empty-handed." Seeing someone arrive, an attendant came out to greet them, asking, "What would you like to buy?" Linga held up 2 bags of money, dangling them as he said, "I'm here to see your president about a big deal." Soon a messenger arrived to make an announcement, and the White Dragon Merchant Guild's president emerged. Seeing him, Linga clasped his hands and said, "I've long heard of the White Dragon Trading Company and have come to pay a special visit." Bai Long glanced at Linga and asked, "Speak, what's this big business you're talking about?" Ling Ka produced a large lotus flower, saying, "This is a radiant lotus flower. I wonder if the White Dragon Trading Company is interested in buying it." Seeing this, Bai Long's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Such dense spiritual energy." But before Bai Long could touch it, Linga immediately put the flower away and turned away. Seeing the radiant lotus, Bai Long thought to himself, "I must get this unique treasure." Trying to appear composed, Bai Long cleared his throat, then pointed at Linga, questioning, "You've appeared too conveniently. Could you be spies from the Shangyun Trading Company?" Seeing his distrust, Linga casually says, "If you don't believe me, feel free to investigate us." Hearing this confident affirmation, Bai Long quickly smiles and says, "You jest, young master, then we'll accept this deal." Inwardly, he gloated, knowing this golden lotus would restore the White Dragon Trading Company's reputation. Bai Long then asked Linga, "Would you be so kind as to elaborate on the effects of this golden lotus?" Linga waved his hand, smiling brightly, "No rush. I'll explain in detail tomorrow when I officially hand over the Radiant Bloom Lotus to your esteemed merchant guild." Bai Long had no choice but to nod. "Very well, we shall defer to your wishes." The next morning, at the White Dragon Commerce Association, a crowd had gathered, including Ling Ge and Bai Long in the main seats. Ling Ge leisurely picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and praised good tea. Growing impatient with Ling Ge's rambling, Bai Long cleared his throat, reminding him, "Ahem, young master, the main event is more important." Understanding Linga wasted no more time producing the Radiant Bloom Lotus, presenting it reverently and addressing the entire hall. This Radiant Bloom Lotus is a treasure that enhances cultivation, which many of you here may not know. Indeed, it's extraordinary. My cultivation bottleneck has already broken, and the White Dragon Trading Company has presented a worthy item in return. Bai Long introduced the Jade Box, the best storage container of our Bai Long Trading Company, specially selected to preserve this radiant lotus. Linga nodded in satisfaction. "Then I'll leave the rest to your esteemed company. I await good news from the auction." Without another word, Linga and Mi Luo turned and strode out of the White Dragon Trading Company, and soon news of the auction spread like wildfire. The news spread like wildfire throughout the city, leaving its citizens in a state of disbelief. Tss, what's the White Dragon Company up to suddenly announcing a treasure auction in 7 days and a special exhibition today? They're really putting on a show. I'm here to see what this so-called treasure is. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept past the gossiping pair, startling them. They looked up in alarm to see a giant eagle soaring through the sky. This only fueled their excitement. "Oh, the big shots are arriving." From the eagle's back, a figure gracefully leaps down. It's none other than Qin Wuju of the 100 Beasts sect. As Qin Wujue lands, another gust of wind suddenly blows, and he turns to greet the newcomer, clasping his hands in greeting. "Long time no see, Jade Fairy. I didn't expect to meet you here." From the sky, a beautiful girl with an ethereal aura gently descended. It's the Jade Fairy of the Qinghan Palace. But the Jade Fairy ignored Qin Wujue's greeting, coldly walking inside. "Is Master Qin also here for the Jiaoguang Fanghua Lotus?" Qin Wuju quickly followed, smiling. Indeed, it seems all the major powers of Yunzhou are interested in this auction. The White Dragon auction house was packed, everyone vying for the radiant ephemeral lotus. The White Dragon chairman stepped forward, smiling at the crowd. "Please be patient, the exhibition will begin shortly." With a wave of his hand, the lights in the room suddenly went out, leaving everyone in stunned silence wondering what the Merchant Guild was up to. Then a dazzling golden light erupted in the center of the auction hall instantly, capturing everyone's attention. In the center of the room, the radiant lotus of ephemeral beauty floated mid-air, radiating shimmering spiritual energy, a truly mystical sight. Qin Wuquei and Yu Xianzi both thought the same thing. They must obtain this golden lotus at any cost. Suddenly, with a boom, the radiant lotus soared into the sky, its light illuminating a corner of the city. Not far away, in a quiet room, 2 people sat facing each other. Elder Yang, a law enforcer of Kaiyun City, and Elder Yin. Elder Yang, gazing at the golden light outside, said to Elder Yin, "With the advent of this golden lotus phenomenon, Kaiyun City may be in for some unrest." Elder Yin nodded in agreement. "We must be vigilant, to prevent thieves from taking advantage." Seeing the radiant lotus of purification burst through a wall and fly into the sky, Bai Long frowned. This was not part of his plan. The radiant lotus of purification had caused such a commotion it had instantly become a target coveted by all of Southern Divine Continent. Bai Long clenched the box in his hand trembling with anger. Wasn't the Bai Long company supposed to be the target? Who could resist it? Thinking this, Bai Long returned the radiant lotus to its box and announced the end of the exhibition. Then he clasped his hands towards the crowd, inviting them to leave at their leisure. Having feasted their eyes on the treasure, the people departed one after another. Immediately, the White Dragon Trade Association gathered around a table, the radiant lotus at its center. One member slammed the table in anger. "Treasure is it? This is a disaster. This is clearly a disaster." Another person stepped forward to analyze. "If we're thinking about profit, Chairman, this radiant lotus is attracting a lot of attention, and if the auction goes well, the White Dragon Merchant Guild will make a name for itself. Besides, the guild's business has been getting worse lately, and it's not easy to have a deal come to our door, so we can't miss it." The White Dragon Guild leader said, "Seriously, what you say makes sense. This is indeed a life-changing opportunity." Someone seemed to remember something and spoke up. "Guild leader, don't forget about that, young Master Ling. The unexpected incident with the Radiant Lotus might have been his doing all along." That night, after much deliberation, the White Dragon Trade Association members knocked on Lingge's door. As Lingge opened the door to see the White Dragon Guild leader, he asked Guild leader, "What brings you here?" Overcome with rage, the Guild leader grabbed Lingge by the collar, demanding, "Explain to me why the Golden Lotus triggered such a strange phenomenon." Ling Ke nonchalantly picked his ear. "This has nothing to do with me. The Radiant Lotus of ephemeral beauty will mature quickly in the right environment. Blame yourselves for nurturing it too well." Hearing this, the White Dragon Trading Company members were consumed by rage, all thinking the same thing. "Does he think we're fools?" One of them couldn't hold back any longer, roaring as he unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy toward Lingge, angrily shouting, "Humph, let me teach you a lesson." Faced with this violent surge of spiritual energy, Lingji remained unmoved. Then, like lightning, Yi Luo appeared before Lingji, shattering the attack with a single blow. Witnessing this, the man was dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was seeing. Before being sent flying into the roof and crashing down into the rafters, the White Dragon Trade Association members stared in horror at the gaping hole behind them. Meanwhile, Yi Luo unleashed a massive wave of demonic energy, his eyes icy. "Do you have a death wish?" Seeing that intense bloodlust, the White Dragon Trade Association members retreated in fear, not daring to advance, while Ling Ke blew a kiss to Yi Luo, praising him. "Lord Baza is truly powerful." Then Ling Ke turned to the group before him, offering a friendly smile. "So how do you feel now? Not angry at all, are we? You even want to talk nicely to me." The White Dragon Guild leader was terrified, and quickly gave Lingge a thumbs up. "That's right, young master is absolutely correct." The White Dragon Association president immediately changed his attitude. "Young Master Ling, forces both hidden and in the open, will be vying for the Radiant Bloom Lotus. The White Dragon Company can't protect it anymore." Lingge patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "With me here, no one will dare harbor evil intentions. The auction will proceed as planned. Since the White Dragon Association has taken on this business, they must do it well." The president's heart trembled. How did he end up provoking this ancestor? Still, he nodded in agreement. "Of course." Lingge looked at the hole in the wall behind him and sighed in frustration. "How can I possibly stay here after you've wrecked the place? I suppose I'll just have to put up with staying at your White Dragon Commerce for a while." The White Dragon Guild leader wanted to scream, who made that hole, if not him? As night fell, Lingge and Mi Luo were given temporary lodging in the White Dragon Guild's guest room. Though they lay still in bed, Lingge couldn't drift off to sleep and he frowned unconsciously. Seeing this, Yi Luo sat up and asked, "Why aren't you asleep?" Ling Ke replied, "You're staring at me, I can't sleep." He wondered, "What's up with my wife tonight?" Beside him, Yi Luo grumbled, "I'm not happy. You know the White Dragon Merchant Guild's president isn't a good person, so why continue to trade with him?" Lingge playfully twirled a lock of her hair and chuckled. "Did you ever consider that I might not be a good person either?" He smiled, then ruffled her hair. "Don't worry, I'm not stupid." Seeing her confusion, he thought to himself that the White Dragon Merchant Guild was just a tool, and the bait had been cast. Let's see who takes it. The next morning in the White Dragon Merchant Guild's conference hall, the chairman and key members sat before a small wooden box, their faces tense. "President, what should we do now?" The White Dragon Association president angrily retorted, "Increase security around the Radiant Splendor Lotus these next few days. We absolutely cannot afford any mistakes before the auction. Furthermore, spread the word about the Golden Lotus throughout the Southern Divine Continent." The man beside him worried. "The Golden Lotus's appearance is already shocking. Why spread it further?" The White Dragon Association leader gritted his teeth. "Since young Master Ling said the auction will proceed as planned, naturally more and more people will participate." As night falls, the White Dragon Trade Hall auction house is eerily silent and deserted. With a creak, the doors open and shadowy figures emerge. They crept toward the box, about to open it, when a thunderous sound erupted around them. The White Dragon Guild leader, and dozens of his armed subordinates who had been lying in wait, rushed in to capture them all, showing no mercy. A masked thief spoke up. "Guild leader Bai Long, wait, we're willing to offer $1 billion to purchase the Radiant Bloom Lotus." The White Dragon Guild leader replied, "The radiant bloom lotus is priceless. You think you can buy it with a bit of money? Keep dreaming." The second masked thief with a scar interjects, "How about 2 billion, plus a spirit-grade treasure?" As the words faded, the thieves wondered. Another group, 6 people. The two rival groups stared at each other in confusion. The scarred man said, "Think carefully, White Dragon Guild leader. The fact that we're even bidding with you is already a great honor." The White Dragon Guild leader angrily retorted, "Don't forget whose territory you're on. Wait until you see tomorrow's sun before making your move." The henchmen obeyed their leader's orders, charging forward with swords, but the scarred man quickly swung his blade, heads flying mercilessly. He coldly stated, "It's too late for regrets, White Dragon." The chairman stammered, "Wait, why are you two splitting the spoils already?" The scarred man swung his blade at the White Dragon leader, declaring it was none of his concern. Fortunately, the leader swiftly blocked the blow, his heart pounding. "Where is young Master Ling? I can't hold on much longer. If he doesn't come soon, the Golden Lotus will be stolen." As he spoke, a hand gripped the thief's throat, his eyes bloodshot before he twisted and fell silent. The White Dragon Guild leader trembled, collapsing to the ground as he watched the thieves die at Ling's hand. Ling coldly said, "It's taken care of. I'm going back to sleep." The White Dragon Guild leader paled, his heart filled with fear. Ling's power is truly terrifying. Was he just pretending all along? The next morning, people from all over flocked to the White Dragon Trading Company for the auction. Standing in the shadows, the white-haired man lit a pipe for the person next to him, his eyes lowered. "Is everything ready?" The man next to him took a puff and replied, "All is ready. We await only the master's signal." The two turned and left in opposite directions. Good. With constant contact, everyone from all corners has finally arrived. The White Dragon Society's president stood on the podium and announced, "Thank you for your patience. Today's auction item is the Zhaoguang Manhwa lotus." As he spoke, he whipped away the cloth covering the object beside him, revealing a radiant golden lotus with a starting bid of 1 billion. Everyone was stunned by this priceless treasure. Bids flew in from the crowd. 1.3 billion, 1.5 billion, 2 billion. Qin Wujia, chewing on a blade of grass, raised his hand and said 3 billion. A voice from below cuts through the crowd. "President Bok Long, this auction is meaningless. Here's a better idea. Just hand over the radiant bloom lotus to us." Suddenly, as the voice spoke, the box was snatched away. Too fast. By the time the White Dragon Guild leader realized it, it was too late. It vanished mysteriously before the eyes of thousands. President Bok Long roared, "Alert the entire guild and activate the defensive formation." A subordinate then rushed in to report, "We have a problem. The formation's core has been destroyed." The White Dragon Guild leader paled. They had been planning this all along. Outside the gates, a group of figures in disguise slipped through. One of them carries a small box and a guard quickly spots it, shouting, "Thief, stop." A gust of wind suddenly blows and the guard's expression changes. It's not just one, but all 4 of them are holding identical wooden boxes. How did one lotus of prismatic radiance become 4? Before the guard could react, the 4 scattered in different directions. President Bok Long arrived, shouting, "President, they're heading out of the city." The group immediately gave chase, determined to retrieve the radiant lotus flowers at any cost. After a pursuit, they finally cornered the group. Spotting 6 figures in black cloaks below, Elder Yang declares, "So they're from the Blood Demon Church." The crowd erupts, "You're all going to die. How dare you show your faces in Kaiyun City? You're asking for death." Elder Yin strikes the crowd, giving the Blood Demon sect a chance to escape. The crowd cries out, "The Blood Demon sect is taking the treasure out of the city." The White Dragon Guild leader collapsed, defeated. It's over. It's really over. Watching the scene unfold from the rooftops, Ling Ge handed Miluo some melon seeds and said, "Here, have some seeds." Miluo pointed ahead and replied, "You're just watching the show. Aren't you going to intervene?" Ling Ge replies with a smile, "No rush. The clan leader has hooked a big fish, and I happen to be very interested in the Blood Demon Church. How about we go take a look?" Reaching the foot of the mountain outside the city, the Blood Demon Church members relaxed. The Xuan Palace master of the Blood Demon Church spoke, "The goods are in hand. You two take them back and await orders." "Yes, we'll stay and clean up the pursuers." "How could we pass up lambs delivered right to our door?" The Yellow Hall master of the Blood Demon Church replied gleefully. The White Dragon Society's pursuers finally arrive, and upon seeing them, everyone is on edge. It's the heads of the Xuan and Huang halls quickly send word to the chief enforcer. The 2 hall masters of the demonic god sect slaughtered the pursuers before them, the killing fueling their excitement. A drop of blood fell on the face of the Black Hall master, and he was filled with satisfaction. This feeling was wonderful. Too bad there are so few of them. It would be better if there were more. He shook the blood from his hands and wiped it on his cloak. Just then he noticed 2 unfamiliar figures approaching, a man and a woman. Linge looked at the 2 men before him and clicked his tongue. Now those are 2 fine specimens. Seeing the 2 new targets, the Xuan Palace master grinned, thinking they would make a delicious meal, and unleashed a wave of red demonic energy. With a wave of his hand, Linge dispelled the dark energy, turning it back on the 2 hall masters. The 2 hall masters were caught off guard, and before they could react, Linge sent them flying. They were engulfed in energy, screaming in pain, then staggered on the ground. Seeing Ling Ka ready to strike the next blow, a deadly one, his face froze in terror and he scrambled to flee, but a hand swiftly slammed the head of the yellow hallmaster into the ground. You think you can escape? The hallmaster shuddered at Ling Ka's words whispered in his ear. Cut to a desolate mountain forest where a white-haired man lies bound on the ground, crying out, "Spare me." Annoyed, Ling Ka decided to teach him a lesson, stretching back and saying, "I'm tired. I still want to live to stretch my muscles." Yi Luo chuckled, and Ling Ka took out a spirit fusion, from which emerged a dazed Xiao Luozi clueless as to why he'd been summoned. Linga looked at the bound man and said, "Xiao Luozi, see if the aura on him comes from the same source as you." Little Luozi pondered for a moment, then stated decisively, "It is indeed the power of our clan, but it seems to have remnants of the Tantu yet." Hearing this, Linga was overjoyed, his eyes lit up as he said, the faith of the Yuan Nan divine continent, perhaps the faith of the blood demon god sect, is the demon god of the ancient era. Before Xiao Luozu could enjoy the outside world, Linga returned him to the bottle saying, "You can go back now. I barely got out, let me stay a little longer." Linge, now knowing his origins, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up, demanding answers. "Anything you want to say?" Seeing he couldn't hide anything, he sighed in resignation. Terrified, he trembled. "I swore a blood oath when I joined the cult. Revealing information means certain death." Ling Ka, seeing his stubbornness, replied, "Then I won't waste any more time on you." The purple flames engulfed him, and with a surge of power, Ling Che vanished him in an instant. With that done, Ling Ka took Mila's hand, and they soared into the air, saying, "Let's go." The radiant lotus of Epoch might already be back at the Blood Demon sect. The scene shifts to the Blood Demon sect's headquarters, a treacherous landscape of towering cliffs. Linga and Mi Luo arrive at the main gate of the Blood Demon God sect, Mi Luo anxiously clutching Lingja's hand. She asked Linga, "Wait, do we really have to go through the main gate?" Linga replied, "What's wrong? There's no reason to sneak around when visiting someone's home. I want them to come out and greet me." Surprised, Mi Luo asks, "Greet you? What are you plotting now?" Then Lingge's astral form is summoned in a blaze of glory. Ling Ka shouts towards the camp, "Blood Demon sect, where is your leader?" Suddenly, lightning strikes and the leader answers his call. Before he could speak, the Blood Demon sect leader unleashed a massive hand to attack Ling Ka, who mistook it as a welcome. So enthusiastic, seeing Ling Sa so blindly confident, Yi Luo was speechless. Ling Ka prepares to receive the attack, his spirit form blocking the Blood Lord's powerful strike. The Blood Demon sect leader's attack is easily deflected by Ling and both emerge unscathed. Impressed, the sect leader says, "Not bad to withstand one of my attacks. You do possess some strength." Before the cult leader could finish speaking, Ling Ka rushed forward, yelling, "Have a taste of your own medicine," and with that, Ling Ka's spirit launched an attack. But the Blood Demon Godmaster wasn't so easily hit, dodging with ease before instantly teleporting behind Ling Ge. The Blood Demon God leader's eyes suddenly turned murderous. Realizing a normal fight was impossible, he unleashed his full power. Ferocious dragon-headed lightning crackles around them, and the sheer power on display leaves onlookers speechless. This is a battle of gods. Seeing everyone so eager to watch the battle, a young man immediately rushed out, urging them all to leave at once. Anyone caught in the crossfire would surely die. Back to the battle, Linga and Mila are surrounded by dragon-shaped lightning. Unafraid, Ling Ka fiercely tears through them. Seeing that the Blood Demon God sect elder won't fall easily, Ling Ka raises his hand to the sky. His spirit also raises a hand to the sky, preparing to summon something. Then Ling shouts, "Die." Suddenly, Ling and his spirit clasped their hands together and chanted the heavenly devil language, preparing a classic move. The old Blood Demon God was stunned to witness Ling's domineering technique, and couldn't help but ask, "Just who are you? How do you know the words of the heavenly devil?" Not willing to be defeated, the Blood Demon God sect leader prepares to strike back, saying, "Hand over all your techniques to me." The old man shouted, 10,000 Blood Demon Formation. As Ling's incantations materialized, Xiao Luotuo, witnessing the Blood Demon God sect's power, exclaimed, 10,000 Blood Demon Formation. Isn't that the Blood Demon God sect's special formation? He's even more evil than I am, and I don't know how many lives of the human race I've ruined. Seeing this, Linga said, "Are you laughing at the pain of others?" Xiao Luoluo was speechless. And seeing this, Ling mocked, "He, why don't you say more?" Xiao Luozu turned away in anger, and the two began to argue. "Little devil, if you're so good, let's fight," she retorted. "Come on, you think I'm afraid of you?" Meanwhile, the black cat could only lick its paws and sigh. Here we go again. The liquid summoned by the Blood Demon God reeked, forcing them to cover their noses. Then they suddenly lunged at the two, launching a fierce attack, filling the Blood Demon Church headquarters with a deep crimson sky. The cult leader then commanded the red liquid to attack Ling Ge, engulfing them both in one fell swoop, and arrogantly declared, "Is that all you've got?" But unexpectedly, the orb surrounding them suddenly bursts into flames, revealing the two unharmed. Ling Ge says, "Is that all you've got, Blood Demon Formation?" Seeing his opponent was no pushover, the Blood Demon sect elder said, "It seems you're hiding quite a few secrets, which means I can't let you live." Enraged that the old man wanted to take Ling Ge from her, Miss Mi Luo burst into flames and retorted, In recent years, even men want to steal my man. Unforgivable. Enraged Mi-La prepares to unleash her fury upon the blood demon god, her berserk state. Seeing the situation, Ling-Ka thought, this is bad, Mi-La is jealous again. Then Mi-La conjured a fiery spear and hurled it at him. The blood demon god leader says, I'll eliminate the troublemaker first. Suddenly, the blood god conjures a giant red snake that immediately lunges to attack Mi-La. Ngi-La, far from weak, sliced the serpent in two, causing it to dissolve into liquid, but Mi-La, distracted, soon realized that the liquid had reformed into a smaller snake, now constricting her. Mi-La gasped in pain as the snake gloated over its prey, but suddenly a purple slash appeared behind it. The snake is instantly cut in two. Ling-Ka says angrily, I hate it when people cross my line. Clutching his sword and holding Mi-La close, Ling-Ka declared, anyone who dares touch what's mine will pay the price. The cult leader roared in fury, I will take everything from you, everything. With that, he unleashed his most powerful fist techniques, focusing them all on Ling-Ka. Ling-Ka, also wanting to end the battle, raised his blade high and said, one strike. The cult leader thrilled, wore a smug expression as they charged into battle, and Ling-Ka roared, severing the blood sea one strike to shatter the heavens. He cleaved through the cult leader's crimson liquid. The sky began to brighten, the land was ravaged, and the dark magic dissipated as Ling-Ka prepared his final strike. Vines. The blood demon god sect member panicked, realizing the situation was dire. His eyes widened, knowing he wouldn't survive this. He took Ling's attack, his vision blurred, and he collapsed, falling to the ground to die in agony. Scene change. The sun shines golden, the trees are lush, and the scenery is picturesque. Ling-Ka walks the road home, memories flooding back, one blade cleaving the sea of blood, severing the endless firmament. Ling-Ka thinks he must have said all those lines in his head. Then he takes Mi-La's hand and clutches his head in thought. Mi-La is curious seeing him lost in thought like that. He's really gone mad. Suddenly, Mi-La grabs Ling-Ga's hand, and he covers his face in bewilderment. Yi Luo turns back cheerfully, wondering why Ling-Ga is covering his face. Ling-Ga replies shyly, it's nothing. Ling-Ga then shyly thinks to himself that it's too embarrassing to explain to his wife. Yi Luo takes out the radiant lotus and spins it in her hand. She looked at Ling-Ga and asked, now that we have the lotus and we've dealt with the blood demon sect, what's next? Ling-Ga covered his mouth and replied, no, we haven't uprooted them completely. Some members of the blood demon sect left beforehand. Back at the blood demon church's camp, everything has been obliterated, leaving nothing but ruins. The returning members are shocked at the sight, their faces a mixture of disbelief and dismay. One disciple thinks to himself, has the blood demon church really fallen? Then where is the leader? With his power, he could have easily escaped, even if he couldn't win. Another man on the other side noticed something, and exclaimed, look, that seems to be the leader. They were shocked to see their leader's lifeless body lying on the ground. Unable to accept the unbelievable truth, he cried out in shock, how could this be? They gathered around the cult leader's corpse, wondering who could have destroyed the blood demon sect. Looking at the ruins, they decided, now that the leader is dead, we'll hide for a while, and then decide what to do after. This storm passes. Elsewhere, a horse-drawn carriage makes its way through a snow-covered mountain. Inside, Ling-Ka and Mi-La rested as Ling-Ka lifted the carriage's curtain and gazed at the outside world, remarking, it's been a long time since I've seen snow. Inside, Mi-La hugs Ling-Ga tightly, saying, I'm a little cold. Ling-Ga touches her forehead and replies, we're cultivators, how could we be afraid of the cold? Mi-La pouted, then touched his neck, saying, if you don't believe me, feel my hand. As Ling-Ga touched her hand, he began to tremble from the cold, causing Yi Luo to burst into laughter. Seeing her shivering, Ling-Sa held Mira's hands tightly, saying, why are you so cold? Let me warm you up. Ling-Ka then embraced Mi-La but suddenly collapsed, exclaiming that his body was cold as well. Mi-La happily snuggles against Lang-Sa, who shyly says, hold still, don't move. Ling-Ka comforted her. We'll be at the inn soon, Mi-La replied. Okay. And so their carriage sped along the icy, snow-covered road. The scene shifts to night with snow still falling outside. Inside the inn, Ling-Ga gazes out the window as Yi Luo cultivates her core on the bed. Ling-Ga gazed at the distant mountains and sighed. How boring. Why is the ancestral sacrifice at Heavenly Peak still 2 months away? Then, Ling-Ga took out a map. He opens the map and says, are there any other events happening near Yun Province? The Qinghan Palace is opening the Heavenly Pool. Those who pass the trials can enter and absorb spiritual energy. Looking at the map, Ling-Ka thought to himself with glee, Heavenly Lake of Snow Mountain. Suddenly a gust of snow blew in from the door, making Ling-Ka shiver and sneeze. Feeling the harsh weather, Ling-Ga closed the window, went to Mi Luo's bed, took off his shoes, and sat down to rest. Outside, the snow continues to fall, making it even colder, while inside, Ling-Ka coughs, feeling unwell. Mi-La noticed Ling-Ga wasn't feeling well as he coughed, and she opened her eyes to see him uncomfortably rising to get some hot water. Ling-Ka quickly grabbed a cup, poured some hot water, and hastily drank it all. Seeing his discomfort, Mi-La asks, are you feeling sick? Ling-Ka, not wanting her to worry cheerfully, replies, I'm fine. Ling-Ji held up a map and said, I've found a good place, and I can take you there today. Upon a high mountain peak, houses appear. Ling Ka and Mi La have climbed to the foot of the mountain looking up and saying, it's said that the heavenly lake snow mountain is nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and after tens of thousands of years of accumulation it has become a sacred place for cultivation. Ling Ge then pulled Mi Luo along, saying, if we break into the Qinghan Palace trials, we can enter the heavenly pool. She replied, more trials, always trials. Can't we do something different? After traveling for a while, the two finally reached the mountaintop. This is the Qinghan Palace. Looking at the crowd, Ling Ge cheerfully remarks, oh, quite a few people came. Inside the magnificent main hall of the Qinghan Palace, two figures sit at a table, deep in discussion. Upon the lofty throne sat the beautiful, youthful palace master of the pure, cold palace. She turned her gaze to her disciple and declared, it's time for the yearly opening of the heavenly pool. She continued, you will be responsible for this trial. Jade Fairy immediately bowed her head in acceptance. Yes, I will carry out your orders. With that, she withdrew to fulfill her task. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered outside the arena, and as Jade Fairy arrived, her voice echoed throughout the area. The first trial immediately conjures a massive snow golem with fierce horns, and she announces that the trainees must defeat it. Ladies and gentlemen, please. A young man, sword on his shoulder, unsheathes it decisively, declaring, don't tell me that's just a big dumb snowman. How hard could this be? The young man, supremely confident, declared, the sooner we start, the sooner we finish. Immediately, the giant snow monster lunged with razor-sharp claws, but the young man was quick, dodging the attack and leaping onto its head, ready to deliver the final blow. Even with its head severed, the snow monster remained unharmed, a horrifying sight that left the young man frozen in shock. In the end, the snowman countered with a blast of dark fire, instantly felling him, leaving him to vanish without a trace. Seeing his weakness, the Jade Fairy coldly stated, you're next. The defeated man, unwilling to accept his loss, retorted, you cheated. How can a giant snow monster breathe fire? Seeing his continued denial, the Jade Fairy replied, your arrogance and carelessness are to blame, and now you dare accuse our Han Palace. Those watching could only laugh and jeer. Ha, what an idiot. If you don't have the skill, don't embarrass yourself in public. Just then, Ling Ge spoke up, asking, can I be a kept man? Milla, surprised, wondered, and then Ling Ge stepped forward, embracing Milla, saying, I've always done the fighting, but this time I'm counting on you, my lord. With a bashful smile, Milla replied, all right, while others looked on with disdain. Mi Luo steps forward, saying, my husband is injured and can't fight. Can I take them on alone? I'll handle the two giants. Is that all right? Seeing her determination to fight alone, Jade Fairy replied curiously, 1 against 2. We've never had such a precedent. Then looking at Ling Ge, who was letting his wife fight, she scolded, are you even a man? Ling Che puts on a charming, handsome face and says, have some sympathy. Jade Fairy thinks to herself, being a son, and so beautiful, it's understandable. Jade Fairy shook her head, saying, forget it, bear the consequences. On the platform, Mila faced 2 giant snowmen, causing concern among the onlookers. This is bad. The snowfolk begin to rush towards Mila, attacking fiercely. With a piercing gaze, Mila charged forward, slicing them to pieces before landing gracefully. She leaped over the snowmen, securing an easy victory. The victor declared, passing this gate was way too easy. Mila approached Ling Ge, touching his forehead and asking if he was ill. Ling Ge laughs, just kidding, and the second trial appears before them. Giant ice blocks rise from the ground, shrouded in mist, leaving everyone in awe. Wow, so white and huge, these ice blocks form massive walls stacked together to create a frozen labyrinth. The Jade Fairy opened the door and said, the second trial escaped this ice maze within 2 hours. Who will be the first to challenge it? Before she finished speaking, a young man from the heavenly literature sect named Wen Tian stepped forward and said, I'll give it a try. He confidently entered, fan in hand, and as they stepped inside, the hourglass began to turn. Only a few minutes had passed when suddenly Wen Tian flew out of the gate, still smiling and fanning himself. The others were impressed by his quick exit, amazed that he had cleared it so fast and that the young master of the heavenly literature sect was so powerful. One person joked, rumor has it that this Master Wen admires Jade Fairy of the Pure Cold Palace, and is participating in the trial with ulterior motives. Hearing this, Ling Ge wondered, Heavenly Pattern Sect. That name sounds familiar. I wonder if their sect also studies the stars. Others began to line up, preparing to enter the maze. Jade Fairy then said, next. Meanwhile, the other youths struggled to avoid arrows and giant boulders. Another falls into a pit of deadly spiderwebs, and finally, it's Ling Ge and Mi Luo's turn. Jade Fairy says, it's your turn, you two. If you're not feeling well, young master, don't push yourself. Hearing this, Ling Ge and Mi Luo cheerfully replied, it's all right, we'll be back. Wen Tian, standing behind them, stepped forward with a hint of sarcasm. Brother, you're so weak you can barely stand. What makes you think you can pass? You're delusional. Hearing his mockery of Ling Ge, Yi Luo retorted, husband, pay him no mind. He's fanning himself in this cold weather, he must be insane. He watched Ling Ka, wondering how that lunatic would ever escape the icy maze. Thinking he might die in there, Wen Tian suddenly froze, eyes wide. Everyone behind him was also stunned. Wen Tian thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes, but Ling Ge had immediately returned with a smile. A notification sounds and Wen Tian cries out in disbelief. This is impossible. As Ling Ge passes the second gate, Yi Luo rushes to welcome Ling Ge back. Unconvinced, Wen Tian angrily claimed that he was out in under a minute, so he must have cheated. Mi Luo, enraged by his accusations against her husband, retorted, "What did you say?" Ling Ge, unconcerned, reassured Mi Luo. "My dear wife, don't bother with him. I trust Qinghan Palace will decide." To quell Wen Tian's doubts, Jade Fairy explained, "There's no need to argue. The ice maze has formations that prohibit spiritual power and treasures. He truly passed through on his own merit." Hearing this, Wen Tian felt a pang of bitterness and mumbled as he turned to leave, "Just you wait." He thought to himself, "I don't believe that sickly guy can last until the end." Ling Ka returns and reminds Mi La that it's her turn, and she quickly enters the maze. The hourglass starts, and in moments Mi La emerges effortlessly, looking cheerful, as the announcement echoes through the second gate. Afterward, Ling Ge and his wife embraced, celebrating their victory, leaving Yu Xianzi pondering their extraordinary abilities. These two are far stronger than they appear. Where did they come from? Jade Immortal then pointed towards the barrier seal and said, "The third gate leads through the illusionary snow labyrinth." She continued, "This illusion is the final gate of our trial of the celestial pool." Then, they all proceeded through the third gate, with Ling Ka and Mi La leading the way. Suddenly, Mi La stepped into the barrier, telling Ling Ge she'd see him later, and he was instantly transported to a desolate, empty space. Beneath his feet was a river stained red, with blood littered with bones and corpses reeking of decay. Ling Ge surveyed the scene and remarked, "How disgusting." As Ling Ka surveyed the scene, his eyes shifted, landing on a familiar figure, the corpse of the blood demon god cult leader. He slowly approached, raising his hands like a zombie, and said, "Langa, give me back my life." Langa, without a hint of fear, calmly replied, "Why this illusion again? This scary scene won't work on me." With that, Ling Ge looked up to the sky. Looking up at the stars, he says, "Hey, can't you conjure something a little more interesting? How about a hot babe to drain my essence?" As if answering Ling Ka's request, the sky suddenly began to change, and snow began to fall. The surroundings transformed into a frigid, icy landscape, and a moose appeared on a rocky outcrop staring at Ling Ka. Showing his goodwill, Ling Ge waves back. On the snow-covered cliff, Ling Ge approaches the white deer, looking it up and down, realizing someone is controlling the illusion from the shadows. "I was just bluffing, but I guess there really was someone there. Oh no, it really is a deer that jumped out." The white deer was taken aback. "What?" Ling Ge turned and headed for the portal, winking as he replied, "No matter the process, I broke the illusion, so I passed right." Without waiting for the deer's response, he ran into the portal, shouting, "I'm heading out first." The white deer watched Ling Ji's figure helplessly, thinking that this guy was playing dumb and that he couldn't see through his strength. It was still daytime at the snow mountain of Thon Han outside the cave, where everyone was waiting in front of the portal, and as soon as Ling Ge stepped out, Yi Luo rushed to embrace him. Ling Ge patted her head and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Yi Luo shyly avoided his gaze and replied, "I was a little worried when I came out and didn't see you." Hearing this, Ling Ge chuckled, reaching out to pinch Jiang Chao's cheek reassuringly. "Did you see something in the illusion? It was all fake, don't be afraid." Everyone around them was speechless, thinking, "Can't you see we're here, with all this blatant affection?" Just then, a cough came from behind, and Ling Ge turned to see Wen Tian stumbling out of a side cave, collapsing onto the snow. Seeing his state, Ling Ge sneered, "Oh, isn't that young Master Wen? You look so pathetic, I almost didn't recognize you." Wen Tian was enraged, grinding his teeth. The Jade Immortal's maid immediately interjected, raising her hand to stop him and warn young Master Wen, "Please don't act rashly. This is the Qinghan Palace, not your Tianwen sect's territory." Wen Tian was speechless with anger, but helpless to do anything. He turned away in anger, vowing, "Patience, I'll make him pay once we're out of here." With everyone assembled, the Jade Immortal began to speak. "Congratulations on passing the trial." Her handmaidens bring forth a tray of tokens. Jade Fairy picked one up and introduced it. "This is the token, granting access to the heavenly pool. Please take one." The group received their tokens, their faces beaming with joy. Jade Immortal turned and entered a cavern, continuing, "Now I will take you all to the celestial pool." One by one they followed closely behind her. Ling Ge, at the back of the group, asks with wide eyes, "The heavenly pool is co-ed, right?" One person, hearing Ling Ji's question, looked at him with disdain and said, "I can't believe you're that kind of person." Ling Ji immediately pulled Mi Luo close to defend himself. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I just want to bathe with my wife." "Is that so wrong?" The man who had expressed disdain suddenly felt himself turning into a lemon, saying, "Why do I feel so sour?" Jade Fairy chuckled inwardly, noting their deep affection. Though annoyed, she forced a smile, saying, "We won't bathe together. Men and women are separated upon entering the heavenly pool." Everyone entered the celestial pool. At the celestial pool on Snow Mountain, the men sat cross-legged, eyes closed in cultivation, except for Ling Ge, who sat listlessly splashing water, thinking that the pool had little effect on him and wondering how Mi Luo was doing. Suddenly, Ling Ge's eyes lit up as he coughed and said, "What's wrong with looking at my wife?" On the women's side of the pool, the scene was truly blinding. As he took in the scene, he realized he'd forgotten about the others. It was as if he were using clairvoyance to peek, and he even playfully covered his eyes, muttering, "Thou shalt not look upon that which is forbidden." Just then, someone appeared before him, and Linge froze. Pointing at Lingje, Wentian scolds, "You're a disgrace, treating Heavenly Pool like a public bath." Lingje, interrupted from enjoying the view, is furious, his eyes glowing ominously as he says, "Young Master Wen, do you know how annoying you are? Not everyone out there is your daddy to coddle you." Seeing him like that, Wentian trembled with fear, quickly backing away, but not forgetting to turn back and provoke Lingge. "How dare you? Just you wait, our heavenly literature sect will never forgive you." Milu was startled, but upon seeing the potion in Lingge's hand, she asked, "What is this?" Lingge shook the bottle and said, "It's a flesh-changing elixir." With that, he poured the liquid into the heavenly pool, and it quickly mixed, creating a strange scene, almost like someone's dwelling. Mila seemed to sense the change. She closed her eyes, focusing on refining her spirit, and a light emanated from her dantian, as only she and Lingge remained in the vast celestial pool. Just then, the white deer appeared in the sky, descending slowly. Seeing it, Lingge waved, "Hello, we meet again." The white deer frowned, questioning, "What have you done to the celestial pool?" Langka met its gaze for a moment, then calmly replied, "Rest assured it will only benefit the pure cold palace. There's no harm done." With that, a shard of ice hurtled toward him, but Langa calmly intercepted it. He crushed the ice in his hand and dropped it into the water, asking if she didn't believe him. After he'd gone to the trouble of restoring the heavenly pool to its former glory, the white deer didn't believe him, her brow furrowing as she demanded, "You better be telling the truth." But Lingge cut her off. "We know now. Leave if you have nothing else to say and stop bothering us." After he said that, White Deer vanished into the sky, while Lingge nonchalantly played with a lock of his hair. Miluo had now finished refining her power, and her whole body radiated a powerful metallic energy. She opens her eyes, hovering above the water, and says, "Your strength has increased quite a bit." Lingge then suggests, "Let's spar train with me." Without another word, Yi Luo lunges forward, throwing a punch that Lingge narrowly avoids his momentum, almost causing him to stumble. Pale Lingge quickly regains his balance, retreating. They continued to fight the waters of the heavenly lake, splashing around them. Then Lingge seized Miluo's attacking hand, grabbed her other hand and spun her around. Their faces drew close, mere centimeters apart, until they finally stopped. Lingge rotates his wrists and says, "Not bad, you've improved." Mila takes a deep breath, retracting her aura. Lingge suggests they continue, unaware of the tendril creeping up behind him, until it binds his hands. He smiled helplessly, thinking, "Oops, I didn't expect Mila to play tricks too." Meanwhile, Mila smiled innocently and said, "You lost." Lingge smiles wryly, saying, "Okay, I give up. When can I be released?" Mila immediately pounced, refusing him with a head shake. "No." Her hand slowly caressed his neck, her eyes filled with lust and infatuation, making Lingge realize something was very wrong. Yi Luo was being influenced by a demon, but how could she have one? Could it be that she advanced too quickly? Mila pounces on him, causing Lingge to lose his balance and fall into the heavenly Ji waters. His face darkens in alarm. If this continues, will this turn into a different kind of fight? Wait, what am I expecting? Lingge couldn't help but cry a little inside as Yi Luo suddenly declared, "You are mine." Lingge cooperates, replying, "Yes, yes." Hearing this, Yi Luo's eyes light up, and she holds Lingge even tighter. She opened her mouth and bit him hard. Lingge winced in pain, furrowing his brow as he squirmed, "Be gentle." Yi Luo stopped biting, panting as she spoke in pain. As if to prove her words, she stuck out her soft tongue. Lingge blushed, thinking, "Too passive, I need to find a way out." He immediately brought his bound hand to his mouth and began biting at the rope, determined to free himself. Seeing this, Milo's face darkened as she shouted, "No, you can't leave me." She grabbed the end of the rope and tightened it instantly, binding Lingge's wrists even tighter. Meanwhile, a group of people appeared, and the Jade Fairy announced, "A change has occurred in the heavenly pool. Please come with us." But when they saw the scene, everyone was stunned. Lingge was tied up and Miluo was on top of him. Jade Fairy covers her mouth, her face turning red as she exclaims, eyes wide with newfound knowledge, "Bondage play. Playing it big, huh?" Ling Ka reacted instantly, knocking Mila unconscious, saying, "Just sleep for a while." Then he picked her up, snapped his fingers, and a vortex opened in space. Black Moon appeared, and Ling Jie commanded, "Stay here and take care of Mila for me." With a wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy transformed the lake's surface, revealing a boat. Lang Ka placed Mila inside, and cracking his knuckles declared, "I'll go with you alone." A maiden beside Jade Fairy immediately retorted, "No, the palace lord ordered that all of you be brought in." Jade Fairy stopped her, clasped her hands and bowed her head, saying, "One person is enough. Young master, please follow us." Inside the main hall of the Pure Chill Palace, the master sits upon her throne, as the Jade Fairy bows in respect and reports, "Master, the person has arrived." The palace master then looked directly at Lingge, demanding, "You must explain the anomaly at Celestial Lake to the Qinghan Palace." Lingge frankly admits, "I did cause this, but investigate the water of the heavenly pool is fine. it's just much richer in spiritual energy. The Qing Han Palace Master perks up intrigued. Just then, someone rushed in with news. Palace Master, something's happened. The young master of the Heavenly Pattern sect is dead. He explained that after discovering the anomaly, young Master Wen had returned to the Heavenly Pool. Ignoring our warnings, he recklessly absorbed the Heavenly Pool's energy, lost control of his cultivation, and exploded. The scene was horrific. His body burst apart, limbs flying everywhere, an arm even hanging from a tree, blood staining the Heavenly Pool crimson. At that, she angrily pointed at Ling Ge, accusing him, saying the Heavenly Pool's water was fine, and it must have been his doing. Helpless Ling Ka protests his innocence, but the Qing Han Palace Master interjects, stating that since the son of the Heavenly Pattern sect's leader died here, they have no choice but to hand him over. As she finished speaking, an iron cage fell from the ceiling, trapping Ling Ge inside. Without a word, he raised his hand, gathered his spiritual power, and shattered the cage with a single blow. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he said, "If I want to leave, you can't stop me." Just then, a voice echoed, "I wouldn't be so sure about that." As the white deer appeared, the Qing Han Palace exclaimed guardian beast. Its eyes flashed with light, and shards of ice materialized as Lanka fearlessly charged into battle. The shards of ice fired at Ling Ge, but he effortlessly dodged them all. The two clashed head-on, the force of their blows sending them both reeling back. Above Ling Ke, a net suddenly fell, but the moment it touched him, he vanished. The white deer was startled, and turning back, it saw Ling Ge. He lands a direct punch on the deer, causing it to cough up blood. Ling Ge grits his teeth as the fierce battle continues in the hall, shaking the entire building. After a fierce battle, the guardian spirit white deer has fallen, and the sound of footsteps echoes beneath the feet of the Qing Han Palace Master, and the floor of the main hall was almost completely destroyed. Across the room, Ling Ge, seemingly out of control, muttered that he had lost his patience again. The white deer is battered and bruised, and the Qing Han Palace Master and others rush to its side. They kneel beside the deer in sorrow, as the silent air is broken by Ling Ji's approaching footsteps. He looked like a demon, his shadow engulfing the hall. The Qing Han Palace Master frowned and questioned, "What more do you want?" Jade Fairy bit her lip, then quickly rose and pleaded, "Young master, please show mercy." Ling Ge coldly replied, "You've certainly taken in a good disciple. I won't hold it against you this time." Then, with a smile, he instructed, "If the Heavenly Pattern sect seeks to cause trouble, the Palace Master need only place the blame on me. I, Ling, will bear it all." With that, Ling left without delay. Inside the room, Yi Luo lay in bed, face flushed, struggling to breathe. Ling Ka placed his hand on her forehead, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Sensing his presence, Mila calmed and drifted to sleep. Lang Ka tucked her in, pondering how her demonic transformation seemed to make her clingier. Outside, the sky had darkened, and the gentle moonlight shone down, as Ling Ka opened the Great River Soaring Music Art, the Jianghe sect's signature technique, to take a look. After a moment, he stroked his chin and remarked that the sect was ordinary, nothing special at all. Sometime later, Ling Ge and Mi Luo stood before the Jianghe sect, and he looked up and said, "You're the one I've decided on." The Jianghe sect was located on a mountaintop next to a large winding river, and the two ascended the stairs to enter the sect. Within a month, Ling Ge and Mi Luo had advanced to become inner disciples representing the Jianghe sect and gaining the qualifications to participate in the Heavenly Court ancestral ceremony. Speaking of the Heavenly Court ancestral ritual, according to the Southern God Province map, this place is a central forbidden zone, and the Jiang River sect is quite far from it, with only 3 days until it begins. The Jiang River sect's representatives quickly set off, heading towards the center along the river, as their sect leader watched from the entrance, his gaze lingering on Ling Ge and Mi Luo. He frowned and muttered, "I don't know if the origins of these two mysterious figures are a blessing or a curse." As night fell and the moon began to rise, the Jianghe sect's group continued on their way. As they rode, Ling Ka cheerfully said, "I finally waited for this day. All the forces of South Divine Continent will participate in the Heavenly Court ancestral sacrifice. Maybe I'll even meet the little disciple I took in Haizhou." Hearing this, Mila's eyes sharpened. She grabbed his shoulder, leaned in and whispered, and that Jade Fairy of the Qinghan Palace. You have room for so many in your heart, don't you?" Ling Ge froze at her words quickly, turning to shower her face with kisses, explaining, "My lady, they are not as important as you." Yi Luo harumphed angrily, turning her head away, but after a few seconds, she sighed and reached out her hand to him. Langa then breathed a sigh of relief, and the two continued on their journey. A person next to them then spoke up. "Your strength is extraordinary. Would you like to team up with us?" The road ahead was fraught with peril, and Ling Ka bluntly cut him off, saying, "Don't like it." The man was left speechless, feeling like a crow had just flown overhead. He immediately gritted his teeth in anger, then spurred his horse and turned to ride up to someone, shrugging as he said, "They refused." Hearing this, the man snorted coldly. How arrogant. Beside him, someone echoed his sentiment. Yes, the annoying brat. After traveling a long distance, it grew darker, and the elder raised a hand, signaling, "We'll rest here tonight and continue in the morning." Following orders, they quickly set up camp for the night. As darkness fell, most retreated to their tents, leaving Ling Ge and Mi Luo to stand guard. Something flashes by, and Ling Ge immediately opens his eyes to warn everyone the beasts are here. Howls echoed through the night, jolting the Jianghe sect disciples awake. As menacing eyes glared at their camp from the nearby woods, someone shouted, "We're surrounded," and with that, a horde of demons charged forward, weapons raised. The Jiang River sect immediately readied their swords, preparing for battle, and unleashed a wave of spiritual energy as the demons approached. Watching the battle unfold, Ling admired the Jianghe sect's unique style, but knew that without defeating the Beast King the fighting would never end. With that, he stepped forward saying I should lend them a hand being a disciple of the Jiang River sect. He then circulated spiritual energy to envelop his body. The Beast King and its horde charge forward with their maces, as Ling Ge joins the battle, drawing his sword. The Demon Beast King's eyes turned bloodshot, and it charged madly toward Ling Ge, who had begun counting down after drawing his sword. 3, 2, 1. Ling Ke's sword bursts with spiritual energy, unleashing a pillar of power. With a single strike, he cleaves the Beast King and its minions in two. Task complete. Ling Ke sheathes his sword, returning it to his spatial storage. Lang Ge yawns, bored, and says, "Is that all? Too weak." With that, he stretched and left, leaving the severed head of the beast to roll under a tree as the group continued their journey to the heavenly shrine at dawn. Seeing everyone's fatigue, the elder pointed ahead, saying, "Cheer up. Once we pass this forbidden area, we'll reach the heart of the Forbidden Palace." Suddenly, a formation appeared and a bloody aura surged forth. A laugh rings out as new prey comes to the door. Enveloped in the red mist, one of them cries out, "What's that smell?" Suddenly, someone falls behind them. "This fog is poisonous." The elder leading the group quickly covered his nose and warned, "Be careful, it's a trap." Ling and Mi Luo were protected by a barrier, but they still observed carefully. Just then, a hidden weapon suddenly flew toward Ling's back. He caught the projectile and said, "So that's where they were hiding." Yi Luo immediately jumped down, saying, "I'll take care of them." She unleashed a flurry of attacks tearing through the crimson mist, and the black-clad figures hidden within were sent flying. The mist quickly recedes, and the Jianghe sect are stunned. The mist is gone. Having dealt with the threat, Mi La returned to Ling Ji's side, much to the elder's dismay, who wondered how they could be so affectionate in such a dangerous place. He approached the fallen assassins, then glanced at Ling Ge and Mi Luo, thinking, weren't those Jianghe sect's attack methods? It seems they took care of it. The danger has passed. The elder urged them onward, saying, "All right, time is of the essence, let's get moving." Meanwhile, at the heart of the forbidden area, the Lord of Fire Province Crimson Fire Sovereign frowned and grumbled. "The Heavenly Court, ancestral sacrifice is about to begin. Why hasn't the Nine-Dragon Sword Sovereign of Sea Province arrived yet?" The Wood Province, Lord Azure Wood Goddess, says, "Don't rush, he's already here." Beside her is the Cloud Province, Lord, Profound, Cloud, Celestial Lord. From afar, a figure approaches on a sword, none other than the Lord of High Province Nine-Dragon Sword Sovereign, who greets them with a bow, saying, "My apologies for the wait, esteemed lords." Xuan Yun Tianzun bowed in return, saying, "Congratulations, Swordmaster, on succeeding the Sea God as the new Master of High Province." The Scarlet Blaze Celestial Lord eagerly suggests, "Let's set a time to spar sometime," to which the Nine-Dragon Sword Sovereign readily agrees. Meanwhile, the Jianghe Sect's group finally arrived, their elder relieved. "We finally made it." Ling Ka scanned the crowd, stroking his chin as he mused, "There are quite a few familiar faces here. Even my good-for-nothing disciple has arrived." Spotting them, Ling Ka immediately pulled Mi Luo around, turning his back. Mi Luo wondered, "What have you done to feel so guilty? Why are you hiding from them?" Langa explained that now wasn't the time for introductions, and noticing familiar figures in the corner, Tai Shu and Ling Shu, he smirked, sensing things were about to get interesting. This is the sacred altar cauldron, and upon its arrival, it slammed onto the ground, unleashing an earth-shattering boom that cracks the surrounding earth like a spiderweb. Inside, the heaven worship altar lies countless treasures, gold jewels, and precious spirit stones. From above, the four continent masters watch from the clouds, as Nine Dragons Sword Saint waves his hand and shouts, "Imperial Knights." Immediately, a blinding pillar of light shot into the altar of heaven, and as the four chanted in unison, the space before them was torn apart by an unseen force, revealing a mystical gateway. A magnificent sight that left all those present stunned and speechless. Crimson Fire Celestial Lord announced, "Open the central forbidden zone, you may enter." Outside the four-continent, lords watched from above, as the crowd entered the central forbidden zone. Suddenly the Crimson Fire Celestial Lord spoke, his voice echoing with a warning, a word of caution, "Do not venture too deep into the forbidden zone." The crowd passed through a narrow mountain pass led by Jade Fairy, Guanglian, Wu, and two others, with Ling Ge and Mi Luo quietly following. As they stepped through the portal, the scenery around them changed completely. But before they could get their bearings, a group of menacing figures suddenly appeared, blocking their path and issuing threats. "You leeches have been hoarding resources. You must be carrying a lot of treasure." Before he could finish his arrogant statement, he was floored by a devastating kick to the gut. He was kicked into the crowd, stunning his comrades who paled at the sight, thinking how terrifying is this woman. The one who attacked was none other than Guang Lianwu, who coldly swept her gaze across the group and asked in an icy voice, "Anyone else?" Even after the blow, he refused to give up, screaming in resentment, "There are so many of us. Can't we defeat her?" Suddenly the ground shook violently, sending everyone tumbling. Then a massive foot crashed down as a giant rhino-like beast charged towards them like a small mountain. Seeing the monster, the once aggressive crowd scattered in terror. Guang Lianwu immediately recognized it and shouted, "It's a lava rampage rhino. Run." The Jade Fairy urged Qinghan Palace, "Disciples, follow me this way. Leave the others. Escape is paramount." As for Linga, he swiftly embraced Miluo's waist and dashed away. Somewhat flustered, Mila said, "Let go, I can run on my own." But Linga didn't release her, simply saying gently, "Be good, this way is a little faster." Breaking away from the group, he chose his own path, leaping onto a tall tree in a flash. Gently setting Mila down, Linge scratched his head sheepishly. "Looks like we're lost." Just then, Lingja sensed a murderous aura approaching. He immediately grabbed Miluo and jumped from the tree just before it was obliterated by a terrifying force. After landing safely, Lingge looked up, marveling at the unique beast before them, a massive antelope, several yards tall, glaring down with disdain as it roared, "Humans, you've stumbled upon your misfortune." Hearing it speak, Lingge's eyes lit up with interest. "Oh, it can talk. Perfect for asking directions." Without a word, Lingka unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, and the ground beneath the beast collapsed, trapping it in place. The beast roared, "Damn you, I'll make you pay." It unleashed a massive blast of energy toward Lingka and M, but when the dust cleared, it was horrified to see Lingka standing unharmed. It cried out in shock, "What's going on?" Lingka simply smiled as a mysterious purple light emanated from his palm. Soon the beast was trapped within a sphere of light, shrinking smaller and smaller, until it lay inert on the ground, its screams echoing from within. "Let me out." Lingge casually walked over and picked up the sphere. He calmly turned the sphere in his hand, ignoring the beast's screams. "I'm warning you, this is beast territory and I have many brothers." Hearing this piqued Lingge's interest. "Oh, so there are others. Then hurry up and call them out." Holding the sphere in one hand, he flicks it with the other, saying, "Your life is in my hands now. Tell me what secrets lie deep within the forbidden zone." The monster fearfully replied, "I can't say. I'll die if I break the rules." Linga resolutely stated, "Tell me everything you know, and I can guarantee your survival." Just then, a piercing shout rang out from above. No, another demon beast descended from the sky, standing before Lingge. Seeing it, the antelope in the sphere cried out in joy, "Boss." Lingka scoffed, "Reinforcements have arrived." The ape beast immediately roared, "Human, release him." Lingge casually spun the sphere like a basketball, and retorted, "Huh. What did you say?" The ape demon threatened. "This is our territory. If you don't release him, you'll be hunted by our beasts." Hearing this, Lingge remained silent, his eyes full of hidden meaning. A few seconds later he tossed the sphere to Mila, and said, "I'm just curious about what's deep inside this forbidden temple. If you tell me, I'll let him go." "How about it?" The ape beast was furious. It landed a powerful punch on the ground in front of Lingge, roaring, "Fool, how could we let a human like you explore the secrets within?" With that, the beast raised its hand, ready to attack. Seeing its refusal to cooperate, Lingge said coldly, "If you won't tell me, then I'll just have to take it myself." With that, he launched forward instantly, vanishing from sight, the ground beneath his feet cracking from the force. Lingge appeared before the ape demon, and unleashed a powerful blow while it was still in shock, following up with a massive fist of condensed spiritual energy. He roared, taking a devastating blow, and the ape monster immediately planted both feet on the ground. Lingka then landed gracefully, saying, "All cleaned up." He retrieved the orb from Miluo's hand, turned to the dying ape demon, and said, "If you're such good friends, you can keep each other company." With that, he channeled his energy and sucked the ape demon into the orb. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Guang Lianwu was using her spiritual power to crush a gray wolf, with several others already defeated behind her. Her subordinate spoke up from behind, "Young miss, what should we do next?" Guang Lianwu tossed the wolf away and said, "You all go back first. I plan to go on my own. It's too dangerous to bring you along." Her subordinates overreacted, exclaiming, "Wouldn't it be even more dangerous for you to go alone?" Guang Lianwu calmly explained, "If something happens, I can at least run away, but bringing you along might hinder me, so you should stay here." These words hit hard, convincing the group to stay behind as she ventured on alone. Langa and Miluo arrived at a large waterfall, and Miluo, after a moment's thought, turned to Langa and asked, "Do you think your disciple will venture deep within? Given her personality, she'll likely venture deep inside." Langa agreed, stroking his chin. "After all, the martial arts philosophy I instilled in her was to bravely move forward, fearing nothing." Yi Luo anxiously grabbed his shoulders, urging, "If you see her again, please take care of her. He knows that every plant and tree on this path hides endless dangers." After she said that Yi Luo cleared her throat, her cheeks flushed. Ling Jia stared blankly at her for a moment, then smiled gently, reassuring her. With that girl's strength, there's no need to worry. Besides, I added another layer of protection to her. If there's any danger? Before he could finish, a burst of blue light erupted in the distance, freezing him in place as Yi Luo pointed towards it, saying, "That's—" Linga scratched his face, forcing a smile. "It seems what I left on my disciple has appeared." The two approached the cliff to observe, and Mila asked, "Should we go over there?" Linga watched for a moment, then turned and replied, "No need. What I left behind isn't just a protective charm. There's something else hidden inside." At the light's source, a massive plume of smoke rises, and nearby, a tiger-like demon beast stares intently at its center. There stood Guang Lian Wu, wielding a shimmering dragon spear. As the heavily wounded tiger wondered what power this was, Guang Lian Wu gazed at the dragon, coiled at the spear's head, marveling, "Is this what Master left for me? Dragon clan, such immense power." The dragon, now larger, spoke from behind Guang Lian Wu. "Little human girl, though I doubt why you awakened me, I advise you to slay the old fox before you so we can talk." Guang Lian Wu immediately brandished her spear, gazing at the divine dragon, thinking, "Is this what they call a weapon spirit? Just in time for me to test it out." As they walked through the forest, Ling Ji said casually, "Now that my little disciple has obtained that item, we don't have to worry about her safety for the time being." Suddenly, Ling Ge stopped, causing Mi Luo to bump her head into his back. Dazed, Mi Luo rubbed her head as Ling Ge continued, "Looks like we've arrived." From atop the mountain, Langa and Mila gaz down at the misty valley below. Sensing the barrier surrounding it, Langa says, "Well hidden, the entire valley is blocked off. Without passage, you won't see a thing." Then Ling Ka strode forward when suddenly a huge explosion rang out, filling the air with dust and smoke, and a sound approached him from within the valley. Seeing this, Linga smiled and replied, "It's time to come out, isn't it?" As soon as he finished speaking, three grotesque figures flew straight towards Linga and Mi Luo. The fanged beast, snarling at their arrival, growled, "Humans." Behind him, two one-eyed subordinates silently observed. Without a word, Lingka raised his hand, an invisible force binding the monster, catching him completely off guard. Then Lingka simply clenched his fist. A miserable scream echoed as the beast was crushed into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Having dealt with him, Lingka casually dusted off his hands, saying with amusement, "All done." Hearing this, Mila looked around, and from the towering mountaintop, Langsa and Mila surveyed the terrain. After assessing the situation, Langsa turned to Mila and said, "Let's go forward and see what we can find." With that, Lingsa and Mila immediately pressed forward, passing through an area. Looking down, Lingsa noticed two human skeletons and one animal skeleton that resembled a dragon. Further ahead was a towering, undulating rocky mountain. Seeing this, Langxia smiled, thinking that the central restricted area had existed far longer than the 5 hegemons of the 4 continents, and must contain rare treasures. Meanwhile, Mila was intently observing everything around her. Ling thought to himself that Mila's strength was improving, and if he could find the right treasures, breaking through the celestial realm wouldn't be impossible. Then Lingka sighed and thought, "But if that's the case, it seems that senior sister is the weakest of the 3 of us." Seeing Linga deep in thought, Yiluo asked, "What's wrong?" Linga quickly replied, "Shijie still doesn't know about you two. I feel it's a little unfair to her." Hearing this, Yi Luo was speechless. After a long pause, she brushed her hair back, glanced at Linga and said, "Then you'll just have to make it up to her." As she finished speaking, Yi Luo gently took Ling Ji's hand, holding it affectionately in both of hers. Mi Luo closed her eyes and said softly, "Just explain everything clearly when we get back. That feeling of deception and hurt can't be easily fixed." Seeing this, Lingge looked surprised, then turned to Mi Luo with affection. He stroked his nose and chuckled, "Well, wifey, let's venture deeper and see if we can find some treasures for our senior sister." Hearing this, Mila quickly obeyed and sped forward. Suddenly, Ling Ka and Mila noticed something, a huge, ferocious beast glaring at them, with sharp eyes angrily shouting, "Halt! Human, the secrets deep within are not for you." Before he could finish, Ling Ka kicked the monster in the face while Mila clung to Ling Ka's back. The monster was sent tumbling, writhing on the ground in pain. Seeing this, the remaining beasts immediately stepped up to block their path, shouting, "Humans, you shall not pass." Without a word, Ling Ka used his long, slender legs to kick each one in the face, leaving them dazed and confused. After dealing with one, he moved on to the next, who fearfully covered his head and burst into tears. Linga swiftly takes down the third beast. Soon they're all dealt with, and Linga sighs, "Can't you come up with something more original than these tired old lines?" With that settled, Ling Ka and Mi La continued their journey, soon arriving at their destination. Ling Ka and Mi La immediately stopped at a nearby mountain to observe the situation. Ling Ka looked into the distance as if he had noticed something. Ling Ka stroked his chin, then pondered. "Finally, they're making a big move." Mila stared intently ahead, sensing something was amiss. Mira points in that direction, telling Ling Ka, "They must have detected us and activated the formation inside." Hearing this, Ling Ka raises his hand, a look of triumph on his face. Ling Cha's enormous hand appears, carrying immense power large enough to engulf the surrounding mountains. The people in the valley watched in fear, as Guang Lianwu stared at her senior apprentice sister, and shouted, "Quick little girl, find a place to hide or you'll be crushed to dust by that giant hand." As soon as she spoke, the black-haired girl turned to the Jade Immortal of Qingcheng Palace, and asked Senior, "What do we do now?" The Jade Immortal calmly observed the situation, wondering what to do. Can they even escape? The hand nearly covers the entire central forbidden area, when suddenly a voice rings out. "Powerful one from Divine Province, you've gone too far." As Ling Gei's hand began to break the formation, a massive figure suddenly appeared, radiating light with a calm expression. His body dwarfed Ling Gei's hand, and he was the master of High Province. Seeing this, Nine Dragons Swordmaster calmly said, "The ancestor of the 4 continents." Hearing this, the Lord of Fire Continent Crimson Fire, Celestial Lord, was shocked and asked, "What did you say? The ancestor of the 4 continents? Then what about that giant hand?" Hearing this, the white-haired old man replied, "That's Martial Emperor, a powerhouse from another divine continent. You're too late." Meanwhile, Ling Ge and Mi La stood still, observing the situation. After a moment of thought, Ling Ka strode forward, declaring, "I was wondering about the key fragment. Did you take it? So it really is you." Hearing this, the 4 continents Grandmaster replied, "The key fragment in the celestial realm is not something you should concern yourself with. Leaving this place, there's still room for negotiation." Hearing this, Ling Ge scratched his ear and said, "Since when did the key in the heavens become yours?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 continent ancestor sighed helplessly and replied, "An unowned object that falls into my hands is naturally mine. The strong bullying the weak is the rule of divine continent." Ling Ge stroked his chin, pondered, and asked, "So if I want to take your things, is that also the strong bullying the weak? Why leave?" Hearing this, the 4 regions ancestor calmly replied, "If reason fails, then force must prevail." With that, the 4 regions ancestor immediately drew his sword, preparing to attack. In his hand he held a small blade. Scarlet Sky Sovereign exclaimed in shock, "The mystical iron blazing fire sword." Those below panicked, wondering, "Those swords are flying in the sky," then immediately returned to point in all directions from the 4 regions ancestors. "Back. Ready the 4 continents," Grandmaster spoke sternly. "This is your last chance. Leave now and we'll forget this ever happened." Seeing this, Ling Ge immediately flew up, standing before the 4 continents Grandmaster. The 4 clan ancestor thought Ling Ge would give up and said solemnly, "Good, now, please leave." Hearing this, Ling Ge laughed and replied, If you don't hand over the key fragment from the heavenly realm today, I'll crush you." Suddenly, a massive black hole appeared behind Ling Ge, from which countless enormous arms emerged, seizing the 4 continents patriarch, catching him completely off guard. Seeing this, Ling Ka laughed and shouted, "Prepare to die." Ling Ka's arms tightened around him, while the remaining arms seized the mystic heavenly fire sword. Below, Guan Lianwu watches with a smile. A battle between masters, a battle between realms. Her weapon then says, "Little girl, your master is no less than our dragon clan's 3 celestial sovereigns of the ancient era. Take this chance to observe. It will benefit you." Suddenly, Ling Jia shouted, "Little disciple," waving to Guang Lianwu, he said, "Lend me your weapon for a moment." Hearing this, Guang Lianwu immediately threw her weapon to Ling Jia, who caught it and gripped it tightly. Ling Ge stares intently at the weapon, assessing it. "Spirit, today I'll let you taste the blood of a supreme celestial realm master. I believe this will benefit you greatly." With that, Ling Ge throws the weapon forward, then uses his power on Guang Lianwu's weapon. In an instant, a blue dragon appears, its jaws wide open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The azure dragon coils around the weapon, as Ling Ka gazes imposingly at the 4 regions Grandmaster, who calmly observes, wondering how the breath and divine essence of the dragon clan could fall into human hands. Seeing the 4 regions ancestor, deep in thought, Ling Ke mocks him. Losing focus in a fight isn't a good thing. Without another word, Ling Ke attacks. With the azure dragon enhanced weapon in hand, Ling Ge strikes the 4 continents Grandmaster, sending him flying. Realizing the situation, the Grandmaster regains his composure. The 4 regions master immediately summoned the mystic heavenly fire swords, forming a barrier before Ling Ge. Unfazed, Ling Ge laughed, scoffing, "Is the great 4 regions master truly this afraid?" Without a word, Ling Ka summoned his weapon and thrust it directly into the formation of the 4 regions Grandmaster, as azure dragons swarmed the 4 swords. Seeing his chance, the Grand Elder of the 4 regions immediately gave the signal, "Revenge." With that, the 4 regions ancestor tried to recall his 4 swords and azure dragons, but suddenly an unknown force pulled the swords back. With a single finger, Ling Ka effortlessly reclaimed the 4 mystical heavenly fire swords, a smug look on his face. "Since you're here," he declared, "you can all stay." Seeing this, the Grandmasters of the 4 continents embarrassedly wiped away their sweat, thinking, "Damn it, am I even a celestial realm cultivator anymore? These 4 swords have been with me through countless battles." The 4 regions ancestor clutches his head in defeat. Seeing this, Ling Ka laughed and said, "Is that all you've got after living since the ancient era?" He continued, "The victor is clear. Hand over the key fragment to the central heaven realm." Hearing this, the Four Regions' ancestor sighed, looking displeased, then took something out and focused his energy. Ling Ge watched the glowing object intently, thinking the power contained within that cauldron is truly immense. It seems this is his trump card. Suddenly, the Four Continents Patriarch rose his cauldron, growing massive above his head, radiating power as he declared, "If you can withstand this attack, I will surrender the key fragment. I can't hand it over to someone useless." Ling Jia laughed. That's big talk but not enough. He reached out and touched Guang Lianwu's weapon. Seeing Ling Ka's arrogance, the Four Continents Grandmaster glared at him with fierce eyes. Without another word, Ling Ka grasped his weapon and transformed into a massive being. Langa grips his spear, facing the Four Regions' ancestor head-on, as they silently size each other up before the ancestor makes his move. With a wave of his hand, the cauldron unleashed a great power towards Ling Ka, who quickly braced himself. Ling Ka poured all his strength into his weapon forcefully, withstanding the attack of the Four Regions' Grandmaster, his energy piercing through the Grandmasters. With a determined look, Ling Ka roared. His attack shattered the Grandmaster's aura and struck him directly. Caught off guard, the Four Continents Grandmaster was severely injured by a single blow. Ling Ka watched on, observing the situation. Dust fills the air as rocks shatter into fragments, and the Four Regions' ancestor's cauldron falls at his feet. This astonished the Four Continent ancestor as Ling Sa swiftly seized the cauldron for himself. Ling Ka stood triumphantly before the Four Continent ancestor, a picture of smugness, as the cauldron was immediately absorbed into the ring on his hand. With the matter settled, Ling Ka raised his hand, proudly showing off his latest achievement. And just like that, Guang Lianwu's weapon returned to its original form. With that done, Ling Sa immediately retrieved his weapon, then laughed and said, "This is the essence of the celestial realm. Following my disciple will be to your benefit. Alright, you can go back now." Hearing this, the Four Continents Grandmaster was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. He scratched his head and said, "I lost." With that, the Four Continents ancestor immediately retrieved a fragment of the Heavenly Realm Key, saying awkwardly, "Forget it, you can really go to the Middle Heavens to see." With that, the Four Regions ancestor handed the fragment to Ling Jia, who immediately snatched it from his grasp. Suddenly, Ling Ge glanced at the Four Continents ancestor and asked, "We're done fighting, why haven't you left?" The Four Continents ancestor looked blank, filled with 1,000 questions. He thought to himself, "Go, this is my territory, and you've already taken my things, so you have to pay me back." With that thought, the Four Regions ancestor, looking angry, sternly said, "Return the Four Region guarding swords and the small cauldron to me. Those things are extremely important to me." Hearing this, Ling Jia laughed and replied, "Didn't you say that whatever can be taken is yours?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Four Regions ancestor, looking flustered, quickly replied, "You can have the key fragment to the central heaven realm, but not those things." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Ling Ge asked, "Why the Four Continents?" Grandmaster quickly replied, "They've been with me since the ancient wars, and I can't be without them." Hearing this, Ling Ge clasped his hands together and said innocently, "I understand. In a sense, they're almost like your wives." The Four Continents ancestor was enraged but unable to do anything. He clenched his fists and held back. He cursed inwardly, "I really want to strangle him." Without another word, Ling Jia retrieved the four swords and the cauldron, returning the swords to the Four Continents ancestor. With the matter resolved, Ling Ge departs with Mi Luo, leaving the Four Regions ancestor to retrieve his swords and wonder, "Where's the cauldron?" Holding the cauldron, Ling Ka said, "This contains great power. Perhaps you acquired it by chance." He then manipulated the cauldron with his hand. Suddenly, the cauldron unleashed a great power, directly attacking the Four Regions ancestor, who was caught off guard and quickly retaliated. After testing the cauldron, Ling Ge immediately retrieved it, holding it in his hand, and said with a proud smile, "Tell me about the heavenly realm, and I'll return the cauldron to you." Hearing this, the Four Regions ancestor hurriedly replied, "Perhaps you truly glimpsed the mysteries. Would you like to hear a story?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Ge grasped Mi Luo's hand tightly, his face beaming as he replied, "Very much." Ling Ka then immediately enlarged the cauldron, prompting the Four Continents ancestor to point and say, "This small cauldron has been with me for 10,000 years. After studying it for so long, I've realized something isn't right. It's as if many things recorded on this little cauldron are missing details." Hearing this, Ling Ge stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "I'm curious, where did this small cauldron come from? The power it contains is not only related to the celestial realm, its origins must be extraordinary." With that, the Grandmaster quickly added, "It came from the void." Hearing this, Ling Ge thought for a moment and replied, "The void is the chaotic void." Hearing this, the Four Continents ancestor elaborated, "That's right, the Great War Divine Continent in ancient times was scarred and filled with chaotic voids. During a great battle, I fell into one of these chaotic voids. In the void I discovered ruins, and within them I found this small cauldron." Recalling the past, the ancestor continued, "It was the cauldron's power that allowed me to escape the void. As for the ruins' origins, I have no idea." Hearing this, Ling Ge picked up the small cauldron, staring intently at it. He lowered his voice, continuing, "Then, tell me, what have you learned from this small cauldron, the 4 continents?" Ancestor's eyes sharpened as he solemnly stated, "A realm higher than before, the divine continent is divided into 8 realms known as the 8 realms of the divine continent. I gleaned a realm beyond the celestial from it, but only one, and then nothing more." Hearing this, Lingge asked curiously, "What lies beyond the celestial realm?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ancestor of the 4 continents immediately roared in anger. "It's the realm of creation. If the realm of heaven and earth allows one to use the power of heaven and earth, then the realm of creation is the power to destroy heaven and earth." Hearing that, Ling Go waved his hand, signaling the 4th continent master to calm down, and said with a smile, "All right, besides the sky-opening realm, did you find anything else?" The 4 regions ancestor replied, "Of course, besides the divine continent, there are other realms. I believe this small cauldron contains things from some unknown realms." Hearing this, Linga added, "It's safe to say that there's more than just one realm outside the divine continent." With a sigh, the 4 regions ancestor crossed his arms and said, "Of course, it's the ancient divine continent, also known as the Great Divine Continent, and within it are countless smaller realms. Perhaps you're not from that era. Though you look young, your true age must be considerable." Hearing this, Linga scratched his head sheepishly, then replied with a sly look, "I'm only about 20 years old." The 4 regions ancestor exclaimed in surprise, "20 years old? A 20-year-old supreme celestial realm cultivator?" The 4 regions ancestor exclaimed in disbelief. How could a supreme celestial realm be only 20 years old? The youngest in history was 100, the 4 continents ancestor exclaimed, frowning and gritting his teeth. Hearing this, Linga calmly replied, "I have no reason to lie to you. What benefit would I gain?" The 4 continents ancestor quickly responded, "A celestial supreme at just 20 years old has an extraordinary future. If I'm not mistaken, you must have collected other fragments of the central heaven realm key, haven't you?" Hearing this, Linga raised 3 fingers with a smile and said, "Adding the one in your possession, that makes 3. Sadly, the path ahead for our cultivation in South God Province has completely collapsed." Hearing the 4 provinces ancestors' pessimism, Linga asked with curiosity, "I'm curious, what do you as a supreme being believe in, to cultivate? What is the faith of the southern divine continent?" The ancestor of the 4 continents looked up and declared, "In ancient times, before the continent was divided, we believed in the heavens." Langa chuckled, his eyes sharp. "Judging by your tone, the heaven you speak of isn't with reverence but almost with contempt." The 4 regions ancestor crossed his arms, closed his eyes in thought, and then replied, "Of course not. The heaven we once believed in is no longer the same. After the God realm was divided, the heavens truly ceased to exist. Now this sky is merely an illusion deceiving all living things." Linga immediately grasped the problem. "So, you suspect the heavens and earth are likely in the central heaven realm, which is why you're collecting key fragments to investigate." The 4 continents ancestor confirmed it was true. Hearing this, Linga clapped his hands and called out, "Black Moon, come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark shadow appeared. Black Moon hastily asked, "What is it?" Linga leaned in close and whispered, "I need to ask you something." Before Black Moon could hear him out, it angrily retorted, "You never let me out, but when you need me, you drag me out. Are you trying to make me suffer in there?" Witnessing this, the 4 continents Grandmaster exclaimed, "What a miraculous little fellow." He immediately approached Black Moon, scrutinizing it, and assessing its devouring abilities. "I remember the divine continent once had a heaven-devouring cat, but after it was split, I never saw it again. So it came to the central heaven realm." Offended by the rude behavior, Hei Yue angrily shouted, "Hey, who are you? Don't you know, it's rude to pry into someone's affairs like that." Seeing the tension, Linga quickly hugged Black Moon, patted its head and soothed, "All right, you're from the central heaven realm, why don't you tell this old man about it?" Hearing this, Black Moon calmed down and replied, "Fine, you just want to hear about the central heaven realm, right, I'll tell you." After that, Black Moon told Linga everything about the central heaven realm, and when the story ended, the 4th continent ancestor stroked his chin deep in thought. Suddenly, Linge turned to the 4 continents ancestor and said, "Oh, right, there's one more thing I wanted to ask you." Hearing this, the 4 continents ancestor replied, "Go ahead, don't hesitate." Linga smiled and continued, "I've read about the war between humans and demons in the history books. You must know a lot about demons, right?" The 4 regions ancestor quickly replied, "Of course, we constantly research the demon's tactics and gather as much information as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, Linga took out a small ball radiating demonic energy. Langa laughs, "Perfect timing because I want to know about the demons." The 4 regions ancestor, standing nearby, exclaims in surprise, "Demonic energy." Linka continued, "Besides Jiang Yunzi, the rest were all founding members of the demonic sect, but they couldn't have created such powerful demonic arts on their own. It's possible that the demonic sect is a relic left behind by a great power from the ancient era, which was then exploited by Shu Gu and the others to build the demonic sect." Hearing this, the 4 continents ancestor hurriedly asked, "You want to know the answer?" Linga replied, "Of course." The Four Continents ancestor then said, I can tell you, but if you ever make it to the Central Heaven realm, will you take me with you? Hearing this, Linga quickly replied, shouldn't you be staying here to enjoy your retirement at your age? Seeing this, the Four Regions Grandmaster huffed, everyone has different ideas. I pursue progress, not staying here. Seeing the Four Regions Grandmaster's will, Linga replied, I can agree to that, but I have a suggestion. I will teach the people of your southern divine continent how to cultivate martial arts. Hearing this, the ancestor of the Four Continents raised his hand in refusal, saying, forget it. As the supreme celestial realm, master of the southern divine continent, I hope it continues to cultivate the path of faith. Seeing this, Linga whistled and mocked, you just don't want me to steal your people, do you? Hearing this, the Four Regions ancestor angrily cursed under his breath. Can someone please shut him up? Seeing the Four Regions ancestor's anger, Linga laughed and continued, I won't make things difficult for you, but how about establishing a belief in the martial emperor? It's not like you'll die one day, and there won't be a supreme celestial realm to suppress things. Hearing this, the Four Regions ancestor was furious, wanting to strangle Linga on the spot. He cursed inwardly that seeking a higher existence required preparation for life and death, but right now he really wanted to strangle him. The Four Regions ancestor immediately said, I agree to this. With that, Ling Ka took out the books holding them in his hand, and said, then I will give you the martial arts techniques, and if you ever feel like it, you can practice them. Seeing this, the Four Regions ancestor was shocked, cursing under his breath, damn it, I really like these books. The Fourth Continent ancestor eagerly embraced the books, looking as delighted as a child given candy. Ling Ka continued, I'm not giving you all these martial arts techniques for nothing. You probably know a thing or two about the origins of demonic energy, and you're going to tell me everything. Hearing this, the Four Continents ancestor coughed twice and replied, this demonic energy originates from an ancient, ambiguously righteous human power, the Heavenly Demon Palace. Hearing this, Linga asked, puzzled, is the Heavenly Demon Palace related to the demonic race? The Four Continents Grandmaster replied, although demonic energy and the demon race both cultivate a similar dark aura, the two are unrelated. The master of the Heavenly Demon Palace is a human, one of the supreme beings, but has always remained neutral. The disciples in the palace, except for not being able to harm their fellow disciples and adhering to a few basic rules, are allowed to help either the human race or the demon race. Hearing this, Linga smiled and said, this sect is indeed very free. Linga thought to himself, I've managed the demonic sect pretty well. It has all the rules it needs. He then said, so it's possible that the origin of demonic energy comes from the Heavenly Demonic Palace. Is there any more detailed information about it? The Fourth Continent Master shook his head. Any more details about the Heavenly Demon Palace? Hearing this, Linga angrily replied, how would I know where the Heavenly Demon Palace is? The ancestor pointed to the sky and said, maybe it's in the Central Heaven realm. Linga quickly replied, so, after all this talk, you still want me to go to the Central Heaven realm to investigate? The Four Continent ancestor chuckled, that's right, you'll know once you go up there. Then the Four Continent ancestor and Linga turned to look at He Yue, who was curled up in Mi Luo's arms. Hearing this, a helpless Black Moon replied, don't look at me, I've told you everything I know. The Four Regions ancestor then encouraged, you must try harder. Hearing this, Ling Ke turned and left, saying, never mind, everything is gradually coming to an end. In a few days, we should return to the Eastern Divine Continent. We'll meet again someday. Hearing this, the ancestor of the Four Continents chuckled, if the Heavenly Realm opens, I'll sense it. Linga smiled and replied, I know I won't welch on the deal. With that, Linge led Mi Luo and He Yue away, but Taishu and Lingshu caught up. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Lingshu quickly reported, Master, do we have to set out so soon? Hearing this, Taishu angrily retorted, the martial emperor has already taken a piece of the key. We have the Ship of Time. We just need to obtain a source of energy to link and control the Central Heaven realm. At this moment, Taishu speculated that the Ship of Time was originally linked to the Central Heaven realm, but the direct link was severed when Linge attacked. Hearing this, Lingshu wondered, but Master, why are we going to West Divine Continent instead of North Divine Continent? Read more books. Hearing this, Lingshu obediently agreed. We cut to a forest where Bai Su Ling Mu Yue Qing and Qin Yu Nie have arrived. Mu Yue Qing holds a purple orb and says, what's going on? Why is the thing Linga left behind suddenly reacting so strongly? I don't know, but he once said, this star bead is always connected to him, so maybe it's some kind of warning. This warmth is so familiar. Bai Su Ling closed her eyes, holding the star orb tightly as she focused. Then Bai Su Ling reached out, closing her eyes to sense everything more clearly. Suddenly, a pair of hands grasped hers. It was Linga. Linge stood before Bai Su Ling and called out senior sister. Hearing this, Bai Su Ling slowly opened her eyes, then suddenly rushed forward and embraced Linge tightly. With an embarrassed smile, Bai Su Ling says, I missed you so much, Shidi. Linga gently strokes her hair and replies, me too. Then placing his hands on her shoulders, Ling Ka faced Bai Su Ling and said, it's time to let go, senior sister. The time has come. Hearing this, Bai Suling blankly asks, what time. Linga gently kisses Bai Suling's forehead and says in a low voice, I am just a projection in this spirit pearl, not the real me, but I will return during this time. It turns out, it was all an illusion created by the spirit pearl. After the kiss, Linga smiled and said, time's up, farewell senior sister. With that, Linga immediately let go of Bai Suling's hand and vanished, leaving her desperately reaching out, unable to bring him back. Before Bai Suling stand Mu Yueqing and Qin Yunie, but Linge is nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Bai Suling raises the meteor spirit pearl. With tender eyes, Bai Suling says, Junior brother, you've finally returned. Hearing this, Mu Yueqing and Qin Yunie exclaim in surprise, overjoyed. Bai Suling, Qin Yunie and Mu Yueqing laugh together overjoyed. Qin Yunie, as happy as a child, puts her hands to her cheeks and says, it seems that brother Ling is coming back soon. Hearing this, Mu Yueqing sulked. That jerk has been gone for so long. Now that my strength has improved so much, I'm definitely going to beat him up when he gets back. Bai Suling laughed and added, if junior brother is coming back, should we inform the sect? Hearing this, Qin Yunie happily raised her hands and replied, agreed. Mu Yueqing, standing next to her, said with a look of annoyance, it has indeed been a long time, so it's not bad to welcome him a little. Hearing that, Qin Yunie playfully poked Mu Yueqing's face, laughing as she said, Yueqing, older sister, your eyes have betrayed you. Embarrassed, Mu Yueqing replied, I'm just hot. In the main hall of the Taiming sect, a man brought his son before the elders. Pushing his son forward, the man said, sect leader, I leave this boy Mo Yun to you. Thank you. This child originally had mediocre talent but somehow suddenly reached the late stage of marrow cleansing, and his alchemy skills are astonishing. Mo Yun looked at the people before him, a thought occurring to him in their eyes. His strength was only in the late marrow cleansing realm, but in reality, he was already in the late king wheel realm. Thinking of this, Mo Yun couldn't help but smirk smugly, thinking that he was after all the reincarnation of the ancient Dan Wu saint ancestor. I never expected to obtain the ancient treasure, the desolate pearl, preserving a fragment of my soul until now where it fell upon this young man. And to think he possesses the ancient desolate divine body, which combined with the ancient desolate heavenly technique within the pearl, makes him truly powerful. Although he's a bit behind, Ling Ji reaching the cleansing vein realm at 16 is quite promising. Then his father gently placed his hand on Mo Yun's head and stroked it lightly. He then bid farewell to Mo Yun, saying, Yunair, I'll be going now. Remember to train hard and visit when you have time. Mo Yun nodded and replied, I understand, father. Rest assured. As his father's figure disappeared completely, Mo Yun's eyes darkened, and at that moment, a voice rang out. Sect leader Elder Ji Mingyue looked toward the door and exclaimed in surprise, it's Su Ling and the others. Why are these three children here? At this moment, Bai Suling, Qin Yunie and Mu Yueqing walked in through the door. Junior brother Ling is returning, Bai Suling said, but Mo Yun's eyes widened in shock as he looked at her. Elder Lin Wanjun, upon hearing that Linga was returning, exclaimed, Linga is coming back, when Bai Suling shook her head, replying, I don't know, but it should be soon. Bai Suling bowed her head and said, I came here to deliver this news to the elders. I also want to welcome my junior brother. What do the elders and sect leader think? Meanwhile, Mo Yun assessed Bai Suling, noting her youthful appearance but near imperial-level strength, along with her companions, especially the youngest, whose power had already reached the imperial realm. Lin Wanjun nodded in agreement. Yes, now that Linga is back, we must welcome him. As if remembering something, Lin Wanjun introduced Mo Yun to Bai Suling and the others. Oh right, let me introduce you three. This is Mo Yun, a junior disciple who just joined. Bai Suling said kindly. Hello junior brother Bai. Mo Yun bowed respectfully. Greetings senior sisters. Seeing that everything was settled, Lin Wanjun waved his hand, saying, You may all leave and prepare. Meanwhile, Mo Yun glared at the three departing figures, thinking I've heard that Linga has been cultivating for over a year, and is already approaching the Saint Realm. He must possess some kind of treasure, but no matter who he is, I will kill him to ascend to the peak of power, and become the renowned Dan Wu Saint. Meanwhile, Ling Ka sneezed, then angrily shouted, Who's badmouthing me? With a sigh, Mila watches Lingge's antics and says, With so many wives out there, who knows who's thinking of you? Seeing Mila's jealousy, Lingge turns and smiles. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Me. Luo closed her eyes, annoyed. Why did you say you were going back to the demon sect first? Linga explained. If Yunzi found out late about my return, she'd be furious, or she might sneak off to the Taiming sect herself. Mira blushed with embarrassment, scoffing, anyway, based on the past, she and I definitely won't get along anytime soon. Hearing this reason, all Lingge could do was sigh helplessly, secretly hoping that after returning to the demon sect, the two of them would try their best to avoid conflict. Soon, Miluo and Lingge arrived at the demon sect. As they reached the gates of the demonic sect, a guard swiftly drew his sword, pointing it at Lingji's neck, and angrily shouted, Anyone who dares trespasses upon the demonic sect has only two choices, death or exile. Longa raised his hand, showing he meant no harm, and said, I'm looking for someone. He drew his sword, his face darkening, and said, They're definitely here to cause trouble. What kind of place is the demonic sect? You think you can just find someone here? Ling shut his eyes, smiling faintly. Looks like I've been away so long I'm mistaken for an enemy. Just then, a deafening sound echoed from within the demonic sect. Yunzi. Hearing this, the two disciples outside turned pale. The disciple said to his brother, "That sounds like the sect leader." Then Jiang Yunzi ran out of the demonic sect excitedly shouting, "Husband!" Jiang Yunzi rushed to Ling Ka like lightning, throwing herself into his arms. Ling Ka embraced her, saying, "Easy now." Witnessing this terrifying scene, the three disciples of the demonic sect widened their eyes in shock, never expecting that Ling Ji's acquaintance would be their own sect master, and they cried out in fear. "So you're telling me?" Jiang Yunzi hooked her arm around Ling Ji's, glanced at Mi Luo and asked, "You went to Southern Divine Continent with her?" Ling Ge feigned ignorance, whistling and lying through his teeth. "No, it was just a coincidence." But how could Jiang Yunzi believe that? She pinched Ling Ge's waist, causing him to cry out in pain, while Mi Luo, hearing this from behind, narrowed her eyes and glared at Ling Ge. Seeing that Ling Ge ignored her, Jiang Yunzi angrily pulled him closer, provocatively looking at Mi Luo, and said, "For my husband's sake I won't bother with you." Inside the sect, Jiang Yunzi and Mi La each took one of Ling Ka's arms as they entered the main hall, leaving the disciples wondering, "Who is that? Don't you know how the sect leader feels?" Meanwhile, Jiang Yunzi and Mi Luo exchanged murderous glances, sparks flying between them. Caught between them, Ling Ka could only sigh helplessly, before stepping forward to mediate. "Enough, Yunzi, tell me where Shu Gu and the others are." Shu Gu led the demonic sect to Ling Ka. "The demon lord has finally returned," Shu Gu said respectfully. Ling Ge approached and helped Shu Gu up, saying, "Stop calling me demon lord. How long has it been? Now that you're the demon lord, this trip to Southern Divine Continent is over. I'll visit you first, but after a few days I'll have to leave." Jiang Yunzi clung to Ling Ge's arm seductively, asking, "Where do you want to go?" Ling Ge replied softly, "Back to the Tai Ming sect. If I don't return, how can I face my senior sisters?" Hearing that Ling Ge was leaving, Jiang Yunzi looked at him with glistening, mournful eyes, prompting Ling Ge to sigh and say, "Put that look away." Seeing that Ling Ge was only here for a few days, Shu Gu came up with an idea, "But it shouldn't be a problem for us to have a big meal tonight, right?" Ling Ge smiled brightly and said, "Okay, I'll have a good drink with you all. Tonight." Soon it was evening, and the elders of the demon sect held a grand feast with Ling Ge at the head. Shu Gu opened his mouth and said, "First of all, these are all precious things of old Mo's. He refines pills every day, and these demon beast carcasses are a waste to keep, so why not cook them?" Shu Gu turned to old Mo beside him and asked, "I was wondering where all the demon beast carcasses went." Old Mo picked up his wine cup to hide his embarrassment, reasoning, "With such dense spiritual energy, wouldn't it be better to feed them to the demon lord?" The demon lord decided not to dwell on it, and soon everyone was laughing and talking happily. Ling Ge asked those present, "Do you know of the heavenly demon palace?" Everyone shook their heads, saying, "We don't." An elder raised his wine cup and asked, "Lord, what's the story with this heavenly demon palace? Haven't they ever investigated the origins of demonic energy? As founders of the Jia Ma sect, you truly know nothing." Shu Gu stood and said, "Never heard of it." Besides Yunzi, the second sect leader of the other Shore demonic sect, who was only in the evil ways. Mount Ancient Demon was once a relic, and within it was a large palace, the demonic sect. Within this palace lies a grand formation, converting all the spiritual energy we 12 cultivated into demonic energy. We were astonished. The ruins seemed to be the legacy of a sect, but its name was lost to time, leaving behind only its many techniques. Many of the techniques were incredibly powerful and strange. The language was stilted, but we could understand it after our spiritual power was converted into demonic energy. And so the 12 of them established the demonic sect, but their previous cultivation methods were no longer viable, as their spiritual power would be rejected. After Shu Gu explained the origin of the demonic energy, he curiously asked, "Ling Ge, but why did the demon lord suddenly bring up the origin of the demonic energy?" Ling Ge smiled, "Because this time I discovered that demonic energy comes from the ancient heavenly demon palace. Perhaps when Divine Continent was divided, they were separated, leaving behind this legacy, to prevent the path of demonic energy from being cut off." That old ghost gave a thumbs up, agreeing. "So, our demonic energy came from the Heavenly Devil Palace. That Heavenly Devil Palace sounds pretty good, I like it." Another person suggested, "The name's not bad, but if we're being honest, they're still our sect's ancestors." The old ghost retorted, "So what? In my heart the demon lord is the strongest." The man replied, "If the palace lord heard you, he'd strike you down. But he can't, so why should I be afraid?" Ling Ge picked up his wine cup watching the boisterous crowd, and thought how long it had been since he felt this. Carefree. But looking at his bed, Ling Ge didn't feel that way at all, cursing inwardly. Some idle time this is. Sweating, Ling Ge, seeing Mi Luo and Jiang Yunzi avoiding each other's gaze, quickly intervened. "How about I sleep on the floor tonight, or I can arrange 2 rooms for you." Jiang Yunzi and Mi Luo blushed and replied, "We want to sleep here." Now Ling Ke found himself in a rather awkward situation, flanked by Jiang Yunzi and Mi Luo on either side. Ling Ke looked at the 2 beauties before him, feeling relieved that they had finally quieted down. Seeing them asleep, he closed his eyes in peace, but as soon as he did, his eyes snapped open, emitting a purple light. Outside the demonic sect, a beam of purple light shot into the sky, bathing it in violet. Meanwhile, Ling Ka's mind drifted into an endless space shrouded in blue. Ling Ka surveys his surroundings, thinking this is the sky. No, it's just an illusion. Just then, a purple light erupts from his eyes, pushing the space above him. Linga looks up, thinking it won't be easy to peek inside. Just then, the man in black above looks down and says, I've never sensed the mysterious power of the lower realm for so many years. So you've finally reached your limit. This mysterious being is the Celestial Emperor. The next morning, Jiang Yunzi and Mi Luo finally awoke, looking refreshed, unlike Ling Ka. With a groan, Ling Ka struggled to sit up, his body aching dark circles under his eyes. Seeing his disheveled state, he cursed inwardly, damn it, I'm sore all over. Ling Ka sat up and said to Jiang Yunzi, don't cause me any trouble this early in the morning. Pack up a bit. I'm about to return to the Tai Ming sect. Seeing that Ling Ka was about to leave, Jiang Yunzi said sadly, you've only been here for such a short time. Ling Ka gently brushed back Jiang Yunzi's hair, comforting her. After I return to the Tai Ming sect, if you want to see me, you can disguise yourself. That small matter shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Jiang Yunzi took Ling Ka's hand, her eyes sparkling. Really? Ling Ka nodded. If it weren't true, I wouldn't have said it. Hearing this confirmation, Jiang Yunzi was overcome with emotion and gently kissed Ling Ka's face. But just as Yunzi finished her kiss, a hand landed on Ling Gei's shoulder, and Yi Luo followed suit, kissing his cheek. The gaze of Jiang Yunzi and Mi Luo locked, neither willing to yield. Seeing them about to fight, Ling Ka quickly stepped in. You two stop right there. The day arrives and Ling Gei departs, as Sigu respectfully bids him farewell. My lord, please visit home when you have time. Ling Gei turned and left, saying to everyone at the demon sect, see you next time. As if remembering something, Ling Gei gave a thumbs up and said, oh, right, don't call me Demon Lord anymore, I quit a long time ago. After walking away for a bit, Linga suddenly stopped and asked Mi Luo, now that I think about it, what do you think of Xiao Nie? Seeing Linga ask her this question, so naturally she froze and asked, don't tell me you've taken a liking to Xiao Nie. Seeing that Mi Luo didn't understand, Ling Ka froze and said helplessly, I meant what's Xiao Nie's talent like? Mi La analyzed, resting her chin in her hand. Little Nie cultivates diligently, and her strength is improving rapidly. I think she's probably reached the yellow extreme realm by now. Mi Luo then asks curiously, why do you ask? Ling Gei replied, I want to train Nie to take over the position of the god of war. Mi Luo pondered this, saying Nie is still young. Her cultivation isn't a concern, but her mentality and experience are lacking. Ling Gei agreed with Mi Luo, nodding and saying, yes, that's why she needs to go out and train. At the Tai Ming sect, Ling Gei and Mi Luo finally returned. Linga happily stepped onto the platform, saying that after returning to the Tai Ming sect, he would tell little Nie. At the Tai Ming sect's martial arts field, Bai Su Ling and the other disciples were meditating together, including Mo Yun. Mo Yun meditates, enveloped in a growing aura of purple spiritual energy. After his arduous training, he sighs in relief. Initial stage of the Supreme Realm. Just then, a group of disciples came out, excitedly pointing ahead, and saying, isn't that? They looked over to see Linga and Mi Luo appearing at the entrance. Seeing the disciples so excited, Linga quickly put his hand up to signal for silence. Shh. The three disciples, including Mo Yun, immediately fell silent. The two disciples exchanged glances, realizing that this was likely a surprise for their senior. Lan Ka sped towards Bach, to Lin, and the others who were training. Ling Ka came up behind Bai Su Ling, gently covering her eyes. He whispered in her ear, long time no see. Did you miss me? Hearing the familiar voice, Bai Su Ling turned to see who it was. And upon seeing Ling, tears welled in her eyes as she leapt into his arms, crying, Junior brother. Ling Ka embraces Bai Su Ling, gently comforting her, I'm here. It was then that Bai Su Ling noticed the person accompanying Ling Ka. Bai Su Ling asks, but why did you come back with? Mi Luo Ling Gei scratches his head, feigning ignorance. On the way back, I happened to meet junior sister Luo Mu, who was also on her way back, so I brought her along. Bai Su Ling quickly believed him without a shred of doubt, saying, so that's what happened. Linga, relieved that Bai Su Ling didn't suspect anything, thought to himself, maybe she didn't see anything after all. Linga then said, I can't stay at the Tai Ming sect for too long. After a while, I'll have to go out and train again. Seeing that Linga wanted to leave as soon as he returned, Bai Su Ling grabbed Linga's hand expectantly and said, take me with you. Ling Ka didn't agree right away, saying, let's talk about that later. I wonder how much your strength has improved while I was away. Bak to Lin looked at Mok Nuche, Thon, and Tan Nu Neep, and said, Nucha, Thon's strength is the same as mine, almost at the Hoang Kook realm, and Neep Neep has already broken through to the Hoang Kook realm. Ling Ka approached Qin Yu Ni, ruffled her hair and said, although your talent is the best, your temperament needs more training, so Nini, I want you to go down the mountain to train. Then Ling Ka looked at Mu Yue Qing and said, if possible, take Yue Qing with you. Seeing Linga speak so casually, Mu Yue Qing asked suspiciously, Linga then overthought it and said sentimentally, after so long apart, are you shy to see me? Mok Nuyet Thon angrily retorts, get lost, you perverted. Langka sighs, senior sister, although everyone's strength has improved rapidly, such quick progress without consolidation isn't good. So I suggest you three Nuda Thon Niep go on a training journey. Especially you Tio Niep. Your talent is the best, but you're also the youngest among us. Her mentality hasn't matured yet, and she needs more experience. Shin Yu Ni looked up at Linga and asked, Linga, are we leaving here soon? Linga nodded. Yes, I'll probably be leaving soon. You all need to train yourselves and grow through experience. Lingji's eyes were full of trust. Senior, I believe you understand these things better than I do. Seeing Lingge's complete trust in her, Bai Su Ling's face flushed red, and she softly replied, I understand. Lingji gently pulls Bai Su Ling close, drawing knowing glances from the others, then points to the fervent crowd suggesting, let's head back to Azure Moon Pavilion before we're surrounded. Gila turned to Lang Ka with concern. You're too popular. You can't go out right now. Lang Ka looked at Mila and casually replied, isn't that simple? As soon as he spoke, Ling Ge extended his hand, and a mysterious purple light enveloped the four of them, shooting into the sky like lightning, escaping the approaching crowd. Soon the light landed before the Azure Moon Pavilion, and after ensuring everyone's safety, Ling Ge stretched, announcing their arrival. But he was met with stares from the three of them. Ling Ge was puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? Bai Su Ling lowered her head and whispered, Junior brother, your strength has improved quite a bit this time. Linga stepped in front of Bai Su Ling, gently raising her chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. He said with feeling, the spirit pearls I gave you can help with your cultivation. If you cultivate well, your strength will improve quickly. It's hard to explain these things now. Let's just check out the room we haven't seen in a while. With that, Linga took the lead and went inside. As night fell, and the moon rose high in the sky. Lying in bed, Linga looked at Bai Su Ling and said helplessly, Senior, please let me rest. Bai Su Ling glanced at him with a sweet smile. You're stronger than me. Why are you asking for a break? That doesn't make sense. Linga recalled the events of this morning and sighed. I was forced to wear girls' clothes again today. I'm so tired. And there's a party tomorrow. Can't I just go to bed early tonight? Bai Su Ling lies on top of Linga, closing her eyes resolutely. No way. Linga strokes Bai Su Ling's soft hair thinking. It's been a long time. If I were a man, I couldn't say no. Thinking is doing. Linga spoke suggestively. Senior sister Yun, but only silence answered him. Bai Su Ling had already fallen fast asleep. Ling muttered in frustration, kept me awake only to fall asleep first. Then he gently embraced Bai Su Ling, pulling the blanket over them both. Just as Ling Ka was about to drift off to sleep, a loud noise erupted outside, and Yi Luo slowly entered the room. Ling Ka sighed in relief. Wife, you scared me to death. His lips twitched. Don't tell me you want to sleep with us too. Then I feel like I'm going to die tomorrow. Yi Luo sat down and casually explained, it's nothing. I just came to ask when you're leaving. Linka softly replied, I don't plan on taking anyone with me to the Western Divine Continent, so don't even think about coming along. Do you think I can't see through your little schemes? Struck by his words, Mila scratched her head in embarrassment, her face flushed. Ling Ka continued, my heart still belongs to my senior sister. The atmosphere is a bit awkward. Hearing this, Mila had no choice but to turn and leave. She called back, okay, I understand, sleep well. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight appeared, Linga heard a noise and groggily opened his eyes. What's wrong? Bai Su Ling peeked at him gently reminding, it's time to get up. The sun's shining on your butt. Linga refused to get up, hugging Bai Su Ling and whining that the light couldn't reach inside. But Bai Su Ling wouldn't have it. She gently pinched Ling Ji's cheek, teasing him. Come on, sleepyhead. You're the guest of honor at the banquet today. As representatives of the Tai Ming sect, Ling Ka and his group entered the main hall, where Ling Ka respectfully bowed to Elder Billy. In the dining hall, where disciples gathered to eat, Elder Lin Wanjun asked Linga, how much has your strength improved this time? Linga sat opposite him, picked up his wine cup and pondered in silence before finally speaking. This time, I'm probably half a step away from the Saint Realm. Hearing this, Elder Lin Wanjun couldn't help but praise him, truly a talented young man. The other elders couldn't help but approach Linga, singing his praises. Indeed, you do our sect proud. A promising disciple. Another elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, what are your plans next? Linga asked, raising his glass with a forced smile. You flatter me. Ling Ka sighed inwardly, wondering if this was like being interrogated by relatives during the holidays. Meanwhile, Bai Su Ling and the others watched Ling Ge get swarmed by the elders, covering their mouths and laughing at his misery. That night, Ling Ge collapsed onto his bed, exhausted, panting, Ugh, I'm so tired. Lying in bed, Ling Ka planned his next move, his senior apprentice sister's affairs now settled. Next, I need to focus on the Western Divine Continent. If it's the West, I only know the god of the Gen family. In the Gen family's temple, a city floats in the sky water, flowing down below, creating a beautiful scene. Inside the temple, candles blazed brightly along the corridors, as the true god walked, saying with a smile, "It's time for revenge, to wash away this old humiliation." He sighed, continuing, "The wounds inflicted by the martial emperor have fully healed. Finally, I can return to the Eastern Realm to exact my revenge, but the enemy is strong, and there are other gods in the Eastern Realm, so it seems I must join forces with them." Meanwhile, at the Tai Ming sect, Qin Yuniang pleaded with Lingjia, "Brother Lingjia, please take us with you. We won't be any trouble." Lingjia turned to explain, "I've been tempered many times, but you still lack training." Linga addressed everyone, "This journey is too far, so I can't take you all. Once you're more experienced, no one will stop you from going wherever you want." Then Linga reached into his robes, searching for something. "Also, I have something else for you all." Bai Su Ling stared at Linga, clueless as to what he was about to pull out. Lingka pulls out a golden ginseng. "I acquired many treasures on this journey. This should help senior sister and Yue Qing break through to the Huangji realm." Seeing the precious treasure, Bai Su Ling quickly refuses. "Junior brother, you should keep it." Linga gave each of them one, saying seriously, "Don't refuse. If I said it's for you, it's for you." And so they each took a ginseng, having no choice but to accept. Linga takes out a lotus seed, saying, "This one is for you." Yi Luo accepts it, thinking to herself it's a lotus seed from the radiant bloom. Rumor has it that it can resurrect the dead, grant immunity to all poisons, and even boost cultivation. Seeing Mira hesitate, Linga smiled. "Don't be so polite with me." With the gifts distributed, Linga turned and left, saying, "All right, I'll be on my way then." Their first destination is the western regions. At the True God clan's temple, the True God clan leader, the god of death, and another god are in discussion. One of the gods scratched his head, asking God of the Gen family, "Why have you called us here?" The god of the Gen family with a tense expression replied, "Do you remember the great space formation I set up before?" The god nodded, chuckling. "Of course I remember when you returned, heavily injured and in a terrible state." The true god began, "In the distant east there lies a mysterious realm. Would you two be interested in exploring it?" The god of death, intrigued, asked. "This trip probably won't just be the two of us, but quite a few mid-level gods as well, right? Tell us what's their strength like." The god of truth replied, "In the Eastern realm, there are high-level gods equivalent to us, but no other gods, or if there are, they're low-level." The god of death was still a little worried, wondering if anything had changed over the years. God Gen was confident that they couldn't have suddenly produced so many low and mid-level gods in such a short time, but the other god frowned cautiously on guard. "You lead the way to the Eastern realm, or I'm not going." Backed into a corner, the god of truth had no choice but to agree, smiling brightly, while inwardly cursing being forced to take the lead. The western regions are divided into the Gobi Desert and the Gada continent, and within these two layers lie the ancient kingdoms of the great western regions. Yaoyan's sect is the state religion of a great ancient country, holding a noble position as the faith of an entire nation. Unlike South God Province, they cultivate martial arts, but with spiritual faith, it seems they have more motivation. Ling Ge folds, the map ignites a flame on his fingertip and shoots it outwards. The power of faith, combined with the martial arts legacy of South God Province, has shaped a god, and he's been sensing its power lately. A branch outside the window twitches, growing longer and reaching inside, surprising Ling. Gee. Is the power of faith so attractive to all things? He had an idea. Could his own power of faith transform into a void? A moment later, Ling Ka sat upright on the ground, using his power to connect with the tree outside. "You want it." The tree seemed to respond, "Want." Ling Ka smiles. "Then let's experiment and see what effect my power of faith can bring." He clenches his hand, waves it a few times, and then transmits that power to the tree outside. The power enveloped the tree, winding around its branches and leaves, as the higher branches grew longer, reaching its small tip towards Lingge's face, as if in silent gratitude. "Great master." Lingge understood its intent, stroking the small leaves with his finger, and asked, "Why do you call me master?" The tree replied, "The power of faith you bestowed upon me has borne fruit. Thank you, I believe in you, you are my master." Lingge smiled, stroking the treetop as if it were a pet. "I have to leave tomorrow, so I'll help you out one last time today." The tree replied, "I can feel your power, my lord. I have a request, and I hope you'll grant it." "What is your request? Please take me with you." "Thank you, master." Hearing this, Lingge's face went blank with confusion. "What? You're so big, how am I supposed to take you?" The tree quickly responded, telling him not to worry, and transformed into a tiny fairy, small enough to fit in his palm with two adorable branches on her head, like horns. The little spirit flew into Lingka's palm and looked at him with wide eyes. Lingka thought to himself, "This one's definitely sentient." He poked the little girl, finding her adorable, and the little spirit seemed happy as well. It grinned, and Lingge asked, "I'm curious, what abilities do you have?" The little spirit replied, "Master, I can draw on the power of nature, and my true form can also launch corresponding attacks." Ling frowned, "But is it really okay for you to follow me?" He imagined the tree's owner screaming for his blood, but the little spirit, sensing his thoughts, replied, "No problem, I've already sown a new seed here." Lingge replied happily, "That's good, but do you have a name? What should I call you?" The little spirit shook her head. "She hopes that you will give her a name." Linga looked at her thoughtfully. You take the tree as your body, the tree is wood, and your eyes are sparkling, so I will call you Mu Ying from now on. How about that? The little spirit, a bit shy about her new name, Mu Ying, suddenly felt a surge of power envelop her. The joy of being named by her master had seemingly helped her break through. Ling was surprised. You broke through from the early to the mid-stage of the King Wheel realm. Mu Ying bowed her head to him. Thank you for giving me my name. Ling.ca pats her head. No need to be so polite. After a refreshing sleep, Ling.ca wakes to find Mu Ying still fast asleep by the window. Sensing her master's awakening, she opened her eyes. Good morning, master. Linga nodded, then patted Mu Ying's head, saying it was time to leave and that the innkeeper must be awake, so let's go. The two happily departed as the innkeeper awoke, humming cheerfully, as he washed up, then skipped outside, only to find the great tree gone, replaced by sprouts. His face froze in disbelief. The two arrived at the western region's Mogok Kingdom, a place of towering fortresses and strict inspections, with rows of guards standing outside. Seeing strangers approach, two gatekeepers immediately blocked their path. Outsiders. Linga smiled and replied, I come from the martial world. The guard said, Do you have any proof? Linga simply smiled, and a strange aura suddenly emanated from him, causing those around him to tremble in fear. Having proven his point, he suppressed his aura and smiled. Is that sufficient? The guard broke out in a cold sweat. The Supreme Realm is the same as our kingdom's national master. In the martial world, it's the martial emperor level. Those nearby were flustered, wondering what to do. Let them go, Ling frowned. Why are you guys so tense? You wouldn't normally be this strict with inspections, would you? The two guards knelt, one replying, We're at war with another nation, so we must check for spies. Ling casually stretched. If I were a spy, I'd have gone straight in, or if I were hot-tempered, I might have killed you and left. I'm just a traveler passing through, seeking lodging for the night before departing tomorrow. Hearing this, the guards knew they couldn't resist, and stepped aside, allowing him entry. Linga entered the city bustling with people. The women had brown skin and blonde hair, and the men looked quite robust. After a bit of scouting, he stopped in front of an inn, deciding to stay there. Ling was shown to a neat and tidy room, which he thought wasn't bad at all. Alright, let's head out. At that moment, Mu Ying and Tie-kun materialized. It was Tie-kun's first time seeing Mu Ying, and Mu Ying's first time seeing such a strange creature. Her eyes widened as she stared at Tie-gun, who exclaimed, I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen a plant take human form before, though I've heard tales of it. In the Central Heaven Realm, there's a deep forest called the Forest of Disaster. The guardians there are rumored to be plant-based beings. In the Forest of Calamity, there are also plant-based powerhouses, and they all have long lifespans. I let you see Mu Ying, but you awakened one instead. With that, it roared at Mu Ying. Being threatened like that for the first time, Mu Rong burst into tears. Linga then shielded her with his hand and bared his fangs at Tie-kun. Don't you scare her. Ignoring them, Tie-kun haughtily turns away and jumps onto the bed. I'm not that scary. Linga, says Mu Ying, don't be afraid of him. Though he may seem difficult, he's really just a proud one. Mok Do-an was puzzled. Proud. Linga explains that he just doesn't say what he really means, then guides the girl forward, placing her on the bed next to Tie-kun. Alright, you two have fun. After all, even though Hypnos says he hates you, his body tells a different story. Mok Do-an cautiously eyed the large creature before her taking hesitant steps. Tie-kun closed his eyes to comfort her, as Mu Ying gently touched his soft fur. Soon after, the two were asleep in each other's arms, and Lingjia chuckled inwardly, You proud fool. In the main hall of the Moge Kingdom's royal palace, a guard rushes in to report, Your Majesty, a Huangji realm expert from the martial world has arrived in our country. The king is astonished. Is it possible to recruit a Huangji realm expert? The man replied, We don't know yet, we haven't investigated, but it's worth a try. He could be our hope to change things. We're at a disadvantage everywhere. If this continues, the Mac-Catch nation will surely fall. The king frowned. Where is that martial emperor now? He's at the inn. Send for him at once. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in Wubi, an old monk enters the palace, and the king rises to greet him. Osha, the nation of OP, greets the elder. This old monk, with his covered eye and silver beard, is an elder of the Rakshasa sect. The king was cordial, the elder, humble, and they took their seats. Watching the old monk's back, the king thought to himself, To deal with the Moja kingdom, I've nearly emptied the national treasury to invite a Saint Realm elder, but I still have the upper hand. The king approached his throne, turning to the monk beside him, and cheerfully asked, I wonder when the elder will be able to make his move. The old monk chuckled, Haha, that depends on when your majesty is ready to strike. Stretching contentedly, Linga wakes up refreshed after a night in foreign lands, but the sound of pounding on the door already disturbs his peace. Ling was annoyed. Who is it? A gray-haired man carrying a box cheerfully entered Martial Emperor Im. But before he could finish, Ling Ka slammed the door shut. You must have the wrong room. He then gritted his teeth. Linga burst out the door again, opening it with an irritated look. Are you sure you have the right person? The man outside the door replied, No, esteemed Martial Emperor, I am under the king's orders to invite you to the palace. Linka pointed at himself. Are you asking me why me? The man outside smiled warmly. This is a matter of great importance, we need the martial emperor to come in person. Ling Ka replied, I don't want any more trouble. As he spoke, he slammed the door shut, but before it could close, the man outside stopped it with his hand. He rushed in, kneeling before Ling Ge, tears streaming down his face as he begged, Great martial emperor, only you can save our nation now, I implore you. Ling Ge smiled, but his heart was filled with murderous intent. Aren't you afraid I'll just kill you? The man in front closed his eyes contentedly. If my death can bring peace to our nation, I'm willing to die. Ling Ka then replies, What's in it for me if I help you? Though I'm from the martial world, I have no desire to participate in your western region's conflicts. If the martial emperor doesn't mind, please come to the palace to discuss your intentions with the king. Ling Ge felt helpless. Ha, lead the way. Seeing Ling Ka, the king clasped his hands. You've arrived. Ling Ka waved his hand. No need for formalities. You invited me here to help resolve the conflict with the Obi kingdom. The king nodded. Indeed, the conflict between us and the Ubi kingdom is not new, but they've taken advantage of our negligence to suppress us. Ling Qi then asked, Why didn't you invite someone from the 5 great holy sects to help you? The king bowed his head, embarrassed. We are currently in dire straits, our national treasury is empty, and we simply cannot afford to hire the 5 great holy sects. Ling Ge thought to himself, so they're broke. The king quickly seized the opportunity, saying amiably, Whatever you desire, your excellency, if we can obtain it, we will gladly offer it to you. Ling Ge replied, I only need detailed information regarding the Gumo sect and the 5 Venoms sect. The king was startled. Your excellency, are you after their holy maiden's secrets? Ling Ge snarls, Am I really destined to be that kind of person? I'm not from the western regions, so I need detailed information on the Gumo sect and the 5 Poison sect. The king was secretly pleased. I won't need the national treasury. Ling Ge replied, I'll go take care of things now, so you all should prepare the intelligence well. As he turned away, the king was shocked. His Majesty may be a martial emperor, but so is the opponent. Going alone would disrupt the grand scheme of things. Ling Ge turned back with a smile. The big picture, he still had power in his palm, and then he swung it outward. Ling Ka swiftly moved behind the king, then softly said, You think you know what the big picture is? He then sent streams of energy into the king's mind as if probing for something. The king clutched his head, his eyes contorted as he cried out. Ling Ge stopped his probing and smiled at the king. He left the exhausted king on the floor saying, No need to prepare intel for me. I know what I need to know. The king paled upon hearing this. This meeting was arranged privately between the two, with the Rakshasa elder entering to pay respects to the king of Udiana. Only the two of them were present, making it easier to discuss important matters. After carefully considering the plan, the Rakshasa elder spoke, Your Majesty, rest assured, leave tomorrow's affairs to this old one. The king of Udiana was pleased. With the Rakshasa elder at his side, what could possibly go wrong? Then I'll leave it to you, elder. Suddenly, Ling Ka's voice cut through the conversation. Is the king of Otui here? The Rakshasa and Upi king paled, facing the impending doom as Ling Ke stood fearlessly in the doorway, as if the palace were empty, his presence unnoticed by the guards. He looked up at the king and smiled calmly, sending chills down his spine. The king of Ubi trembled, stammering, Who are you? How did you get in here? Guards, where are the guards? Knowing he couldn't stay long, Ryuk answered, Looks like you're the one. With that, Ling Ka moved as swiftly as the wind, his movements too fast for the elder of the Rakshasa sect to track, let alone counter. In the blink of an eye, Ling Ge had the lackey by the neck. He struggled, but couldn't escape Ling Ji's grasp. Save me, elder, he cried. Ling Ka smirked. You mean him? The king stares in horror at elder Rakshasa. From the moment Ling Ka arrived, he effortlessly dealt with the old fool, twisting his neck a full 360 degrees before he could even scream. The pathetic king, now devoid of hope, screamed in terror. Ling Ge, not wanting to waste any more time, decided it was time to send him off, snapping his neck with a twist, sending him to meet his ancestors. And with that, it was done. Ling Ka felt a sense of relief wash over him. These petty annoyances had never ceased to bother him. The two guards watched as Ling Ka calmly walked out, but a closer look made them realize this stranger was in the king's palace, and their instincts told them something was wrong. They broke out in a cold sweat, unsure of what had happened inside, and rushed in to investigate. The two guards froze eyes wide at the horrific scene inside the king's palace. Moments ago they'd seen 2 imposing figures enter, and now the alarm was raised. Men, the king and the elder, have been murdered. Find the killer. For the past few days, the kingdom of Udiana has been in an uproar over this earth-shattering event. Sitting in a tea house, Ling Ge eavesdrops on gossiping merchants. Have you heard the Rakshasa sect elder went to Obi kingdom and was killed? The king of Otai kingdom is also dead. The man across from him blankly replied, Of course I've heard, hasn't this spread throughout the western regions? Gathering valuable intel, Ling Ge listened quietly. So the old man he killed was from the Rakshasa sect. He's quite surprised by this identity. The two below continue. Right, wasn't there a martial arts prodigy competition before? Hearing that the 5 Venoms sect had already sent someone, and that the competition had already begun, making it impossible to participate, Ling Ka wondered who he was referring to. Isn't he talking about Yun Meng? The other one replies, that's a pity, but we also have a special competition in the western regions. The 5 holy sects' holy sacrifice is probably about to begin. These two whispered to each other, but what about the holy maiden you fancy? Ling Jie used his sound-blocking technique to eavesdrop on the two men. I'm naturally drawn to the ancient ink sect's holy maiden Dieu Yen. The other one replied, I'm not like that. I prefer the saintess of the Rakshasa sect. Beautiful and noble. If I could, I'd want her to humiliate me. Hearing this, Ling Ge almost threw up and immediately stopped listening. Were these guys perverts? In the Rakshasa hall, the leader interrogated his subordinates who lay prostrate on the floor. He tapped his fingers on the table, a habit that terrified them as he asked with a sharp gaze, where is he? The slick-haired subordinate reported, Your Excellency, they left no trace of spiritual energy at the scene, and we have yet to locate them. After a moment's thought, the leader ordered Send Wang Jing to investigate. A subordinate questioned cautiously, The Holy Maiden, is the leader really going to do that? Won't the Holy Maiden be angry? The sect leader enthroned declared, I will handle Wang Hong. Take Wang Jing to see what you can find out. Perhaps you can glean some useful information. The subordinates acknowledged the order as the bells of the western regions began to toll. Having emerged from a long seclusion, Gu Miaoyan is greeted by the world and its possibilities as her subordinates approach to pay their respects. Holy Maiden, we celebrate your return. Has the Holy Sun not emerged yet? Gok Yoen just smiled faintly and quietly replied. The subordinate understood and asked no more questions. The old hag was overjoyed to see Gu Yaoyao again, and stepped forward to greet her, so the Holy Maiden has emerged as well. Gong Miaoyan greets the elder. The old woman observes her pleased and says, Your strength has increased quite a bit. Wanting answers, Gu Yaoyao asks mother, What has happened in the western regions recently? I've been secluded for so long, I need your guidance. The old woman agreed, recounting the major and minor events that had transpired in the western regions, including a significant incident involving the Rakshasa sect. An elder had died in Uvi country, enraging the sect who sent assassins, but to this day there's been no news. Enraged by those wreaking havoc in the western regions, Gu Yao asked, Does mother know who's responsible? The old woman chuckled. Of course I don't, but it doesn't affect us. We'll just watch the show. Back at Lingei's residence, the days of leisure grew tiresome, and he wondered why the Rakshasa sect hadn't made any progress. Since I'm in the western regions with limited power, I might as well do something. Langa waved his hand, that familiar powerful wave of the demon lord. In an instant, a legion of the demon sect, complete with 7 rainbow corpses, awaited the demon lord's command, a plan already in place for the children. Lingei says Sime observe their movements, and when necessary, just call them the underworld. The alluring jade purity saintess, with her tan skin and blue eyes, looked like a beauty queen from Hawaii as she approached. Old Mo Shin sat there, his mind racing, wondering how to answer the Rakshasa sect in a way that would please them, even if he had nothing to do with this matter. The Holy Maiden of Jade Clarity speaks, Your Majesty, forgive the Rakshasa clan's sudden and presumptuous visit. Old Mo Shin feigns hospitality. You are too kind, Holy Maiden. It is an honor for the Mo clan to receive you. Let us not stand on ceremony. Mo Shin boldly asks the Rakshasa, May I ask what brings the esteemed elders and saints from afar? The beautiful Jade Saintess replies plainly, wondering if the destruction of Udiana is connected to the king. The barrage of questions made the old king's heart skip a beat, as if he were the culprit. Then, regaining his composure, he replied, The destruction of Obi State, I heard it was done by a mysterious powerhouse. The Rakshasa sect clearly doesn't accept this unsubstantiated answer, and uses dark magic to overwhelm the old king with fear. Old Moshun desperately tried to talk his way out of it. He was a martial emperor from the martial world. A martial emperor. I know nothing else. The Jade Purity Saintess seemed intrigued. A martial emperor, you say? A martial emperor capable of killing our sect's elders, the old king replied outwardly, appearing to be of the supreme realm, but in truth, his power was at the saintly way realm, or even higher. He concluded, That's all I know. Ling Gei's demonic wedding loomed, and a dark figure flickered in the night. Immediately, the Holy Maiden sensed something was wrong, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. She waved her hand and shouted, Who's there? Show yourselves. The Rakshasa cult members immediately went on the defensive, as one of their subordinates stepped forward, holding an item radiating the eerie magical energy signature of the demonic sect. His sinister gaze locked onto the Jade Clarity Saintess, as a terrifying surge of energy overwhelmed her, leaving her no time to react, and a sense of impending doom washed over her. The treacherous attack left the Jade Clarity Saintess and her followers gravely wounded from within. Everyone is suddenly terrified. Yu Jing struggles to ask, Who exactly are you? From the shadows, the Langa faction's voice echoed with menace, Leave and live, stay and die. The underworld welcomes only the dead, not the living, a curse that leaves the Rakshasa sect in utter disarray, silenced by fear. Yu Jing ordered his brothers to leave, telling the others not to bother seeing them off as they fled for their lives, while in the palace, Mo Shun silently witnessed everything. Only when the last shadows of the Rakshasa sect disappeared, did he breathe a sigh of relief. But no sooner had the wolf left, than the boar arrived. A voice echoed King Mo Shun, I hope your tongue speaks only the truth. You don't need to worry about anyone bothering your Mo kingdom in this matter. Linga seemed satisfied with his plan. He approached the old king saying that news of this underworld had finally spread and the Rakshasa cult would surely investigate relentlessly. Little Baobei beside him curiously asked Linge, Master, why are you smiling so happily? Linga excitedly replied, because I thought of something fun. Meanwhile, the Jade Purity Saintess and her group returned to their sect. The leader sighed. What happened this time? The subordinate with the half-shaved head replied. Our trip to the Mogok kingdom took an unexpected turn. The Jade Purity Saintess is injured, and the saint is healing her. The sect leader asked cautiously, who are they? The subordinate replied that the opponents were 6 Saint Realm cultivators, who claimed to be from the underworld, accepting only the dead. The leader pondered, then gave an order. If Jade Purity is injured, then let her recover these next few days. The 5 sects' holy rite must not bring shame to our Rakshasa sect. The subordinates exchanged confused glances, wondering what to do. So, Master, what should we do about this? The leader grunted, send people to investigate what else. The 5 sects' holy rite is fast approaching. I can't afford any mistakes. Meanwhile, Linge's men have completed their next mission, and he greets them happily upon their return. You're back, the head subordinate replied. Chief Ling, mission accomplished. Linga stood before his men issuing instructions. The Rakshasa cult will likely contact us about the underworld. Continue to observe and report anything to me immediately. The subordinates responded in unison. The scene shifts to the 5 Poisons sect, a place where vegetation cannot grow year-round, only poisonous insects and reptiles, pets raised by the disciples, to serve the sect's goal of unrestrained freedom. On a breezy afternoon, Miss Yun Meng sits dreamily on a leaf, relaxing, when a voice calls her name from behind. Yun Meng turns to see who it is. It's Elder Yun Qing. Elder Yun Qing sits beside Yun Meng and asks what she's doing. After all, she's always been his greatest concern in the 5 Venoms sect. Van Meng replies innocently, I'm thinking about the 5 sects' holy sacrifice. Van Thon chuckled, still worried. Don't be the elders, have been gathering resources for the sacred child these past few days. Focus on your training, and your strength will naturally increase. Still worried, Yun Meng replied, but Yao Yan, the holy maiden of the ancient Ink sect, seems very powerful. Van Thon patted Van Mong's head like a daughter. Don't worry, instead of talking to me you should be cultivating. Van Min is still training. Hearing Van Min's name, Van Mong seems displeased. Elder Van Thon thinks to himself that the saintess and the saint should be a pair, but Van Min already has someone he likes, and it's not Van Mong. 2 months later, Linga sat in his usual inn when Si Mei approached, likely bearing some hot news for Linga, making him eager. He spoke, good things are meant to be shared. If the 5 great holy sects are fighting amongst themselves, of course we should take a share. Linge then gave the order, from today onwards you will manage the Ming sect for me as its leader. The faith of the dark sect is in the goddess of the afterlife, guiding lost souls into the Yellow Springs. Simi accepts the order, vowing to obey. After assigning the task to Simi Ling, Ge called out to Wang Liang, who immediately appeared. Ling Jie's next order, you will be the underworld emperor of the Ming sect, equal in status to the leader. The 2 of you will focus on management and support each other. Wang Liang obeyed, and Ling Jie's close aides also bowed, saying, please instruct us, Master Ling. Having appointed his followers, Ling Ge decided that if they were to be part of the dark religion, their image should change a bit. With a snap of his fingers, Ling Ge used his body-swapping magic to transform his subordinates. In an instant, Si Mi and Vong Luong became a fearsome Halloween duo, embodying the essence of the night. They were thrilled with their new looks and thanked Ling, expressing their gratitude for his gift. Next, Hong Miao was appointed as the 4th honored Min Maiden, a venerable figure of the Ming cult. She coyly replies, thank you, Master Ling. Moving on, Linga says, you are Black Dragon, the dragon maiden of the dark sect. This daughter from the Eastern Sea also has a place in Lingka's heart, and she gratefully says, thank you, Master Ling. The remaining 2 oddballs who are always together will be the Night Walker and the Underworld Judge. They gratefully thanked their benefactor, and Lingka warned, now that I've granted you intelligence and appearance, don't disappoint me. The Ming cult army replied, we will not fail to meet Lingzhu's expectations. That settles it. Linge waved his hand, you may all leave now and run the business well. I expect great things from you, so don't disappoint me. Outside, the streets buzzed with the clamor of passers-by, as Linge quietly reread the draft. After the Holy Child and Holy Maidens of the 5 holy sects disappeared without a trace, it must be related to the 5 holy sects' holy sacrifice. Moreover, since the true god of the Gen family could directly pass through the boundary wall, they must have left something behind in the Western Divine Continent. From this intelligence, Linga deduces that the sacrificial altar may have some tricks up its sleeve, and the Ming sect has launched a massive recruitment campaign, plastering advertisements all over town with huge summer discounts. The people murmured, the Ming sect is recruiting disciples. The Ming sect? What kind of sect is that? Never heard of them before. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Mo Sun was sweating bullets in front of his uninvited guests, stammering, I don't know. I don't know what brings you here. All 500 of the Ming sect are here. The esteemed Tu-Ton Min-ko then spoke. My lord, a powerful nation, she emphasized each word, needs a great sect to support it. Our Ming sect is willing to be a strong backing for the Mo-Ge kingdom. The sight of her fiery figure was a feast for old Mo Shun's eyes. He thought to himself how beautiful she was, and daydreamed about taking her into his harem when Wang Liang, the Ming emperor, spoke up. King Mo Zun, he glanced over. Wang Liang bluntly stated, we're not here to negotiate terms with you. Si Zun Minggu nodded. Indeed, your majesty, if we were to support another nation, the one that would surely fall is your Mo-Ge nation. After a moment, Mo Shun pondered. You six are all at the Saint Realm level, but why have I never heard of the Min sect? Before Mo Shun had to ask, why did you choose my Mo-Ge kingdom? Si Mei coldly replied, we've heard about the plight of the Mo-Ge kingdom. The fact that our Ming sect has chosen to be your backing means there are conditions. Shi Mei added, you accept disciples for us, and will ensure the safety of the Mo-Ge kingdom. Please don't misunderstand your majesty. King Mo Shun pondered, realizing the logic in their words. If Mo-Ge kingdom didn't grow stronger, it would forever be bullied. With powerful backing, Mo-Ji kingdom would no longer need to depend on others. The old king nodded and replied, very well, I agree. With the negotiations complete, Si Mei produced a treasure pill and approached the old king saying, I have a gift for you. Si Mei added, your majesty, consider our relationship a transaction. Just then, a crow carrying news from afar flew in. Linga smiled at the celebratory signal as the messenger bird landed on his hand. Linga is relieved, it seems everything is done. Stretching contentedly, Linga says excitedly, it's done, next stop is the western regions, what big changes await. Back at Rakshasa cult, after receiving intelligence, the leader was surprised. You're saying the Ming cult has stationed troops in Mogao and is recruiting disciples. His subordinate bowed in response. Yes, that's right. From this he deduced that Mo-Ge's survival was all thanks to that underworld. Now that the Ming sect has emerged, it must be connected to that underworld. He concludes that it's a good opportunity to send someone to observe the Ming sect. Turning to the Lienta sect, the Lienta master was also intrigued by the newly emerging myriad sect in the Mo-Ge kingdom, murmuring the names of those in the leadership, the goddess Hautu, managing reincarnation. Oh, how interesting. News of this also reached the ears of the ancient devil sect. Gu Yaoyan wondered, the Ming sect, perhaps I should pay Mo-Ge a visit. The old demon asked, Holy maiden, are you preparing to go out? Gu Yaoyao replied, since I began my seclusion, I've been within the sect, never taking a stroll. It's time I went out for a bit. The old demon nodded in agreement. Then I'll inform the leaders. You're free to go, holy maiden. Gu Yaoyao gratefully replied, thank you for your trouble, demon. After days of working with his brothers to manage the Ming cult, Venerable Tu-Ton Minko reports to Ling. Master Ling, in recent days, the scale of the Ming cult has gradually taken shape and the internal systems of the sect have been arranged. Linga praised, not bad, keep it up. The 5 great holy sects have taken notice of us now. Linga smiled, I hope in the future it won't be the 5 great holy sects but the 6 great holy sects. Or better yet, if you all surpass the 5 great holy sects, I wouldn't mind either. Sizun Minggu Shiji replied with a smile. Yes, I understand. I'll take my leave now. Linga pondered, should I give them something threatening, like a divine beast, to guard their sects? Snapping his fingers with an idea, Ling exclaimed, that's it, that's the one. Ling Ka then pulled out a massive egg, rolling it around in the small room. The kitten curiously looked back and asked, what is this? Ling Ka patted its head and said, don't think too much, this is a dragon egg, you can't eat it. After fiddling with the bizarre egg, Lingge gradually formed a plan in his mind, while the kitten approached, eyeing it suspiciously, asking if the dragon was dead. If it's dead, just let me eat it. It'll be good for me. Linga retorts, I'm just freezing it to prevent it from dying due to a prolonged gestation period. The kitten pouted, annoyed at being called greedy. Lingge explained that while the flood dragon wasn't a true dragon, but at best a dragon bloodline, it was still worthy as the sacred beast of the Ming sect. The little one floated over, puzzled. Master, how do you plan to hatch it? You have spirit energy on your fingertip. Linga signals everyone to watch closely, then unleashes a surge of spiritual power, forming a sigil. The spiritual energy circulated, enveloping the egg, and the kitten asked in surprise, so fast. Linga shakes his head. If it were born so simply, it would inevitably be too ordinary. I must give it a little more nourishment. He opens his hand, and a treasure emanates an extraordinary glow. The radiant lotus of Epoch. Are you really willing to part with it? The kitten asked in surprise. Ling Ka calmly replies, a dragon with a strong dragon bloodline, only by evolving into a true dragon can it suppress the other holy sects. Besides, who said I'm giving the entire lotus to this egg? One seed is enough. Separating a seed from the radiant lotus, Ling Ge tosses it to the egg to absorb, then produces another strange object, saying, it's not over yet. The kitten hissed and yowled, are you trying to poison the egg? It's practically an infant. Ling Ge slowly infuses the egg with power, using an item from Yudu that is perfectly suited for fusion. The spiritual energy writhed like a tangible entity emanating from the egg. Only someone with Ling Ka's physique could withstand the backlash from this dragon egg. After a while, he withdrew his hand, signaling, it should be ready. As expected, the egg slowly cracked open, a dazzling light flashing from the first small hole. Suddenly, the baby dragon burst out of the egg and soared into the air, roaring loudly. Suddenly, the dragon spirit sensed a cocky newcomer on its turf. It rushed forward, roaring instantly, turning the little dragon pale with fear, too scared to act up. Ling Ka stepped forward and patted it, signaling, "All right, stop scaring people, let's go home." Ling Ka was quite excited about this new pet. He waved, signaling for it to come, and the baby dragon didn't hesitate to recognize its master's call. It zipped over and wrapped around Lingja's arm. He sensed that reaching the creation realm was only a matter of time, but the celestial realm would depend on its performance. Lingge spoke up, "I'll give you a name." After a moment's thought as the baby flood dragon snuggled in his arms, understanding and anticipation in its eyes, Ling Ka stroked its head and said, "How about I call you Black Blaze?" The little dragon was overjoyed, letting out a roar, saying that any name given by its master was perfect. While far away, Zhuyao Yan began her journey from the Moge kingdom. Using a disguise to conceal her identity from ordinary people, Kok Yen marveled at the kingdom's magnificent streets. "Is this the Mokgak kingdom?" A crowd is gathered around something piquing Yen's curiosity. They watched and whispered amongst themselves the Ming sect was recruiting disciples, promising elixirs and cultivation techniques in the face of the great calamity. The Ming sect is recruiting disciples. Dian Yuan knew of the Ming sect since its rise, and she reasons that her disguise isn't good enough to fool experts of the Holy Dao realm, so it seems impossible to contact them. With that decided, Yu Yan hurried off, thinking, "I'll find someone to gather more information later, but first I need to find a place to stay." The next day in Ling's private room he was still fast asleep. Ling Ge suddenly awakens, sensing something outside his door. Someone is knocking. Ling Ge sat up and told them to come in. The waiter entered with a basin of water, smiling. "Sir, here's some hot water for you to wash up with." Ling gestures for him to put it in the corner. The waiter replies, "Okay, I'll put it on the table then." Just then, Juju Yao Yen happened to pass by Ling Ge's room, also looking for a suitable inn to stay at, when she suddenly caught sight of Ling Ge's room and froze in her tracks. She was utterly shocked, surely because of Ling Ge's sudden appearance here. Ling Ge was busy chatting with the waiter and didn't notice, but he finally caught sight of the stranger outside the door. Ling Ka looked over, and Yao Yen immediately ran, not wanting him to know she was there. So she thought leaving the inn, her heart still in turmoil. Why is Ling Ge here? Even though he said he'd visit the western regions, this is still too sudden. Unable to find a satisfying answer, Miao Yan sat down to calmly think, especially since he was in the room next door. She wondered, wait, could it be that everything that's happened recently is related to Ling Ge? After the waiter left his room, Ling Ge couldn't help but wonder about the mysterious woman. He scratched his head asking, "What's up with that girl? I'm not some demon king, so why did she run away when she saw me?" Ling Ge wondered, his mind wandering again. Could it be that I'm just too attractive? He. Meanwhile, in the next room, Zhu Xiaoyan was locked away in silence, but her heart was filled with unease. What was she to do? If he opens that door again, Ling Ge will definitely see me. Miao Yan is going crazy, pulling her hair out. Wait, why should I hide from him? Even though we knew each other for a while, he didn't seem like a bad person. Wait, if Ling Ge is really connected to the Ming sect, wouldn't contacting him expose my identity? Ling Ge, as usual, washed his face with hot water, then sat alone in contemplation, enjoying the peaceful moment. Yao Yao lurks outside his door, eavesdropping to discover his true intentions. She thinks good, still no sign of anything. Suddenly the door creaks open, and Yao Yan scrambles away, desperate not to be discovered. In the blink of an eye, she's vanished into the streets. She breathes a sigh of relief. Phew, glad I wasn't caught. Yao Yan knew she had to gather information about the Ming sect quickly, so she found an inn, and stepped inside where a maid greeted her, asking what she needed. Kok Yen sat down and ordered, "I need information on the Ming cult." The maid bowed and replied, "Please wait a moment, I'll go get the manager." Scanning the inn from the patrons to the staff, everything seemed normal. Before long the manager arrived, announcing, "You must be the guest. I hear you're looking for information on the Ming cult." Kok Yen nodded. "That's right, and I'm willing to pay as long as you have accurate information about them." The manager launched right into the story. The Radiant Church had 6 Saint Realm powerhouses, 2 of whom held the highest authority, the leader and the Radiant Emperor. Hearing this, Yao Yen clenched her fist as if to grab something, and a moment later, a bag of gold appeared in her hand. Yao Yao replied, "Here are 10 million source stones. Continue. If you have more information, we can have a long-term partnership." The manager's eyes lit up like stars at the sight of such a generous customer, and he replied, "You are indeed generous." The two of them then invited Gu Yao Yao into a private room to discuss things in detail. The manager continued, "There are 4 venerables, the 2 female venerables, Tiger and Black Dragon, and the 2 male venerables, Judgment and Nightwalker. Tiger Venerable is rumored to be a tiger demon with a black tail, while Black Dragon Venerable has 2 black horns on her forehead, said to be from the Dragon clan. As for the 2 male venerables, Nightwalker Venerable wields a 3-edged halberd, while Underworld Judge Venerable resembles a scholar with a brush in one hand and a book in the other. Beneath the 4 venerables are the 10 facet Dharma Kings. Listening and deducing, Zhu Miaoyan gleaned important information about the Ming sect. Realizing their ambition was far greater than she'd imagined, and seemingly pleased with the intel, she tossed another pouch of money to the innkeeper, promising a long-term partnership. Leaving the inn, the grateful manager called after Yao Yan. No problem, safe travels. But the Ming sect's influence in Moge wasn't as simple as Yao Yan thought. Even the inn was under their control. The innkeeper then released a messenger raven out the window, eager to deliver more intel to the Ming sect. Meanwhile, inside the Ming sect's main hall, all 6 leaders have gathered to discuss their next move. Sect leader Si Mi speaks, saying that things are stable within the sect, and it's time to expand into the Moge kingdom. With the announcement made, Si Mi turned to the Ming Tiger Honored One, eager for more information, asking any other discoveries. The Ming Tiger Honored One eagerly raised his hand, stating clearly, "Nothing for now. Should we take a break?" This is what the 500 brothers of the Ming sect had been waiting for. She was still choosing her words to relay the order, when unexpectedly, the signal flare of a news report arrived from afar. All 6 of them were surprised, wondering what was happening. Wang Liang swiftly snatches the crow, eager to transform it into an intelligence gatherer and uncover the unfolding events. The entire conversation between the Ming cult lackey and Gu Miaoyan that day was recorded in full without missing a single detail. The news had been received, but the whole room was silent. They were clearly ready to relax after months of fatigue, but now that they had a task to do, everyone was resentful. Simi finally spoke up, a bit perplexed, asking, "Who exactly is going to meet Master Ling this time?" After going around in circles, none of the 6 could agree. "Will you go? You're the one who should go. It makes the most sense." Simi was exasperated by these useless members of the Min Jiao. Couldn't they agree on anything? "So who will meet the sect leader this time? Time is precious and I want to study more documents." Looking at his dejected brothers, Simi finally understood the true meaning of brotherhood. The 5 of them turned back in unison, looking at him with fake admiration. Venerable Minho stands and says, "It's settled then. Simi, you're going." Simi cries out in frustration, "Don't you dare." The Black Dragon Master then stepped forward, whispering, "Sorry to trouble you, Great Master, I'll take my leave." Minfan laughs, "Great leader, forgive my intrusion, I must go cultivate." Simi pleads with Da Han Tun, but he's scared stiff. With a whoosh he scurried away, saying, "Chief, it's time for me to eat." Only Wang Liang remained calmly by her side. "Now it's just us," he said. Sime rushed over, flustered. "I knew you wouldn't abandon me." She reached out to hug her most trusted brother, but alas, life is not a dream, and Vong Luong had already planned his escape. Simi hugged the empty air, heartbroken, while Vong Luong mumbled words of encouragement to the Min leader. "Hang in there. At this point you have to fall and pick yourself up." Sime laughed through her tears, left with no choice but to deliver the news to Master Ling alone. The next morning, Simi was in Lingje's private chamber, reporting the information gathered from the intelligence agency. Seeing that Simi seemed uncomfortable, Lingje asked with a smile, "Have you been wronged?" Simi replied awkwardly, "Nothing happened." Lingge mused amused that since gaining sentience, they had begun to live like humans. The leader of the underworld sect has 4 venerables all alike, quite interesting. Linga stepped forward and asked caringly, "Tell me, what grievances have you suffered? Did those 5 team up and bully you?" Simi replied emotionally, "Because the intelligence organization sent news, they all took me away. But to be able to serve the master is the greatest honor of my life. I would leap into a sea of fire without hesitation." Lingo was proud but also advised her, "You don't have to flatter me like that." "Alright, what news did the intelligence organization send? Tell me," Ling asks. Simi launches into the story. "Our intelligence organization has been probed and we suspect it's someone from the 5 great holy sects." Simi presented Ling Zhu with images of the inn and the mysterious girl who came to buy intelligence. After a moment, Ling Ji realized that this girl seemed to be the one in the next room. Judging by her demeanor, she's calm with others but flustered when she looks at me. Could she be someone I know? Otherwise, why would she look so surprised to see me? I've got it. Ling Ka speaks, realizing her strength is likely considerable. If she dares to snoop around the Ming sect, her backers must be powerful. Lingge orders Si Mei to leave, saying she'll handle it herself. Receiving the order, Si Mi was about to leave, but Lingge suddenly thought of something and called her back. "That's right, me," he said gleefully. "Next time have them come here. You don't need to come anymore. If they object, just say it's my order." Si Mi gratefully complied, her eyes shining like stars, happy that she wouldn't have to come again, as Ling Ge quietly pondered the mysterious woman. "Someone I know. It couldn't be Senior Yunzi or Mi Luo following me here." Thinking about these 3 women, Ling Ge deemed it impossible. There's no way they'd be together. That body. Ling thought, could it be Rong Yaoren? Adding to that, the saintess went out to avoid revealing her identity and tarnishing her reputation. Considering these factors, it all makes sense. Is she investigating the Ming cult? Unbeknownst to her, I was right next door. Impossible to ignore. Ling yawned, stretched, and dove into bed for a long, satisfying sleep. Within the Rakshasa sect, a stranger arrives for a crucial matter, led by a subordinate to the sect leader's council chamber. He enters, surveying the room with neither suspicion nor fear. seated high above the leader of the Rakshasa sect, speaks. You are indeed extraordinary. The man approaches him facing the Rakshasa sect leader, their meeting in the western regions having only one urgent purpose. The leader studies him, then asks, I hear you wish to join the sect. The mysterious powerhouse replied coldly, just looking for a safe haven. The leader responded, a request. Without delay the man replied, help me find someone. The leader, surprised, asked, why should I? The mysterious powerhouse suddenly unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, before the cult leader declaring, this is a transaction. The cult leader stared in shock, realizing this man's power surpassed his own. He spoke with an eerie tone, if you think you can catch me with those two little rats hiding in the shadows. The assassins were shocked to hear this, and the cult leader quickly gave us orders. The leader was now troubled by this unprecedented deal joining the Rakshasa, but they had to help him find someone. After a moment of deliberation, he nodded and replied, I accept your deal. The mysterious powerhouse swiftly produced the necessary information, and as his footsteps faded, the cult leader Ling Ka stared at the image and commanded, find this man for me. With that, he vanished into thin air, leaving only a brief message, pleasant cooperation. I hope your work goes smoothly, leader. The proud cult leader was incredibly frustrated. Damn it, I've never been threatened like that before. Having escaped the Rakshasa sect, the mysterious powerhouse breathed a sigh of relief, recalling how his acting had to be flawless, lest he be forced into a life-or-death struggle with them. Thinking of the plan he'd concocted long ago, he'd thought he was stranded in the eastern divine continent, with no hope of returning to the central heaven realm until he discovered the demonic sect and learned about Ling Ka. He was ecstatic, thrilled at the prospect of future success. The central heaven realm, I will return. After a day of sleeping, Ling Ka sat up stretching. His door was open, allowing a clear view into Gu Miaoyan's room. Gu Miaoyan, why isn't she back yet? Ling Ka stepped out to survey the inn's corridor, and just as a mischievous idea sparked to use his spiritual power for a prank as usual, the waiter unexpectedly arrived with water and towels. He curiously watches Ling Ge, wondering what strange thing he's up to. Ling Ge, Xiao Niyu asks, why you? The innkeeper replied, I'm here to clean the room next door, since they just checked out and I didn't want to disturb anyone, so I was being quiet. Ling Ka, suddenly bored, thought, she's already run off. That was fast. The waiter who had been waiting asked, Sir, do you need anything else? Ling Ge then said, after cleaning, bring me a jar of spirit wine. You have that right. The waiter happily replied, yes, of course, I'll bring it to you after I'm done cleaning. Having received his orders, the servant obediently departs, leaving Ling Chen with time to rest. If Rong Yaoren doesn't want to see him, then night will fall upon the Moge kingdom. Meanwhile in the city, after leaving the old inn, Kujuyao Yan found another inn to spend the night just to avoid Ling Ka. She slowly climbed the stairs, preoccupied with her own plans. Unexpectedly, all eyes turned to her with lecherous intent. Immediately on guard, Cook Diaoyen scanned her surroundings. In truth, this inn was full of unsavory characters, and how could they not take notice of a beautiful young woman seeking refuge here in the middle of the night? Ignoring them, Zhu Yaoyao quickly signaled for the waiter. Staying the night, the waiter immediately and respectfully replied, of course, this way, please. After settling into her room, the restaurant prepared a lavish meal in Yao Yao's private quarters, and she ate heartily to recover her strength after a long day of travel. Yao Yan glanced into the distance, spotting a strangely shaped bottle. She wondered, is that alcohol? Having never tried it before, Dieu Yan approached the table, poured herself a glass of spirit, and took her first sip, wondering what it would taste like. As the alcohol took effect, an indescribable feeling welled up within her, just as the rumors said. But as she savored this new sensation, Lingge appeared at the window, asking, drinking without inviting me. He produced 2 bottles of fine spirit wine he'd just gotten from the waiter, and approached her asking, why are you running away, holy maiden? Her question hit Dieu Yan like a bolt of lightning, leaving her frozen in place. Where could she possibly hide now? Flustered and panicked, she frantically shook her head, her heart in turmoil. Why was Lang Ka here? After struggling for a while, Dieu Yan finally sat still. Lang Ka spoke up, so surprised. Knowing it would be difficult, Dieu Yan still took a chance, coquettishly standing up and asking, who are you? Still playing dumb, Ling Ge calmly replied, your disguise is useless against me, Saintess. You must know that already. Helpless Miao Yan clutches her head and whispers, how amusing. Well, there's no point in hiding it anymore. And just like that, Miao Yan casually transformed back to her original form. Ling Ge was mesmerized as Dieu Yan slowly returned to her original stunningly beautiful form, with a perfect, alluring figure. Ling Ka marvels, this is the transformation of a magical girl. Yu Yan shyly sits next to Ling Ka, and after a moment of silence, she says, from the beginning I recognized you, but you didn't pay attention to me then, so I thought you didn't recognize me. With a touch of sadness, Lang Ga replied, so in the end, you ran to a tavern to avoid me, even though you initially welcomed me to the western regions. In her mind, Miao Yan thought, what is this? It's nothing like I imagined. The Lang Ga I know couldn't be this adorable. Dieu Yan replies, ahem, I really didn't expect to see you here, but if you're here, why didn't you come to the Gumo sect to find me? Linga sighed. Being with a Western region saintess like you will make countless people jealous. Old man, after taking advantage of me, you're questioning Yao Yan instead of me. But you as a saintess, why are you disguised here? Dazed Diu Yen paused before answering. I was just taking Kuikua for a walk. Linga figured she probably wanted to gather information about the Ming cult. Well, that's the end of the interrogation. Lingjia took out a wine jar and asked, will you drink? Yao Yan stepped forward to receive a jar. Is this wine actually better than what I tasted earlier? She slowly removes her veil and takes a swig of wine. Linga asks curiously, why do you always wear a veil? Surprised by the blunt question, Miao Yan paused, then replied, it has to do with some unhappy events from my childhood. Linga understands and replies, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. Ling Ka changed the subject to lighten the mood, suggesting they drink, saying that drowning one's sorrows in alcohol can relieve stress. Suddenly, Diu Yen grabbed Ling Ka's bottle, surprising him. It seems this maiden upon seeing the wine began to guzzle it down, draining every last drop. Ling Ka brought over a pile of wine, but Yan Ni drank it all. Ling Ka was dumbfounded watching the beauty chug it down. As Yan Ni became tipsy, she finally mustered the courage to reveal her deepest secrets. She began, when I was little. Lang Ka was surprised, but he listened in silence, as Yan Ni spoke. After my parents passed away, I had no relatives left. With a bitter tone, Kok Diu Yen recalled, because of this appearance I've been ogled by quite a few people. Linga compassionately stroked Yan Ni's head, comforting her, saying that, if it was such a painful memory, then there was no need to think about it anymore. Yan Ni choked back tears, sobbing uncontrollably. But aren't you living a good life now? Your parents in heaven can rest easy now. Lingge gently embraces the beauty, whispering softly, alright, that beautiful face is a mess now. Yan Ni looked at Lingge affectionately, then blushed and said, I'm so sorry I couldn't hold it in. Linga smiled and replied, if I hadn't come to find you for a drink, so much wouldn't have happened. It's my fault for making you think of sad things. Yan Shi responded, no, I'm happy you came to drink with me. Yan Ni thought to herself bashfully that head pats were surprisingly comforting, as Ling Ka wondered what was on her mind. Oh right, aren't the Holy Son and Holy Maiden supposed to be a couple in the Holy Order? Was I out of line just now? Yan He quickly waved her hands, correcting him. Although it's a long-standing tradition of the 5 sects for the Holy Son and Daughter to be a couple, they don't necessarily have to be together, so you don't need to worry about it. Thinking curiously, Ryuka wondered what others would say if they saw Deng Dunhan, so different from the rumored Holy Maiden of the Western regions. Changing the subject, Ryuka asked, right, you still want to know why I came to the pod? Western regions, don't you? Yao Yan had always thought there was only one reason. And she replied, for the holy sacrifice of the 5 Western regions sects. She added, if you're interested in the 5 sects' holy sacrifice, perhaps you've already noticed something. That's right, Ling replied. After all, your 5 great holy sects have many points of suspicion. He added, your holy sons and daughters lead the sects through the ages. You've met the previous leader. Gu Miao Yan revealed, I knew the previous holy daughter of the Gumo sect. Although I knew the previous holy maiden we had to meet in secret, she said, the elders forbade us from seeing each other. Ling asks, why? Yan Ni explains. After joining the sect, I showed my talent for cultivation, so the sect saw me as the next generation's holy maiden, and cultivated me, which is why they didn't want me to interact with her. Yan He recounted, she would visit me very late at night. She was so gentle, and she would often bring me gifts that I adored. At this point, Yan Shi's voice grew heavy, but after she participated in the 5 sects' holy sacrifice, I never saw her again. Ling pondered, holy sacrifice. Could it be that the holy sons and daughters are sacrificed to the gods? He shook his head, questioning himself. No, the holy sons and daughters are a major strategy for each sect, so the so-called gods can't really exist, right? Linga peers at the prisoner, ordering, clear up my doubts. The prisoner grovels, ask what you will, master, I'll answer anything. Lingge instructed, in your ancient era, who were the powerful beings, the famous ones preferably with God, in their title? The ancient demon god replied, of course our demon race has 3 demon gods. Hearing this, Ling slapped him on the head. Idiot, I need the human race, what's the point of listening to you demons? The ancient god and demon whimpered, why didn't you just say so from the start? He chuckles, if it's the most famous human, it's probably the god of war. The temple of the god of war already existed in the ancient era. Linga asked, what else? The creature listed more. Sword god, blade god, top god. Linge groaned, what kind of nonsense is this? He cut to the chase, have you ever heard of, say, the lotus serpent god, or the heavenly sun god? The ancient demon god asked in surprise, how do you know about these things? Ling Ka replied, I've heard of them. To call the god demon, Xiaoju, one of those is a stretch. Are you kidding me? Ling Ke asked curiously. So these gods are pretty famous. The ancient god of demons nodded. Of course there was an even older era, before the ancient era, it's just that the human race hadn't really risen yet. Ling Ge asks, could it be said that these gods are not of the human race? The creature replied, though I've heard of them, I don't know much. It gave an example. Like the god you mentioned, the heavenly sun god is said to be the embodiment of the sun, willing to burn everything for the sake of life's fire. Then there's the Lotus God, who is said to chant sutras and save all living beings from suffering. Ling Ge was skeptical. Why does everything sound fake coming from you? The ancient god and demon waved her hand. I'm not from that era, so I don't know if it's true or false, but it doesn't feel real to me. It reeks of legend. Ling Ge looked afar, finally struck with an idea. It seems the faith of this great southern holy church has a clear origin. Lost in thought, he pondered the situation. Then, after some deliberation, Ling Ke turned to Yan Er and asked, "So you want me to get involved?" Zhu Yao Yan replied, "If possible, I hope you'll get involved." Without hesitation, she continued, "It may be presumptuous to say, but I can't uncover the truth with my power alone." Ling Ka ruffled her hair and said, "Whether you say so or not, I'm interested in this. I was planning to use you to investigate what's behind the five-sex high priest." Yen Ni blushed and asked, "So what are you planning to do?" Ling Ge replied, "If you don't mind, I could tail them." The girl smiled. "What does it matter if I mind or not?" As Yan Ni got up to leave, she said, "Then I'll head back and wait. I'll observe the situation in the cult for the next few days, and if I have any news, I'll let you know." Ling Ka raised his glass, dismissing her question. "Why the rush? We haven't finished our drinks." Chrysanthemum Wine Maiden casually asks. "Perhaps you don't think like those villains, do you?" She alluded to the scoundrels outside the inn, but Ling Ka's blunt reply stunned her. "Maybe I am," he replies. Yan approaches him warily, furrowing her brow. "Is that so?" she asks. Ling Ka stops joking around and pours out his spiritual power to investigate, safety being the top priority, so he gives her something to protect herself, a strange, treasured sword. Ye Yan picked it up curiously, asking, "This is—" Ling Ge explained, "As a sacred artifact, you can control it, so there's no need to ask anything else. Drip a drop of blood on it, and no one will be able to take it." Yen, in he, was surprised but hesitant. "Aren't you going to keep it for yourself?" Ling Ge replied, "I rarely use weapons, so it's useless with me. Consider it a gift." Yen He listened, and dripped blood on the ancient sword to seal the contract. From her room, a brilliant light erupted, astonishing the entire city. After the binding was complete, the mystic sword gifted Yanxi a pure white outfit, further accentuating her tanned skin. Ling Ge nods in approval. Not bad at all. Yan Yi feels a surge of energy within her, and asks, "What exactly is this?" Ling Ge replies, "Call this sword Moon Chaser." Yen Ni felt it was too much, offering the sword back. "This sword is too precious." Ling Ge waved it off. "Once given and with a contract binding it to you, it can't be returned. I told you this sword is useless in my hands." Ling Ge quickly pulled out a mini mirror and held it up to Yan Shi. "Look, it suits you perfectly. This is the benefit Zhu Yue brings you. Not only will it enhance your strength, but it will also make you more beautiful. Why aren't you happy?" Yan He stared at her face in the mirror, still stubbornly questioning. "But why don't you use it yourself?" "Honestly, I think you'd be quite handsome if you changed a bit," Ling Ge thought. "Girl, your thoughts are getting a little dangerous. How could a straight guy like me wear women's clothes, even if I did once before?" Yen Yi continued, "I really think—" But Ling Ge, not wanting to hear it, waved his hand dismissively. "I don't need you to think, I need me to think, and that's all there is to it." Yen Yi hesitated, pouting, but didn't dare say anything more. Ling Ke instructed her that within the Moon Chaser was a sleeping sword spirit, and since it had chosen her, she was responsible for awakening it. What did sword spirit Ning actually say? "Only a woman can become the master of the Moon Chaser sword." "I've said too much." Ling Ge encourages Yan Ni, "Now that you have Moon Chaser, can you ensure your own safety? I don't want a friend who once drank with me to just disappear without a trace." "Of course, don't worry. I'll send you news when I have it." She waved goodbye. "Then I'll be going," Ling Ge inquired. "But it's late at night. Won't the cult members be suspicious if you return to the ancient desert sect now? As a holy maiden, you might not feel it, but it's still not fitting, is it?" Yen Ni hesitated for a moment. "Then I'll tidy myself up a bit on the way." She offered a plausible excuse, saying no one would see her, and there were inns along the way. Langa feigned concern for her safety as a woman, saying it was dangerous to travel alone, especially with such a beautiful face. Yen Ni reassured him that she could wear a mask, and he knew her strength, but Kulang Ka wouldn't have it, slamming the table as he stood. No traveling at night is just not safe. At this point, Kukdio Yen's temper flared, telling him he was overacting. But on second thought, Yan Shi felt comforted, realizing he didn't want her to leave after all. Yan Shi replied, dumbfounded, "It feels like you're asking me to stay just to drink with you." Back in the small room, Ling Ge had finally woken up. He stretched languidly after his long sleep. Suddenly someone knocks, wanting to see him. Ling Ka straightens his clothes and says, "Come in." It was none other than Gu Miaoyan, who peeked in looking bashful as she saw Ling Ge and softly asked, "Are you awake?" Gu Yaoyan slowly entered the room, and Ling Ge, seeing that she was awake, responded, "Looks like you're up earlier than me." With some difficulty, Yaoyan turned away, unsure of what to say. Her gaze drifted to a small tree in the corner, sensing something hidden there, as Ling Ge asked, "Are you ready to leave?" With a blush, Gu Yaoyan replied, "Yes, so I came to say goodbye." Ling Ge was happy for her and bid her farewell. "Be careful," she softly replied. "Okay." With her farewells to Ling Ge complete, Gu Miaoyan departed, leaving Ling Ge alone in the room, and from behind a tree, Mu Ying, who had been hiding, finally revealed herself. As Mu Ying approached, she climbed onto Ling Gei's shoulder and said, "Master, she's strong. She knew I was there." Ling Gei chuckled, "I know." Mo Ying replies, "Yes, I'll get stronger too." Ling Ge turns to the window, pondering that now that Gu Yao Yan has gone to the Gumo sect, he should send someone to another sect to investigate. Ling Ge pondered further, realizing that sending the 6 from the Ming sect might expose their identities too easily, which wouldn't be good. Unconcerned, Mu Ying walked away. Ling Ge raised his hand, revealing a glowing ring, and said, "I've decided it's you two." The ring glowed brighter, gradually transforming into something, and then a burst of light appeared before Ling Ge. Out of nowhere, the demons Little Lo Tsu and Ghost Spirit appear tearing at each other's clothes in a fierce battle. Little Lo Tsu, in pain from being bitten, cries out, "Damn it, let me go." Refusing to let go, Ghost Spirit retorted, "Who told you to provoke me first?" Little Lo angrily replied, "You stinking ghost. I was one of the 3 demon gods of the ancient demon race. You weren't even born yet." Hearing this, Ghost Spirit continued to bite him, replying, "You still remember back then. Aren't you locked up by someone else now, just like me?" Suddenly they both realized something was wrong. Before them, Ling Ke sat watching and asked, "Having fun?" The two immediately became serious, stopped arguing, and knelt down, thinking, "How scary." Xiao Luozi looked at Gui Ling and asked, "Ling Ge, what is it? Didn't you ask me yesterday? But why did you drag her into this?" Ling Ge explains, "There's a mission that requires the 2 of you." Ghost Spirit steps forward, pointing at Xiao Luozi. "I refuse to carry out a mission with this filthy guy." Xiao Luozi, enraged, grabs Ghost Spirit's face and retorts, "You little brat, like I want to do a mission with you." Neither would back down, and they broke into a chaotic fight. Gui Ling shouted, "Don't touch my head." Xiao Luozu retorted, "You little brat." Seeing that they were ignoring him, Ling Ge tapped the chair to get their attention. Seeing that Ling Ge was intentionally reminding them, they immediately sat down obediently to listen. Ling Ge found their antics amusing, and said with a smile, "I think you two are a great match." Xiao Luozu and Gui Ling immediately refused, saying, "No way." Ling Ka continued, "One's a demon, one's a ghost. Together aren't you devils?" "Ghost?" Spirit retorted, annoyed. "Why does demon come first?" Xiao Lazi retorts, "Devil and ghost just sounds better. Do you have a problem with me being first?" Seeing them bicker, Ling Ge says, "Alright, you can discuss who's in front, behind, above, or below later." Ling Ka gets down to business. "Listen closely. I want you to infiltrate the Rakshasa sect. The strongest in the Rakshasa sect are only at the Saint Realm, so I want you to observe their every move and report back." Xiao Luozu and Gui Ling, finding the task boringly easy, expressed their disinterest, saying, "Is that all?" Seeing their reluctance, Ling Ge asked, "Yes, what's wrong?" Xiao Luozu and Gui Ling replied fearfully, "Nothing." Xiao Lazi thought to himself, "I was prepared to go to a super sect or kill a super beast, but instead I'm just ambushing this useless sect." Gui Ling is also a little bored. Ling Ge then turned around and said, "Alright, I've given you a piece of intelligence." With an expectant gaze, Ling Ge urged them, "You've got your orders. Make it quick." Meanwhile, back at Rakshasa cult headquarters, as evening approached, Xiao Luozi and Gui had already infiltrated the grounds, hiding in the shadows. Ghost Spirit muttered quietly in a corner, "I don't know what Brother Ling wants us to do here in such a desolate place." Xiao Lizi, seeing her lack of enthusiasm, replied, "What's wrong? Do you want to be slapped by Brother Lang? If not, then be a good girl and gather intel." The 2 of them then began to move out and carry out their mission, but as they sped along, Xiao Luoji noticed something was wrong. Xiao Luotuo turned to Gui Ling and asked, "Wait, is something wrong with the numbers?" Gui Ling replied curiously, "What's wrong?" Xiao Luozu explained, "Intel said there were 6 Saint Path Realm cultivators. Ling Ge killed one before, but I sensed 6 in the Rakshasa sect just now." Gui Ling replied, "What's wrong with 1 extra?" Xiao Luozu replied, "It's not about the number, it's that he's muttering something." Gui Ling responded, "What is it?" Peeking ahead, Xiao Luozi muttered, "Brother Ling, I will find you." Ghost Spirit blushed and said Brother Ling's secrets. Xiao Luozi helplessly replied, "Kids shouldn't talk nonsense." Meanwhile, inside a mysterious room, a black-robed figure from the Demon Palace sat in silent meditation. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Luoji and Gui Ling peered through a removed roof tile, observing his training. Seeing him, Ghost Spirit asks, "Is this the person you were talking about?" Little Razi replies, "Yes, let's observe a little longer." The man in black suddenly says, "The road back to the Central Heaven Realm is indeed difficult." Xiao Lazi suddenly thinks in confusion, "Damn it, are you also a being left over from the ancient era? Furthermore, could this demonic energy belong to someone from the Heavenly Demon Palace?" Little Lozi says, "Send a message to Linga." Linga receives the message, "Linga, I will find you." Linga gazes at the man in black, lost in thought. Could it be that he started in the Eastern Divine Continent and followed him all the way to the Southern Divine Continent? Is this guy a dog? Suddenly a figure flew in from outside. It was Wang Liang entering to report. The master of the Lang answered, "What is it?" Wang Liang bowed his head and reported, "Master, we've recently discovered that people from the Rakshasa sect have gradually entered the Moga kingdom." Ling Ka replied, "Do I really need to go to the cult to resolve this? Take care of it." Then Wang Liang pulled something from his sleeve and said, "If that were all, I wouldn't dare disturb you, master. But this time, the Rakshasa sect is looking for someone." Wang Liang unrolls a portrait and continues, "And that person appears to be you." Ling Ka clutches his head in dismay, thinking, "Fate, isn't that me? It seems this man in black joined the Rakshasa cult to gather information about me, a fact," Wang Liang states, with resolute seriousness. "Leader Ling, what should we do? Please advise." Ling Ge waves his hand, saying that if it's someone from the Rakshasa, then blow him away. Mak Guk is now Ming cult territory. Wang Liang steps through the portal, replying, "Understood." Ling growls, saying the Rakshasa church is being dishonest and needs to be taught a lesson. Meanwhile, at a magnificent floating castle in the sky, the gods gather for a conference as the god of thunder suddenly appears, radiating power. First, the god of love and strength, sword in hand, asks, "Why is the thunder god so angry?" The god of light, also wielding a sharp long sword, spreads radiant wings, shining brightly in the sky. The other gods are taken by surprise by the arrival of a certain deity. It's the god of death with a skull head, glowing red eyes, and a deadly scythe in hand. The god of love said, "Two are missing." Suddenly the sound of a horse galloping from behind drew everyone's attention to the valiant, holy night god. This god's steed is a mighty white warhorse, and the true god has appeared before everyone. The god of love softly says, "I thought some wouldn't come, but it seems everyone's here this time. It seems the quality of this offering isn't low." Annoyed by her constant chatter, the holy night god retorted, "Why are you so talkative?" The god of love was frustrated but helpless. The god of love raised her sword, threatening the heavenly night. "God, why do you always have to butt in and antagonize me?" Seeing their animosity, the god of truth took the god of love's sword, cheerfully stopping them. "If you destroy this place, it will take time and resources to repair." The true god opened the castle doors and continued, "Besides, we're here to discuss sacrifices, not to fight. Let's go inside and discuss this, like civilized gods." Inside, the gods began to converse, and with a snap of his fingers, the true god cheerfully said, "I needn't elaborate on the purpose of this gathering, do I?" The god of light replied, "Unless it's about the sacrifice, we'll each take our share as usual." "God," Jinjia responded, "this isn't just about the sacrifice, or I wouldn't have gathered you all here. The offering is coming, take your share, but what do you know of the continent in the other direction?" Then Zhenjia touched the table, causing it to glow brightly, amazing everyone. A forest scene with a river appears. On the mountainside there's a small thatched house, and below a man carries straw up the steps. Everyone was stunned and curious at the sight. The true god then slammed his hand on the table to get everyone's attention. The god of light, surprised and delighted, says, "This is the eastern realm you spoke of." God Jinjia laughs heartily, encouragingly replying, "That's right, but the eastern realm is truly not smaller than our own. On the contrary, it will expand even further, but the sacrifices are still not enough to satisfy us." With a serious expression, God Jinjia clasped his hands and continued, "Initially, I encountered a strong enemy, so this time I planned to quell them, but many low and mid-level gods did not participate, disrupting my initial plan." Then, with a sinister smile, the god of truth declared, "With the power of the gods, we don't need those low and mid-level deities. How about the 6 of us split the spoils evenly?" The other gods, seeing the potential windfall, exclaimed, "This represents a chance to become a god king." Seeing a plan that benefited him, the god of light readily agreed, "I'm in." And the god of love chimed in flirtatiously, "How could I miss out on something so fun?" The god of heavenly cavalry happily agreed, "I concur." The god of truth then announced that the day of the ritual would be the day they conquered the eastern domain, and that everyone should prepare themselves well. Time passes quickly, and the day of the 5 sects' holy sacrifice draws ever closer. In a small town, Gu Miaoyan sits alone in her room, lost in thought. Unable to gather any information, she's suddenly visited by a raven bearing a message which lands on her hand. The raven delivered Ling's message. If she didn't act before the holy ceremony, it would be too late. Suddenly Yao Yan wondered if she should ask Yu Mo, even though he'd already given her a rough idea of the holy sacrifice. As Gu Yao Yao stepped out, she considered coaxing some information from the demon, when suddenly a man appeared saying, "Yao Yao, so that was the holy son of the western regions." Curious about his sudden appearance, she asks, "What brings you here, holy son?" The holy son of the western regions cheerfully asks, "The 5-sect holy emperor is arriving soon. Are you prepared? How about we cultivate together in bed?" Seeing his crude behavior, Gu Miaoyan waved him off, saying, "No need, I just finished cultivating in bed. If you have nothing else, please move aside." The holy son quickly apologized. "If that's the case, I'll take my leave." Yao Yen sighed, lamenting that some people just don't understand the concept of not forcing things. Elsewhere, the infuriated saint shattered the floor, raging at his blatant rejection. "How many times must I ask? Why won't she accept me? What's wrong with me?" He then licked his lips with a sinister smile. "Ah, Di Yao, she really is one of a kind." He suddenly gritted his teeth and frowned. "The 5-element sect holy sacrifice is coming soon. I will definitely have her." Suddenly a voice echoed from behind, startling the holy son. "Do you want Gu Miaoyan?" He conjured a protective sphere around himself and responded, "Who are you?" The voice echoed again. "Do you want Gu Miaoyan?" The holy child replied, "Of course." The voice responded, "Very good." Then a golden power descended from the sky, merging with the holy sun's body. He felt its surge and heard, "If you desire Gu Miaoyan, prove yourself at the holy sacrifice." Gok Yoen came to see the elder Yu, who was so surprised to see her that she exclaimed, "What brings the holy maiden here today?" Smiling at her hospitality, Gu Miaoyan replied, "Am I not allowed to visit you, Granny? Aren't you happy to see me?" Yu Ma was overjoyed quickly, taking her hand. How could I not be happy? Only then did Gu Miaoyan reveal her true purpose. "Mother, the real reason I'm here is to ask about the holy sacrifice. The books you gave me before weren't specific enough, so I'd like to learn more." Hearing this, Granny Yu felt a premonition of disaster, thinking, indeed, something's not right. The old woman then explained, "Saintess, the holy sacrifice is actually a worship of the ancestors, after which the 5 sects will compete, and the winner can gain the blessing of the gods, cultivation techniques, and body tempering." Stunned and skeptical, Zhu Yuyan asked, "Is that really how it was?" She stared into the old woman's eyes, questioning, "Mother, are you hiding anything else from me?" Knowing she could hide no longer, the governess relented. "When did you find out?" The girl replied somberly. "Ever since the previous holy maiden left, I've been suspicious." Yang Ma sighed, her eyes brimming with tears, and the old woman burst into tears, confessing, "I'm at fault. Her name was Ni Chang, and like you, she was a very hard-working girl. I always treated her like my own daughter, and nurtured her." With a heavy sigh, she lamented, "I was helpless, forced to watch her grow up. She wasn't my own daughter yet. I let her someone dearer than a daughter walk to her death." Yu Ma clutches Yu Yan's hands tightly, her expression filled with emotion. Seeing this, Yu Yan gently presses her forehead against hers, comforting her mama, "It's all in the past." In the heavy atmosphere, Mother Yu suddenly stopped frowning as she exclaimed, "Girl, you can't stay here." Yu Mo didn't explain but grabbed Yao Yan's hand, pulling her out of the room, saying, "I don't want to repeat the past. I've made too many mistakes and I don't want to make any more." Hearing this, Miao Yan's eyes lit up, thinking, "No, my goal is to uncover the truth behind the 5 sects' holy sacrifice, not to run away." Miao Yan quickly grabbed her. "No, mother, I came to ask you about the holy rite." She struggled, pulling Yu Mo's hand. Hearing this, Yu Mo stopped and turned, sighing with sorrow as she said, "Child, the events surrounding the holy sacrifice are simply unstoppable. You must leave this place and go as far away as possible." Doubt filled her eyes. "If I leave, what will happen to you?" Her question stunned. Yu Mo, who looked at Miao Yan, took her hands and said softly, "Adult matters are not for children to worry about. You just need to leave here now." These words stunned Yao Yan, and she shook off the hand, declaring, "I'm not a child anymore." Yu Mo frowned and retorted, "You're still young. In my eyes, you're just a kid." Her eyes clouded with worry as she wondered, why is this girl so stubborn? Who corrupted her? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ling Ge suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and wondered how Gu Yuyan was doing. If she didn't send word soon, he'd have to visit the ancient demon sect himself. Back with Yu Mo and Yu Yan, the elder gently placed her hand on the girl's shoulder, asking, "Are you saying there's a master helping you from behind the scenes?" Then she smiled and replied, "Yes, mother, rest assured. Besides, my strength has long reached the saint realm. I've simply been concealing it for years." Hearing this, Yu Mo was astonished, her eyes wide before she smiled, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally the girl has grown up, even hiding such small things from me." Yao Yan quickly waved her hands, stammering, "Grandma." Grandma Yu smiled and nodded, continuing, "I know, revealing it too early might cause unnecessary trouble." Yu Yan looked at her affectionately, "Mother, then I'll leave the sect to you." Tears welled up in Yu Mo's eyes. She instructed with me, "Here I'll hide you from the sect, but you must keep yourself safe." Then she reached into her pocket, took out a jade pendant, and advised, "This jade pendant was left behind by Ni Chang. Having been tempered by demons, it's now a protective charm. Mama has nothing to give you. If you were betrothed to Ni Chang from the start, then this jade pendant would be yours without question." Yu Yan gazed at the jade pendant in her hand, her eyes distant, her expression pensive. Then she placed the pendant against her chest, resolving to send a message to Ling Ge. Meanwhile, inside the fortress of the Rakshasa sect, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The furious leader crushed the secret message in his hand and roared, "What? Our people in the Moge kingdom have disappeared without a trace." The subordinates below stood pale-faced, drenched in sweat. The cult leader sat on his throne, resting his chin on his hand as he commanded, "Bring him to me." A subordinate with two-toned hair clasped his hands and bowed. Yes, footsteps echoed closer, and a knight in a black cloak, face concealed, entered with a proud stride. He had barely arrived when he spoke. "So, are you saying you don't want to search anymore?" The Rakshasa sect leader replied, "We've lost many disciples in the Moge kingdom, searching for one person. If this continues, our sect will be greatly weakened." The black-clad figure coldly retorted, "We have a business relationship. I only want what I desire. Your internal problems are of no concern to me." Hearing this, the leader of the Rakshasa cult flew into a rage, leaping to his feet and scowling. "What are you trying to say?" But he paused, realizing that making an enemy of this man would give the Rakshasa cult another Saint Realm adversary. And with the 5 Paths holy rite approaching, he couldn't afford to act. After careful consideration, he lowered his voice. "In that case, I won't haggle with you over this. If it's a deal, we'll honor our word." While those two schemed, someone eavesdropped outside. It was Ghost Spirit. she giggled. That's hilarious. Did you see the expression on the Rakshasa sect leader's face? Unable to contain his laughter, Jia Lama Ma Shen solemnly asked Guiling what Ling Ge should do next. Hearing this, Guiling's face fell as the streets bustled with people. Our protagonist sat by the window on the second floor, gazing out at the world. Mu Ying rushes up to report, Master, the 5 sects. Holy ritual you mentioned is today. It's so noisy outside. My ears are about to burst. Why aren't you worried at all? Black Moon just lounged on the table, eyes darting at Mo Ying, and said Ling is waiting for them to arrive at the location and plans to make a move. Mo Ying was utterly surprised, eyes wide as she asked, is that so? Ling Ge confirmed, that's right. If we go now, wouldn't we be wasting our time tailing them? It's so hot. I don't want to get sunburned. Meanwhile, the ancient desert sect soldiers are assembled, horses and carriages ready. The leader coldly asks his subordinates, is everyone prepared? The men below responded in unison, we're ready. He waved his hand, signaling them to depart. And so, the massive procession began its journey across the arid desert sands, led by the cult leader, along with Miao Yan, and the holy son of the western regions. As they traveled, Yao Yan suddenly turned back, a wary look in her eyes. She wondered to herself, why do I feel like someone's watching me? Indeed, a woman's intuition is never wrong. A small whirlwind appears in the sand, black feathers swirling within it. Nightwalker grabs the raven messenger, his face stern as he urges, go, go. The black crow quickly soared into the sky, crossed 7800 miles, and finally reached Ling Ge, landing on the protagonist's shoulder and flapping its wings. Seeing this, Ling Ge said, it seems we can set off now. He quickly puts on his cat ear mask, and without a word, Ling Ge flies out the window he'd been gazing out of. Mu Rong stood by the window, praying for her master's safe return, as Nightwalker released his spiritual power, tearing up the earth and creating a massive sandstorm. The winds begin to swirl, as the cult master gazes up at the sandstorm above. He thought to himself that the Saint Dao realm elders should be fine, but the Spirit Xuan realm disciples were another matter. If their spiritual energy shields broke, their bodies would be torn to shreds. He hurriedly shouted, everyone gather in the center. A blue barrier surrounded them, protecting them from the cyclone's impact. As the frantic cult leader urged, we must find an exit quickly. There are demonic beasts hiding in this sandstorm. Luring a pack here would be a huge problem. With that, he channeled his power and attacked the sandstorm head-on, unleashing a blinding emerald light. The cult leader turned back loudly, ordering his subordinates, use your spiritual power. We must break through the sandstorm and open a path directly. Upon hearing this, Miao Yan looked uneasy, touching her chin as she pondered, sensing that things were not so simple. Meanwhile, the Nightwalker perched on a rock, watched the unfolding drama, then sat cross-legged, muttering, don't blame me. These are the Lord's orders. Ling Ge's voice echoed in Ye Xing's mind, have they all returned? Hearing this, Nightwalker Sage withdrew his magic and disappeared into the quicksand. Just then, a black crow landed on Yao Yan's shoulder, startling her. A familiar voice echoes in her mind, reminding her, oh, I forgot to mention I caused the sandstorm, just a little trick to buy some time. The other blades will likely run into it as well. With that, the bird vanished without a trace, and as Diao Yan listened, understanding dawned, her eyes hardening as she spoke, so it was all his doing. At that moment, the 4 venerables Black Dragon, Nightwalker and Underworld Judge appeared, bowing respectfully, and declaring, Master of the Mausoleum. Ling Ge, with his arms crossed behind his back, paced forward and inquired, how did the mission go? The 4 Divine Guardians quickly and excitedly responded, we have completed our tasks perfectly. Ming Pan reverently presents his first work. I painted a picture. Ling Lord, would you like to see the Nightwalker standing nearby, said glumly. I'm done. Black Dragon also chimed in, the clan leader's orders are absolute. Hearing this, Ling Ge was pleased and applauded them, saying, well done. And so the 5 of them flew into the sky to return to their base, as Tuton Min wondered aloud. But even if the master can hold them back, where is the altar hidden? All we can do here is cut and cut. They landed back on the desert ground, and a beam of purple light rose from beneath them, forming an arched barrier around the empty space. Looking into the distance, Ling activates his purple spirit energy, a smug look on his face. The best place to hide an altar is underground, of course. With that, he slams his giant hand technique into the earth. Before them stood a magnificent altar, and the 4 entered together. Ling says, let's prepare a big surprise for them inside. The sound of footsteps echoes against the stone floor, adding to the mystery of the space. They entered the altar, taking in their surroundings, as Ling Ge stroked his chin deep in thought. The pillars are adorned with depictions of sacred ancestral figures, but attention is drawn to the lotus deity's portrait, emanating a faint golden light. The judge spoke, sensing an oppressive aura. Ling Ka cast a purple light from his fingertip to get a better look at the painting, then stepped forward saying, sorry, I didn't notice the 4 of you. The 4 venerables Black Dragon, along with Judgment and Nightwalker, all frowned in confusion. Judgment Venerable, holding a brush, scribbled something down, then asked Ling, Lord Ling, what are these things? Ling Ka responds, saying they are beings even more distant than the ancient era. As they examine the other paintings, Ling Ka stood before a painting of a muscular saint, observing it for a long time, his eyes widening, mouth agape, thinking, an ancient god, drawing my divine sense. Ling Ka quickly closed his eyes to understand what was happening. When he opened them, he was in another space. He claimed he couldn't see anything. Ling Ka walked around observing the surroundings. The image of the ancient god, his body strong and imposing, appeared before him. Ling Ka smiled, thinking to himself that this was perhaps a memory of the ancient god, or its origin. The ancient god raised his hands as if practicing qigong, then suddenly spread them out decisively, causing Ling Jie to affirm inwardly that this was definitely the sky-opening realm. With that, he flew to another location to observe. Ling Jie's flight shifted the ancient god's image, leaving him with nothing but sand, and the ancient god rising from the desert. He exclaimed. The perspective shifted. The ancient god is one of the founders of the divine continent. The history of the 5 sex gods may be long, but not to the point of being the direct founders of the entire continent. He stroked his chin, gazing at the ancient god that Dan Xiu was contemplating, when suddenly, Lang Ka exclaimed, as a raging fire appeared from the sky, about to fall on his head. His eyes narrowed as he looked up, thinking that this might be the heavenly Yang god of the heavenly Yang sect. He pictured the heavenly Yang god in shining armor, riding a fiery eagle, a giant woman's hand trying to breathe life into the poetic mountain scenery. Not only her hands but her mouth was at work, as well as a woman with refined features soared through the sky. Ling instantly recognizes her, thinking it's likely the mother goddess. The appearance of the Wa god is no different from humans. Could the emergence of humanity be related to the Wa god? Next is likely the Lotus Buddha god and then the killing god. No sooner were the words spoken than the Lotus Da god appeared in the sky, radiating a brilliant golden aura as the people below gazed up in astonishment at their first glimpse of a living deity. Lotus Da god seems to bear the responsibility of educating all living beings to grant them wisdom. A young man wielding an axe toils away, and Lingge continues saying that next is the god who opposes the symbol of the snake. Goddess. The symbol of the Rakshasa, god of death, returns to the altar, and with tears welling in his eyes, Lingke looks up at the gods and asks, how is the world changing? Lingke turns, claps his hands to gather everyone and says, the people of the 5 sects are coming clean up a bit. Everyone, including Dongqing, responded, yes, Master Ling. Everyone scatters to clean up. Linga stands in a corner sighing sadly, thinking to himself that the altar needs to be buried next. Outside the desert, the 5 sects have gathered, and the Gumo sect leader points an accusing finger at the Rakshasa sect leader. Why is the Rakshasa sect so late this time? Usually you're the first to arrive. The Rakshasa sect leader frowned, retorting, you should focus on managing your own ancient ink sect. The bald sect leader then asked, did you encounter any obstacles on your way here? Suddenly, the bald-headed leader and the Rakshasa leader locked eyes, understanding each other. The Rakshasa leader said, could it be that you also? And the bald leader hastily agreed. Indeed, the sandstorm leader of the 5 Venom sect spoke, her face full of doubt. This sandstorm didn't feel like an accident. The old white-haired leader with a scraggly beard replied, I don't believe anyone in the western regions could simultaneously disrupt our 5 sects and create a sandstorm for us. The bald leader holding a white quartz stone said coldly, let's hope it's an accident. Then the remaining 5 masters each held up their rainbow-colored crystals of blue, red, purple, and gold. The 4 crystals in the ring flew into the sky, assembling themselves without any control. They combined to form a colorful throwing star, leaving the onlookers below in awe. Is this the grand altar? A gateway to the altar appears magnificent and awe-inspiring, shaking the heavens and earth, stirring up fierce winds and scattering sand everywhere. The altar emerges from the earth, the ground violently shifting, as a massive fortified structure slowly rises, revealing itself completely with towering walls. Seeing this, the Gumo sect leader shouted, move out, and his subordinates responded in unison. The leader of the Blazing Sun sect stood nearby, observing the situation as the ancient ink sect's followers lined up in long rows toward the altar. They slowly entered the altar, met by a massive and magnificent grandstand, as Zhu Yaoyuan watched intently from outside. Gu Yaoan thought to himself that the oppressive feeling was strong and that the altar was likely the place of the blood sacrifice. Below the altar, a bald man stood in contemplation. He ordered, you all wait here. Inside the altar, everyone stared at Dam Thieu on the wall, their eyes fixed forward. Etched upon the altar's walls were images of gods, as the Flame Sun sect leader, the ancient ink sect leader, and others gathered. The ancient ink sect leader gazed upon the murals and mused, it has been a long time since we've returned to this place. Hearing this, the leader of the Blazing Sun sect calmly replied, this was inevitable. At least it's better than our sect being destroyed. No sooner said than done, the Rakshasa sect leader angrily retorted, damn it, I really wish I could crush those bastards. Behind the sect leaders, Linga secretly observed their every move. Linga wondered who these people were sacrificing the holy children to. Meanwhile, the leaders retrieved a record book containing something representing the 4 directions called the space formation. Then they held the space formation in their hands, and suddenly, it emitted a surge of energy that soared into the sky. The sect leaders watched the space formation, a circle in the center, surrounded by 4 crystals of white, blue, red, and purple. Ling Ke observes astonished by the space formation. Inside the altar everyone had gathered. Ling Ke sat in the last row, thinking to himself that this far west location was where the spatial formation was created. So the teleportation point is likely West God Province. Cut to West God Province, where a group of people are intently watching a vortex in the vast space, including the divine True One. He laughed, gazing at the great vortex, saying, "The gate is opening. We can finally head that way." As soon as he finished speaking, the True God clan leader led his people through the gate and vanished. Meanwhile, Ling Ke suddenly raised his hand, sealed the space formation, and swiftly seized it, vanishing it before the sect leaders' very eyes. They were stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Ling Ke clutched the space formation in his hand, thinking, "Excellent, all the nodes are sealed. If they try to teleport, they'll be sent straight into the dimensional barrier." Seeing this, the Flame Sun sect leader panicked and asked, "Where's the space formation?" At that moment, the sect leaders could only stare blankly. The leader of the Blazing Sun sect continued, "If an accident occurs, all the better, then we won't have to sacrifice the holy sons and daughters." Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince calmly replied, "Let's go out first, lest the disciples grow impatient." Meanwhile, in the Western Divine Continent, the gateway opens, and the God of Truth shouts with glee, "The entrance is open. Let's go, gods." Hearing this, the gods of love and strength, along with the Holy Knight Angel and the God of Truth, immediately led their people toward the entrance. As they approached the gate, the God of Truth suddenly stopped and looked back. Seeing this, the white-haired old man, the God of Death and the God of Light, looked angry. The white-haired elder retorted, "Why aren't you going in? Do you want us to charge ahead?" Hearing this, the God of Truth smiled calmly, explaining, "Don't be impatient, the 3 of you. I need to close this spatial formation, otherwise it wouldn't be good if you were attacked from behind after entering." As soon as he finished speaking, the white-haired old man hurriedly added, "That's fine too. It would be troublesome if those dirty insects from hell were to sneak around and use tricks." Hearing this, the Divine Truth sect leader pointed towards the entrance and said, "Indeed, please the 3 of you go first. I'll follow." Inside the altar, the Heavenly Sun sect leader solemnly declared, "In this battle, you must exert all your strength, but no fatalities are allowed. As long as you don't kill them, injuring them is fine." At that moment, the bald man calmly announced the first match, Rakshasa sect disciple versus Yang sect disciple. Meanwhile, Shinjin-ga and his group entered the spatial formation, and he immediately sensed that something was amiss. He panicked, wondering what was going on. The white-haired elder crossed his arms and frowned, saying, "Is this the Eastern Realm you were talking about?" Not only the white-haired elder, but everyone there glared at Shinjin-ga with resentment, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Though appearing friendly, Shinjin-ga was inwardly terrified, thinking, "This is bad, I have to calm them down." He then said, "I didn't build the space node inside the Eastern Realm. The Eastern Realm isn't without its strong ones, and it would be bad if the node were destroyed." Then Shinjin-ja stepped forward and shouted, "The entrance is hidden within this boundary wall. We just need to find it." With that, Shinjin-ja fell into deep thought. It seems someone has already discovered this nexus. Though they lacked the power to destroy it, they forcibly sealed it off. Once I find the location of the entrance family. With that, Shinjin-ja immediately used his spirit energy to sense everything around him. Shinjin-ja struck forward, but something happened that left him and the other gods speechless. It turned out he couldn't use his power to open a new path. "Everyone take a look around." Helpless god Jinzen calls out. Everyone there seems to be a problem with the space node. Perhaps a powerful being has sealed the entrance, and the interference of the world barrier makes it impossible to find the entrance. Hearing this, the God of Light, the God of Love and Strength, and the white-haired old man all looked furious, thinking, "You made us search for ages, only to say, there's a problem with the space node." Sensing the rising tension, the God of Truth reassured everyone, "Let's return for now. I'll adjust the space formation and explore another entrance." With that, the God of Truth immediately returned to his original position. At this, the God of Love and the God of Strength angrily shouted, "I want to kill him." Seeing this, the God of Light quickly said, "Calm down, don't be hasty." Hearing this, the God of Love and Strength suppressed his anger, took a deep breath and lowered his head in resignation, while at the altar, the bald man announced that the battle of the direct disciples was officially over. Next up, the battle between the saint and the saintess. Linga, intently watching the matches, yawns and says, "This is boring as hell." Meanwhile, Lingay crossed his legs calmly, observing the situation, wondering, is that the person that the Gialama demon god mentioned? He definitely has demonic energy. I guess I'll have to have a little chat with this brother later. Finding nothing, the man in black wondered if it was just his imagination. Meanwhile, back in the Western Divine Continent, the Chen family gathered to discuss their next move. The god of love and power smiled slyly, saying, "Now it's just us few left. Zhenjia, what do you say we do?" Hearing this, Shinja could only offer a wry smile, speechless. Seeing this, the god of light continued with an arrogant expression, "God Shinja waiting, like this is not the way, give us a time frame." As soon as he finished speaking, the God of Truth quickly replied, researching a solution will take time, perhaps a month, I'm confident. Hearing this, the God of Light immediately opened his eyes, slammed his hand on the table and said sternly, good, remember what you've said. With the discussion concluded, the gods all turned and departed, leaving only the God of Truth behind. Seeing them gone, the God of Truth breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled with satisfaction. Back at the altar, the bald man shouted, the victor is the Rakshasa sect's holy maiden. We see the Rakshasa sect's holy maiden Njokteen, with her fiery appearance basking in her recent victory. The announcer continues, next a three-way battle, Holy Maiden Yan Yang of the Heavenly Sun sect and Holy Maiden Gu Miaoyan of the Ancient Ink sect. But it's true, after all, these holy sons and daughters are just sacrifices. Who wins or loses doesn't matter. At that moment, Gu Miaoyan stepped forward, heading confidently towards the arena. Gu Yaoyan coldly eyed her opponents, showing no fear, while Yun Meng and Yan Yang seemed eager for the challenge. With fiery passion, Yan Yang pointed at Gu Miaoyan, shouting, Gu Miaoyan, give it everything you've got. Suddenly Yun Meng's eyes widened as she stared intently at Yan Yang's chest, then touched her own. Comparing herself, Van Mong felt inadequate next to VM Duong, and in her frustration she cursed under her breath. Just then, the spiky-haired guy yelled, begin the match, and with that, Yan Yang blazed with energy, ready to attack. With a smug look, Yan Yang immediately lunged forward, conjuring a firebird that flew toward Gu Yaoyao. Seeing this, Gu Yaoyao remained fearless, instantly summoning a sword. Grasping her sword tightly, Gu Yaoyao flicked it behind her, then slashed at the firebird, creating an explosion that shook the earth as Yun Meng scrambled to get out of the way. Yun Meng silently cried, you guys fight, I'm just watching, why drag me into this? At this time Yan Yang and Gu Yaoyao continued to fight. To join the fun, Yun Meng summons thousands of butterflies to surround her. Seeing this, Yan Yang, full of vigor, glances with amusement at the Yan Yang sect leader observing from the sidelines. He stroked his beard and said, that girl Yan Yang's attacks are so fierce which suits her temperament, but if she's too hasty, she might fall into a trap. Hearing this, Yan Tian added, are you referring to that little girl? The Heavenly Sun sect is born of fire, the bane of ancient insects, so there's probably nothing to worry about. It's Gu Miaoyan who should be concerned. Meanwhile, the Five Poison sect intently watches the match. Seeing that Yun Meng still hasn't made a move, Yun Meng grows impatient, frowning as he says, I really want to shout at her. What is she doing, being so slow? Hearing this, the chief of the Five Poison sect angrily smacked Yun Meng on the head, yelling, what kind of time is this to be encouraging others and diminishing our own prestige? Stunned by the blow, Yun Meng clutched his head in pain, as the Wudu sect leader continued. The Heavenly Sun sect's holy maiden and the Gu Mo sect are locked in combat, and it will surely take a lot of effort. It would have been easier to gain an advantage if we had acted when Yun Meng did. And she's not exactly a nobody. Don't you know what our Five Poison sect excels at? Suddenly, a purple butterfly landed on Yun Meng's hand. Hearing this, Yun Meng hastily replied, she's holding back. Both sides are choosing a stalemate to conserve their spiritual energy, planning to maintain their peak condition to face the other two. As soon as he finished speaking, the leader of the Five Venom sect chimed in, it's a waste. You have a brain. Even if you don't deal with Yun Meng, you don't need to talk about her in a place like this. Hearing this, Yun Meng replied with an admiring expression. Yes, yes, sect leader, the battle on the arena is extremely fierce. Amidst the intense battle, Gu Miaoyan couldn't help but think to herself, do you have to chase me so closely? Breaking her train of thought, Gu Miaoyan gently shook the bracelet on her wrist, and it began to transform, emitting a mysterious power. Seeing this strange sight, Yan Yang couldn't help but wonder what kind of technique is this? Why is it that when the flames get close to Gu Yaoyao, they're blocked by that strange bell? Gu Yaoyao cracked her knuckles and said, I don't remember having any issues with you, right? Hearing this, a furious Yan Yang retorted, we have no quarrel, yet you constantly suppress me, so I must defeat you to prove that I am stronger. The enraged flame sect leader slammed his hand on the table, yelling, damn it, are you trying to provoke me? I told you being crude affects your mentality, leading to short-sighted actions. Feeling humiliated, Yan Yang flew into a rage, shouting, Zhu Yaoyan, show me your true power, or I'll think you're underestimating me. Zhu Yaoyan calmly replied, come then. At that moment, Yun Meng summoned her strength to create a barrier, knowing that such a blow could destroy the arena and turn its terrible power against her. She had to stop it. Blinded by rage, Yan Yang unleashed her full power, creating a whirlwind as she roared, eat this, Kuk Diu Yen. Meanwhile, Kuk Diu Yen focused her energy, enveloping herself in a powerful aura. Below, the people of the Ancient Ink sect cheered and encouraged her. Go, holy maiden, you're number one, the best in the world. Not to be outdone, the leader of the VM Duong sect angrily warned her, VM Duong, you better win, or you'll face my wrath. Hearing this, the pressure on VM Duong's shoulders intensified. Without hesitation, Yan Yang attacks Gu Yaoyan, who calmly observes, focuses her mind, and decisively counters. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with Gu Miaoyan's power overwhelming Yan Yang's attack, and even affecting Yun Meng, who was standing nearby. Luckily, her barrier protected her. Yun Meng thought to herself, I want to curse you out, how did I get hurt just lying here? On the arena stage, smoke filled the air as Zhu Jiaoyan held her sword to Yan Yang's neck, coldly declaring, "You've lost." Yan Yang stared at Zhu Jiaoyan in helpless silence. VM Duong turned away bitterly, declaring, "I lost." Hearing this, Gu Miaoyan sheathed her sword, thinking that she felt like she was bullying her. At this moment, Yan Yang sat up, then stood in front of Yun Meng, and said, "Yun Meng, Gu Miaoyan is in your hands now." With that, Yan Yang fled the arena, leaving Yun Meng to collapse and lament. "Leave her to me, look at her, she doesn't even look tired." "Are you kidding me?" With Yan Yang gone, Yun Meng crept to the center of the arena, fearfully eyeing Gu Miaoyan. Seeing this, Gu Miaoyan approached her and cheerfully asked, "You're Yun Meng." Hearing this, Yun Meng fearfully adopted a defensive stance and replied, "Yes." Seeing this, Gu Miaoyan scratched her head, smiled, and wondered, "Am I that scary?" Seeing Gu Miaoyan's lack of movement, Yun Meng hurriedly asked, "Are you going to fight or not?" Below, a frustrated Yun Ming says, "Is Yun Meng an idiot? Why would you ask if they're going to attack? Just attack first." Gukyo Yun seemed completely unguarded. Hearing that the Wudu sect leader smacked Yun Ming hard on the head, angrily saying, "What do you know? Gu Miaoyan's strength is improving more and more." After fighting the Heavenly Yang sect's saintess, she showed no signs of weakness or exhaustion. Hearing this, Yun Ming stammered, "What if she's just putting on a brave face?" The Five Venoms sect leader, upon hearing this, began to lecture him. "I don't need you to tell me what I see." Langa, observing from the side, suddenly spoke. Hearing this, the Dragon Girl, the four honored envoys, and the Nightwalker and Nether Judge honored envoys wondered, "Has Master Ling discovered something?" Linga quickly added, "It seems the contest won't last much longer." Hearing this, they were bewildered, unsure of what it meant. Seeing this, Linga explained further, "It's nothing, it's just that the space formation is shaking slightly." Meanwhile, inside the spatial formation, something shifted. And in Western Divine Continent, Xinjiang Ga had found a way to break the formation. Xin Chenjia happily exclaims, "That's exactly it." He clenches his fist, saying triumphantly, "By using the time wormhole to jump to a different point in time, we can return to the exit of the unsealed space-time." Shen Zhen gazes up at the formation he created, then laughs arrogantly, saying, "In the end, you still have to rely on me, don't you?" With that, the God of Truth struck forward with a decisive blow piercing through the clouds and startling the white-haired old man eating noodles. The old man ate and said, "Wasn't it supposed to take a month?" Even the holy night angel riding on horseback was startled by the noise made by the God of Truth. She watched him go, saying, "I must say the God of Truth is truly unpredictable." The God of Light silently surveyed his surroundings, thinking, "The power of the laws of time." Then the God of Light approached the God of Truth. The God of Light crossed his arms, a look of arrogance on his face, and said, "What game are you playing now, Zhen?" Hearing this, the God of Zhen smiled amiably and replied, "The problem has already been solved." Then the God of Truth led everyone to the entrance of the formation, saying, "The entrance you've all been waiting for is here." Meanwhile, back at the altar, Yun Meng and Gu Miaoyan are still fighting. When Gu Miaoyan suddenly notices something, she turns to see a burst of spiritual energy flying straight into the altar. This energy engulfs everyone in the altar, catching them completely off guard. The disciples of the ancient Ink sect were stunned, wondering, what's going on? Meanwhile, the leader of the Blazing Sun sect immediately channeled energy to create a barrier protecting himself. He cursed inwardly. What the hell is going on? Where is this spiritual power coming from? Suddenly a voice boomed. "This is the Eastern domain, but these people are rather weak." As soon as the words left his mouth, the ground began to shake violently, walls crumbled, and rocks of all sizes fell. Seeing this, the leader of the Blazing Sun sect used me as a shield, as a group of people appeared imposingly above the altar. Seeing this, those in the altar watched carefully as a young man with black hair appeared, laughing as he said, "The true God clan truly did not deceive us." The leader of the Flame Sun sect was furious, frowning, as he wondered who these gods were and why they had suddenly emerged from the space formation. At that moment, Yan Tian was shocked and shouted, "Who are you?" The black-haired man smirked at VM Thien, saying, "You have spirit, little human." With that, the dark-haired man immediately attacked, striking at Yan Tian with a palm. Caught off guard, VM Thien couldn't react in time, and with a scream of agony, he felt his spiritual energy being drained away. Seeing this, the leader of the VM Duong sect cried out for VM Thien as Ling Ka, who had been secretly observing, decided to intervene. With a wave of his hand, Ling Ge blocked the dark-haired man's attack, saving Yan Tian's life. Yan Tian, pale and gasping, collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the black-haired man exclaimed in surprise. A mere Huangji realm actually blocked it. The purple-haired man beside him added, "Perhaps they're just a sect the Zhen family has always used as sacrifices. Their strength isn't bad, almost like our temple devotees, maybe even stronger." Hearing this, the holy knight Tian Shen quickly said, "The gods of the Zhen family are truly evil. They were originally sacrifices to their own male god, but instead, they were turned into sacrifices to these false gods. How pitiful." Seeing this, the disciples of the ancient Ink sect were shocked and confused, saying, "Sacrificial offerings, the gods sacrifice us." Could it be these people? Meanwhile, the redhead flipped them off, angrily cursing, "God damn it, gods, what the hell do you think we are, and what's with the sacrifices?" Hearing this, Gu Yaoyan was shocked, and she frowned as she shouted, "What are they talking about? Sacrifices for what? In fact, it's the holy sons and daughters of the great sects who serve this purpose." Seeing Gu Yaoyao's rage, the cult master of the ancient ink sect turned away, not daring to look her in the face. Furious, Yaoyan continues, "So that's why the sects never mention the holy children, we're just sacrifices." Hearing Yaoyan insult the altar, an old man in a turban angrily shouts. "Silence," growled Yaoyan. The disciples of the ancient ink sect, enraged, demanded, "Why sacrifice our holy children to them? How did things come to this?" Seeing the situation become complicated, the leader of the Five Venom sect helplessly replied, "There's a reason we sacrifice the holy sons and daughters." The leader of the Five Venom sect continued with a sorrowful expression. Originally, the Five sect's sacred sacrifice was very normal, until one day a spatial formation suddenly appeared in the Five Paths divine pillar. From the other side of the spatial formation came a terrifying power. They wanted us to offer sacrifices, or they would kill us all. As she spoke, the Shenzhen family immediately deployed a formation, while below the sect leaders scrambled to create defensive barriers and find a solution. The black-haired man above laughed mockingly. "You've been fooled for so long, you must be upset, right?" Hearing this, a woman's voice spoke up. "All right, you've heard enough." She laughed, adding meekly, "Accept your fate." With a flick of her finger, explosions erupted below. The altar is destroyed, reduced to rubble, and everyone inside scrambles to escape. But with the power of the Divine Truth family, they couldn't escape. They were bound and drained of their spiritual energy by the woman's power. The black-haired man clapped his hands, laughing triumphantly as he declared it was over. Suddenly, a figure flashed towards them. Sensing something, the black-haired man turned around, startled, and shouted, "Who's there?" Ling Ka swiftly seizes the woman, his hand clamping down on her neck as he declares, "Are you looking for her?" The woman struggled in pain to escape Ling Ka's grasp, and the black-haired man, seeing his comrade held hostage, flew into a rage, his eyes burning with fury as he charged towards Ling Ka, shouting, "Release her!" Without another word, the black-haired man immediately attacks Ling Ka, who unfazed casually toys with him. Ling Ge swiftly shoved the woman in front of him, replying with a smile, "All right." At that moment, the black-haired man unleashed a powerful force directly at Ling Ge. Ling Ka swiftly dodges the blow. Unable to land a hit, the black-haired man's face contorts with rage as he shouts, "Release her." Hearing this, Lang Ge smiles and says, "If that's what you want, then I'll give her back to you. And don't be so angry, it's not good for you." Hearing this, the woman secretly rejoices, "I'm saved." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Ling Ka tightened his grip on her neck and threw her down. She was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Seeing this, the black-haired man quickly caught her, embracing her tightly as he anxiously called out, "Honey." The onlookers gasped. "What's happening?" Suddenly, the black-haired man sensed something was wrong. He painfully forced himself to say, "The power is fading. They're gone." It turned out that Ling Ge had opened a mysterious portal, swallowing them whole. And just like that, the black-haired man and the woman were swept away inside, utterly bewildered by what had just happened. Having dealt with those two, Ling Ge coldly looked down at the remaining people and said decisively, "Return to where you came from. The Eastern Divine Continent is not a place for you to fight for power." Seeing Ling Ge's immense aura, the red-haired man shouted, "Are you a god of the Eastern Domain?" Ling Ge seemed amused by this. He retorted, "What do you think? Do your spatial formations know who sealed them in the first place?" Hearing this, the red-haired god seemed to realize something. He frowned and replied, "It was you." Ling Ge simply smiled with disdain, then covered his mouth to yawn, saying, "But why send useless pawns like you? Where is the Zhen family god?" Hearing Ling Ge ask this, the gods angrily cursed inwardly. Where is the Zhen family god? And where are the high-level gods? Ling Ge wondered, tapping his lip. The Zhen family god didn't come with you. Could it be because he knew I was here, and sent you to your deaths instead? Hearing this, the gods grit their teeth and exchanged suspicious glances, wondering if the famous sly fox Genjia was using this campaign as an excuse to bring down the realm. A tall blonde woman retorted, "Why would we let an outsider like you sow discord among us? Do you really think we'd believe you?" Ling Ge unleashed dark energy, his eyes lowered as he replied, "Believe it or not, it's easy enough to kill you all." The dark energy he emitted grew, coalescing into a colossal demon with murderous eyes. Trapped within the dark energy and witnessing this, the gods paled, thinking, "Has Genjia really set us up? How could such a terrifying being exist in the Eastern Realm?" The demon unleashed a blast of energy, and immediately, one of the gods was engulfed in darkness, crying out in agony. Seeing this, the others panicked, and one drew his sword to reassure them. "Don't be afraid, let's charge together." He pointed his sword at Ling Ke and ordered them to charge. His sword is covered in ancient runes, and the others draw their weapons, chanting together to create a golden barrier. The barrier then swirled around them like a tornado, and Ling Ka, facing them, couldn't help but clap and say, "Not bad, not bad. Now let me see what your divine powers are really made of." Could Ling Sa be a celestial realm expert? There's only one in the entire Eastern Divine region, and that's Ling Shu, the Martial Emperor. But the Supreme Lang Hu Martial Emperor And this Ling Ke, with his majestic demonic energy. Who exactly is Ling Ke? The demon extends his hand, gathering the swirling dark energy as Ling Ke smirks and says, "You want to make waves, don't even dream of it." With that, he commanded the demon to unleash a torrent of dark magic upon the gods. The white tiger divine beast, sensing the energy, thought to himself, "A terrifying aura, I must inform the god of war." Lingi, head held high, looked at the struggling gods and sneered, "How brave, but wasn't the trip here a bit too long for a fruitless endeavor?" With that, he commanded the demon to strike their barrier. The combined formation shattered instantly, and the gods were left in disarray. Their faces drained of strength began to crack, and they thought in despair, "We've only come here to die in vain." Ling Ke showed no mercy, summoning countless chains that bound the gods, tightening around them. Having dealt with everyone swiftly, Ling then descended to the altar, where the 4 venerables of the Ming sect immediately knelt before him. Lord Ling, the 5 holy sect leaders glared warily at Ling, who coldly glanced back before announcing to Gu Yaoyao, "From today onward, Gu Yaoyao is no longer your ancient ink sect's holy maiden." The members of the ancient ink sect were shocked to hear this. What? Did he act because of Gu Yaoyao? The Gumo sect leader clasped his hands, forcing a smile as he asked, "May I ask, sir, why is that?" Ling Ke casually waved his hand and replied, "Gu Miaoyan asked me to take action, so of course there's a price. Did you think having me act would be free?" At this, Ling Ke's tone suddenly turned cold. He glared at them, exuding power, and said, "Besides, isn't it a great deal to trade 1 Gu Miaoyan for the peace of your 5 sects? What's wrong?" Still not satisfied, Yao Yan placed a hand over her chest, her eyes downcast in thought. Even though she didn't plan on staying with the ancient ink sect after this, her feelings were still a bit complicated. Ling suddenly stopped pulling out a recruitment flyer and cheerfully said, "That's right, holy sons and daughters of other sects, if you don't want to stay in your sects, the Ming sect is always happy to welcome you." Hearing this, one of the Ming sect leaders immediately knew what to do, assuring them, "We will send strong masters to guide you. With your talent, reaching the saint or even creation realm is only a matter of time." Nightwalker Honored One added, "We only say this out of respect for your talents, and the choice is yours." As soon as he finished speaking, the holy son of the ancient desert sect stepped forward to declare, "I want to join the Radiant Church." The 4 Min sect venerables glanced at him and said, "Your foundation is damaged. You probably used secret methods to forcibly increase your strength. We don't need useless trash with no future." Thinking this, he trembled and cried out, "No way." The 4 Min sect matriarchs shook their bracelets and said with disgust, "If you don't want him to die, I advise you to take him away quickly and stop him from causing trouble here." Hearing this, the crowd had no choice but to drag him away as he continued to scream, "No way." Just then, voices echoed from the side, "We've decided to join the Ming sect, willing to leap into the sea of fire for it." Tu Yet doesn't refuse, as the speakers are the holy son and holy maiden of the Rakshasa sect. Seeing this, the leader of the Rakshasa cult roared in anger, while Ming Gu smiled, welcoming them. The saint and the saintess knelt before the leader of the Rakshasa sect, shocking him. The saint bowed his head, saying, "Thank you for raising us for so many years, elders and leader. You made us saint and saintess, granting us such power." With that, the two exchanged, a look nodded, and channeling their spiritual energy struck their own core, abandoning their cultivation. This act inevitably caused internal injuries, and the Rakshasa sect's holy son spat out a mouthful of blood. The holy maiden Yu Jing had also destroyed her cultivation. She declared that all the cultivation they had achieved over the years was now returned to the leader, hoping the leader and elders would cherish it. The Ming sect's 4 reverends and Nightwalker couldn't help but be surprised by this scene. The saint dismounted. To help Jade, Purity approached the two and asked, "Would the Min sect accept 2 cripples like us, devoid of cultivation? If not, we'll pretend this never happened." Linge smiled warmly, saying, "Cultivation can be regained, but talent is what matters. The Ming sect welcomes you at any time." Hearing this, Yu Jing and the Holy Sun smiled in relief. They slowly walked towards the people of the Ming cult. At that moment, Zhu Yaoyan also flew over, landing next to Linge. She smiled at him, and soon after, the saintess and saint of the Mingda sect arrived, hoping to join and be accepted by the Ming cult. The 4th guardian welcomed Yunming back then, turned to Yunming asking, "What do you choose?" Yunming smiled, replying, "Even if you lose your cultivation, your future will be brighter. This was the sect's fault to begin with, and there's no reason to stop you from leaving. Your talent is outstanding, and your strength surpasses mine, so you naturally have a wider path than I do. This is a friend's warning to you." Hearing this, Yunmeng hesitated, a little saddened. "What do you intend to do?" Yunming added, "I still have someone I care about in the sect. The sect owes me, but she doesn't. I'm staying for her." Yunming remained hesitant, then you and everyone. At that moment, the Wudu sect leader approached her, patting her head and advising. Yunming said, "Yes, the sect owes you, and you could have had a much brighter future. The sect cannot bind you, so go." At this point, Yunmeng couldn't hold back her emotions and burst into tears. The 5 Poison sect leader and Yunming looked at her with sad eyes, as Yunmeng silently knelt and kowtowed. She cripples her own cultivation, her eyes lingering on the people of the 5 Poison sect. Then she turns and slowly walks away, a sadness etched on her face, when suddenly a voice calls out from behind. The Five Venom sect bids farewell to their holy maiden. Hearing this, Yunmeng turned to see the Five Venom sect looking at her, and offered a reassuring smile. Seeing this, Yunmeng was moved to tears as she watched them leave, then turned back towards the Ming sect. With everything settled, Linga announced, "Alright, it's all over, I'll see you off." With that, he clapped his hands twice, and a cloud of dark energy enveloped the Ming cult members instantly, whisking them away through a spatial portal. As the portal closed, Linga slowly approached Gu Miaoyan, who blushed and smiled, saying thank you. Linga removed her mask and replied, "No need to be so polite, the western regions may no longer have the 5 great holy sects. The 5 sects' misdeeds will be known throughout the western regions, and even if someone wants to rule here with the Ming sect around, it's impossible." As Lingka and Gu Miaoyan walked and talked, Lingka asked, "Do you want to go to West Divine Continent with me?" Gu Miaoyan repeated in surprise. "West Divine Continent," Lingka explained. "It's where those gods live, but I've never been there before, so I don't really know what's there." Hearing this, Gu Miaoyan agrees with a radiant smile, causing Linga to rub his face in wonder. So soon Gu Miaoyan replied, "There's nothing for me in the western regions, and I want to become stronger. Besides, I'm already next to a dangerous existence." Her words made Linga uneasy, and he awkwardly replied, "Yes, the most dangerous place is the safest." As they continued on, Linga suddenly asked, "Have you heard of the Azure God Realm?" Gu Yao replied, "I've heard of it." Lingyi continued, "The altar has opened a spatial formation. If you follow me through, you might directly face another god who hasn't come over yet. How does that feel?" With a smile and a blush, Gu Yao says, "The most dangerous place is the safest." Hearing this, Linga says nothing more and continues toward the 5 pillars depicting the ancient 5 gods. Suddenly, he spoke up, "That's right." He looked at the 5 pillars supporting the altar and then used his power to lift them. He stored the 5 pillars in his spatial storage, thinking they might be useful later, then turned to Gu Miaoyan and said, "Alright, let's go." He opened an entrance in the wall, revealing only a hazy void. Meanwhile, the gods of the Western Divine Continent sat around a table deep in thought, recalling the strange energy that had escaped from the portal. Zhenjia frowned, wondering what that aura of evil truly was. It couldn't even corrode the power of the world barrier, and their life force vanished in an instant. Though they suspected the martial emperor Ling Shu, his power was pure, unlike the aura of evil. Then the god of death spoke, breaking the silence. "This loss is too great." The god of light turned to the Zhen family with disdain. "Zhen family, your plan clearly had flaws." The Zhen clan expressed their surprise, but suddenly a furious god slammed the table demanding answers. "You won't offer an explanation," the Chan clan smirked. "Explanation? What more explanation do you need? Was this plan not approved by all of you? Now you come to me one by one to lay blame." At this, he angrily roared, "Let me tell you, if you had followed those fools from the start, we would have all been buried. Are you satisfied? You have the audacity to shout at me, but why don't you go fight that God-King level being, see if you can even make it back alive?" Hearing this, the other gods fell silent, their faces darkening, and the god who had questioned him could only bite his lip and say nothing. The head of the Zhen family sighed. "What we need to do now is reorganize the God Realm, to prevent a surprise attack from Hell, and destroy the space formation to prevent that God-King level being from coming over." Meanwhile, as Gu Miaoyan and Ling Ge enter the space formation, unable to see anything, Gu Miaoyan asks worriedly, "Can we find our way out?" Ling Ge reassures her, "Did you underestimate my power?" With that, he waved his hand, condensing a stream of true energy, and Lingge released a burst of dark energy forward immediately, causing a large rift to appear in the space ahead. Through the gap, they see a Western-style city, and Lingge turns to warn her that things might get a little bumpy. Startled, Gu Miaoyan asks, "What do you mean?" With that, she was swept into another dimension, losing consciousness as dizziness overwhelmed her, but the sensation continued. Gu Yaoyao felt weightless falling until she passed out. After an unknown time, Ling Ji's voice echoed, "We've arrived." Hearing his voice, Kuo Xiaoyao slowly opened her eyes and saw Ling Ge smiling gently at her. The sky is clear blue, and seagulls soar freely. The city is surrounded by the sea with ships sailing in and out. The kingdom of Tianqi, the city of Luo Air, the streets bustle with people dressed in unfamiliar clothes, so different from those of the eastern continent. In a certain shop, Gu Miaoyan changes into new clothes, but she wrinkles her nose in distaste at the strange attire. Having changed, Kuakuju Yao walked to a room and knocked, and a voice called out, "Enter, it's none other than Ling Ge." He had also changed into clothes befitting the locals. He sat in a chair cradling a dark wine looking every bit the beautiful aristocrat, prompting Yao Yan to mutter that he would no doubt ruin countless young women in the future. Hearing her words, Ling Ge's face darkened, and he seized the opportunity to stand and approach her. Ling Ge sticks out his tongue, pulls his eyes back with He Yue, and makes a scary face. Gu Yaoyao is startled, smacks him on the side of the face and shouts, "What are you doing?" The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and Ling Ji, with Yao Yan's hand still on his face, turned to her uncomfortably and asked, "Was that fun?" Seeing her hand, an idea flashed in Ling Ji's mind. He licks her finger, leaving her stunned and surprised as his tongue grazes her fingertip. With her eyes tightly shut and face flushed, Gu Yaoyao thinks to herself, he just licked my finger. Seeing her embarrassment, Ling Ge clears his throat, feigning seriousness. Let's go. The two of them sought out a place called Isan Pub, a small tavern but quite crowded inside. The tavern owner quickly brought 2 glasses of different colored wine, placed them before Ling Ge and Gu Miaoyan, and said, "Welcome to the Essen Tavern. You two look familiar." Langa leisurely picked up his glass and took a sip, then smiled and replied, "This is our first time in Lakni City." Ling Ge waved 2 fingers. "We come from an unknown place, one that doesn't fall under the rule of the 3 great kingdoms. What a pity. So what information are you seeking from me?" Ling Ge then produced a glittering stone directly requesting, "I want information." The innkeeper couldn't help but be amazed at the stone in his hand. This is a soul crystal, a type of raw stone commonly used in the martial world. In West Divine Continent, spirit stones aren't commonly used. The circulating currencies are mostly copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. After receiving the soul crystal, the owner immediately asked esteemed guests, "What would you like to know?" Ling Ge replied, "We know nothing of the outside world, so we want all the basic information." Hearing this, the tavern owner was surprised, thinking that trading basic information for a soul crystal was a great deal. He then said, "No problem, please wait a moment." The owner then produced a ring, placing it in Ling Ge's hand. As he said, "The information is all here, clearly categorized for your convenience." Ling Ge accepted the ring, said thank you, and left the tavern with Gu Juyan. Just as he and the girl were leaving, a group of people entered, drawing Ling Ka's attention. The pink-haired youth entered and loudly called out for Essenker, prompting the tavern owner to greet him cheerfully. "Oh, Ever's here." Ling Ke hasn't left yet, secretly using a technique to expand his search range. Ever picks up a piece of paper saying, "Thanks for the intel. We're heading to the royal capital to join the entrance exam for the Tian Kai Academy." Hearing this, Essenker congratulated them, saying, "With your status and talent, I believe you will achieve what you desire." Outside, Ling Ge and Gu Yaoyao sat on a bench listening in. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing that among the 4 of them were a duke's son and members of a great family. Gu Yaoyao asked, "What's your plan next?" Ling Ge raised a finger and smiled. "We can hitch a ride for a while." Gu Yaoyao asked suspiciously. "They won't let us hitch a ride for free, and with your strength, wouldn't it be easy to get to the royal capital? Besides, you could just go straight to the gods, beat them up, and force them to talk right." Langa, intimidated by her fiery anger, replied, "Well, it's not impossible, but you have to understand the enjoyment of things. As for the reason for contacting them, you'll know when the time comes." As night falls, the two stroll through the streets, savoring ice cream and enjoying the moment. She turned to the person next to her, frowning. "Tomorrow's the day they leave. How do you plan to approach them?" Ling responded. "You probably guessed it right." Startled, Kuk Duo Yen watched as Lang Ka nodded, savoring his ice cream. "If that's the case, let's go to Lang Xia's tavern now and stop her. Tomorrow won't be too late. If they're planning to leave, they'll probably say goodbye to Essenseer." Q Yun blushed slightly, glanced at him, and quickly pulled her hand away. "Are you sure it'll be that easy to meet them?" Langa was confident of course they could. These words stirred up Gu Miaoyan's heart even more. Back in her room, she collapses onto the soft mattress, her heart full of mixed emotions they could meet just by going downstairs to the tavern's hotel. The next day, the two went to the tavern and were greeted by the innkeeper. "Oh, good morning, you two." Ling puts some coins on the table and says, "2 glasses of wine, please." The barkeep then asked, "Do you two require any further information?" As he spoke, he gently placed a glass of pink liquid on the table. Ling takes a sip and says, "It seems that Boss Essenker and the Duke Ever's son are quite close." The shopkeeper replies cheerfully, "Those little devils just come to my place to play around. Their relationship isn't bad." Ling continued, "We're heading to the royal capital. Could you arrange for them to give us a ride?" Essenker Seer was shocked. Only a few people knew about that conversation. How did he know? Cold sweat trickled down his face as he sensed the terrifying presence before him. "What do you two want?" His face paled as he wondered if it was assassination or something more. Ling calmly finished his drink and set the glass down. "Just looking for a ride." "What's wrong?" "You think we're assassins," the innkeeper replied. "Those 4 have high status and come from important backgrounds, a duke and 3 major families, all on the Assassins Guild's reward board with high bounties. If you're not assassins, why are you asking about the Evers? Tell me, boss, are you delusional? Why would you assume that wanting information on them means I want them dead?" The shopkeeper, terrified of Ling Ji's raised finger, replied, "You never ask about Ever. Besides, your background is unclear, so what else could you be but assassins?" The old innkeeper's eyes glazed over as if hypnotized. Ling Ge stared into them and said with a smile, "If I wanted them dead, I would have killed them yesterday." It felt as if Ling Ka's hands were crushing the innkeeper's soul, and when he released him, the innkeeper gasped for air, his eyes bulging, and moaned in agony. Ling Ge spoke. "How does that feel, Essen?" He patted the owner's shoulder, making him jump. "We're headed to the royal capital too, so we'll just cross the river together. I'll need your help when those 4 arrive." The tavern owner cried inwardly, "Evers, I hope you're not here to say goodbye, I'm being threatened." Moments later, a group of young men entered the tavern. Evrim grinned at the owner. Oh, Essenker, you seem busy entertaining guests. Before the owner could answer, Linga stepped forward to greet them. Hello everyone, I'm Linga. But Ever's eyes were fixed on the girl beside him who nodded and said, You can call me Gu Miaoyan. Ever awkwardly says, Hello, my name is Evers, secretly intrigued. The brunette beside her introduced herself. My name is Celia. The gray-haired man next to him introduced himself. I'm Finn. The girl with the purple eyes giggled, and I'm Ao. The innkeeper across from them asked Evs, Are you heading back to the royal capital? Ever nodded. Yes, we've come to say our goodbyes. Lingji placed several soul crystal stones on the table saying, Would it be possible for us to ride with you back to the royal capital? He tapped the table. This is the fee. Evers and his group exchanged glances as Gu Miaoyan raised her glass, paused and said, We're just passing through, nothing more. And so, after some negotiation, Evers' group agreed to let Ling Ka and Gu Yuyan join them. The two groups sat facing each other, exchanging glances in an awkward, uncomfortable silence. Ling Ka glanced away, while Gu Yuyan forced a smile to break the tension. Outside, the coachman announced that they were approaching a dense forest, and the carriage proceeded cautiously. Ling Ka frowned, sensing the arrival of several 5th stage, and even one 6th stage expert. He instinctively pulled Gu Yaoyao into his arms, a protective gesture that left her flustered. Suddenly the ground cracks open, forming a long trench that blocks the carriage's path. Then the earth crumbles and the carriage splits in two. They were quickly swept into the arms of their guards, but the coachman's sudden smile alerted one of them to the danger. But the carriage quickly explodes. Thankfully, everyone is safe. Drawing a dagger, the blue-clad guard speaks. Assassins lurk in the shadows, and before them stand 5 figures cloaked in black. The leader responded. As expected of the infamous Grandmaster Assassin under Duke Salius, your nose is sharper than a dog's. The guard pointed his sword at them, shouting, You assassins are like rats, persistent and unwelcome. The hooded figure smirked. Of course, the Duke's son and the offspring of the 3 great families are worth quite a bit on the bounty board. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger flew forward. The guard quickly deflected it with his blade, sending the dagger spinning and bursting into flames. The guard frowned at the fire talisman, quickly pointing in 2 directions, crossing his arms over his chest and then touching 2 fingers to his palms. A barrier quickly forms around Evers and his men. The fire talisman burns brighter, then explodes. Beside him, Linga instantly turns into a stream of purple air. Just as the guardian noticed the change, the black-clad figure in front screamed, Don't let him get close. But it was too late. Ling Ka moved swiftly behind him, delivering a fatal blow that separated head from body, shocking the remaining assassins. Before he could escape, Ling Ka grabbed his head, propelled himself into the air, and kicked the face of the man behind him, his aura engulfing the black-clad assassin like a raging fire. It burned hotter and hotter, until only ashes remained. The others were stunned it all happened so fast. Was this fate? Were they dead? The guard relaxed slightly, yet remained tense, never expecting his companion to be so formidable. If Ling Ka had harbored ill intentions, they would have been doomed. Seeing the surprise in his eyes, Gu Yuyan cheerfully said, No need to be so surprised. The remaining 3 assassins, seeing Linga, were terrified and ran away. Run, Ling Ka said, without looking back. Or would you like to test your moon-chasing sword? With a swift motion, Gu Yuyan struck, bisecting the remaining assassins in a flash. Gu Yuyan's attack was swift and clean. The guard frowned. Just who are you people? What are you after? He asked, eyeing the 2 suspiciously. Lingjia laughed. We're just passing through on our way to the royal capital. You don't have anything we want. Then, he nonchalantly walked ahead, playing his blood flute. Gu Juyan whispered in his ear, Do you even know the way? Turns out he was just putting on a brave face. Linga then turned back and asked, Which way to the royal capital? The guard pointed ahead and said, Just go straight out of this forest. It's a bit of a way, but you'll get there if you keep going straight. Thanks. With that, he turned and walked away. After traveling for a while, Zhu Yuyan asked, What are your plans after we reach the royal capital? The other 4 planned to join the kingdom's Tianqi Academy. Are you going? Linga nodded. Of course I'm going, but what we're doing isn't nearly enough. Don't I have a few more in my spatial storage? Zhu Yaoan replied, But you've imprisoned gods. What nefarious plan do you have? Lingge responded. So many gods have died before, and the divine courts will surely collapse. The aftershocks from those collapsing churches will be impossible to conceal. I'll leave these guys in my spatial storage. Naturally, they'll have other uses. Ganging up is just one part of it. Seeing Lingge's squinting eyes, Zhu Yaoyan thought to herself that all squinting people are monsters. The 2 then found a carriage to continue on their way. Arriving at their destination, Kuju Yuyan quickly peered out the carriage window, noticing the heavily guarded city gates and soldiers clad in iron armor. The female guard knocks on the carriage door, requesting an inspection. The 2 step out, and the guard asks, Where are you both from? Langa, replied Lowell City. The guard then said, Your bearing is not that of ordinary people. Your origins must be extraordinary. Lingge chuckled. Strictly speaking, I do have some connection to Duke Salius. The gatekeeper gasped Duke Salius. She asked, how can you prove that Ling Ge presented a badge? And the gatekeeper immediately placed her hand on her chest, bowing respectfully. The Salius family crest. I apologize for my disrespect. The city gates open, and the carriage rolls inside as Gu Yuyan asks, the crest. Where did you get it? Langa replies that he stole it from that assassin master. Guk Yuyan frowns, you did that to him. Having finally arrived in the vast royal capital, Gu Yuyan asks, where do we go next? This kingdom is so big we can't just wander around all day. Ling Ka replies with a smile, then let's go straight to a meaningful place, a place where you can gain a lot. The two stopped before the Adventurers Guild, and entered a grand ornate hall. A green-haired girl saw Ling Ge approach and greeted her with a smile. Hello, beautiful lady. Ling Ka gritted his teeth. I'm a man. The girl immediately bowed repeatedly. A man, I'm so sorry. Zhu Jingyi cleared her throat. Don't scare him. Ling turned away and sighed, regaining his composure. We're here to apply for adventurer status. The blue-haired girl adjusted her glasses and nodded. Very well, new adventurers can only start with the lowest rank, bronze. Then comes silver, gold, platinum, crystal diamond, and finally, the highest rank of Black Yao. To rank up, you must complete missions. The higher the level, the harder it is to advance. Ling asks, so, what are the requirements to become a bronze-level adventurer? The girl replied, if you want to become a bronze-level adventurer. Before she could finish, a tall, blonde man behind her laughed. Haha, with your skills, I doubt you're good enough. With a crash, the man was slammed face first into the wall before astonished eyes. Ling Ge cleared his throat. Enough! As Ling Ka turned to leave, the blue-haired girl stopped him. Please wait a moment. She glanced at the man still stuck in the wall, thinking that this golden-level adventurer likely possessed the full power of the fourth stage. She turned to Ling Ge, sensing their power was far beyond the bronze level, adding, but the Adventurers Guild forbids violence. Ling Ge confidently replied, did you see me do anything? Out of nowhere, an instructor arrives, declaring, the Adventurers Guild's procedures are not to be questioned. Seeing him arrive, the girl cheerfully called out Guildmast, but before she could finish, he was slammed into the wall, just like the man before, causing her to scream in terror. The Guildmaster. She quickly pulls him out and shakes him awake. Ling Ge frowns, so that old man was the Guildmaster. He immediately changed his expression, offering an apologetic smile, saying he lost control, and acted again. The chairman, now bandaged, invited Ling and Guju Yan into a private room for tea. The old chairman struggled to smile, and when Ling Ge didn't respond, he said, you two are here to register as adventurers, correct? Indeed. Therefore, the Adventurers Guild will grant you both obsidian-level badges, as your strength is more than sufficient. Ling nodded. Thank you for the offer, but I don't believe in free lunches. As if understanding Ling's implication, the old president replied, perhaps you are a seventh-stage powerhouse. Respected masters, please forgive my earlier impudence. May I ask your names? You can call me Ling Ge. The old chairman Chrysanthemum Yu Yan then greeted me as Black Lafaden Morton Yasu Senko Suka Chen, but I stopped him exasperated. Just get to the point. The elder replies that some temples have collapsed, and believers due to the backlash of power have begun to go mad and kill. The kingdom has issued a decree for adventurers to eliminate them, Ling said. So you're giving me Black Star Adventurer status, so we'll investigate why those divine temples suddenly collapsed. That makes sense, but why should I help you? Give me a reason. The old guildmaster replied, unsure what the esteemed powerhouse desired. Ling Ke smiles. Has there been any divine intervention on your continent recently? The old chairman thinks for a moment and replies, a mysterious treasure appeared a year ago. Tell me more. 100 years ago, a glittering meteorite fell from the heavens, attracting gods and demons alike. Lange thinks for a moment and asks how long the investigation order will last. The old chairman replies, it's unknown. Some of the divine churches of the three great kingdoms have had problems. The two of you only need to take charge of the kingdom of Thean. Linga happily replies, then we'll enroll in Thean Kai Academy. What? The old guildmaster was confused. What does that have to do with investigating gods and temples? Ling Ka says I'll leave it to you. I'll check on your progress tomorrow. On the way back, Zhu Yaoyan suggests they arrange identities for them, which would make things easier. Looks like we can ask the Adventurers Guild for anything we need from now on. Ling grinned. Seems like she's learned a lot from me. Zhu Yaoyan shyly scoffed. Learned a lot from you, huh? Only a fool would pass up an advantage. Lang Sa was speechless, realizing he'd influenced her more than he thought. As night falls, Linga summons Black Moon, Little Dragon, God Guiling, and Jia Luo. He points to Guiling and Jia Luo. You two will work together this time. The two of them immediately raised their hands in protest, their hands clasped together as if Ghost Spirit and Jia Luo were bound by an invisible thread. Linga dismisses their protests, throws them out the window, and says, I'll be waiting for good news. Linga continued, Black Moon, take a stroll through Tianqi Academy. Okay. Catching sight of Little Dragon God, he cheerfully asks, do you want to find something to do too? Little Dragon God nods excited, but Ling Ka quickly dampens its enthusiasm. But there's nothing for you to do, he stroked little dragon god. Even though you have the strength of the creation realm, you're ultimately just a spirit, unable to exert the power of a physical body. Mozun entrusted you to me, so I must protect you from harm. The green-haired girl at the Adventurers Guild was startled to see Linga and Gu Yuyan return so quickly, and she greeted them awkwardly. Esteemed guests, the chairman has been waiting for a long time. The two are invited into the room and the old guildmaster speaks. Everything has been taken care of. Placing 2 badges on the table, he says, the gold badge is only for the new Heavenly Enlightenment Institute instructors. The academy has already made the arrangements. You can go there anytime. Ling Ka took the badges and handed one to Gu Yuyan. He works surprisingly fast. The old chairman chuckled, wondering if they needed anything else. Inwardly he prayed. This instructor's badge took a lot of effort to get. If there's anything else, I'm all out of strength. As he wished, Ling Ge replied, no need, we already have one. The old chairman sighed in relief, and happily sipped his tea, finally gone. But just as his joy began, Ling Ge dropped a bomb. If anything else comes up, I might remember you. The guildmaster spat out the tea he hadn't even swallowed. Meanwhile, at Tianqi Academy, Evers and his group arrived, and he was amazed by the sheer scale of the place. No wonder it's the strongest academy in the royal capital. They're sure to receive the best training here. As the group of 5 entered the academy, they noticed someone approaching, and the Evers group was shocked. Across from him, Ling Ge greeted her. Oh, we meet again. Kujin then unleashed his spiritual power towards Ling Ge. A woman's voice echoed, Master Kujin, please stop. A woman with violet eyes stood in front of Ling, clearing her throat. Are you trying to cause trouble within the academy? Quinn placed his hand on his chest, bowed, and said, please forgive my impudence. Instructor Fanny and Ling Ge were delighted. Greetings, Master Kujin. I'm not suspicious. I'm a new instructor at Tianqi Academy. You don't need to be so wary of me. Kujin was a little displeased. You Fanny cut me off again. He was recommended by guild leader Bok of the Adventurers Guild. Please be respectful. Kujin gritted his teeth in anger when a voice transmitted, I won't hurt you. Kujin was startled, as Ling Ge secretly telepathed to him, saying, don't worry, you were never my target. After sending the message, he greeted Physician Fanny. We'll be going now. Gu Yaoyao said, this assassin master is certainly cautious, as if we'd harm him at any moment. Langa chuckled, replying, all assassins have extraordinary experiences and even fewer can cultivate such wisdom. You seem to know a lot. I'm curious which assassin organization could train someone like you. I should go train for a while too. Langa, tapping her forehead, replied, I understand your desire to improve your strength. With me here, are you worried you won't have someone to guide your cultivation? Then why don't you give me some pointers? Linga replied with a smile. You don't need to worry about that. With the Moonchaser sword here, you'll gain more insights. There's a sword spirit inside, so remember to take it out from time to time. It's lived longer and knows more than you. Langa stretched and turned away, reminding her as he left, go back and rest. We have students to teach here tomorrow. The first lesson must leave them with an impression. Gu Yaoyao quickly ran ahead, tossing back. Got it. She was excited to quickly return and study the Zhu Yue sword. Langa yawned sleepily, tearing up as Kujin approaches from behind. Master Kujin, did you need something from me? Clearing his throat, Kujin said, I feel we need to talk for a moment, and led him into his room. Afraid of raising suspicion, Langge says, I've only just arrived to complete the formalities. I haven't moved in yet, so there's no need to worry about me setting any traps. Please have a seat. Kujin raised his hand in refusal. No need. Linka sat down at the table and poured himself a cup of tea, then said, Get to the point, I don't have much time. Kuzin warns, stay away from Ever and the others, or the SIUS family will retaliate relentlessly. Ling takes a sip of tea, annoyed he already said they weren't the target, so why keep bringing it up? He said amicably, Master Kujin, if I hadn't intervened on the road, you would have suffered some losses. Why does it sound like I attacked you? At first Kujin felt a pang in his heart, as Linga continued to tap his fingers on the table saying, Besides, I'm now a mentor at Tianqi Academy, not some shady character as you assume. With those words, Kujin turned pale, and broke out in a sweat. Speechless, he turned and headed for the door, not forgetting to offer a final warning before leaving. In short, if you lay a hand on Ever, and the others prepare to face the tribunal. 2. He's finally gone. Compared to Kujin, those 4 young boys and girls are much more adorable. Late in the night, Linga reclined on his cozy bed, the moonlight from the window, casting a peaceful glow when a thunderous knock on the door jolted him awake. Silently cursing the early disturbance, he wondered who could be banging on his door at this hour. He reluctantly opened it only to be met by Ruo Yanju, who shook him until he was dizzy. Brother Ling, Brother Ling. Ling Jie tried to escape her grasp, and when he stopped, she ceased her movements, her face excited as if she had something to say. He thought to himself that she was waiting for him to ask, glancing out the door to see the sky gradually brightening. He asked, What's wrong? Why are you so excited so early in the morning? Isn't it still before class? Happily Gu Yaoyao replied, Guess what? I summoned the sword spirit from the moon-chasing sword. As she went on and on, Ling Ge could only nod. Seeing this, she felt a little disappointed. After a whole night of research, she finally awakened the sword spirit of the moon-chasing sword, only to receive a single word in return. Seeing her expression change as if she were about to devour him, Ling Ge broke out in a sweat. "What are you doing?" "Why the long face?" Gu Yao asked, raising an eyebrow. "I spent all night on this, and all I get from you is one word. How do you expect me to feel?" Ling Ka replied, "Then just release the sword spirit and see." Pleased, Gu Yaoyan said, "Then watch closely." She raises her hand, summoning the moon-chasing sword, which hovers between them. Ling Ge greets it. "Oh, long time no see." The sword spirit nodded to Ling Ka, but quickly lost its gentle demeanor and became fierce. Kok Du Yen loses control, and the moonfall sword suddenly lunges toward Ling Ge. Yu Yan panicked at the danger, but it quickly diverted out the door. She breathed a sigh of relief. "It ran away," Ling Ge said, turning back. Zhu Yue's sword seemed to listen to him, and stopped, as if its previous actions were just toying with him. Ling Ge chuckled. "Is that how you greet an old friend? It wounds me deeply." The lunar moon sword seemed a bit embarrassed as Ling continued. "Long time no see. Have you forgotten how to speak to me?" The sword suddenly spoke. "It's been so long. I've only just awakened. I thought I'd escaped him, but you're still the same." A white-haired girl with a mark on her forehead appears. Holding the moon-chasing sword, she angrily shouts, "You never learn, still not dead." Ling Ge smiles. "You're already so rude after just waking up. What's wrong? Wanna hit me?" The sword spirit of the moonchaser sword gritted her teeth. "You're as annoying as ever." With that thought, she couldn't help but chuckle to herself as Ling Ka spoke, sensing the tense atmosphere. "Did you have to be so wary?" The sword spirit huffed, not considering why she would be wary of him. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen so far." Kuk Duao Yen mused. Lang Sa really goes too far. He won't even let go of a sword spirit. Seeing Gu Yuyao's expression change, Ling Ge reminded her, "Don't get any strange ideas. She wasn't honest before, so I hit her. Don't look at me like that." Gu Yuyao then asked, "Did she start acting strangely after being hit?" Ling Ge affirmed, "No." In her heart, Gu Yuyao wondered, "What image do I hold in your heart?" She only dared to ask him this in her heart, not aloud. The sword spirit then spoke up. "So what? Why are you looking for me?" Ling Ge replies, "Do I need a reason to see you? After sleeping for so long, don't you want to see how the world has changed?" The sword spirit retorted, "I'm happy in the sword mound. It's my business. As long as I don't have to see you anywhere is fine." Ling Ka continued, "But now you're her sword. If you've been awakened, you must bear the duty of a sword spirit." The sword spirit indifferently turned away, showing indifference. "It has nothing to do with me." Helpless against her attitude, Ling Ge turned to Gu Yuyan and sighed. "Looks like she doesn't want to help you." Gu Yuyan immediately retorted, "Could it be that you're the reason her emotions are so unstable?" Ling Ge burst into laughter. "Haha, no, I've always been very gentle, how could that be?" Meanwhile, the sword spirit, barely containing her rage, finally explodes, her eyes blazing. Ling Ka sighs, knowing she's right. "You should know that your strength is limited by the Moonchaser sword. Only when the Moonchaser sword is upgraded can your strength break through. With your current strength, defeating her is no problem, but if you fight me, you probably know very well what the outcome will be." The sword spirit grinds her teeth. "So what if it is?" Ling Chen pointed to his head, a meaningful look on his face. "Is there something wrong with your head?" Immediately, the sword hilt pointed right at his face, startling him. The sword spirit glared and shouted, "You're the one with the problem. I'm perfectly fine." Ling Ge, not wanting to argue, cut to the chase. "I won't beat around the bush. You help her increase her strength, and I'll help the Moonchaser sword increase in quality. Consider it a trade." The sword spirit sneered. "Why should I help her, even if she's the owner of the moon-chasing sword? I'm a sword spirit with my own will. Whether I help or not is my business." Ling Ge seemed puzzled. "Don't you want to upgrade the Zhu Yue sword? With your strength, you'll reach the celestial realm soon enough. This is a profitable deal." But the sword spirit remained nonchalant. "Profitable, my foot. Even if I break through to the celestial realm, I won't be forced to acknowledge a master and be restricted." Ling Ka retorted, "She's not me, and besides, if your strength reaches the celestial realm, nothing can stop you. What do you have to lose?" The sword spirit was growing impatient. "Without you, I might actually consider it." Helpless, Ling Ge nods. "All right, if that's how it is, then so be it." With that, he turned and left, yawning as he spoke. "All right, it's almost time. We should probably head to class." The sword spirit turned to Gu Yaoyao and advised, "Little one, you're young, so stay away from him. He's a terrifying man. Don't say I didn't warn you." Gu Yaoyao smiled and nodded. "Thank you for the warning, senior. May I ask your name?" The sword spirit replied simply, "Just call me Zhu Yue." Gong Ziyuyan then asked if Zhu Yue wanted to attend class with them, but Zhu Yue coldly refused, saying she didn't want to see his face all the time. With that, she transformed into a beam of light and dove into the Moonchaser sword, while Ling Ge's face paled as he arrived to take over the class. He couldn't believe his eyes. Were they really giving him the academy's worst class, the melee combat department's problem class? You could feel the chaos from outside. It was a total madhouse. He thought to himself that if he didn't whip this place into shape, the academy might react to the break. Even B might not be able to help then. He pushed the door open, and all eyes immediately turned to him. However, the students just glared at him, some even falling asleep at their desks, refusing to look up. "Hello, classmates." The noisy class suddenly fell silent, and some of the male students below shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Where's the old teacher? Is this the new one? Why haven't we seen you at the academy before? Ling Jie thought to himself lucky that he was teaching the first class so he could help Zhu Yuyan discipline these brats. Raising his voice he said, "Can you all be quiet for a moment?" The green-haired student below immediately cursed at him. "Damn it, who do you think you are? You're not worthy of telling us to be quiet." Do you know where the last person who said that ended up? Ling Ge simply crossed his arms, his expression calm and unruffled. He smiled, narrowing his eyes. "So you'd say you contributed the most to the last instructor's departure, right?" The green-haired boy looked proud. "Of course, I ripped him a new one and he was completely shaken." Resting his chin on his hand, Ling Ge asked curiously, "So I'm curious, has any instructor ever laid a hand on you guys?" The green-haired student crossed his legs, feigning surprise at Ling Ge's question. "Lay a hand on us. There was one before, but it ended badly. Could this new instructor be thinking of? You want to lay a hand on us too. It seems calling you scum isn't an overstatement. Because of your family's influence, you dare insult the instructor. Anyone else wouldn't dare touch you." The surrounding students burst into laughter, amused that he was planning to fight them. Another one across from him chimes in, "Didn't he hear what Ni just said?" The Nick sitting below suddenly lost his smile, quietly reaching under the desk to pull out a hidden wooden rod. He quietly stood up, then suddenly flung his arm forward, sending the wooden stick hurtling through the air towards Ling Ji's face, only to be effortlessly caught between two of Ling Ji's fingers, stopping it dead. The blue-clad student seethed, thinking that previous instructors wouldn't have even dared to block it. Ling Ka asked, "Your name is Nick." Before he could turn around, he realized the voice was right behind him, without him even noticing. Before he could turn around, Ling Ge kicked him, sending him flying into the blackboard. Everyone in the class stared in stunned disbelief. "You." Ling Ge coldly commanded silence. With a flick of his finger, Nick, who was stuck to the board, moved himself to the back of the class and sat in his seat. Ling Ge happily looked at the class and asked, "Anyone else want to waste my time?" Everyone silently wept in their hearts, shaking their heads in unison. "No," said Lang, returning to his desk. "From today on, I'm one of your new instructors. You can call me Instructor Lang." The students below then greeted in unison. "Greetings, Master Ling." Nick finally regained consciousness, his eyes hazily looking forward. Ling Ji smiled and said, "Awake now." Nick shouts, "You dare hit me, you're dead. My family will never forgive you." Ling Ge frowned. "You still feel wronged. The instructors you bullied before now, that's a real injustice." The bully retorted, "So what? Slapping you is already letting you off easy. From today on, you better focus on your studies. If any of you break the rules again, you'll face my wrath," he said, with a sinister smile, then suddenly smiled innocently. The students below broke out in a cold sweat as he continued. "Now then, I recall that my first lesson was to explain the knowledge of the various professions." Ling Ge was flustered. He knew the names of the professions but not their meanings. He cleared his throat, regaining his composure, then clapped his hands on the table. "You're all too lazy with your training. Even a second-stage cultivator could be crushed by a domain-level opponent." Seeing the class silent, Ling Ge felt a little awkward. Shouldn't school be a place where students share their opinions? "Why isn't anyone arguing?" He spoke up. "If anyone wants to object, stand up and tell me." Two arms slowly rose, and Ling Ge turned to see Nick and a girl beside him. She had unique purple hair and melancholic brown eyes, while Nick looked like he wanted to punch him. Ling Ge looked at him and waved his hand. "Sit down." Nick hesitated. "Ah." Ling Ka frowned. Nick awkwardly sat down at the table, turning to the girl with a smile. "Go ahead." The class was immediately filled with a judgmental atmosphere, clearly a special treatment. The girl hesitantly replied, "Reporting instructor, my name is Hyo, specializing in assassins. What's your level?" "Instructor," Ling cheerfully answered. "Level 2 is considered outstanding in this class. Compared to the other dregs, it's immeasurably better." The class fell silent, heads bowed in shame. Ling continued, "Without a teacher, how do you usually train?" Hugh replied, with her head lowered. "When I'm not in class, I usually read books in the library. They have books about cultivation and knowledge about assassins." Ling Ge thought to himself, she's a good student, so why was she assigned to such a terrible class? He waved his hand. "Very well, you can sit down." Then he asked, "Does your class have a class president?" Everyone shook their heads. "Then who has the most influence in your class?" All eyes turned to the back where Nick was sitting. Nick was startled and raised his hand. "It's me," Ling Ke scolded. "Don't you know how to say, reporting?" Nick, now sweating with fear, reports, "It is I, master." Ling Ka ordered him to speak louder, and Nick shouted, "Reporting instructor, it's me." Sitting beside him, Hugh couldn't help but find it amusing, thinking that Nick's usual disruptive behavior was finally being dealt with. Ling's next words shocked Shu. "From today on, Shu will be the class president of Class F. When I'm not here, she will be in charge of managing the class." Everyone began to murmur. Is he serious? Making her class president is clearly not ideal. Ling Ka frowns. "Hugh's words are my words, and if you don't listen..." He raised his hand and slashed it forward. A deep crack appears on the floor as Ling Jae finishes his sentence, cracking his knuckles. "Don't blame me for being impolite." He then coldly dismissed class, and as he turned away, everyone silently judged him as a terrifying and brutal instructor. A girl sighs in relief. He's finally gone. I was so tense I was scared to death. The boy next to him dared only whisper, afraid the instructor would hear. Me too, his eyes were so stern. That damned guy. A loud shout nearby startled the two. Nick punches a hole through the desk in front of him, grinding his teeth in resentment. Where did the class president go? The students looked around, but Hugh was nowhere to be found. Strange. I didn't see him leave. Yeah, I didn't see him either. Nick went around asking the others, did any of you see Hugh over there? Everyone shook their heads. No. He resented this, fuming that everyone wanted to provoke him. Hyo had already run out of the classroom and peeked through the window, relieved that her stealth skills were up to par. Seeing Ling-ge return, Ju Ju-yan spoke up. Is class over? How did it feel? Ling-ge replied uncomfortably, the atmosphere stifling and chaotic. Not an overstatement, she says, with a hint of disbelief. Do you have to exaggerate so much? Ling-ge replied. You'll know once you start teaching. I've already disciplined those brats. You have to be strict with them, don't indulge them. There's also a student named Xiao, a beautiful busty, slender, long, purple-haired girl. Take care of her, she's the class president now. The second class begins, taught by Gu Yuyan. Ling-ge smiled at her, wishing her good luck, as Gu Yuyan entered the classroom. All the students were immediately stunned by her beauty. This female instructor is truly beautiful. And Lang is so handsome. If he dressed as a girl and changed his hair, he'd be beautiful. Someone nearby scolds. Are you trying to die? If they heard that you'd be dead. Kuk Yuyan silently assessed the class's atmosphere, finding it as stifling and chaotic as Ling-ge had described. She shook her head at the cracked tiles and the messy, paper-strewn room. The homeroom teacher's office was nice, and the classroom was fine, but this arrangement was a bit too much. Kuk Yoyan spoke. Which of you is the class president? Seeing her stern expression, the class inwardly groaned, thinking she was another strict instructor, like Instructor Ling. Hugh raises his hand and says, Reporting instructor, I'm the class president. Kuk Du Yen happily replies, No need to be so tense. I just wanted to know who the class president was, and while I'm at it, are there any other class officers? Hugh replied, No. Gu Miaoyan sighed and said, Well, starting today, I'm one of your instructors. You've all probably met Instructor Ling, right? Speaking of Instructor Ling, a dark cloud fell over the classroom. They hadn't just met him, they'd been beaten, cursed, and threatened. Gu Yao Yao writes her name on the board and says, You can call me Gu Daoshi. The boys below whisper, never having heard of the name Gu before, and wonder what family the previous Ling Daoshi was from. A nearby student cautioned, Why do you care so much? Do you want to get hit again? Gakyu Yan continued, Did Instructor Ling cover any of the curriculum with you? Everyone shook their heads. No. Gongju Yan continued, We'll take it easy this class and do a survey about our majors first. With that, she waved her hand, distributing the materials to the students' desks. Everyone received a form to fill out with their personal information. Placing her hand on Heiyu's shoulder, Gu Miaoyan asked kindly, Oh, right, class monitor, what's your name? Hugh replied shyly, My name is Hugh. Guk Diaoyun happily responded, Then you can deliver these surveys to the office. She then turned to the others, cleared her throat and commanded, Turn in your surveys to Hei when you're done or face the consequences. Then Kuk Diayen continued her lecture while Ling Ka read and practiced. Seeing him so focused, Juju Yan asked curiously, What are you doing? Ling Ka replied, Learning magic. Startled, Ju Dian asked, Aren't you practicing martial arts? How can you practice magic? She mused that magic is divided into many elements somewhat similar to the attributes of spirit energy, but spirit energy is mixed and not necessarily attributed, while magic is clearer, but practicing it in the melee department martial arts are more similar than magic. She exclaimed, Wait, aren't we teaching the melee department? Don't tell me you want to teach them magic. Ling responded, When did I say I was teaching magic to the melee class? Gu Yao Yao regained her composure. Then why are you learning magic? Ling Gei smiled. Just for fun, is that not allowed? Gu Yao Yao waved her hand, Then you have to learn it too. With a snap of his fingers, Ling Gei simply conjured the two liquids, one blue and one pink. Startled, Gu Yao Yao watched as the two liquids vaporized and landed on Ling Gei's hand. He clapped, and they vanished. Ling Ge says, See, didn't I learn it? Gu Yao Yao felt a little pressured. Are you even human? Ling Ka replied, Even if you transform and scold me, you're still not human. Kuk Dia Yen then said, I mean, your learning speed is unbelievably fast. I've only been teaching for a short time, and you've already mastered the magic of 2 attributes. Besides, normally mages only have 1 attribute, right? Ling Ge shrugs. Well, I'm not a mage. Guk Yoyun loses her patience. Fine, just forget I said anything. Want to learn, but Ju Doyan shook her head, not interested. Then don't mention it again. How did you feel about the class this time? Ling Ge replied with a smile. Guju Yao replied, Like you said, besides Hugh the others are terrible. I had them do some investigating and Hugh should be bringing it over later. Ling Ge stretched. Next I need to train them a bit. I remember there's some kind of competition coming up and if we don't focus on leveling up, we'll lose face. Feeling as if a boulder weighed down her shoulders, Gu Juyan asked wearily, What kind of training are you planning? Ling Ge smiled. You'll find out tomorrow. Those kids won't be at peace with me anyway. Oh, and leave Zhu Yue here for a bit. Summon the Zhu Yue sword. Bewildered, Zhu Yuan asked, "What do you want to do?" Linge grabbed the Zhu Yue sword, pointed at it, and said, "Zhu Yue, go out and play, but don't make a sound." He cheerfully added, "Do I need to invite you out?" A flash of light later, Zhu Yue appeared before them, looking displeased. "Why did you call me out here?" Linge replies, "I need your help this time." Zhu Yue turns away, refusing to help. Unaccustomed to his tone, she becomes wary. Caught between fear and reluctance, she turned away in silence, regaining her composure like a delicate kitten. "Help with what?" Linge replies, "Guide these brats in their training." Zhu Yue asks, "What's in it for me?" He presents a mystical herb. "How about this? 9 paths mystic firegrass." Zhu Yue was shocked, and wanted it badly. She reached for it, but Linge dodged her. Missing her, grabbed Zhu Yue, gritted her teeth in anger. "What are you doing?" Linge replies, "You still haven't said you agree." Zhu Yue clears her throat. "I agree, okay." Giving her the spirit herb, Linge said, "Here, it's yours. It's useless to me anyway, so you should head back." Zhu Yue angrily retorted, "You don't need to tell me that," and returned to her Zhu Yue sword. Meanwhile, a commotion erupts outside the Taiming sect's training chambers, and Qin Yunie's eyes light up. Sister Bai has broken through. The doors slowly open, and Bai Suling emerges after a long period of secluded training. Xin Yunie happily congratulates her on reaching the Huangji realm. Bai Suling patted her head, thanking her, and asked about Yue Qing. "She's still not out." Qin Yunie glanced at the other room and replied, "Not yet. There's still no movement from her chamber. I wonder how she's doing." Inside that chamber door, Mu Yueqing is still training intensely. Sweat dripped down her face as she suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of worry in her heart. Something felt off within her. The jade pendant around her neck suddenly glowed, as if Mu Yueqing couldn't bear something. Meanwhile, Linge sensed a change as well, and felt a shift in the stone around his neck. He mused that he had sensed his senior sister breaking through to the Yellow Realm, but Yue Qing's situation was unique. A boundary wall plus a journey of thousands of miles. This power relied on the spiritual pearl's space to reach him, as if warning him that interfering would bring unbearable consequences. There's definitely something hidden within Mu Yue Qing's body. The owner of this power wants to seize her body, and if it weren't for the spirit pearl, Yue Qing would no longer be herself. This girl is truly resilient. Despite the anomaly within her, she remains secluded, never seeking outside help. I should inform Li Wuzhen. In a certain forest, a Taoist priest lies comfortably in his hammock, but suddenly opens his eyes. What's going on? His uncontrollable spirit sinks, and his spiritual power is suppressed. Li Wuzhen scoffs, a petty person hiding their head and showing their tail as the space ahead turns into a pool of water. A voice echoes, "Long time no see, why so angry upon our reunion?" Li Wuzhen realizes he's surrounded by water standing on its surface. Before him, Linge sat at a tea table, smiling. He poured a cup, and Li Mujin respectfully greeted the martial emperor. Linge lifted his teacup, telling Li Jinwu, "Drink up, don't be so formal." Li Jinwu accepted the cup and replied, "Then I shall obey. Thank you, martial emperor." Li Jinwu took a sip of tea, and his eyes widened in surprise, as he found himself surrounded by a surge of spiritual energy, thinking, "This is incredible spiritual energy." Li Jinwu looked at Linge across from him, who glanced at him and smiled meaningfully, and knew what to do, closing his eyes to cultivate. After a while, Li Chenwu knelt on one knee, gasping, and said to Ling Ke, "Thank you, your majesty, for this opportunity." Ling Ke replied softly, "No need for such formalities. I came to ask for your help with something." Seeing that Langa needed his help, he clasped his hands resolutely and said, "Please tell me what you need, I will do my best." Langa then revealed the purpose of his visit. "Keep an eye on Mu Qingyue. Her body has been acting strangely lately." Li Chenwu respectfully accepted the order. Ling nodded, "I'll call on you if I need to." With that, a burst of magical light enveloped Ling, and he vanished before Li Chenwu's eyes in an instant. After entering his divine consciousness, Ling Ge wearily awoke, stretching and thinking, "I need to tell Mi Luo that if anything happens to Mu Qingyue, it's best if she takes action directly." Then Ling Ge quickly shook his head, hoping for the best. Meanwhile elsewhere, a man in Western attire conjures a flame in his hand, frowning as he says, "These two mysterious powerhouses Bree introduced. Q's intel suggests EVZ is in the academy, likely in danger." He bites his nails, adding, "If we can recruit them, they'd be powerful allies, but if they become enemies, we'll have to eliminate them. I'll observe for now." Inside the academy's close combat class, students are fooling around, running amok. Just then, Ling Ka walks in and greets them cheerfully, "Good morning, everyone." Hearing the familiar voice, the students quickly return to their seats, looking serious and silent. Seeing their self-discipline, he pointed outside and said, "Quite disciplined, I see. Everyone downstairs assemble in the courtyard." The students quickly lined up in the courtyard, listening intently to Lang Ka. Lang Ka narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "The formation is not complete enough. The speed of going downstairs is too slow, 10 seconds slower than I calculated. Everyone stand at attention for 1 hour." The students were stunned, their faces turning pale, but they had no choice but to obey. After a while, the scorching sun beat down on the students who were beginning to buckle under the heat, some on the verge of collapse. Seeing the trainee's lack of seriousness, he said coldly, anyone who falls will be punished with 2 hours next time. Hearing this, the trainees immediately stood up straight, not daring to sway even slightly. Langa then added, it would be strange if you didn't faint just standing there. Stand and circulate your spiritual power. This is also a way to train. With an angry look, he points at the students below, scolding, it's a pity you don't know how to use it. I truly feel sorry for your families raising such useless people. You ignorant, useless trash, just waiting to die. Are you angry? What good is anger? A bunch of useless trash can't even touch me. His words cut deep into the hearts of the students. After enduring Ling Ka's oppression, a student finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Teacher Ling Ka turned, puzzled, and asked, speak your mind. The student shouted, I protest. Ling Ka crossed his arms and asked, protest what? With newfound resolve, the student declared, you can insult me, but not my family. Hearing this, Ling Ka bit back a laugh, finding the statement absurd. Ling Ka ignored the protest, mocking, do you really think you're qualified to represent your family? I pity them for raising such a useless piece of trash. Hearing this, the student erupted, trembling with rage, his clenched fist ablaze with a great fire. At that moment, one student stepped forward saying, teacher, I have something to say as well. Another student followed, me too. Ling Ge looks up, his eyes, full of murderous intent, and says, all of you. He waves his hand, releasing a surge of energy that sends the students flying. Ling Ge coldly commanded, start digging. He raised his hand, unleashing his spiritual power. Ling Ke shouts, everyone kneel. A massive hand descends from the sky, crushing all the students below. The disciples were crushed, kneeling on the ground in a panic, a terrifying thought in their minds. From then on, the training was no longer voluntary but mandatory. With a stern warning, Ling threatened 500 push-ups for each of you as punishment for defying me, followed by 3 hours of standing. Fail, and you won't rest tonight. Another student cried, if I don't finish, I'll die tonight. Just as Ling was resting, a scornful voice echoed, you must be the new instructor. Ling, correct. Before Ling stood 2 instructors, Lina and Xuanshan. Ling Ge casually replied from his chair, that's me. Seeing the new instructor's arrogance, she fumed, thinking he may be handsome, but he has no manners. But outwardly, Lina smiled amiably and said, is Instructor Ling training the students? Ling Ka remained seated and replied, yes, no need for you to concern yourself with my training, this is my class. Lina, ignored by Lang, gritted her teeth, thinking, he's just using words to brush me off. It's infuriating. Lina crossed her arms, retorting, if you're training students, Instructor Ling, please guide them yourself. This is no different than punishment. Ignoring her words, Ryuker said, it's none of your concern. Ryuker sat up, retorting, these are my students, and how I train them is not your business. Besides, how do you know this isn't part of my training? Ling Ke's words enraged Lina, who retorted that it clearly wasn't. As a mentor, shouldn't you at least have the right attitude? When training, Ling Ge was so annoyed by her yelling that he had to cover his ears. Annoyed, Ling Ke turned to look at Xuanshan and said angrily, hey, if this is your wife, take her away. She's buzzing around here like a fly. It's driving me crazy. Hearing this, Xuanshan's face flushed red, as he thought, wife, wife. He then coughed lightly, dispelling the awkwardness, and said, Instructor Ling, how can you make such false accusations? Lina is only advising you for the sake of the students and you. Seeing Xuanshan's eagerness to please Ling Ge, finally understood. I thought you were married to this crazy woman. Turns out you're just a bootlicker. Ling Ka stood up, stretched, and said, instead of teaching your students, you're meddling in other people's business. If I were you, I'd have run off already. Furious, Lina berated Ling Ge, saying, a mentor like you is nothing but trash to the academy. Ling Ka waved his hand, sending them flying and crashing through the wall. The students watched their battered instructors in shock, becoming even more serious, afraid to do anything. Ling Ka glares at the gawking students and says sternly, do you all want to die? Get back to training. Meanwhile, Lina and Xuanshan were furious. Damn it, this is infuriating. How could the Tianqi Academy accept such an instructor? I must report this to the council. Someone like that shouldn't be in our academy, corrupting the students. Now that someone is willing to teach them, isn't that a sign of change? How can Lina swallow her anger? She spat. Xuanshan, what do you mean? Are you saying we should let that kind of instructor stay at the academy? Xuanshan was stunned, staring at Lina in disbelief, thinking she may not have heard it, but I did. That new instructor's cold voice carries the chill of the abyss. Xuanshan tries to reason with her. Without proof, the council won't accept your accusations. Furthermore, if he countersues you for slander, you'll be the one who suffers. Lina couldn't contain herself and shouted, Xuanshan, what's wrong with you? Are you scared of that new instructor? Why do you always try to stop me? I'm just trying to keep you from walking into a trap. That new instructor wouldn't be here if they weren't exceptional, and their strength is beyond ours. You were fine, but you had to accuse him, and now he has the upper hand. But seeing her persistence, Huishan's patience wore thin, and he shouted, enough. Caught off guard by the outburst from someone who was always gentle with her, Lina cried out in alarm. Huisan. Huisan sighed wearily, his eyes boring into Lina as he questioned her with a voice full of disappointment. I'm tired. Why do you always meddle in things? Do you think you're so beautiful with your Heavenly Academy instructor status? That everyone should bow down to you? I heard some news that Instructor Ling is Break's leader, and he personally recommended him. How could you possibly provoke someone like that? If you want to die, be my guest, but don't drag me down with you. With that, Hun-sun turned and walked away, leaving Lena stunned. Later, as Ryunga enjoyed a rare moment of peace, leisurely observing the students' training, and relaxing, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. What are you laughing at? Kook Yoyeon strolled up to Ling Ka and said, I can feel your students' resentment about to explode. Ling Ka nonchalantly replies, aren't they your students too? Go Yoyeon glances at the students and nods in agreement. True, but the training should still be left to you. This kind of training is good. Their temperaments are truly awful. Linga patted Gu Miaoyan on the shoulder, explaining, I'm training their physical fitness. As close combat students, they should have good physical qualities. You can teach them combat skills later. Hearing this, Gu Miaoyan wondered, isn't that your job? How could Instructor Ling possibly handle everything himself? He winks, suggesting I'll take part, you take part. Wouldn't that be better? Gu Yaoyao retorts, dejected. Then you're doing too little. Ling smiles, replying, don't you have 10 sword spirits? Didn't I tell you to get her to help? You two against me, don't you think I'm getting the short end of the stick here? These words left Gu Yaoyao speechless, her face darkening as she struggled to retort. Soon, an exhausted student finally completed the exercise, struggling to their feet, raising a hand and announcing, Instructor, I'm done. From above, Ling Ka effortlessly directs a student out of line with a flick of his finger, instructing them to rest for 10 minutes before resuming their punishment. Before long, more and more students completed their punishment and left the ranks one by one. Just then, Xiu, who was still in the ranks, suddenly emitted a blue light that enveloped his body. With a hint of regret, Gu Yaoyan looked at Xiu, saying, Xiu is very hardworking and has great potential, but assassin training just isn't compatible with our martial arts. Hearing this, Ling Ge chuckled, who says he can't be taught? Taking the opportunity, Gu Yaoyao pushed the responsibility onto Linga, saying, then you teach him. I'm not skilled in assassination. Linga snaps his fingers, offering an unconventional idea, you can change your path. Assassins don't necessarily have to assassinate. Just kill anyone who saw you, then no one will know, he said. Kok Yen was speechless. His thinking completely overturned the classic teachings of assassins, but on reflection, it made some sense. Gossip Girl whispers into Lingge's ear, are you planning to corrupt those two? You'll spoil her rotten. Then could you help me find an assassin mentor to teach her? Linga said casually. Not only do I not mind, I'm extremely grateful, Gu Miaoyan replied helplessly. I doubt anyone would want to teach her, Linga chuckled. In that case, how we teach her to cultivate will depend on her own comprehension. Whether she can comprehend anything will depend on her. Speaking of which, a thought suddenly crossed Ling Ji's mind. Speaking of which, I wonder how Gala and Gui Ling are doing. Elsewhere, they soar through the sky, pursued by soldiers with bloodshot eyes. Gala gazed at the soldiers before her channeling spiritual energy between her fingers, as she remarked that they were like rabid dogs, wondering what good their faith in those damned gods did them. Gala waves his hand, a blade of spiritual energy, decapitating those in front, splattering blood everywhere. Guiling looks at Gala asking suspiciously, aren't you a god yourself? God, my ass, I'm a demon god. It's a title, meaning I'm powerful. Seeing this, Guiling teased, so what if you're powerful? Isn't that just like you? The demon god, struck by those words, roared, damn it, stop talking and get to work. Soon after, the two completed their task, eliminating all of these terrifying soldiers. Looking at the large pool of blood at his feet, Jia Luo dusted off his hands and said, the power bestowed by these gods is not a good thing. Ghost Spirit picked at his ear, agreeing that these guys were just puppets, controlled from the shadows, but the power was undeniably intoxicating. Before that god died, the power granted was truly abundant. Gala looked around and ordered Ghost Spirit to search the church inside and out for anything they might have missed. Soon after, the two, one purple and one red, scattered around the cathedral to search again. After a while, they met up Gala, holding a trembling soldier. Jia La says, I found him hiding under the horse carriage. The soldier collapses to his knees, begging, please don't kill me. But as the pool of blood crept towards his feet, he jumped back in alarm, shouting about blood. Judging by his reaction, Gala remarked that his fear was considerable. Gui Ling observes that he managed to survive this hellish place. He must have had a good hiding spot, but he doesn't have a trace of spiritual energy. Gala crosses his arms, guessing that this man hasn't been in the cult for very long, and hasn't gained much power, judging by his weak appearance and how long it's been since he's eaten. Q Ling remarks that he's lucky to be alive, otherwise he'd be dead like the others. The soldier, panicked, asks, you're not going to kill me? Playing detective, Ghost Spirit figures that if Ling Go were here, he wouldn't kill him and might even get something out of him. First, she'll stabilize his mental state. Seeing Ghost Spirit's antics, Gala couldn't help but sweat. Ghost Spirit walked over to the soldier, placing his hand on his chest to transfer energy. So frail. He'd be wasted if he died. The soldier's red eyes then returned to normal, only to be met with the gaze of a skull. He screamed in terror, his soul leaving his body as he fainted. Gala and Guiling sighed, his endurance was indeed weak. Inside a room, the soldier finally awakens with Gala and Guiling sitting across from him. Gala questioned the soldier. What happened at your temple? Tell us. The soldier remained silent, refusing to speak, so Jia Lu tried to reassure him. If we saved you, we won't hurt you. We're adventurers sent by the guild to investigate, so you don't need to worry. Gala reassured him gently. Yes, why else would we have saved you? Though outwardly calm, Gala was inwardly furious, cursing. Damn it, I saved you. Why are you so nosy? It was then that the soldier finally believed them, recounting I had just entered the temple, but for some reason the people inside suddenly started going crazy. I was feeding the horses at the time, and then I hid in the stable. Seeing something terrifying, Gara narrowed his eyes and asked, what was so terrifying? Seeing his silence, Gara added, in that case we'll tell you some news too. What news? The soldier asked, confused. Gala replied, the god you worship is dead. Those people without faith suffered a backlash of power and became monsters. Luckily you haven't been in the temple long, or you'd be dead by our hands. The soldier clutched his head and cried out, isn't the great god immortal? It's a demon. It must be a demon who did something. Gala watched him scream, furious inside. Though he doesn't know if demons have anything to do with his own kind, this attitude is clearly looking down on demons. He thinks to himself, so what if they're demons? Did I eat your rice? Gala asked calmly. How do you know it was a demon? There's no trace of a demon in the cathedral. The soldier clutched his head, repeating in a panic, impossible, the gods are immortal. Guiling turned to Jialuo and said Zhang Kui is just a foolish mortal. Let's go. As the two left, Jialuo said, this trip was useless. We didn't learn anything. Hua Ling looked up, reminding him, don't forget what Linga told you to do. The most important thing this time is for us to investigate that demon and the battlefield of the gods. Annoyed by Guiling's reminder, Jialuo replies, I remember better than you do. I know the consequences of returning like that. Then Jialuo and Guiling transform into two beams of light, soaring into the sky and leaving the cathedral. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room, hushed whispers fill the air. Lena, why do you suddenly want to make trouble for the new instructor? Inside the room, two figures embraced, unburdened by clothing, as Lena spoke. That man is truly repulsive. The man embracing Lena looked up, breathing heavily, and said, then I'll help you teach him a lesson later. Standing outside the room, Xiang Shan witnessed the entire lewd scene. He clutched the bouquet of roses, thinking angrily that after all his effort, this guy had easily won Lena's embrace. Enraged, Huin Sun threw the flowers away and stormed off, cursing under his breath. Damn it, but his strength is at level 5. I can't beat him. Just then, his steps faltered, as a thought struck him. That's right, he could go to Linga. With that thought, he decided to tell Langsa everything they had said. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Langsa sat leisurely in a chair, watching the students struggling on the ground. The students exhausted from Lingke's training crawled on the ground, unable to move. Seeing their state, Zhu Yaoyan smiled and said, these guys have been tormented enough. It's probably time to go home. Lingke stroked his chin, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Very well, that's enough for today. Each day from now on, I'll increase the intensity. I'm sure you'll all enjoy it. Hearing this, the students' faces darkened, thinking they were about to die, but then Linga stood up, waved to them, and said, dismissed. Just then, a voice called out from behind Instructor Ling. Instructor Ling. Seeing the instructor who'd caused trouble before, he raised his fist and growled, looking for more trouble. You're still not enough on your own. Brother Shan quickly raised his hands in surrender fearfully, saying, no, it wasn't Lena. Lena wants to send people to make trouble for you. Seeing him like this, Lingge curiously asked, why are you suddenly being so kind, running here to tell me all this? Instead of answering directly, Xiangshan waved his hand saying, in short, that woman is colluding with a level 5 master in the academy to cause you trouble. Master Ling, you should be careful. I'll be going now. With that he turned and quickly left, and Ling Ka, watching him go, turned to Gu Miaoyan and asked, did you see anything on that guy's head? With a knowing look, Gu Yaoyao nodded in agreement. Indeed, a very large green hat. I think I know what's going on, but it seems he doesn't know your true strength. Ling Ge sits down, saying casually, it's fine, everything is under control. Elsewhere, Tai Shu and Ling Shu walk through a desolate wasteland. Ling Shu worriedly tells Tai Shu, Master, I feel like things have been getting a little too chaotic lately. Tai Shu walks forward, nodding. Indeed, I didn't expect the Western Divine Continent to still have gods, and even at the creation realm, I never thought those gods would die so strangely. Ling Shu voiced his suspicions. Could it be Ling Ge? Tai Shu turned and shook his head. Perhaps not. Ling Shu, resting his chin on his hand, says I still feel this is related to Ling Ge. If it really is Ling Ge, those gods couldn't have just died for no reason. But if it is Ling Ge, then... Tai Shu touches his heart worriedly, thinking, if I don't return to the heavenly realm now, will I have something planted inside me while I'm in the lower realm? Ling Shu asks his master, Master, what should we do next? Tai Shu frowned, saying, if it really is Ling Ge, then we're just unlucky. If not, we'll continue to investigate and leave after obtaining the key fragment. With that, Tai Shu flew forward, thinking that according to the information he'd heard, the extraterrestrial meteorite fell at the site of the original war between demons and gods, where there might be clues to the key. Elsewhere, a girl with demonic horns and fallen wings was sitting atop a giant green-skinned monster. This girl is the succubus Lord Alina. Alina covered her mouth and giggled, tisk tisk tisk. After a century, the scent here is still so strong. She excitedly raises her hands, saying, Gods dying, the church collapsing. This is so exciting. Alina has the green-skinned monster drop her, then says, so many dying, one after another, it's getting more and more interesting. What if we go attack them now? Then, as if remembering something, Alina changed her mind, saying, never mind. If even the God realm can't stop it, then the weaklings of the God realm are even more numerous than in hell, and probably not even enough to fill the gaps between people's teeth. But things continued to develop, and next, Chi Bang took the opportunity to kill all the remaining worms in the human god realm. Suddenly, Alina seemed to realize something, narrowing her eyes as she said, looks like someone's coming. Alina waved her hand, and a great light enveloped her and the green-skinned monster behind her. Then the light quickly flew away. Not far away, Jialuo and Guiling arrived at a desolate land, and Guiling, looking around, exclaimed, the resentment here is truly strong. The little ghost sniffled, thinking that this treasure was even better than what Linga kept in his ring, something she could only look at, not touch. Seeing her daydreaming, Jialuo flicked her forehead and said, I don't mind if you want to cultivate, but hurry up, I'm going to investigate. Jialu then surveyed the surroundings, propping her chin in thought. Why can't I find anything in this god-forsaken place? Jialu glanced at Gui Ling, who was sitting cross-legged, and began to investigate the surroundings. Gala began to fly around to survey the situation, and after a while she jumped down, saying, there's a presence. Gala examines the footprints on the ground, noting their strange aura. She sits beside the massive imprints, pondering if this demon's power and connection to the netherworld indicate a link to the ancient devil race. Perhaps after the division of Divine Province, a branch of the demon race was exiled to this western Divine Province, later changing their name to the Devil Race. Gara shouted to the surroundings, it seems Linga has killed all the gods of this divine realm, and has brought no small amount of mobility to these descendants. Jialuo walked forward, calling out to Guiling in the distance, who quickly rushed to his side, saying, I'm here, I'm here. Gala and Guiling then faced off against Taishu and Lingshu, who unleashed a barrage of light upon them. In the sky, a massive explosion erupts with incredible force. Fortunately, Gala and Ghost Spirit create a large shield protecting themselves from the attack. As the dust settles, holes riddle the ground, and Taishu says tensely, the aura of the demon race. Lingshu stepped forward, saying worriedly, be careful, my lord, their strength is not to be underestimated. The demon seed within me is a great hindrance. If it suddenly flares up, we'll lose this battle terribly. Taiheo looks at the two figures before him and asks, are you two demons? Gui Ling honestly pointed at Taishu, saying, just him, not me. After someone discovered that Jia Lu was a demon, he stretched out his arms and his whole body exuded a huge demonic aura. Gala boasts, why so much talk? Seeing Gala's sudden outburst, Taishu and Lingshu turn pale, cursing inwardly. Damn it, why not just skip the formalities and attack directly? Lingshu attacks Jialuo, who raises a hand to block. Jialuo then declares, since you're here you might as well stay. Jialuo demon god somersaults, easily neutralizing Lingshu's attack. Frustrated that every move is blocked, Lingshu angrily chants a spell, and countless hands fly towards Jialuo demon god. Neither was willing to yield, as they clashed, their devastating attacks colliding in an explosion of power. Galamad, God and Lingshu are both blown away, but while Galamad God stands firm, Lingshu falters, his spiritual energy weakened. Lingshu trembled, fear creeping in. His opponent's physical and spiritual power were immense. He couldn't possibly win. The leader assesses the situation, noticing Lingshu's wavering spirit. Lingshu, realizing the odds are stacked against him, asks, Master, things aren't looking good. What should we do? The leader waved his hand, enveloping them in a shield of power as Galamather charged, shouting. Trying to escape, he threw a punch, hitting them both with a resounding crash. But Lingshu and his master were one step ahead, successfully escaping the battlefield. Jialuo, frustrated by his failure, grumbled, I haven't even made my move yet. The ground still bore the imprint of Jialuo's five-fingered strike, to which the beautiful ghost spirit replied, What? Jialuluo sarcastically provokes Ghost Spirit. Did I say I needed you to act? Enraged, Ghost Spirit retorts. Would they have escaped if I had acted just now? Seeing her smugness, the Gala demon god scolded. You fool, you utter fool. One of them was holding back, either due to some restriction or to guard against you. I need to tell Linga about this when I get back. Maybe he knows something. Elsewhere, Linga is casually stretching and exercising. Lingka twists to the right, then to the left. Black Moon watches dumbfounded before climbing onto Lingka's shoulder and saying, You certainly have a unique hobby. Langa replied cheerfully. As a mentor, I need to find things to do, like warming up to show I'm a well-rounded mentor. Black Moon happily replied. You can actually say something like that. If your students heard that, they'd be furious, Lengka proudly replied. So what? Unless they can defeat me, it's all talk. Hey Yue asked with some curiosity. Is there really any point in training these guys? Don't you feel like you're wasting your time? Ling responded. Isn't it a very fulfilling thing to do? Suddenly, a voice from behind catches Ling's attention. Oh, Instructor Ling, we meet again. It turns out two other instructors, Linda and Det, were approaching to greet him. Ling Chen, displeased by their appearance, said, "I don't want to see you at all." Linda retorted, "Don't say that, Instructor Ling. We still need to settle what happened last time when you threw Det and me out." Then Det with blue hair stepped forward. "Seriously, Master Lang, you punished a student," Master Linda, annoyed, added, "and threw her out again. This is wrong." Linga resolutely said, "Linda, you're disturbing my class like a nagging old woman, arrogant from the start." "What's wrong with kicking her out of my class?" Linda retorted, angered by Ling Ka's insults. "Master Ling, some things require proof." Ling contemptuously replied, "Do I need proof to deal with someone as unreasonable as you? If you want to complain to the council, be my guest." The frustrated blonde was speechless, and the instructor, unable to reason with Ling, suggested a duel to settle things. "If you win, we'll drop the matter. If you lose, you must apologize." Ling Ka and He Yue were stunned, but Ling Ka suddenly gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Your simp level is truly off the charts." The blue-haired man, stung by the dog accusation, thought to himself, "Damn it, she's the one who begged me to come here. How did I become the lapdog?" "You're the dog," he retorted. "Instructor Lang is skilled, but I'm a fully realized level 5 combat instructor." He ignited his fiery blue bone fists and said, "If you apologize now, we can consider this matter resolved." Seeing the fight about to begin, the Black Moon Cat jumped away to safety. Ling wasn't worried at all, and confidently replied, "We've already started fighting." "What's wrong? Didn't the academy tell you what I'm capable of?" He chuckled dismissively, not even bothering to look at him. "Is that so? Then allow me to show you today," he roared, throwing a punch at Ling. "Defeating an arrogant fool like you is nothing." Ling Ka yawned, unfazed by his attacks. Ling Ka effortlessly countered his attack, sending the blue-haired man flying with a single palm strike. He crashed to the ground, coughing up blood, his mind reeling in disbelief. How could this be? Seeing Ling Ka instantly defeat him, the blonde girl froze in fear for 5 seconds before Ling Ka mercilessly slammed her face into the ground. Ling Ka stated firmly, "If you two want to report me to the council or invite someone stronger, I'll welcome it any time." Now at the council's court, Ling Ka was on trial. Others came to watch, their faces grim with anger. Ling Ka was surprised to be summoned, wondering if they really took it to the council. The judge asked Instructor Ling, "Is it true that you attacked instructors Linda and Det 2 days ago, leaving them bedridden?" He continued angrily. "Even if there was a conflict, it could have been resolved. Why did you resort to violence in front of so many people?" Looking bewildered, Ling Ka replied, "Oh, so a bald old lawyer stands up angrily, shouting, 'Could it be that you're so guilty you don't even dare to speak?'" The other instructors, siding with the blonde and blue-haired instructors, stood up and said, "Instructors Linda and Det have excellent reputations in the academy, yet they were injured by a new instructor like you. If he isn't punished, he will definitely cause bigger problems in the future." The elder judge, looking grim, slammed his gavel and asked Instructor Ling, "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Langa raised a finger in protest, saying, "Of course I do. Let me break down the cause and effect for you all. First, Instructor Linda accused me of punishing a student. Then I told her to leave. Then the dean demanded I apologize. When I refused, he wanted to fight. Then Linda attacked and I defended myself." Another man standing nearby retorted, "Nonsense, Master." Linda clearly stated, "You punished the students but you threw her out." A young girl beside him added, "That's right, show us the proof that you didn't punish the students." Undaunted, Linga retorts, "Which of you saw me punish a student? Do you have proof?" Suddenly, 3 men burst in, declaring, "Of course there is." As they entered, the blue-haired Nick stared intently at Linga. The instructor then asked, Nick, tell me, did Instructor Ling punish you?" The blue-haired boy stammered, unable to speak. I, he stammered, then decisively said, "Yes." The master then shouted, "Master Ling, do you have anything to say?" Ling was caught off guard by the accusation and asked, "What is my crime?" The judge slammed his gavel, glaring at Ling with cold eyes as the master accused, "Do you think the council members are all lying?" Ling Ka retorted, "Isn't that the truth?" Then he shouted, "Produce the evidence." Not knowing how to prove himself, Ling Ka replied, "I don't have any, I don't know." He confidently declared, "Then your fate is sealed, you will be stripped of." Helpless Ling Ka asked, "Does Brack know about this?" He wondered aloud, "Why would guild leader Brack bring someone like you into the academy?" The girl beside her added fuel to the fire, saying, "You're a disgrace to our Thien Kai Academy." Ling Ka replied, "To be honest, I only wanted to come to the academy to play around, and everyone here knows that. Under my tutelage, each and every one of them was obedient." Lang Ka turned to Nick and continued, "I never expected to be accused by my own student, but I suspect you all secretly orchestrated this, didn't you?" Nick was shaken, his secret exposed. Those above, enraged by Ling Ka's words, retorted, "Mind your tongue. This is the Tianqi Academy." Ling Ge replies, "Perhaps Det invited you all. It seems his family's influence isn't small." The old judge, hearing this, was infuriated. Ling Ka voices his true thoughts that they're covering for Det. "It seems that Baek's influence in the Tianqi kingdom isn't as strong as he thought," Lingji declared. "Let me make this clear. All the blame lies with them. Are you all blind, accusing a student of framing me? This academy's conduct is appalling. The judge, enraged by Linga's exposure of the academy's true colors, roared, "Stubborn fool." He conjures flames in his hand, aiming to strike Lang Xia, and a blazing tornado of fire engulfs him. The instructor, seeing Lang Ke caught in the judge's attack, secretly rejoices, thinking that no one can withstand 6 great holy instructors for long. From within the fireball, Ling Xia emerges unscathed, saying, "A 6th-level saint instructor, is that all you've got?" He then obliterates the man's dark flames, shattering the surrounding windows. Everyone was terrified by Ling Ke's power, as the judge was sent flying into a wall. He slowly struggled to his feet, while the other master writhed on the ground in pain. The judge was stunned, thinking, "How can this be?" Ling Ke approached him, saying, "You really underestimated my strength, but I don't blame you. It's Break's fault for not telling you." The old judge managed to say, "If you continue this, the Tianqi Academy will never forgive you. Not just the Academy, but the entire Tianqi Kingdom will hunt you down. Can't you think of it another way?" Ling Chen snaps back. "What kind of situation are you in now?" Linga asked, as the instructor, with his arm twisted behind his back, groaned in agony on the ground. The judge stood by, inwardly seething, thinking this was clearly a case of making an example of someone. The poor instructor turned his face and cursed Ling Ke in despair. "You're a demon, you're a demon." Ling Ge simply shrugged in response to his insults. "A demon. How should I put it? Though I don't consider myself a demon, I'm not a devil," he cried out, frustrated. "You are a devil, you admitted it." Ling Ge remained unusually calm. "I didn't say I was a devil, just that I was a demon. But whatever all you know about demons is that they're devils, so say what you want." The old judge tried to salvage his authority. "In our Tianqi kingdom, there are 7th-level powerhouses on par with gods. If you dare attack the academy, that lord will not spare you." Ling Ke laughs at the old man's attempt to intimidate him, saying, "If you can truly summon that 7th-stage powerhouse, I would be delighted to fight him. As a holy instructor, can't you sense my power?" The old man suddenly became distracted, a flicker of horror flashing in his mind, as he realized something. That's right, he's at least 7th level. The old holy pathmaster trembled violently on the floor, his mind racing. When Break reported his strength was only at the peak of the 5th stage. He must have been unwilling to let the kingdom infiltrate the Adventurers Guild, and then somehow found a 7th-stage powerhouse, and made some kind of deal. The old holy instructor struggled to look up, pointing at Ling Ge, as he said, "I've seen through your plan. You won't get what you want. The kingdom will not be betrayed by the likes of you." Ling Ge ignored the old man, smashed his head into the ground and thought, "What do you mean, harmless? If it weren't for that busybody Lena, I wouldn't have gotten involved in your deceit." Ling Ge suddenly wondered if his tendency to provoke others was a bit strange. Perhaps elsewhere, the blonde instructor Linda was reporting to her master that everything was settled. The master replied, "Well done." He rested his chin on his hand, his voice full of amusement, wondering how this 7th-stage powerhouse would handle the situation. He approaches, caressing her cheek as he continues, "You've done well. From now on, report everything to me first." He dotes on her like a pet, and gives his orders. She happily replied, "Yes, master, I will do my best." Meanwhile, Ling was still toying with the holy instructor. "Forget Break for now, let's talk about you. How do you plan to survive my grasp?" The infuriated saint instructor roared, "Demon, you are a demon, the gods will judge you." Ling then replied, "How foolish. You've grown so weak that you need to rely on other beings for help." Those seated above agreed angrily, chanting, "Demon, demon, demon." Ling could no longer tolerate them. Ling unleashes his power, sending one crashing to the ground, as he declares, "It's been a while since I've refined Mono," as they are consumed by his power. Ling declares, "If you like demons so much, then let's see how you like becoming one." With a snap of his fingers, he manipulates them all, turning them into obedient pawns. Everyone obediently listened to his orders, saying, "Master." Ling Ke gradually disappeared into the void, instructing them, "Don't disappoint me. Perform well." Cut to the Academy's Great Hall, where a voice rings out. "Damn it," the blue-haired youth muttered to himself, wandering aimlessly. "I only heard half of it before those guys kicked me out. I wonder how the instructor is doing." Suddenly, he noticed someone behind him and exclaimed, only to find Ling Ke had been sitting there all along questioning him. "Du is back." He broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Ling Ke. He rushed over, tearfully clinging to Ling Ke's leg, and began his story. "Master Ling, it wasn't my fault. They threatened me. I only testified because of my family. Master Ling, I was wrong." Seeing him wail like a child, Ling thought, "Why is he making such a big deal out of this already? I'm not blaming you, so why are you yelling?" Ling Ke looked around and saw many other students gathering to watch, so he flicked the boy's forehead. He cried out in pain. "That hurts." He fearfully clutched his head and stammered, "Master Ling." Ling sighed, "If you keep this up, I'll really have to punish you later." Hearing Ling Ge speak so gently and cheerfully, Nick's eyes lit up as he replied, "So, you're all right, instructor." Ling Ge responded, "Of course I'm all right. Otherwise, how could I be sitting here talking to you? What's wrong? Did you want something to happen to me?" Nick quickly explained, "No, it's not that. Although I was a little dissatisfied at first after experiencing the instructor's training, my strength has improved more and more, and I will soon break through to the 3rd stage." Linga, unfazed by what he'd done, replied, "Alright, no need to thank me so profusely. I understand your situation, but starting next month your training will intensify." The youth, Nick dazedly explained. "No way." Angered Langa retorts, "It's only so your strength can improve faster." "What is it? Do you have any objections?" he asked, terrified. "No objections," came the reply. Langa replied, "Good, now they'll be training and you need to increase your strength a bit too." The others, seeing they were about to be used for training, scattered in a daze. Meanwhile, Nick nervously hoped he could endure the next month, while elsewhere, Saintess Phinia, Fanny's sister, discussed with the old Saint Master, "What could possibly require you to mobilize so many people and open a court?" The old Holy Order Master replied, "DT simply couldn't defeat them, and wanted me to punish the other party, but it's no longer an issue." Phinia says, "Honestly, to use the court for just one person, your grandson lost, so he called you in. Luckily things didn't escalate." The old holy instructor replied, "Luckily it didn't blow up." Phinia pondered, "But if he defeated DT, he must be strong." The old holy mentor added, "Indeed, he's reached the 6th stage, perhaps even surpassing our holy mentor status." Phinia excitedly asks, "Doesn't that mean our academy has another holy master?" The old holy master replies, "I offered, but he refused." The old man continued seriously, saying that the other party had no intention of becoming a holy teacher. Phinia replied, "That's a pity then." She then gets up and says, "Well, I'll be going now. We'll talk later." He nods in agreement. Elsewhere, Lingke was lost in thought. Suddenly he opened his eyes and said, "Pina." Linge walks to the window, thinking that this incident has attracted the attention of other holy masters. Even though he deceived Tao He, this time it's still not safe. Meanwhile, Yao Yan is sitting alone in her room reading. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, Ling Ke had been watching her read. He quietly approached, whispering into her ear. Startled Gu Yao Yao exclaimed, Annoyed, Gu Miaoyan stood up to scold Ling Ge, but instead, her lips crashed into his. After the kiss, they stared at each other in stunned silence, tinged with embarrassment, as Gu Miaoyan blushed furiously. Inside, Ling Ke was overjoyed, but he replied shyly, An accident, an accident. Yao Yan thought dazedly. An accident, Kok Diu Yen sobbed pitifully. Is that all it was? Let me. Then Yao Yan sadly sat down at the table crying. Seeing Yao Yan so upset about losing her first kiss to him, Langge thinks, she's crying. I was just joking. How did this become an accident scene? Langge quickly tries to comfort her, that I really didn't mean to. Ling soothed her, I really didn't mean to. How about I make it up to you? Hearing this, Gu Miaoyan felt a little better. Ling spread his arms wide and generously said, What do you want? I'll let you decide how to handle this. But Gu Miaoyan didn't care about compensation, and got up to leave the room. Yao Yao turned to look at Ling, her eyes filled with resentment, and Ling, seeing her sulk, said, Don't look at me like that. It's a little scary. If you have something to say, just say it. This time it really was my fault. If there's nothing else, I'll head out and make it up to you later. But Kok Du Yen acted indifferent and continued walking, prompting Lang to yell at her to stop. Linga was relieved to see Gu Miaoyan turn around, thinking she was no longer angry, but she walked up and kissed him passionately, leaving him frozen for 5 seconds. Linge doesn't understand what's happening, that he's being kissed by Gu Miaoyan. They kiss passionately for a moment before snapping back to reality. Drool still glistened on his lips. How sickeningly sweet. Ling Ka and Gu Yao Yao exchanged glances, their thoughts filled with rosy hues, before a flustered Gu Yao Yao hurried out of the room, leaving Linga stunned and blushing, savoring the bliss of that passionate kiss. Then, Ling Ka suddenly sighed, and went to his seat, a little confused and worried about what was happening. With that done, Linga left and headed to his class, where he noticed someone was missing and asked, Where's Nick? The students exchanged blank stares, and when no one answered, Master Ling shouted, I'll ask one more time, where is he? Xu Chenjing raised his hand and replied, Teacher, I'm sorry Nick, and some other students had a conflict with Class D of the magic system, they might be fighting right now. Seeing his students fighting, Langa asked, Where is this happening? Xu replied, The courtyard. Meanwhile, a crowd gathered outside the arena, where 2 young students gossiped. How could Class F possibly fight Class D? Class D ranks 2 levels above them, aren't they asking for death? The other young man replied, Who cares what they do? Who told those guys to be so arrogant? They're going to get what's coming to them from the mages in Class D. Another student chimed in, noting that these guys weren't taken away by the instructor this time. The blonde student replied, Are they finally planning to study hard? How laughable, no wonder they're useless. Their instructor must be just as bad. Unbeknownst to them, they've just bumped into Nick and his friends. Nick shouts, You're going too far. The red-haired youth replies, If you weren't about to attack our classmates, would we be bullying you? Nick, enraged, retorted, You were the ones who blocked our path and mocked us. Otherwise, why would we have attacked? Seeing Nick's fury, he drew his weapon saying, You truly live up to the reputation of the trash class. Without your instructor here, I'll teach you a lesson today. He swung his thunder sword, ready to fight Nick. He channeled power into his thunder sword, declaring 3rd-tier lightning, magic lightning bird barrage, as he unleashed the attack on Nick. Unafraid, Nick drew his sword ready to meet the attack head-on. His attack was easily deflected by Nick, and he burst out laughing, mocking Nick. A fully leveled rank 2 warrior wants to attack a rank 3 mage from afar. You're asking for death. A fierce blaze clashes against the frigid air. This clash creates a shocking explosion, as Nick grips his flaming blade soaring through the air like a missile towards Mac. Mac quickly raises his sword to block Nick's attack, the two evenly matched. Mac seems to be tiring, his eyes wide, jaw clenched, sweat pouring as he struggles to resist. Unable to endure any longer, Yang Mook collapses to his knees, sending Nick into a fit of glee as he unleashes a verbal assault. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Be arrogant again, let's see it. Ling's teachings echoed in Nick's mind. Verbally assault your opponent to crush their spirit and make them feel the pressure of losing. Nick smirked, thinking to himself, Master Ling was right. His opponent has lost all composure. Mac was furious but helpless. He was no match for Nick's strength, and could only grit his teeth and shout, that's bullying. Nick kicked Mac squarely in the chest, sending him flying kilometers away, then sneered, I'm returning the favor. Nick laughed mockingly. How does that feel? Mac collapsed to the ground before everyone's eyes, looking pathetic and miserable. Seeing this, the blonde and black-haired youths, weapons in hand, quickly rallied everyone to prepare for battle against Nick, and they all swiftly unleashed their magic. Auras of colorful electricity swirled like tornadoes, ready to strike Nick, whose face paled as he eyed the overwhelming number of enemies. He thought to himself, this is bad. 1 or 2 are manageable, but so many mages, if we can't defeat them quickly in close combat, we're doomed. The two at Nick's side were pale with fear, utterly lost. The brown-haired man grimaced, we're done for, there's no way we can handle these guys. The black-haired man trembled, Nick, what do we do? Nick stood motionless, eyes shut tight as he desperately searched for a plan. The magic was nearly complete. There was no escape. Just then, Max's group blankly looked up at the sky and stammered, the magic incantation has been interrupted. Yes, Ling Qi appeared at the most dramatic moment to save Nick, who smiled radiantly at his arrival. The brown-haired lackey scowled, asking, who are you? The gray-haired one added with a sneer. So, more trash from the oppressed class. Nick shouts at the ignorant fools. This is our class's instructor, you dogs. They wondered a mentor. How could the mentor of the trash class be so beautiful? Max struggled to his feet, face bruised, and retorted, are you trying to protect them? Ling approaches Nick, his face cold as he retorts, cover for them. Then tell me what's the cause of all this. Faced with Ling Gei's question, Mac hesitated, scratching his head, unable to speak. Just don't come any closer. Ling Jia moved closer and closer, causing him to tremble, and he quickly grabbed the knife from the ground, holding it to his neck to threaten everyone. Don't come any closer, please, please. But Ling Gei ignored the MC's childish antics. He continued to close in, scaring the MC out of his wits before he could even lay a hand on him. Ling Kei looked at Mo with a bored expression, thinking to himself that this guy's mental defenses were too weak. If he were his student, he would have been kicked out long ago. Ling Ka questioned the students. Can anyone explain what happened here? If not, your low-level magic class can forget about going to class today. You're all staying here. Ling Ka's expression turned cold and resolute, and a hesitant voice spoke up. It seems he's hesitating. A slick-haired young man points at Nick, accusing him. Your class provoked our classmates first. Nick frowns loudly, refuting the claim. If your class's idiots hadn't stopped us, who would bother with you? Suddenly, a purple-haired instructor with glasses and a staff approached, asking softly, Instructor Ling, why are you arguing like this? The students from the low magic department were overjoyed, calling out, Master. The orange-haired student grinned at the blonde beside him. The instructor's here. He won't be able to do anything to us now. The blonde-haired student smirked, saying, Of course, with the instructor here, how could he dare rebel? Before this stranger, Ling Kei coldly asked, Who are you? A question that embarrassed the Class D instructor. He chuckled nervously. You're quite the comedian, Instructor Ling. I'm the instructor of the magic degradation class, and I'm here to mediate. Your student injured mine, and escalating this won't do anyone any good. How about we just end it here? With a chilling gaze, he retorts, I doubt my students would cause trouble for yours. It's more likely your students acted despicably, forcing my students to intervene. The D-class magic instructor presses, so, you're saying there's no chance of reconciliation. Ling Ka covered his mouth and smirked. When did I ever say I would reconcile with you? It seems the instructors of Class D aren't very bright. How can someone like that be an instructor without corrupting the students? The D-class instructor coughed up blood, his face darkening as he roared. You're going too far. Ling Ka only pressed his advantage further. He continued, Are your students allowed to bully mine, but I'm not allowed to bully a mentor like you. There has to be some fairness. The old instructor was fuming, blood rushing to his head. He patted his chest to calm himself, gritting his teeth as he muttered, He can't take Ling's words anymore. He gathered his energy, raised his staff high, and shouted, Great Thunder God, grant me your power. A surge of purple electricity crackled as he looked up to the sky and roared, Annihilate all the evil in this world with the roar of thunder. Nick, standing behind Ling, worriedly asked, Teacher, what do we do now? Lightning mages boast the highest attack power, and this is a 5th-level master. Ling swiftly smacked Nick on the head, snapping him out of it. Langa angrily rebukes Nick. Look at your cowardly self. Where's the fearless courage of a warrior? Nick's face darkened as he clutched his swelling head, remembering his mentor's harsh words. Facing a lightning mage 3 levels higher, what good is courage? Ling Xiao crossed his arms and stepped forward coldly, saying, "What is it? Do you intend to destroy this training ground?" The D-class instructor's purple lightning filled the air, vaguely forming the image of a dragon, as he pointed his staff at Ling Ke and roared, "Go to hell." The purple lightning began to destroy everything. Seeing this, the students scrambled to escape, shouting, "Run!" Ling Ka stood tall, arms crossed, watching to see what the instructor would do, then turned to his students and said, "Hey, don't you guys have any faith in your instructor?" Nick and the 2 students, pale as ghosts, huddled together, trembling uncontrollably, sweat pouring down them. Ling sighed, "Never mind." He starts to warm up, then strikes the carefree purple dragon, splitting it in 2 with a devastating blow. The dragon screams in agony. Suddenly, a white light appeared next to Ling Ka. "So that's Trukenge." Ling Ka happily says, "Perfect timing, Zhu Ye." Zhu Yue coldly replies, "If you hadn't called me here, I wouldn't have come." The earth magic instructor cried out. "An old gray-haired instructor is leading a group of students." Ling Ka happily said, "You've arrived." The gray-haired instructor greets them with a stern expression. "Greetings, instructors." The earth magic instructor stood dumbfounded, eyes wide. Then enraged, he ground his teeth and said, "You're messing with me, right?" With the gray-haired master present, he could only thrash about, unable to act rashly. The gray-haired master frowned and asked, "What happened?" Ling Ka pointed at the low-level magic instructor, smirking, "You should ask him." The gray-haired instructor approached the low-level instructor and said gently, "Instructor Zmu, I know you're narrow-minded, but starting fights is unacceptable. Tell me what exactly happened here." Zmu hung his head, seemingly trembling before suddenly shouting, "1-2, watch your tongue." Master Yi pointed at Ling Ge and sternly said, "So, what exactly happened between you two, and what should I call this one?" Ling Ge introduced himself with a smile. "Ling, master of the close combat forced class, and a new teacher at the Tongstan Academy." Upon hearing Lingka's background, the instructor mused, "Oh, you're the one who beat DT so badly he couldn't get out of bed. I heard you went to the council, but it seems you got off tangent free." The 1-2 master turned to ZMU and said, "I don't think this is as simple as it seems. Master ZMU, would you like to come with me to the council hall?" The old master ZMU grimaced and flatly refused the offer, desperately trying to defend himself. "I won't go. You have no right to take me to the council, I've done nothing wrong." Master Thao said sternly, "Or would you prefer I escort you?" ZMU trembled as he spoke. "Master Thawa." Linga smirked to himself. How could this guy have possibly left the council hall unscathed, before he must have a secret relationship with Tao, which he can't reveal? After some back and forth, the old Taoist master ZMU finally gave in and was taken away. Guess he needed a little physical persuasion. Linga smirked sarcastically, waving goodbye with mocking disdain. The scene shifts to a wide-open space with towering rocky mountains, where 3 mysterious figures in cloaks stand before a 1,000-foot-tall rock, discussing something. The one in the middle speaks up. This must be Mount Martial God, befitting of its name. Although he's on par with the South God continent's master-level experts, I heard that Martial Emperor once gave him some pointers. Perhaps his strength is approaching that of the 4 continents' ancestor. That Martial Emperor is so strong that even our 4 continents' ancestor couldn't defeat him. If we could get some guidance from such a powerhouse, even a pig could ascend to the heavens. Meanwhile, the Martial God and his guard are watching them through a spatial reflection screen, and the white-haired guard begins to speak, but the Martial God cuts him off. "I see. I heard their entire conversation." The Martial God rested his chin on his hand, frowning in thought before speaking. "South God Continent, the land of the Martial Emperor's 4 provinces." Suddenly, he jumps up, piggybacking on someone, his face filled with excitement. He thought to himself, "The Martial Emperor is truly amazing, fighting all the way to another divine continent, the top spokesperson for our Eastern Divine Continent. Very well, I'll play with these envoys from the Southern Divine Continent for a bit." Then the God of War grinned sinisterly, cutting to a round-table meeting of high-ranking members, all gathered with tense expressions. The white-haired god slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Are we really just going to give up?" The God of Truth calmly states, "Many gods have fallen, the churches are collapsing, and believers are turning fanatic. Our divine strategy has suffered another loss, so we need to rethink our plans." The God of Death with his pitch-black body spoke up. "That terrifying being might still be stationed at the entrance to the western regions, so what do we do?" The God of Truth smiled slyly, his eyes gazing into the distance. "There are other places to exploit, not just the eastern domain." The God of Light asked, "Do you mean we should abandon the eastern realm and open a space passage to another realm?" The Holy Knight Angel applauded in agreement. "Then how can you be sure that other realms don't have such powerhouses?" The true God replied, "That's why we need to test it in the ancient era. There were indeed many strong individuals, but take the current era as an example. When I first returned to the East, I discovered that there were very few beings equivalent to my level, and apart from one God-King level powerhouse, they were basically not worth mentioning." The plan was progressing smoothly. The God of Truth, looking excited, pointed into the distance and continued, "This time the realm I've chosen is one I've had my eye on. We'll choose the Southern Realm." Switching scenes, we see Linga pacing anxiously in front of Gu Miaoyan's room, a thoughtful expression on his face. What could she be doing in there for so long? Linga decides to knock on Yao Yan's door, gently rapping his knuckles as he asks, is anyone there? Receiving no answer, he wonders, is she gone? Linga quickly pushes open the door and steps inside, scanning the room. Could it be because he accidentally kissed her? Did she run off alone? At that moment, Qu Xiaoyan strolled down the street, her hand on her chest, her face flushed, seemingly flustered and restless. She wondered to herself if he was worried about her imagining him, frantically searching for her. Upon finding her, Linga asked, why did you run out to the main road alone? Then he embraced her, saying, I was so worried about you. Just imagining it made her cheeks flush red like tomatoes, a blissful expression on her face, giggling all the way. Suddenly she realized her laughter was drawing attention from everyone on the street. Embarrassed, she composed herself, thinking she should probably head back or maybe buy something for Linga. Lost in thought, she found herself in front of a liquor store, remembering how much Linga enjoyed wine, and stepped inside. Approaching the counter, Gu Miaoyan declared, bring me your best wine and bottles. The waiter happily replied, beautiful lady, please wait a moment. 10 bottles of wine that Yao Yan ordered are now on the table. The young waiter introduced, this is our best fragrant bud wine, please take a look. No need to test it. Du Yan simply tosses the diamond into the waiter's hand. Now that's what I call rich. The waiter's eyes lit up, a wide smile spreading across his face. Before Du Yan left, he made sure to say, thank you, madam. Alone, Yao Yao made her way home, passing through a narrow alleyway surrounded by walls. But something felt off. She quickly turned around and coldly demanded, how long have you been following me? At that moment, a group of people in black cloaks, black hats, and masks appeared. Kuk Du Yan pressed on, tell me, how long have you been following me? What's your purpose? They laughed, replying, as expected of a Heavenly Revelation Academy instructor, you noticed us. If you were at the academy, you might be difficult to deal with, but you've come seeking death yourself, so don't blame us. Hearing these arrogant words from the mysterious group, Gu Miaoyan smiled sinisterly and said, do you really think you can keep me here? The cloaked leader raised a skull-shaped ring, emitting a dark green aura. They slowly approached Gu Miaoyan, who smirked and asked, did you come prepared? A skull illusion grew larger and hovered in the air. Looking up, Gu Miaoyan said with glee, how interesting, I was just wondering where to test my training. She began to channel her energy, unleashing a brilliant light that disintegrated the black-robed figure's skull chains, leaving him utterly panicked. He muttered an incantation, summoning a grotesque demon from the dark energy. But Yao Yan soared into the air, shook the bracelet on her wrist, and delivered a direct palm strike. Diao Yan lands gracefully, then strides forward confidently, a smug look on her face as she says, I was just playing with you. The mysterious men in black robes look at each other, faces pale, and bodies trembling, and say, this woman is terrifying. One of them, looking doubtful, said, are we sure we're assassinating the right person? Before they could decide what was right or wrong, they were blown kilometers away by Diao Yan's power. They writhed in agony on the ground, chunks of the wall crumbling around them, dust filled the air, and poisonous fumes obscured the view. From her mouth, Yu Yan spat out a sharp stream of spiritual energy, carrying a small sword. But it was too late. The men in black had already fled, leaving a strand of the queen's hair on her lips. Annoyed, she put her hands on her hips, her face full of anger, and said, they're fast runners. On the ground, only one man remained, lying motionless, with his mouth agape, and without hesitation, Jiu Yan approached him, searching his body and discovering a strange piece of paper. Opening it, she exclaimed in surprise. As expected, someone I've never met. Ah, there it is, name, gender, and even their position. She examines the note, which has her portrait and personal information. Gu Yuyan, female, occupation, close combat type. After reading it, she tears the paper to shreds confidently, stating, my martial arts are effective at any range. I'm not just a close combat type. An idea then sparked in her mind, perhaps she could establish a different kind of martial art within the Thien Kai Academy. The paper burst into blue flames, and she stepped back, incinerating the man in black on the floor, with a burst of fire. Before leaving, she coldly said, let's not worry about it for now, we should chase after those guys first. From a hidden corner, Linga silently observed Gu Yuyan's every move. He put his hands on his hips, thinking to himself, how reckless, chasing after them without even telling me. The blood isn't cleaned up, yet her methods are still not good enough. I'll have to teach her more next time. Linga looked into the distance, lost in thought. The enemy knows I'm at the academy, and that Gu Yuyan has left it. Clearly someone is watching us. With so many people at the academy, could there be a spy hiding among them? He clutches his head, wondering why he invited her to the Tianqi Academy. How did the plotline turn into a horror movie? Linga seems troubled by his deductions, as the scene shifts to a sturdy 3-story building in the city center. Lena, hand on her chest, looks dejected as she reports to Chairman Brake. Failed Brake asked coldly, what did you say? Lena trembled. There was a slight accident. One assassin is dead, and the rest are running toward us. Before she could finish, Brake grabbed Lena's neck without hesitation, causing her to roar in agony. With a stern expression, Brake asks, who gave you the right to make decisions for me? Master, I was wrong. I just wanted to lure her out, and since she's alone I thought we could take care of her directly. Hearing this, Break asked, so you decided to not report this to me? Lena frantically explained, Master, I wouldn't dare and I won't ever again. Old Break released her, and Lena collapsed to the floor as he boomed. I only wanted to test the waters, but you acted on your own, and nearly ruined my plans. Tell them to get lost. Poor Lena drags herself up, struggling to reply. Yes, Master. She picked up the fallen badge and crushed it in her hand. Lena, exhausted wearily, looks up at Chairman Break, who has completely changed his tune. He gently strokes her hair, saying, Good girl. Meanwhile, the blue-haired, black-robed figure, who had just been defeated by the wineglass, frantically ran over and announced to his companions, the situation has changed. We're being ordered to head in a different direction. The brown-haired man panicked, asking, Where to? She's right on our tail. I can feel her getting closer. The blue-haired man replied, To the center of the royal capital, where the people and soldiers are. With that, he took to the skies, saying, She won't dare to attack recklessly, and we can escape. He then vanished in a flash, leaving only a dark trail. Observing their movements, Jujuyun wondered if they were heading to the capital's center to escape her, but they were originally headed elsewhere. Why the sudden change of course? Kuk Duo Yen frowned, stroking her chin in thought. Perhaps their employer knew they were being pursued, and sent word to change course to avoid exposure. Thinking this, Su Diu Yen quickly drew her sword and descended upon the black-robed figures. Caught by surprise, they were instantly torn to shreds, leaving only one alive. She stomped on the back of his neck, knocking him unconscious, and dragged him back to the academy to say hello. Perseus examined the black-robed figure that Gu Yaoyao had brought back, and said sternly, His breath is gone. Zhu Ye then scolded, You've been with Ling Ge for too long. You're becoming just like him. Gu Yuyan looked apologetic, and chuckled. It was just a whim. Zhu Xingyue held the black-robed man's corpse up to Gu Juyan's face and asked, Are you planning to keep him for questioning? Gu Juyan replied, Yes, it would be good to get some information. Zhu Xingren frowned. Just give it to Ling Ge when you get back. That guy has a lot of messy stuff, maybe something that can directly extract other people's memories. Gu Yaoyan asked in surprise, How do you know so much? With a sigh, Zhu Yue recounts his less than pleasant past, suggesting she try enduring his relentless beatings and torturous methods for days. Gyo Yun smiled. All right, it's time to head back. There's a powerful expert in the capital, and that last attack has already drawn his attention. All right, let's head back. Just then, Ling Ge appeared, saying, You ran off without a word, got chased by assassins, and if it weren't for Zhu Yue, were you planning to chase them back to the royal capital? Hearing this, Gu Miaoyan's face flushed with anger, but she turned away, feigning a smile. I certainly won't chase after them, lest we blow things out of proportion, right? Ling Ge approached Gu Yaoyao and gently tapped her forehead. The air was thick with awkwardness, the space filled with a dazzling pink hue. Qiu Yuyan seemed quite shy, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Ling Ge, unable to speak, while the captured assassin was brought back to their residence, tied up and left on the floor. Ling Ka stares intently at the assassin, while Zhu Yuyan blushes as she gazes at him, her eyes filled with a joyful infatuation. Helpless Ling Ge wondered when Zhu Yuyan had picked up tricks from Zhang Yunzi and Nini. Moments later, he stood up, hands on his hips, and asked the assassin, Hey, why don't you tell me what you know? The assassin remained tight-lipped, declaring, Absolutely not. Hearing this, Lang leaned in, close his face a threat. How about a little taste of soul erosion? The assassin screamed. Just kill me, I'm an assassin. Ling immediately grabbed his head and said with a smile, still not talking, No matter if you won't talk, I have my ways. With that, he slammed the assassin's head into the floor, channeling spiritual energy into him, causing the assassin to scream in agony. Moments later, the assassin was dead, unable to utter another word. Ling Ji cheerfully announced, All right. Gongsun Yao tilted her head and asked, What did you find? Ling Ge replied, He was sent by a woman. Her voice sounds familiar, and upon hearing it, Gu Miaoyan wonders, Who is it? Ling Ka immediately said a name. Lena. Gu Yaoyao couldn't help but frown. But why would she send people to kill us? Ling Ke walked to the bed, crossed his legs, and sat opposite her, explaining, The initial target was probably the two of us. It's just a coincidence that I wasn't out. You went out, so they chose to target you. I don't think this woman has that much nerve unless someone else is pulling the strings. With that, he pinched her cheeks and said, Now that we have a lead, it's time to settle our debt. Gu Miaoyan's heart pounded. I'm doomed. She blushed and turned away petulantly, asking, Then how do you explain what happened before? Ling Ge chuckled. I already explained it was just an accident, so why did you hug me afterwards? This question left Gu Miaoyan flustered and stammering. Ah. Ling Ge continued to press. Or are you going to say it was instinct? Was your instinctive reaction to want to kiss me again after accidentally kissing me once? He moved closer and closer to Gu Miaoyan, until she was pinned against the wall, making her cry out, Ah, don't do this. Ling Ge didn't stop his face, drawing even closer, as he said, I came to talk to you, but you weren't there. Would you say you were trying to avoid me? Dazzled and unsure how to explain herself, Zhu Yayan was a mess. I didn't. But before she could finish, Ryuga chuckled, pinching her cheek and saying, We'll call it an accident this time. With that, Linga prepared to get out of bed and leave, while Zhu Yaoyan was still stunned by his words. Huh. An accident. Before leaving the room, Linga turned back to remind her, get some rest today. But as he turned to leave, Zhu Yuyan grabbed his hand and shouted, no way. Lingyi turned back confused. Why not? As Ling Ka tries to leave, she confronts him. You take advantage of me, and then just leave. Is that how you do things? Ling Ka, seeing her anger, sits back down and asks, what do you want? With a blush, Gu Miaoyan suggested, give me your hand. Lingge complied, extending his palm. Yao Yan took out a sparkling crystal stone and placed it in his hand, saying softly, my grandmother gave me this. Lingge stared intently at the stone in his hand. Kuju Yan continued, Grandma told me to give this to the person I love. Today I'm giving it to you. Hearing this, Lingge blushed, feeling a volcano erupt within him. He turned to Kuju Yan, seeing her face flushed as she looked back. Linga asked, why me? He looks at the stone after asking, and though Gu Yao Yao has poured out her heart, she freezes at his question. Her body shrinks back, her eyes narrow, and she wonders sadly if she's been rejected. Having been rejected, should I just leave? The room was filled with an awkward silence. Linga stared at Gu Juyan, who thinking she'd been rejected turned away, and said, I'm sorry, I was too presumptuous. Suddenly, Linga pulled her into a tight embrace. Unable to contain her emotions, tears streamed down Duo Yen's face as she sobbed, I don't want to let go. Gently embracing her, Langka soothed her, you don't have to let go. I was just a little surprised, that's why I hesitated. But when you stepped back, I felt like if I didn't confess quickly, our holy maiden would run away. Linga recalled Gu Yuyan's expression. Yao Yan, whom he'd always known as strong, was now so distraught, a sight he'd never witnessed before. Now she sleeps in Lingge's arms, and he thinks she must have cried herself to sleep. He gently kissed her forehead and whispered, sleep well. Meanwhile, in the East God continent at the Great Hall of the Martial God, the god of war seated high above inquired esteemed envoys. I trust your rest these past 2 days has been sufficient. The envoy from South Divine Continent placed a hand over his chest in a respectful greeting, shaking his head to express, not at all, we are the ones imposing. What nonsense, the martial god waved his hand. If that's the case, then it's time to get down to business. The envoy got straight to the point, explaining that their visit to Dongshenzhou was at the behest of the Four Regions ancestor of Nanshenzhou, who wishes to unite with Dongshenzhou, as the martial emperor of Dongshenzhou has erected statues in Nanshenzhou to spread the martial path. Hearing this, the god of war asked, do you have any proof? The envoy from South Divine Continent produced a painting radiating a powerful light and said, please, take a look. The picturesque landscape of South Divine Continent. Gazing at the ethereal painting before him, the martial god marveled at the aura of the celestial realm. The gold inscriptions are clearly etched, curving softly, and the image of each province feels incredibly real. The envoy points to a place shrouded in white clouds, introducing it as Cloud Province, then to a place nestled in the vast Sea Province, followed by a place of overlapping mountains, lush green on top, facing countless volcanic rocks. This is Wood Province, the envoys thought smugly. Our divine continent is truly prosperous. The martial god examines the painting, then suddenly frowns in silence. He quickly rolls up the painting, then stands up, his whole body, radiating oppressive spiritual energy as if he's about to level up. Seeing the martial god like this one, can't help but think that he seems to have fallen into a state of seeking enlightenment. In mere seconds, the martial god's power erupts, a blinding beam piercing the temple roof and shooting skyward. After his ascension, the martial god opens his eyes, clenching his fist, inwardly ecstatic. The heavenly scripture, here I come. Meanwhile, after confirming their relationship, Linga and Gu Yao Yao shared a bed late into the night, and Linga said, we still have to teach today, you know. Shedding her clothes and covered only by a thin blanket, Gu Yao Yao snuggles closer, just a little longer. Linga, flustered, asks, are you really that happy? Kokdio Yen twirled her finger in front of his chest, pouting. Of course I'm happy. Aren't you? Ling Ka looked into her eyes and asked. You probably know about Jiang Yunzi and Mi Luo, right? Gukdi Yan nodded, I know. Linga held his head, worried, I'm afraid you'll really fight. Giggling, Gu Yao Yan assured him, I wouldn't do that. Hearing this, Linga was in the mood to tease her. I thought you'd mind, she says. If I did, I wouldn't have confessed my feelings for you. With that, she reached out to touch his face, then leaned down and placed a perfect kiss on Lingge's lips. He closed his eyes and returned her kiss, saying, I won't let you down. The next morning, Lang Sa was full of energy and happily went to class. The students couldn't help but wonder what had put their teacher in such a good mood. Hugh raises his hand and asks, Teacher, what are we learning today? Linga happily clears his throat and says, I'm in a good mood today, so we won't be covering the curriculum. Hearing this, the students were overjoyed, thinking they'd get a break, as Nick scratched his head and tentatively asked, does that mean we're not studying today? Langa picked up a piece of chalk and said, who said we weren't learning anything today? Then turning to the board, he began to write, today I will teach you a cultivation subject you've never heard of. With that he turned and declared, it's called Martial Dao. The students immediately began to whisper amongst themselves. The brown-haired boy leaned forward asking martial arts, like the instructor is probably a rule, right? The purple-haired youth whispered back, if it's from the instructor, it must be amazing. Growing annoyed with the noise, Instructor Ling silenced the students asking, what do you think martial arts is? A black-haired student stood and declared martial arts, like the instructor, is perhaps a law. Pointing forward, Linga explains, no, you can think of it as a profession like the warriors, swordsmen, and assassins you're training to be. But we've already cultivated our professions. If martial arts is a profession, we can't just switch, right? Hearing this, Ling smiled and said, I'm not asking you to change your cultivation. The brown-haired boy scratched his head in confusion. Then what good is it? Teacher Linga begins to explain. Martial arts may be a profession, but it can also be a two-in-one with your current profession. The students gasped in surprise. The brown-haired boy frowned. Master, this two-in-one approach with a profession isn't verified. How can martial arts do what you say? Linga smirked. How will you know if you don't try? With that, he waved his hand, placing books on each of their desks. Take these books. Hugh picked up a book and read the title, Basic Body Tempering Method. Lang Ka sternly instructed, I'm giving you 3 days. At that time, I want each of you to undergo an examination. If the results are unsatisfactory, in the eyes of the students, Langa was like a demon, and they all lamented, a devilish instructor. After class, Langa returned home. As Ju Yuyan massaged his hands, she asked, what are you planning to do today? Linga replied, enjoying the moment, settle a score with you. Hearing this, Ju Yuyan's eyes lit up, thinking of gold coins, and she eagerly asked, settle what? Does someone owe you money? Linga looked at her helplessly, then flicked her forehead lightly, reminding her, shouldn't we settle the matter of sending people to hunt you down? Let's go, we'll go together. With a flick to her forehead, Ju Yuyan whined and teared up while elsewhere the prostrate instructor covered in bandages thought of the black cat. He recalled being mauled by Black Moon all because of that strange cat that attacked him. Since when did the Heavenly Palace Academy have such a formidable cat? Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, grinding his teeth until he trembled, and in a fit of rage he jumped up and screamed, why is it always him who gets hurt? Overwhelmed, he jumped up and his leg bone snapped with a sickening crack. He lost his balance and tumbled to the floor. Overwhelmed by pain, he cried out, alerting the guards who rushed in, asking Lord Det, are you all right? They were shocked to find him face down, sobbing uncontrollably. The dean's face contorted into a horrifying mask, sending the two onlookers fleeing in terror, shouting, the dean has mutated, the dean has mutated. The instructor feebly propped himself up, reaching out as if to grab something, cursing inwardly. Come back, I'm hurt too badly, hurry and help me. Just then, someone appeared at the door and asked, brother, Det, how did you become like this? Det looked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Am I saved? But unfortunately, it was Linga and Gu Yaoyao who entered. Sweat pouring down, he stammered. Why? Why you? Linga slowly approached him as he repeated, why you? Why you? What did you come here for? Ling Ke, with his hands in his pockets, casually walked past him, saying, I initially thought the dead instructor's loss to me was just a minor injury, but I didn't expect it to be so severe afterward. I'm truly sorry. The instructor gritted his teeth, turning back to demand, what do you people want? Ling Ka sat on the bed looking down at him and said, what do you think we want? The instructor slowly stood up, trembling as he crawled backward, fearfully warning, I warn you, if you kill me, you'll face the kingdom's punishment. You can't kill me. Ling Ge shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands. Don't get so worked up. I never said I wanted to kill you. Still terrified and drenched in sweat, the dead instructor stammered, then what do you want? Treasures? Or maybe a specific class, skill? Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Ling Ka smiled amiably. We just want to ask you about someone. Hearing this, the dead instructor took a deep breath and asked who. Ling Ke immediately spoke the person's name, Lena. Hearing that name, head instructor Det immediately snapped, you're talking about that bitch. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be like this. After I was injured, she never even came to visit. Ling Ge summoned spiritual energy in his palm, asking with a narrowed gaze, you don't know anything about her, do you? Seeing the energy surge from Ling Ge's hand, the instructor forced a smile and replied, you can try looking at her. Residence. Gu Yaoyan said, we already looked, and because it wasn't there, we came to ask you. The dean, tears streaming down his face, cried out, my lords, I really don't know her whereabouts. I only made a deal with her before she caused trouble for you both. The purple flames in Ling Ka's hand burned even brighter as he spoke in a normal tone yet laced with threat. Then it seems you're no longer of use. With that, the spiritual energy transformed into a long arrow aimed at the instructor, but just as it neared his neck, he surrendered. I know. You can check her files in the Academy's records room. Ling Ge didn't retract the arrow, frowning as he emphasized. The records room, you say? The tip of the spirit energy arrow was mere millimeters from the instructor's neck, and he trembled, trying to keep his voice steady as he shouted, yes, the office has records, and you were able to leave the council unharmed. I believe investigating a teacher's information shouldn't be too difficult, right? With that instructor, Det secretly prayed. He's finally going to let me off the hook this time, right? Just as he thought, Ling Ke withdrew his spiritual energy, stepped forward, and clapped him hard on the shoulder, cheerfully, saying, "Thanks, brother." Afterward he waved goodbye to Gu Juyan and left, while the dean breathed a sigh of relief as he watched them go. Outside, Gu Juyan covered her mouth laughing. "That pat of yours is going to be the death of him," Ling Jia calmly explained. "No, I was just showing my gratitude. Isn't that how men show friendship?" Elsewhere, Lena sips her tea and asks, "You mean they've returned to Dee's territory?" A figure in the shadows nods in confirmation. "Yes, but we dare not send anyone after them. Their last assassination attempt failed. They're too sensitive. I feared being discovered." Lena, upon hearing this, said, "Good, well done, stand down." After the figure left, Li smirked, thinking, finding me is just a pipe dream. Meanwhile, Ling and Gu Yuyan headed to the records room to search for information. Flipping through a file, he says, "An ordinary person wouldn't qualify for Tianqi Academy. Lena's got connections." After reviewing a file, she replied, "So it's likely someone high up in the kingdom, right? Besides, Lena is only a King's Realm cultivator. How could she afford a level 6 expert?" Hearing this, Linga asked, "Did we offend any of the kingdom's higher-ups?" Gu Miaoyan offered a name. "What about Duke Ju?" Langa countered, "I've never had any direct conflict with him." Kuk Duyen replied, "But besides him, which other kingdom officials have we offended?" Ling Ka rubbed his chin, saying, "It's not necessarily the kingdom's higher-ups. There might be someone behind them." Ku Yen added, meaning, "Someone behind the kingdom's higher-ups wants to kill us." Putting the files back on the shelf, Lanka says, "Maybe so. I really want to know what the plan behind all this is." Lena probably knows she's been discovered, so she definitely won't return to the academy. Next, it's a game of cat and mouse. Hearing this, Ju Doyen asked, "So what do we do next?" Linga stretched and replied, "Why, we go play with them, of course." Meanwhile, at the ruins where Gala and Guiling were investigating, Gala said with a dark face, "So many days, and still no results. This is so annoying. These church guys are like mad dogs. The mission that Adventurer Guild leader gave us is just a waste of time. Isn't the reason the church collapsed because of those dead gods?" Guiling suggested. "How about we go to that hellish place and find some fun?" Hearing that the demon god, Gala's face brightened and he excitedly said, "Let's go find some fun." Seeing his quick decision, Ghost Spirit hesitantly asked, "You're really planning to go? Facing such strength and numbers, aren't we just walking to our deaths?" Garamagami grabbed her collar, pulling her along, and said, "Who said we're going to die? Besides, who says hell won't have any clues? Why hesitate? This trip might actually lead us to a clue." I sensed a demonic presence in that pit. "Demons appearing there must mean it's connected to the meteor crater," Ghost Spirit stated, sensing it was not a good place. Gala's mind is made up and he drags her along despite her resistance, telling her not to overthink it and just go. Meanwhile, the seductive demon lord Eilena approaches the Great Hall's doors, and the two demon guards, upon seeing her, shout, "It's Lady Eilena. Open the gates quickly." The massive doors swung open, and Eilena sauntered in, making her way to a chamber where she blew a kiss, announcing, "Long time no see, my lords." 7 figures sat around a round table, and the brutal overlord Z, unable to bear the silence, slammed his fist on the table, roaring, "Every time you meet, it's the same thing. Do you have to be quiet to speak? I can't stand it." Seeing this, the vampire monarch spoke up, half asleep. "Jeter, can you be quiet for a moment? Every time you speak, my ears ring." "Isn't that annoying?" Lord Jet retorted. "Damn, woman. You're clearly hundreds of years old, but you still look like a lolly. Who are you pretending for?" The prideful monarch, enraged, stood up and slammed his foot on the table, taunting, "You got a problem with that? Then let's fight." Lord Greed pushed up his glasses and said with a sneer, "Wanna bet? Hurry up, I'll make sure the math is crystal clear for you." Even the lazy monarch Raha Bai couldn't stay silent any longer. "Seriously, can't you guys just stop? Hurry up and say what you need to say. I need to get back to sleep." Leonis the arrogant monarch gritted his teeth, annoyed by their chatter. Meanwhile, the gluttonous monarch Lizard remained focused on eating, as Elena clapped her hands 3 times, declaring, "All right, quiet down." This trip was quite fruitful. I discovered 2 powerful auras from a past battlefield. Hearing this, Lord Fourier stroked his chin and asked, "Did you leave any traces?" Jiahabai lazily wondered, "Could it be those fake gods in the sky?" Eilena replied, "No, it's not the detestable aura of the gods." The Jiaha ruler frowned, guessing, could it be a human powerhouse? The Zir ruler furrowed his brow, asking, would humans want to join the gods to punish us? How could that be? Many gods in the outer realms have collapsing churches, and their followers' power is turning against them, transforming them into hideous monsters. Jiaha grits his teeth, deducing that many gods must have died, and Zir confidently declares he'll strike down any god he encounters. Elena advises against haste, saying that if gods are falling, they must have angered a being they shouldn't have. The 2 presences I mentioned earlier likely belong to the force that the gods provoked. If we get involved now, we risk being targeted as well. Suddenly remembering something, Elena asks, "Right, do you still have that key?" Lord, for resting his chin on his hand, replied, "Of course I still have it. I'm keeping it safe." Where could it fly off to? Alina reminded him that the key's origins might be more complex than they appear, suggesting that a mysterious force might be after it. 4 said, "You're overthinking it. This key may be from elsewhere, but if someone was really looking for it, they would have come long ago. Why wait until now?" Hearing this, Elena relaxed, telling herself, "Hopefully I'm just overthinking things." Meanwhile, Ling arrives and greets her. "Hello, Miss Lena." Gu Juyan's moon-chasing sword swiftly reaches her neck, and the two blue-eared figures are pale with fear. "How could you find me?" Gu Juyan chuckled. It seems Instructor Lena is quite confident in her hiding skills. Lena scoffed, stubbornly declaring, "No matter what you do, I will not betray my master." Ling just smirked, slowly approaching her. "You really think we're going to interrogate you? I'll just use soul capture to steal your memories. Wouldn't that be easier?" Cornered Lena stubbornly retorted, "You won't scare me." Ling Ge maintained his smile as his hand transformed into a strange flower. "I'm not trying to scare you, Instructor Lena." Lena was mesmerized, her eyes fixed on the flower. Suddenly, countless dark hands reached out from behind, tightly embracing her body, causing her to panic. "What?" Lena was dragged into the darkness, desperately reaching out for help in vain, as darkness fell, and Ling Ji's voice echoed. "Now will you decide to talk or not?" Pale with fear, Lena awakens, gasping for breath. Seeing her trembling on the ground, Gu Miaoyan asked worriedly, "What did you do to her?" Ling Ke smirked. "Just let her experience a pain worse than death." Gu Yaoyao was stunned. "Is there anything scarier than death?" Ling Ke winked. "Of course, but the scariest thing is psychological trauma, mental torment, in short." Hearing this, Zhu Dian vaguely guessed, "So just now you..." Linga crossed his arms and explained, "Just now I locked her in a dark cage with no people, no sound, no light, experiencing countless amounts of time." Lena sat up, her whole body still trembling. Hearing him describe the mental torment, Gu Miaoyan imagined, "The state I feel, it's better to just have my spirit taken." "That's not the same thing at all," Ling said with a dismissive wave. "Someone wants to steal my wife, so I have to be ruthless." With that, he leaned down, threatening Lena. "Can you talk now?" Lena's face paled, and she bit her lip, remaining silent. "Keep going, Ling," he said. "It seems I'll have to try again." Only then did Lena open her mouth. "Break," Ling suddenly thought. "Break the chairman of the Adventurers Guild. Why would he want to attack us?" He demanded Lena continue, but as she spoke, something appeared on her face, spreading rapidly and distorting her features as she screamed in agony. And it wasn't just her face, her entire body was changing. Dark energy erupted, devouring her body, as Ling Ge unleashed a wave of spiritual power. The spiritual energy formed a giant hand, using its power to scatter the dark energy, devouring Lena. Ling Ka withdrew his power, but Lena had already been silenced completely. Seeing the red blood splattered at his feet, Ling Ka cursed in anger. How cruel! Break couldn't even perform a soul search. Elsewhere, Chairman Break monologues in his room, lamenting the failed plan and the loss of Lena, who won't see his perfect creation. The real show is about to begin. Cornered by Gu Yaoyao, Ling Ge quickly spoke up. I'll talk. Gu Yaoyao gazes at him intensely, her face drawing ever closer as Ling Ge takes a deep breath and swallows hard. Just as he closed his eyes, ready for a kiss, Gu Yaoyao smiled and asked, "When will you introduce me to your other women?" Ling Ka, embarrassed, thought, "Almost there," then turned away laughing. "You've already met 2 of them." Annoyed, Gu Miaoyan turned his face back to hers, smiling sweetly. "I know one, but who's the other?" Ling Ge suddenly put his arm around her and pulled her up, resting her against his shoulder. "Not long after we left you do, or perhaps even before, some small things happened that aren't easily explained." Hearing this while nestled in his arms, Yao Ni pouted. "Is that all?" Ling Ge replied, "That's all." She turned her head slightly, listening to him, but after hearing him out she looked back up at him, thinking even though she was prepared. Ling Ge suddenly hesitated and said, "Well, there's one more person, my senior sister." A few seconds later she finally reacted, a forced smile on her lips. "Your senior disciple." Gok Yoyun couldn't help but be angry. "So Ling Ge, your senior sister is also one of your women." She pushed Ling Ge onto the bed, then slipped her hand down his back and pinched him his weak spot. Ling Ka thought miserably, "My martial sister knows, Yunzi knows, Mi Luo knows. How does Gu Miaoyan know my weakness too?" Ling Ka hugged Gu Miaoyan and said, "All right, when I see my other sisters, I'll talk to them." Kok Dio Yen rubbed his waist threateningly, warning that if he ever flirted again, they would break his back, 10 cracks each. Hearing this, Ling Ge grimaced, hoping they would show mercy when the time came, to which Gu Yaoyao responded with a sudden kiss. Of course, after they broke the kiss, Ling Ji blushed and rubbed his nose, thinking he hadn't lost out after all. He let her lean against him and said that it was time to get down to business. Gukti Yaoyan wondered how to find it, but Ling Ge got out of bed, looked in one direction, and said something was about to happen. Soon outside the door, lightning crackled across the sky, and a scream echoed through the grand palace. Inside the room, the Tiangqi Kingdom's King Ban Asian was resting in bed when he startled awake, quickly sitting up as a subordinate rushed in. Still drowsy, Ban Asian scratched his head, eyes half closed, and asked, "What's the rush?" Hearing this, the subordinate knelt and reported, "Your Majesty, the kingdom's borders have been attacked, and many small cities have been captured." Astonished and panicked, Banan Asian asked, "When did this happen?" As soon as he finished speaking, the trembling subordinate replied, "This intelligence has just arrived, but it says that those cities were captured half a month ago." Hearing this, Ban Asian rubbed his throbbing head. He pondered how the border had direct contact with the kingdom, yet the news arrived half a month late. After a moment, Banan Asian calmly asked, "Is there any other news?" Hearing this, the subordinate broke out in a cold sweat, quickly replying, "Your Majesty, there's no other news, but the lines of communication may have been cut." Banan Asian, enraged, immediately roared out an order. He orders men to investigate the border, and the subordinate quickly complies. Enraged, Banan Asian clenched his fists, realizing that whoever was blocking the news must be someone within the kingdom, with considerable power. Grand Duke Eris Lias, High Minister of Tianqi Domania, or General Vincent Burton. How can he possibly determine which of these three is the real culprit? Banan Asian's eyes sharpened with resolve. Ban Asian sighed, changed his clothes, donned his crown, and left the palace, declaring, "It seems I must invite that person." Just then, a foot slammed open the door, and Ling Ke and Gu Miaoyan entered the chaotic room. Ling Ge surveyed the room, saying, "That old break is fast." Meanwhile, Gu Miaoyan carefully examined their surroundings. Ling Ka glances around, then says, "It seems Break wants us dead for interfering with his plans, which likely target the entire Tianqi kingdom." Hearing this, Zhu Jiuyan asks curiously, "The Tianqi kingdom? Do you mean something has already happened within the kingdom?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Ge smiled and replied, "That's right, news will likely spread from the Tianqi kingdom very soon." Then Ling Ge took Gu Miaoyan's hand and said softly, "But Bai is also very clever. If something happens within the kingdom, who will the king suspect first?" "Of course the ones with the most power in the kingdom," Ling Ka said, leading Gu Miaoyan as he walked. Hearing this, Gu Miaoyan replied, "Indeed, the name of this nominal leader of the Adventurers Guild is the best cover. So what do we do next? Just sit back and observe, or are you suggesting we go find Break?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Ka calmly replied, asking if the kingdom's largest academy had someone the king trusted most. Hearing this, Kuk Jiuyan turned and replied, "That's obvious." Pointing at Ling Ge, Gu Miaoyan asks if he plans to make a move from Tianqi Academy, to which Ling Ge smiles and replies, "Of course, I have someone there." Before she could finish, Gu Miaoyan crossed her arms, a jealous glint in her eyes as she grilled Ling Ge about the woman. Startled, Ling Ge quickly shouted, "It's not a guy, honey, please don't overthink it." Hearing this, Gu Miaoyan turned her head away, a smile creeping across her face as she thought, "Teasing my shy, delicious husband is just too much fun." Lang Ka sensed something was amiss, a coldness creeping in. He pored over the records, scrutinizing each page, and finally asked, "Is this all there is?" Hearing this, Grandmaster Tao lowered his head and replied, "Yes, that's all the information we have for now, but there will likely be more action soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Ge waved his hand and said, "You may leave." Now, alone in the room, Gu Miaoyan curiously asks, "When did you subdue that sacred instructor?" Hearing this, Ling Ge quickly replied, "Not long ago." And then, Gu Miaoyan asked another question. "The council meeting," Ling Ka quickly added, "It's about the same." Lang Ge winks, then hands the notebook to Gu Miaoyan, who, unable to resist his charm, rushes to embrace him. Gu Yuyan happily says, "Just as expected of my husband." Hearing this, Ling Ke quickly replies, "Of course." Opening the notebook, she examined it closely, surprised. The kingdom's border has fallen. Dr. Break has been planning this for a long time. Two great kingdoms joining forces against the Tianqi kingdom. I must say, I wonder what Old Man Break has that could make two great kingdoms join forces against the Tianqi kingdom. Hearing this, Juju Yao Yan listened attentively and asked, "So, we're going to the border next?" Ling Ge quickly replied, "Yes, but not yet. We have to wait for news from the king." Meanwhile, an old man with a long beard sat leisurely in a chair, propping his chin with his hands, and said, "The war has begun, Bern. Let us wait. I believe the kingdom will soon send people to the battlefield. The people of Tianqi Academy will surely be divided." Meanwhile, Ban Asian is deep in thought, taking a deep breath. Binan Asian arrived before a grand palace, bowing respectfully, as he called out. Hearing this, Biros's voice echoed from within, "Bern, what brings you here today?" Standing outside the door, Bernan Asian solemnly continued, "Lord Biro, the Tianqi kingdom is in trouble, and I fear your intervention is needed." As he finished speaking, the door slowly opened and Lord Biro invited, "Come in and tell me about it." Hearing this, Bernan Asian quietly entered and approached Lord Biros, who sat leisurely in his chair, staring sternly at Bernan Asian. Then Lord Biros glanced aside and said, "Sit." Bernan Asian immediately sat down in the chair next to him. With that, Lord Biros frowned and said, "The Tianqi kingdom hasn't had problems in a long time." Hearing this, Ban Asian looked worried and quickly replied, "There's trouble on the border front. News has been blocked for half a month." As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Boss shook his head, closed his eyes and said calmly, "Then perhaps it's a problem you're thinking of, not me. I am not the king. You are." Hearing this, Ban Asian looked helpless, thinking, "Isn't the Tianqi kingdom already in trouble?" Banan Asian was stunned, and quickly added, "Lord Bir, there are spies in the kingdom, and the border cities have been seized." Boz calmly replied, "It's likely the work of the other two great kingdoms. Then Lord Biros suddenly opened his eyes and continued, "Have the investigation results come in yet?" Banan Asian quickly replied, "Not yet, sir." Banan Asian sadly looks down and says, "It seems the peace has lasted too long. You're not as good as your father." Hearing this, Biros slowly stands, raises his hand and says, "You may leave." Anjin was taken aback and hurriedly asked, but before he could finish, Bios interrupted. "When the time comes to act, I will." Hearing this, Ban Asian was confused and stared blankly at Lord Bios. Seeing Bios's resolute attitude, Ban Asian left in disappointment as the doors slowly closed. Bios frowned, lost in thought. Fallen gods, restless demons war between human kingdoms. It seems a great unseen hand is stirring the winds. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Ban Asian is startled by a frantic messenger letter in hand, who cries, "News from the border, Your Majesty." Ban Asian turns asking, "How did the news travel so fast this time?" With that, the subordinate knelt to receive his orders, and though the enemy wasn't trying to block information, the border situation was far from optimistic. The kingdom's army is in dire straits. A breach of the border could lead to a direct assault on the capital. Hearing this, Ban Asian looks alarmed and asks, "Who is the enemy?" So the subordinate continued, "It's the New Asia Kingdom, definitely the armies of the two kingdoms." Hearing this, Banan Asian frowned in anger, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "You two dead dogs, the border needs reinforcements and the academy staff from all over can be summoned to the battlefield." That's right, there are also the people of the clergy. Banan Asian seemed to remember something. Banan Asian snapped his fingers, a sly smile creeping across his face. "I know those gods and their false faces all too well. This is the perfect opportunity to strike at the churches that act in the kingdom under their name." Banan Asian clenches his fist, a show of his resolve. With his decision made, he waves his hand, laughs, and gives his orders. He ordered the mobilization of academy teams from across the kingdom to the border front, along with members of the clergy. Hearing this, the worried subordinate asked, "Your Majesty, what if they disobey?" As soon as he said that, Banan Asian laughed and replied, "Kill them, and after they go to the front lines, take good care of them." Cut to Linga and Gu Yaoyao still working hard to understand the situation. Langa asked Gu Yaoyao, "Any news?" Gu Yaoyao, holding a document, read intently and replied, "Everything is as expected, except the king has ordered the clergy to be brought along." Hearing this, Lingyi snapped his fingers and happily added, "Of course, the gods established the church in the human world, and now the church has undergone a change. The gods are indifferent, and the king is no fool. Besides, the underworld is watching. If the gods act rashly, they'll be the first to suffer. But I still have one question. What exactly is Bach trying to accomplish?" Hearing that, Zhu Yaoyan quickly replied, "Yeah, no one would accept an old geezer like him as king." Ling Ka continued, "It's unlikely he's after the throne, especially since he'd have to deal with the 7th stage powerhouse to take it. But without a 7th stage powerhouse, his position as king would be unstable." At that, Zhu Diayan blankly added, so Lingge explained further, "The thing that was previously in Lena's body, its aura is somewhat similar to my demonic energy." Hearing this, Judian seemed to understand everything, and she said, "Yes, that aura was extremely evil. Bai clearly looked gentle, but he didn't have such an aura." Langa points to the table and says that you can't judge a book by its cover. Even if that power isn't his own, it's definitely his doing. It seems this trip to the borderlands might be more interesting than I thought. Leave the rest to me. Ling Ka finished speaking, gazing at Gu Yaoyao with affection, causing her to blush with shyness. Her cheeks flushed. Gu Yaoyao asked, embarrassed, "What are you looking at?" And Linga immediately rested his head on her lap. He playfully replies, "Am I not allowed to look at my wife?" Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao sighs. "All you ever say are these words." Then Yao Yan forcefully pulled Ling Jie's head down, startling him, and he cried out, "I won't say it again." Yao Yan covered Ling Jie's eyes, firmly ordering, "Don't open them." Lying still, Ling Ge obediently awaits Yao Yan's next move, who stares intently at his lips. Suddenly she bursts into laughter, causing Ling Ge to grip her hand tightly as he asks, "Aren't we kissing? Why are you laughing like that? Did you read the wrong script?" Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao immediately covered Ling Ke's mouth, surprising him as he widened his eyes and looked at Gu Yaoyao with affection. Gently approaching Linga, Gu Yaoyan whispers that he's like a pig before sweetly kissing his lips. Outside the carriage, a convoy sets off when suddenly Gui Ling erupts. "You've got some nerve barging into their territory, Ji. La, you're insane, and don't drag me into your madness." Gala calmly replied, "What's the rush? Do you think I'd come here unprepared?" No sooner were the words out of her mouth than the ghost spirit angrily shouted, "If you want to play, play by yourself. I'm not playing with you." Hearing this, the Garama god angrily turned to stare at the ghost spirit, yelling, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave." Seeing this, ghost spirit fearfully stammered, "What do you want to do, Ji?" Lama god pointed forward, winking as he said, "Why, to meet my colleagues, of course." Hearing this, ghost spirit simply lowered her head in agreement when she suddenly noticed something. Aida's seductive army had arrived. Looking behind her, ghost spirit recoils in horror, her face paling at the sight of them. Seeing this, Gala laughs amiably, raising his hand in greeting. "Greetings to you all." Hearing this, ghost spirit angrily thought, "Greetings, you don't even know each other, do you?" Ada frowned, glaring at Lamathan and ghost spirit. Aleda laughs, saying, interesting, and without another word, she attacks, striking at both Guiling and Galamaja's god. Seeing this ghost spirit immediately cast a barrier for protection, while Galagod crossed his arms and calmly observed. Observing Ada Ghost Spirit realized that while she was at the peak of the creation realm and her opponent wasn't stronger, there were simply too many of them. Meanwhile, seeing Ghost Spirit lost in thought, Gala Demon God asked, with a blank expression, feels pretty easy, right? Hearing this, Guiling angrily retorted, then why don't you try it yourself? As soon as she finished speaking, Jaluomoshin scratched his head, replying awkwardly, if you insist. With that, the Gara Demon God approached Aida, calmly introducing himself. Esteemed generals, allow me to introduce myself as the Gara Demon God. Hearing this, the arrogant overlord Leon exclaimed in surprise. A demon god with the scent of humans all over you dares to call himself a demon god. Garam laughed and replied, we can test that out. Seeing the arrogance of the demon god, Leonis flew into a rage, shouting, insolent human, and with that, Leonis immediately attacked. A hand covered in sharp claws appears, and Gala calmly raises his own to observe. Meanwhile, the ghost spirit cowered in fear, dodging attacks as the Gala god, now fully aware of the situation, began his counterattack. As he fought Jia, Lama Ma Xin remarked, so this is all the strength you have. Meanwhile, Eosak sneers, glancing at Leonis and mocking Leonis is about to lose it. Leonat, now enraged, huffs and his eyes burn with fury. Unable to bear the humiliation, Leonat flew into a rage, charging straight toward the Lama god who remained unfazed. Instead, he casually yawned, then effortlessly blocked Leonat's attack. Jia Lama smugly says, I don't recall anyone outside of our divine realm and hell being able to easily send out 2 7th-level powerhouses. The devouring monarch LZ adds, so these two are from an unknown power. No sooner were those words spoken, than cruel overlord Fornia adjusted his glasses and said, an unknown force. Another unknown force that could hide for so long. Aida quickly added, didn't I tell you all before? The unknown force that conquered the god realm was incredibly powerful. The twisted monarch Kirkia shook her head, pointing forward as she spoke. Are you saying these two are from that mysterious force? Hearing this, Aida stroked her chin, pondering, I'm not sure, but it's not impossible. But why would this mysterious force send someone native to our hell? Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from ahead, shaking the very heavens. Leonis is helpless as the demon god grabs him by the neck, then hurls him against a wall. Aida watches in stunned silence. With the situation resolved, the Asura demon god declared menacingly, allow me to reintroduce myself as this is our first encounter, my descendants. I am the Asura demon god, a demon god from the ancient era, and you could say your ancestor. Hearing this, Leonard trembled in fear, realizing that he couldn't control the spiritual energy within his body as if suppressed by an innate bloodline. Meanwhile, Aida thought in astonishment, Gala, the demon god. It's true that demons are our origin, and the 3 demon gods are the strongest. But, according to the records, the continent of the ancient era collapsed, and the demons were no longer united. Now we demons dominate this land, and suddenly someone appears claiming to be our ancestor. Who would believe that? With that, the Asura demon god immediately left with the ghost spirit. Seeing the bewildered ghost spirit, the Gala demon, God said, Ghost spirit, I won't have time to deal with you anymore. With that, the Gala magician immediately let go, prompting the ghost spirit to angrily retort, if you hadn't been meddling, I wouldn't be in this mess surrounded and attacked by the 7 realms of illusion. Furious, the ghost spirit retorted, I swear Gala, your brain must be pig feed. With that, she unleashed her magic, summoning 2 massive hands. Gala watches as the 2 massive hands clash, the red hands of Aida's forces, struggling against the embrace. The battle intensifies, but the demon god calmly watches, muttering, come, come. Seeing this, the ghost spirit's face darkens as she shouts, Gala, just you wait. As Gala, the demon god, focused on manifesting his demonic form, a terrifying visage appeared, slaughtering Aida's forces one by one. The demon god's avatar roared, unleashing a wave of power that forced them to retreat in fear. Sensing danger, Alida immediately drew her sword to retaliate, and the Aida forces charged towards Gala, the demon god. They were fierce, determined to destroy Ghost Spirit, and Gala, the demonic god. Ghost Spirit frowned and said, you dare underestimate me. With that, the demon spirit immediately formed a battle formation, using the demon city to confront Aida's group. Seeing this, Fornia, Kia, and Aida immediately stopped in their tracks, while the ghost spirit stood proudly with her arms crossed, surveying the situation from atop the ancient city. Seeing this, Aida trembled, saying, the aura around him is getting more terrifying. We might not be a match in a head-on fight. Kia quickly added, even with the 3 of us, we're at a disadvantage. Things are looking grim. Meanwhile, Kuai Lin pondered that their demon army was still gathering in this direction, when Aida suddenly stepped forward, raising her hands in a proposal. Let's use our hands. Hearing this, the demon spirit pondered that even though he could control the 3 of them with their numbers, he might not be able to escape unscathed if they continued to fight. As he was deep in thought, the Rakshasa god approached him, gently placing a hand on his shoulder and said, rest assured they won't make a move. Seeing this, Ghost Spirit brushed off the demon god's hand, looking annoyed as she asked, "How do you know they won't attack?" The demon god grinned, replying, "I understand them better than you do. You're still too green compared to me. As they say, you can't know someone until you fight them. Though I'm your ancestor, consider me your friend this time. I won't take advantage of you." Aida's group stared blankly at the two of them. Annoyed, Gui Ling frowned and said, "Did you learn your argumentative mouth from Linga?" Upon hearing this, the Gala god smiled and replied, "After following him for so long, how could I not?" Hearing that, Gui Ling quickly added, "Then next time you can try arguing with Linga. I'm really looking forward to seeing how that goes." Gala Ma Shen smiled helplessly, replying blankly, "I can't win, even if I try." Pointing at Jialuo Luoma, Gui Ling retorts, "I don't think you can outtalk him either." Jialuo Luoma replies, "Alright, I was so busy talking that I didn't notice Aida's people glaring at us from behind." They glared at the demon gods inwardly cursing their flirtatious behavior. Cut to a small forest at night where a carriage continues its journey. Suddenly, several figures in black secretly stalked them from behind. Sensing something was amiss, Linga glanced back and said, "Someone's coming." Not far behind, several figures in black were watching Linga's carriage. Hearing this, Xunshan immediately stopped the horses. He shouted, "Be alert, something's happening." At his command, all the carriages halted, assuming a defensive posture. Grandmaster Thao immediately used his spiritual energy to sense everything around him, warning, "Be alert, someone is trying to stop us." "Assassins," he declared as a massive explosion erupted, filling the air with smoke and dust. Taking advantage of the chaos, the assassins attack Linga's group with ruthless efficiency when one of them notices Master Thao. He immediately attacked, but before he could strike, Master Thao struck first, causing the assassin to clutch his injured arm and scream in agony. Master Thao then effortlessly lifted the assassin into the air, asking, "Who sent you?" Hearing this, the black-clad man showed no fear, staring intently at Master Thao and offering a sinister smile. Enraged, Master Thao snapped the assassin's arm, eliciting a pained scream before engulfing him in a sea of flames with a single spell. The black-clad figure was instantly engulfed in flames, reduced to ash, leaving behind only a pool of dark purple liquid, which Master Thao quickly collected. In an instant, the dark purple puddle was in Thao's hand, and he wondered, "What is this?" The thick, evil aura above felt human yet not demonic. Then from the high branches a great commotion arose as a group of black-clad figures leaped down, charging towards Master Thao. Sensing danger, Master Thao creates a barrier protecting Lingge and Gu Miaoyan before swiftly incinerating his attackers. Master Thao could easily defeat the men in black with one hand, when suddenly a hand struck one of them, directly in the face. It was Lingge and Gu Miaoyan, unable to sit idly by. Linghe couldn't help but join the fray immediately, drawing his blade and making quick work of the remaining assassins. Meanwhile, Gu Miaoyan drew her sword and finished off the remaining assassins, and together she and Lingge left a pile of bodies in their wake. Linghe and Gu Yaoyao approached the men in black, observing a terrifying black aura rising from their bodies. Gu Yaoyao exclaimed that black was indeed a strange technique, even these assassins had been subjected to it. Seeing Yaoyan's fear, Lingge raised his hand, turning the corpses of the black-clothed men to dust with a single move, then dusted off his hands. He glanced at Gu Yaoyao and said, "They're gone, but this might just be the first wave." Gu Yaoyao responded, "Let them come. I'll take them down one by one." Seeing her anger, Lingge playfully pinched her cheek and said, all right, let's go to Master Tao." With that, Gu Miaoyan and Lingge immediately returned to Master Tao, and Lingge called out softly, "Master Thao." Thao glanced at Lingge and replied, "If there was a first assassination attempt, there's likely more danger to come. The caravan must be on high alert. Instructor Ling, Instructor Gu, come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Grandmaster Thao jumped onto the carriage, and after arriving at a secluded spot, he looked at Lingge with suspicion, asking Demon Lord. Lingge gestured for Grandmaster Thao to come closer, his face darkening as he said, "I know who did it." "Black, you probably know who's behind this, right?" Grandmaster Tao frowned, saying sternly, "I remember he's the chairman of the Adventurers Guild, but there's no way he's involved in this." Linghe narrowed his eyes, analyzing. "From the very beginning, I felt that way, but the truth is, Black is the mastermind behind this. Or perhaps you want to suspect me." Hearing Lingge's suspicion, Tao quickly bowed his head, pledging his loyalty. "I wouldn't dare doubt the Demon Lord." Lingge waved his hand. "All right, you can go back now." After Thao left, Gu Miaoyan rested her chin on her hand and said, "Thao is one of the king's most trusted men. You want him to reveal the mastermind behind this to the king." Seeing that Gu Miaoyan knew his purpose, Linghe laughed and said, "That's right, if this news came from within the kingdom from the start, it would cause great suspicion." Next, they continue their journey, and he wonders what other tricks Black has up his sleeve. Lingge and Gu Miaoyan then boarded a carriage and headed forward. At the border of the Tianqi kingdom, now a desolate wasteland, corpses littered the desert, and the atmosphere was utterly bleak. A massive explosion erupts as black-robed sorcerers relentlessly assault the city walls. Inside, the general observes the unfolding battle from his table. In his mind, the agreed-upon hour has passed and still no news from him. The general's eyes darken as he mutters, "We're done for." Just then a soldier rushed in anxiously asking, "Why hasn't the kingdom's reinforcement arrived yet?" The general sighed, "Patience. The kingdom has sent academy members, but we have a mole in our ranks, and until we eliminate them, morale will remain low." The general then ordered his men to fortify the city until reinforcements from the Sky Revelation Academy arrive, while Ling Ke wiped out another group of enemies. Ling Ge gazed at the pool of blood before him, pondering. Black clearly intends to control things for as long as possible. Though these forces aren't strong, if this continues, the border will be in trouble. Ling Ge turned to Grandmaster Tao and said, "Grandmaster Tao." Grandmaster Tao quickly approached Ling Ge, clasping his hands and saying, "Master." Looking at Thao Ling Ka, instructed, "Gui, and I will head to the border. Be careful, the assassin's black sens will only get stronger." Grandmaster Thao nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Master, our troops will be at the border soon." Then Ling Ka turned to Gu Yao Yao and said, "Let's go." The two of them quickly flew into the sky, heading straight for the border. Master Tao watched them disappear into the sky, before finally departing, as the sounds of war echoed across the border. Below, bodies lay strewn across the ground, bloodied and broken as an atmosphere of grief permeated the air. Ling Ge descended, saying, "Let's go down and see what's happening." After looking around, he assessed, the Tianqi kingdom has suffered severe losses. Ling Ge analyzes, if we had arrived any later, the border of the Tianqi kingdom would likely have been breached. Looking at the corpses of the citizens, Lanja says with sympathy, these people were all residents of the border city. Lanja then takes Gu Yao Yao's hand, sensing something. Then Ling Ka opened his eyes and said, "There are still people in the city." He sighed, thinking it was a pity that the survivors could only be from the two opposing nations. Taking her hand back from Ling Ge, Gu Miaoyan draws her sword, her eyes narrowing with resolve. "Let's kill them." In a dark place, Blackshore scoffed, "So they're leaving the convoy to lead the way to the battlefield." He clasped his hands behind his back, propped up his chin, and said, "I'll have to wait a while longer before I can fully awaken. At that time, the entire continent will fall under my control." Meanwhile, at the border, Ling Ka swings his sword, continuously striking forward, cutting down soldiers. After the slaughter, Ling Ka sighed wearily, saying, "Is this the cruelty of war?" Meanwhile, the enemy soldiers witnessing Ling Ka's relentless assault screamed in terror. Demon Ling Ge ignored him, looking at the mountain of corpses behind him, and said coldly, "No matter what you want to say, shouldn't you look at what you've done? Isn't that more demonic?" The soldiers pointed their swords forward, warily watching Ling Ge, and retorted, "The Tianqi kingdom actually sent a demon here. Aren't they afraid of the gods' punishment?" Seeing their stubbornness, Ling Ge smirked, not wanting to waste any more words on them. Ling Ka swung his sword instantly, decapitating them, blood splattering everywhere. Holding his sword, Ling Ka smiled like a demon, and said, "Farewell." Having dealt with the soldiers, Ling Ge turned to Gu Miaoyan and said, "This side is probably all taken care of." Gu Miaoyan looked at Ling Ge with sparkling eyes and said, "It's over." Looking at the burning houses in the distance, Gu Miaoyan said, "If demons and gods both participate in this war, I wonder what will become of it." Ling Ka put his arm around Gu Miaoyan's shoulders, comforting her. "There are so many humans, but there are too many weak ones, and those affected will die directly in droves." That's what he said, but in his heart, Ling Ge knew that even with his power, he couldn't easily create equality for everyone. He only wished to live without regrets and protect those around him. That night on the border of the Tianqi kingdom, soldiers stood guard on the city walls as Ling Ge looked down and mused, "The city is so quiet at night." Gu Miaoyan rubbed her arm nervously. "The quieter it is, the more dangerous it is." Ling Ge looked at Gu Miaoyan and said softly, "It's not a big deal. We've already cleaned up the remnants along the way. This time all we need to do is defend this city. Black may want the Tianqi kingdom to fall, but he wants to drag us down with him, so we must retaliate." Kuei Miaoyan said, "It's a pity we don't know where Black is right now." Ling Ge turned to look at Kuei Miaoyan and asked, "Do you want to rush over there and kill him?" Looking down, Gu Yao Yao nodded. "Yeah, pretty much." Just then, Ling Ge playfully grabbed her ear and asked, "My love, where does all this violence come from?" Hearing that, Qu Jiayen blushed, turning to Ling Ka and pouting, "From you. If he didn't touch you, I wouldn't care about him." Ling Ka, realizing he misunderstood, apologized. All right, I was just talking." Ling Ka then looked towards the base of the wall, saying with interest, "But some people have arrived at just the right time." Ling Ge then led Qu Jiayen down below toward a dark corner beneath the city, and coldly said, "Since you're here, why are you acting like a mouse? Trying to hide when you've already been exposed?" A lazy voice echoed from the shadows, surprised at being discovered. With his arms crossed, Ling Ka glared toward the voice, coldly threatening, "Enough nonsense. You're not the only one who can infiltrate this city." As he spoke, Ling Ka signaled to Gu Miaoyan behind him. Seeing Ling Ka's signal, Gu Miaoyan gently extends her hand, gathering spiritual energy as a voice echoes from the shadows. "Are you also on an assassination mission?" Ling Ka neither confirmed nor denied but casually said, "General Vincent of the Tianqi kingdom is a big piece of fat. Receiving no response, the voice pressed on. If you're assassins, why wasn't it in the intel? Ling Ka simply held out his hand and retorted, why would they tell you? From within, a voice questioned Langa. If it's an assassination, why not work together instead of splitting up? Could it be? Linga approached the darkness, explaining, of course it's to keep you from dying and failing the mission. But from within, a disbelieving and shrill voice cried out, followed by another blade thrown with deadly speed. Linga effortlessly caught the knife with 2 fingers, then flicked it back from whence it came, eliciting a scream from the shadows. Ling Ka stepped into the shadows with Gu Miaoyan, quickly following behind, dragging out a figure impaled by his own knife. Ling Ka looked at the man in his hand, praising, not bad at all. Gu Miaoyan crossed her arms, sighing with regret, too bad he's so foolish. Cook Diu Yen approached Lang Ka, looking at the assassin and asking, next are we going to Venenson's place? Lang Ka lifted the assassin in his hand, saying, next we need to take the assassin into the enemy's camp. Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao's face showed surprise. She asked suspiciously, you don't mean to… Linga smiles wickedly. Of course we're going to wreak havoc on their faction, all to make a contribution to the Tianqi kingdom. Elsewhere, Black stands in a dark place, seemingly devoid of light. He wandered around, wondering where he was, then quickly remembered his purpose. That's right, I'm here to investigate the dragon vein. Black remembered arriving at a castle after walking for some time. The castle looked ominous, its doors dark, with a massive bat hanging above, its lifelike eyes, glowing blood red. Without hesitation, Black reached out and opened the door, a blinding light pouring out. He wondered what was happening as he stared at the strange light. His spiritual energy is gone, and the light grows brighter, engulfing him. And now he finds himself in this dark land, his mind flooded with unanswered questions. Did that dark purple energy bring me here? What exactly is that gate? Why am I inside the dragon vein? And what is this dark purple aura? Suddenly, a chilling, eerie voice echoed from behind him. Do you wish to leave? You don't seem surprised at all. Blackshore looked around, squinting as he asked, who are you? The eerie voice echoed once more, the new master of your body. Hearing this, his eyes widened in disbelief as he uttered, the new master of my body. The voice echoed again, confirming, that's right. I thought I was going to be trapped here forever, but someone actually came to this place. Truly, even the heavens are on my side. With that, he laughed even harder, filled with glee. Black now panicked, questioned, just who are you? The eerie voice grew closer, saying, you are my sacrifice, and you lowly human are worthy to know my name of destruction. Remember well, I am the Dark Lord of the Divine Land from the ancient era. With that, Black felt his body lose gravity and fall straight into the abyss. He screamed in agony, and after that cry, Bobai's eyes slowly opened, now red, a testament to the return of the Dark Lord. An eerie demonic aura emanates from him. As he opens his eyes, a smirk spreading across his face. Now that I'm awake, breaking the dragon vein is within my grasp. Back at the border, the assassin's eyes opened, and he saw Linga and Gu Yaoyao. He looked down at himself, bound tightly by ropes. He glared angrily at Linga and Gu Miaoyan, shouting, you deserve to die. Linga looked at the assassin and sighed. How can you blame us? You can only blame your own stupidity. The assassin coldly asked Linga, what do you want? I want to get some information from you, Linga said, sitting down to face him. Information about the headquarters of the 2 armies. Tell me, is there anyone who can? As an assassin, he would never reveal anything. Of course Ryuga knew this, and with a calm smile said, of course not. Seeing that Ryuga already knew, yet still asked, the assassin angrily shouted, then why did you even ask? Contrary to that anger, Lingge smiled like a flower and said, just playing with you. I want to see a good show. Your Tianqi kingdom will surely fall under siege, so my death means nothing. Ling Ka nodded. Indeed, though I'm not sure which country you're an assassin from, we can simply take you to each military camp and find out. The assassin sneers, refusing to yield. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you really think subduing me will give you access to military secrets? Even if I die, I won't reveal any information. Linga lowered his head, his eyes gleaming. We'll find out soon enough. Outside, the enemy camp, soldiers stood guard, while inside, a worried general spoke. They've fallen into formation, and Qingqi is on high alert. The assassination mission has likely failed. Another general retorts, do you underestimate the assassins of the New Asia Kingdom? The 2 generals lock eyes, a fiery tension sparking between them. Meanwhile, outside the camp, Lang Sa and the assassin were hidden in the bushes. The assassin was still blinded and gagged. After hearing the tense situation inside, Lang Ka said to the assassin, looks like your 2 countries aren't getting along so well. Lingge pressed him. Do you know where Black is now? The blonde youth, pale with fear, replied, I really don't know. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Judian said to Linga, it seems he really isn't lying. Linga dejectedly held his head and said, another wasted effort. The young man trembled, panicked, and said, I don't understand why Black, a member of the Tianqi kingdom, would lead 2 nations to attack it. Linga replied firmly, Black is no longer Black. Ling Ka reflected, when we first met Black, I didn't realize that dark aura was a strange power, or a possession. Then Ling Ka stood and said, let's go, there's no use staying here. They both turned to leave, seeing nothing more to be done there. As Ling Ge and Gu Miaoyan departed, a black-clad assassin seized him by the neck, staring with cold eyes. He frantically cried out but was swiftly decapitated, dying instantly as his artery was severed, and his assailant quickly departed, leaving him to die alone, unknown. He turned back thinking about Ling Ge, wondering why that man had suddenly knocked him unconscious, brought him to the camp, and then let him go so easily. Suddenly, a gust of wind caught him off guard. It was a black dragon with massive wings, growling and waiting outside. Stunned by the sight of the enormous dragon, he cried out, "Help!" In an instant, the dragon swoops down, swallowing him whole, his severed hand falling to the ground. This dragon appearing from nowhere devoured the man in black before soaring into the sky. The people below watched the dragon fly away, saying, "The dragon is gone." The blue-haired general looked worriedly at the dragon. He pondered this, then told his subordinate the direction, and the others rushed to investigate. The body is discovered lying still for who knows how long. The bearded general sees it and says the archmage is dead. He tells the general to mourn his loss, but the general fumes thinking, "Damn it, he was a 6th stage grand mage, how could this be?" The general vowed to find the killer at all costs, while Ling Ge and Gu Miaoyan soared through the sky on the black dragon. Ling Ka says, "I didn't expect this dragon to follow." He confidently adds, "Now that it's marked with my magic imprint, this dragon is my pet. Its saintly path strength isn't bad, and it can still be upgraded later." Ling Ka confidently added, "The kingdom of Chuxing is rich and powerful. Other kingdoms don't have giant dragons, but they do." Gu Yaoyao replied, "Perhaps they do, but they just haven't deployed them yet." Ling Ka replies, proving they are indeed rich and powerful. If the Tianqi kingdom had a dragon of this caliber, they would have released it long ago. The New Asia kingdom suffered terribly as well. Gu Miaoyan replied, "But you already helped them once." Ling Ge then said, "Even if they fight amongst themselves, we represent the Tianqi kingdom, so we should do something meaningful for it." Meanwhile, back in Devil City, a meeting is taking place, where influential figures are gathering to discuss obtaining the key. The tyrannical monarch spoke up, "You want the key?" To which the old Asura god replied, "That's right, our purpose this time is for the key." He asks, "What is your purpose in seeking the key? We want to know." The Lama god replied, "Even if you knew it wouldn't matter. I'm just doing someone a favor. With your power, who would dare order you around?" The lazy monarch Ratabai also mentioned a mysterious force attacking the realm of the gods, to which the Lama god replied, "That could be true, and it could also be false." The arrogant Lord Li asks, "I'm starting to wonder who your master is." Jialuo Moshen, seeing his weakness, laughs and mocks him. "Even if you knew, could you fight them? You can't even beat me." Annoyed by the boastful display, Gui Ling punches Jialuo Mochen, telling him to cut the crap and stop wasting time, before revealing that the keys they hold are fragments called the Zhongtian keys, and the one behind them seeks to obtain the complete key to unlock it. Curiously, he asks what it will unlock, and the old Lama god explains, "Let me tell you, the ancient continent was divided as you all probably know, right?" Of course. The old Lama god continued, "The continent of the ancient era was called the Divine Continent, which later split into 5 continents, but one of them wasn't with the other 4. When asked where it was, the old Lama god pointed up and replied, 'In the sky.' Everyone was stunned, and the cruel lord grumbled, 'Don't tell us it's the divine realm.' Jialuo Lama, the demon god, replied, 'How could you think a tiny divine realm could compare to a continent? If the divine realm was a continent, we wouldn't have to put in so much effort.' The succubus queen Ailey then asked, 'If it's not the divine realm, then why are you attacking it?' The old Lama god replied, 'The reason is simple. The divine realm provoked us, so our superiors retaliated.' Ghost Spirit also reminded everyone, the divine realm has probably lost dozens of gods. Hearing this, Den was utterly bewildered, thinking dozens of gods. Does he think the gods of the divine realm are like cabbages? Jia Lama Ma God reaffirmed, "If you don't believe us, you can investigate the number of collapsed cathedrals in the kingdoms of the continent." He emphasized Linga's backing, saying, "Moreover, the one behind us is equal to the gods, and the 2 of us can't even help." He then asked for everyone's opinion. "Do you have any other questions? It's best to ask them all at once. Our master is waiting for us to return." The atmosphere suddenly falls silent, and after a moment, Jialuo asks, "What's wrong?" "You don't want to," he replied. "Of course not. We can give you the key, but we have one request." The old Lama god then said, "I hope it's not too much, because I don't like paying the price. We also want to meet this powerful being you speak of." Quiling and the Galama god thought, seeing his intention to meet Linga. Meeting Linga, knowing how scared Linga is and still wanting to meet him, the Galama god happily agreed. "You can go meet him, but whether he wants to meet you is another matter." The high priest Lama god declared, "But what will happen to this great demon city when you leave?" The succubus queen Arena admired her hand and replied, "The demon city has other demon commanders. It's not a problem. The god realm won't attack us now anyway." She then happily added, "To show our sincerity, we've all decided to accompany you to meet that lord." Ghost Spirit agreed. "Then there's no time to delay. Let's depart now." Everyone unanimously agreed. "Okay." Meanwhile, Ling Ge and Gu Miaoyan were fast asleep in bed together. Linga awoke, and seeing Gu Miaoyan sleeping peacefully beside him, happily stroked her cheek. Suddenly, Gu Miaoyan awakens from her slumber, gazing blankly at Ling Jie. Seeing this, Ling Ka asks, "Are you awake?" Kuk Dia Yen happily takes Ling Ka's warm hand and presses it to her face. Then Yaoer gently kissed Ling Ge's lips with passion, making him blush slightly, and in her pajamas with a charming and adorable face, she said, "Morning kiss." Ling Ka happily replies, "As long as she's happy." Guqiyoan smiles with joy, and then they both get out of bed and get dressed. Consort Yu Yao then said, "Now that the clues have run dry, how will we find?" Black Ling Jia pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps we can try that method." Ling Ka held out his hand revealing the purple liquid and said, "Perhaps we can find Black's purplish black liquid, but this method has never been used before, so I don't know if it will work." Gu Miaoyan asked curiously, "Could it be that we can find the original body's owner through this liquid?" Looking at the liquid, Ling Ge says, "This liquid doesn't belong to Black himself, but he is Black now, and Black is him." Ling Ge then channels his power into the liquid to find its source. Then Ling Ka gradually moved to a certain place, surrounded by nothing but the vast universe. Suddenly, a yellow light floated around Ling Ka, piquing his curiosity. He gently caught the light, wondering why the river of time was so welcoming to him. A stream of time flowed past Ling Sa, who then noticed a small yellow light. Suddenly, Ling Ke is pulled into the timeline, the space around him, shifting to a storm of rain, thunder, and dark clouds. He spots a dark figure in the distance, wondering who is the original source of the dark purple power. Linga entered the original god's subconscious, and suddenly their memories flashed before Linga's eyes revealing a hidden truth. Ling Ka escaped the other's timeline, realizing the truth, but this light must represent a timeline. Ling Ka closed his eyes, reflecting on what had just happened. But what did that topmost yellow light represent? Could it be the main timeline, with the smaller lights below, representing minor timelines? Then suddenly yawning and sighing, he says, "I should guess at these things later. There's no need to search now." After sailing along that purple liquid, Ling Xia finally returned to reality and woke up to find that it was already late afternoon. Turning, Ling Ka saw that Gu Yaoyao had been waiting so long that she was yawning with sleepiness, and he asked, "What's wrong? Were you getting impatient?" Gu Miaoyan pointed into the distance and said, "Not only impatient, I thought something had happened to you. Look at the sky outside." Ling Ka looked at the sunset sky, lost in thought. It was early morning when he entered, and now so much time has passed in the outside world. He closed his eyes again, deep in contemplation. Space-time is a great law. Could space-time ever be transcended? Seeing Ling Ge lost in thought after waking up, Gu Miaoyan asked curiously, "What is it?" Ling Ka cheerfully replied, "It's nothing." Knowing he was hiding something, Zhu Yaoyan moved closer, took his hand and said, "You're keeping something from me, but if you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask." Langa replied, "You can't access these things yet, but I know what happened to Black." Gu Miaoyan leaned her head on Langa's shoulder and asked, "So do we need to act next?" Linga replied, "Yes, let's go. Our destination is none other than the Tianqi Kingdom." Cui Miaoyan, nestled beside Linga, asked, "In the Tianqi Kingdom, but where exactly?" Linga revealed the location pointing downwards beneath the Tianqi Kingdom. Then Lingka snapped his fingers, summoning his mount for a journey, and the black dragon immediately obeyed, soaring into the sky. Looking out the window at his mount, Langka was pleased while the sight of the black dragon flying near the building stunned onlookers. The green-haired orc below gasped as he saw the giant black dragon. "Isn't that a dragon? Shouldn't it be on the border battlefield? How could it be here?" Sensing something amiss, he muttered, "This must be reported to the king. Something's definitely wrong over there, or we would have heard something by now." Meanwhile, the imposter, Break alone in his room, racked his brain, muttering, "Just a little more. It feels like something's missing." Anger flares as he curses. The true awakening is just one step away, but why can't I fix it? He wonders if Breck's soul still lingers in this world. He muttered that the thought of Breck's subconscious soul only fueled his anger. That damned name. As long as Breck's soul remained, he could never truly become the master of this body. He gazed upon the body he possessed, offering praise. "Dach, you're amazing." Elsewhere, Ling Ke leads Gu Yaoyao deeper into the dragon vein to broaden her horizons, curiosity etched on her face as she asks, "Is this where he took over Breck's body?" Linga explains, "This is a dragon vein." Unsurprised, Gu Yaoyao asks, "What's a dragon vein?" Langa explains that the dragon vein is akin to the foundation of a blessed land, then leads Gu Yaoyao into a cave, glittering with crystals. Sensing the environment was harmonious with the golden dragon, Linga took out the ring and said, "Little dragon soul, might like this." Suddenly, little dragon soul burst out of the ring as if freed, and a powerful ball of energy condensed in its mouth. Seeing they hadn't arrived yet, Linga said to Gu Yaoyao, "Let's go where we need to be is still deeper within." The fake Brech suddenly sensed a strange presence, worriedly saying, "Oh no, someone has broken the barrier." Seeing the situation, the old man wondered who could have broken his barrier. Could it be Lingka? The old man continued to scheme. "No, if I run over there and it really is Lingjia, I'll be walking into my own grave." With that, he conjured a dark flame in his hand. Breck's body was engulfed in flames and vanished. The old man, realizing the danger, urged, let's go, let's go. Meanwhile, Ling Ka and Gu Miaoyan approached the location where she noted, there's a barrier here. It'll break once we enter. Ling Ge replied, Breck kept it. If there was nothing important, he wouldn't have set up a restriction here. Ling Ju and Gu Miaoyan walked for a while and came to a place with a giant skull statue. Above and below was a large closed door. Both curiously approached the door. Worried about what lies behind the door, Gu Miaoyan asks, this door doesn't lead to anything good. Is this where Break emerged from? Ling Ka explained, there's nothing good behind this door, but it's used to suppress something even worse. You can see how much effort it took to seal that thing away. He took Break's body and placed a restriction on the dragon vein, meaning there's something behind that door he wants. Gu Yaoyan, eager to see what's inside, approaches the door, and as she touches it, the heavy stone door slowly creaks open, revealing a familiar-looking purple liquid. Langa is also impatient to see what's inside, thinking to himself to hurry up and get out of the way so he can see what it is. The stone door opens, releasing a wave of dark energy into the inky blackness within, before slamming shut once more. Lingjia and Gu Miaoyan, eager to see what was inside, were completely deflated, staring blankly at each other. Lingjia angrily punched the door and cursed. What the heck is this? As the door opened, wisps of purple energy poured out, putting Gu Miaoyan on guard. Langa explains to Gu Yaoyao that these breaths are what that guy retained after seizing the body, proving that his power wasn't complete after the seizure. But these powers have existed for so long, they've developed their own consciousness. Hearing this, Gu Miaoyan drew her sword and asked, should we eliminate them? Seeing no immediate need to act, Langa replied, no need. If Break wants to deal with us, we'll use Break's things against him. With that, Langa held out his hand, absorbing the dark breaths, intending to summon something. The purple wisps of energy flowed towards Linga as he summoned a dark bat that fearfully clung to the stone gate. Seeing its lack of cooperation, he says, "Want to survive, then be a good little bat, or I might just eat you, and then you'll really be dead." The shadow bat trembled in fear, hearing the death threat. Seeing how terrified it was, Lingka turned to Gu Miaoyan and asked, "Am I really that scary?" Hearing this, Gu Miaoyan replied, "You're quite scary." Langge then approached the dark spawn to tame it. Seeing Ling Xia approach, the shadow spawn frantically hides behind the door as Ling Xia asks it point blank, "Do you want to live a new life?" The shadow spawn, overjoyed to be saved, nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Seeing how obedient he was, Ling Ka happily replied, "Good that you want to." Immediately after, Ling Ka used his divine power to transform the bastard, subduing him back into human form. Incredibly, it transformed into a beautiful, scantily clad girl. Linga, embarrassed by the sight, blushed furiously, fearing a beating from Gu Miaoyan. He quickly conjured clothes for her, finally breathing a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding Gu Miaoyan's wrath. Seeing Lingji's quick reaction, Gu Miaoyan was a little angry, raising her fist. Lingji quickly explained, "It was just a surprise. A painful blow to remember." Lingge wondered if he really had the power to transform things into beautiful girls. Not wanting to argue with Ling, she said, "Just get to work." The beautiful girl looked up at them with innocent, sparkling eyes. Her revealing outfit was enough to give Lingge a nosebleed. Gazing at her body, the girl was amazed that she had truly become human. Linga steps forward, saying, "I should give you a name. How about Lilith? It's a powerful name." He chuckled as a strange force manifested in her hand, leaving the girl frightened and confused. Ling gestures, "You can look at the back of your hand." The girl obeys, staring blankly at it. Ling explained, "This is a magic crest, and there's one on your back too." He continued, "Now use your power to conjure some clothes for yourself." Lilith obeys, and a surge of spiritual energy envelops her, a feat she accomplishes without Langka's intervention, a sign of things to come. In an instant, Lilith was fully clothed, her style complementing her appearance to Lingka's satisfaction. He said, "Since I've given you a name, you must work for me. Call me Demon Lord." Lilith stepped forward and bowed. "My lord, this is your first mission from me, Lilith." Lilith obediently bowed her head and replied, "As you command, my lord." Ling Chen said, "You carry my demonic mark, so you can use my demonic energy. Therefore, I want you to kill the Dark God King with your own hands." Lilith was shocked by this mission. "Kill the Dark God King with my own hands?" "Yes." Langa explains, "He wants all the power, which means he has to kill you. If you don't want to die, you have to kill him." Lilith thought to herself, "I've been trapped in that gate for so long it wasn't easy to get out." Lingge gave her a moment to think, then asked, "Well?" Lilith firmly replied, "I will follow Master Wu's orders." And so Lilith set out to find the Dark Divine King herself. Meanwhile, one of his avatars was scouting ahead. Approaching a hidden cave, he cast a spell, and a large opening appeared before him. After a moment of careful observation, he stepped inside. Just as it began to move, Lilith silently approached from afar, finishing it off in an instant, but she quickly realized it wasn't him. She retrieved the clone's soul before it could dissipate. Its spiritual energy was quite substantial. Lilith absorbs the essence but remains unsatisfied, merely a clone. She moves quickly, needing to investigate elsewhere and find the Dark Divine King, as well as report back to Master Wu. Yen He quietly watched Lilith leave, and Ling felt a sense of relief. Now we don't have to worry about things like this anymore, Yanxi said, taking his arm. What happens after that? Lenge replies. Next, we can go find Gala and the others. Yen Ni points to the moonlight, implying it's already past midnight. She asked. Right now, Linga understood and sighed helplessly. Whatever we do, the debt must be paid in full. Following Ling Gei's orders the next morning, Jialuo gathered the demon kings he'd brought to meet him. Irena asked anxiously, how much longer until we meet him? Gala Shenmo chuckled. Are you all in such a hurry? One who looked like a chief physician said, only by meeting him can we be at peace. Jia Luo Shenmo, pleased, clarified. Cease your actions. If I truly meant you harm, I would have acted long ago. Just then, he was surprised to sense a familiar spiritual power. Huh, the female Elena asked warily. What is it? What's going on? A great spiritual force stirs the forest. Jia Luo Shenmo announced, the one you wish to meet has arrived. Despite the grand introduction, no one appeared for a long while. Aylin grew anxious. Where was this person? The siblings were worried and expectant, yet wary, their faces growing increasingly impatient as the forest remained eerily silent. Jeter thought to himself that while they wanted to meet that person, they were already here. Was the plan to destroy them all at once? The youngest girl impulsively shouted, Are you toying with us? The old demon, Luo Shenma, indifferently replied, Perhaps. Elena angrily retorted, If you can't take us to him, then we'll go our separate ways, and when he's needed, let that great one fetch us from hell. With that, they turned their backs in a huff, ready to leave, while the old Rahu god stood there strangely. A foreign voice suddenly broke the silence, startling them all. Since you're all here, why so eager to leave? Which fiend is it? Looking towards the old demon Luo Shenmo, he said, It wasn't me. But as they turned, Linga stood silently behind them, quite the elaborate greeting. I'm behind you. The demon kings were shocked and no one spoke. The only thing on their minds was, when did he get behind us? Ling Ka greeted them. First time meeting. The Fawn Demon King stepped forward respectfully. A pleasure to meet you, esteemed powerhouse. Ling Ka released a surge of spiritual energy signaling, with so many of us, let's talk somewhere else. The vortex of energy swirled violently, engulfing the Demon Kings, and the brothers watched in alarm, unsure of what it was. They looked at Ling frozen and afraid to speak. What does this man really want? Seeing this, Ling smiled reassuringly. No need to be so wary, I just wanted to change venues. With a blink, they all vanished, leaving no trace in the forest. Ling Ka transported his guests to a lavish European-style royal chamber. Everyone moved forward, but as Jia Luo Shenmo sat down, Ling Gei ordered, You guard the door. She howled, feeling unfairly treated. Why did she have to stand while that woman got to sit? Linga Sezun chided. Why are you talking so much? Or would you rather stand guard outside as punishment? Jia Luo Shenmo silently stepped out to guard the door, frustrated and helpless. Turning to his guests, Linga politely said, Please be seated. Nua, Elena Fon, and the remaining brothers took their seats, and the Demon King Fonier spoke. If that's the case, shall we begin negotiations? Leaning back in his chair, Ryuga casually asks, Of course, what are your conditions? The Demon King produces a mysterious box, and without hesitation opens it to reveal a gleaming golden key, presenting it as he asks, Respected one, what are your thoughts on the realm of the gods? Gala Shenmo eavesdrops, wondering if their condition is for Linga to eliminate the gods. Linga replies, My attitude toward them is if they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. But if they do, I'll kill them. Sweating, the Demon King thought that Lang Ka was more evil than he was. Lang Ka cut to the chase. So your condition is that you want me to attack the god realm, right? Think carefully, this deal is a one-time offer, so you better appreciate it, Ling Ka emphasized. The demon lords whispered amongst themselves to reach an agreement, as Ling thought to himself, how could he ever forgive the gods after their reckless actions? It's just that he doesn't have the mind for it right now. The false god of demons thought that if Ling Ka didn't even consider this, the deal would be a waste. Aileen spoke. Esteemed one, what can you offer us? Linga eagerly replied. That depends on what you need. Naya thought carefully and continued. Could we ask you a few questions first? Linga nodded eagerly. That's not outside the scope of this deal, and he's already calculated everything quite meticulously. They then asked the Gara god and demon guarding the door about the identity of that person. Lingay was curious what the monkey had told the demon lords while escorting them. Gara chimed in. I told them I'm one of the 3 ancient demon gods, your ancestor. Why won't they believe me? Linga nodded to Elena, confirming that he was indeed one of the 3 ancient demon gods now working diligently for him. The demon lords were astonished, a testament to just how terrifying this man truly was. Jia Luo Shenmo brazenly declares, Stop staring, I'm your ancestor reborn through reincarnation. Ai Li Na muses, so our ancestor seized a human body and was reborn, truly worthy of being called a demon god. She then asks if the 8 extremes of the ancient era were all demon gods, to which Gala Godfiend replies that, it's just a title, so why worry about it so much? It's not easy to meet one's kin only to have no one believe you. These Demonkin grandchildren have never experienced such a thing, so of course they're skeptical of their ancestor. Zet then asks, Respected master, we still don't know your name. Ling mulls it over, wondering what grand title he should bestow upon himself. You may call me Demon Lord. The Demon Lords thought Demon Lord. How arrogant does he think he's the master of all demons? Aelina speaks for her brethren. Honorable Demon Lord, this is our last question. Please forgive our boldness. Respected Demon Lord, where do you come from? Linga thought for a moment, then replied, I come from the east. Where we brought you is called the Western Divine Continent, so our home is naturally called the Eastern Divine Continent, another continent. Lena was bewildered. They knew another continent existed, but didn't realize it was already searching. Lingi then heightened the drama, asking, do you know why I defeated the Divine Realm? This was one of their biggest curiosities. Hearing this, the demon lords focused all their attention on Linga. Linka continued, it's all true because they initially attacked our Eastern Divine Continent, and then I encountered them. He painted a legendary backdrop. Long ago, a true god from the realm of the gods passed through a spatial formation and into our continent, where I happened to encounter him. The demon kings listened intently, nodding along, thinking that the realm of the gods was doomed. The fawn devil king mused, so we don't even need this great lord to act on our behalf. He's already doing it himself. Ling Chen asks, so, what exactly are your conditions? The quick-witted fawn replies, we have no conditions. Consider this key fragment a gift from hell to the demon lord. He chuckled inwardly, thinking that their good relationship with the demon lord would buy them goodwill, deterring even the divine realm from messing with them. A sentiment easily discerned by our hero. He paused in silence for a moment, and the demon kings, unnerved by their master's strange quiet, slowly began to panic. I appreciate your kindness, but I wonder what he's planning next. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know. The demon king, Fia relieved, replied with a sweat. Then we thank you, great demon lord. But as soon as he finished speaking, the story took another turn. Your master is only Ling, now it's my turn to ask you. The devils were now truly worried. What else did the great demon lord want? Ling Ji asks, would you all like to go to another continent? A seemingly light question, but with a deeply sinister undertone, cutting through the demon lord's thoughts. Aelina speaks up, putting on a brave face. Going to another continent. I wonder what the demon lord wants, or if there's something he needs our help with. It's not necessarily help, Lange clarified. I'm simply asking if you're willing. Langa's cryptic words left the demon lords uneasy, wondering if this trip would be a one-way ticket. With a smile, Lanka said, if you plan to go to another continent, I hope you'll come to Eastern Divine Continent to trade. I can completely eliminate the Divine Realm. Looking at Lanka, who seemed more evil than any demon, the demon lords thought painfully, didn't he just say he would deal with the Divine Continent himself? Isn't he planning to lure us to Eastern Divine Continent to work for him? Lingay gestured, preventing the demon guests from overthinking. If you come to Eastern Divine Continent, I'll treat you like honored guests. Alina wondered if the demon lord meant taking the entire underworld there, but hesitated to ask such a sensitive question. Linge nodded, emphasizing, of course your entire hell will come along. The people of Eastern Divine Continent are never polite to outsiders. Aileen looked to the Gara god and demon for advice, but he replied, I'm not like you. I was reborn in the Eastern Divine region. Linga then played a psychological card. If you want to go, I'll take you. Don't you ever get tired of being stuck on this continent? The demon lords were moved and replied softly, tired, yes, we admit it. From old to young, male to female, everyone has a moment of contemplation when thinking about life on this continent. Aelina pondered. Since being pushed into hell by the god realm and the human race, she had never left, and it was indeed a bit boring. But she eyed Linga suspiciously. But we know nothing of the Eastern Divine Continent, and if there are any dangers there, how can we possibly refuse when you've cornered us like this? Aelina Xiao, Niao replied with a forced smile. Of course not, we're very grateful for your sincerity, great demon lord. Lang Ka nodded in satisfaction. Then let's have a happy collaboration. When I return to the Eastern Divine Continent, I'll let you know. Aili Na rises to reply. In that case we'll take our leave. The demon lord and Lingge are pleased. Farewell, and in a flash the demon army vanishes from the council chamber. Ling Ka sat alone in thought, then exclaimed, happily, you've done well this time, obtaining what I desired. With the golden key in hand, Ling Ka's plan had taken a leap forward. Taking out a fragment he had carefully kept, Ling Ge combined the two pieces, nearly completing the key without too much effort. Yan Shi approached him curiously. Is this the key fragment you mentioned before? Ling Ka smiled and replied, that's right, we only need one more fragment to complete it, and then we can open that door. Gala, the god of demons, entered with a warning, but the final key fragment was the most important thing. Where could this fragment be? Yan Ni guesses that it's in the northernmost state, looking at Ling Ge, awaiting his reaction. Ling Ka explains, the northern star continent is a desolate, frigid place, and according to the four-continent ancestor, it's already demon territory. Ling Ka turns to the demon, and asks, are there internal hierarchies among you demons? Gala, the god fiend replies, of course, the weaker clans can only obey those higher up. He widened his eyes, asking Lang Ka, so, are we going to North God Continent next? Lang Ka shook his head, we're not going to North God Continent, he must have something planned. Jialuo Shenmo was puzzled. Why aren't we going? Don't you want to collect the last key fragment? Ling Ge explained, there are other matters to settle first, and I must return to Eastern Divine Continent, so there's no rush to go to Northern Divine Continent. After searching for some time, Lilith finally found the true Dark God King. Without hesitation, she advanced, swinging her scythe, determined to leave the Dark God King with nowhere left to run. He struggled to withstand Lilith's terrifying power, and was truly astonished. The old man sensed the mystical transformation, and hastily summoned a protective treasure wary of Lilith's power. Lilith leaped forward, swinging her scythe, and the old man exerted a great force to block her heaven-sent blow. Who knew that after all this time, my power would gain consciousness? Power is formless, yet it was branded by Ling and even took on a human form. The Dark God King was bitter. With Linga's support, that girl's power was at least 7th stage, while he hadn't even reached 6th. After a moment of contemplation, the old Dark One feared he couldn't hold out much longer. He knew that retreat was the best option. If he continued to fight, he would surely die, and he couldn't prolong it any further. But Lilith controlled this game, so what right did the Dark God King have to decide his own fate? The deadly girl declared, "You can't escape." As swift as the wind, Lily followed the sound of the scythe whistling through the air. The Dark Lord was horrified, shouting, damn it all." Suddenly, a voice blocked his path. "Where do you think you're going?" The old man gaped, unable to believe Ling Ge had appeared. "What? How could you be here?" Ling Ge retorted with amusement. "Why wouldn't I be here?" A surge of spiritual energy flies forth, binding the Dark Divine King's trembling form. Ling Ge brought the old man into his own spiritual space to make questioning him easier. The Dark One, cursed, I wish I could kill you. It seems his arrogance has come back to bite him, as Ling replies politely, "You brought this all on yourself. Who told you to target me? Then don't blame me for being impolite." The old Dark One howled. "If it weren't for your appearance disrupting my plans, I wouldn't have bothered with you." Ling Ge calmly explained, "My strength is also a major obstacle for you, so I understand why you want to eliminate me." The old man raged. "Understand me. All I want to do now is kill you, and you're still joking around." The old man seized the opportunity, unleashing his sword with maximum spiritual power, but Lilith wouldn't allow such recklessness, coldly striking from behind. The Dark One was startled, blocking her finishing blow as he roared, "Why, I am your original form, your father. How could you be so bewitched as to turn on me?" He spews honeyed words, hoping to sway Lilith's fragile heart. If he escapes this, let's see if he's still so sweet-tongued. But Lilith, loyal and faithful to her lord, coldly retorted, "If I don't kill you, you'll kill me, absorb my power, and I'll cease to exist." The Dark Old One howled, "Is that why you betrayed me?" Lilith snapped back, "Betrayal? What betrayal?" Ling Ge watches the life or death battle and asks Black Moon, "Do you think the Dark God King will finally meet his end?" The cat disinterestedly remarks that it's none of their concern, as Ling Ge continues, "I've seen many powerful rebirths, but this guy is definitely the unluckiest. On the contrary, the Gara God is lucky. If he hadn't met me, he could have regained his original power, perhaps even surpassed it." Black Moon frowned. "Why are you suddenly saying this?" "What's so strange?" Ling Ke explains, feeling as though something is orchestrating the fate of the entire world. He looked up at the sky with a sigh. Black Moon, seeing him like this for the first time, jumped up and pinched his cheek. "So you can be melancholic too. What's wrong?" Ling Ge, "Stop it. There's no way. One thing this kitty is sure of, I don't think anyone can control your destiny, and you're so strong, if you really want to know something, you can just go find it." Ling Ge is amused watching the cat play around. "Meow meow, what are you doing? Don't touch me like that." He looked at the two and said, "The battle is about to end." The Dark Old Man, who had been resisting until exhaustion, couldn't bear such humiliation. Unable to bear it any longer, he roared. Ling Ling is surprised. "Looks like this guy's about to give up." He appeared before the Dark One, wondering if the old man had any interesting requests. Ling then asked calmly, "Do you have any last words for me?" He couldn't shake the unease in his heart. "I am the Dark Divine King, so how can you be more evil than I am? Am I not dark enough?" But resistance was futile, leaving him to beg for his life. He pleaded, "Anything you want, I can give it to you." Ling Ge arrogantly replied, "I fear that what I need is something you don't have." The Dark God King, easily angered, retorted, "If you want it, I can find it for you." Ling Ge feigns surprise. "Oh, you think you can find it?" The old man insists. "Yes, I'll do my best." Ling Ge replies cryptically, "Wouldn't that be a waste of time?" Lilith silently glides behind Ling Ge, respectfully addressing him as Lord of Demons. With a pleased smile, Lang Ka watches the Dark One, seethe veins popping with rage. "He thinks I'm your father, and this so-called Demon Lord has quite the nerve." Ling Ka waves his hand. "All right, no more stalling. Do you have any last words?" The Dark God King is forced to confess. "It's all over." Ling has arranged everything to his satisfaction. He's been given his orders, so he should accept his fate. But he doesn't want to die. What will he do? Turns out it was all an act. He knelt down, weeping and begging for his life. "Please, I don't want to die. Spare me." With a cold indifference, Ling asked, "What does your desire to live have to do with me? You attacked my people, so I have no reason to spare you." The Dark Divine King desperately clung to Ling's leg, begging, but Ling had no more time to waste. With his spirit energy, he lifted the dark being into the air, who struggled and writhed, trying to escape the formation's grasp. But it was futile. Ling Ka had already signed his death warrant. In a flash, Lilith swooped in with a scythe, ending his life and settling their score, officially declaring a new life under Ling Ka's command. Ling Ka retrieves the Dark One's soul, saying, "The soul of darkness remains. This is true darkness, though he has no memory of his present. All the better, as if we were never here." Back at the barracks, Ling Ka stretched contentedly, the West God continent's troubles finally behind him. Next stop, the East God continent. Yen Ni approaches wondering, "Are you planning to head back already?" Taken aback, Ling Ka asks, "What's wrong? Don't you want to go back?" Yen Ni shook her head. "Of course not. I was just thinking about the academy. Are you going to say goodbye?" Ling responded. Hearing Ling's assurance that Tho Ung Tuyen would have a guide, Yan Shi felt relieved, but another worry lingered. She then asked, "With Tho here, we don't have to worry about anything. But the war between the nations isn't over yet, and I'm afraid Tho won't have time." Lingge, anticipating this question, calmly explained, "It's a small matter. The divine realm can no longer interfere in human affairs. Besides, I've already made contingency plans, so there's no need to worry so much." Hearing this, Yanshi was completely satisfied and eagerly exclaimed, "Then, let's set off quickly." Langa was exasperated by her personality, teasing, "Why do I get the feeling you're more impatient than I am?" Caught red-handed, Yanzi confessed her desires. Having been in the Western Divine Continent for so long, she was also tired of it. "It's time for a change of scenery. I've been preparing to leave for a while now." Ling Ka agreed, standing up. "It's good that you gave the order, then our next stop is the underworld." In the underworld, Jesser was groaning, clutching his head. "This is going to be the death of me." The demon queen, Elena, repeated wearily, all right, what have you been mumbling about for the past 3 days? Is that annoying you?" Jesser perked up. "I'm not complaining, I'm just sticking up for our hell." The most intellectual of the demon lords, Fia, spoke up. "I find that demon lord to be quite valuable at least," Jer shouted back. "But what if she turns on us? Are we going to fight her? And what's more, we can't win." The demon Fournier replied, hoping to shut Jer up, saying, "If she's not trustworthy, then we've only lost a fragment." While still deep in thought, Jesser was startled by Linga's voice from above. "It seems the tyrannical master isn't pleased with me." Langa had been standing above them the whole time, hearing every word of their conversation. Queen Elena quickly spoke up, "My lord, we are honored by your presence. Forgive our lack of preparation." Then she thought to herself, "Serves you right, you blabbermouth. Who told you to make a habit of talking behind people's backs?" Meanwhile, Yangshi couldn't help but chuckle at these devils. It was then that Ryuker spoke. "It's fine. This is your territory. I came unannounced and intruded." Queen Elena then summoned her magic, conjuring 2 chairs for Ryuker and Yunshi. Jess, with more courage than sense, hastily tries to justify himself before the demon lord, to which, with utter indifference, Ling replies, "I've heard far worse said about me, and not just by you. I simply can't be bothered to pursue them all." Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief, not daring to utter another word, as Faya the Demon King wondered what their lord wanted of them. Linga gets straight to the point. "We're about to leave Western Divine Continent, so I've come to take you all with me to Eastern Divine Continent." The Demon Kings can't believe their ears. They exclaimed in unison. "So soon?" Ling Ka asked, unfazed. "I've done what I needed to do in the Western Divine Continent, so what's so strange about returning to the Eastern Divine Continent?" The Demon King, Fair, chuckled. "Well, our great Demon Lord hasn't finished giving instructions on this matter, so I wonder if we can give them a chance to go around the 3 kingdoms." Linga stood up and ordered, "I'll give you an hour to sort things out. I'll be waiting for you outside the demon city." The demons fell silent, not daring to ask more, and nodded obediently like puppies. Finally, Lingge and his companions landed on the shores of East Divine Continent. Looking down, the demon lords were captivated by the beauty of Eastern Divine Continent. The Demon King exclaimed, in awe, "I can't believe Eastern Divine Continent is such a beautiful place." Leading the group, Ling Ka replied, "Clearly, I won't forbid you from doing anything. Just be ready to lend a hand when I need it." Taking Yan's hand, Ling Ka planned to find a private place for them, but before bidding farewell to the devils, he reminded them, "Remember, don't do anything too extreme." With Ling Ge gone, the demons felt as if they'd finally dropped the heavy stones they'd been carrying all the way from West Divine Continent to East Divine Continent. They all breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally gone. The great demon lord clearly doesn't trust me, and that last remark? Now all eyes are on the idiot who speaks before he thinks. He hastily denied it, explaining, "I won't do anything, don't look at me like that." Back home, Lingge grimaced, looking exhausted. This is a real headache." Yanzi approached and comforted him, saying, "You don't seem like someone who gets headaches." Linga was overjoyed to hear this. He took the beauty's hand, suggesting, "If I let you go to the demonic sect, Yunzi would definitely cause trouble for you, but going to the Tai Ming sect wouldn't be easy to explain either. It's not easy to control your womanizing ways." Yanxi then suggested, "You can say we're traveling companions, and I'm here to pay my respects." Ling knew the Tai Ming sect sister's keen sense for prey, and replied, "But Mila will see right through it." Yanxi soothed, "Then we'll explain it to her privately." Lingge figured that was the only way. No use overthinking it. He said she really had a lot of tricks up her sleeve. Yen Ni made a suggestion that flustered Ling Ka. "But what if they accept the other sisters?" Ling nodded in response. All right, say no more. I know, I'll try my best." On Mount Taiming, the wind howls. Ling Ka wearily looks up, realizing there are many more stone steps to climb before reaching the summit. Seeing this, Gu Yaoyan asked, "What's wrong?" Linga wiped his sweat and replied, "You know you must have seen it." Gok Yu Yin smiled, suggesting, "Should I negotiate for you then?" Hearing this, Langka immediately grabbed her hand eagerly saying, "Yes, absolutely. Yi Luo will make things difficult for me, but definitely not for you. If you explain clearly I won't get asked," Yao Yan said worriedly. "Is it that serious?" he replied with glistening tearful eyes. "You're not me. You can't feel what I feel." Cui Miaoyan playfully pokes his waist. "So, should I ask you the same questions as your sister?" Ling Che quickly waves his hands in refusal. No need. The two then continued on their journey. Back on the mountain in Mu Yueqing's room, she lay in bed, her face pale and trembling. Yi Luo watches with concern, taking Yueqing's hand and channeling a gentle light, transferring healing spiritual energy. With difficulty, Yueqing slowly opened her eyes and called out, "Luo Mei, sister." Yi Luo stroked Yueqing's head and said, "Rest well, sister." With that, she frowned, sighing to herself. "The thing inside Mu Yuqing is deeply hidden. I dare not act rashly alone." Though exhausted, Mu Yuqing forced a reassuring smile. "How am I? I have my own plans." Mi Lu took her hand, urging, "I know you better than anyone. You need to rest now." With that, Yi Luo continued to channel spiritual energy into Mu Yueqing, easing her pain. A moment later, a sound came from the door, and Yi Luo immediately turned to look. Seeing Linga and Gu Yaoyan enter, she inquired the situation, looking far from optimistic. Seeing him with Gu Yaoyan, Yi Luo frowned and questioned, "Why are you two together?" Linga replied, "Let's talk outside." Mi Luo followed them out immediately, demanding, "You can talk now." Linga cleared his throat, and Gu Miaoyan bowed politely, saying, "Greetings, we've met before." Yi Luo glanced at the person beside her and said, darkly, "Linga, I'm impressed." Ling Ka awkwardly looks away, saying, "I'll explain everything to you later." Yi Luo scoffs, crossing her arms as she asks, "And what will you tell your senior disciple?" Linga awkwardly scratched his face, saying, "Now is not the time to tell her." Mi Luo continued to press, "So when are you going to tell her after your women line up in droves?" At this point, Linga was speechless, but Zhu Diyan quickly interjected, "Let me tell you then." Mi La looked at her, feigning surprise. "I'm curious what exactly brought you and Linga together." Linga, standing between them, smiled, and told them to talk while he went to check on Yueqing. Yi Luo reminds him that this is the second time it's happened, and her condition hasn't been good lately, so he should be careful. Ling Ge enters the room, where Mu Yueqing is lying, props himself up on the bed, and wonders, "What are you hiding in her body? What are you doing? Do I need to force you out?" Ling Ka's shadow fell over Mu Yueqing as he channeled spiritual energy into her, beginning his exploration. He closed his eyes, following the flow of energy into the depths of her subconscious. His body moved on instinct until he reached a glowing hole, wondering if he was dreaming. Ling Ge passed through the hole into a dreamscape, a place covered in white snow. He glared menacingly. "If this is your game, it should end now. Always occupying someone else's body, I find you an eyesore." Suddenly, a giant ice hand struck down from above, but he instantly raised his hand, flicked it lightly, and the hand shattered. He said, "Not bad, but useless." Ling Ge brushed away the remaining ice fragments and asked, "With your power, it shouldn't be hard to take on your own form, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, a silver-haired, gray-eyed girl appeared, staring intently at Ling. "Gee." Linga questioned the woman. "You must be the power within Mu Yueqing." The white-haired woman replied, "You could say that. She has the blood of our clan, a descendant of our people." Lingka continued, "So, you've been hiding inside her." The woman nodded hesitantly. "Perhaps she triggered me." Ling Ka crossed his arms, stating, "I know that the clan is divided into many races, some born with special constitutions. Mu Yueqing must be one of these," as the woman calmly confirmed. "That's right, our clan is called the Snow Moon Clan. In the previous era, we mostly remained anonymous, so there aren't many records about us. The signature trait of the Snow Moon Clan is their long, silver-white hair, a rare sight these days." Hearing this, Ling Ge couldn't help but think that although Zhu Yue also had silver hair, the sword spirit's appearance could change at will. Aside from Yue Qing, he had never seen anyone with long silver-white hair. The Snow Moon woman added, "But there are those who unnaturally or intentionally dye their hair this color." To this, Ling Ge nodded with a smile. "That's true, but Mu Yueqing is a Snow Moon clansman, so why are you inside her body?" The Snow Moon woman paused, then bowed and explained, "This child is the eldest daughter of the bloodline pure clan leader, so the power in her body is strong, and I am just a remnant soul of the clan, so I have always relied on this child." Linga sank into thought again. Something's definitely up with the Snow Moon clan. Mu Yueqing is the clan leader's eldest daughter, yet she ended up here. He then asks why she didn't appear sooner or later, but chose to cause trouble at such a crucial moment when Yueqing broke through to the Supreme Realm. The woman shook her head, clarifying, "That's not my power. It's just the potential activated in her bloodline, and I awakened according to that activated potential." Linga looked up to the sky and asked, "What was that dreamscape all about?" The woman held out her hand, letting snowflakes fall onto it, and replied, "I borrowed the power within her body to create this dreamscape." Ling Ge asks, was that dream created for her? The woman replies, no. As the bloodline awakens, her power grows stronger. I won't use her strength, for that would only cause her more pain. Hearing this, Ling Ge smiled and said, looks like I owe you one. The woman sadly continued, I hid in her body, planning to reveal my identity and guide her when the time was right, after waking up. Ling Ge expressed in surprise, then you're too late. She's just broken through to the supreme realm. A look of resignation crossed the woman's face as she admitted, there was nothing I could do. Without enough power, I couldn't awaken. Seeing this, Ling Ge continued, it seems your Snow Moon tribe was quite powerful, but how did such a strong tribe fall so far? The woman lowered her head, and Ling Ge said, if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. After a moment of silence, the woman finally began her tale. It's all right. Before humans existed, the Snow Moon clan was already here. In the beginning, we lived in a land of extreme cold, and were known as the Snow Clan. As she spoke, she manipulated the dreamscape, transforming the snowy scene into a bright night with a full moon, and continued, until our ancestors harnessed the power of Hao Yue, and it became our faith. Our tribe also became representatives of Hao Yue. Ling Ge couldn't help but wonder, did such great power exist in the previous era? The woman floated into the air, hovering above as she replied, of course in the old days the Hao Yue guarded the night and the Hao Ri guarded the day. They were two extremely powerful forces. Ling Ge continued, but don't you rarely go out? Hearing this, the woman smiled and replied, all that matters is that Snow Moon exists, and so does Hao Yue. Ling Ge lowered his head, stroking his chin in thought. So only those of sufficient strength knew of your Snow Moon clan. That's right. At this point Ling Ge frowned and said, I have a bit of a headache. In the past there were divine souls. Why do you use Hao Yue to cultivate? The woman replied, although divine consciousness will pass on power, generation after generation, power still needs to unlock potential, so we still cultivate. Ling Ge began to understand, muttering to himself, so only those with comparable strength knew of the Snow Moon clan. The cultivation methods of the Eastern, Southern, Western, and Divine continents are different, so it seems many of today's cultivators inherited from previous generations. The woman suddenly asked, so how old are you now? Ling Ge frankly replied, at least 10,000 years old. Hearing this, the woman calmly assumed, a 10,000-year-old monster. Ling Ge continued to probe. So what was the strength of the Snow Moon clan back then? The woman recounted Heaven and Earth Realm. The Snow Moon clan had 2 Heaven and Earth Realm masters guarding it. Our clan wasn't large, only 100 people. Ling Ka inquired further, what was the strongest level of power back then? The Sky Opening Realm. Ling Ka frowned and muttered, the Opening Heaven Realm. No wonder the Divine Continent doesn't have a single one now. The woman was puzzled. Not a single Kai Tian realm expert, but you are one. Ling Ge points to himself confused and asks, I don't even know what realm I'm in. The woman was skeptical. You don't know. He quickly waved his hand, changing the subject. Never mind, go on. What other information do you have about the previous era? For example, did they have divine sense? The woman assured him that they did. At that time there weren't many with divine sense, but a few existed, including one who kept pace with the Hao Yue divine sense. Hearing this, Ling Ge spoke a name, the Heavenly Sun God. The woman seemed surprised. That's right, how did you know? Ling Ge wondered if it was really true. He stroked his chin, tilting his head in question. Wasn't the Heavenly Sun God a representation of the sun? The Snow Moon woman raised a finger explaining, of course not. The consciousness of Hao Ri is the consciousness of Hao Ri. The Heavenly Sun God simply shares the same nature. Hearing this, Ling Ge held up 2 fingers and said, don't tell me there were 2 suns back then. But the Hao Ri God and the Heavenly Yang God alternated, though the Hao Ri God consciousness appeared more often. At this point, Ling Ge couldn't help but force a smile and scratch his face, thinking, okay, so, adding the 5 gods of the 5 major sects, there are 7 god consciousnesses. He continued, can you tell me what happened to the Snow Moon tribe? The woman fell silent, explaining. At that time, all the divine senses disappeared. We received no response from the Hao Yue divine sense. At this point, Ling Ge didn't ask anything more, simply saying, I won't ask why the divine sense disappeared. I imagine you don't know either. Next, he figured out how to suppress the power erupting within Yue Qing's body, and upon hearing this, the woman clearly expressed her joy. If you're willing to lend a hand, that would be wonderful. Ling Ge smiled and instructed her. After Yue Qing wakes up, explain everything to her slowly. With that, he raised his hand and conjured a stream of golden spiritual energy. The spiritual energy quickly swirls, coalescing into a pearl, which Ling Ge places in the woman's hand, and she bows in gratitude. He waved goodbye, saying they'd meet again soon, and then vanished from the dreamscape, leaving everything silent once more. Ling Ge awakens, opening his eyes to see Mu Yueqing, his hand still gently holding hers. Yi Luo suddenly speaks, noting that things seem to be progressing well. Hearing her voice, he jumped, turning around to warn, could you not stand behind people like that? It's startling. The great Ling Ge afraid. What a rare sight, Mi Luo giggles. Ling Ji frowned, saying, if it were anyone else, I would have already attacked. Hearing this, Yi Luo turned to Gu Yaoyao and said, oh, I see, so you're afraid of us. Meanwhile, Gu Yaoyao playfully echoed her words. Seeing them laugh together, Ling Ge felt a pang of loss, wondering, have you really been taken away? He cautiously expressed. It seems you two are getting along well. Nira approached, poking him hard in the face as she criticized. More than just getting along. If I could, I'd teach you a lesson. Are you going to start bringing people home with you now? Ling Ge sweats as he clarifies that he wouldn't dare, and this was just an accident. Seeing him cornered by Mi Luo and Zhu Yaoyan, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. I'm afraid there will be many more accidents in the future. Putting her hands together in front of her chest, Zhu Yuyan playfully sticks out her tongue, replying to him in her heart. There's no other way. I have to please my sisters since I came later, so you'll have to suffer a little. There's nothing wrong with Yue Qing right now. She'll be fine when she wakes up. Mi Luo leaned in and asked, did you discover anything? Lan Ka replied, well, there's someone else inside Nguye Thun's body. At this Mi La's face darkened, a smile forming on her lips, but her words grew colder. Male or female? Langyi replies, without thinking, female. But, aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? Mira narrowed, her eyes pressing. What happened next? Tell me everything. Linga readily agreed, and began to explain, gesticulating as he spoke. Simply put, Yue Qing was from a great clan of humans, from a previous era, a member of the Snow Moon clan, but members of this clan rarely appeared. After listening for a while, Mi Luo sighed, holding her head as she surmised, so Yue Qing is a descendant of this reclusive family. How mystical. Linga shrugged, saying, there's no other way. This is the truth. Gu Yaoyan frowned. I've never seen the name Snow Moon Clan in any records, he explained. That's because they live in seclusion and disguise themselves when they travel. Some people know, but very few. Mi Luo approached Mu Yue Qing, stroking her forehead, with concern. Yue Qing has suffered so much, and now her origins are so unclear. Fate is truly cruel. Linga consoled. She has to accept it, but this is also a good thing for her. If her bloodline's power can be fully controlled, her future will be limitless. Before she was adopted by a couple in Emerald Bamboo City, so if we can find out about her background, it will fulfill her wish. Once outside, Linga continued, I also know some information about the 5 gods here. Gu Yaoyao replied, I'm not one of the 5 gods anymore, so looking at me won't help. Linga persisted, you were once a saintess after all. Yi Luo retorted, spit it out already. Then Lingyi hastily explained, the deities aren't just those of the 5 great sacred sects. Your deities existed even before the ancient era, and their strength is at the creation realm, a realm above the heaven and earth realm. Yi Luo wondered if Yue Qing is the daughter of the Snow Moon tribe's chief. Why is she so young now? To answer her question, Linga produces a glowing golden stone, explaining that a special sealing method was used, and the control of the laws of time was far stronger then. The Snow Moon tribe's leader sealed Yue Qing's time until a certain point, perhaps when she was adopted. Yi Luo poked the stone, saying, even for a powerful expert, I'm not sure I could do that. Ling Ka refutes this, saying, not necessarily. If you specialize in the laws of time, it's not difficult, but to seal it for so long is indeed very difficult. Milo tilts her head, suggesting he continue. Linga elaborates, explaining that the Snow Moon tribe worships the bright moon, a consciousness that disappears for a time, and that's when the war between humans and demons broke out. The Snow Moon tribe was attacked by the demons, confirming Zhu Yaoyan's belief that they truly live up to their infamous reputation. Yi Luo nodded in agreement as Lingge stretched, saying, the continent is divided now. The demons are gone from Eastern Divine Continent, but their presence is heavy in the Northern Divine Continent. Yi Luo asked suspiciously, so, your next stop is the Northern Divine Continent. At this, Mi Luo suddenly fell silent, staring intently at him. Linga asked bewildered, what is it? Both Gu Yaoyao and Mi Luo asked simultaneously, so, you were planning to go there alone? Linga scratched his face, cleared his throat guiltily, and replied, I didn't say that yet. Ngila pinched his side, declaring, no matter what, we're not letting you go alone this time. Who knows what you'll do? Lanka, red-faced from the pain, retorted. It's all demons over there. What could I possibly do? Zhu Yaoyan joined in, pinching his other side and declaring, you can't go alone. At least let us come with you. Our strength is not lacking. Tormented Linga finally broke free and shouted, all right. With a stern look, he crossed his arms and questioned, are you two trying to rebel? Fine, you can come, but before we leave, Yao Yan, you must at least reach the creation realm, and as for you, Yi Luo, train well these next few days. Hearing this, the two exchanged glances, and sheepishly mumbled in agreement, just as Bai Su Ling approached, calling out junior brother. Hearing her voice, Ling suddenly froze. Bai Su Ling arrived with Qin Yuni, and Ling turned to Mi Luo and Gu Yao Yan whispering, don't say too much later, just go along with whatever I say. With that, he turned back, put on a bright face, and waved in response. Senior sister, he said, approaching Bai Su Ling. She noticed the others behind him but still asked him, when did you get back? You didn't even tell me. Ling Ge took her hand and replied, I just got back. Yue Qing's matter has been resolved and she's still sleeping, so don't disturb her. Bai Su Ling blushed, glanced at Nini, and seeing her staring, she turned away in embarrassment and said, let go of my hand, there are people here. Qin Yunip-eyed Gu Yaoyao then turned to him. Langa, shouldn't you explain who this woman is? Langa immediately introduced her. This young lady is a holy woman from a sect I met in West City. She wanted to travel to the martial world, so she came with me. Very cooperative. Gu Yaoyan extends her hands and curtsies slightly. Hello, my name is Gu Yaoyan. Bai Su Ling politely extended her hand and introduced herself. Bai Su Ling. Gu Miaoyan reached out to take her hand, and Bai Su Ling smiled, saying, "Thank you for taking care of my junior." On the outside, Yao Yan smiles, but inside she's screaming, "When did I ever take care of Ling Ge?" Looking at her exchanging glances, Ling Ge said, "Diao, senior sister is pulling you into this, don't fall for it." Hearing this, Zhu Yaoyan couldn't help but feel guilty, but then calmly replied, "I wouldn't dare say I'm taking care of him. Rather, Ling Ge is taking care of me." Hearing her answer, Ling was stunned. How can you make it sound worse? Meanwhile, Yi Luo secretly covered her mouth, chuckling. Bai Su Ling smiled knowingly, asking, "Is that so?" Junior brother Ling, flustered, explained that it wasn't exactly taking care of her, but if she didn't understand something like martial arts techniques, he would give her some guidance. Bai Su Ling then looked at Gu Yao Yao with a profound expression and said, "Is that so?" Ku Miaoyan covered her mouth, forcing a smile as she replied, "Yes." Ling Ge suddenly felt a chill seeing the two of them. No, has senior sister seen something? A moment later, Bai Su Ling took Gu Yaoyan's hand and said, "Then you haven't made any arrangements for accommodation, have you? Come on, I'll take you." Suddenly being pulled, Gu Miaoyan was a little startled, but quickly responded, Okay. After pulling her along for a bit, Bai Su Ling suddenly turned back and instructed, "That's right, I'll visit Yue Qing later. Junior sister Luo Mei, please take care of her." Mi Lu glances at Ling Ge and replies, "Okay, don't worry, I'll be the first to let everyone know when Yue Qing wakes up." Ling Ge nervously points at Mi Lu, suggesting, "Then I'll stay here with you." Bai Su Ling directly demanded, "You're coming with me." Ling Ge had nowhere left to run, and as he watched the two leave hand in hand, he was filled with dread, thinking, "I'm done for. I have a feeling she's figured something out." Nirvana patted his shoulder, advising, "I don't think you can escape this time. You'd better explain it carefully. It seems you can't hide it anymore." At this, Ling Ge sighed and said okay. He stiffly followed after Bai Su Ling and Gu Yao Yan, muttering with determination, "Wife, I'm coming." Seeing his current state, Mi Luo couldn't help but chuckle. The three returned to the Azure Moon Pavilion, where the sisters greeted them at the door. Senior sister. Bai Su Ling gestured to Gu Yao Yan, saying, "It's all right, everyone. Continue with your work. I'm just here to arrange accommodation for this young lady." With that, she glanced meaningfully at Ling, who gulped nervously. Realizing something, Ling's face suddenly turned pale. "Does senior sister mean to deal with you later?" The sisters of the Azure Moon Pavilion gathered around him, asking, "Junior brother Ling, is your training over?" Ling Ka stammered, and another senior sister said, "Junior brother, I'm deeply impressed by how you look in women's clothes." Ling Ka was in no mood for jokes, and he slipped away from his senior sisters, saying, "Senior sisters, I have something to do, let's talk later." He rushed into the room, slamming the door shut, and leaning against it took a deep breath before opening the inner door. Seeing him, Bai Su Ling asked, "You've arrived." Ling Ge, unnerved by her, sitting cross-legged on the bed, cautiously asked Senior what's going on. "Weren't you arranging things for that young lady? Did you finish that quickly?" With a smile, Bai Su Ling ordered him to sit. Ling Ge immediately sat on the bed, silent, and afraid to say another word. Seeing his lips sealed, Bai Su Ling asked, "Don't you have anything to say?" Ling Ge stammered, avoiding her gaze. "Oh, what's worth talking about?" Bai Su Ling asked with a smile. "Of course there is." Suddenly, she pinned Ling Ge to the bed, determined to get the truth out of him. Looking at her now, Ling Ge screamed inwardly, "Where did you learn these moves, Senior? Where's my gentle senior sister?" He quickly turned the tables, embracing her waist and pinning her down on the bed. Ling Ge gently lifted Bai Su Ling's chin and asked Senior, "Who did you learn this from?" Bai Su Ling shyly turned her head away, then suddenly reached out and pinched his cheek hard, causing him to cry out in pain. After the pinch, Senior apprentice sister Bai Su Ling finally released his face, admitting, "Actually, I know." Ling Ge forced a smile and asked, "What do you know?" Bai Su Ling replied, "Luo Mei told me everything." Hearing this, Ling Ge froze his mind, repeating, "Luo Mei told her everything. Everything." After a few seconds, Ling Ge reacted, asking, "What did she tell you?" Blushing, Bai Su Ling touched her finger to her lips, saying, "I once had a past life connection with you, was sincere with you, and said, I had feelings for you, which is unacceptable to me." But then touching his face, she confessed, "Junior brother, you are outstanding, truly too outstanding, so I'm afraid of holding you back. I always felt a distance between us, and sometimes I even doubted the authenticity of our feelings." The atmosphere grew quiet. "Why are you suddenly saying this?" Ling Ge asks, but Bai Su Ling avoids his gaze, replying with a gentle smile, "You're too outstanding, and I don't want to hold you back. If you have feelings for someone else, then don't let them down. At least I can feel your affection, and that's enough, isn't it?" Faced with her concern, Ling Ge gently covered the back of Bai Su Ling's hand on his cheek, and said warmly, "Okay, I understand." Bai Su Ling playfully pinched his cheek, and Gang Chao said, "Good, then I won't blame you." Ling Ge then spoke hesitantly, his eyes searching. Senior, did Luo Mei Luo say anything else to you? Faced with his honesty, Bai Su Ling didn't hide anything either. Is nothing the matter? Langa finally decided to reveal everything. After Langa recounted the entire incident, Bai Su Ling fell silent, her expression unreadable. Linga couldn't help but feel uneasy, stealing glances at her expression, and when she remained silent, he hesitantly waved a hand in front of her face, calling out softly, "Senior sister." Bai Su Ling glared at him, her voice strained. Linga. Suddenly, she pinched his cheek hard, making him yelp in pain. Trembling with rage, Bai Su Ling scolds, "I thought Mi Luo was enough, but you have two more. I'm going to die of anger." Ling Ge quickly reminds her of her promise, saying she'd be understanding. Was it all just an act? Bai Su Ling grits her teeth. Of course not. I may accept it, but I didn't say I wouldn't be angry, did I? Linga, hearing this, immediately confessed, like a child caught doing wrong. Yes, senior sister is right. Still not appeased, Bai Su Ling pinched his cheeks even harder, finally releasing him when they were bright red. With her arms crossed, Bai Su Ling sternly asks, "Is there anything else you want to tell me?" Linga, still holding his face, replies, "No, I've told you everything." Bai Su Ling frowned and commanded, "Next time, you're not allowed to hide anything from me." Linga fearfully agreed. "Next time, I don't want there to be a next time." Bai Su Ling stated, "I don't object, but if you've realized this, then of course that's great." Ling Jie scratched his face, asking, Where did Dio Yen go?" Bai Su Ling glanced at him, replying, "I told Nep Nep to take her on a tour of the Tai Min sect." Linga wondered, "Weren't you going to arrange a place for me to stay?" She smirked proudly. "You can sleep with me tonight." Hearing this, Linga narrowed his eyes, thinking, "What game are you playing now, senior sister?" Exhausted, he fell back onto the bed. Seeing this, Bai Su Ling patted her lap. "Jia Xiao, come lie here." Ling Ge tilted his head and asked with a smile, "Do I get a lap pillow?" He thought to himself that his senior sister was a classic tsundere. Without hesitation, Ling Ge laid his head on her lap, a look of satisfaction on his face, and drifted off to sleep. The scene was peaceful. Meanwhile, among the gods, Genjia stood in the center, announcing, "The passage is ready. I'll scout ahead this time." "Does anyone object?" one of the gods asked in surprise. "You're going first," Jinja nodded firmly. "Of course, the last time the realm suffered such heavy losses was my oversight, so I want to make up for it." The god of light crossed his arms and said calmly, "If you intend to explore, then decide." Jinja then asked the others, "No problem, so who wants to go first with me?" The holy knight, angel and the god of love spoke in unison, "Me too." Another god shrugged, saying, "I won't go. I'll stay and guard the god realm." The light god also chimed in, wondering what tricks the demon suppressor might have up his sleeve. Likewise, the collapse of the mortal realm's temples hasn't been dealt with cleanly. After hearing everyone's discussion, the Gen family also compromised. "Very well, let's arrange things this way." Back in the room, Bai Su Ling now faces Mi Luo and Gu Miaoyan. She calmly said, "I understand everything now." Linga, sitting next to her, shrank back and nervously asked, "What happens next?" Bai Su Ling smirked, glancing at him. "So let's just live together in peace from now on." Yi Luo then reminded her, "Don't forget, there's still one person we haven't met." Gu Yaoyan hesitantly asks, "Is that person difficult to get along with?" Mi Luo rubs her temples and replies, "Very difficult. If you meet, I can't predict what will happen." Hearing this, Ling Ge rubbed his chin, admitting that Yunzi wasn't easy to get along with. "But senior sister, your problem isn't that big, because Yunzi knows about you." Startled, Bai Su Ling asks, "When did this happen?" Linga stammers, "Probably the time before last, but I wanted to hide it so you probably didn't notice." Hearing this, Bai Su Ling's face turned thunderous with rage, and she glared daggers at Ling Ge, who broke out in a cold sweat. Gu Yaoyan was also worried, wringing her hands nervously. Mi Luo suddenly took Gu Yaoyan's hand, smiling reassuringly. "Don't worry, it's not a big deal. With Ling Ge here, Yunzi won't give you trouble." Then, Mi Luo turned to Ling Ge and asked directly, "Should I tell them that you're going straight to the demon sect next?" Bai Su Ling suddenly interjected coldly, "Demon sect." It was then that Ling Ge realized his blunder and sweat poured down his face. Bai Su Ling stared intently at him, while Ling Ge nervously looked away. Bai Su Ling reached out, turned his head back to face her, and stared him down, intimidating him. "How many secrets are you hiding from me? Confess." Now Ling Ge had no choice but to reveal the truth. He was the demon lord of the Dao demon sect. Hearing this, Bai Su Ling was utterly astonished. "What? Demon lord?" He quickly turned to explain. "The former demon lord, the current one isn't, and Yun Zi is the sect leader of the demonic sect." Bai Su Ling's head spun. Demon lord, demonic sect, so many women. Ling Ge glanced at her, thinking apologetically that if he were deceived so much, he wouldn't be able to accept a large amount of information either. Bai Su Ling blankly asked, "Wait, if we go to the demonic sect, what about Yue Qing?" Ling Ge turned to Gu Yaoyao and said, "In that case, I'll take Yaoyao to see Yunzi this time." Gu Yaoyao forced a smile, secretly dreading that something felt off. Yi Luo reassured her, "Don't worry with Ling Ge here, Yunzi won't make things difficult for you." Gu Miaoyan replied, but a fight was likely unavoidable. Ling Ke shrugged, assuring her, "Don't worry, I'll figure out how to deal with Yunzi." Meanwhile, inside the demon sect, Jiang Yunzi sat on a large chair, deep in thought, as Zihan entered and greeted her with a smile. "Master." Seeing her, Jiang Yunzi asked, "Is that you, Zihan?" Zihan approached her and asked, "Is master waiting for that man again?" Resting her head in her hand, Jiang Yunzi reminds her, "Zihan, is this the first time I've told you how to address me?" Zihan pouts. Men forget their disciples. "Master, let's just say Grandmaster. I'm not used to that term, it feels weird." Jiang Yunzi chuckled, reminding her, "You still have to say it." Zihan whined, tugging at her sleeve. "Master, are you planning to stay here forever? Aren't you bored? Or we could go find some fun." Jiang Yunzi coldly told her, "I don't want to go anywhere right now." What fun could be more important than him? Hearing this, Zihan puffed out her cheeks, thinking, "I'm still your disciple, but you won't teach me to cultivate, and you want me to eat your dog food. How annoying." Thinking this, Zihan vigorously massaged her master's shoulders and asked, "Master, do you have to keep mentioning him? Am I still your favorite disciple?" Jiang Yunzi replied loudly, "Yes, of course you are." Unsatisfied, Zihan thought, "Master, your tone is a little indifferent." Just then, someone shouted, "The Demon Lord is back! The Demon Lord is back!" Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi happily rushed outside, leaving Zihan stunned in disbelief. So the good disciple was fake. One of the demon sect's disciples suddenly noticed Ling Ji's return, immediately raising his hand and shouting, "The Demon Lord is back!" Hearing this, everyone present happily greeted him. Seeing this, Linga smiled shyly and replied, "Hello everyone, hello everyone." Following behind, Linga Gu Miaoyan curiously takes in her surroundings, thinking that while the demonic sect's environment is a bit gloomy, the people are very enthusiastic. Linga cleared his throat and solemnly said, "You may all return to your duties." And with that, everyone dispersed. Ling Ka turned to look at Gu Miaoyan, then said embarrassedly, "They're always like this when I come back." Hearing this, Gu Miaoyan exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" Then she walked over to Linga and slowly embraced him from behind, looking dejected. Seeing this, Lange tenderly asks, still tense, though well hidden, "It couldn't escape your husband's eyes." Hearing this, Gu Miaoyan was embarrassed and playfully hit Linga a few times, who seemed to enjoy her affection. Suddenly, Linge's eyes widened as if he sensed something. Someone was ambushing them. He immediately pulled Gu Miaoyan into his arms, bracing for the attack. Kui Miaoyan looked on in fear and surprise as Linga chuckled. "The target has arrived. It seems Jiang Yunzi has come to welcome Linga back." "So you do remember to come back?" Jiang Yunzi asked angrily, as Gu Yaoyao fearfully hid behind Linga, who calmly replied, "It's only been a while, but your strength has improved quite a bit." Jiang Yunzi points her sword at Linga and Gu Yaoyao, then says with a cold smile, "Forget the demonic arts. Shouldn't you explain who this woman is?" Hearing this, Gu Miaoyan hurriedly replied, but before she could finish, Jiang Yunzi cut her off, her face full of anger. Jiang Yunzi glared and said, "Did I give you permission to speak?" Seeing the tension, Linga forced a smile and quickly tried to calm her down. "Yunzi, don't be like this." At this moment, Gu Yaoyao trembled, only knowing to hide behind Linga. No sooner had she spoken than Jiang Yunzi, in a fit of rage, demanded, "Give me a reasonable explanation." To which Gu Miaoyan replied, "I don't think you're capable of a proper conversation right now." Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi's eyes turned cold as she sternly said, "Very soon." Without another word, she angrily attacked. Sensing danger, Ling Jie immediately pushed Gu Miaoyan back, then countered Jiang Yunzi's attack. Ling Jie and Jiang Yunzi clashed, but it was clear that Jiang Yunzi was no match for Ling Jie. In a flash, Ling Ke swiftly disarms Jiang Yunzi, seizing her sword. Then Ling Ke gracefully turns away. Jiang Yunzi lost her balance, leaving her defenseless, and Linga seized the opportunity to gently embrace her waist. Holding her close, Linga whispers, "Now, can we talk seriously?" Jiang Yunzi's face flushes as she shyly looks at Linga, but their moment is interrupted by a sudden call. Master, hearing that Linga turned to look, Linga exclaimed in surprise, "Jiang Zihan." Jiang Zihan recognizes Linga and angrily shouts, "It's you." She points and demands, "What have you done with my master?" Hearing this, Linga, with his arms wrapped tightly around Jiang Yunzi's waist, turned back and replied, "In theory, I am your grandmaster." Hearing this, Jiang Zihan was shocked, unable to believe her eyes. She screamed, "Like hell you are. You're not my grandmaster. Release my master now." Ignoring Jiang Zihan, Linga gently lifted Jiang Yunzi's chin, asking with a smile, "Do you want me to let you go?" Jiang Yunzi shyly looks away, then rises gently, placing her hand on Ling Jie's chest, clinging to him. Ling Jie seizes the opportunity, turning to Jiang Zihan with a provocative look. "You see, your master is quite willing." Filled with resentment, Jiang Zihan thought, "Master, why are you being seduced by him? He's just a little handsome." Then Jiang Zihan scanned Ling Ge, unable to deny that he was quite handsome upon closer inspection. Almost feminine. "I'm doomed." Jiang Zihan suddenly shook her head violently to regain her composure after being captivated by Ling Ge's beauty. Seeing this, Ling Ge smiled with amusement, embracing Jiang Yunzi and taunting Jiang Zihan, "You really want to fight me?" Hearing that, Jiang Zihan fell into deep thought, wondering if fighting him was just a death wish. Was there another way? After a long moment, Jiang Zihan pointed at Ling. Jiang Zihan boldly declares, "I'll fight her instead. If I win, you must release my master." Hearing this, Gu Miaoyan is bewildered, dragged into this love game from the sidelines. Dressed in loneliness, Gu Yaoyao stood within the demon sect, as Ling Ge, hand in hand with Jiang Yunzi, laughed and asked, "Are you sure?" After confirming Jiang Zihan's resolve, Ling Ge hurried to Gu Miaoyan, whispering, "You can take it easy on her, she's no match for you anyway." Hearing that Yaoyan boldly steps forward, while Yunzi, annoyed at the impending clash, demands, "Hey, explain yourself." Hearing this, Ling Ge smiled calmly, and replied, "Explaining now wouldn't do any good, let's wait until they're done fighting." Jiang Zihan and Gu Miaoyan prepare to fight, and Jiang Zihan declares, "I'll make the first move." Hearing this, Gu Miaoyan silently observed. Jiang Zihan took aim and swiftly drew her sword, slashing directly toward Gu Miaoyan. Seeing this, Gu Miaoyan showed no fear. Suddenly, Jiang Zihan looked panicked as a burst of light illuminated the sky. Jiang Zihan tensed up only to see Gu Miaoyan calmly draw her sword to defend herself unfazed. Suddenly, Jiang Zihan is sent flying by Gu Yaoyao. Illusions of Gu Yaoyao appear, leaving Jiang Zihan disoriented by the countless figures before her. Observing the situation calmly, Qu Juyao coldly eyed Jiang Zihan before striking her head-on, giving her a fright. She tensed up, struggling to defend herself. Seeing this, Jiang Yunzi worried and rushed to help, but Ling Ge quickly stopped her, saying he wouldn't let her get hurt. Meanwhile, Gu Miaoyan relentlessly attacks, forcing Jiang Zihan to retreat and defend herself. To end it quickly, Gu Miaoyan strikes Jiang Zihan, sending her crashing to the ground. Before long, the match was over. With her sword to Jiang Zihan's neck, Gu Miaoyan declared, "You've lost." Jiang Zihan, terrified, could only stare at Gu Miaoyan in silence. Seeing the match concluded, Ling Ge approached, clapping and laughing. "Now, are you truly convinced?" Slowly sitting up, Jiang Zihan dejectedly lowered her head and replied, "She's stronger than me." Hearing this, Ling Ge replied, "I didn't say it wasn't." Then Jiang Zihan stood up resentfully, immediately ran to Jiang Yunzi's side, and sulkily grabbed Jiang Yunzi's hand, saying, "Master, let's go home." With that, Jiang Zihan and Jiang Yunzi immediately left when a loud voice called out, "Wait." Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi turned around and calmly asked, "Is there something else?" Hearing this, Gu Miaoyan quickly added, "I think we can talk seriously." Jiang Yunzi's eyes sharpened as he glanced at Gu Miaoyan and pressed, "Are you sure?" With that, Gu Miaoyan quickly replied, "I'm sure," her eyes now filled with resolve. Seeing this, Ling Ge looked helpless, arms crossed, thinking, "It's best not to get involved in women's affairs. Anyway, nothing will happen with me here." Jiang Yunzi turned and looked at Gu Miaoyan, saying, "Let's go." As they walked and talked, Gu Miaoyan asked, "I wonder if you remember me." Jiang Yunzi quickly replied, "I think I have a slight impression." Jiang Yunzi turned to Gu Yaoyao and asked, "You're the holy maiden of the western regions." Gu Yaoyao quickly replied, "I am." Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi sighed, thinking, why did Ling Ge bring the western region saintess back with him? Just then, Ling Ge sneezed. Seeing this, Jiang Zihan glared at Ling Ge, who immediately mocked her, saying, "Why are you looking at me? You want your master to execute me." Hearing this, Jiang Zihan was speechless. Enraged, Jiang Zihan shouted, "I wish master would strike you down, you deserve it." Ling Ge scoffed, "I doubt anyone would have the heart to." With that, Ling Ge turned and left, prompting Jiang Zihan to fume. "Just you wait, bringing a woman back here. I don't even need to explain what master's like, do I?" Ling Ge glanced at Jiang Yunzi and Gu Miaoyan, saying, "Look at them, aren't they getting along well?" Meanwhile, Ling Ge mocked, "Your strength still needs work, the Saint Dao realm is nothing to brag about." Then he happily followed after Jiang Yunzi and Gu Miaoyan, leaving Jiang Zihan alone fuming and cursing, "You're a demon lord, your power is untouchable." Ling Ka approaches Jiang Yunzi, acting cute, and gently asks, "How did the negotiations go?" Jiang Yunzi calmly replies with a hint of arrogance, "Consider yourself lucky this time." From afar, Shu Gu saw that Ling Ge had returned, and he excitedly called out to him. Ling Ge heard this, and immediately turned to look. Ling Ge continued, "You've been here for a while, what are you hiding for?" Inside the demonic sect city, Shu Gu and the others silently stared at Ling Ge. Seeing this, Ling Ge crossed his arms and chuckled, "Well, am I that scary?" Hearing this, Shu Gu snuck forward and chuckled, "What are you doing? With your great power, Demon Lord, we naturally hold you in the highest esteem." Meanwhile, Jiang Yunzi glared fiercely at Ling Ge. She thought to herself, "I'd rather not get involved in your petty squabbles." Hearing this, Ling Ge put his hands on his hips and replied calmly, "Understood, understood." As soon as he finished speaking, Sigu approached Ling Ge and said, "Good, you understand." Then Sigu whispered in Ling Ge's ear, "So what now?" Hearing this, Ling Ge raised 3 fingers and replied, "It's settled." Shu Ge breathed a sigh of relief, his face less tense. Then Tukat quickly added, "Master Miss, let's go inside and talk." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yunzi immediately took Gu Miaoyan's hand and led her inside. Jiang Yunzi led Gu Miaoyan past Shu Gu and Ling Ge, piquing their interest as Shu Gu was surprised by her uncharacteristic behavior. Seeing this, Ling Ge hastily replied, "Don't look at me. I don't know what's going on with them either, but I have a bad feeling about it." Inside the room, Ling Ge sat leisurely in a chair, looking at Jiang Yunzi and Gu Miaoyan and said, "After you two finished talking, I felt something was off." What are you two planning? Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi crossed her arms proudly, replying, Are you sure you want to know? Lanka forced a smile and said, Of course. Jiang Yunzi continued, Actually, I've thought it all through. Hearing this, Linka trembled and asked, Are you sure? As she finished speaking, Jiang Yunzi replied with a smile, I'm sure. Hearing this, Linga felt like his heart was about to explode. Linga sensed a change in Jiang Yunzi and asked curiously, Why aren't you acting like yourself? It's Gu Miaoyan. Lingja turned to Gu Miaoyan and continued. Hearing that, Jiang Yunzi seemed to go mad angrily, saying, You really want me to go back to how I was? As soon as she finished speaking, Lingge waved his hands in fear, trembling as he replied, I hope you can be true to yourself. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi gently stroked her hair and smiled, leaving Linga utterly bewildered. Jiang Yunzi, all sweetness and light, gazed at Linga and purred, I haven't changed. She's good, very good to you, so I won't make things difficult. Hearing this, Zhu Yaoyao chimed in. Yunzije said she was testing me to see if I was sincere with you. Before he could finish, Jiang Yunzi interjected, I've already gotten my answer. Hearing this, Linga laughed, seizing the opportunity to ask, What about you and me Luo? Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi turns her head away, sulking. She's just not compatible. Seeing this, Linga could only offer a wry smile, adding, You two need to spend more time together. Jiang Yunzi wouldn't hear it angrily, retorting, Rubbing won't help. She and I are still unrelenting rivals. Linga feigned innocence, continuing, Then why did you accept Yao Yan? Mei La is sincere with me. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi quickly replied, finding her more pleasing to the eye. Hearing this, Gu Miaoyan was overjoyed while Linga was speechless. He quickly added, In short, you must live in peace with me Luo. Jiang Yunzi replied, That's a problem for later. At least now I don't have to exchange pleasantries with her. From the sidelines, Gu Miaoyan secretly rejoiced. Luckily, I don't have to face this sister. Linga sighed, a guilty look on his face, and continued, Actually, senior sister knows about you. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi was shocked, her face blank with disbelief. Seeing this, Linga leaned in close, teasing with a smile. What's wrong? Are you tense? Hearing that, Jiang Yunzi quickly replied, No, I don't. Why did you reveal it? No sooner had he spoken than Linga continued. I told them everything when I returned this time. Keeping it a secret wasn't good, so I told them. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi calmly replied, What do I have to worry about? Then Linga immediately went to sit between Jiang Yunzi and Gu Miaoyan. He raised his hands high stretched, and then Linga looked up at the ceiling and said, After this rest, it's time to set off. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi suddenly became sad and gently placed her hand on Linga's cheek. Looking at Linga with affection, Jiang Yunzi asked. When seeing this, Linga took Jiang Yunzi's hand and replied with a smile, I don't know. In short, they'll rest for a while and then talk. Linga looks at Jiang Yunzi with affection. The two are lost in their loving embrace as Jiang Yunzi gently caresses Linga's cheek, gazing intently into his eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Yunzi pinched Linga's cheek hard, causing him pain, and angrily shouted, Then you're taking me next time. Jiang Yunzi's anger makes Linga wary, and he cries out, I'll take you, I never said I wouldn't. Not letting up, Jiang Yunzi pinched Linga's cheek even harder, yelling, You didn't take me last time. Overwhelmed by the pain, Linga flailed, crying out, The Northern Star Continent is demon territory. Did you really want me to bring back another person from the demons? You two drink, I don't want any. With that, Linga abruptly sat up. Seeing this, Jiang Yunzi and Gu Miaoyan burst into laughter, reveling in Linga's predicament as he watched them resting his chin on his hand and unconsciously smiled along. Exhausted, Linga sprawled on the bed, sighing, I don't even know what you two are laughing about. Seeing this, Jiang Yunzi rushed into Linga's arms, happily resting her head on his shoulder. Not to be outdone, Gu Miaoyan rested her head on Linga's other shoulder, savoring their happiness in the moment. And so, the three of them, one husband and two wives, embraced and rested, a picture of harmony and bliss. Linka thinks to himself, Forget it, whatever. He seems to be letting go of everything, to fully enjoy this rare moment. Meanwhile, back in the southern domain, a massive vortex appears, its roar shaking the mountains and forests, and from within emerges the Shenzhen family. Emerging from the vortex, the Holy Knight, Heavenly God, said sternly, This is the southern domain you spoke of. The Holy Knight Angel continued, Well, this is much better than last time. Hearing this, the white-haired old man quickly asked, What are we going to do next? As soon as he finished speaking, the God of Truth pondered for a moment and ordered his men to scout the area, thoroughly, investigate the continent, and then make a plan. At that moment, Zhu Zhou sensed something unusual from afar. Sitting atop his spirit beast, Zhou Zhu surveyed the surroundings, stating, Spatial fluctuations have appeared in the direction of High Province. Immediately, Zhou Zhu focused his energy to better sense his surroundings. In the distance, he saw a vortex forming a gateway. Looking at it, Zhou Zhu wondered if he had returned. No, this spatial rift is too large. It's not Linga, nor is it the group I sent to the Eastern Divine Continent. I must inform the domain lords of the 4 great domains. With that, Zhou Zhu immediately cast a spell, sending news to the 4 great domains. Here in Haizhou, the news spread quickly. Seeing this swordmaster, Zhou's teacher watched with surprise, and with the situation unfolding, Haizhou began to stir. The swordmaster senses something is amiss, and orders vigilance across Haichao. Sensing the shift, the Shenzhen clan alerted everyone they've been discovered. And just like that the gateway began to shrink. Soon, the only passage disappeared completely, and Shenzhenjia's group cried out in fear. The path is blocked. This is troublesome. The god of love and power quickly added, the path is blocked, and it will be difficult to return anytime soon, plus we haven't explored thoroughly yet. Hearing this, the god of truth looked worried, and pondered, what else? The pink-haired man quickly added, from what I've seen, this world has 4 continents, each with a continent lord whose strength is at the 7th level, but there's one person called the ancestor of the 4 continents, and his strength is at the god-king level. Hearing this, the god of truth looked puzzled, and exclaimed, God-king level. At that moment, God Jinjia thought to himself, no wonder the space channel was blocked. How strange, why does it feel like only our continent doesn't have a god-king realm? Sensing the situation, the god of love and strength turned to the god of truth and asked, what do we do now? Just then, the god of truth shouted, is there no other useful information? Upon hearing this, the pink-haired god quickly replied, there are people here who believe in gods and cultivate through faith. Seeing this, the god of love and strength asked, do you have a plan? As soon as he finished, the god of truth smiled and replied, the fact that there are believers here is a silver lining. Hearing this, the god of love and strength seemed to grasp the plan, his eyes sharpening. She said, gaining their faith, aren't you afraid of causing more trouble? The god of truth turned to look behind him and replied, that's why we need time to investigate. We can't go back now, so this is all we can do. If they want to play hardball, I have no objections. Hearing this, the gods of love and strength turned to the Holy Knight Angel and said, what do you think? The Holy Knight Angel quickly replied, I have an idea too. Having agreed on a plan, the god of love and strength sighed, if that's the case, we'll do as you say. Hopefully those people won't be foolish enough to reveal our whereabouts, and those here won't run over there. The Holy Knight Angel quickly added, they have their own gods, and the space channel isn't established in the divine realm. Even if someone goes there, they probably won't come directly to the human realm. With that, they immediately took action, the Zhen family advancing as one saying, what about a God-King realm powerhouse? Forget it, let's go, it's time to act. With that, the God Clan group immediately departed. A flash forward reveals that half a month has passed in the demon realm, and Jiang Quan has gathered his brothers. Jiang Quan says with a sad expression, Demon Lord, you haven't been here long and you're already leaving. Hearing this, Ling Ke replied, half a month is enough time. But Jiang Quan quickly retorted, half a month is hardly enough. Suddenly, Ling Ge's expression turns serious as he points at the demon sect and declares, listen up, do your best to keep growing the demon sect until we meet again. With that, Ling Ke turned and waved goodbye as he left Jiang Yunzi, Jiang Zihan, and Gu Miaoyan, following close behind, when a mysterious voice echoed in Ling Ke's mind, whispering of the martial emperor. Ling Ke realized immediately that it was Li Zhenwu using magic to secretly report, and he quickly responded in his mind. What is it? Li Zhenwu, standing on a high rooftop observing the surroundings, reported. The martial god palace has new guests there from another continent. Hearing this, Ling Ge seemed to guess the identities of these people, and asked the southern divine continent. Li Zhenwu confirmed. That's right, they said they're here for a visit hoping to strengthen ties between the continents. Ling Ge smiled slightly and after a moment of contemplation replied, so, you want me to make a trip to the martial god palace? Li Jinwu added, that's right because the envoys mentioned you in South God Continent, so I thought it might be worth a trip. Ling Ge glanced at Jiang Yunzi and Gu Miaoyan then signaled back, I'll visit there later. Noticing Ling Ge suddenly stopped, Jiang Yunzi and Gu Miaoyan exchanged glances, curious. Ling Ge quickly turned back, smiling as he explained, just receiving a message. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunzi and Gu Miaoyan, looking a bit jealous, pressed him for answers. Sensing the tension, Ling Ge scratched his head, forcing a smile. It's nothing, just a message from the Ming sect, reporting on the situation in the western regions. At the same time, Ling Ge thought to himself, I don't want to reveal my identity as the martial emperor just yet. Enraged, Jiang Zihan shouts, the Ming cult, you hid another power outside the demon sect. Seeing the lateness of the hour, Ling Ke turns to leave, replying that he'll explain on the way. As they left, Jiang Zihan shouted after him, so you're saying you purged the great holy sect in the western regions only to replace them with the Ming cult. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi proudly took Ling Ji's arm, marveling at his prowess. Indeed, my husband is remarkable. Jiang Zihan watches from the bridge as Jiang Yunzi basks in bliss, sighing to herself. Is this what women are like when they're in love? Meanwhile, Gu Miaoyan, stifling her frustration, refuses to be outdone and rushes forward to grab Ling Ji's other arm, surprising both Jiang Yunzi and Ling Ge. At that moment the air crackled with tension between the two women, their eyes locked in a fiery gaze. Ling Ke, caught in the middle, could only lament, I'm in so much trouble. Soon after, Ling Ke returned to the Tai Ming sect. His arrival stunned the disciples, leaving them speechless and sparking a flurry of whispers. Their senior brother, looking terrified, had brought 2 women back with him. Slightly embarrassed, Ling Ge entered with 2 beautiful women at his side, leading Jiang Yunzi and Gu Miaoyan into the room, leaving Jiang Zihan to wait outside. As soon as they were inside, Ling Ge knelt down and coughed a few times. Now, surrounded by his 4 beauties, Jiang Yunziju, Yaoyan Bai Su Ling, and Mei El Ling Ge, in a tense situation hurriedly said, "Say something, anything, just don't look at me like that. Say what's on your mind, like first impressions." Bai Su Ling quickly responded, "I'll go first. I don't even know what to call you all. Mi Lu and I are closest. Though she's my innocent junior sister, she still calls me older sister in private." Mi Lu then added, "Among us, Su Ling is the youngest." Ling Jie secretly calculated in her head that Gu Miaoyan was the second youngest. Then Gu Miaoyan, the oldest, immediately asked curiously, who was the oldest? As soon as she finished speaking, Gila quickly pointed to Jiang Yunzi, whose tea was nearly spat out in surprise. Bai Su Ling pondered, realizing she was the youngest, and would have to call them all older sister. Seeing this, Gu Miaoyan thoughtfully said, "We're not that far apart in age. If you don't mind, just call me Miaoyan." Suddenly, Bai Su Ling approached Zhu Yaoyan, gently took her hand and smiled sweetly. "You can call me Su Ling." Seeing Bai Su Ling and Zhu Yaoyan getting along, Ling Ge Mi Luo and Jiang Yunzi were secretly delighted. Jiang Yunzi turned to Mila and said, "So Mila, it's normal for you to call me sister, right?" Mila forced a smile and replied, "We're already so close, there's no need." Jiang Yunzi flies into a rage. "At least I'm the oldest, can't you even call me sister?" Not to be outdone, Yi Luo shouts back, "But we're already so close. There's no need for such formalities." Ling Ge watched helplessly, thinking, "This is a fight I can't get involved in. I'll just watch." After the argument, Jiang Yunzi calmly said, "Now that all the sisters are here, you can see that I'm the oldest, so there's no problem with you calling me big sister." Hearing this, Mi Luo gritted her teeth in anger, thinking, "A snitch, definitely a snitch." Then she slammed the table and stammered, This is too difficult for Mi Luo." She took a deep breath, forcing a strained expression, and angrily slapped her thigh before calling out older sister. Witnessing the beauties' debate, Ling Ge felt exhausted and sighed wearily. He dragged himself to the girls' table and said, "Just live in peace, don't have any conflicts." He dusted off his clothes, thinking, "All right, that should do it." He then stepped outside, reminding them before closing the door, "I'll be back soon." The 4 young women fell silent, staring wide-eyed at Ling Ka. With that, Ling Ka soared into the sky, thinking, "It's fine with Erla, but if anyone else insists on going to the martial god temple with me, my identity as the martial emperor will be exposed." At the martial god temple, the air was fresh, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the breeze was gentle. As the martial god meditated, his body radiating orange spiritual energy. Ling Ka floated down, greeting him. "Long time no see, martial god." The familiar voice made the martial god open his eyes, surprised his eyes lighting up. The martial deity Emperor Ling Ka smiled warmly as he slowly descended to the ground. The martial god quickly rose to his feet, eagerly welcoming Ling Ke. Quickly, martial emperor, please have a seat here." Ling Ka slowly and leisurely walked forward. "There's no need to be so polite." The martial god happily replied, "It's my pleasure. Thanks to your guidance, I've now broken through to the celestial realm." Seeing the martial god's behavior, Ling Ka wondered, how could a martial god become like this? Where is your dignity? The god of war asked, "What brings you here?" Ling Ka smiled, replying simply, "The southern divine continent." The martial god, as if understanding everything, quickly clasped his hands in admiration. "The envoy has already told me about the martial emperor's exploits in the southern god continent. As expected of you, even those at the celestial realm are defeated by your hand." With an embarrassed smile, he stammered, "I wonder if the martial emperor has broken through to the heavenly realm." Yet Ling Ka thought to himself, so you're buttering me up to find out if I've broken through to the heavenly realm." Still smiling, he replied to the martial god, "Yes, I've broken through to the celestial realm, reaching a higher level." The martial god then asked, "What realm lies beyond the celestial realm? Please, martial emperor, grant me my wish." Faced with the martial god's insatiable greed, Ling Ka scoffed. "Although you've broken through to the celestial realm, you haven't fully grasped it yet. The higher the realm, the more time it takes to understand." The martial god's face paled upon hearing this, and he seemed a little ashamed, admitting his mistake. "I was reckless, great martial emperor." Ling smiled, thinking to himself that this kid needed to be less hasty, and promised to tell him what lay beyond the celestial realm. "You haven't broken through to the celestial realm for long, I still need to help you stabilize your power." Hearing this, the god of war's eyes lit up with joy. "Really, thank you, great Emperor Wu." Ling Ge smiled and replied, "Of course, I wouldn't lie to you, but first I must meet the envoy of South God Province. Lead the way, martial god and the martial emperor will follow." Ling Ge touched the mask on his face, thinking it wouldn't do to be unrecognizable, but he didn't want to reveal his true face either. With that, he used magic to change his appearance. Our hero looks quite dashing in his new outfit, radiating a purple aura. Noticing the martial god's furtive glances, Ling Ge scratches his head and says, "All right, you can look, no need to sneak peeks." Faced with Langei's extraordinary beauty, the god of war exclaimed, "Martial Emperor, you are truly handsome and extraordinary. Though I was quite handsome in my youth, I can't compare to you, not even close." Langei ignored the flattery as the two crossed a bridge. Ling Ka says, "The southern god continent wants good relations with me, and if possible, they want to build a space bridge between the two continents." The god of war asks in surprise, "Build a space bridge?" Ling Ka replied, "Indeed." He pondered as he walked, wondering if the leaders of the four regions wanted to unite and interact, would it improve everyone's cultivation? That guy is really taking a gamble. With a sinister smile, he traveled far, crossing rivers and mountains until the god of war stopped in a picturesque paradise and announced, "We're here." Pointing to the ancient buildings, he said, "Martial Emperor, I'll go get them." Then the martial god shouted, "Everyone," startling everyone inside who turned and rushed out. In just 2 seconds they stood before Ling Ge and the god of war. The god of war continued, "Pay your respects to the martial god." As the soldiers lined up in perfect formation, the god of war solemnly introduced him. "This is the martial emperor." The soldiers gasped at Ling Ge's extraordinary appearance, then bowed in unison shouting, "Greetings, martial emperor." Ling Ge smiled warmly and said, "There's no need to be so worried. You can tell the leaders of the four regions that Eastern Divine Continent agrees to build a space bridge with Southern Divine Continent." Ling Ge pointed to the sky, emphasizing, "However, I have an idea that I'd like you to pass on as well." One of the soldiers respectfully said, "We await the martial emperor's instructions." Ling Ge looked at the soldiers and smiled contentedly. He turned and commanded, "Follow me." The soldiers looked bewildered as Ling Ka led the group to a tower in the middle of a lake, where they gathered to discuss their plans. The god of war looked at Ling Ge questioningly. Regarding the opening of the space channel, Ling Ge explained seriously that if the space channel is not strong, the boundary wall will be eroded and it is very likely to invade the two continents, causing great damage. The god of war looked at Ling Ge with trust and replied, "But Emperor of War, aren't you here? Besides, the southern divine continent has the four continents' ancestor, so there shouldn't be any major problems." Ling Ka shook his head saying, "Establishing a space channel isn't a problem, but it will be disbanded soon enough." He clasped his hands together, squinting ahead. "Now that we have the power, why not go big?" Ling Ka slammed the table and stood up, declaring his intentions. Then Ling Ka closed his eyes and told everyone to calm their minds. The god of war and everyone present obeyed, closing their eyes and stilling their minds. Immediately the tavern was enveloped in shimmering purple light, and the martial god opened his eyes to an endless expanse of sky blue. Beneath their feet an endless expanse of blue water stretched out. The god of war looked around, then suspiciously asked Ling Ge, "Where is this?" Ling Ge explained, "This is a dreamscape I've cultivated for 1,000 years. Your minds enter the dream realm, but your bodies remain in the real world, so have no fear." His subordinates quickly clasped their hands in respect, saying, "We wouldn't dare." Ling Ge waves his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that cracks the water beneath them, draining it away to reveal fertile land. Trees sprout at lightning speed, transforming the scene into a lush, tropical forest. The god of war stares in disbelief, stammering, "What level of power is this?" Ling Ge unleashed his power, saying, "Don't be so surprised. I'm taking you into the dream realm to show you the grand idea I spoke of." Not stopping there, Ling Ge clenched his hands, and the surrounding trees were uprooted. Ling Ka and the martial gods were lifted into the air by spiritual energy, and once they reached a certain height, Ling Ka clenched his fist. The land below them begins to sink into the water, forming multiple continents, which then drift together, merging into a single landmass. The god of war, astonished by what just happened, asked Ling Ka, "Your Majesty, the martial emperor." Ling Ka smiled brightly, saying, "My idea is simple. Connect South God Continent with East God Continent to create the Great God Continent." The god of war broke out in a sweat, realizing that eliminating borders and connecting the continents would be incredibly difficult. The martial god then fearfully asked Ling Ge, "Does the martial emperor really intend to do this? As long as the space channels are maintained regularly, nothing should happen, right?" Ling Ka shook his head, saying helplessly, "Don't you think it's convenient? Yeah, the maintenance is a pain, and I can't create a martial suppression realm every day." The god of war lamented, "If it's a bother, you could have me maintain it." But sensing his worry, Ling Ge snapped his fingers and said, "Rest assured I won't do anything uncertain." With a snap of his fingers, Ling Ke and the others returned to their original location back in the tavern, where he ordered his companions to return and told the four continents' ancestor to come see him. With that, Ling Ke teleported the others away, leaving only the god of war and himself behind. On Vermilion Bird Island, an island completely covered in lava flames, burned day and night. Just then, as the vermilion bird sat upon a rocky outcrop, a voice echoed out, "Vermilion bird." Suzaku turned toward the voice and asked, "What for?" The voice echoed, "I will connect the two continents." Upon hearing about linking the two continents, the vermilion bird cries out in shock. "What?" It was Linka's voice. He continued, "Tell the other divine beasts to help me. Their power will be needed. You've rested long enough. It's time to move." Suzaku's irate voice echoed in his mind. "You treat me a divine beast like some tool." Seeing the two argue, the god of war trembled, knowing only the martial emperor could threaten divine beasts like this. Seeing the martial god staring, Ling Ka turned his face cold and said, "I thought you wouldn't be surprised." Ling Ka turned to face the standing martial god and said politely, "Please have a seat." Obeying martial god quickly approached the chair and sat down, but something felt off. This was clearly my martial god mountain. Ling Ka held out her hand, releasing a stream of spiritual energy, and a pot of tea appeared on the table. She poured a cup for the god of war, saying, "There are some things I should tell you." Ling Ge looked at the martial god across from him, asking for his opinion. "What are your thoughts on the evil path?" The martial god then shared his thoughts. The demonic sect of the heretical path is led by an extremely arrogant individual, backed by a powerful sect whose strength rivals my own. Once the western city of White Tiger guarded by the west saw the demonic sect appear, but they quickly vanished, and it has been quite some time since then. Ling Ka simply listened, casually swirling his teacup. "Is that so? Go on." The god of war continued. "Although the demonic sect is a leader of evil, not many of its disciples go out and do bad things, and the evil deeds of the evil sect under the demonic sect have also decreased a lot, which is a good sign. But does martial god Ru realize something now? I didn't think much of it before, but now that I do, something seems off." Meanwhile, Ling Ka set down his teacup saying, "Throughout history, the strong have always devoured the weak. As a martial god of the martial god temple, you must maintain the balance between the martial realms." The martial god stares at Linga, asking suspiciously, "So martial emperor, you mean to let the heretics?" Linge poured another cup of tea saying, "The evil path can be released, but there must be a treaty, and innocent people cannot be harmed. Besides, I have another identity." The martial god stared at Linga in shock, blurting out another identity. Linga set down his teacup, his eyes locking onto the martial god's, and a manic grin spread across his face. "I am the demon sect's master." Upon hearing this truth, the martial god froze, staring wide-eyed at Linge, unable to process it. After regaining his composure, the god of war was utterly horrified, 1,000 questions racing through his mind. This is absolutely insane. A martial emperor who is also the demon sect's master. The god of war trembled fearfully, looking at Linga. "Martial emperor, you truly surprise me." Seeing the martial god's fearful state, Ling Ka could guess what he was thinking. Ling Ka smiled and said calmly, "If you think I'm developing the heretical path because I'm a demonic master, then you're mistaken. Though I am the demon lord of the demonic sect, other heretical sects are of no concern to me." Ling Ka said, with determination. "The reason I allow the heretical path to develop is to connect the two great divine continents. A launchpad is needed, since this world is no longer real." Hearing this, the martial god asked in confusion, "What do you mean this world is no longer real?" Ling Ge's eyes darkened as he looked at the teacup on the table. Gazing at his reflection in the teacup, Ling Ka said, "The ancient divine continent was once a single landmass, until one day, it split into 5 major regions, but now the central part of the divine continent is no longer within it." "What do you mean?" As the martial god listened intently, he was taken aback by Lingge's question. Regaining his composure, he clasped his hands together and respectfully said, "You honor me with your concern, martial emperor." Lingge replies with a smile, "The alien domain at the heart of Shenzhou has risen to the heavens, so the sky you see is just an illusion. The real sky is in Zhongtian. And you've already met people from the central heaven realm, those from the Taishu sect are from there." Ling Ka shook his head and sighed. "It's not like I haven't thought about it." Linge then asked Wu Shen, "Do you know why I want to connect the two divine continents?" Wu Shen ventured a guess. "Could it be because of the central heaven realm?" Linga nodded. "That's right. If the people of Tianchong realm can come to us, then we can certainly go there too, but there are limitations. The barrier of the central heaven realm is stronger than any other, so even those at the heavenly realm level cannot leave it." Hearing this, the god of war asked in surprise, "So terrifying, then aren't the people of the central heaven realm very powerful?" Ling answered, "Of course not." Ling Ka explained, "Those born in the central heaven realm aren't inherently strong, they're like you and me." Ling Ka held out his hand, and a golden light emanated from his body, hovering in his palm. Surprised, the martial god stared at the light in Ling Ge's hand. "Is that the key fragment you mentioned, the one that opens the central heaven realm? You said you were missing one." The god of war pondered, why create boundaries only to build passages? What was the purpose of this preparation? Linga nods in agreement. "I think so too. I believe someone intentionally did this, keeping the divine continent from splitting apart for some hidden reason. What existence could have separated the divine continent in the first place?" Ling Ge tilted his head. "Didn't you want to know, the realm above the heaven and earth realm?" Hearing this, Wu Shen's eyes lit up, and he asked expectantly, "What realm is it?" Linga clasped his hands, looking directly at the martial god, and said, "The day after tomorrow, open heaven." The martial god, hearing the day after tomorrow open heaven, asked in confusion, "The open heaven realm, could it be the Kai Tian realm?" Ling Ge crosses his arms and explains that even the Kai Tian realm probably couldn't do it. There were once open heaven realm experts in the ancient god continent. If the open heaven realm could truly do it, the continent wouldn't have been split apart. There are even stronger realms beyond open heaven. The god of war grew even more curious, but Ling Ka responded with a helpless shake of his head. I don't know either. Linga looks at the key fragments on the table. I intend to collect all the key fragments and open the passage to the Central Heaven Realm. If I could, I'd want the gates of the Central Heaven Realm to never close. The martial god looked at Ling Ge with admiration. The martial emperor's goal is truly grand. Ling Ka then turned to the martial god asking, do you intend to remain silent in the Eastern Divine Continent for the rest of your life? But the martial god only offered a forced smile in return. Ling Ka retrieved the key fragments saying, it's been a while since the heavenly realm. As a martial god of the martial world, you should know what time it is. Ling Ka then pressed the key fragments between his palms, and a burst of light erupted, causing the fragments to vanish. Ling Ka tells the martial god, sitting across from me, I've finished discussing with the Four Continents ancestor about going to the Central Heaven Realm, at which point you'll probably have to come with me. Ling Ka's face darkens as he says, the martial emperor's intention is to quickly nurture me as the next martial god who can take over the martial world. The martial god looks at Ling Ge and stammers, actually you've already inherited the chosen martial god. Ling Ge asks in surprise, who is it? The god of war said, it's Tan Nengu Niep of the Tai Min sect. Lang Ka crossed his arms and asked, are you sure? The god of war nodded assuredly. Yes, 6-star talent is rare, and this girl has recently reached the Yellow Pole realm, but is still far from the creation realm, so I hope the great martial emperor can help. Of course Langa would help. He nodded and said, I've been keeping an eye on that child. If you choose her as the next god of war, I will definitely help. Ling Ge thought to himself, after all, she's my sister. The martial god then inquired about Ling, great martial emperor. I'm curious, how are you the demon lord of the demonic sect? Ling Ge laughed. It was just a coincidence. I was already the demon lord of the demonic sect before you gave me the title of martial emperor. The martial god's eyes widened in surprise. So the demonic sect attacked the other heretical sects back then. Ling Ka scratched his face sheepishly. I made it. The god of war was even more admiring, clasping his hands towards Ling Ka. As expected of the martial emperor, you never cease to amaze. Ling Ka, flattered awkwardly, waves his hand. You praise me too much. Then he tells the god of war, in any case, according to the rules, I'll be heading to the Eastern Divine Continent, and I'll have to trouble you to look after the demonic sect. With confidence, the martial god affirmed, what are you saying? I will certainly fulfill the martial emperor's will. Having settled everything, Ling Ka gets up to leave. Well then, until next time. As Ling Ji departs, the god of war rises respectfully, bidding him farewell, but Ling Ji vanishes in a flash. After Ling Ji's departure, the god of war muses on the nature of the strong, arriving and leaving with equal swiftness. Meanwhile, Ling Ka flies through the sky, getting his bearings. Exploring North Divine Continent and connecting the mainland will take time I can use to take care of some things. For example, Tai Shu and Ling Shu seem to be heading northwest. Surely they're not going to North Chen Continent. Ling Shu asks his master, are we going to North Chen Continent? Tai Shu nodded and said, yes, let's go take a look, we might find something. Since Bei Chen will definitely go after the keys Ling Ge collected, we should head out early. Lin Shu, standing behind him, scratched his head, puzzled. But I read some ancient records that say the northern continent is very dangerous, called the Demon Wasteland. Tai Shu looked at Ling Shu surprised and asked, anything else? Ling Shu shook his head. That's all. The records are scarce, just old stories. If the Demon Wasteland has any discoveries that would be good, but Tai Shu doesn't think so. Worried, he says, a good thing, but I fear it's even more dangerous. Tai Shu turns to look at Ling Shu, smirking. Isn't the path we walk already dangerous? Then Tai Shu called out to Ling Shu, let's go. And the two continued on their way to the northern star continent. Elsewhere, after flying for some time, Linga finally returns home, stretching wearily. Suddenly, Linga sensed a gust of wind behind him, and turned to greet the approaching figures with an awkward smile. Behind Linga stood 4 beautiful women, Bai Su Ling Yi, Luo Jiang, Yunzi, and Gu Yaoyan. Linga turned to them and asked, are you all satisfied now? Bai Su Ling tells Linge that Yue Qing has awakened, and so has the entity within her, which has communicated with her. Linge, unsure what to make of this, forces a smile and says, isn't that great? Yi Luo added, so husband, you need to help her a little. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunzi wondered if Mu Yueqing also had feelings for her husband. No, surely not. Ling Ka looks at the 4 women before him, his face darkening, wondering if the bed can fit 5 people tonight. Soon after, the 4 women led Linga to Mu Yueqing's residence, where he sat before her and channeled his spiritual energy into her. After channeling his spiritual energy, Linga asked with concern, how do you feel? Mu Yueqing happily says, I feel much better, and my power is more stable. She smiles at everyone and says, I've taken care of everything. I just needed time to stabilize after the Snow Moon clan's revival. Bai Suling comforted Mu Yueqing. It's all right, we're all here. We'll face any difficulties together and solve them together. Linga looked at Mu Yueqing, thinking though they would face it together, she would still have to rely on herself to truly revive and become stronger. Just then, the ring on Gu Yaoyao's hand glowed, and a voice echoed from within. Are you of the Snow Moon clan? The spirit of the Moon Chaser sword emerges from the ring, and everyone present stares in stunned silence. Mi Luo stammers. And who is this? The 4 members of the Bai Su Ling group all have the same thought. Ling Ge was hiding yet another person. Realizing things were about to get out of hand, Zhu Duoyen presented the lunar shaft sword to everyone, explaining she's a sword spirit, but incredibly powerful, having reached the creation realm. Lingge crossed his arms and asked, "Is the moon-chasing sword the former sword of the Snow Moon clan?" Lingge looked at the sword spirit and said, "You've already accepted Yao Yan as your master. You can't accept Yue Qing as another." Zhu Yue nods in agreement, affirming, "Those are things of the past, and since I've chosen a master, I won't accept another." Meanwhile, Mu Yue Qing speaks up, "The Zhu Yue sword." Suddenly Mu Yu Qing was enveloped in a blue light, and a spirit emerged from Mu Men Yue, the very soul of the Snow Moon clan. Linga asks the newly appeared spirit, "I didn't connect Zhu Ye with the Snow Moon clan at first. If you agree to come out, you must have unusual intentions, right?" The Snow Moon clan's spirit nods. Indeed, the Zhu Yue sword is a heavenly weapon with the power to absorb the Hao Yue. Linga asked, "But I see that it's only a mystic weapon close to celestial, but not quite." "Aren't celestial weapons usually forged?" the spirit replied, "but it could borrow the power of Hao Yue's divine sense to forge a celestial weapon. It's just that the Snow Moon clan was destroyed, and the moon-chasing sword was severely damaged and lost." Zhu Yue closed her eyes to gather her thoughts, then opened them to recount the events of the past. "I know the story of my Snow Moon clan, from the Zhu Yue sword itself. When the moon-chasing sword was born, I wasn't yet its spirit. It had one before, but the sword was severely damaged. The sword spirit died, making me the second. The once prosperous Snow Moon clan was unexpectedly annihilated." Ling closed his eyes and said matter-of-factly that if they were destroyed, it just meant they weren't strong enough. The Snow Moon clan's divine sense said in a sad tone, "That era didn't have the Hao Yue divine sense to protect us. Like a cub without its mother's protection, it can hardly find peace. There's no need to dwell on the past, just focus on the present." The Snow Moon clan's consciousness shifted its gaze to Gu Miaoyan, its voice softening. "If she has accepted you, then you are destined to be together." Hearing this, Duoyen tightly gripped Truk Nuyet sword, joy shining in her eyes as she softly expressed her gratitude. A warm hand from Mi Luo gently rested on Mu Yue Qing's shoulder as she kindly instructed, "Next, just focus on cultivating well." Encouraged by everyone, Mu Yuqing clenched her fist, her eyes filled with determination. "I will cultivate well, you can rest assured." As the sunset painted the horizon red, Ling Ge stretched wearily, dragging his feet back to his familiar room, yawning and muttering, "Well, the Yue Qing matter is finally coming to an end." Behind Ling Ge were the figures of Mi Luo and Bai Su Ling. As he opened the door, a familiar figure immediately caught Ling Ji's eye. Jiang Yunzi sitting on his bed, arms crossed as if she had been waiting for a long time. Hearing the door open, Jiang Yunzi glanced over her face as cold as ice. Mi Luo, standing behind, stepped forward and smiled, explaining that guarding him was the only option as bringing others would require explanations. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi pouted, looking displeased. "What's the big deal with a little explanation?" Standing nearby, Bai Su Ling quickly interjected to smooth things over. "It's mainly your identity. It's not easy to explain." Jiang Yunzi remained unconvinced, pressing, "So, when are you planning to clarify things?" Just then, the main character Ling Ge finally spoke up. "Very soon." Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi stepped in front of Ling Ge, squinting suspiciously. "How do you know when soon is?" Ling Ge's mouth twitched, and he replied hesitantly, "Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed." Just then, Bai Su Ling placed a hand on Ling Ge's shoulder from behind, offering a friendly smile. What kind of divine secret is that? That smile sent shivers down Ling Ge's spine, and Jiang Yunzi wasn't about to back down either. She gives a wicked smile, and pulls at Ling Ji's mouth, who can only stand there and take it, unable to do anything but be bullied by his wives. Beneath the warm covers, suggestive rustling filled the air, as 2 figures writhed their soft hands, exploring Ling Ji's firm chest. Unable to bear it any longer, he finally spoke. "Can you 2 just stay still?" Gong Yao Yao gently scratches his chest. I don't have Yunzi." Ling Ka was startled as Jiang Yunzi pressed close, whispering in his ear, "Husband, it's spring equinox and all 4 of us are here. Do you think you can handle it?" A rustling beneath the covers made Ling Ka's eyes widen in surprise as another soft voice spoke from below. "You really should show some appreciation. It's been so long since you've been back. Aren't you going to hand over your salary?" Yi Luo gazed at him with seductive eyes, her burning chest pressed against his firm skin. Ling Ge was shocked. "So they accepted it." He chuckled, looking at Bai Su Ling lying on the outside. "Senior, do you think so too?" Bai Su Ling sat up, answering decisively. "It's time to pay up. All 4 of us are here. Perfect timing to do it together." Ling Ge was surrounded by the 4 women, embraced so tightly he couldn't breathe, 4 pairs of beautiful eyes fixed on him. Bai Su Ling giggles, thinking there's no escape for him this time, as Ling Ge forces a smile before his impending doom. A scream pierces the air, followed by frantic kisses and pleas to stop. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man stands high above, silently gazing at the tranquility of South Divine Continent. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. "Ancestor Zhou." The ancestor turns to look, telling the swordmaster not to stand on ceremony, wondering what his master wants. The old swordmaster clasps his hands. The envoy to the Eastern Divine Continent has returned and is looking for you. The ancestor was surprised. They're back so soon. The sword saint nodded. And brought back by the martial emperor himself. The ancestor frowned. So they've already met the martial emperor. Bring them here. It's a good time to ask about the situation. In the study, the two envoys from the Eastern Divine Continent bowed respectfully, paying their respects to the Zhou ancestor, who smiled and asked, "Tell me, how did it go?" The purple-haired envoy replied, reporting to the clan ancestor, "The martial emperor does not wish to build a bridge to connect the spaces." "Oh, why is that?" "Because the martial emperor wants to merge the two continents into one." Seeing his silence, the envoy reminded him, Ancestor Zhou angrily interrupted, "Next time speak continuously, don't interrupt. Is there anything else you want to say?" The two envoys finished their report, and the ancestor sighed, telling them, "You may leave." Sword Saint approached and asked, "The martial emperor's plan is quite grand. Is Patriarch Zhou really going to do it? It's very dangerous." The ancestor replied, "I could never do it, but if it's the martial emperor, why not try? I can visit the Eastern Divine region then, but first I must deal with the immediate problem." He frowned, his face full of thought. "Once this period is over, I'll make a trip to the passage." Swordmaster was surprised. "Without you here, Ancestor Zhou." "Zhou," Ancestor continued, "it's only for a short time, it won't be long. Maintain the guard as usual. Your help will be needed to defend South God Province." The Sword Saint clasped his hands. "We will investigate the mysterious intruders in South God Province, and report any news to you immediately." The ancestor smiled. "That's good." He suddenly wondered, what is Linga doing right now? The next morning, Linga opened his eyes, his body wrecked. He struggled to sit up his back, feeling like it was about to break. Linga carefully gets out of bed, trying not to wake the others, when suddenly, a pair of soft arms embrace him from behind. Jiang Yunzi snuggled against him, gloating, "I woke up first, I win." Startled, Ling Ka turned to see the Jiang family smiling. "Win what I clearly won, you all lost to me yesterday." Jiang Yunzi whined, not caring. On the bed, the other three beauties were still fast asleep. Linga says, "All right, we have to get up." But Jiang Yunzi whines, pulling him back, "Just a little longer." Ling Jie was suddenly pinned to the bed by her. She straddled him, licked her soft lips and said, "The other girls aren't awake yet." In a courtyard overflowing with corpses, the signs of a great battle are still evident as Shen Zhen forcefully grabs the last cultivator by the neck. Gazing at the life struggling in his palm, he spoke with an icy tone. "Consider this your first sanctuary. I've killed the god of faith within 100 miles. In the days to come, those cultivators will provide me with faith." He muses, a grander scheme is needed. "With my strength being seen won't be so easy." Amidst the bustling crowd, a gentle breeze stirred, drawing all eyes to two graceful figures strolling leisurely by. "Is this really okay?" The woman with emerald eyes turned back and replied, "It's decided, so what's there to say?" The pink-haired woman behind her scratched her head, looking embarrassed. She could feel the burning gazes of the street upon them. "Are we attracting too much attention like this?" The blue-eyed woman replied, "But you said it looked great when you chose the clothes." The other woman then exclaimed, "How was I supposed to know it would look so bad when I put it on?" The two stopped in front of an inn, and as soon as they sat down on the bed, the pink-haired woman sighed. "It's been so long since I felt the gaze of men. It's a pity I can't act on it, as it would cause big trouble if we were noticed." Seeing her friend remain silent, she sat up and asked, "What's wrong?" The blue-eyed woman replied, "The Zhen family is truly untrustworthy." The other woman continued, "Isn't that stating the obvious? Though he's clever, he's as sly as a fox. How can we trust him?" The blue-eyed woman sat beside her, adding, "The Zhen family's demands are great. I didn't come here to seize this continent's resources." The other woman leaned in, taking her hand and saying, "I saw you come here, so I came with you." Seeing this, she replied, "If he's exposed, he'll face the wrath of this continent's powerhouses, and then the pink-haired woman will panic, leading to war." The woman beside her placed a comforting hand on hers, saying, "In a war between two continents, who do you think would lose? It's obvious, it would be us." Her blue eyes reflected a hint of fear, as the woman beside her continued, "Even if the Zhen family breaks through to the Divine King realm, I don't think he can defeat the powerhouses of this continent. And there's also a mysterious martial emperor." The other woman frowned. "The martial emperor? I remember Jinzhao once said that a powerful celestial realm expert in the Eastern realm forced him out." She responded, "It was more than just a challenge. He was a mess when he returned. We all saw it." The pink-haired woman chuckled. "It was the first time I'd ever seen the Zhen family so pathetic. But that martial emperor isn't on this continent anymore." The blue-eyed woman beside Dan Zhao heard he was from another continent and has already left. "But even if the martial emperor isn't here, isn't there still a Divine King realm expert?" The pink-haired woman replied, "The Zhen family must be even more careful this time. If another god comes through the space channel, it's certain death. So he will hide himself very well, which means the Zhen family will sell us out." The other woman replied, "I don't want to get into that kind of trouble. If the Divine Zhen family wants to use us, we'll sever ties." The pink-haired woman continued, "Should we try leaking some information about him?" Hearing this, the woman beside her flicked her forehead. He's the craftiest old fox in the god realm. He'll definitely be wary of us, and we'll be in trouble. The woman rubbed her forehead, huffing. How boring, his tourism position isn't high enough. I was planning to fleece him. The green-eyed woman stood up and asked, You were hoping he'd lay his cards on the table with us? The pink-haired woman replied, Of course not, but I want to see his miserable state. The other woman continued, Then we can only let him suffer the consequences of his own actions, and we can just watch. Meanwhile, in southern Divine Continent, the clan leader emerged from the Grand Hall as the four elders watched his departing figure. One of them regretfully asked clan leader, Do you really have to go? The province ancestor smiled. It's all right, I'll be back in a few months or a few weeks at the earliest, no need to worry. The others behind him sighed, silently bowing in respect as they saw him off. The clan leader turned back to instruct, Also, if people from the Eastern Divine Continent arrive, greet them on my behalf. Do as the clan leader says. With that, he soared away. Meanwhile, at the Tai Ming sect, Linga sits on the roof, gazing at the sky, contemplating a trip to the southern Divine Continent before heading to the northern Divine Continent. Days later, Linga remains bored sitting in a tree with nothing to do but enjoy the breeze. The rustling of leaves filled the air as Gu Miaoyan looked up at him. What are you thinking about? Linga replies, I was wondering if I should return to the Ming sect. It feels irresponsible to abandon them like this. I almost forgot I was a holy maiden. Linga jumped to the ground, crossing his arms. Then going back to the western regions wouldn't be a problem. Thinking of the others, waiting for him, Gu Miaoyan asked, What about them? Are we just going to leave? Yeah, Linga chuckled wryly. Do I look like I'm afraid of explaining things? Back in the room, he cleared his throat to get their attention and said, I have something I need to discuss with you all. Di Yaoan said she missed her sect. I'm going with him. Consider it meeting the parents. Jiang Yunzi replied, I'll give you a month. If you don't bring my sister back, we'll make sure you never eat or sleep in peace. Luo was more generous, giving him an extra month. Bai Su Ling agreed, without another word, and Ling just nodded, not daring to object. All right, let's go. Juju Yao grabbed his hand and pulled him into the sky. Jiang Yunzi walked outside, watching them until they disappeared from sight. Mi Luo chuckled. I didn't expect you to let them go. Jiang Yunzi replied. Meeting the parents can explain things, but if they're hiding something from us, I definitely won't agree. Her lips curved downward. Sometimes you have to help others, after all, we're sisters. Don't think you can boss me around just because you're the older sister, Yi Luo huffed. Jiang Yunzi chuckled. Or what? Do you want a lesson tonight? Bai Suling smiled, as she watched the two bicker. She found the two of them rather endearing. The western regions had vast deserts and scorching winds, and in the middle of the desert stood a great city. Gazing at the majestic city, Zhu Yaoyan explains, In the western regions, the Ming sect is like the midday sun, and entry requirements are extremely strict. Ling Ge replies, Those 6 are after me anyway. As they were about to enter, a foot blocked their path. A guard pointed his spear at them, ordering them to halt, but before he could finish his sentence, the two dashed inside like lightning. Inside, Linga marvels at the sight, impressed by their development, as the guards finally rush over, ordering them to halt. Who are you two? A voice boomed from nearby. Stand back. Everyone turned to look at the newcomer. Seeing her, the guard panicked and respectfully greeted the esteemed Ming Hu. Venerable Min Hu roars, Step aside, and the guards scatter as she lands before the two kneeling in reverence. Linga held out his hand. Let's go, we'll talk as we walk. Ming Hu followed after them saying, My lord, the Ming sect has been reformed incredibly well, and the disciples have followed your words, adhering to the rules which will surely please you. Linka asks, Where are the Ming emperors? Ming Ho replies, They've been notified and should be in the main hall. Arriving at the main hall, the Ming emperors knelt before him. Greetings, Wolf, Lord and Holy Maiden. Seeing the empty cup, Wang Liang quickly fetched a small chair to place next to Ling Ge's seat. How thoughtful. The two took their seats, and Ling Ge chuckled. No need to be so tense. Though he smiled, everyone below remained on edge. My lord, then please don't look so stern. Ling Ge asked, Does the Ming sect have any particularly outstanding disciples? Wang Liang clasped his hands and replied, Yes. Tell me about them. He replied, A young man named Mo Yun, barely in his teens, has already broken through to the Yellow Realm, a truly gifted individual. Ling Ge amused Mo Yun. I recall the Tai Ming sect also has someone named Mo Yun. He said, Wang Liang, it seems you value him highly. Wang Liang replied respectfully, Indeed, the 6 of us intend to make him the Ming sect's holy son. I wonder if the Wolf Lord has any objections, Ling Ge continued. You don't need to be so careful, but I'd really like to meet Mo Yun. Can you arrange that? Seeing his surprise, Ling Ge asked, What is it? Is there a problem? The Dragon Maiden spoke up. Your Grace Mo Yun is in seclusion, breaking through to a new realm. You may not be able to see him immediately. Ling Ge chuckled. No matter, have him come, find me, after he breaks through. Understood. Back in his room, Ling Ge said to Gu Yaoyao Mo Yun, If I'm not mistaken, that must be my junior brother. She was a little confused, but why would your junior apprentice come to the Ming sect? He replied, Who knows, maybe it's because his experiences are a bit unique. What's so special about him? Yao Yan asked. Ling Ge replied, His growth is just too fast. He was only at the pre-meridian realm before, and now he's reached the supreme realm. Isn't that talent strange? Hearing this, Gu Miaoyun found it strange. If he was pre-meridian, as you say, this process is too fast. Ling Ge leaned back and replied, that's why I say he was hiding his strength, and I'd call someone like that a main character with a halo. Gu Yaoyao was puzzled. What's a main character halo? Ling Ge laughs. You could say he's just incredibly lucky and people around him get dumber. What about compared to you? Gion's question caught him off guard, and he sheepishly rubbed his nose. It's probably nothing. I'm not that strong. Gu Yao. You sighs. Compared to him you're indescribable. Ling Ge laughs. You're bursting with potential. Yao Yan was confused. What's Burhak? It's all coming together. Gukdi Yao Yen clenches her fist in realization. I understand. That's right, it's a plot device. The two sat on the edge of the bed, Ling Ge caressing her cheek, explaining that even the protagonist's aura has classifications. Zhu Yao Yan placed her palm on his hand, a little puzzled. Classifications? Then tell me how they're categorized. Ling Ge replied, it's not easy to explain, but it's quite clear some have ghosts and monsters by their side, and some just chat together after so many days apart. Inside, the chamber bathed in candlelight, Mo Yun sat upright, preparing to break through to the next level. The jade in his palm suddenly glowed, its power flowing into Mo Yun's body. His body surged with heat and power, his pupils dilated, and the chamber exploded in a roar. The surrounding candles nearly flickered out from his aura. Gazing at his own body, Mo Yun was elated. Indeed, in a place where no one knew him, where he didn't need to hide his identity, he could fully unleash his power. What he had gained was truly different from the Tai Ming sect. Clenching his fist, he thought Sacred Realm finally. But I must continue to cultivate, avoid any accidents and be careful. Stepping out of the secret chamber, Mo Yun was startled to see 6 people waiting for him. He bowed. Greetings, venerable ones, sect leader, esteemed members of the Ming sect. Fear grips his heart. What's going on? Did he make a mistake? But all I've done is cultivate. Wang Liang, sensing his fear, reassured him. It's nothing, someone just wants to meet you, that's all. Let's go, Sime urged. Escorted by 6 people, he felt a sense of dread. Who could warrant the attention of 6 powerful members of the Dark Church? Could there be someone else behind the Ming cult? As the doors opened, Mo Yun stepped inside to a welcoming voice. Oh Mo Yun, my junior brother. That familiar voice startled him. Ling Ge. Ling Ge offers a friendly smile. Long time no see, junior brother Mo Yun. No longer calling me senior brother, I see. He couldn't believe his eyes. It really was Ling. But why was Wang Liang bowing respectfully to him as Lord? Hearing that title, Mo Yun was even more shocked. Lord Lang, he said, bowing his head. To think that senior brother Ling is the power behind the Ming sect? I'm astonished. Ling Ka replied, shouldn't you explain why you're here at the Ming sect? His smile darkened. Leaving one sect to join another is considered betrayal. Junior brother Mo Yun retorted. Then what about you, senior brother, a disciple of the Tai Ming sect, yet the power behind the Ming sect? Is there a conflict? Is there a problem with a disciple of the Tai Ming sect establishing another sect? Ling Ge said with a smile. I haven't joined another sect. Mo Yun palled, thinking that this senior apprentice was incredibly dangerous. He retorted, Long, why didn't you report to the sect? Long calmly replied, then why didn't you report you're joining the Ming sect? He was speechless, unable to retort. His senior brother was right. He was inferior. Sitting cross-legged, Ling Ge asks, I'm curious, why didn't you stay in the Tai Ming sect and instead came to a remote place like the western regions? Mo Yun replies, training outside is naturally to increase my strength. Ling Ge questioned, so you chose to join the Ming sect? Mo Yun replied, you're right, senior brother. Did you also establish the Ming sect and put pressure on the 5 great holy sects? And were you behind what happened in the western regions? That's right, it was me. Ling Ka continued, I'm the one who built the Ming sect to what it is today, but little brother has eaten and drunk of the Ming cult's resources and has no intention of repaying them. Mo Yun grits his teeth wary. He can't reveal the secrets of the ancient wilderness pearl and his rebirth. As if on cue, Ling Ge waved his hand, everyone withdraw. And all those around him clasped their hands in respect. Yes. Ling Ge waves his hand, and a chair slides behind Mo Yun. He said, please have a seat. As Mo Yun prepared to sit, he thought, let's see what Ling Ka is up to. Ling Ge asked, were you already concealing your strength back in the Tai Ming sect? Mo Yun replied, before joining the Tai Ming sect I was already at the King Wheel realm. Ling Ge nodded, then you must have something extraordinary after all, I've heard about your past. Mo Yun was startled, realizing he'd been discovered and laughed. It's just a lucky opportunity, nothing to laugh at. Ling Ge asks, you must have some treasure that helps you increase your strength quickly, right? Mo Yun is terrified, wondering how Ling Ge could have discovered the ancient Desolation Pearl, a treasure he's kept so well hidden. Just what kind of power does he possess? Seeing Mo Yun's expression change, Ling Ge smiled. I was just bluffing. It seems I guessed right. I want to know what treasure it is. Ling Ge's words startled Mo Yun. Looks like you have quite a few secrets, don't you? He replied. Everyone has secrets. You do too, don't you? Ling Ge continued. But you've already discovered my secret. Mo Yun replied. You have so many secrets. I've only discovered one and you've already discovered mine, haven't you? Ling Ge smirked. You discovered my identity, but I only know of one treasure of yours and haven't even seen it. How unfair. Mo Yun thought. I didn't discover it on purpose. It was completely by accident. You're the one who revealed my secret, and now you want to see it. Mo Yun replied. Forgive me, senior brother, but I cannot obey. This secret is too important. I've never told anyone. Ling narrowed his eyes. Is junior brother going to attack? Mak Yun is tense, still hoping his brother is joking, but Ling Ge smiles, his eyes growing deep. I'm not joking, junior brother. Mo Yun frowned, his hands clenched and trembling. Stop it, this isn't a joke, Mo Yun exclaimed, eyes wide. Ling Ji replied, I'm not joking. Mak Van retorted, I've never done anything to betray the Ming sect. Ling Ge replies, so now is the time for you to repay the Ming cult. Mo Yun frowns, what do you really want? I'm very interested in my junior brother's treasure. Mo Yun is confused. Knowing my secret won't benefit you. Ling Ge smirked. I'm just curious, but I can't think of anything right now. Let me guess. He paused, then said, Junior, you're a reincarnated person, aren't you? Mo Yun's expression changes as Ling Ge rises and steps forward, saying, looks like I guessed right. He descends a few steps, continuing, let me guess, in your past life your cultivation or strength wasn't bad. To be reborn, it must be related to a treasure you possess, right? Ling Ge said smugly. Indeed, it's an old trick of those who are reborn. He continued, don't worry, if I were interested in your treasure, I would have already taken it. Mo Yun gritted his teeth, furious. You called me here just to learn my secrets. Knowing full well he feigns disinterest, then asks, if that's the case, why did you bother summoning me here? Ling Ge replies, what does junior brother think of the other continents, besides the Eastern Divine Continent? Mo Yun replies, I was reborn from the ancient era, when the Divine Continent was still whole. Now that it's divided, the continents are separated by the boundary virtue. If I want to cross over and invade another continent, I need help from a spatial grand formation. Why are you telling me this? Ling Ge smirked, leaning close to Mo Yun, his voice laced with mystery. Junior brother, would you like to see a wider world? Mo Yun grew wary. The way you put it, I don't want to go. Who knows what strange ideas you have? Seeing his tense expression, Ling Ge said, Junior brother doesn't seem to trust me very much. Mo Yun felt a pang of guilt. He averted his gaze, avoiding the other's eyes. Of course I trust you, senior brother, but I don't understand what you mean by seeing a wider world. Please explain. Ling Ge simply replied, just tell me whether you want to go or not. In his heart, Mo Yun cried, do I have a choice? He reluctantly nodded. Of course he wanted to go. Ling Ge patted his shoulder and chuckled. Okay. He smiled, and a purple vortex appeared in his hand. Mo Yun was startled. Just say what you want. Why are you getting physical? And with that, the two vanished. Opening his eyes, Mo Yun saw a sky full of stars and wondered, what's going on? Ling Ji's voice echoes, you can open your eyes now, Junior. Mo Yun floated in the sky, astonished. Where is this? Ling Ge points a finger to the sky, and as it glows, the space around them shifts, swirling around him, before splitting in two, revealing a lake-like reflection of them both. Mo Yun gazes at himself through the divide. Where is this? Ling Ka replies, this is my consciousness. Mo Yun grew wary, wondering how he'd ended up in Ling Ge's consciousness, despite his vigilance. Ling Ka chuckled. Your divine sense isn't strong enough, and didn't you want to see the vastness of the world? Doesn't this pique your curiosity? Mo Yun forces a smile. Senior brother is joking. Anyone forced into a place where they can't use their power, forced into someone else's consciousness, would feel unsafe. Ling Ge smiles amiably. I have no malice towards you. Mo Yun's lips twitched as he thought, like hell I believe you. Ling Ge spoke. Look. He snapped his fingers, and a mountain rose from the space below, causing the water's surface to ripple violently. On the ground, trees began to flourish, and Mo Yun couldn't believe his eyes. Below a world unfolds, humans emerge, develop, and clash in war. Mo Yun frowns. This is war. He suddenly sensed something behind him, a group of cultivators flying past on their swords. The ground below began to tremble, gradually splitting apart as rivers and waterfalls began to form. Mo Yun was shocked. This was the evolution of the ancient god continent, splitting apart, the missing landmass rising up, then fading and disappearing into space. Mo Yun stared at the vortex left behind, wondering where that central landmass had gone. With a snap of her fingers, Ling Ge returned Mo Yun to reality. Mo Yun asked, what are you trying to say? Ling Ge looked at his hand and replied, don't you want to know why Divine Continent was split apart and where the central continent disappeared? To Mo Yun replied, of course I want to know. I sacrificed myself back then, and after being reborn, I never expected the ancient Divine Continent to be split apart. Ling Ge points to the sky flying towards that continent, now known as the Central Heaven Realm. Mo Yun frowns. You've had contact with those above. Of course, Mo Yun continued. So you want me to go to the Central Heaven Realm with you? Ling Ge shakes his head. Of course not. The splitting of Divine Continent is already a very strange phenomenon. I believe there are many secrets hidden in the Central Heaven Realm. Mo Yun gritted his teeth. Why are you so sure? Lang Ge smiled. Then why are you so sure? Mo Yun was silent, finding Lang Ge's words made sense. He retorted. What do you need me to do? Ling Ge replied. Just work for me. Moyan could only think, you didn't give me a choice, just say so. I already owe the Ming sect for using their resources. I'm being bled dry, and Lingge is stronger than me, I can't refuse. Linga smiled. I eagerly await the day you break through to the creation realm. Mo Yun then asked, so, what do you need me to do next? Lange replied, not for now. Focus on increasing your strength. If something comes up, I'll have the Underworld Emperor tell you. You can continue cultivating now. Mo Yun stood up, bowed and said, then senior brother, I'll take my leave. Stepping out, Mo Yun muses that, it's like his dad was a farmer, then suddenly became the Nine Heavens Sword, who could refuse that? Meanwhile, Linga thinks that with Mo Yun settled, perhaps it's time to visit the Northern Star Continent. Of course, he could also check out the Four Continents organization, as the Wolfmaster reported. Lord Ling, I have a question. Should Mo Yun be considered for the position of Holy? Lord Ling thought to himself, Holy Son is just a title, and Mo Yun wouldn't agree anyway. He shook his head, refusing. Understood. Lingge is proud of Mo Yun, but what if he really stirs up trouble? If the Ming sect sends Mo Yun out, they could devastate the opposition. Looking at the prosperous scenery below, Zhou was astonished. Is this the Western Divine Continent? It's quite different from what I imagined. I've never seen scenery like this before. He circulated his spiritual power, then closed his eyes, letting it spread out to probe the surroundings. There were a few creation realm auras, but no celestial realm. Frowning, Zhou was puzzled. It was too magical, yet no one had reached the celestial realm. Was it because the environment of each divine continent was different? Yawning sleepily, Zhu Miaoyan saw that Linga was tired and began to massage his shoulders. You've worked hard, Lang Ka said happily. We'll have to make a trip to Southern Divine Continent. Zhu Diayan was surprised. The Southern Divine Continent, Lingge replied. It's a place Miluo and I once visited, home to a celestial being, an old friend of mine. He sent someone to Eastern Divine Continent to discuss matters with me, so I'll definitely have to pay him a visit. A hint of worry flashed in her eyes as Gu Yaoyao asked again. You're sure the sisters won't be angry? Ling Ka responded with a carefree smile. Half a month is enough. Besides, you've never been, so think of it as a trip. A sweet thought blossomed in Gu Yaoyao's heart. Their trip to Eastern Divine Continent was with Ling Ge, and now Southern Divine Continent promises a journey for just the two of them. The sweet feeling brought a smile to her lips, but then a hint of worry crept into her mind. If they couldn't make it back in time, he would be the one in trouble. With that thought, she gently pinched his cheek. The next day they officially set off for Southern Divine Continent, and Ling Ge cheerfully said, this time I can even meet some old friends and introduce them to you. A flicker of surprise crossed Kujiao's eyes. She hadn't expected him to know people here, but then she figured it wasn't surprising that someone like Ling Ge would know all sorts of strange people. As if reading her thoughts, Ling Ge replied, of course. Before I came to the Tai Min sect, I traveled to many places and made quite a few friends. With that, he lifted off the ground, soaring into the sky, and Gu Miaoyan immediately followed. Memories of defeating the sky demons and the four divine beasts of Qin flood Lingji's mind, a time of carefree ease. Behind him, Gu Miaoyan's voice rings out, I have a feeling everyone you know has been beaten by you. Ling Ge bursts into laughter. How could that be? Everyone I know is on good terms with me. Hearing those familiar lies, Gu Miaoyan could only cover her mouth and chuckle, knowing no one would believe him. Meanwhile, on Peacock Island, the vermilion bird paced anxiously in the hall, her heart ablaze. A familiar voice echoed in her ears, promising to reminisce about the past, causing Zhu Ke to groan in dismay. What to do? Lingyi is coming. She exhales a long breath and steps outside. The two maids outside bowed respectfully as soon as they saw her. Without a word, Chief Zhu Ke immediately reverted to her original form. She decisively ordered, I'm going out. Just do your jobs. Yes. Hearing their reply, she vanished in a flash, following the path that would surely lead her to Lingge heading south. In midair, she spotted two figures flying in the opposite direction, Lingge and an unfamiliar girl. Zhu Ke couldn't help but recall his previous visit to South Divine Continent, when he had also brought a different girl. She cursed inwardly, thinking no man could be trusted, then scoffed. The sound of Suzaku's wings caught Ling Ka's attention, and he glanced back. Suzaku takes human form and slowly approaches. Lingge greets her. Long time no see, Suzaku. You seem upset with me. Suzaku was taken aback, lamenting inwardly. She forced a smile. No, not at all. Why would I be upset with you? Lingge chuckled. That's good. He turned to introduce his companion. Allow me to introduce you to Gu Miaoyan. Zhu Ke clasped her hands. Greetings, I am Zhu Ke. Gu Miaoyan returned the gesture, offering her greetings as well. She secretly assessed the girl before her, one of the four divine beasts of South Divine Continent, the vermilion bird. So the old friend Lingge mentioned was a divine beast. Zhu Ke then said, don't be so surprised, he's not only acquainted with me, but also familiar with the other divine beasts. It seems everything this man does is beyond imagination. Acquaintance is enough. Gu Yaoyan glanced at Lingge, noticing that the vermilion bird seemed to know him well. Lingge then cut straight to the point. I've come to see you about something. Zhu Ke gritted his teeth, a sense of annoyance rising within him, more trouble. Noticing the change in her expression, he smiled slyly. What? Do you have a problem with that? Zhuke reluctantly shook her head. No, just curious. What's so important that you came all the way to find me? Tears streamed down her face as she wished she could run away, but Lingge replied, it's nothing important, just letting you know that when the two continents merge, we'll need help. Zhuke forces a smile. You've already told me this. You didn't need to come all the way here to say it again. Lingge replies, of course I didn't. Hearing this, the indignant vermilion bird suppressed her anger and asked, what do you all want to do? Lingge pointed to the side and said, we're going to the southern divine continent to speak with the experts there. Vermilion bird immediately replied, then go, I won't stop you. She forced a smile, thinking that this guy's arrival had already made her lose control of her anger. Once he left, she would have to return to the island to calm down. And one more thing. Lingji's words finally broke Zhuque's restraint. She glared. Could you just say everything at once? Lingji calmly replied, you're the one who interrupted me. Zhuque continued to restrain herself. Speak quickly. Seeing Suzaku provoked, Gu Yaoyao smiled as Linga asked, how long have you four divine beasts been in Dongshenzhou? Suzaku frowned. What are you getting at? Just asking a question. Zhuque replied, since the separation of the ancient god continent, we've always been here in the primal eastern god continent. Lingge smiled and said, I wonder if you've entered the realm of heaven and earth yet. Zhuque replied, the martial realm is vast, but you seem to be the only one in the celestial realm. Lingge continued, the martial god has broken through to the celestial realm. I've already met him. Startled martial god Gu Miaoyan was surprised that Linge even knew the martial god. Seeing her shock, Zhuque asked, didn't you know? Gok Yoyun replies, he didn't tell me he knew the martial god. Suzaku smiles, adding, then he probably didn't tell you he's the martial emperor Ling Shu. Gok Yoyun's eyes widened in disbelief. The martial emperor Ling Shu. She glanced at the familiar figure beside her. The foremost figure in the martial world, the strongest in the eastern divine continent, was actually Ling Ge. It's not that she hadn't seen Ling Ge fight before, but the earth-shattering demonic energy and the legendary Lang Hu martial emperor were two completely different extremes. Zuka spoke up, surprised. Gok Yoen replies, I've seen a previous state of his, and it's truly impossible to reconcile. What do you think? Lingge's voice grew dark, his appearance changed, becoming more mysterious. Surrounded by a strange black-purple aura, he had become a completely different person. Purple energy surges toward Zhuque, who quickly defends herself as Linge, coldly states, this is my other form. Have you seen enough? Zhuque gritted her teeth, inwardly assessing the terrifying demonic energy, feeling like it would devour her any second, and said, withdraw your divine power. Linge withdrew her aura, and Zhuque thought to herself, no wonder this girl said they couldn't be together again. She said, all right, what's this about? Linge replied, the four divine beasts have been in the eastern divine continent for too long. Don't you want to see the other divine continents? Zhuque responded, we're very content now, why would we go out and do dangerous things? Linge continued, don't you want to see your original clan? Suzaku frowned. The original clan, you mean the first beast gods, of course. Linge gazes at the sky and recounts. After the ancient divine continent split, the central continent ascended to the heavens, becoming known as the Central Celestial Realm. My travels are all to gather the keys to the Central Celestial Realm and open its passage. Suzaku pondered the four divine beasts, truly sought peace, and even breaking through the heavenly realm seemed distant. Linge continued, if you're willing, inform the others, give it some thought, and we'll meet again. With that, the two flew away, leaving the vermilion bird to watch their receding figures, pondering the ancient divine continent she knew a little about. She had not yet matured at that time, and since she was born into the clan, she had not seen the other vermilion birds since the continent split. She longed to search, but she was too weak then, and unable to leave during the clan's division. After becoming chief, her alliance with the war god kept her in the eastern divine continent, never venturing beyond. Ling Jie's words resonated with her, perhaps offering a chance to reach the celestial realm. She transformed, thinking that if Ling Jie had met the god of war, he might have swayed him as well. It seems that after informing those three, she must go see the god of war. Then she returned to Peacock Island. After walking a while, Gu Miaoyan looked back, contemplating their earlier conversation, and asked, how much are you hiding from your sisters? She thought to herself that if Bai Su Ling heard about this, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, especially since Ling Shu Martial Emperor was Bai Su Ling's idol. If it were revealed, it would be difficult to deal with. Understanding her intentions, Linge cleared his throat and replied, I'll tell them when the time is right. Gu Miaoyan continued, well, I think the longer you wait, the bigger their reaction will be. Ling Ka replies, I'd rather reveal it bit by bit than all at once. I don't want to be tormented for days. He thought to himself that even though his body could endure the thought of a pack of wolves, cooing softly, Gu Yaoyao leaned in close and whispered, wouldn't you enjoy being tormented? Others would beg for the chance. Hearing this, Linge's face flushed and he awkwardly replied, of course it's good, but there must be restraint. Kokdio Yen gazes at him tenderly, saying, that depends on your performance. In the southern divine continent, a crowd of sea and human cultivators are gathered closely, watching the surrounding space, unaware of what has transpired. Just then, a portal opened, catching the captain's attention. Linge stepped out slowly, and seeing the scene wondered what happened here. Everywhere she looks there are sea and human clan cultivators and a massive spatial channel. It's also Yaner's first time seeing members of the southern clan, and she's quite excited. As the two approached, the captain of the South God Province Sea Guard stepped forward, signaling halt. Who goes there? Ling, familiar with this place, confidently looked up and inquired, "Are you Guang Ling Tian?" The captain was taken aback by this stranger. He asked warily, "Who are you, and how do you know Master Ling's name?" Ling Ji smiled warmly. "Ah, an old friend." The squad leader scrutinized him, thinking since the appearance of the passage, all sorts of rumors have been spreading. What nonsense is this? Though he claims to be an old friend, can we really let our guard down? The brothers whispered to each other, wondering why he looks so familiar. "I've seen him before too." The old sect leader who had been watching recognized the man and cried out, "It's the martial emperor." The elder respectfully greets Ling Ge, and judging by his demeanor, this newcomer was not joking. The guards paled, stammering in disbelief. What did we just do?" Martial Emperor. The name that made them falter was Lingshu Martial Emperor, a powerful existence known by all. Did I just hear correctly? Did someone tell the Martial Emperor to stop? Oh dear. The Sea Tribe elder approached Ling Ge to pay his respects and he replied, "It seems Ling Shenzhou has seen many changes." The elder replied, "Indeed, much has happened since you left." He then ordered the squad leaders, "Lead the others away from here." With that settled, the elder respectfully turned back to Ling Chen. "Let's talk as we go, Martial Emperor," he said, as Ling Chen gestured to Yaner. "All right, let's go." The elder was quite curious about the woman accompanying the Martial Emperor, especially since they were holding hands. He wondered why did the Martial Emperor change women. He'd seen many beauties by Ling Wudi's side. He truly was the greatest womanizer in the world. The elder was lost in thought for a moment, then shook his head vigorously, realizing it was none of his business, and he didn't want the Martial Emperor to think he had ulterior motives. The elder walked alongside Ling Ge and the others saying, "Your Majesty, the martial arts of South Divine Continent have flourished, and cultivation and faith have formed two factions. These sculptures erected here have brought faith to me." After hearing the story, Ling Ge asked, "How are those two doing now?" The elder hesitated for a moment before replying, "Your Grace, he's also developing his martial arts." Most agree, but some extremists still don't recognize him. Ling Ke nodded, encouraging them, "Good, just let it gradually develop this way." Ling Ke asks if the fourth clan ancestor is still in the southern divine continent, as the Sky Sea continent passage appeared, and the ancestor went to investigate. Ling Ge believes that with his current abilities, there's no danger unless someone stronger appears. The elder agreed, "That's right, but this passage appeared strangely, so the patriarch decided to explore it himself to see if he could find anything." Ling Ge leaps forward, and Yaner follows close behind. The elder watches them, perhaps they too are interested in this mysterious passage. Arriving at the entrance to the passage, Ling Ge and Yan Ni sensed and observed for a moment. Yan Ni said, "I sense the aura of the underworld." Langa nods, adding, "It seems some rats from West Divine Continent have made their way to South Divine Continent through this passage." Yan Ni wonders, could it be the gods of West Divine Continent? When did they get to West God Continent? Ling Ge replies, "While we were in East God Continent, of course setting their sights on West God Continent." Ling Ge reflects, "My previous lesson was clearly meaningless." Yan Shi asks, "So, should we take action?" Ling Ge replies, "No need. It's unlikely they can fully commit to the Southern Divine Continent. The four regions' ancestors' trip to the Western Divine Continent will surely be discovered by the Divine Realm." Ling Ge has a better plan, saying, "If there's a conflict, unless this guy doesn't care about his homeland, he'll definitely return at all costs. But leaving them here isn't ideal in case something happens." Yaner added, unsatisfied. Ling replied, "The people of South God Continent are surely looking for their trail as well. With the Forjo ancestors' power, he'll surely return soon enough." Satisfied, Yan Shi added, "Then it seems I have nothing more to worry about." Ling Ka signaled to Yan Si, "We're here to discuss things with the four continents' ancestor. If he's not here, we'll leave a letter." With that, Ling Ka handed some matters over to the elder. With everything settled, he continues his journey with Ling Ka. Ling Ka uses his psychic power, and after the two bid farewell to the Namthan Chao Sea clan, Ling Ka opens a gateway. The two departed, entrusting the elder with the responsibility of watching over this divine land for Emperor Ling. He bowed to them both. As Ling Ka and Yan Ni depart, the elder feels a pang of longing. The martial emperor is gone so soon. I was hoping to treat him to a meal. The demon god was ordered to lead Ling Ge and Yan Ni into the demon wasteland, explaining as they went. 10,000 years ago, the demon and human races were constantly at war. Back then, the strongest in the demon wasteland were the three demon gods of the celestial realm, but now the strongest are only at the creation realm. The Gyaluo demon god confidently said, "They are definitely no match for you, but no matter how strong the demons are, they are like the low-level demons from before, so numerous that they are countless. The place you're standing now is probably outside the demon wasteland. Venture further out if you hope to encounter stronger demons." A strong, metallic scent of blood suddenly filled the air. The demons' growls grew louder, and the shifting terrain gave the three pause as Jialuo and Yaner looked on with concern. Before them, a massive demon advanced, a quadrupedal beast with grotesque claws. They had finally found one. Jia Luo Shenmo gestures impressed. Oh, this land has a higher-level demon. The demon lunges forward, its horrifying shriek echoing through the air as the three Gala brothers look on with excitement. Gara spoke, but it was just to stick his head into the trap. Lingge smelled something fishy. While Gala was still warming up his joints, Ling kicked him, annoyed by the theatrics, and scolded. What are you waiting for? Waiting to be cooked. That kick was unexpected for Jiala. The creature cries out, "Oh my parents," before Lanka attacks. Gara flew straight ahead without hesitation as Ryoka called out, "Do your best." Jiala flew forward, headbutting the grotesque demon in the stomach. It let out a deafening shriek, but it was still too weak. Jiala, not even having digested breakfast, spewed out everything it had in one perfect headbutt. He knocks out the demon in one swift blow, leaving Lingka utterly satisfied. Gala seems to still be useful. Even Yan Shi is speechless at this duo. Indeed useful, but not in any conventional way. She thought to herself that with Ling Ka's mindset, he really could do something like that. With Gala's body and Ling Chen's power, he could be used as a human-shaped sword. Ling Chen turned back to ask, "Do you think I'll mess things up?" Yen Ni retorted, "Is that not to your liking?" Ling Ka chuckled, "Don't worry so much." The two share a light-hearted moment. As Yan Shi teases, a dignified Void Martial Emperor and Demon Sect Master should act accordingly. Ling Jia embraces her, saying, "Those are just titles. There's no one else here now. I know what I'm doing. Rest assured." Haha, that weirdo had been dead for a while, but Jialuo still hadn't popped up until he finally jumped up with a bump on his head. The creature moans and curses the culprit, that Ling Ge, who turns to observe Ling's smug expression. And just as he'd hoped, Ling Ka casually held his beauty, not caring whether he lived or died. Jialuo cursed heaven. Damn it, not only am I half dead, but now I'm being force-fed dog food. What the hell is going on? How am I supposed to live like this? But then Jialuo sensed something strange behind him. It turns out that GC demon is still alive, snarling and baring its teeth. Human Galaham turns to look at it, stepping forward. "You're correcting a human." The demon was quite surprised. "Am I not human?" Gala raises his hand mockingly. "You dare call me a demon god, that you mixed-blood demon?" Growing tired of the old man's nagging, Ryuk steps in, tossing him aside to make room for his interrogation. He steps on the demon and says, "Greetings." It stares blankly at Ling Ka, then roars with rage. "You!" With a furious kick, Ling crushed the demon's chest. The force so great, the ground beneath shattered, and the creature howled in agony. Blood gurgled out as the demon stared wide-eyed at Ling Ka, realizing this little human wasn't playing around. Ling Ge smiles, waiting to see if it will cooperate. It groans, repeating, "Humans. This human." Yen Ni watches on, unfazed by the scene. The interrogation is about to begin. Looking down at the demon, Langa spoke. "Listen carefully, I ask you answer. How many humans and demons are left in this desolate wasteland?" A challenging question for the simple-minded demon, who only knows how to eat and eat. Its eyes widened as it shook its head, feigning ignorance. "How would I know?" Hearing this, Ling Ka, filled with murderous intent, bid him farewell. "Looks like you really don't know." His foot lands on the demon's face and it cries out, "Ah, ah." Ling Ka is cold. He's always dealt with these grotesque creatures this way, ending the demon with one stomp, hoping for a better reincarnation. After a moment, Ling Ka realizes that these demons, though considered high-ranking, are actually just small fry in the demon world. Looking at the demon's remains, Ling Ka remarked, "He's too ugly. I need to find a better-looking one to extract the soul from." Gala, the demon god, shuddered. "I don't want my brain stomped out." Ling asks him, "Well, Gala, tell me what's on your mind." Gala asks, still dazed, about the demon wasteland. Before he could even collect himself, Ling was already on him. Ling pointed to the pile of minced meat beside them, a terrifying smile on his face. "Or what? Tell me what you think about me crushing his brain and letting you experience it." Gala sighed. "Big brother Ling always messes with his head. I feel bad for him. He's such a good servant, but he never gets a break." Gala then presented his sharpest theories, explaining that, while the demon wasteland had regressed the scale of the demon race, there was likely larger than before. Ling asked, "Is that because the human race is different now without a demon god, leader plus internal strife, giving the demons more time and space to grow?" Gala nods furiously. "That saves me a lot of thinking." "Exactly what I was going to say. Haha." And then Ling Ge transformed and gave that Nobita like Jia Luo a beating he wouldn't forget. That's what you get for being indecisive. The old geezer is left crying on the ground. "Why are you hitting me while I'm moaning?" "Wah," Langa retorts. "No need to argue. Is it wrong of me to want to hit you because you're a demon?" The old crow thought, "Damn it, I'm clearly in human form right now." Although the search came up empty, Langxia noted their speed was good, pausing to formulate a plan. Activating his divine eye, Ling Ka pierces through the void, perceiving every minute vibration across thousands of miles. After a moment, Yan Shi asks, "What's the situation, Ling Ka?" Ling Ka replied, "I've scouted thousands of miles and found a small town inhabited by humans, a place where mankind lives." The ancient Rakshasa, God couldn't believe his ears and stood up to argue. A small town. The humans of the previous era were all imprisoned in the demon wasteland, but now there's an entire town. So what's the situation there? Ling Ka adds, they seem to be living well, a simple life. Gala drones on, simple and good, huh? In the demon wasteland, demons and humans living in harmony. Yen Ni is skeptical. There's no basis for that to happen. She says it could all be a facade, and after silencing Gala Lang, Ga replies, who knows, I only glanced at it. I didn't investigate deeply. A human town in the demon wasteland, that just doesn't fit. It's too strange to pass up. Ling Ka put his arm around Yan's waist, and they gazed at each other affectionately, before moving forward. Gala followed close behind, forced to endure their public display of affection as they traveled through the dark lands of the demon wasteland. Linga responds to the obvious, but sadly, we're not spirit origin realm cultivators. Jia Luo looked back, guessing that they were at least at the Huangji realm, but the humans weren't what they used to be. Linga instructed the two not to jump to conclusions but to see for themselves. Let's head to that small town. Gala was still drifting freely when Langa gave the order. Alright, back to the ring dimension with you. My wife and I will investigate. Go away, you third wheel. And so Lang Ka and Yen Ni finally stood before the gates of Lakan town. Ling carefully observed and listened, noting that there wasn't a sound to be heard. Yan also agreed. Let's head inside and see what's what. Lang takes the lead. As he walked, he wondered if they should just go inside. But should we knock, or just barge in? Ling Ke knocked several times, and they both strained to hear a response. After a long while, Yao Yan concluded, looks like no one's going to open the door for us. Ling Ka sighed wearily. Do I really have to resort to force? Ling Ka opened his eyes calmly, waiting another round before deciding what to do. Looking at the gate, he thought it wouldn't be good to just smash it open with one punch. Is greater than. Before the grand gates of Enlak town, Ling Ge and Diu Yan were at a loss, unsure how to enter. Diu Yan then offered a suggestion. How about we try a different approach? We just push the door open, walk in, and then close it behind us. What do you think? Yao Yan purred sweetly like a kitten. Whatever my husband wants is fine. Ling Ge glanced at her, trying to maintain a serious expression. Don't rely on me for everything. If you have a better idea, just say it. She lunges forward, flustering him, her cheeks flushed, no matter she's happy to have him all to herself for a while. She takes his hands, and he returns the gesture. Don't just blindly follow me. As my wife, you should have your own thoughts. How can you just listen to me all the time? He suddenly leaned in and kissed her. His abruptness made her cheeks flush, but she quickly returned the kiss, unable to hide her happiness. After that sweet moment, Ling Ka gently said, let's begin. But it seemed that Diu Yan was still lost in the afterglow. She secretly thought she hadn't had enough kisses yet, then looked towards the gate of Enlak town. But with just a glance, the massive gate shattered into a million pieces, leaving Ling Ge in a cold sweat. Honey, you wouldn't believe the destructive power of her blow, turning the gate into dust. They both stood frozen before the wreckage. Du Yan seemed to realize something. She froze, looked at her hand, and hesitantly admitted, I may have used a bit too much force. Ling Ge was speechless as she casually walked in, adding, it's all right, we can fix it later. Let's go inside and take a look. The two entered together, but strangely, such a large space was completely deserted. Ling Ge was suspicious. How could no one have come out after such a loud noise? This Anlak town certainly lives up to its name. Standing and observing, Diu Yan wasn't sure what to do next. So what do we do now? Should we go inside and investigate? He calmly replied, no rush. We said there was no one, but now there is. Suddenly, from afar, an eerie green mist began to spread slowly, enveloping the space around them. Ling Ge, seemingly anticipating the danger, shouted. From within the mist, grotesque hands emerge, followed by countless bizarre demonic creatures, their mouths growling eerie sounds. They've lost all reason. Yao Yan immediately took a defensive stance, drawing her sword ready to fight. Her sharp sword strokes cleaved through the monsters, but strangely, they didn't die, their severed bodies quickly regenerating, causing him to exclaim, they can't be killed. Without hesitation, Ling Ge conjured a massive magical vortex. Standing beside him, Diu Yan wondered, husband, are you planning to destroy the entire city? She thought to herself, if Lang Ka really did that, this dense demonic energy could swallow Enlak Chan whole. He calmly explained, of course not. The reason they can revive is because there's a restorative power behind them, and that power lies deep within Anlak Chan. Ling Ge continued to scan the situation with his divine sense, calculating. First, I'll use my divine sense to find Anlak Chan's location, but not probe too deeply. He pondered for a moment, a look of amusement on his face. Let's keep the mystery for now. Exploring on my own will be much more interesting. Diu Yan gazed at the demons, her voice low. These creatures were once human, perhaps transformed into this state. Ling Ge nodded, smiling in approval. Indeed, my wife, you think exactly as I do. We are well matched. She chuckled wryly. You still have time to dawdle. She wondered what to do next. What were his plans? Langa calmly replied, my demonic energy has already alerted those inside. Now we just need to catch them. The monsters were beheaded, sliced in two, by Diu Yan's sword strokes. As she struck, she asked, do you think they're demons? Ling Ge calmly observed and replied, There are many demons and oddities are common, but that power doesn't feel demonic to me. In an instant, the monsters were dealt with by Yao Yan. She plunged her sword into the corpse of a demon, wanting to end this quickly, suggesting it was better to capture and question someone directly rather than wait around. Hearing this, Ling Ge agreed, adding that his magic from earlier was starting to take effect. A purple light spread, causing the space to tremble. Suddenly, Ling Ka realized something, his eyes flashed and he caught it. A swirling purple vortex appeared in the sky, carrying with it a strange blue object trying to escape. Langa smugly declares, "Did you think you could escape me?" His magic takes the form of a giant hand, seizing the blue stranger, engulfing him completely, and pulling him toward Langa and Yu Yan. The two watched with detached smiles as Ling Sa passed judgment. Immediately he was bound by magical threads, and the strange antlered creature roared. "Where did you humans come from?" He tightened the magical restraints, causing the creature to cry out in pain. "Ah!" Ling Ka bound his mouth as well so he couldn't even cry out. With a cold look, Linga says, "You're under our control, yet you still dare to speak to us with such arrogance," he angrily shouts, then casts a spell striking him hard. "Did no one ever teach you the meaning of being a prisoner?" Ling Ka beat him mercilessly until he coughed up blood, but he stubbornly resisted, answering with arrogance, "You damned humans, I curse you to die in this demon wasteland." Torn apart and tormented by countless demons, he suffered in agony. Hearing this, Ling Ge, without a word, inflicted another round of excruciating pain. Yu Yan stood by listening to the sounds of his torment. He was beaten mercilessly, covered in wounds. Ling Ge challenged him, asking if he wanted to keep screaming. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to ask, "What do you want, humans?" He simply replies, "We wanted to ask, but you were screaming so much, you didn't give us a chance." Ling then looks at him and continues, "If you're this well behaved, we won't need to hit you anymore. You're covered in wounds." He glared, thinking times, "You're the one who beat me, and now you're pretending to care." Asterisk. Despite his thoughts, he asked, "So what do you want with Luo?" Zhenlinge raised his fist in warning. "Want another punch?" He moved closer, ordering him, "Starting now. Answer my questions, or silence will be taken as an admission." He could only stare back in mute obedience. Lingyi stared at him, trying to figure out what to say. He scratched his head, still unsure what to ask. Still unsure what to ask, he scratched his head and turned to ask Yao Yan, "My dear, where do you think I should start?" Yao Yan calmly replies that they have plenty of time, and she can answer any questions her husband has. Linga nods, suddenly enlightened. "That's right, isn't it?" He turned to the man, his eyes hardening. "This used to be human territory, so why isn't there a single one left?" Even after being struck, he arrogantly replied, "Humans in the demon wastelands, they're livestock food. The humans in this town were obviously devoured by demons long ago." As soon as he finished speaking, Linga slapped him across the face, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he shouted, "Enough nonsense. I can sense the demons here, but I don't see a single one." Langa glared at him, eyes full of murderous intent. "If anything, the demonic aura is strongest with you." He casually replied, "Of course. I've killed all the other demons here." Lingyi, with his sharp mind, deduced, "I know you're not entirely a pure demon." He glanced over. "You also have half-human blood in you, so what?" Lingka surmises that he wasn't the one who killed the people of this town. He scoffs, retorting, "Yeah, if you say so then it must be true." Without another word, Linga tightened the magic rope around his neck, dragging him like a dog on a leash. He grit his teeth, enduring the pain, and dared not resist. With a cold and challenging tone he says, "Tell me what happened in this town. If you satisfy me, I might spare your life." Though choked, he remained defiant, retorting, "What if you know, and what if you don't?" Hearing this, he tightened the rope. "I'm very interested in this kind of thing. Maybe I can solve it." He fell silent, conflicted. "I've reached the saintly path, but this person is even stronger, a creator perhaps. If he can truly help me." Ling spoke softly yet with a veiled threat. "You have no other choice. Either you tell the truth about what happened, or—" His tone was light but the threat was clear. "Or I could kill you, extract your soul, and take the memories I desire." But he relented begrudgingly, saying, "I can tell you what happened in Anlak Tran." Hearing this, Lingye wondered if he was trying to bargain. He thought to himself, "Do I look like I'm in a position to bargain?" Finally, he relented and began to speak, telling how 3 years ago, Anlak Town was a human settlement in the southern wilderness. The humans were united, he explained, as he recounted the events working together to resist the demonic invasion. At that time the demons of southern demonic wasteland were weak in both numbers and power, so the people of southern demonic wasteland joined forces to build a town which is now Anlak Tran. Hearing this, Linga seemed to understand something. "According to you, the demons in the southern wilderness are weaker than in other regions, making it easier for humans to survive, right?" He relents and explains, "Yes, the humans in the southern wilderness are stronger than in the other 3 regions, but overall, they're still weaker." Linge strokes his chin. "So, and Luo Town was destroyed by stronger demons from elsewhere. A complete annihilation." He frowned, annoyed. "That's not it at all." Linge, quick-witted, didn't wait for him to finish and guessed, "If I'm not mistaken, your father or mother is connected to Anlak Town." "What's it to you?" he retorted, annoyed. Lingka remained calm. "Don't get so worked up. And if I'm not mistaken, the reason you've always wandered around Anlak is because of your parents. Hearing this, he could only gape in disbelief. Ling Ge seems to have hit a nerve judging by his reaction. He stubbornly retorts, if you can guess so much, why bother asking me? Ling Ge approached him face to face. Does my guessing have anything to do with me asking you? Besides, I'm just guessing, not knowing everything. He paused, then continued explaining that Anlak Town had fiercely fought the demons, yet stood strong, becoming a major human base in the Demon Emperor's territory. So Ling thought, if it wasn't destroyed by demons, what did? Destroy it. His face filled with resentment and unwillingness, he could only utter 2 words, the Black Tide. Intrigued, Ling Ge listened as he continued, still perplexed by the Black Tide. That's right, I don't know where it comes from, but whenever it appears it devours everything in its path. Hearing this, he probed further, so it was the Black Tide that devoured all the humans in Anlak Town. He pressed further, and those monsters from before, they're all connected to the Black Tide, right? Besides devouring everything, the Black Tide can also infect demons and humans, which is why I want to understand it. Having grasped the situation, Ling Ge revealed his interest. The more you talk about this Black Tide, the more interested I become. The horned man frowned. If you're not afraid of death, then by all means be interested. The Black Tide's power is immense. Even a creation realm cultivator might not withstand it. He added, the Black Tide has no fixed form. Its appearance is vast with no visible core. You can't kill it. Ling Ge provoked him. Don't you want revenge? He showed a strange expression upon hearing the word revenge. Of course I want revenge. If I didn't, I wouldn't be capturing infected creatures for research. I can help you. He expresses doubt, asking, you really want to stand against the Black Tide? He happily replied, if you don't try, how will you know? He paused, as if thinking, then decided, if you intend to fight the Black Tide, then I'm willing to help you. Ling Ge then used his magic to heal his wounds. Now that we're on better terms, I'd like to find a place where we can talk. Very well, let's find somewhere else to talk. It feels strange to be discussing things here with just the 3 of us in this vast town. Swollen head slowly rises, and Lac Town is deserted, so anywhere is fine. Ling Ge casually replies, then you lead the way. He questioned, aren't you afraid? I'll lead you into danger, ambush you. Lang Ka found this amusing. If you could ambush me, would I even let you lead the way? His body gradually transformed into a human shape, surprising Ling Ge. So you can turn into a human too. He explains that his mother was the eldest daughter of a great demon clan, who met his father by chance in Anlak Tran, and gave birth to him. After transforming, Lan Min seems more reserved. Follow me, he said, leading the way. I have a base in Anlak Town. As Ling Ge followed, she inquired, is your base a research facility for demons and humans infected by the Black Tide? Leng Rong explained, that's right. If they were to leave and come into contact with demons or humans, the Black Tide on their bodies would turn them into the next threat. Ling Ge tilted his head, his sharp eyes fixed on the other, his voice laced with doubt and inquiry. So during your years in the demon realm, whenever you found someone infected by the Black Tide, you would imprison them for research. Lang Ming narrowed his eyes, his voice low and cold. Yes, only by confining them can we prevent them from harming the demon realm. Ling Ge spoke with a hint of sarcasm, saying what was truly on his mind, throwing them into the demon race would be much better. He sullenly retorted. What do you mean? It was as if Ling Ge had enlightened him. The human race has been oppressed by the demons for too long. If you release those infected by the Black Tide, you could make a contribution to humanity. His words were gentle yet struck right at the heart. You were born in Anlak Town and raised among humans, so your feelings for them must be stronger than for demons, right? It seems Lan Min has been swayed, listening without a word. Ling Ge wisely continued, but I understand. If you release them while researching that thing, the entire northern continent might be in danger. As Lan Ming led the way, he explained, I'm not researching this to deceive anyone but to eliminate the Black Tide. After a while, he announced, we're here. The scene unfolds, revealing massive iron cages imprisoning hordes of demons. Miao Yan asks, why are you keeping them separated like this? Leading them around, Lan Ming explained, they can't be kept together for long, or they'll devour each other, merge, and become much stronger. Ling Ge responded, then I have a question. Why were some able to escape and attack before? With some embarrassment, Lang Ming explained, I was studying them when you knocked down the city walls, making such a commotion that it startled me, and they escaped. Realizing their mistake, they fell into a silent hush. Yu Yan, especially wary of the imprisoned monsters. She wanted to understand more, so she asked, is there a specific time when the Black Tide appears, or is it random? He simply replied, there's no pattern to the Black Tide's appearance. She looked puzzled. If it's random, it might be difficult to encounter the Black Tide. Ling Ge turned and said, sending chills down her spine, maybe we'll run into it now, but Ling Bing dismissed the idea. I don't think the Black Tide will appear at this time. No sooner were the words spoken than the Black Tide appeared behind them. Using her hand to sense the Black Tide's speed, Miao Yan realizes it's incredibly fast and will reach Anlak Town in moments, sending him into a panic. What? We should leave this place. Ling Ge looked at him with worry. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You think we can't handle the Black Tide? He shouted, agitated. The Black Tide devours even those in the creation realm. If you really want to deal with the black tide, leave with me first. We need a long-term plan. He turned to discuss the matter with Yao Yan. What do you think? After gathering information, he calmly replies, since it came to us, let's see what we can do. He seems interested and agrees. That's not a bad plan. Ling Ge and Yu Yan prepare to depart for battle. Wanting to test Leng Ming's courage, he asked, we've chosen to face the black tide, what about you? But the cowardly man refused outright. Go ahead and die if you want, but don't drag me down with you. Ha, you really have no faith in us, do you? He hasn't seen Ling Ji's full power, so he doesn't dare risk it. Your strength is great, but that doesn't mean you can stand against the black tide. Being infected by its plague would be troublesome. He retreated as if to flee. You two are seeking death, don't drag me into it. Ling Ka grins, don't worry, you're not going anywhere. You're staying here with us to face the black tide. Lan Min was stunned, fear etched on his face. You're all insane. Without hesitation, the two flew towards the black tide. Were they mad? You'll see soon enough. I don't take risks with things I'm not sure about. The ominous black tide slowly encroaches on Anlak town, threatening to engulf it entirely. Meanwhile, Miao Yan flew high to observe them, saying, this dark tide has no core. If we attack directly, we won't get to the root of it. Ling Ge drags Leng Ming along, making it easy to tie them up piece by piece. Miao Yan agrees, saying they should do as her husband says. Though furious, Leng Ming gritted his teeth, thinking heaven wants me dead. Without them, I would have escaped already. The black tide surged into the town like a volcanic eruption engulfing everything in its path. Ling Jie is also taken aback by the foul odor of the black tide. It certainly has a peculiar smell. The black tide engulfs the town like a tsunami, its liquid reeking with an overpowering stench, far worse than those already infected. Observing and analyzing the situation, Miao Yan realizes this is only a fraction of the black Suffram's tide's full power. The black tide surges forward, and Ling Ge senses something amiss. Its sudden appearance and retreat suggest an intelligence behind it. With a sharp gaze and firm tone, he declares, I believe it may be connected to the Central Heaven Realm. Doubtful, Miao Yan asks the Central Heaven Realm. Does that mean the fragment we seek is connected to the black tide? He gazes into the distance, a plan forming. If they're connected, the key fragment is within reach. What are you two laughing about? Cries a worried Leng Ming. The black tide is here. Without a word, Ling Ge raised his hand and clenched his fist. A massive vortex appears engulfing the space, and he unleashes his cyclone upon the black tide. His vortex directly strikes the black tide, and a stunned Leng Ming watches the battle unfold. A direct hit. Like a wild beast, the black tide swings its massive tail toward the three of them, reeking of copper. Taking advantage of the moment, the black tide lunges toward Lan Ming, leaving him stunned and sweating. But Ling Ge swiftly intervenes. He wondered who this black tide was, and who dared to disturb him. He uses his magic to control the black tide, creating a giant demon soldier to fight alongside him, stopping them from attacking Lang Vin. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Ling Ge swiftly strikes at the encircling black tide, opening Leng Ming's eyes to his true power. Ling Ge calmly questioned him. What's so surprising? Didn't we use a similar formation when we captured you? Are you shocked to see me dealing with a black tide? Hearing this, Leng Ming slumped. It seemed he was. The black tide grows more ferocious, its stench of corruption intensifying as it transforms into a colossal demon soldier to oppose Ling Ge's own. Its face is savage, as if possessed by a demon. Leng Ming was stunned, thinking, according to my research, the black tide should be able to devour everything, but now it can actually condense a Dharma form with Ling Ge. As if reading his mind, Ling Ge asked, you seem surprised that the black tide looks like this. He bit down hard, replying in shock. The dark tide was never supposed to have a consciousness, but this form, it shatters everything I thought I knew. Ling Ge casually waved his hand, saying, stay calm, don't rush. The black tide's true form is powerful. What you've studied is just a small part of it. He excitedly pressed forward, shouting in Ling Ge's ear, it's precisely because I've studied it for so many years, and the research is just a small part, that I'm so agitated. Ling Ge lightly pushed him away, causing him to stagger. Seeing that Lan Ming had calmed down, Ling Ge asked, are you calm now? Miao Yan smiled awkwardly. Husband, you seem to have hit him a little hard. Unconcerned, he turned and walked away, knowing Lan Ming would wake up soon. The immediate priority is facing the black tide's Dharma face alone, and finding a way to deal with this formidable enemy. Ling Ka stroked his chin thoughtfully, an idea flashing through his mind. If it knows how to imitate me, its evil intelligence is no ordinary thing, so why not try asking it a few questions? From behind, Miao Yan offered encouragement. Husband, you could try it. I've seen it be very effective. She smiled to herself. Is my husband planning to trash talk? Suddenly, Ling Ge shouted, startling the opposing avatar. The air is thick with tension as the two colossal avatars face off, their killing intent clashing. Seeing his opponent's silence, Ling Ge mutters in disappointment. This one's IQ doesn't seem too high. He gritted his teeth and his Dharma form lunged forward, ready for a fierce battle, delivering a devastating blow to the black tide's face. But to no avail, as its body shattered and quickly reformed. Black tide's presence was indeed taxing on Ling Ge, a truly bizarre power. He realized it could merge with his demonic energy, but the cost was too high. It took a massive amount of energy just to erode a little of his opponent. Just then, Lang Ming awoke, looking even more bewildered than before. Just who are you people? Ling Gei's demonic energy suddenly erupted like a giant cage engulfing the Black Tide as he calmly explained their origins, stating they came from a divine continent other than North Divine Continent. Hearing this, Lang Ming was utterly shocked. Isn't the divine continent protected by a barrier? How did you cross it? With a smug look, Ling Ge replies, is that even a question? His eyes gleam with confidence as he smirks. What else but power could break through the barrier? This left Lan Ming speechless, and Long secretly agreed enough power to break through the barrier would certainly be enough to resist the Black Tide. His desire to transcend realms was no problem, as Lang Ming glared at him warily. So just how powerful are you? To this he simply gave a vague reply, I'm not really sure how strong I am. He didn't believe it, and quickly asked, what kind of joke is that? You don't even know how strong you are. Ling Ge floated casually in the air indifferent. Believe it or not, I don't care. So either way, I can easily fight the Black Tide. He awkwardly admits true, as long as you can overpower the Black Tide. Suddenly, Yu Yan noticed something was amiss. Husband, the Black Tide is retreating. The Black Tide dissolved into a stream, trying to escape, but Ling Ge wouldn't let it. He chuckled, trying to retreat. When did I say I'd let you go? His Dharma roared, then surged towards the Black Tide. The more it tries to escape, the more Ling Gei's magic pursues and destroys it, and a fierce battle ensues. But Ling Gei's magic overwhelms, envelops, and controls its opponent. Using his hands to control the situation, he launched a fierce counterattack against the Black Tide. As Ling Ming watched from afar, his eyes full of admiration, as he wondered, just who are you people? Yu Yan smiled, answering his question. Where else would you find a cultivator with such a terrifying aura? We're from the Eastern Divine Region, and he is its demon lord. Hearing this, he was thunderstruck, stammering. A demon lord? She continued proudly. Well, he's not a demon like you're imagining. Not everything with the word demon has to do with the demon race. He's human, but the path he cultivates is different from ordinary people. Hearing the explanation, he breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Ling Gei's demon soldier is now like a madman tearing through space like an arrow into the Black Tide. A slender hand with sharp claws reaches out to seize its prey, and though the Black Tide struggles, all efforts seem futile. Her resistance proves futile as the demon soldier's hand tightens around the struggling Dark Tide, delivering a fatal blow. Witnessing this, Ling Ming is drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by its terrifying power. He thought bitterly, if only I had been this strong, then I wouldn't have been so helpless against the Black Tide. But then Yao Yan casually dropped a bombshell. These Black Tides aren't the real deal at all. He asked in surprise, not the real thing. She then explained to broaden his horizons. Of course not. Did you really think the Black Tide you encountered was all there was to it? He replied helplessly, right, my power isn't enough to fight the Black Tide. I can't even resist this small part of it. The thought of facing the Black Tide's true form enraged him, and he clenched his fist. The Black Tide sealed itself to avoid Ling Kei's devastating attack, but Ling Kei, now one with his Dharma, delivers a heaven-shattering blow, breaking through the defense. Forget about creating another seal. As he watched the Black Tide get pummeled, he said, I know your consciousness is in this fragment. You can take it back whenever you want. Why bother struggling with me here? Finally, Black Tide spoke, his voice full of resentment. Who are you? Ling Gei looked amused. Oh, you've finally decided to speak. He spread his arms wide, his tone provocative. Who else could I be? Of course I'm alive. Knowing there was no escape, the Black Tide retorted, there's no human as strong as you in the demon wasteland. He smugly retorts, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You're not humans from the demon wasteland, and I never said I was. The Black Tide struggled to suppress his magic, his voice weakening. I have no quarrel with you, why stop me? Ling Gei's stern voice echoed. To stop you from wreaking havoc on the four directions, of course. If you continue to devour, I fear the human race will truly be wiped out. In the Black Tide's cold eyes, Ling Gei's image is reflected. Though you are human, the aura around you is terrifying, not something a human should possess. You're no good, he retorted sarcastically. Thanks for thinking I'm not a good person, so I can do whatever I want. Behind the seal, the Black Tide proudly proclaims, humans, we were never meant to interfere with each other. No matter how strong you are, it doesn't mean I have no way to deal with you. Ling Ge nonchalantly floated above the seal, mocking. Then come at me. You don't even dare show your face, just hiding in the shadows. What are you even pretending to be? Enraged, the Black Tide warns, just you wait. But Ling Ge seems to have foreseen this move just as I predicted. Behind the seal, the Black Tide begins to boil, leaving Lang Ming bewildered. What? What is happening? Miao Yan, standing nearby, explained. You said before that the Black Tide is infectious. If this isn't its true form, then it's likely what it infected. Lang Ming looked at the Black Tide before him, and continued. So these droplets are all infected, and it's not a part that the Black Tide merged with. Ling Ge applauded. Not bad. The Black Tide is suddenly bubbling and frothing with countless bubbles. Ling Ge glanced at them and said, This seawater is all infected. The Black Tide is even more powerful than you think. Are all humans from the Eastern Divine Continent this terrifying? Overcome with curiosity, he asks, if you're not from the Northern Divine Continent, why go through all the trouble of crossing the barrier from the Eastern Divine Continent? He simply gave a profound yet understated reply. Could the reason be any simpler? He pulled Yao Yan into his arms and said with a smile, of course it's to have fun. Lang Ming stammered. Fun? Seriously? He was speechless, his mind a mess. What kind of joke was this? Bro, could your reasons be any more arbitrary? Ling Ge teased him further. But even if we weren't here to play, it's none of your business. After Lan Ge's words, Lan Bin realized he'd spoken out of turn. Why was he asking so many questions about their affairs? Lan Ge placed a hand on his shoulder, his tone cautionary. No need to be so anxious. I know you're just curious. Everyone has curiosity. He continued softly, but with heavy implications. Curiosity may have killed the cat, but he was gentle with people, not violent in the slightest. Don't worry, after that fierce battle, it seems Lang Sa wants to rest too. So will we be stopping at Anlac Tran for now? As for the black tide itself, there's no need to rush for now. Hearing this, Lang Ming looked visibly dejected. Anlac Town is deserted. My research is meaningless. With a cold, confident demeanor and a knowing smile, Ling Ge subtly probes the situation in the southern Devil Wastelands. That's true. Are there any survivors in the southern Devil Wasteland? You've been here long enough to know something, right, Liu? With a calm yet sharp demeanor, Lang Ming analyzes the situation, his voice calculated as if planning each step. Though only a few survived the Black Tide invasion, he still visits them from time to time. Lang Ga maintained his mysterious smile, but his sharp eyes betrayed his scrutiny. So, you're quite attached to the human race, aren't you? Lan Ming froze, lost in thought. That smile was terrifying. Did he think I'd return to the demons? He quickly explained, I grew up among humans and have deep feelings for them. The demon realm is utter chaos, and even I don't want to return. Ling Ge seemed to understand, of course. Lead the way, please follow me. Leading the way, Lan Bin guided the two to their destination, where the inhabitants stared in bewilderment. Ling Ge did some mental calculations, figuring there were just over 200 people, including widows, the elderly, and children, as Lang Min recounted the situation. Back when Anlac Town was built, only 1,000,000 humans gathered here, but after the Black Tide they were all wiped out. As he walked, he scanned his surroundings, realizing the humans were at a disadvantage against the demons. That any tribe survived the Black Tide was a miracle. His sharp eyes lingered, thoughts swirling in his mind. Even the strong were emaciated, and the others were mere skeletons. At this rate, the tribe wouldn't last long. Seeing the misery, Ling asked, Don't you bring them food when you come? Ling Rong seemed troubled, his tone somber. Yes, I bring food every time, but with the demon's oppression, I can only take a little by force. Being targeted by a stronger demon is a danger to both me and them. Ling Ming fearfully dodged. You're not going to attack me because I couldn't help our people, are you? Ling Ge, unconcerned, turned and replied, Don't overthink it. I'm not trying to guilt-trip you from some moral high ground. Unable to contain herself, Yao Yan grabbed his hand, pleading, Husband, let's help them. The people of North Continent are so pitiful they can't even compare to those of the other 3 continents. Though Ling Ge doesn't show much emotion, he has a compassionate heart. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. The humans of North Continent have been oppressed by the demons for too long, and need to be set right. Behind them, Lan Min chimed in, saying that with their strength, the situation for the humans here would definitely improve greatly if they took action. You could even go on a rampage in the demon's lair. I wouldn't mind. Hearing this, the two shared a strange smile. Ling readily agreed with him, much to his surprise. Good, because we plan to find other human tribes, whip them into shape, and then take a stroll through the demon lair. Then searching for the Black Tide, Ling Ka snaps his fingers, and a rift in space appears. He rummages around as if searching for something. There. From that rift, a figure emerged, humanoid in appearance, but moving with robotic precision. With a snap of his fingers, it activated. It knelt down respectfully, calling out, Master. Ling Ka tossed it a large bag and instructed, Deliver this. It has enough food and drink and even holy crystals for cultivation. He placed his hand on its shoulder as if entrusting it with a responsibility. You're in charge of helping them here be friendly when interacting with them. He obediently replied, Rest assured, Master. And Lan Min was once again amazed by the holy realm, a puppet with its own reason. He watched, thinking how wonderful it would be to have one of his own. Ling was confused as he saw them as mere discards, yet this man coveted them. What's so admirable about this? I have a pile of them in my storage. Lang Bing could only force a smile and continue to serve him. Then I'll take you to the next tribe. No need. Ling Ya's voice dripped with disdain. I only let you lead the way because I was too lazy before. Now that my divine sense has pinpointed the location of all the tribes, he asked curiously. So what are you planning next? Ling Ka simply flicked his fingers and a series of puppets appeared, leaving him no choice but to follow. In astonishment, of course, he would arrange all the puppets. Now let's head straight to the other 3 tribes in the demon wasteland. Yes, Master. Obeying his command, the puppets shouldered their packs and headed in different directions. He turned to face Lang Ming, then said meaningfully, This is our part. He reached out his hands, as if preparing to take something else out, when beams of light suddenly wrapped around Lan Min, confusing him. he wondered. Wasn't this the aura of dark purple power? Yu Yan and Ling Ka flew off together, with Lang Ming trailing behind like their little shadow, transitioning to the eastern demonic wasteland, where monsters soared through the sky, viciously tearing at each other. Looking down, Ling Ge clicked his tongue. How barbaric. The air was thick with the stench of the demons. Lang Ming added that many humans in the East were captured and raised by high-level demons, while low-level demons rarely encountered humans outside, so they had to devour each other. Far from being afraid, Ling Ge wants to test her strength. It seems our journey will be quite the descent. He blankly replied. You're planning to charge straight into the Eastern Demon's base. Hearing her laughter, he sarcastically repeated, charge straight into the base. Your choice of words is a bit premature, don't you think? Lan Bing pondered, furrowing his brow as if deep in thought. If you intend to go straight to the demon base, and when the time comes to act, he patted his shoulder as if showing his will. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Ling Ge was taken aback. Oh, such intense bloodlust. He no longer hides the hatred in his heart. I was once hunted by demons, and they hate hybrids like me the most. You're like a wise sage who understands everything. We're going to the demons' headquarters, but I didn't think we'd be wiping them out. So what do you plan to do? We plan to infiltrate the demon race and investigate thoroughly. He reacted. What about the humans being held captive under tight security? Of course we'll rescue them. So in the meantime, I'll leave it to you to attract the demon's attention. A cold sweat broke out as a storm of thoughts flooded his mind. Attract the demon's attention, you say? There are only 1 or 2 Creation Realm cultivators, but there are definitely more than a few Saint Realm demons. Is this a joke? So isn't that just a death sentence for me in battle? Ling Ka, knowing his abilities, used magic to support him. Don't worry, I won't let you go to waste. Go draw their attention, and I'll ensure your safety. He waved his hand, a surge of magic enveloping Lan Min. Lan Ka had him wear a suit of armor for protection. Still bewildered, he wondered, What is this? Ling Ge looked at him and explained, something that can protect you, but also a treasure that can bind you. Miao Yan asked curiously, Husband, I've never seen you take this armor out before. He simply chuckled and replied, I subdued a parasitic armor with a spirit of its own that loves to drink blood. You can call it the demon armor or blood armor. Either way, it's intelligent. It will drain your blood, but it will also greatly increase your strength, enough to protect yourself. The armor gradually tightened, drawing blood and causing him to scream, I'm going to die. His eyes widen, consumed by blood, and he flies into a rage, attacking Ling Ge. Ling Ge anticipated this, and with a light strike brought him back to his senses, explaining that while the demonic armor enhances strength, it also corrupts the mind, as it was flawed from its very creation. Cold sweat pours down Lan Min's face as he battles the armor's mental influence. The power is intoxicating, but the price is too high. He'd rather be without it. Ling smugly tells the defeated Lan Ming, kneeling at his feet. I told you this thing both protects and binds you. After all, what if you ran away in the end? I won't run, he retorted, despite being utterly exhausted. Can you please take this armor off me, he asks, and make a new collar lock. Astonished by its arrogance, he said, it could increase your strength, yet you suppress it. He then immediately triggered the armor, causing Wang Liang to cry out in pain. He writhed in agony on the ground, clutching at his collar, his face contorted as he gasped for breath. Lian Yu snaps his fingers again, and the man convulses, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain. Finally he yields, sitting up and gasping for air. He nonchalantly tells him, you're dissatisfied with it, and it doesn't seem to like you either. Lian Yu casts another spell, warning him with disdain not to cause any conflicts later. My wife and I won't be there to save you. But it doesn't end there. The spell he cast sends him flying towards the distant mountains. Ling Ge watched him disappear into the distance, a satisfied look on his face. Not bad at all. He turned to Yao Yan and said, all right, we won't have to deal with hordes of demons later, saving us a lot of effort. She asked, so husband, will we have to hide later? Should we disguise ourselves as demons? Then Ling Ka hadn't considered this, and scratched his head, confused. I don't know yet. I don't even know what those demons look like. Suddenly he summons Luo Zi, in an unexpected fashion, headfirst into the ground. Writhing in pain, Luo Zi quickly stood up and asked Ling, why did you call me? Ling Ge retorted, can't I call you if I don't have anything to say? Let him know what manners are. Ling Ge gave him a punch as a greeting. Ling Ge mocks him about being locked up. Looks like you've been waiting in that storage space for too long. Your temper's gotten quite heavy. Jia Luo relents, asking what's wrong, and to just give the order. Ling asks him, with his arms crossed, what do high-ranking demons look like? Do they have any special characteristics? If you could draw us a picture for reference. He winced, annoyed by the request. He wasn't exactly an art instructor. Aren't you just making things difficult for me? He replied reluctantly. 10,000 years have passed. I don't even know what high-level demons look like anymore. He sighed, looking down on him. Then what good are you? Ji La retorted, annoyed that Langa could do no right. Seeing the situation, Yao Yan spoke up. Husband, don't be lazy. Let's just use our divine sense to explore. Linga rubbed his temples. There's no other way. I'll have to do it myself. He began to cast his spell, creating ripples everywhere so high they soared above the mountains. Lang Ka chanted, and the vast land, the barren black earth, the rugged canyons, each seemed to draw a clear boundary with the other. Jia Lai, observing the scene, answered the earlier question seriously. The inner workings of the demon race have always been like this. Ling Ke asks in surprise, still focused on his spell. It's always been like this. Each demon clan marks its own territory. He angrily retorted, yes, but compared to before, the demons are much weaker now. Hearing this, he seized the opportunity to taunt him. Back then, you demons lost the great war against humanity, and the divine land was divided, so of course you'd be weaker. He was annoyed, but knowing his limits, he didn't dare argue back, wanting to retort, but knowing he couldn't bear the consequences. Linga approached him and whispered, are you trying to say that even though the demons lost, Shenzhou is still theirs? Gala quickly waved his hands. No, but I was thinking it. If I admitted it, I'm afraid I wouldn't survive. But he didn't need to avoid it, because Linga had already seen through him. You don't need to hide it. After all, you were once a demon god, so it's normal to have these thoughts. Linge also said bluntly, I don't care about that. Tell me everything you know. As a demon god, you must be a good guide. Gala breathed a sigh of relief, saying it was no problem, and explained that the demon race was divided into many districts, usually with clear boundaries. Then he recounted that before him there were 2 other demon gods, and the demon race had a hierarchy, but after the Great War, all the demon gods, including himself, had died, so the demon race was likely in constant conflict. What he said gave Linga and Miao Yan pause, but it wasn't a certainty. If there were enough creation realm experts to keep each other in check, they might not fight so easily. A plan flashed in Lingji's mind, and he asked, so distinguishing the demon clans here isn't difficult for you, right? Gala clasped his hands respectfully. Nothing at all. I just probed with my divine sense, and roughly determined the strongest and weakest areas in the east. Seeing his hesitation, Linga snapped impatiently. Then, what are you blathering on about? Can't you just say the names? Gia, La quickly reassured him. There are 3 powerful tribes here, each with 3 creation realm experts, the Yanmei, Qivong, and Minhu tribes. Linga was curious about their abilities. What were the strengths of each of the 3 tribes? Jia Luo immediately explained. The Yanmei can create illusions and invade dreams. The Qivong are born with demonic fire, and the Minyo can conceal themselves, making them assassins among the demons. Linga nodded in satisfaction. Very well, so which tribe is relatively stable? Gala replied obsequiously. Whichever tribe you feel is stable, is stable. Linga turned to his wife for her opinion. My dear, why don't you choose a clan to disguise? As, without a second thought, she decisively chose, I'll take the Yanmei. Linga quickly made his decision as well. Very well, I'll choose the underworld race. Meanwhile, Jia Luo was preoccupied, only wishing to escape, hoping he could return to his storage space to wait. But before he could make an excuse to leave, Ling Ka stopped him, saying, You'll disguise yourself as a red net and take us for a spin around the demon realm. Jia Luo was clearly annoyed and wanted to refuse, but under Ling Ji's pressure, he obediently led the way. The 3 of them have now changed their appearances, bearing a completely different look from the beginning, and Lingge teases that Jia Luo's new image is quite beautiful. He retorted with annoyance, Beautiful, my foot. Gala couldn't help but recall his majestic former self, back when he was the true demon god, with a massive, powerful body and swirling dark energy that was true beauty. Seeing his reluctance, Lingge delivers a powerful blow, saying, You'll be our guide soon enough. Though the divine continent has been separated for 10,000 years, you probably still have some impression of the northern divine continent, right? Struck hard, Jia Luo lay sprawled on the ground, panting, no problem. Suddenly, massive cracks appeared in the mountain they were standing on, as smoke and dust billowed out, revealing grotesque monsters lurking within. At that moment, lightning struck them, powerful enough to shatter the earth, and one beast turned to its companion in confusion, asking, Who is it? The source of this chaos is none other than Lang Ming, who steps forward and demands, Where are the demons? With a murderous glint in his eyes, Lang Ming lunges toward the beasts, crouching low with his fingers poised like claws. Lan Min closed his eyes and commanded them, Don't ask and don't concern yourselves. He roars with a deafening cry, I'm here to kill you all. From afar, Linga senses the tremors on the mountain and cheers with delight. It's here, the battle has begun. Miao Yan asked, puzzled, Have they already started to move over there? He nods in confirmation. Yes, it's begun. That leader holds quite the grudge against the demons. Traknich confirms that the demons will suffer devastating losses this time, and Lang agrees, adding that not only the eastern demons but the other 3 tribes will also be weakened considerably. He happily imagined that future, where Jialuo would manage things. It couldn't be better. Ling deliberately spoke loudly, so Jialuo could hear. Don't you think so? Gala retorted, annoyed. Yes, you're right about everything. He felt a little uneasy. The boundaries here didn't seem to fall within the scope of the demon regions. Ling Ge, eyeing the wild beasts along the road, remarked that it seemed more like a breeding ground for delectable humans. In response to that question, Jia Luo simply shook his head, admitting he wasn't sure what the situation was here anymore. As they approached their destination, he surveyed the area and asked, This is the demon's human farm, isn't it? Gazing at the magnificent fortress before him, Ling Ke couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. Seeing someone approach a human, quickly ran out and greeted the three great ones. Ling Ke, wary, glanced over and asked, "What is it?" He wondered to himself, what kind of human guards are these? Are they being raised just to guard the house? He respectfully explained, "Please don't be angry, it's just that you all look a little unfamiliar, like you've never entered the city before." With her arms crossed, Miao Yan confidently stepped forward to introduce herself. "We were sent here by people from the clan, and it's also our first time." She then chides, "Can't you tell by looking at us?" The guards timidly invite them inside. "Not at all, not at all. Please, the three of you come right in." Ling Ge confidently strides past the soldiers, with Hai Long following close behind, praising the guards for their perceptiveness. The three entered the city under the astonished gazes of the people. Ling Ge surveying his surroundings. Not bad, even the name is clever. Nurturing Humans City, how fitting. He observes the bowing citizens and remarks, "These demons are truly malicious. The humans here have likely been brainwashed." Looking around, Miao Yan added, "The demons here brainwash humans and provide them with a living environment, clearly trying to bewitch them." Luo Zi frowned, explaining, "What the demons want is their flesh. If they know the truth and starve themselves or become malnourished, it will affect the quality of the meat." Ling Ge said admiringly, "Oh, it seems you know a lot." He retreated as he replied, "I'm just supplementing the demons' methods. I have no intention of insulting them, and besides, I've already turned over a new leaf." Langa smirks, questioning him. Repentance. He steps forward, continuing to press him. "If you could reform the demon, race would have been wiped out long ago. How could a demon god change so easily?" Ling Ka grabs Luo Zi's shoulders, threatening him. "Don't even think about playing games. The taboo still exists, and you know the consequences if you have the wrong thoughts." As Ling Ge confronted Luo Zi, Yu Yan looked around and asked, "Are humans living within this territory?" Terrified, Luo Zi shrinks back. "There are many races within the demon clan, and this environment was built for the humans. It's normal for them not to want to stay here." Immediately after, Ling Ge smiles sinisterly and questions him. "Furthermore, to them, humans are livestock, and when do livestock live with their owners? A truly pitiful existence," mused Yu Yan. Ling Ge replies, "They may be pitiful, but it won't be easy to free those who have been brainwashed." Ling Ge and Yu Yan entered a nearby alley, leaving Luo Zi to stare after them in surprise. Ling Ge whispered, "Honey, let's transform back into humans." Yu Yan asked in surprise. Why explain to him, if we approach the humans as demons, they'll definitely be wary of us. She looked at Luo Zi, wondering, what about him? Ling Ka chuckled. Of course he'll cooperate with us. Hearing this, Luo Zi was speechless, thinking, "You're the boss, whatever you say." A blue light flashes, and Ling Ge signals to move out. Having shed their disguises, Ling Ge and Yu Yan emerged from the alley. The people in the city stared at the two with curious eyes, one of them wondering aloud, "These two, whom we've never seen before, must be new people brought by the Red Web clan." Another adds that they're probably refugees from somewhere pitied and saved by the Red Web clan. Upon hearing this, Ling Ge closed his eyes and smiled contemptuously, causing Luo Zi to frown and look back, finding it ridiculous. He sweated as he listened to him continue the human race, completely regarded the demon race as their masters, the city of nurturing humans. The more he heard, the more similar it sounded. Luo Zi sensed the contempt in Ling Ji's words, and inwardly retorted, "Why take your anger out on me?" The three then continued on to a tavern in the city. As Luo Zi entered, he was met with surprised stares, and a bald man at the counter exclaimed, "Lord of the Crimson Clan." The other patrons stood and bowed, and the bald old man came out from behind the counter to greet him, saying, "What brings you here so suddenly? Are you planning to stay for a few days? We have beauties and delicacies." Luo Zi frowned, and coldly said something that terrified the old man. Wow, he immediately dropped to his knees, bowing and trembling as he begged, "Please, Lord Redweb, spare me." Luo Zi was taken aback by the old baldy's groveling, thinking, "I only said one thing, is this really necessary?" It was a far cry from the unyielding humans of the ancient era. After a long silence, the baldy cautiously looked up, pointed to Ling Ge and Yu Yan and ordered, "I'm not going to kill you. Get up and arrange the best room for those two." The bald man immediately rose, rubbing his hands together as he replied, "Rest assured, my lord, I'll arrange it at once." He led the way up the stairs. "Esteemed guests, please follow me." Luo Zi watched as Ling Ge held Yao Yan's hand and walked up the stairs, saying, "Let's go." As they passed the old manager, Ling Ge noticed his trembling, fearful demeanor. He inwardly judged the man, understanding his position, but finding the manager's demeanor pathetic. Once inside the room, Ling Ge watched as Miao Yan sat on the bed, stroking her hair, and asked wife, "What do you think?" She looked at the strands of hair in her hand and replied, "I think if we want the humans to break free, we shouldn't waste too much time and energy." Ling Ge leaned against the window, looking down at the street as he analyzed. "Not too much, but raising humans now is like a human farm. Normally demons wouldn't come here, and pretending to be one won't help them break free. We need to unite them and get them here." Diao suddenly wondered, would broadcasting a demon conversation here be effective? Ling Ge asks, "Wife, think about it, is transmitting sounds as effective as them, speaking for themselves?" Achu answers, "Probably not. With his arms crossed, he says, "So next we lure them here and make them say what needs to be said." He replies, "Didn't Leng Ming used to provoke the demon race?" Miao Yan asks in surprise. "So, you're planning to have Leng Ming lure the demons here?" Ling Ka seals the deal. "Yes, lure them here, then proceed step by step according to plan." Ling Ge watches the light and wonders, "Should I inform Leng Min now? He must be busy." Meanwhile, Leng Min stands panting, surrounded by a group of lustful demon beasts. Leng Ming roared, "Who's next?" But as he did, the blue light sent by Leng Ge struck him in the temple. He was blown away, then regained his composure, staring at his hand in shock as he gasped for breath. He frowned slightly, seeming troubled. With that thought, Leng Ming flew into the sky, the blue light chasing after him. Leng Ming flew to Yuren City, looking down at the people moving about below. "This is Yuren City. I've heard of it but never had the chance to visit." Lan Ming gritted his teeth in anger, red veins popping out as he thought how foolish and ridiculous it all was. Oblivious to the blue orb behind him, he continued to think that those who praised the demons were worse than animals. Lan Ming's eyes turned bloodshot, as he wondered if the demons had already arrived, when suddenly, a hand appeared before him, instantly shattering his rage. He frantically heard the person in front of him say, "Don't be so surprised, why so tense with everyone, hurry and come in." Leng Ming exclaimed, "Brother Ling, it's you." He still reached out to him, asking if he thought he wasn't good enough. If he hadn't come, he feared he would have lost control and stormed into the city. As Ling finishes speaking, a blue light engulfs and pulls Lan Ming inside. The rift of blue light slowly closes, then vanishes into the sky. Suddenly, 4 demons appeared, where Leng Ming had been, and one seductive female demon said, "The aura disappeared here." The crimson web demon added, "It must have entered the human city." The masked, black-robed demon replies suspiciously, "But..." The aura vanished so abruptly. The remaining white-haired, purple-eyed demon scoffs. "Yeah, who does that? Nobody think he is wreaking havoc in our territory." The female demon crossed her arms asking. Indeed, that aura was immense, a demonic aura. "But why would a demon kill another demon?" A cloaked demon replied. "That's right, and the demons of the demon wilderness all know each other. Even with grudges, they wouldn't do something like this." The crimson web demon raised a fiery hand and said with a smile, "Why worry so much? We have 4 creation realm cultivators. He won't escape. We can interrogate him after we catch him." Meanwhile, back in the room, Ling Ge waited with his mouth open for Yan to burn the grapes for wine. Irritated, Leng Ming watched the lovebirds lamenting. "Did Ling Ge call me here just to watch them be lovey-dovey? I've been sitting here for almost an hour." Then Ling Ka stood up and said, "All right, I'm done with my work." Stretching, he asked, "Have you been waiting long?" Busy Leng Ming wondered. "You were either drinking tea or being fed fruit by your wife." "You were clearly enjoying yourself," he protested inwardly. Linga, hands on his hips, said to the person in front of him, "You don't think I have a lot of free time, do you?" A smug smile crept across his face. "Then you're sorely mistaken." He brushed past Lan Ming, continuing, "Though I was enjoying tea and fruit, I was also arranging a few things." Hearing this, Lan Ming asked, "Arranging what?" "What are you planning?" Linga thought back to a military camp. "This city is now under my spell formation, and I'll need you to draw some attention. Go befriend those 4 imps. They'll surely try to deceive the humans below with their words. A formation surrounds the city. When mine is activated, whatever they say, the humans will hear. How effective is that?" Hearing this, Leng Ming asked, "They're probably on their way. When do we move?" Ling Ka pondered. "When do we move?" He gives a strange smile as Ling Ge snaps his fingers, sending all 3 of them flying into the air. Lan Ming was still in shock, but he remained calm. Now bolts of purple lightning began to strike below. They remained suspended in the air as 4 imps materialized around them, while the people below prostrated themselves, begging, "Please, sirs, have mercy. Please, sirs, have mercy. Please, sirs, have mercy." Linga scoffed. "They really do resemble livestock." Above, Lan Ming heard a voice. "Those are the demons challenging us." 2 of the demons converse, and one of the girls says, "He's not bad looking, quite to my taste." The masked one replies, "These ones aren't for you to choose." He commanded the lizard, "Lan Min, what demon clan are you from, and why are you attacking demons?" His face turned terrifying as he listened. "I don't need to tell you where I'm from." The red-skinned man was thrilled. "Indeed, very impressive. But even with your strength, how can you turn the tables against 4 creation realm cultivators?" Linga calmly looks at the 4 and asks, "So is my presence that weak?" The red aura surrounding them fades away, revealing a dark sky. Those present were astonished to find themselves suspended in outer space. The masked figure murmured, "Humans." With a soft smile, Langya frankly replies, "Indeed, humans." The girl looks at him with concern. Well, since when did we Demunkin get 2 humans here?" The other one asked him, "Who are you?" Linga smirked and whispered, "Who am I?" The 4 were still stunned by his power. A dangerous smile crept across Lingsa's face. "Before you kill me, I'll tell you." His eyes turned purple as he unleashed his full power. Stunned by his power, the 4 can only scream, how could a human wield such demonic energy? And with such overwhelming power, he could overwhelm the 4 of them. From Lingji's body emerged a ferocious purple dragon. The 4 could only raise their shields against his power, but Ling Ka remained unaffected. Will it work? The dragon he summoned hurtles towards the shield. It completely destroyed their shield, causing the masked man to exclaim in shock. How can this be? How can this be happening? Seeing their reaction, Ling Ke was smug. Had they finished being surprised, he reached out to touch the cracked shield, saying, "If you're done being surprised, then obediently take your beating." Ling Ke pressed down, shattering the shield and sending shards flying. The people behind the shield looked at him, shocked and angry, as Ling Ge spoke. Now this could be a fight worth having. Hearing this, Du Yen and Lan Min charged towards the four, thinking, let them experience a little pain. Lang Ming was almost a different being, unleashing his claws and firing green darts at his opponents. The four tried to dodge his projectiles. The red-skinned man struck by an arrow cried out, as the masked man charged forward with a knife, yelling, "I'll kill you all." Suddenly, a massive purple creature appeared before them, reaching out with its enormous hand. The hand strikes, creating a shockwave, and the masked man is crushed beneath its immense weight. Ling Ge smugly controls the creature. Still want to shout. The masked man was crushed under the giant hand, able only to scream, "Damn it." The other two weren't faring any better, as the red-skinned man fearlessly raged, "That human is mine." But before he could finish, Ling Ge extended his finger forward, and at his command, the giant creature pressed down, crushing them and causing them to cough up blood. Seeing this, Lan Min was terrified, thinking how lucky he was not to have fully opposed Lang Ka from the start. Meanwhile, Yao Yan spoke up, "Husband, prepare to proceed with the plan." At her prompting, he dispelled the creature. The girl weakly looked at him. "Who are you? There's no way a human from the barren wasteland could be this strong." Ling Ge crossed his arms smugly, answering the question. "When did I ever say I was a human from the barren wastelands? If I'm from around here, then you demons are the ones who submit." His eyes gleam with intensity. "I'll ask you a question, you answer. Is that a problem?" The hatted one, enraged, forced out, "I spit on you, you lowly human. I advise you to—" Before he could finish, a foot was shoved into his mouth. Ling Ka kicked his head clean off, and holding it up, the others grew anxious at the sight of their comrade. He repeated himself, "I ask you, answer." Ling Ka's eyes flashed a warning. "Refuse to answer, and I'll extract your souls, trapping you for eternity." Seeing no other option, the masked figure had no choice but to cooperate. "We'll tell you what you want to know, just make it quick." Ling Ka began his questioning. First question, "How long have you been raising humans in the human farm?" Upon hearing this, the masked man replied, "Roughly 400 years. The red-skinned man sneered, "We demons have a huge advantage in the barren wasteland. If we didn't control the humans, what would we rule?" Ling slapped him hard on the head, dusted off his hands and scoffed, "Just answer the question. You're a lowly prisoner, acting tough in front of me. Do you have a death wish?" Ling Ge looked at Lan Min, telling him to go ahead and ask his questions. With his approval, he began his interrogation. "If you established the city to raise people hundreds of years ago, and have the power to dominate the wild demons, then why was Tran and Lak built in the first place?" The masked man replied. "At that time, the divine continent was divided, and changes within the wild demons produced something terrifying that even we couldn't solve." Hearing this, Ling Ge calmly asked about the Black Tide. The masked man affirmed, "Indeed, the Black Tide appeared strangely from an unknown origin, and its time and place of appearance are unclear." At this, he looked worried. "No less than 5 of our great demon saint realm have been restrained. We've been researching how to control the Black Tide." Ling Ge realized something and clicked his tongue. "So on the outside you seem powerful, but in reality, you're living very cautiously." Hearing this, he added that it was for this reason that the demons were too lazy to pay attention to the surviving humans outside, as they wouldn't cause any great waves. Seeing his anger, he shrugged and said, "Instead of being angry, why not do something more meaningful? Gather the remaining humans and establish a new base for them." He turned back, squinting, and continued, "As for other things, there's no need to worry. That toy won't stop me." Hearing this, Lang Ming stammered, "Then this place." He moved closer to the people lying at his feet, and answered, "Leave this place to me. The humans of Nursery City need to be freed. You can handle that. As for me, I want to see how much the demons know about the Black Tide."